Chapter 1, The First Patient. Name, Qi Xinghan. Age, 26 years old. Occupation, star. Condition, Cotard syndrome. Symptoms, severe delusions, believing that he is already dead and decaying. Only his corpse maintains daily life. No apparent aggressive behavior. Contact information, 133x×2398. Address, Floor 38, Kurong Tower, Number 136 Yuanhua District. This was the first piece of data that Mu Shui had received at the Jinshui City Institute for Special Pathology Research. Sitting opposite Mu Shui was a man in a suit, spinning slowly on his swivel chair while locking eyes with Mu Shui. Despite having a rather sarcastic face, the man tried to speak gently to Mu Shui. Dr. Mu, this is your first patient. On October 13th, he displayed a certain degree of aggression. His delusions have worsened further. He believes that the people around him are obstacles to his soul entering heaven. He wants to kill them. The suited man paused here, exhaling heavily as if trying to disperse an unsettling feeling from his heart. He then continued, because of his special identity, before he commits any criminal acts, we can only monitor him instead of arresting him. You will go meet him under the new guardian's identity. If possible, please try to treat him. Mu Shui closed the folder in his hand, smiled, revealing a dimple on his left cheek. He said, all right. Mu Shui studied at a prestigious university in the Department of Religious Studies but later switched to psychology, studying under a renowned psychology expert. This year, just after graduating, he was introduced by his mentor to this institution for an internship, and thus, he obtained this set of information. This was his first independently handled patient. With great solemnity, Mu Shui arrived at the number 136 Kurong Tower in Yuanhua District. Then, he took off his backpack, hugged it to his chest, squatted down in front of the security gate, and began waiting. It couldn't be helped. The security guard wouldn't let him inside. While squatting, Mu Shui wasn't idle. He took out his smartphone, a second-hand one long overdue for retirement, where the 4G network flickered intermittently. In the search bar, he typed Qi Xinghan, and quickly, a flood of related reports appeared in the browser. Qi Xinghan wins another award. Sets new milestone in entertainment industry. 818 actresses who climbed to fame by leeching off Qi Xinghan's popularity. Tao Tai Entertainment hosts victory banquet for Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan, the supreme glory of China's entertainment circle. Glancing through these, Mu Shui finally remembered why the name Qi Xinghan sounded so familiar. His university roommate used to constantly chatter about this person. One would say, for Qi Xinghan, I'd be willing to become gay. Another would respond, what's so good about Qi Xinghan? I chased 3 girls, all 3 were obsessed fans of his. They would hold his pictures up every day and ask me whether they looked good, and I'm straight, how can I judge the beauty of a guy? Mu Shui was a textbook nerd, he never paid attention to the entertainment circle. Even television dramas, movies, or variety shows he completely avoided watching. He thought about it, decided to label this individual as a superstar. Mu Shui waited 4 full hours, getting up when his legs went numb, and squatting again after standing too long. By the time 4 hours passed, he had memorized everything, even what color underwear Qi Xinghan preferred and what types of sleeping companions he liked. Finally, at exactly 10:18 p.m., when Mu Shui was practically squatting himself into a mushroom shape, a black stretched sedan pulled to a stop below the building. Qi Xinghan was currently the hottest superstar. For 3 consecutive years, he won the Best Actor award, and in the 4th year, he started receiving international accolades. From music awards to acting prizes, he swiftly became a legend in the industry. To him, being a top-tier star no longer carried negative connotations. Inside the black stretched sedan, the agent sitting in the passenger seat turned around to look back at Qi Xinghan, his expression filled with deep emotion. He had an impeccable face and physique, exquisite acting skills, and an appealing voice, combined with innate talent for drawing fans. As long as he wanted to do something well, he always managed to succeed. If only he weren't mentally ill, things would be even better. The agent rubbed his forehead and then asked aloud, shall I accompany you upstairs? No need, the man's voice came, soothing and mesmerizing. After he finished speaking, he pushed the car door open and stepped out. The agent followed closely behind, but only to order hot drinks and takeout for the entertainment reporters crouching nearby. Qi Xinghan had extremely high standards for himself, always striving for perfection in everything he did, and the agent was deeply influenced by this. The agent never got into conflicts with the reporters. During such cold weather when they were stationed outside, he even went out of his way to order them a meal from Fuyuxian. Qi Xinghan walked towards the building, while the agent successfully restrained all the reporters with gentle means. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance. Mu Shui suddenly stood up, legs numb and shaking before stabilizing his figure. Hello, Mr. Qi. Qi Xinghan briefly glanced at him, adjusting his mask slightly. Look for Guiyong. Guiyong was the name of the agent. He mistook Mu Shui for a rookie entertainment reporter just starting their job. Mu Shui extended his arm to block him. I'm here to see you. His voice trembled as he finished speaking. Stepping in front of the man, Mu Shui realized how tall he truly was. Was it 185 centimeters or 190? In any case, dressed in a black suit under the night sky, the man seemed like a colossal dark monster, casting a shadow over Mu Shui. There was an invisible sense of pressure. Mu Shui felt a bit nervous. At school, he mostly dealt with classmates and mentors, rarely encountering actual case samples. Suddenly facing such an unfamiliar patient, he momentarily became tongue-tied. Qi Xinghan obviously found scenes like this familiar. With a detached tone, he asked, "Do you want an autograph or a photo? Or do you want to sleep with me?" "No autograph, no photo, and I don't want to sleep with you." Mu Shui blurted it all out, following up with 2 deep breaths, realizing that his heart gradually returned to normal. To facilitate conversation, he adjusted the scarf covering his face, smiled at the other party as friendly as possible. "Starting today, I'll be your guardian." Qi Xinghan's gaze paused. After lowering the scarf, he realized the person was a slightly green youth, with features as clear and pure as water, soft yet strikingly handsome. There were even dimples on his cheeks. When he smiled, those dimples looked as if filled with sweet fermented rice wine, intoxicating and sweet. Staring at those dimples, he glanced a few more times before turning his head away. His mind seemed frozen for a moment, taking quite a while to slowly recall someone mentioning that someone would come to serve as his guardian. "My name is Mu Shui." Mu Shui quickly introduced himself. "I graduated from Huada University, studying under Professor Chen Ziyuan." After explaining, Mu Shui pulled out his diploma and ID card from his small backpack. "I'm not a fraud." Qi Xinghan naturally took a quick glance. The photo on the ID card looked a little dumb, resembling a lost small animal. Conversely, the diploma photo showed Mu Shui wearing a graduation gown, with a cap, smiling softly, and the dimples on his cheeks charming. A wave of beauty and softness seemed to break through the photo, coming straight at him. Qi Xinghan finally responded. Mu Shui breathed a sigh of relief, then neatly put away the certificates, adjusted his bag strap while lowering his head. His backpack was hard to use, its straps often loosening, making it drop down. He looked from afar like a primary schooler carrying a school bag. Qi Xinghan glanced down at the whirl on the top of Mu Shui's head and said, "Let's go upstairs." "All right." Mu Shui immediately followed. Qi Xinghan swiped his card to enter the access-controlled door of the building, with Mu Shui trailing close behind. Back in the car, Agent Guillaume wiped sweat from his forehead and muttered, "We really need to find him a doctor." Qi Xinghan lived in a place where 2 floors were combined, with a direct elevator entry. Altogether, it covered about 300 to 400 square meters. Because of the vast emptiness, as soon as the door opened, a chill rushed in, directly finding its way down Mu Shui's neck. Quickly pulling the scarf up, Mu Shui wrapped himself even tighter. Qi Xinghan took off his shoes from a cabinet and changed into slippers, then headed straight to the sofa. Mu Shui glanced at the cabinet carefully. On one side were black slippers, while the other side housed numerous white ones, clearly intended for guests. Carefully picking a pair of white slippers to change into, Mu Shui then followed toward the couch. However, Qi Xinghan didn't sit down. He turned his back to Mu Shui and started undressing. He loosened his tie, took off his suit jacket, and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his dress shirt before turning around. The face mask he had on earlier seemed to have disappeared somewhere, revealing a rather handsome face beneath. His eyebrows arched elegantly, his eyes gleamed like carnelian stones, his nose stood straight, and his lips blushed red. His striking beauty was almost too much, it crossed into being breathtakingly gorgeous. Mu Shui's mind immediately conjured up the online praises by fans about Qi Xinghan. "He is like a wandering child under the morning light, he walks swiftly in the wind with snowflakes whispering through his words, he wears a silken robe that greets the spring breeze and a red jade waistband." With his somewhat limited knowledge of literature, Mu Shui tried to decipher their hyperbole. He felt they were probably trying to say Qi Xinghan possessed a dazzling beauty that outshone even stained glass. Gathering his thoughts, Mu Shui looked directly into Qi Xinghan's eyes. Qi Xinghan was observing him. Those eyes praised as shining stars by his fans now carried an almost numb coldness as they examined him. Unfortunately, he has a mental illness. Mu Shui thought. But strangely, he wasn't scared anymore. The less Qi Xinghan behaved like a normal person, the calmer and more relaxed Mu Shui felt. He'd been in this field for a long time now, and professional discipline had become ingrained in his mind. When Qi Xinghan showed signs of abnormality, it was Mu Shui's duty to stay composed. "I am a good doctor. I am a good doctor. I am a good doctor." Mu Shui silently repeated these words 3 times in his head before asking quietly, "Is there anything else you would like to know from me? What should I call you since you're my guardian?" Qi Xinghan asked calmly, as if genuinely curious. "Huh?" Mu Shui was startled. "You could call him Dr. Mu." But Mu Shui opened his mouth and hesitated, he found it embarrassing to say aloud. This was actually his very first patient that he was handling alone, so calling himself doctor seemed overly pretentious. Before Mu Shui could come up with an answer, Qi Xinghan spoke again, his voice tinged with slight confusion, "Dad?" Mu Shui's legs went weak, and he nearly fell flat on his bottom. Chapter 2, Indeed Sick. Ah. Diagnosed. Indeed sick. Mu Shui touched the sofa and sat down. However, it was evident that Qi Xinghan's relationship with his family was very distant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have casually muttered these two words so indifferently. Qi Xinghan didn't dwell much on the issue of the title. He looked at a door painted white and said, "That's your room." "All right, thank you, Mr. Qi." Mu Shui sighed in relief. If Qi Xinghan hadn't agreed to let him stay here, he would have had to rent a place nearby. But this was prime real estate, one could only imagine how high the rent would be. If there's nothing else, Qi Xinghan shifted his steps and walked in a certain direction. That direction led to a door painted black, with no extra decorations, starkly contrasting against a snow-white wall, creating an uncomfortable tension instinctively. Mu Shui suddenly stood up. "You've investigated me, now it's my turn to understand you. Is it convenient for you?" "Understand?" Qi Xinghan turned around slightly delayed, looking at Mu Shui and softly asked, "How do you plan to understand?" Mu Shui pointed to the black door. "May I enter?" The living room lacked additional furnishings, barren, almost devoid of any personal items. This wasn't helpful for observing Qi Xinghan's personality and behavior patterns. Mu Shui asked again cautiously, "Can I?" His pitch-black eyes seemed to shimmer faintly with star's light. Qi Xinghan pursed his lips slightly, "Yes." Such a cooperative patient was rarely seen anymore. Mu Shui immediately relaxed considerably. He followed Qi Xinghan as they approached the black door together. The door was locked. Qi Xinghan pressed his fingerprint onto it, and with a ding, the door automatically opened a crack. No light emanated from within, it was pitch black like an endless abyss. Qi Xinghan stayed still, seemingly waiting for the guest to go in first. Mu Shui extended a finger and nudged the door open without making a sound, pushing it smoothly inward. Mu Shui then stretched out another finger, brushing against the walls carefully. After feeling around for a while, he couldn't help but wonder, where's the light switch? "There is no light," Qi Xinghan said. "No light?" Mu Shui blinked. Qi Xinghan lowered his gaze towards him, his eyes still filled with numbness and icy coldness. He said, "Dead people, why would they need light? It's just our shells that sustain daily life. Here we go." Cotard syndrome. Severe delusion, believing oneself to be already dead and decayed, continuing everyday life through one's body shell. If not for meeting him in person, Mu Shui would also find it hard to associate this person with Cotard syndrome and various reports of a superstar. Mu Shui did not try to correct Qi Xinghan, but instead discussed earnestly, saying to him, "But I am alive, I need light or I'll trip while walking." Qi Xinghan fixed him with a stare for a moment. "I'll install some tomorrow." Truly cooperative. So far, he doesn't seem as terrifying as the dean described. Mu Shui thought silently. He pulled out his second-hand smartphone and switched on the flashlight function. A beam of light illuminated a small area in front of him. Then Mu Shui discovered that the floor of the bedroom was covered with black tiles. Even wearing slippers, he felt a chill upon stepping on them. Mu Shui slowly entered and kept adjusting the angle of the phone light, facilitating more thorough observations of the entire room. After circling around, he realized there were no tables or chairs in the room. There was only a bed, 2 meters wide. No, calling it a bed might even be inaccurate. He glanced back at Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan still stood by the doorway, never moving. It was as if he had silently stared at Mu Shui the entire time. Mu Shui blinked in the darkness and asked, "May I touch it?" "Yes." Qi Xinghan seemed not to enjoy talking much. Or maybe, he had already said too much when facing the camera, and after leaving the lens, he preferred to remain silent, conserving energy. Only then did Mu Shui return his head, carefully extending his hand to feel the strange bed before him. It was wood. No sheets were spread, no quilts or pillows placed. Just a dark wooden box-like structure, 2 meters wide, sitting right in the middle of the bedroom. Mu Shui drew back his hand, somewhat disappointed. From inside to outside, this place didn't resemble a human residence. He held up his phone again, moving forward and spotting the curtains. The curtains hung heavily, blocking out all the light from outside. Mu Shui raised his hand to pull them aside but couldn't budge them with one tug. Qi Xinghan watched Mu Shui struggle for a while before finally speaking in a low tone, "It's remote-controlled." "Oh." Mu Shui obediently put his phone away and began walking back. "Finished?" Qi Xinghan asked. "Yeah, finished." Mu Shui paused momentarily, then suddenly thought of another issue. He quickly raised his hand and asked, "Is there food in your fridge?" "No." Expected answer. "Then where can I buy groceries?" Mu Shui said seriously again, stressing this point, "I am alive." As if on cue, his stomach let out an audible gurgle. "Someone will deliver food." "Well then." Mu Shui sighed with relief. At least he wouldn't starve. At that moment, Qi Xinghan's phone rang. He picked it up with a detached expression, "Hello." "Tomorrow, at 9. He responded briefly a few times, then ended the call. Mu Shui immediately questioned, tomorrow at 9. Work? Yeah. Can I go with you? As your guardian, I have to be by your side all the time. Mu Shui reflected for a second and added, I can pretend to be a little assistant. All right. Just as the words fell, the doorbell rang. The food has arrived. Qi Xinghan briefly stated. I'll get it. Mu Shui immediately turned and jogged toward the door. His backpack was still hanging off his shoulders without being dropped. The straps had loosened slightly, so the bag sagged down, rhythmically tapping against him as he ran. Like a primary school student. When Mu Shui opened the door, the person outside was bending over to retrieve the meal from an insulated box. They spoke without looking up, this is the order from Brother Gua, it's food from Fu Yixuan. As they straightened up holding the food, they froze upon seeing Mu Shui. You, who are you? Thank you. Mu Shui took the takeout bag from their hands. And Qi Xinghan, who clearly disliked unnecessary guests, walked over from behind, simply saying, go back. Then deftly extended a hand and shut the door. The person outside stood dumbfounded for a moment. They hesitated briefly, then pulled out their phone and called Guiyong, Brother Gua, there's good news. No, wait, something bad happened. Guiyong was talking to a psychologist on the other end when he heard this and replied rather irritably, so is it good or bad? The person stammered, I don't know whether it's good or bad. Did Brother Qi eat 3 bowls of rice at once? No, not that. In that case, it's nothing good. There's someone new in Mr. Qi's house. I didn't see clearly if it's a man or woman, just a quick glimpse. Seemed kind of pretty, then Mr. Qi immediately came over and closed the door. Is Mr. Qi dating someone? His voice softened significantly by the end of this sentence. Guiyong paused on the other end. Qi Xinghan was right at the peak of his career, falling in love definitely wasn't a good thing. But Assistant Lu wasn't wrong either, this could also be considered good news. If he really was in love, that would mean Qi Xinghan had at least moved out of his semi-dead state. Guiyong wouldn't have to constantly worry about some fan or media uncovering Qi Xinghan's mental illness. Guiyong wiped his face, good news. This is great. Alright, you go back. Brother will give you a bonus tomorrow. Fortunately, in such a large house, there was at least a dining table, saving Mu Shui from having to sit on the floor and eat awkwardly. Mu Shui placed the food on the table, opened the lids, and neatly arranged everything. Although he already had an idea in his mind, he still looked up and asked Qi Xinghan, am I eating with you, Mr. Qi? You eat, I don't need it. Qi Xinghan answered calmly, then lifted his hand to grab the strap of Mu Shui's backpack, are you planning to eat with your bag on? Only then did Mu Shui remember, he was still carrying his bag. He immediately spread his arms outwards and slipped the backpack off, thanks, Mr. Qi. Qi Xinghan casually placed his bag on the sofa and said, get up before 9 tomorrow morning. Then turned around and headed toward his dark room. Probably going to rest. Okay. Mu Shui replied, watching the door close, then picked up his chopsticks. This was the first time he had come to such a luxuriously decorated and spacious house. A variety of deliciously prepared dishes were neatly lined up on the dining table. Mu Shui sat there, and as he ate, he began to feel a chill all over his body. It was too big. And thus, too cold. Mu Shui quickly finished the food in front of him, then tidied up the dining table before entering the bedroom behind the white door with his bag. This bedroom was essentially a mini one-bedroom apartment. There was a bed, a sectioned-off area for a study, a small sofa, a small coffee table, a small TV, and a small fridge. Behind a frosted glass door was the bathroom. The bathroom vanity, toilet, bathtub, and shower were divided into 4 separate areas. A thought crossed Mu Shui's mind. Being a doctor was really great. Everything in the bedroom was complete, including brand new, unopened pajamas and slippers. He took a shower first, then changed into the new pajamas from the cabinet. Then he sat down at the desk. The soft, oversized chair made him feel a bit drowsy. Mu Shui fought to keep his eyes open, taking out his laptop from his backpack. It was an Apple brand computer issued uniformly by the institute. He struggled to move the heavy solid wood chair closer to the desk and started writing today's report. November 23, 2018, met the patient. Moved into the patient's home and officially assumed the role of guardian. The symptoms exhibited by the patient are indeed consistent with Cotard syndrome. His bedroom was very dark, without lights. And then I ate the patient's food. Something seemed off. Mu Shui suddenly snapped back to attention and quickly deleted the last sentence. Rewrite. Mu Shui pulled at his hair as he strained to write more. Sigh. Retracting that earlier statement. Being a doctor was truly difficult. And he had to write reports too. After pondering for a while, he rewrote the section carefully. Exhaling deeply, Mu Shui continued working on the document silently criticizing himself. Chapter 3, Guardian. Mu Shui never had trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds and could always sleep soundly no matter where he was, let alone on such a soft and spacious big bed. He struggled to finish his report, set the alarm clock, and slept until 8 o'clock in the morning. After getting up and washing up, Mu Shui went to the living room. Qi Xinghan was sitting at the edge of the sofa, stiff, as if he had been there for a while. He looked up at Mu Shui. Mu Shui unconsciously looked down at his phone screen, the time, 8:21 a.m. Did I wake up late? Mu Shui asked in a low voice. No, Qi Xinghan said after these two words and fell silent again. Mu Shui had no choice but to sit on the sofa next to him, took out his phone, and started searching for news reports about Qi Xinghan. He had just met the patient, so it wasn't appropriate to be overly enthusiastic with him at this point, otherwise, it might add psychological pressure and cause the patient to become resistant. He skillfully typed Qi Xinghan, pressed enter, and soon found numerous related reports. However, his smartphone wasn't very responsive. Mu Shui used his fingertip several times before finally entering a page. Qi Xinghan watched him poke at his phone for a while, then suddenly spoke, "Are you watching me?" "Yeah," Mu Shui nodded, "I think I should know more about you." "What did you learn?" His voice contained not a hint of emotion, as if he were truly just asking about the events themselves. Mu Shui didn't gloss over anything, he carefully recalled everything and began counting them off on his fingers to Qi Xinghan, "A lot. Your lucky number is 9, you like wearing black and white striped underwear." Qi Xinghan interrupted seriously, "I am not a zebra." "Ah, do you dislike black and white striped underwear? But the report also says that popular young actress Ren Qingqing secretly admired you for years, and eventually, after joining the same crew as you, stole your underwear when you were changing into costumes. She said they were black and white striped. What else did you find out?" Qi Xinghan couldn't help but focus on Mu Shui and asked. "For instance, you like drinking lemon juice, prefer sour foods, can't eat spicy. You like slim-waisted girls with big chests, long legs, and round butts." "I don't like those." Qi Xinghan interrupted once again. Mu Shui didn't come into contact with entertainment news much and wasn't particularly familiar with how showbiz reporters worked, 8 out of 10 stories being false. He couldn't quite comprehend this. News, how had his Chinese teacher explained it back in school? The characteristics of news are truth and accuracy. Could news even be fake? Mu Shui expressed his disappointment. "So, what the news says, that you sleep with 6 women every night on set, you enforce a casting couch culture, 2 famous actresses gave birth to your children, and you played with the feelings of a young idol until he cried frequently during interviews, are all lies." Qi Xinghan replied calmly, "According to entertainment news, I've already had over 30 lovers and have 18 kids. So they're all lies, huh?" Mu Shui closed the webpage. Qi Xinghan paused, "Not entirely. Can't eating spicy food is true, but that's something from my past life." He said it confidently. Perhaps because he'd won the Best Actor award, even his calm and expressionless words carried an unusual persuasive power. As if now, he really had turned into a corpse. Mu Shui put away his phone, "I'll stop reading it then." Qi Xinghan watched his action and thought his dimples seemed fainter on his cheeks. Thus, Qi Xinghan opened his mouth, "You can still read it." Mu Shui raised his eyes to look at him. Qi Xinghan said, "Fictionalized news can be pretty funny." Although his face remained devoid of any smiles. Mu Shui shook his head and then stared directly into Qi Xinghan's beautiful starry-like eyes, asking, "If I need to know something in the future, can I ask you directly?" "Yes." Qi Xinghan was way easier to approach than Mu Shui had imagined. For now, he hadn't shown even a speck of danger either. Looks like he needed more thorough interactions. Their conversation ended here. Because the doorbell rang. Qi Xinghan stood up and got ready with his shoes. Mu Shui followed suit and changed into his shoes. When the door opened, outside stood a middle-aged man dressed in a black down jacket, large and bulky, almost bear-like. Yet his smile oddly carried a warm and friendly aura. Mu Shui recognized him from reports. He was Qi Xinghan's agent, named Guiyong. As soon as Guiyong looked up, he saw Mu Shui first. He felt a flicker in his sight and then his mind went blank for a second. This guy really was handsome. But why was it a man? Guiyong couldn't help but mumble to himself. "Brother Qi, the car is already waiting downstairs." "And this?" Guiyong's gaze stuck on Mu Shui. "My guardian," Qi Xinghan said. He didn't choose the assistant claim Mu Shui provided the previous day, but instead straightforwardly introduced Mu Shui's real identity with composure. Guardian. Guiyong stuttered. So young. Could it be that his position in the family hierarchy is quite high? Guiyong, who had stayed with Qi Xinghan for a long time, thus mixed in an exceptionally polite manner, and after stammering, carefully called out, "How should I address the uncle?" "Mu Shui." "Ah." Upon seeing Mu Shui's expression, Guiyong became somewhat uncertain, so he measured up and changed the title, "Granduncle." "Mu Shui." Guiyong was puzzled. In the family structure, would he not be from the generation of grandfathers? Then what should he call him? Great uncle. But looking at him, he seemed no different from a high school student. Guiyong opened and closed his mouth, hesitating about how to address him. Qi Xinghan didn't correct Guiyong, instead, he casually said, let's go downstairs. Alright, let's go downstairs first. Guiyong snapped back to reality, patted his head, and quickly turned to press the elevator button. At this point, Mu Shui noticed there were two assistants behind Guiyong. Mu Shui knew them too. It seemed that Qi Xinghan's fans gave them nicknames based on numbers, male assistant as Elder Brother 2, and female assistant as Sister 3, which were very easy to remember. The group quickly boarded the chauffeur-driven van. The female assistant took out 2 thermal flasks and opened the small table board in the vehicle, placing the flasks onto it. Guiyong said, Brother Qi, you must eat breakfast. That's right, Brother Qi, please, just eat more today. You're entering the filming crew today. If you don't eat more, your body can't take it. Watching this scene, Mu Shui finally understood why Qi Xinghan was still alive until now. It must be due to both the broker and the assistants nagging him all day, insisting that he eat 4 or 5 meals a day. They could manage to feed him at least 2 of them. Qi Xinghan remained silent throughout, pushing the porridge toward Mu Shui. You eat. Mu Shui was about to ask, Mr. Qi, but thought better of it. It seemed too distant in front of others, which wouldn't align with the identity of a guardian. Thus, he hastily altered his words, together. This time, Qi Xinghan didn't refuse. Mu Shui finished a bowl of porridge, and he managed to eat half a bowl laboriously. Seeing this, Guiyong couldn't help but slap his thigh. Brother Qi, like this, won't you end up needing nutritional fluids at the hospital again? Only then did Qi Xinghan barely stir another couple of spoons. Clearly, compared to eating, he disliked getting 4 drips even more. During this journey, they somehow managed to clear everything in the 2 thermal flasks, although most of it ended up in Mu Shui's stomach. Mu Shui couldn't help but sigh. If this kept up, how was he supposed to write the report? Soon, the group arrived at Dongqing Film Base. Qi Xinghan's chauffeur-driven van seemed pretty famous, so much so that everyone remembered its license plate number. Therefore, as soon as the car drove in, it immediately attracted countless gazes. To put it bluntly, the entire crew came out to welcome them, with the producer and director standing at the front. Guiyong jumped out of the car when he opened the door, followed by the assistants, and then Qi Xinghan. Just as everyone prepared to gather around, Qi Xinghan turned his head and looked inside the car. Mu Shui had just slung his backpack over his shoulder, stepped down next, raised his head, and suddenly found himself surrounded by countless eyes encircling him. Mu Shui's hair practically stood on end. He exhaled slightly, and only then did he feel relaxed. Brother Qi, this is? The producer asked first, perplexed. Others were curious as well. Because when Mu Shui got off the car, Qi Xinghan helped him support the bag hanging behind his butt. Again, with a steady tone, Qi Xinghan repeated to everyone what he had said earlier to Guiyong, my guardian. Then, may I ask your name? Everyone gawked dumbly. My surname is Mu. Mu Shui hurried to speak up. Mr. Mu, greetings. Others greeted him one by one, fearing anyone who might lag behind, spreading a reputation of disrespect toward elders. Mu Shui had never experienced such a reception before. He simply kept his mouth shut, smiling at whoever spoke to him. As soon as he smiled, a handsome dimple appeared on his cheek. It dazzled people momentarily, making them forget to continue their small talk. As a doctor, I've truly seen too little. Mu Shui reflected for 3 seconds. Then, he followed the main group into the shooting site. Today was the day of the official filming start. Of course, they had to cut a pig's head and worship it with an offering, and then take a group photo. While the sacrifice was underway, Guiyong prepared to guide Mu Shui over for rest. He hesitated between uncle and great-uncle. Finally, he blurted out, Uncle, come with me. The staff nearby heard this, paused, and quickly turned around to tell the director and producer. Uncle. Even Guiyong called him uncle. Could he be Brother Qi's uncle? Young in age, but senior in generation. Thus, when it came time for the group photo, the director and producer conferred and had the staff invite Mu Shui over, even inserting him beside Qi Xinghan. Click. The photo was taken. This way, Mu Shui was also included in the circle. For those who didn't know, they might assume he was also an important role in the crew. After the large group photo, the site prepared to start shooting. The director carried a small chair over and offered it to Mu Shui, asking, would uncle like to sit? Mu Shui looked at the bearded director with deep wrinkles around his eyes and paused silently. Had he been isolated in the ivory tower for too long? Why did everyone seem strange? Thank you, Mu Shui still politely accepted it and casually picked a spot to sit down. Not long after, a young woman approached him to strike up a conversation. She wore a costume, her hair was loose, and she was heavily made up. Mu Shui instantly recognized her. She was the actress from the show who claimed Qi Xinghan wore zebra-patterned underwear, Ren Jingjing. Ren Jingjing tilted her head and asked, are you part of Brother Qi's family? Mu Shui thought for a moment and nodded. Suddenly, Ren Jingjing pulled her collar, tucked her hair behind her ear, then hugged his arm and revealed a sweet smile. In a low voice, she said to him, "I'm pregnant with Brother Chi's baby. Can you make a decision for this?" Mu Shui stared at her. Her mouth tightened, her lips slightly downturned. A typical fake smile. He also remembered what she had said on the program. Lying repeatedly and weaving stories naturally. Was this pathological lying? What kind of people surrounded Qi Xinghan? Mu Shui felt a bit troubled as he clenched his bag strap. Would today's report have to say, suspected abnormal behavior among the patient's entourage? A group of people who could be his uncles call him uncle. Chapter 4, The Monster. Not only was Mu Shui troubled, but so was the president of Jinshui Special Pathology Research Institute. He had just finished reading the report sent by Mu Shui. It was specifically requested that Mu Shui constantly monitor the patient's condition and write a daily report to be emailed to him. The three words, Qi Xinghan, weighed heavily on his mind like a massive stone. Especially after reading through Mu Shui's report. In Mu Shui's description, Qi Xinghan was as follows. The patient has good daily habits. He is quiet, but highly cooperative. Other than persistently believing that he is already dead, all other aspects conform to normal behavior standards. Between the lines, it radiated an aura indicating he feels like a good person. Then, what did those who had previously interacted with Qi Xinghan say in their reports? The patient once again refused contact with the supervisor. The patient is cold, unfriendly, severely misanthropic, lacks empathy, and their behavior severely deviates from the norm, shows tendencies of being antisocial. The patient exhibits symptoms of bipolar disorder and has expressed malice toward the supervisor multiple times. The supervisor encountered intimidation from the patient. Supervision cannot continue. No matter how many files he read, the content was more or less the same. This wasn't the first time they'd assigned someone to handle the troubles surrounding Qi Xinghan. It had failed over and over again, yet they couldn't give up. Qi Xinghan's identity was too special. His family background was extraordinary, and personally, he was the superstar at the peak of wogwaxing. If news of his illness were to get out, it would surely cause an uproar. What about his vast fanbase? He is currently a trapped beast restrained by societal order. Once this order is unlocked, he might become a frenzied criminal. And his fans could possibly become his followers. Just such a troublesome subject. Yet, after Mu Shui came into contact with him, he ended up writing an entirely different report. Was it because Qi Xinghan had learned to put on a facade? Or was it simply that Mu Shui was the right one for handling him? The dean pinched his nose bridge, feeling a headache coming on. Subsequently, he opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved several sets of documents, laying them out side by side. The more he read, the worse his headache became. Since the establishment of the Special Pathology Institute, difficult patients hadn't been limited to Qi Xinghan alone. Rather than calling them sick individuals, it was perhaps more accurate to call them monsters afflicted by disease. Simply thinking about them was enough to send chills down one's spine. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and typed a line into the reply field of the email slowly. Dr. Mu is doing well. In some time, I will send you the information on the second patient. Mu Shui received the email reply before even having a chance to open and read it. He sat in a small chair, enjoying the same treatment on the film set as a producer, director, or top-tier star. Crew members frequently approached him to deliver snacks and drinks. Even when the female lead ordered takeout Cantonese soup, she didn't forget to ask what flavor he preferred. Mu Shui had never experienced such treatment throughout his life. Doctors are welcomed wherever they go. The teacher didn't lie to me. Mu Shui thought while holding the soup cup in his hands. As he was taking sips, Ren Jingjing walked over and said, tilting her head, "Isn't Guqi doing well?" Mu Shui nodded. Although he didn't watch much television drama, he still had basic aesthetic skills. One could immediately tell if an actor performed well or not. As soon as Qi Xinghan stepped into the lens, it was as though he transformed. His normally calm and indifferent face finally gained some vitality. Like molding clay figures, he effortlessly created different expressions for various characters. He was truly talented. "Earlier you said I deceived you," Ren Jingjing asked with a grin, not the least bit embarrassed about being caught lying, "but if Qi Gu deceived you, would you be able to tell?" "I can," Mu Shui seriously responded. "I can differentiate." No sooner had Mu Shui spoken these words than his phone rang. Ren Jingjing looked at him pull out his phone and commented, "It's strange. You're Qi Ji's guardian, yet you're using such an outdated phone." Ignoring her remark, Mu Shui turned around and answered the call. It was from his teacher. "Where are you?" A deep voice carried a hint of unease and annoyance from the other end. "Teacher, I'm at the film set. Haven't they shoved Qi Xinghan onto you?" Hearing his teacher's unusual tone, Mu Shui softly replied, "Yes, teacher, what's wrong?" "Get back to school immediately." The voice on the other end carried a hint of agitation. "How did the research institute brief you? What did they tell you about Qi Xinghan?" "They showed me some files." "What did the files say?" Mu Shui stood up, moving away from Ren Jingjing and stepping into a corner where he spoke in a low voice. There's nothing wrong with the information in the files. It's just a general description of his condition. His condition? You don't know a damn thing about it. You can't fully understand that from some files. That piece of crap Su Yonghuai and everyone else at the entire institute, plus however many hospitals they've tried, still couldn't deal with Qi Xinghan. So why would they dare shove him onto you? How old are you even? You're basically still a kid. The man on the other side unleashed a torrent of rage once he started speaking. Do you have any idea what kind of patient he is at the institute? No one dares to take his case. He's a monster. There aren't more than 10 such cases nationwide. Get back here now. Mu Shui was somewhat at a loss. This was his first patient, and it was only the second day. Was he already facing an early failure in his medical career? Come back. And also, the man's voice on the other end suddenly became unclear. Mu Shui patted his phone. Forget it. The voice continued to be muffled. Mu Shui grew anxious and held the phone high while walking around the corner trying to find better signal. Just as he turned, his eyes met another pair. Qi Xinghan was standing nearby still in costume, a white shirt and gray trousers, half stained with blood. The whole figure seemed cloaked in heavy gloom. Mu Shui recalled hearing from Meng Yong during the drive over that Qi Xinghan played a college professor suffering from schizophrenia this time. Qi Xinghan had been standing there for God knows how long, staring calmly at Mu Shui. It felt like watching a horror movie. But Mu Shui didn't feel scared. Instead, he thought it was awkward to gossip behind someone's back only to have them overhear. Mu Shui awkwardly lowered his raised arm and whispered, "Bad signal, let me look for better reception." Qi Xinghan was tall with long legs. In 2 strides, he was beside Mu Shui and took the phone out of his palm. Looking down, Qi Xinghan saw the ongoing call. A teacher, ongoing. With a flick of his thumb, Qi Xinghan disconnected the call. His action came so unexpectedly that Mu Shui hadn't reacted fast enough. By the time Mu Shui processed it, Qi Xinghan had already popped open the battery cover on Mu Shui's outdated smartphone and removed the SIM card. He then took out his own phone, used an ear stud to eject the tray, inserted Mu Shui's SIM card, and put the tray back. There's signal now. Qi Xinghan handed his own phone to Mu Shui. Mu Shui held the brand new phone, eyes wide with a trace of confusion. Can the doctor-patient relationship really be this good? Does it even come with giving phones? Of course, Mu Shui knew that psychiatric patients were multifaceted, most skilled at pretending and concealing their true nature. They usually appeared normal on the surface. Only when something specific triggered them did they act out their illness. But according to his teacher's description, Qi Xinghan should have been so severely ill that no specific trigger would be needed. His mental state should have reflected complete deterioration. Thin, pale, listless, everything they do shows strong purpose, their facial expressions gradually becoming distorted and crazy, even their smiles would feel different, chilling people to the bone. That's how it should align with the symptoms. But Qi Xinghan didn't match that at all. So, he wasn't pretending. Then, who exactly was he? Mu Shui held the phone and leaned forward slightly, saying, "Thank you, no need." Guiyong had somehow followed over. Seeing Mu Shui's movements, he quickly smiled and said, "This brand is endorsed by Brother Qi. During festivals, the manufacturer always sends Brother Qi a few newly released top-tier phones. Take it, uncle." After calling him so often, Guiyong seemed increasingly comfortable calling Mu Shui uncle, despite his young face. Mu Shui tucked it into his pocket and said sincerely, "Thank you." He thought about returning the favor another day, after his paycheck came in. Today's shoot is over. As per tradition, when joining a new production, Brother Qi treats the entire crew to a meal. "Uncle, do you have anything you've forgotten to take? If not, let's head to the car and prepare to go to the hotel," Guiyong said. Mu Shui was still preoccupied with the call from his teacher earlier. Even if he wanted to quit, he couldn't just leave immediately. That would be highly unprofessional. At least he needed to understand the situation before making any decisions. Thus, Mu Shui nodded, "I haven't forgotten anything." "Great, then let's go." Guiyong turned around and cheerfully walked ahead. Mu Shui, however, lingered behind with Qi Xinghan. Clearing his throat, Mu Shui took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Brother Guo seems really happy." Qi Xinghan replied, "The hierarchy is messed up." "Huh? He calls you uncle, but you call him Brother Guo." Mu Shui hesitated, "Then what should I call him?" "Little Guo." Mu Shui's face turned red as he tried, but still couldn't bring himself to say the name. He glanced back at Qi Xinghan who remained expressionless and completely serious. "He seems really happy," Mu Shui muttered again without using the specific title. "Aha, it's his first time meeting my family." First time. He remembered reading reports that Qi Xinghan had entered the industry at 15, with Guiyong following him ever since, for 11 years straight. And yet Guiyong had never met his family. This matched his earlier speculation. Qi Xinghan probably didn't have a good relationship with his family. Soon, they exited the set. An assistant stood by holding the car door open while Guiyong called them over to board. Mu Shui paused, suddenly remembering something. That phrase, my family, what did it mean? Family? Me? Mu Shui looked up and asked. Exactly, Qi Xinghan's thin lips moved slightly. Dad. Guiyong stood nearby, hearing Qi Xinghan's words clearly. His mind went blank, like someone had dumped a bucket of paste into his brain. It wouldn't work. Calling someone dad now? Not uncle. Not great-uncle. Dad? And considering how young he looks, this must be a stepfather. Chapter 5, A Bone Section. During the cast and crew's dinner gathering, Qi Xinghan behaved no differently than a normal person. He conversed with others, albeit with just a few sentences. He ate as well, however, every time he put food into his mouth, the corner of his eyebrows would slightly lower, indicating that this was an indescribable torment for him. After the dinner, everyone headed back to the hotel. The production team had booked a hotel for Qi Xinghan too, but unexpectedly there was another guest, Mu Shui. Hotels near the film city were always in high demand, so it was impossible to book another room at this point. We're sorry to inconvenience you, Mr. Qi and Mr. Mu, said the director's assistant apologetically. Everyone thought Mu Shui held a high seniority position, and no one dared to share a room with him. Thus, Mu Shui could only share a room with Qi Xinghan. It's fine, Mu Shui didn't seem to mind, but what about Qi Xinghan? He turned around and saw Qi Xinghan already opening the room door with the card key and walking inside. Apparently, there was no objection. Mr. Qi and Mr. Mu, have a good rest, said the director's assistant, finishing off by handing over a small bag saying, there are eye masks, earplugs, and new pillow covers inside. Thank you, Mu Shui took the small bag and smiled briefly up at him. The director's assistant suddenly froze, unintentionally staring at Mu Shui's face features to observe them more closely. Mu Shui curiously asked, is there anything else? And no, nothing. The director's assistant seemed like waking up from a daze and started heading out. Everyone drank quite a lot during the night, so at this moment, there was no one around to chat or bother them. The hallway quickly returned to silence. Mu Shui closed the door and turned inside, only to find out that the production team had booked a presidential suite for Qi Xinghan. There was only one bed, but it also came equipped with sofas, dining tables, looking like a luxuriously renovated one-bedroom apartment. He hugged his backpack against his chest, stared at the frosted glass bathroom door, then suddenly remembered something, my clothes are still at school. There's no way I can wash and change now. After finishing his sentence, a frown began to form on his forehead, softening his eyes with a tinge of melancholy. Qi Xinghan was currently facing away from him, taking off his suit jacket. Upon hearing the sound, he extended his hand and pushed a luggage case towards him. The assistant prepared it. Thank you. You're my guardian, Qi Xinghan said indifferently, untying his tie with one hand. Mu Shui blinked, all right, I get it. Qi Xinghan meant he didn't need to be overly polite. Thinking about it, it did seem a bit strange. Even though titled as a guardian, their interactions were still like strangers, which could attract attention from others. Mu Shui placed down the bag he had been holding, then pushed the luggage box over, opening it. Inside were sets of coordinated clothing, each individually bagged. Watches and cufflinks were even pre-matched. Mu Shui looked it all over but couldn't figure out which set was prepared for him. Qi Xinghan hung his suit jacket neatly without any noise, then, when Mu Shui's perplexed expressions nearly crumpled together, Qi Xinghan reached behind him, picking up a bag. This is yours. Mu Shui took it, discovering inside also contained cufflinks and watches, apparently of great value. May I shower first? Mu Shui turned to look at him. Qi Xinghan responded softly, having already sat calmly at the edge of the sofa, similar to how Mu Shui saw him during one morning. Mu Shui didn't say anything. Holding the bag, he went into the bathroom and turned on the shower head. As the water sound gradually grew stronger, he retrieved his phone and called his teacher back. The sound of the water splashing rhythmically echoed along with the beep-beep dial tone. No one answered. Maybe they had fallen asleep already. So Mu Shui edited a careful text message and sent it instead, deciding to try calling the teacher again early tomorrow morning. After exiting the dialing interface, Mu Shui hesitated for a moment, logging into his email. As soon as he logged in, he noticed two unread emails waiting for him in the inbox. The first one was sent by the president of Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute, while the second one was from his teacher. Mu Shui opened the first one first. The president praised him highly for doing an excellent job. Then he opened the second one. Leave the crew immediately and return to school. I've selected a new patient for you to deal with, one more suitable for your initial stages of experience. In this field, it's not mandatory to encounter bizarre illnesses to embellish your resume with brilliance. When interacting with patients, your primary duty is to ensure your own safety, secondly, their recovery rate. Here are the details of the new patient. Take a look. Mu Shui downloaded the PDF document attached in the email. However, after opening it, his phone software kept alerting him that the file was corrupted. With no other options, Mu Shui reluctantly put aside this material for now. But then, another new email came in. Surprisingly, it was from the president again, with the subject, the second patient's personal data. This set of data wasn't damaged, so Mu Shui managed to open it smoothly after downloading. What caught Mu Shui's attention first was the name. Yuan Sheng. Before Mu Shui could examine the information in detail, there was a knock on the frosted glass door. Even though he knew that through this type of door you could see out but couldn't see in, Mu Shui instinctively pocketed his phone and responded softly, The bath had been running water for quite some time, creating steam that filled the air. Mu Shui's cheeks soon turned red, his voice carrying a slight hoarseness. Qi Xinghan paused his movements outside, his voice muffled further by the glass door, "Don't drown." Mu Shui hastily responded with another, then quickly finished washing and changed into clean clothes. Holding his phone, he first switched on the bathroom exhaust system before pulling open the glass door. A bath mat lay outside the door. Mu Shui stepped barefoot on it, and then walked out as such. Qi Xinghan had already returned to sitting on the sofa. This man seemed to have no particular hobbies, he neither watched TV nor used his phone. Just sitting there like an ancient stone, motionless for a period. It wasn't until hearing Mu Shui turn the key that he looked over. Unconsciously, Mu Shui tugged at his sleeves. The large mirror in the bathroom was already covered in mist, so when changing, he hadn't been able to see how he looked. Qi Xinghan lowered his gaze, stood up, and walked into the bathroom. When he emerged again, he held a transparent box containing the cufflinks and watch that were previously placed carefully aside by Mu Shui, fearing they might be damaged. Being a doctor is hard. Being a doctor is tiring. Monthly salary. 2,500 yuan. He couldn't afford to compensate if something went wrong. Qi Xinghan opened the box, retrieved the cufflinks, slightly bent over, and fastened them for Mu Shui. He then attached the watch to his wrist, and only after hearing the clear sound of the clasp did Qi Xinghan's expression ease somewhat. So meticulous about everything being just right. Mu Shui glanced down at his hand, reconsidered saying anything more. Making someone accustomed to a certain order suddenly break that routine could drive them insane. Qi Xinghan didn't say anything. He picked up his own clothes and entered the bathroom. By this point, the mist inside the bathroom had almost dissipated. Water droplets coalesced and slid down the glass door, making the door gradually clearer. This time, it was Mu Shui's turn to sit on the sofa. He pulled out his notebook and began writing today's report. Soon, the sound of water started coming from the bathroom, causing Mu Shui to instinctively glance that way. An outline of a figure imprinted on the glass door. He could see the motion of taking off a shirt, bending over. Qi Xinghan was tall, with a very well-proportioned physique. Yet Mu Shui felt something was off. Qi Xinghan slightly arched his back, revealing a section of protruding bone along his spine that cast an unusual shadow on the frosted glass door. Just as Mu Shui fixed his gaze to inspect closely, the mist inside the bathroom once again surged upward and dispersed due to the hot water flow, obscuring the door. The shadow became blurrier. As Qi Xinghan straightened himself, that dark shadow disappeared completely from Mu Shui's line of sight. Did his eyes deceive him? Mu Shui lifted his hand and rubbed them. Maybe he applied too much force. When he opened his eyes again, his vision blurred even further, and the letters on the notebook became indistinguishable. Mu Shui crossed his legs and leaned against the sofa pillow, adjusting for a while before his vision cleared up again. Still, better write the report first. Mu Shui redirected his gaze back to the laptop screen. By the time he had finished typing out his 300-word report with difficulty, Qi Xinghan also emerged from the bathroom. His hair was wet and dripping water, a layer of dampness on his face. Even in this disheveled state, he still looked handsome. This made him seem closer to an ordinary person. As Mu Shui watched Qi Xinghan's soggy appearance, he suddenly remembered he needed to dry his own hair. Thus, he quickly closed his laptop and found the hotel's hairdryer. Mu Shui set the dryer at full force, drying his hair as fast as possible. It was like blasting it. After the blast, all the hairs on his head stood up. Not noticing it himself, Mu Shui handed the hairdryer to Qi Xinghan almost reflexively. Dry your hair too. Evidently, this was not part of Qi Xinghan's daily routine. However, he did not refuse. Qi Xinghan took it, turned on the hairdryer, and began to dry his hair with stiff, awkward motions. Back in school, Mu Shui had always kept a regular schedule, so precise that his roommates joked he had an internal program for sleeping early and waking early. At this hour now, Mu Shui already felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. He packed his laptop into his backpack, then climbed onto the bed. The whirring noise of Qi Xinghan's hairdryer was still ringing in his ears when Mu Shui gradually drifted off to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, Qi Xinghan was once again sitting stiffly on the sofa. If Mu Shui hadn't always been resilient in these situations, he might have fallen off the bed in shock after opening his eyes. After washing up, Mu Shui dressed neatly. At this moment, Guiyong came knocking on the door with the producer. They were all there to specially invite Qi Xinghan down to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. With such grandeur, Mu Shui couldn't help forming a new understanding of Qi Xinghan standing in the entertainment circle. "How was your rest last night, Brother Qi?" the producer asked, smiling. Qi Xinghan politely nodded, "Very good." "And how about you, Mr. Mu?" The producer then looked over at Mu Shui, a fleeting expression of amazement flashing through his eyes. Mu Shui wore a gray suit paired with a white shirt. He looked warm and soft, yet immaculately clean. His pants suited him exceptionally well, elongating his legs and enhancing the beauty of his waistline. Yesterday, he seemed like a pearl covered in dust. Today, the brilliance of the young man was released all at once. Mu Shui slightly curled the corners of his lips, offering a small smile. "I rested well too." Beside him, the director's assistant momentarily lost focus again. He found it strange. This had happened twice already. The young man possessed a beautiful face, but it wasn't the kind that immediately struck one as dazzling and overpowering. Instead, it carried a gentle beauty with a peculiar charm. Whenever he slightly smiled and the dimples on his cheeks gathered faintly, each person who looked at him instinctively got pulled into a vortex, momentarily losing their ability to think. It was too strange. As if he carried some kind of magical power. Mu Shui realized someone was looking at him. And it wasn't just one person, it was countless sets of eyes focusing on him all at once. The same feeling of confusion and discomfort that plagued him when he first arrived on set returned. He tried to suppress it by smiling more at those around him. As he smiled, the people surrounding him were momentarily mesmerized once again. "Let's go downstairs, Uncle must be starving," Huiyong said, casting a complex look at Mu Shui. To this day, he still couldn't figure out who exactly this guardian of Qi Xinghan was and what his background entailed. "Yes, let's go downstairs," everyone chimed in agreement. Only then did the director's assistant snap back to reality, muttering softly, "Let's go downstairs." Chapter 6, The Second Patient. Mu Shui quickly adapted to the life of the film crew, though the occasional night shifts were not very friendly to his sleep schedule. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Mu Shui was unable to get in touch with his teacher again. His phone could connect, but no one answered, and he didn't know why. If it weren't for the call records from a few days ago still on his old phone, Mu Shui would have almost thought that the call that day was just his own hallucination. He should find time to go back to school. Mu Shui furrowed his brow slightly. Sitting on the small chair of the film crew, he switched his phone from the call interface to the email page. Once again, he opened the document sent by the dean. Name, Yuan Sheng. Age, 25 years. Occupation, unemployed. Condition, Stendhal syndrome. Condition description, once exposed to intense aesthetic stimulation, it will cause an accelerated heartbeat, dizziness, confused thinking, and may even result in numerous hallucinations. At this point, they begin to attack those around them. Contact information, 158x×3878. Residence address, basement level 1, Fengmei Residential Area, number 44 Jinyang District. Mu Shui had seen similar condition descriptions in textbooks before. The earliest cases were of spectators feeling breathless and dizzy in spaces densely packed with art, with their vision beginning to fill with hallucinations. So later on, these symptoms were defined as Stendhal syndrome. But in fact, this condition is far more complicated than the description implies. Severe patients often experience an overwhelming urge to destroy. They are irritable and depressed, and as the hallucinations intensify, they become increasingly unable to control themselves. Gradually, they start perceiving the increased heartbeat and confused thinking during an episode as the ultimate adrenaline rush. In the later stages, they often get completely lost in it, destroying beautiful things while going insane, and eventually lose any desire to be cured. It seems this condition is much more frightening than Qi Xinghan's. Moreover, this is the first time Mu Shui has encountered such a patient in real life. On the other hand, at the Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute, the dean was pacing back and forth. His face gradually became more anxious, and this really didn't seem like the expression a dean should show. At the other end of the room stood a woman in a red dress. She reminded him, "This is the best opportunity. If you don't take this chance to get rid of a few hot potatoes in your hands now, there won't be another." The dean stopped, picked up the handset on his desk, and dialed proficiently. Evidently, he had gone over that number countless times in his mind. Mu Shui was carefully analyzing that data when his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered the call, "Hello." The voice of the dean came from the other side, "Dr. Mu, how do you think about the second case?" "I've already finished reading it. When does Dr. Mu think it's suitable to take over?" The dean sighed, his tone heavy, saying, "The patient might not last too long. There are signs that his situation is getting out of control. His first instinct would likely be to destroy himself." "Huh?" Mu Shui emitted a sound of puzzlement. "Ah, look at me, I forgot to send you his photo, wait." On the other end of the line. The dean temporarily set down the receiver in his hand, went around behind the desk to sit down, unlocked the computer screen, extracted a photo from an encrypted file package, and sent it via email. "I've already sent the photo. Dr. Mu can check it later." The dean paused briefly, then continued, Dr. Mu is Master Chen's outstanding student, and everyone in our institute trusts Dr. Mu. We hope the patient will recover soon after meeting Dr. Mu. Mu Shui specialized in psychology. The wording and tone used by the dean instantly made Mu Shui feel that his words were half true and half false. Mu Shui responded politely, hanging up the phone. The praise from the dean was clearly not heartfelt but just a way to persuade him to accept the patient. This made Mu Shui recall his teacher's words. Monster. Why exactly was he called a monster? Roll cameras, the assistant director's voice rang out not far away. So Mu Shui had to temporarily interrupt his thoughts and shift his focus to the filming site, intently watching Qi Xinghan. Watching him act was also part of understanding him. In the movie, Qi Xinghan plays a university professor suffering from schizophrenia. During the daytime, he appears as a neatly dressed, solemn teacher. At night, he would reveal a wild and arrogant expression, judging others under the cover of darkness. The female lead is his student, a girl who had read a great deal of criminal investigation and psychology books. Under the camera lens, the girl stood in front of Qi Xinghan with her arms full of books, slightly tilting her head back as she spoke to Qi Xinghan. All that could be seen was people's lips moving, no sound could be heard. Thus, Mu Shui dragged his little chair closer with some effort. Seeing this, the assistant director quickly helped to place the chair by the director's side. So Mu Shui ended up sitting near the director beside the monitor. The monitor showed a small square screen where both Qi Xinghan and the female lead were framed together. For some reason, Mu Shui felt a slight discomfort while watching the scene. But Mu Shui finally managed to hear their lines clearly. Can you give it a try? Let me give it a try. Is it okay? The female lead looked up, her face brimming with cautious desire. Qi Xinghan at this moment reverted to his usual self, staring coldly at her, pointless. Why won't you take a step forward? Any illness can possibly be cured. The heroine raised her voice. Qi Xinghan kept staring, you understand nothing. Indeed, she understood nothing. Mu Shui silently muttered in his mind. From his perspective, the female lead had no qualifications whatsoever to use psychology to treat anyone. Yet, she had the audacity to believe that reading a few books would allow her to cure a killer. Her incessant persistence, repeatedly asking, why don't you give it a try, it can be cured, only served to add more psychological pressure on the university professor. When the stress reached its limit, the blade would easily fall upon her. Such words are akin to what? It's like telling a depressed person, you have such a good family background, you can buy anything you want, live any life you choose, and you have friends and family who care about you, so why aren't you happy? Just think about happy things, and you'll be fine. Not only do such words fail to provide any healing, they instead put enormous pressure on the person, causing them to further negate themselves and deepen their depression. Soon, several takes were shot one after another. And the sky gradually grew darker. As twilight descended but before total darkness set in, the director gave orders to start shooting the night scenes earlier. Mu Shui gazed up at the last remnants of the evening glow on the horizon. The heavy shadows of dusk would soon swallow it all. Suddenly, Mu Shui thought of the hour of meeting evil spirits. He didn't quite remember from which casual book he'd read it. The hour of meeting evil spirits refers to the time when day meets night during twilight, a time when demons supposedly run rampant. Uncle, let's go together, the director called out enthusiastically to him. Mu Shui nodded, getting up to carry his small chair. Qi Xinghan approached from behind, picking up the little chair effortlessly and walking past Mu Shui ahead of him. Mu Shui, left empty-handed, followed along as he heard two actresses giggling softly behind him. Brother Qi really knows how to act like a boyfriend. They changed filming locations. This time it was in a reconstructed abandoned residential building. It was the type from the 1970s and 80s, only 4 stories high, with bent steel bars, clotheslines, iron wires, and other miscellaneous objects sticking out here and there outside the building. At the bottom lay sewage water and 2 rusted iron trash bins left unattended. The building belonged to the film base, but the sewage, iron wires, and steel bars were props added by the crew. The effect was astonishing. Mu Shui took one look and smelled an odor, a mix of wall decay and something rank creeping into his nose. With the dim light, the building looked even more like a grotesque monster. Soon, everyone ascended the stairs together, carrying all the equipment upstairs. Mu Shui felt as if he'd walked right into the mouth of a monster. The narrow staircase and cramped rooms brought intense discomfort. Precisely because he studied psychology, he was more sensitive to these aspects than others, able to discern with a glance what might cause unease. Mu Shui shifted his gaze from the walls to the window directly facing the door. There were 4 windows in total, and 3 of them lacked glass. Where there was no glass, cold wind whistled through, chilling heads and faces, making limbs grow numb. Alright, get ready, roll cameras. Qi Xinghan had already placed the little chair for him, so all Mu Shui needed to do was sit down. Facing away from the window. The female lead was bound to an iron chair, which easily evoked thoughts of electric chairs used for torture during World War II. The girl panted in disarray, her gaze locking onto Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan rolled up his sleeves, revealing a section of his wrist. He tightly gripped the bone removal knife in his hand, and the muscles in his forearms slightly bulged, showing a tense beauty under the camera lens. He squatted next to the iron chair, bringing his cheek close to the heroine. He whispered softly, "You understand nothing, you understand nothing. This is illegal, murder is illegal." The heroine could only sob with tears streaming down her face, her voice choking as she gasped for air, trying desperately to appeal to his reason. "You'll regret this later. Think carefully. Why are you doing this? It's not worth it. You're a teacher, you have a decent job, a good salary, and you're so popular." The heroine struggled to speak, attempting to awaken any attachment he might still have to his current life. Qi Xinghan had applied makeup. His eyes seemed even more profound, his eye sockets slightly sunken, and both cheeks gave off a cold pale glow. His gaze appeared numb yet tinged with a touch of neurosis, the knife in his hand propped against the ground as his eyes looked ahead. His tone was surprisingly calm. "I've thought about it countless times already, but the more I think, the crazier it makes me." Mu Shui inadvertently met Qi Xinghan's gaze. It was as if Qi Xinghan were looking at him directly. Mu Shui didn't feel frightened, instead, he stared firmly into Qi Xinghan's pupils, as if trying to deeply peer into his soul. Actually, that line wasn't wrong at all. The more one thinks, the crazier they become. Throughout history, numerous geniuses, philosophers, writers, and painters have committed suicide. They saw farther than ordinary people and thought more deeply. But without a strong mindset to support them, they inevitably walked down the path of madness through overthinking. By the time Mu Shui came back to his senses, Qi Xinghan had already moved on to the next scene with the female lead. Qi Xinghan supported himself on the arms of the iron chair, his body bending downward as his back arched. Behind them was the window, the last traces of twilight shone in, shining through the empty window frames onto Qi Xinghan's face, while the light filtered through the glass windows cast speckled shadows that crisscrossed around his figure. In that very moment, Mu Shui no longer heard what lines they spoke. He suddenly raised his head, shifting his focus from the monitor straight onto Qi Xinghan's body. Bathed in the evening glow, a bone abruptly jutted out from Qi Xinghan's spine, a long pointed ridge. Mu Shui blinked. The bone stretched upward, as if pulling all the bones out of Qi Xinghan's body, finally transforming into a massive bone blade, its enormity almost enough to pierce through the ceiling above and plunge into the ground below. Mu Shui glanced around. No one else seemed to notice this anomaly. It was as though only he could see it. Mu Shui blinked again. The bone remained. After elongating further, it made Qi Xinghan's figure appear larger. At first glance, it was as if there was a huge and icy monster crouching beside the iron chair. The director's voice rang out, "Great. We got it." The staff suddenly turned on the indoor lights, every corner of the room illuminated. The bone blade on Qi Xinghan's back vanished abruptly. However, due to having stared at it for too long, Mu Shui still saw double, making it seem like there was a protruding piece of bone on Qi Xinghan's spine. Mu Shui paused in silence. Bone, Osteophyte Growth. Chapter 7, A Hug. Qi Xinghan's acting was exceptionally powerful, he could effortlessly immerse anyone who acted opposite him into the scene. Due to Qi Xinghan's efficiency, the day's filming wrapped up quickly. Qi Xinghan went backstage to remove his makeup, but the actress who starred opposite him was still slumped in a prop chair, seemingly unable to detach herself from the intense emotions of the previous scene. Not long after, Qi Xinghan emerged, already back in his own clothes. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Qi Xinghan wore an additional gray-blue coat over his suit. People started to leave the building one by one. Mu Shui caught up with a few steps and tugged at Qi Xinghan's sleeve. Qi Xinghan immediately stopped, turning to look at him. "Can I hug you?" Mu Shui asked. He blinked at that moment, drawing all attention to his eyes. Qi Xinghan looked at his eyes, which were like water, and nodded. Mu Shui hugged him right away. A warm breeze greeted them, wrapping Qi Xinghan completely. Mu Shui raised his hand and pressed it against Qi Xinghan's back. "Your posture is really good, your spine line is beautiful." Mu Shui praised sincerely and earnestly. The surrounding crew members tripped slightly as they walked by. These words, how come they sounded like Mu Shui was flirting with Brother Qi? The tone carried an undertone of admiration, so sincere it easily flushed one's cheeks. Unable to resist, the staff turned their heads and glanced over. Qi Xinghan had his head slightly lowered, his facial expression obscured. The staff couldn't help but wonder. Is Mr. Mu really Brother Qi's guardian? Could they possibly have another kind of relationship? At this point, Mu Shui's hand slid down the entire line of Qi Xinghan's spine until it neared his hips, yet he touched nothing unusual. Was it because the clothing was too thick? Mu Shui loosened the embrace, sneezed, then lifted his hand to rub his nose. Before long, he had rubbed his nose red. He followed up with 2 more sneezes, his eyes now glistening with moisture, making him look quite pitiful. The staff quickly paused their steps, asking, "Mr. Mu, are you cold?" Mu Shui nodded slightly. True to form, Qi Xinghan was extremely gentlemanly. Without a word, he removed his overcoat and handed it to Mu Shui. Mu Shui mumbled a "thank you," and put on the coat. Since Qi Xinghan's frame was much larger, the overcoat fit perfectly even though Mu Shui already had layers beneath it, accentuating his long legs and tall frame, maintaining his lean youthful charm. Mu Shui paid no heed to his appearance, taking advantage of everyone's momentary distraction, he embraced Qi Xinghan again in a tight bear hug. "Thank you, I feel much warmer." Mu Shui moved his hand across Qi Xinghan's back. A protrusion. A very subtle but distinctly noticeable protrusion, clearly felt through the shirt and suit jacket, showing just how sharp it must be. It was real. Not an illusion or some play of light under the twilight sun. But, how could such a massive bone knife extend out from inside a body, and also contract back into a small bone spike? Even the most impressive case of bone spur growth can't pull off such a trick. Mu Shui let go of Qi Xinghan. He lowered his head and stepped back from Qi Xinghan. He didn't find Qi Xinghan particularly terrifying. However, was this what it meant to be a monster? Having lived for 20 years in a society governed by science, Mu Shui suddenly began to doubt himself. Had I been dreaming, or was everyone else around me dreaming? Mu Shui rubbed his cheek with his hand and then lifted his head again. That's when he noticed that everyone nearby was actually looking at him. Mu Shui instinctively took a half step back, softly asking, "Is something wrong?" "And nothing, we were just waiting to see why Mr. Mu and Brother Qi hadn't caught up." "Oh." Mu Shui responded, turning his head to ask Qi Xinghan, "Are you cold?" Qi Xinghan softly replied, "No." Hearing this exchange, the people around nearly stumbled again. If they were supposed to be guardian and ward, their interaction sure didn't match that expectation. Just earlier, they had clung together in a passionate hug, feeling all over each other while exchanging lines like, "Your back is so straight, your spine is beautiful." Seductive without being crude. And yet, Brother Qi hadn't said a single word in response. He'd just let it happen. Afterward, Brother Qi took off his coat again and gave it to him. As soon as the sky grew dark, it became much colder. The wind was blowing, making them all hunch their shoulders. But Brother Qi didn't shiver even once. He said nonchalantly, "I'm not cold." What the hell kind of power is this? The power of love? Guiyong was confused too. Could it be that earlier, that dad call was just for show? Nah. Having kept a low profile for so many years, did he suddenly open up now and become this forward? Why was he looking at him again? Mu Shui broke the eerie silence. "Shall we rest in the hotel?" "Yes, let's go back to the hotel," Guiyong snapped out of it immediately. He was afraid that Qi Xinghan might get frozen. This revered figure was so precious that he couldn't afford any injury. Everyone else in the crew suppressed the surging thoughts in their hearts. They started packing up the equipment and props, then everyone went back to the hotel. Once they got to the hotel, Mu Shui entered the bathroom first. He turned on the shower. When the room was filled with fog, covering the glass door, he finally pulled out his phone to call his teacher. His teacher must have called to remind him because he knew something. But the call still couldn't get through. Mu Shui wasn't discouraged, he immediately opened the browser and began searching with keywords. Prominent bones on body. The search results said that when people don't develop fully in the womb, it easily leads to such conditions. There had been cases of baby girls being born with tails. But Mu Shui searched high and low, and found nothing fitting Qi Xinghan's situation, so he changed his search term. Can bones change size? The search results were even more chaotic. Not one was relevant. Feeling helpless, Mu Shui suddenly remembered a campus forum he joined before. When he later changed majors, he followed his professor to his school, which was a world-renowned medical university. Their campus forum had a section for help requests. Mu Shui posted this question there. In no time, there were dozens of replies under it. Change in bone size. That's the special effects artist's skill. Upvote the previous comment. By the way, Water, when will you come back to school? Water has started watching movies. Change in bone size only happens in movies. Don't worry, it's impossible in real life. Water, come back to school, your senior will recommend some good fantasy movies to you. Water, I need to see you for my illness. Watch out upstairs or Professor Chen will chase you around and burst your head open. Professor Chen dislikes when you fabricate illnesses to fool Water. Not a single reliable answer. Angry, Mu Shui closed the forum. He put away his phone and began to undress slowly to take a shower. But the hot water pouring over his head could not wash away Mu Shui's worries. Right from the start of his career, he hit rock bottom. Without thinking, Mu Shui raised his head. Hot water splashed into his eyes, blurring his vision. Mu Shui reached up to rub his eyes. It felt uncomfortable. What kind of world was this anyway? Wearing the hotel sleepwear, Mu Shui walked out. Guiyong and the assistants came over too. They brought takeout, mutton hot pot with clear broth base. The aroma of the food reached Mu Shui, giving him a slight comfort. Sitting together, they finished eating the hot pot. The two assistants quickly tidied up the messy plates and cups, taking the garbage away with them. Seeing Mu Shui's wet hair, Guiyong smiled and said, Mr. Mu should dry his hair first. He couldn't bring himself to call him uncle anymore. Mu Shui was heartbroken and despaired, feeling his professional career was about to end. Who cared about drying his hair? With a few swipes, he thought his hair smelled like hot pot. I'll wash it again. Mu Shui turned around and went back into the bathroom. Guiyong sucked his teeth and said to Qi Xinghan, Brother Qi, Mr. Mu doesn't seem very happy today. What shall we do? Qi Xinghan faintly replied, anyone who comes into contact with me finds it hard to be happy. Guiyong hastily spoke, what nonsense is that, Brother Qi? Everyone who contacts you is extremely happy. Qi Xinghan didn't speak but rose, walked to the side, opened the drawer of the cabinet, and pulled out a hairdryer. When Mu Shui came out of the bathroom again, he saw Qi Xinghan holding the hairdryer. His handsome yet indifferent face paired with the act looked somewhat funny. Mu Shui went over and sat down. Qi Xinghan silently turned on the hairdryer, and Mu Shui's dangling strands of wet hair immediately started fluttering, splashing water all over Guiyong's face. Guiyong wiped his face with his hand. That was it, he was nothing but a third wheel. Guiyong said, Brother Qi, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. After Guiyong left the room, only Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan were left in the room. The loud hum of the hairdryer blocked out all other sounds from the outside world. Mu Shui just sat there dazedly for quite a while, before his mind started unconsciously wandering, what kind of monster was Qi Xinghan anyway? Did he eat people? Kill people? But as he thought about it more, his thoughts began to wander further. Was this the reason why Qi Xinghan had been sleeping in a wooden box? Because if he slept in a bed, he might wake up with the mattress impaled on his back. He wouldn't be able to turn over either, once he did, the blanket would tear apart, and there'd be goose down flying everywhere. Thankfully, they could retract. Otherwise, having a massive bone blade hanging heavily on his back would make walking so troublesome, it would even cause herniated discs after some time, wouldn't it? Entering the subway would result in him being flagged for carrying dangerous controlled weapons, wouldn't it? He couldn't jump out of windows or enter narrow doors either, he'd get stuck, right? The more he thought, the more Mu Shui felt that Qi Xinghan seemed somewhat pitiful. Suddenly, the buzzing in his ears stopped. Qi Xinghan put away the hairdryer, wrapped the cord neatly, then placed it back in the drawer. Mu Shui raised his hand to touch his hair, it was completely dry already, and his whole head felt much warmer. Thanks. But Mu Shui was still a little upset. Gripping his phone, he started drafting a text message to the dean. You tricked me. The fear that the dean had shown initially had been real, and he had indeed explained the dangers of the patient, stating that because of these dangers, Mu Shui was needed to monitor the situation closely. But Mu Shui never expected that aside from mental disorders, there would be an even bigger issue. After sending the text, Mu Shui felt slightly better. Just as he was about to put his phone away, a ding sounded, a new text message arrived. Your card ending 3343 made a fast payment receipt of 10,000 yuan at 2034 on December 13th. Mu Shui sent another text to the dean, you tricked me. Immediately, a new text came, your card ending 3343 made a fast payment receipt of 10,000 yuan at 2034 on December 13th. He sent the same message again. You tricked me. Your card ending 3343 made a fast payment receipt of 10,000 yuan at 2034 on December 13th. In anger, Mu Shui consecutively sent 7 or 8 messages. And one by one, he received 7 or 8 payment notifications. Mu Shui. Alright, he wasn't mad anymore. But this also indirectly indicated how difficult Qi Xinghan really was to handle. Mu Shui turned off his phone. Then he looked towards his backpack. It was placed on a small chair, and a corner of his laptop peeked out. Today's report. Not writing it. Mu Shui eagerly climbed into bed. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented sense of joy. He tightened the blanket around himself and rolled over. Thinking about it, what difference did it make if he was a monster? Even if Qi Xinghan grew a tail on his butt and 2 horns on his head, he was still a patient suffering from Cotard syndrome who required medical treatment, wasn't he? Chapter 8, A Fantastic World. The collapse of one's worldview can have impacts that vary in magnitude. Mu Shui tried to rationally assess his current situation and began building a new framework for his understanding of the world. I cure myself. After waking up in the morning, he stayed under the covers for about 2 hours before finally stabilizing his state. He got up, washed up, and changed clothes. Following Qi Xinghan downstairs, Guiyong was already waiting downstairs with breakfast in hand. He smiled and said, there's no time for breakfast today, let's head to the set. Qi Xinghan responded with a then opened the car door. Guiyong glanced at Mu Shui and grinned meaningfully, Mr. Mu seems a little happier today. A little bit, Mu Shui lifted his fingers, using his thumb and pinky to make a small gesture. Guiyong sighed in relief. It's good that he's cheered up. You wouldn't think that Brother Qi could also console people. Everyone got in the car, and it quickly drove toward the filming location. Upon arriving and getting out of the car, there were already quite a few people on the set, with the director shouting loudly, "Hurry up with makeup, quick." Qi Xinghan went off to get made up. Mu Shui sat on a small chair beside the director. Not long after, a crew member ran out asking, "Has anyone seen Sister Ye?" Sister Ye was the lead actress in the production, someone Mu Shui had come across when looking up information on Qi Xinghan. Her full name seemed to be Ding Ye, and the media called her an ex-traffic darling and today's promising future star. "Haven't seen her, I haven't seen Sister Ye since early morning." "Where's Sister Ye's agent?" The agent returned to the company, leaving only a few assistants behind. "Wait, I'll call her assistant." The chaos started brewing on the set. With filming about to start and still unable to locate the person, everyone knew every minute cost money, not to mention nobody wanted to leave Qi Xinghan waiting. Several phone calls were placed by the staff, but none produced any results. The assistant said Sister Ye wasn't feeling well last night and decided to stay at the set longer, dismissing her assistants. This morning, the assistant knocked on the door only to find Sister Ye hadn't gone home all night. "What nonsense is this?" The director frowned and swore. Ding Ye was famous and talented in acting, but she wasn't on the same level as Qi Xinghan, someone who makes every director adore him. A fleeting image flashed through Mu Shui's mind. When they left the building yesterday, Ding Ye had looked drained, leaning back on the metal chair. Her face, covered with blood, sweat, damp hair plastered against her forehead, her eyes unfocused, lips slightly parted, it was as if she was lost in some kind of mental space and couldn't come back to herself. Mu Shui moved his lips. "Go check the small building we filmed in yesterday." Could Sister Ye have fallen asleep there? The crew member exclaimed in shock and turned around, calling over 2 more workers to go check. In such cold weather, what if she catches a cold? The crew member sighed worriedly. If she fell ill, it would delay the progress of the production. As they kept murmuring, they headed towards the small building. The wait lasted for about 10 minutes. Qi Xinghan had finished getting made up and stepped out in his costume, complete with splashes of blood from the previous day's shoot. Qi Xinghan seemed to have a very good temper. When told by others that they'd have to wait a bit longer because Ding Ye had disappeared, he didn't show a single trace of impatience. The director gestured for Qi Xinghan to come over. "Brother Qi, I feel there are other ways to present this part, let's discuss it." Qi Xinghan nodded, pulled over a chair, and sat next to Mu Shui. Behind the monitor was just enough space, but once the three gathered together, it became a bit crowded. Fearing to crowd Qi Xinghan, the director shrank a bit, making himself look especially pitiable. But before Qi Xinghan could speak, a crew member came running up breathlessly. "Director." He swallowed, pale-faced. Mu Shui instantly felt a sense of foreboding. The crew member opened his mouth. His sudden fear caused him to temporarily lose his voice, and no one heard clearly what he said. The director furrowed his brow and asked, "What? What happened? Speak up." "Sister Ye. It seems like Sister Ye might be dead." Upon hearing these words, everyone was startled. A chill ran down their spines, and all of them felt weak in the limbs. The director managed to hold it together. He stood up and asked, "What do you mean, seems?" "Didn't see clearly." The crew member, a young man in his 20s, now looked like he was about to cry as his mouth twitched. "We didn't dare to look closely." Would you check it out? Brother Zhao and another one are keeping watch there." "Go take a look." The director's face turned pale instantly. If Ding Ye had really died, it would have an immense impact on the production. It might be impossible to continue filming, the actors probably wouldn't want to keep shooting either, and there would be no guarantee that even if they did finish, it would pass the review. They secured funding based on their reputations. If things went awry here, he'd be finished. Mu Shui subtly furrowed his brow. How could she be dead? Qi Xinghan also started heading towards the small building with everyone else, including Guiyong. Everyone's expressions were filled with unease. The other female actors stayed rooted at the spot. Their faces had turned deathly pale, none of them wanted to move forward anymore. Mu Shui silently followed behind. What happened? Could it have anything to do with Qi Xinghan? They quickly reached the small building. When they came yesterday, Mu Shui had noticed the discomfort this building's decoration gave off. But at the time, others didn't notice such details. Now, they gradually began breaking into cold sweats, their faces turning pale as they almost froze while walking down the narrow hallway. There are too many people, only a few need to go upstairs. The director decided immediately. The rest actually didn't dare to go upstairs either. Affected by the surrounding environment, even before seeing Ding Ye, they already felt chills running through their bodies. They nodded and turned around first. As soon as Mu Shui found himself surrounded by empty space, Guiyong looked back and saw how thin Mu Shui appeared. He hurriedly spoke, "Mr. Mu, you should wait downstairs. Don't get frightened." Together. Mu Shui said, taking a few quick steps to catch up with Qi Xinghan and the others. The director no longer cared who was following along. He led his assistant and briskly headed toward the room they shot in yesterday, where 2 staff members were guarding outside. Seeing them arrive, they immediately stood up, their voices trembling. "Director, we didn't dare to look." The director walked straight inside. Qi Xinghan, Mu Shui, and the others closely followed him. The director just took one glance, then turned away. Due to the shocking impact, his voice momentarily failed him, so when he opened his mouth, it came out hoarse and strained, like he was screaming with all his might, "Call the police. Hurry and call the police." Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan were the odd ones out in the middle. Both were staring at the iron chair. The handle on the chair was bent outward as if someone had forced it open violently. On the chair sat Dinya. Her hands rested on the armrests, and she sat perfectly upright, eyes wide open looking ahead, as if still alive. In reality, her whole body had been cut apart. Her neck, wrists, waist, and legs were all sliced open. But the killer put her back together after cutting her, so at first glance, nothing seemed unusual. Only upon closer inspection could one see the signs of brokenness at her neck and wrists, streaked with blood. Dinya was still wearing yesterday's costume, a white dress. The dress was soaked in blood, likely from several hours earlier. The blood had partially dried, leaving large patches of dark red. The blood the dress couldn't absorb flowed to the ground, forming a pool beneath the chair legs. The director's assistant's legs gave way, and he sat down hard, shaking. Brother Chi's character, doesn't he love using a filleting knife, cutting people open first, then peeling the meat off their bones? "Stop talking." The director screamed in response. He leaned against the wall to steady his swaying body. "Let's go downstairs, find some people to guard the place until the police arrive." "Downstairs, downstairs." The crew members rushed to support the director as they descended. Guiyong was deeply affected by what he'd seen. He clutched onto Qi Xinghan. "Brother Qi, let's leave too." It looked like he was supporting Qi Xinghan, but in fact, he relied entirely on Qi Xinghan to stay standing. He might have collapsed otherwise. As they were walking, Guiyong suddenly turned his head and asked, "Mr. Mu, are you scared? You must be terrified too. Come on, let me support you." But before he finished, Guiyong's voice trailed off. Mr. Mu's delicate and youthful face showed no trace of fear. Instead, his slightly furrowed brows gave an impression of sadness rather than fright. Guiyong swallowed the rest of his words and changed the subject. "Let's just wait for the police." Sigh. By the time they reached the ground floor, most of the crew had already gathered there. Everyone was ashen-faced, clearly distressed. "Has anyone called the police yet? What exactly happened? Is you really gone? Was it murder or an accident? What should we do now? Could some idiot have watched Chi's performances and mimicked it?" Dinya's assistant had just rushed over from the hotel. She collapsed in relief at the bottom of the stairs, utterly unwilling to climb up to see what happened. The area buzzed with chaotic voices. Guiyong immediately pulled out his phone to contact the company. Meanwhile, Qi Xinghan and Mu Shui stood alone, separated from everyone else. Qi Xinghan suddenly murmured, "I didn't do it." Before Mu Shui could respond, Qi Xinghan turned his gaze directly toward him, fixing him with a penetrating stare. "They've told you I'm a killer, haven't they?" Mu Shui hesitated, unsure how to answer, so he merely pressed his lips together. Qi Xinghan's eyes continued to bore into him, as if waiting for a response. After a long pause, Mu Shui finally replied slowly, "It wasn't caused by a knife cut." He had been thinking earlier that Qi Xinghan suffered from a mental illness but was portraying a character with schizophrenia on set. Even normal actors struggled to detach themselves from their roles. What about Qi Xinghan, who oscillated between playing a refined university professor and a ruthless murderer? Could this dual persona have affected him more severely? However, Dinya hadn't been cut with a knife. This meant it had nothing to do with the filleting knife from the movie, or even less with Qi Xinghan himself. At this moment, Qi Xinghan softly spoke up, "They'll never find the killer." "Huh? Why?" Mu Shui questioned. But Qi Xinghan fell silent. Could they not find the killer because Qi Xinghan was indeed the culprit? That possibility seemed slim. Or perhaps. A sudden realization struck Mu Shui. Or maybe the killer wasn't human. Having already seen a Qi Xinghan with spines growing out of his back, Mu Shui now considered the possibility of other monstrous entities existing in this world. Qi Xinghan had recognized it instantly because he was one of them. This explanation made the most sense to Mu Shui. His train of thought was interrupted by the wailing of sirens. The police arrived swiftly, several officers emerging from the vehicles. They immediately secured the scene and began investigating upstairs. With the investigation underway, the production had no choice but to halt filming. From the director, actors, to crew members, everyone was filled with unprecedented anxiety. Actors had postponed their schedules to join the project. An unsatisfactory outcome would amount to wasted time and part of their compensation. Amidst the widespread unease, Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan remained eerily calm, like anomalies. Qi Xinghan's fortune was inexhaustible, and his awards were countless. His status, wealth, and fame within the industry were secure. Even if this film project failed, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. And as for Mu Shui, Mu Shui knew he lacked a certain level of empathy, which was why he'd chosen cross-band psychology originally. Thus, after encountering Dingya, Mu Shui felt sad for her, but only to a limited extent, without deeper emotions such as fear, panic, or immense anger. Upon finishing his call, Guiyong returned promptly. The company has sent cars to pick everyone up. Filming is cancelled, he announced, wiping sweat from his forehead. His complexion was still pale, glistening with cold sweat. Qi Xinghan could confidently announce the cessation of shooting without needing to pay for breach of contract penalties. His company Taotai Entertainment would cover those costs willingly. Qi Xinghan gave a brief acknowledgement. The director overheard Guiyong's words and sighed deeply, saying, "All right, let's go back. Thanks for your effort, Qi brother, sorry about all this inconvenience." "No problem." Qi Xinghan glanced at the director's slumped face. "Director, take care of yourself and rest well." With that, Qi Xinghan, Guiyong, and the young assistant prepared to leave. Naturally, Mu Shui followed along. As they were leaving, Mu Shui couldn't help but look back. The small building, under the sunlight, seemed to be cloaked in a layer of ink-like shadow, grey and gloomy. "Mr. Mu." Someone suddenly called him. Mu Shui turned around and saw the director's assistant carrying a small bag coming over. The director said, "This is for Qi brother," the assistant said. Mu Shui accepted it. "There's also a portion for Mr. Mu," the assistant added. The attention was truly considerate to the utmost extent. Even at such a moment, the director hadn't forgotten to prepare an extra gift for Mu Shui. Mu Shui immediately smiled at the assistant. The assistant hesitated there for a moment. "There it goes again," the assistant thought in his heart. He tightly stared at Mu Shui's cheek, feeling as if he couldn't tear his gaze away. Mu Shui turned around with the small bag. Not far off, Qi Xinghan had stopped, seemingly waiting for him. Mu Shui hurried to his side, and Qi Xinghan's eyes seemed to reflect a hint of coldness. Everyone then got into the car together. Mu Shui handed the bag to Qi Xinghan. "The director sent this. By the way, what's the name of the director's assistant?" Guiyong looked back and said, "His name is Zhao Yun. People in the previous crew always called him Zilong." Qi Xinghan took the bag and casually tossed it aside. Seeing this, Guiyong said, "It must be tranquilizing tea again. The director loves giving this out. Given today's incident, I reckon he handed over at least 2 boxes to Qi brother." Guiyong usually wasn't a chatterbox, yet today on the car ride, he wouldn't stop talking. Mu Shui cooperatively responded with sporadic words here and there. Guiyong was genuinely shaken, so he used this method to relieve his tension. After driving for about 2 hours, they finally returned to the apartment building where Qi Xinghan lived. Guiyong still felt a chill running through him, the scene etched into his mind refusing to fade away. He couldn't help but speak up, "Qi brother, why don't we all stay home tonight?" Qi Xinghan replied, "No." Helplessly, Guiyong said, "All right, call me if anything happens." Qi Xinghan and Mu Shui began walking towards the building. Once inside the elevator, Mu Shui realized that the bag of calming tea had been left in the car. Ding, the elevator doors opened and they quickly arrived at their respective floor. Qi Xinghan had already gone out and opened the door. Mu Shui therefore decided not to mention the matter of the calming tea anymore since its significance mainly rested on it being a gift for Qi Xinghan. Downstairs, Guiyong deliberated back and forth, still feeling somewhat scared. He thus took the assistant along and stayed in a nearby hotel. News that Dingya had been murdered in the crew spread rapidly, the trending topic almost bursting with traffic. Simultaneously gaining prominence on the trending list was Qi Xinghan. After finishing his shower, Mu Shui set aside his notebook, choosing to abandon writing his report for tonight. Instead, he sat on the couch and began using his phone to search more about Qi Xinghan. In doing so, he came across this particular event and found himself navigating into Weibo from web pages. The Weibo app had long been downloaded onto his phone, yet Mu Shui had never clicked it open before. Today was purely accidental. After contemplating for a while, he figured out where the trending topics were located. Upon checking the trending topic chart, the first 2 items read: Hashtag Dingya brutally murdered. Hashtag Qi Xinghan suffers from schizophrenia. Hashtag. Selecting one at random, Mu Shui found that the comments section beneath the first relevant Weibo post was already in utter chaos. "I've heard the murder method was identical to the one used by the character Qi Xinghan played in the movie. My goodness, isn't this supposed to be just a novel plot? How did it move into real life? What are we going to do about my big brother Qi Qaq? Could he have also been targeted by a psycho? To be honest, don't you find Qi Xinghan very strange? Good-looking, skilled at everything, and always gentlemanly. Almost all gossip news online about him are fabricated. A person with no flaws to pick on, isn't that quite scary?" Then, Mu Shui watched as those commenting got thoroughly bashed by fans. Mu Shui backed out and closed Weibo. He was unaware that the internet was already ablaze with the turmoil. "Brother Qi has logged in. My star has come online. Just came online. What should we do? I'm so worried, will our godlike figure also get hurt? Please catch the murderer soon." On Mu Shui's phone, the Weibo account remained logged in. And the username was, Qi Xinghan. Unaware, the fans' messages filled the Weibo platform, none knowing that Mu Shui was merely browsing the trending topics. At this time, Qi Xinghan emerged from the bathroom. He had just received a phone call. The CEO of Taotai Entertainment personally called over, telling him not to go on Weibo, so as not to be affected by the incident. After all, Qi Xinghan rarely had any negative publicity. It was inevitable that some people might feel this was finally their chance, thus relentlessly pinning the murderer's label onto Qi Xinghan over this matter. Mu Shui heard the bathroom door opening. He glanced up at Qi Xinghan and asked quietly, "Do you know who the murderer is?" "I don't." Even Qi Xinghan didn't know. So what kind of monster could it be? Mu Shui involuntarily rubbed his hair. In the past, he only needed to worry about various psychological disorders. But now, after suddenly coming into contact with another world, Mu Shui couldn't help but start thinking. How many such monsters actually exist? Are they all like Qi Xinghan, or more like the murderer? Mu Shui stood up, deciding to deal with this anxiety by burying himself under the soft, fluffy blankets. "Then I'll go to sleep," he said before entering the bedroom with his phone. Qi Xinghan simply watched as Mu Shui went in without making another sound. It was just a Weibo account, no big deal. To be precise, for him, nothing really mattered anymore. Mu Shui entered the bedroom. Once lying down in bed and curling up under the quilt, Mu Shui remembered the forgotten photograph of the second patient. He immediately logged into his email, downloaded the attachment, and opened it. The man in the photo leaned against a blue and white background. He was wearing blue and white striped clothing, which looked like a hospital gown. Only his upper body was shown in the picture. Yet just from this, Mu Shui could instantly visualize his towering figure. Upon seeing this photo, Mu Shui roughly understood what the dean had meant, about how his condition showed signs of losing control, and the first thing he would destroy would be himself. The man had an extremely rugged face. He had long hair tied back loosely. Below were prominent eyebrows slanting into his temples, paired with a pair of amber-colored eyes, their depths filled with an icy indifference reminiscent of a wild beast's gaze. A straight nose followed, and his lips were slightly tilted upwards. There was a faint curve at the corner of his mouth, exuding a sense of unrestrained arrogance, coupled with mockery and sarcasm. That smile made his entire face come alive. A fierce aura radiated from him, easily bringing to mind the magnificent yet twisted and eerie masks crafted by ancient tribes centuries ago using all their skill and heart. It was as if he himself were a beautiful piece of art. Chapter 9, Catch Him. He looked like a weapon of destruction. Mu Shui silently slapped a label on him in his mind. He seemed hard to deal with, so it was better to wait a little longer. With that thought, Mu Shui turned off his phone and drifted off to sleep. The next day, after getting up, washing his face, and brushing his teeth, Mu Shui walked out of the bedroom to find the living room already filled with people. The overly spacious area suddenly had a human touch. "Mr. Mu is awake." Guiyong looked up and greeted him, his brow furrowed. Mu Shui nodded, glancing around. Apart from Qi Xinghan's staff, there were also police officers present. "We'll need both of you to cooperate with our investigation," the officer said with a warm smile. "Let's go." Qi Xinghan stood up from the sofa. Thus, this large group collectively made their way downstairs and headed towards the police station. Mu Shui had never been to a police station before. When he got out of the car, he couldn't help but look around first. "Brother Qi, Mr. Mu," someone approached and greeted them. Mu Shui looked up and saw the young man whose eyes drooped slightly at the corners, with dark circles and chapped lips. His whole face exuded an aura of despair. It was the director's assistant, Zhao Yun, whom Mu Shui remembered Guiyong mentioning. Qi Xinghan acknowledged Zhao Yun with a slight nod upon hearing his voice. However, Zhao Yun wasn't looking at Qi Xinghan, instead, his gaze was fixated on Mu Shui, making Mu Shui feel somewhat strange. Thus, Mu Shui could only offer a forced smile. "Good morning." "Good morning," Zhao Yun responded seriously, his gaze still glued to Mu Shui. His expression appeared vacant, as though something had caught his attention and wouldn't let go. Qi Xinghan suddenly stopped in his tracks and grabbed Mu Shui's wrist. "Let's go inside," he said while pulling Mu Shui past Zhao Yun and straight up the steps. Zhao Yun stood dumbfounded for a moment in his spot before moving. A bystander called out to him, "Brother Zhao, let's head back, we still need to report back to the film crew." "Wait, just a bit more," Zhao Yun whispered, as if speaking to the person beside him or perhaps to himself. Then he turned and walked in a completely opposite direction. Someone behind him couldn't help muttering, "What nonsense." Could he have been scared out of his wits by the crime scene? After saying that, no one followed him. Everyone involved was mentally exhausted from this murder case, leaving them without any energy to care about others. Upon entering the police station, Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan were separately invited into individual interrogation rooms. They were mainly asked about their timelines to confirm everything checked out, and then they were allowed to leave. Mu Shui pushed his chair away, stood up, and couldn't resist asking one more question: did the autopsy results for Miss Ding come back? The policeman hesitated for a moment before answering him. "Yes, they did." "What about it?" "The wounds on her body." Mu Shui began. The policeman frowned and said, they weren't caused by any cutting tools, which is precisely the strangest point. The autopsy revealed that her wounds seemed like they might have been. The policeman suddenly met Mu Shui's clear black and white eyes and abruptly paused, chuckling a bit nervously. Sorry, why am I telling you all this? It might scare you. You're free to go, Mr. Mu. Not caused by any cutting tools. Mu Shui paused for a second before slowly speaking again, then could they have been torn apart forcefully? The policeman's expression froze instantly. He stared at Mu Shui for a moment. Despite the boy's innocent and slightly naive looks, his sharp gaze was unmistakably piercing. In these times, a policeman has some ability to judge people. The policeman picked up the water cup on the table and spoke. Yeah, according to the final autopsy result, the forensic pathologist speculated that the wounds might have been forcefully torn open, hence the uneven cuts. Sounds pretty horrifying, huh? The policeman chuckled lightly, pushing Mu Shui towards the exit. Don't listen to such stories, you might have nightmares when you get home tonight. The policeman added. Mu Shui didn't pursue further questions anymore. Nodding, he said, if there's anything else I can help with later, please give me a call. This was the first time the policeman encountered someone so proactive, and he immediately smiled. Sure, leave your number. Serious and formal, Mu Shui left his contact information before turning and walking out. Just a few steps outside, Mu Shui ran into Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan had also completed his inquiry, and the officer trailing behind him apologetically excused himself. We've taken up too much of your time, Mr. Qi. It's fine, Qi Xinghan replied. As Qi Xinghan and Mu Shui walked out together, Mu Shui lowered his voice and asked, the autopsy results are out. The wounds on her body were caused by being torn apart forcefully. Do you have any idea what kind of thing could cause such wounds? I don't know. By the time they had stepped out of the police station, Qi Xinghan stopped at the entrance, suddenly looked down at Mu Shui, and repeated, I know nothing. Qi Xinghan likely didn't realize that he'd already touched his little bones and knew his true form. Mu Shui didn't want to provoke him further, so he simply kept quiet and ceased questioning. The car was waiting outside. Guiyong approached and said, we need to go to the company, the president is waiting for you. Qi Xinghan, however, remained silent and first glanced at Mu Shui. Mu Shui immediately asked, can I come along? Get in. Qi Xinghan pulled open the car door and gave a crisp order. Mu Shui smiled at him and quickly got in. Taotai Entertainment was an old-school powerhouse in China's entertainment circle. The building housing the company was extravagantly magnificent, a famous landmark in Jinshui City. When the chauffeur-driven car stopped at the building, the security guards must have been tipped off early. They promptly came out to open the door and maintain order. That's Qi Xinghan's car. Wu Cao. Wu Cao. Qi Xinghan. As soon as the car doors opened, Mu Shui heard the excited murmurs from nearby pedestrians. No wonder all the security personnel were out. Mu Shui silently thought. After Qi Xinghan got out of the car, a guard was about to guide him inside when Qi Xinghan turned around and leaned on the car door with one hand. Get out. More and more passers-by had gathered to pause and watch, pulling out their phones to take photos while someone whispered curiously, who else is in the car? Wokeo, it's a major scoop. Hurry up, take pictures. All these voices drifted into Mu Shui's ears. Among the cacophony of chatters and the sound of cars driving by, a small but peculiar noise seeped through into Mu Shui's consciousness. Mu Shui immediately got out of the car, straightened his back, then looked toward the distance. Wow! Is this Taotai Entertainment's new talent? He just got out of the car with Qi Xinghan. Could he be specifically chosen to accompany Qi Xinghan? What's he looking at? Don't know. Qi Xinghan also asked, what are you looking at? Mu Shui's gaze locked onto a taxi parked nearby. He could almost hear faint mumbling coming from it, softly repeating, why? Why? Without speaking or showing any change in expression, Qi Xinghan abruptly raised his arm and hugged Mu Shui tightly to his chest, his towering frame nearly instantly shielding Mu Shui completely. Then he carried Mu Shui like this toward the building entrance. For a moment, everyone froze. And then screams erupted, echoing through the air, Aawa God. The male idol is hugging me. At the same time, camera shutters clicked continuously. Mu Shui's perplexed face thus appeared in countless frames, frozen in time. Underneath the traffic lights not far away. The young man sat on the back seat of the taxi, his face slightly pale and yellowish. He still stared in the direction Mu Shui had left, muttering, why? Why? His eyes seemed unfocused, endlessly repeating those words. I have to catch him. Then I'll know why. That was what the young man thought. Chapter 10, The Murderer. Qi Xinghan entered the president's office to chat with the CEO of Taotai Entertainment. Mu Shui sat on the leather sofa outside, waiting quietly. No one had seen him before, so they were extremely curious but also too afraid to approach him. Following Qi Xinghan and dressed like a little prince, he must be some family's young master, right? They didn't know that half a month ago, Mu Shui was still hugging a second-hand smartphone and earning only 2,500 yuan per month. Hello, would you like some coffee? The young female secretary offered a cup of coffee. Mu Shui took it with both hands, thank you. You're welcome. The female secretary lightly touched his fingers, startling Mu Shui into pulling back quickly. Watching his reaction, the female secretary chuckled, "Sorry, I startled you. Are you a friend of Mr. Qi?" No, Mu Shui hesitated, deciding not to elaborate much on the complicated relationship between himself and Qi Xinghan. The female secretary was undeterred by his coldness and said cheerfully, "Oh, by the way, there was a call from downstairs just now, saying someone was waiting for you and Mr. Qi." "Who?" "Seems to be from a previous production team." Before Mu Shui could respond, the door behind him opened. Qi Xinghan walked out with Guiyong. Guiyong said, "I'll drive you too." Qi Xinghan replied, "No need." Then, walking over to Mu Shui, he whispered, "Let's go." Mu Shui stood up and followed him toward the elevator. On the way, he asked, "Did something happen that upset you?" "Scheduling the next work plan." "So fast?" Mu Shui expressed his surprise aloud. Was he too unfamiliar with this circle? Someone had just died, and they were already preparing to dive into new work again. Wasn't that a bit too hurried? Qi Xinghan responded, and the elevator doors opened at the same moment. They had reached the first floor. Walking out together, Mu Shui paused momentarily and spoke, "I think Mr. Qi should put work aside for now and take some time to rest properly." High-intensity work could bring immense psychological stress, which was certainly detrimental to his condition. While saying this, Mu Shui glanced around the reception desk area but saw no one mentioned by the secretary. The place was empty, with not a soul in sight. As Mu Shui felt confused, he suddenly heard Qi Xinghan say, "All right." "Huh?" Mu Shui blinked, turning his head questioningly, "All right what?" "Rest." Qi Xinghan said. It was unexpectedly easy to convince him. Perfect. A cooperative and proactive patient. With his bank card tucked in his pocket, Mu Shui thought, it wasn't wasted effort to stay behind. "Will this leave any impact on your work if you stop?" "No." "That's good." Mu Shui sighed in relief. They got in the car, and the driver drove them back to the building. Mu Shui looked through the window, raising his gaze toward the sky. How late has it become? The sun was slowly setting, spreading evening red clouds across the entire sky. A fleeting image flashed through Mu Shui's mind. He immediately remembered the day when Qi Xinghan and Dingya shot their rival scenes inside the small building. The driver sitting in front said, "Winter has arrived, so the nights come early." Mu Shui couldn't clearly hear the following words, as the voice gradually faded away, becoming vague. It felt as though a hand was covering Mu Shui's ears, isolating him from the external world. Mu Shui continued staring outside the window. The sunset, resembling clouds, moved and dispersed ahead, draping the entire city in a blood-red glow. When they got out of the car, Mu Shui was still somewhat disoriented, like someone trapped in shallow sleep, conscious but unable to break free from the dream. It wasn't until Qi Xinghan grasped his wrist and asked softly, "Tired? Should I carry you?" Qi Xinghan's voice pierced through the membrane muffling his ears, resounding clearly in his head. Mu Shui snapped back to reality, trying to pull his hand away, but without success. "No, I'm heavy," Mu Shui insisted seriously. Besides, he was really afraid, what if Qi Xinghan's bony back stabbed through him somehow? "No, thank you, definitely not." Qi Xinghan did not press further, instead, he led Mu Shui swiftly past the security checkpoint. After stepping into the building, he turned around and scanned the area once more. There was only a guard sitting there. Mu Shui suddenly clutched onto his sleeve. Qi Xinghan stopped momentarily, lowering his eyes to glance at him slowly. "He's followed us upstairs," Mu Shui whispered, lowering his voice. Qi Xinghan softly responded, "Let's go up." A guess slowly formed in Mu Shui's mind, "Is it, the murderer following us?" Qi Xinghan didn't say anything, and then just like during the day, he wrapped an arm around Mu Shui's back and led him toward the elevator. Mu Shui almost confirmed the other person's identity. That person had followed them all the way to Taotai Entertainment, they had undoubtedly come from the police station. It wasn't hard to understand why they would be at the police station either. Many murderers enjoy watching closely as the police and the deceased's family express their anger and anxiety after a killing. Some may even go so far as to revisit the victim's corpse. Mu Shui didn't know much about criminal psychology, but he did have a rough idea. Mu Shui opened his mouth slightly, "Should we report to the police?" As soon as he said it, he felt it wasn't quite right. If someone acted like Qi Xinghan, a monster, calling the police wouldn't help. Mu Shui was also somewhat confused now. Before, he had never been involved in such a bizarre world. What should he do in this situation? The elevator chimed as it arrived. Qi Xinghan calmly opened the door, and Mu Shui walked in with him. So far, nothing strange had happened yet. Mu Shui knew very little about this new species that had appeared. He didn't understand how these creatures killed people, which made it difficult to guard against them. The evening clouds gradually disappeared from the horizon. There was a low sound, snap. Mu Shui heard something collide with the window. Mu Shui stood up and walked to the window, where a dark shadow loomed. The shape of the shadow was rather strange, and Mu Shui quickly took 2 steps back. Just as he moved away, the glass shattered, and the shadow rushed inside, colliding violently with the standing lamp next to the large window, causing it to topple over. Mu Shui touched his nose. Ah. After mentioning the need for lighting, Qi Xinghan had arranged for lamps to be installed throughout the house. There were ceiling lights and floor lamps everywhere. The shadow struggled a bit before standing up. Only then did Mu Shui clearly see its full appearance. Its body was deformed, its arms and thighs looked like they were stuffed with massive tumors, so the skin bulged grotesquely, as if there were 4 giant hammers grafted onto its torso. The only part still intact was its face. It was easy to distinguish the features of his facial structure at a glance. Zhao Yun. Mu Shui remembered his name clearly. This gave Mu Shui an uncomfortable feeling because the assistant director had always stared at him intently during their previous encounters. Zhao Yun's gaze was unfocused, but his eyeballs did not move, they remained fixed on Mu Shui. Grab, and I will know, he croaked as he tilted his head. Get out, Qi Xinghan suddenly snapped, his usually deep and mesmerizing voice now cold and icy. But Zhao Yun couldn't hear his voice. Instead, Zhao Yun wobbled toward Mu Shui, reaching out with a hand and smiling faintly at the corner of his lips. Strange, truly strange. Zhao Yun sped up his pace. He looked really handsome. Just by looking at him, one would be drawn in, it was like being caught in a vortex. He needed to grab him. Zhao Yun lunged forward. Qi Xinghan grabbed Mu Shui's wrist and pushed him backward while clamping down on Zhao Yun with the other hand. Only then did Mu Shui notice that Qi Xinghan had already taken off his shirt at some point. Mu Shui glanced at his bare back. On it protruded a jagged spine-like bone with a sharp tip, faintly spotted with blood. Qi Xinghan gripped the sharp end of the bone spike and pulled it out abruptly. This bone was long. It was as if he had forcibly removed part of his own backbone, leaving him holding a curved, lengthy bone dagger. Mu Shui tilted his head upward and caught sight of a larger shadow cast on the wall. It was just like what he saw in the small building that day. Reaching upward to split through the ceiling and downward to pierce through the carpet, its enormous shape stretched far beyond the actual room size. Chapter 11, Drawing the Knife. Mu Shui paused for a moment, then silently stepped back 3 paces, crouched down, and picked up the clothes. Qi Xinghan's shirt, suit jacket, and overcoat were scattered carelessly on the carpet. Mu Shui gathered them all up in his arms. It was as if he were a cheerleader responsible for carrying clothes and water at a competition. Zhao Yun on this side couldn't see Qi Xinghan at all, his entire focus was locked onto Mu Shui. Seeing Mu Shui stepping back, he instinctively moved forward to chase him. Qi Xinghan's fingers gripping the bone knife suddenly tightened, and the blade swung toward Zhao Yun. Instinctively, Zhao Yun raised his hand to intercept it. There was a puff, and the bone blade easily severed 2 of his fingers, which flew off and left a faint bloodstain on the lampshade of the floor lamp. Mu Shui involuntarily softened his breathing. It was too dangerous. A mentally unstable person already has some level of aggressiveness, and the Zhao Yun before him looked like a combination of a madman and a monster, having completely lost his sanity. Mu Shui had always been aware of his own capabilities, and at this moment, he absolutely wouldn't step forward and offer himself up as bait. Holding the clothes, he huddled behind the couch. He almost put Qi Xinghan's coat over his head as well, only leaving a pair of eyes exposed. But Zhao Yun's gaze followed his movement. Not paying attention to his damaged hand, he stumbled unsteadily, clumsily moving towards Mu Shui's direction. Qi Xinghan flickered his eyelids, standing still where he was, and swung the bone knife again. A huge shadow accompanied the swing, aiming to block Zhao Yun around the waist. Judging by the sharpness just now, once cut across the waist, Zhao Yun would be instantly split into 2 halves. However, Zhao Yun suddenly threw himself flat on the ground, dodging that strike. Then, just like something untamed, he pushed with his back foot against the carpet and quickly grabbed Qi Xinghan's ankle with his intact hand. He finally noticed Qi Xinghan. Crouching on the ground, his bloodshot eyes opened wide, and he snarled, "Tear you apart. Grab him." The strength in Zhao Yun's arms was immense. The fleshy tumors lurking beneath his skin probably provided the source of his power. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Qi Xinghan and pulled him down. "Tear you apart," Zhao Yun said, placing his mangled hand on Qi Xinghan's waist, pressing most of his body onto Qi Xinghan. Seeing this scene, Mu Shui could roughly imagine how Dingya's limbs and head were torn off. Qi Xinghan remained unperturbed, waiting specifically until Zhao Yun approached closer, arching his upper body slightly, then springing from the ground while simultaneously grabbing Zhao Yun's neck with one hand and slashing the bone knife with the other. Another pft. All this happened so quickly, like lightning, that Zhao Yun was still immersed in the joy of being about to tear his opponent apart and hadn't realized yet that his whole right hand had been chopped off. Zhao Yun let out a hoarse roar that didn't sound human. Swinging his other hand, he attempted to break free. Qi Xinghan's skin was pale, looking like a frail patient, but in fact, his strength wasn't any less than Zhao Yun's. Despite Zhao Yun's struggle, he couldn't break free. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, his left hand was also cut off. Qi Xinghan suddenly stood up, gripping Zhao Yun's neck forcefully, then flung him away. With a hoarse scream, Zhao Yun cried out even more shrilly a moment later. At the same time Qi Xinghan flung him, he also flung the bone knife. Thus, Zhao Yun was nailed to the black wooden door of Qi Xinghan's bedroom. Drops of blood fell, soon flowing down the wooden door and blending into the black carpet. Qi Xinghan's expression quickly returned to calm. His face and body were splattered with dark red blood. As he stood up, the blood dripped from his chin onto his chest, mixing with the blood on his chest and sliding along his abdominal line, finally disappearing into the black trousers. Mu Shui exhaled shallowly, a part of his brain numb from shock. He slowly furrowed his brow, somewhat troubled by the thought, guardians. Could he possibly handle this? 18 Mu Shus wouldn't be enough for him. Now, we can call the police, Qi Xinghan said hoarsely. Mu Shui stood up from behind the couch, handing the clothes to Qi Xinghan one by one, asking, when the police come and see this scene, what should we do? Self-defense, Qi Xinghan replied nonchalantly. The sound of Zhao Yun's cries still echoed in their ears. Mu Shui blinked cautiously, all right, I'll go make the call then. Qi Xinghan suddenly spoke as he stared at him, wait a moment. Mu Shui raised his eyes to look at him again. Qi Xinghan pointed at Mu Shui's brow center, blood. There were also a few splashes of blood on Mu Shui, but not much. The most noticeable one was the splash right in the middle of his brow, a round drop of blood, resembling a cinnabar mole carefully drawn there. It made him appear even more with rosy lips and white teeth, as if piercing straight into someone's heart. Mu Shui let out an ah, then raised his hand to wipe the blood away. But Qi Xinghan moved faster, curving his knuckles and gently wiping it off Mu Shui's forehead. Did it come off? Mu Shui blinked and asked. Yeah, it's gone. Mu Shui took a pack of tissues from his pocket. Do you want to clean yourself too? Qi Xinghan shook his head slightly, then turned and walked towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun was nailed firmly to the wooden door, bleeding all over the floor. Strangely, he hadn't died immediately yet. He was still struggling fiercely, and his eyes remained locked onto Mu Shui. Mu Shui really called the police officer who had left his number before, and only after finishing the call did he walk over to stand beside Zhao Yun. Qi Xinghan rasped, how did the institute describe me to you? Tricky, Mu Shui selected a tactful word to summarize. Qi Xinghan's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a smile, one that would surely trigger screams from thousands of young girls under any other circumstance. But now, covered in blood, his smile only added to the unsettling aura. He suddenly turned to look at Mu Shui and whispered, I'm a monster. The institute probably told you this, too. Mu Shui, hummed lightly. You even touched me. Qi Xinghan said. Mu Shui didn't hide anything, followed with another while his eyes glimmered brightly. With sincere tone, he complimented, Mr. Qi's waist is really pleasant to touch. I wasn't intentionally feeling for your bone knife. Qi Xinghan suddenly fell silent. Mu Shui couldn't help turning to look at him, ? Qi Xinghan pressed his lips tightly together. Mu Shui, ? Why had the conversation reached a sudden awkward pause? Mu Shui wondered aimlessly, am I perhaps just destined to create cold moments? It was Zhao Yun's murmuring that brought everyone's attention back. Why? Zhao Yun kept staring at Mu Shui, muttering, strange, so strange. Mu Shui opened his mouth, speaking calmly as if conversing casually, what about me seems strange? After hearing Mu Shui's voice, Zhao Yun strangely calmed down. He struggled hard to think, his pale yellow face stained with blood wrinkling severely. You have magic. Like a whirlpool, dragging people away, pulling them away. I found you, I need to catch you, eat you, and find out why. Zhao Yun smiled faintly at the end of his words. Why kill Dingya? Mu Shui asked. Zhao Yun recalled painstakingly, because she discovered. I'm a monster. She has to die. Mu Shui felt a pang deep inside and silently noted in his mental little notebook. Monsters dislike being discovered. Once exposed, they will kill. Mu Shui asked another question, why, become a monster? Why? Zhao Yun tilted his head, don't know. Mu Shui lowered his voice, his tone and appearance naturally exuding warmth, subconsciously carrying an allure that lured people into confiding. He asked, do you really not know? No idea. Zhao Yun said blankly. Only after this did Mu Shui take a step back, his tone slightly tinged with regret, he truly doesn't know. Qi Xinghan stayed quiet. Without saying a word, he withdrew the bone knife and slid it slowly back along his spine. Mu Shui. A natural sheath? Zhao Yun's chest had been punctured with a large hole, and he had lost both his hands, looking almost like a human stick. Lying on the ground, he writhed weakly a couple of times, unable to get up. Soon, the police arrived. Upon witnessing such a scene, they all changed expressions drastically. Yet Qi Xinghan's tone remained utterly calm, have someone answer the director's call. He knows how to handle this. As if he'd already been through such scenes countless times. So. Qi Xinghan must have killed before. He had indeed killed, but what he killed seemed more like humans turned monstrous. Mu Shui's worldview was once again toppled over completely, and he was currently making efforts to reconstruct it. The policeman hesitated and said to Qi Xinghan, Mr. Qi and Mr. Mu, please accompany us to the police station to record your testimonies. All right. Qi Xinghan readily agreed and reverted to being the cooperative big-name actor he was before. Qi Xinghan wiped off the blood, changed his clothes, and then went downstairs with Mu Shui. As for the clothes he had taken off, they were taken away as evidence by the police. The officers probably also understood that this case wasn't one to be judged by common sense, so Mu Shui quickly finished his statement without any hassle. After he came out, Qi Xinghan still hadn't appeared. Mu Shui stood at the doorstep of the police station and made a call to the dean. Sorry, the user you dialed is temporarily out of service. Mu Shui's face puffed up in frustration. Right at this moment, Qi Xinghan was escorted out by a middle-aged man who smiled and waved goodbye before returning inside. And Qi Xinghan walked directly to Mu Shui's side. He leaned down slightly and whispered, "I don't kill people." Mu Shui put his phone away and abruptly turned around. "If you're worried." Qi Xinghan fished a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. "Mu Shui. When did you sneak them out of the police station?" Mu Shui couldn't help asking. "Just now." As Qi Xinghan spoke, he snapped the handcuffs onto his own left wrist, leaving the other end open for Mu Shui. Perhaps he truly didn't want Mu Shui to fear him. Mu Shui blinked repeatedly. "You're asking me if I think you took the cuffs, but what about the keys? Did you grab those too?" Qi Xinghan paused. Mu Shui sighed, "Call me daddy, and I'll go get your keys." Qi Xinghan. The sky grew darker gradually. Under the pitch-black night sky, the murderous aura on Qi Xinghan's face slowly faded, settling into an expression of calmness. He obediently called, "Dad." Chapter 12, Is it scary or not? No, don't be afraid. Mu Shui looked at Qi Xinghan's big figure, but saw a face full of timid compliance, and thus felt somewhat reassured. He almost asked the other to repeat those comforting words again. But after pondering, he thought it would be inappropriate to take such advantage, so he let it go. He turned around and entered the police station, finding the officer who had been responsible for questioning Qi Xinghan earlier. "Is there anything else?" the officer curiously asked him. Mu Shui furrowed his eyebrows slightly, opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and puffed up his cheeks. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Today's events were too terrifying. I just want to inhale some more positive energy from the police station so I won't be scared anymore." The officer couldn't help but laugh out loud. "All right, then take another couple of breaths." Mu Shui's appearance was naturally deceptive, so the officer didn't notice anything amiss at the moment. When Mu Shui took another forceful breath and waved goodbye to the officer, "See you." The officer chuckled, "Hope we don't meet again, coming here isn't a good thing." Mu Shui quickly nodded his head in agreement. After stepping out of the police station, Mu Shui opened his palm to check. The key was already in his palm. Qi Xinghan was still standing on the stairs, casting a towering shadow under the night sky. He hadn't moved a step. Mu Shui quickly approached him. "Let's try. Hopefully, this is the key for the handcuffs." As he spoke, he bent over slightly and started unlocking the cuffs on Qi Xinghan. A faint sound of click echoed as the cuffs were successfully unfastened. "Let's go." Qi Xinghan flexed his wrist and handed the handcuffs along with the key to Mu Shui. Mu Shui held them in his hand, uncertain what to do. "Is this considered theft of public property?" "Not really, I sponsor the government generously every year," Qi Xinghan responded without changing expression. Mu Shui hesitantly put the handcuffs into his pocket. Earlier, they came in a police car, but now they would have no choice but to ask Guiyong to pick them up. Upon hearing that the murderer had been captured, Guiyong immediately rushed over himself. Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan waited by the roadside. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky dotted with only a few stars, Mu Shui felt as if the door to another fantastical world had slowly opened for him, not much different from the starry night before him. Everything was shrouded in mystery. It was leading his once-ordered psychologist career down an unpredictable path. Mu Shui couldn't help but ask softly, "What kind of world is this?" "I don't know," Qi Xinghan replied. Mu Shui glanced at him. Qi Xinghan's eyes carried a numbing coldness and vacancy, as if he'd never considered how his future would unfold. He appeared calm on the surface but was actually living numbly. Perhaps in his heart, he truly regarded himself as someone who was already dead. If the patient was already like this, as a doctor, I can't afford to feel lost and helpless. Mu Shui clenched his fist secretly. Then, he tilted his head and smiled at Qi Xinghan, forming a dimple on his cheek. "Not knowing is fine. Over time, we will learn more." Qi Xinghan stared at him intently and murmured softly, "Yeah." At this moment, Guiyong's car screeched to a stop in front of them. Guiyong hurriedly opened the car door and stepped out. "Brother Qi, are you okay? Did that bastard try to attack you?" "Damn. You scared the crap out of me." "It wasn't me he tried to attack, it was Mu Shui," Qi Xinghan said. Guiyong suddenly stopped talking, and after a while, asked blankly, "Why? What did Mr. Mu do to upset him?" Qi Xinghan thought for a moment and said, "Maybe because he's particularly good-looking." Mu Shui. Surprisingly, Guiyong was actually convinced by this reasoning. "Damn, so this guy was a creepy stalker. That's disgusting. Now I remember, when Ms. Ding had her incident that day, we were all walking out together. He was perfectly fine but ran up to offer some calming tea, claiming it was from the director. And after delivering the tea, he kept standing there, probably eyeing Mr. Mu at that point. This is ridiculous. Just thinking about his gaze makes me sick. Listening to him, Qi Xinghan also gradually recalled that day's event. Qi Xinghan calmly said, breaking his arm was letting him off lightly. Guiyong didn't catch that and asked, what did you say, Brother Qi? Mu Shui quickly intervened, nothing. Get in the car first. I'm staying at a hotel near the building. Brother Qi, why don't you stay at the hotel tonight? It feels way too eerie to go back to your house. Qi Xinghan nodded, yeah, let's not touch the place for now. I understand, the police still need to examine the scene, right? In the car, Mu Shui didn't open his mouth again. He was thinking about another matter. He was thinking about the second patient. According to the dean's description, the second patient was also described as being exceptionally terrifying. So, could this person possibly be a monster too? Mu Shui felt he should take the time to meet with the other party. After arriving at the hotel, Guiyong immediately booked a room at the front desk. One room, Qi Xinghan said. Guiyong looked at Mu Shui and then Qi Xinghan, but... He is afraid, Qi Xinghan spoke up once more. Guiyong suddenly understood, right. After such an event, Mr. Mu must be very scared inside. Then let's just get one room, if anything happens, Brother Qi, you call me. Aha. Mu Shui didn't speak. Indeed, there was some fear, but Zhao Yun couldn't get out now, and there was still Qi Starhand nearby. Mu Shui could only repeatedly play the word dad in his mind, and before long, it no longer seemed so scary. Once the room was booked, the three of them walked upstairs together. The front desk watched them walk away and softly exclaimed in surprise, oh my goodness, isn't that Qi Xinghan? Coming here late at night to book a room? Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan entered the hotel room. Qi Xinghan turned on the lights inside the room and softly said, you sleep first. Finishing, he looked at Mu Shui and said, I really don't need sleep. This time Mu Shui truly believed him. Mu Shui quickly took a shower. While showering, he also gave the second patient a call. But from the other end of the number came, the number you are dialing has been suspended. Mu Shui stared at the mobile phone screen, angry enough to bite his lips, can't you be more reliable? He called the dean again, and it was still unanswered. Mu Shui thus resorted to sending a text message instead, Yuan Xing's phone has been suspended. Before long, 10,000 yuan were credited into Mu Shui's bank card. Then came a short message, top up the mobile fee. Mu Shui. Alright then. But Mu Shui didn't quite know how to pay online, so he had to put his phone away for now, planning to go out tomorrow to top up Yuan Xing's mobile number. Mu Shui turned off the water, changed into the hotel's pajamas, and stepped out barefoot. I'll sleep first, Mu Shui said, holding on to the edge of the quilt while looking at Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan replied, aha. His gaze tightly focused on the large floor-to-ceiling window in the hotel room, as if he was guarding against another Zhao Yun bursting in. Exhausted, Mu Shui closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, upon waking, Guiyong had already delivered breakfast to their room. He and Qi Xinghan began talking about the entertainment industry matters related to Taotia Entertainment. Mu Shui came out after finishing brushing his teeth and washing his face, and for the first time, did not join them for breakfast. His bag was still at Qi Xinghan's residence, so naturally, Mu Shui couldn't carry it either. He could only stand alone with his phone, heading toward the door. I'm leaving first, Mu Shui said. Qi Xinghan, who had been talking to Guiyong, instantly looked up at him, where to? To Jinyang district. Jinyang. Qi Xinghan stayed silent, but Guiyong interjected first, it's rather chaotic over there. Why is Mr. Mu going there? To look for someone. This is easy. I'll send an assistant to fetch the person and invite them here. Mu Shui shook his head, they can't be invited. Guiyong couldn't help but laugh, a person so hard to invite, huh? Only then did Qi Xinghan interject, are you going to see Jiao Yan or Bai Sherwen? Mu Shui gave him a curious look, neither. Qi Xinghan wouldn't have mentioned these names without cause, the Jiao Yan and Bai Sherwen he brought up, were they patients of Jinshui Research Institute too? Qi Xinghan responded, oh. Mu Shui had already reached for the doorknob, I'll be off. Be careful on your way, Guiyong couldn't help but say. Mu Shui nodded and went outside, closing the door behind him shortly after. Inside the room, Guiyong couldn't help saying, an incident just happened yesterday, and yet Mr. Mu sure has a big heart to go to such a chaotic place like Jinyang district. Won't something happen? Qi Xinghan answered, it will. Startled to hear this single word, Guiyong asked in a panic, then, what do we do? Qi Xinghan put down the food in his hand, follow him. Guiyong thought about it and agreed, so both of them, along with an assistant bodyguard, left the hotel. Only after stepping out of the elevator did Guiyong remember, Brother Qi, didn't you leave your breakfast unfinished again? Qi Xinghan remained silently expressionless. Mu Shui took a taxi to Jinyang district and then picked the nearest business hall. He took out a 100 yuan note, recharged this number. Mu Shui had a very good memory, and he accurately reported it without any error. The clerk entered the number, glanced at the screen briefly, and said, "It's been out of service for so long that the number has been cancelled. Recharging now won't help." Mu Shui furrowed his brow. In that case, he could only go directly to the address to find the person. Mu Shui expressed his thanks and then turned around to leave the business hall. But once he stepped out of the business hall, Mu Shui became somewhat bewildered. Jinyang district was very remote. Glancing around, there were no tall buildings. Instead, he saw either abandoned old buildings or construction sites where foundations were being laid. Everywhere, green building cloths were draped. Looking further in the distance, he could even see rolling mountains with fruit trees planted on them. This place didn't feel urban at all but rather like a combination of countryside and a town. With every couple of steps, Mu Shui would step on discarded broken bricks. It hurt his feet. Mu Shui wrinkled up his nose in discomfort. He had no choice but to ask a passerby on the street, "Excuse me, where is Fengmei Residential Complex number 44? The passerby first tried hard to recall and then quietly asked, "Fengmei Residential Complex?" Mu Shui nodded. The passerby pointed in a direction, "I think it's over there. The road isn't easy to walk." After speaking, the passerby glanced at Mu Shui's appearance and clothing, "You'd better not go. It's easy to get robbed." Mu Shui pressed his lips together. Did the second patient live in such a bad area? But the call wouldn't go through, and he didn't have any other way to contact the person. After pondering, Mu Shui took off his wristwatch and cuffs and put them in his pocket. Then he took off his coat and held it in his hands, messing up all his hair. Next, he unbuttoned 2 or 3 buttons of his shirt. Still not enough, not yet. Facing the glass window of a nearby small shop, Mu Shui made an effort to raise his eyebrows upward, slightly puff out his cheeks, and pull down the corners of his mouth as much as possible. Like this. Would he look intimidating enough? No one would rob him like this, right? Chapter 13, Like a Freak. Mu Shui circled the glass window for a full 360 degrees before straightening his back and striding off in the direction of Fengmei neighborhood with an aggressive air. Fengmei neighborhood was behind a construction site, but in broad daylight, no one was around in the site, looking as if it had been abandoned. After passing the construction site, the road became narrower. A few scruffy youths were squatting there, holding onto cigarette butts almost burnt to their lips, yet reluctant to throw them away. At a glance, Mu Shui saw several heads with dyed hair in red, yellow, blue, and green. Someone's coming. The youth squatting at the front patted the person next to him. The others immediately stood up with their cigarettes in their mouths. Without speaking a word, they began eyeing Mu Shui with looks that felt like worms crawling on his skin. Mu Shui originally planned to act nonchalant and walk past them, but upon reconsideration, he decided this wouldn't show enough spirit. So, with icy eyes, he stared right back. He wasn't usually good at giving cold glares, but his senior had once taught him a trick. Imagine you've painstakingly written a report all day until you're bald and then Word crashes, erasing all your work. Then, when you look at the computer again. Using this method, Mu Shui scanned them with cold, frigid eyes and asked curtly, "Is there something you want?" Startled, the youths suddenly stepped aside, making room for the path. Mu Shui's heart stirred. It actually works. But just at that moment, a rolling sound of wheels reached his ears. Turning his head, Mu Shui looked toward the direction from where he'd come. A young man was pushing what appeared to be a discarded cart picked up from the construction site, strolling ahead carelessly. At first glance, this man was undeniably eye-catching. With long black hair tied up, he wore a clown mask as if plucked from a carnival, crudely made, its upper lip smirk lacking half its red paint, appearing as if he only had half a mouth. The mask itself had grayed beneath, looking much like a wall painted white left untouched for over a decade, terrifying enough to make anyone lose their soul at a glance. Even in freezing weather, the man was clad in a work vest, revealing well-proportioned, powerful muscles. Below, he wore a popular military green pant seen commonly at construction sites, held by a faded belt that accentuated his slender, strong waist. This tall man, possibly standing at 6 feet 3 inches, moved at a leisurely pace, emitting a tremendous sense of pressure alone through his stride. Mu Shui shifted his gaze towards the cart in the man's hand. This bizarre-dressed man, who looked every bit like a serial killer or even an antagonist boss from a horror game, had pushed his cart which contained a box of Kingshifu red braised beef noodles and a case of bottled water. Long hair. Tall stature. An unconventional style. Mu Shui nearly instantly guessed his identity. Was this Yuan Sheng? While lost in thought, the man had drawn nearer. Suddenly, the youths threw their cigarettes to the ground and fled in the direction of Fengmei neighborhood. Mu Shui could only silently understand. Oh. It wasn't fear of him that caused them to retreat earlier. Within seconds, the man was right in front of Mu Shui and then pushed past with his cart without breaking his stride. Mu Shui blinked and only then noticed that the eyes on the man's clown mask were simply painted on with black paint. There were no actual eye holes carved out for the wearer to see through. Naturally, the man hadn't seen him. Apparently, this road was one the man had walked countless times before, so he didn't need his vision at all. With no other choice, Mu Shui hugged his coat tighter and hurried to catch up. But due to the man's long legs, even walking at a leisurely pace, he soon distanced himself from Mu Shui. Mu Shui had no option but to break into a jog. As he approached, Mu Shui lifted a finger and lightly poked the man's back. Holding tightly onto the cart's handles, his back muscles slightly tensed. When Mu Shui touched, his fingertips almost broke from the firmness. Nevertheless, the man stopped abruptly. He turned his head toward Mu Shui. That clown mask suddenly enlarged right in front of his eyes, amplifying its terror-inducing effect. The youths had already vanished, and a cool breeze swept through, making this narrow path feel even more desolate. Lowering his voice, Mu Shui asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yuansheng?" After speaking, Mu Shui shivered. From the cold. "Who are you?" The man spoke, his voice deep and resonant, like the tone of a cello. Only there was a slight rasp to it, like a broken-string cello. Mu Shui thought about it. "Hello, I will be your guardian. My name is Mu Shui." Mu Shui repeated the introduction he had given to Qi Xinghan to the man before him. Thinking that this man must certainly be Yuansheng, Mu Shui felt there was no longer any need to act fierce, so he decided to put his coat back on. At this point, the man completely turned around and reached out to tightly grasp Mu Shui's wrist. "Are you an adult?" The man's fingertips grazed his wrist as he asked in a low voice. "Mr. Yuan, I am an adult." Mu Shui felt a bit upset, wishing the man would at least let go so he could wear his coat first. It was so cold. "You're lying, you aren't an adult." The man slowly said, "I don't want children, raising them is too difficult." Mu Shui didn't care about who was raising whom. "Can you take off your mask?" The man tilted his head and asked, "Do you look good?" This question caught Mu Shui by surprise. "Does he look good?" How would he know if he looked good? The man nodded slightly. "Oh, then you don't look good." Saying this, the man removed his mask, first revealing his chin, then his high-bridged nose, sunken eye sockets, and slanted eyebrows with a hint of fierceness. He fully exposed his face. More handsome than in the photos, his features appeared sharper. Between his brows lay a ferocity akin to a wild animal. Unlike the pictures, he wasn't displaying a crazy, unrestrained grin, so he seemed less aggressive and oppressive. The man slowly opened his eyes, and within his amber irises, an icy light flickered. "Hello," Mu Shui extended his hand towards him. The man's gaze fell upon Mu Shui. Beneath messy black hair were water-like eyes, a slightly red nose due to the cold, and pink-white lips. A thin shirt hugged his frame, buttons undone, exposing a stretch of a long neck and beautiful collarbones, with a little red mole beside one. The youth was like the first streak of dawn after the night ended. Soft, beautiful, once you glanced, you couldn't tear your eyes away. Gradually, the man's expression changed. Coldness receded, turning profound and scattered. His breathing became somewhat heavier, like the sound a predator makes while hunting. He fixed his intense stare on Mu Shui, his facial features tightening, presenting a kind of gradually distorted visage. Had he fallen ill? Mu Shui was startled. "So, do I actually look good?" Snatching the mask from his hand, Mu Shui slapped it back onto his face with a clap. The man stood rigidly there, unmoving. Mu Shui licked his lips, feeling a bit awkward. He thought that perhaps he'd used too much force, almost as if he'd slapped the man in the face. "Do I look good?" Mu Shui trembled and asked. In the freezing wind, he was swaying like a small cabbage. After a moment of silence, the man responded, "You do." Hearing these two words, Mu Shui lowered his head and sighed. But then again, he felt that their dialogue sounded a bit strange. "Never mind." Shivering, Mu Shui asked, "Can you release me now?" He was really freezing to death. He was about to start blowing snot bubbles. Chapter 14, How Did You Sleep? Guiyong's car barely made it into Jinyang district before it stopped working. Why are there construction crews everywhere repairing roads, with no available public land? Guiyong tapped the steering wheel, slightly anxious. "Get out of the car." Qi Xinghan decided quickly. Guiyong left his assistant at the spot to guard the car, and he then followed Qi Xinghan with his bodyguards, aimlessly walking forward. "Mr. Mu's already out of sight, where do we even start looking?" Guiyong frowned as he fiddled with his phone. He wanted to turn on a map navigation system, but didn't know the destination. Qi Xinghan whispered softly, "We'll look bit by bit." At the same time, Yuansheng released his hands and whispered softly, "You should go back." He stubbornly believed that Mu Shui was still a minor. From voice to appearance, he wasn't yet an adult. Mu Shui pulled out his ID card and degree certificate from the pocket of his suit, raised his hand to pull down the mask covering Yuansheng's face, and then shook the ID and degree certificate in front of him. After shaking them, he immediately snapped the mask back on without giving Yuansheng any chance to think. Yuansheng was momentarily stunned. "Did Mr. Yuan see clearly?" asked Mu Shui. In Yuansheng's eyes, the residual image of the teenager's picture on the ID card and degree remained. The stiff photo portrait added more weakness, helplessness, and vulnerability to the boy. Underneath the mask, he closed his eyes for a moment, turned around, and re-grasped the handle of the stroller, whispering quietly, "I've seen clearly." Mu Shui sighed in relief and emphasized, "I'm an adult, the ID is written very clearly. I have absolutely no problem being Mr. Yuan's guardian." Yuansheng said, "I've seen the photo." "Huh. I haven't seen the date of birth." Mu Shui. Yuanxing began pushing the stroller forward, slowly saying, "Has the Research Institute told you what needs to be done to serve as a guardian?" "Yes, they said I need to constantly monitor the patient's condition." Yuanxing tilted his head, "Then you'll have to live with me, kid." After some thought, Mu Shui responded, "What about staying 4 days a week with you? The remaining 3 days would be spent with Qi Xinghan. Do you really want to live with me?" Yuanxing finally turned his head this time. Is there something wrong with that?" Mu Shui looked at him in puzzlement. Yuanxing pointed ahead, "There, that's the Fengmei residential area." "I know, I asked for directions when I came. No door locks, no property management, no security guards, frequent water and power cuts." "That doesn't matter," Mu Shui replied. His voice was pure and pleasant, like a stream gently brushing over one's heart, bringing comfort. All the words Yuanxing had been about to say were choked off, eventually turning into just two, "Follow me." This time, his tone changed completely, becoming straightforward and somewhat harsh. "Follow." Mu Shui obediently put on his coat quickly and grabbed Yuanxing's work vest. But since the vest tightly clung to his body, Mu Shui's grip pressed against the man's back muscles, which caused Yuanxing's muscles to immediately tighten up. Mu Shui could distinctly feel the immense strength beneath that thin layer of skin. Thinking this might not be appropriate, Mu Shui withdrew his hand and grabbed onto the man's pants instead. "I only have 2 pairs of trousers, don't tear them." Yuanxing paused in his steps but did not shake off Mu Shui's grip. Mu Shui reflected on how it would indeed look bad if he tore the pants. With one big step forward, Mu Shui almost walked side by side with Yuanxing, and reached out to wrap his hand around Yuanxing's wrist. Mu Shui's fingers were delicate and white, whereas Yuanxing's hands were much bigger. This setup gave an amusing impression of trying to wrestle someone much stronger. Yuanxing's hand gripping the stroller froze, as he said, "I'm not going to run." Inside, Mu Shui thought, who'd believe that? Still, Mu Shui sincerely and earnestly said aloud, "It's because I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up." Yuanxing didn't say anything anymore, and just let Mu Shui hold on. Bricks littered the road, causing the stroller to bump continuously. This also slightly jolted Yuanxing's wrist. As Mu Shui's hand continued to jolt, it gradually slid down Yuanxing's wrist. Mu Shui then lifted his hand again to hold it firmly. Such back and forth sliding and rubbing happened repeatedly. Yuanxing cursed under his breath, "Fuck," then loosened his right hand and reversed to grab Mu Shui's. His palm was wide and now it held Mu Shui so tightly that he couldn't budge. Then, he effortlessly continued pushing the stroller forward with one hand, maintaining a steady pace until they finally arrived at the entrance of Fengmei residential area. Mu Shui took a quick glance around the neighborhood. The gate was wide open, and there was no trace of any security guard in the guardhouse. They walked straight in without hindrance. The residential area was quiet, with only a few elderly men and women visible in the corners, gathered around a small table playing chess or poker. They arrived at Unit 3, where Yuanxing let go of Mu Shui's wrist and also released the stroller. Then he lifted up a box of water with one hand, stacked instant noodles on top, holding both securely, while still keeping hold of Mu Shui's arm, and led him into the unit door before descending the stairs. The stairwell was pitch dark, fitted with outdated sound-activated lights. So Mu Shui shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" But there was no reaction for quite some time. Unable to resist, Mu Shui asked, "Is the light broken?" "It's been broken for half a year." Inwardly, Mu Shui sighed softly. He had just been shouting like a groundhog for nothing, making himself look like a fool. Yuanxing suddenly stopped in his tracks. He released Mu Shui and rummaged in his trouser pocket for quite some time, pulling out a huge bunch of keys. His well-defined fingers easily picked out the right key from the bunch and unlocked the door. A cold draft hit them as they entered. There was no light inside. Yuanxing raised his hand to feel along the wall until he found the pull cord. With a tug, the electric light came on suddenly, allowing Mu Shui to finally see the surroundings. A rusty iron gate. Inside the gate was a pitch-black room with a square wooden table, beside which stood a wobbly-legged chair and a plastic stool. In the corner was a small bed, covered with a summer grass mat, though the quilt was still there. But after Mu Shui glanced over it, he figured that if a man used it, his lower legs would be left hanging off the end. His gaze then shifted to the other side. On the other side were separately partitioned kitchen and bathroom. The facilities were complete, but there wasn't a single window. At first glance, it all seemed extremely oppressive. Compared to Qi Xinghan's house, this place felt more like a jail cell. Yuanxing tossed the keys back into his pocket and strode inside, placing down the water and instant noodles he'd been holding. Turning around, Yuanxing looked at him, "Will you stay and live with me?" Mu Shui wasn't a picky person. If it meant having access to the patient, even living under a bridge would work. With the weighty bank card in his own pocket, and the 100 yuan note that failed to recharge Yuanxing's mobile number, Mu Shui nodded confidently, yes. Anyway, once he had an understanding of the patient's situation, he could consider inviting Yuanxing to move somewhere else with him. However, Mu Shui was curious about how Yuanxing managed to provide such a large sum of money for treatment research if he lived in a place like this. "Want to eat noodles?" Yuanxing squatted down to start unpacking the box. Mu Shui rubbed his belly and realized he was slightly hungry. But he didn't particularly want to eat instant noodles. How could he have become so picky after eating Qi Xinghan's meals? That was bad. Mu Shui reflected on this with heartfelt regret. By now, Yuan Xing had already opened the box. He pulled out bottled water, passing one bottle to Mu Shui. Mu Shui said, "Thank you. I'll eat the noodles with you." Holding 2 bags of instant noodles, Yuan Xing turned to prepare, not cook, but simply soak, the noodles. After pouring boiling water, Yuan Xing immediately sealed the lid. And that was it. The quality of life for patients seemed really questionable. Mu Shui secretly made a mental note, then hugged the bottle of water tightly and chose the plastic stool to sit on. As soon as he sat down, the plastic stool emitted a creak. Suddenly, Yuan Xing turned around, swiftly walking to Mu Shui's side and lifting him up into his arms. Mu Shui. Yuan Xing kicked away the stool. "It will break. I'm not heavy. It will break." Thinking of Yuan Xing's size, Mu Shui couldn't help but ask, "So how do you usually sit?" Yuan Xing replied, "Squat like martial arts stance perhaps." Mu Shui. What a talent you are. Why sit on any stool at all when squatting works fine? Hanging on to Yuan Xing, for the first time Mu Shui felt that, by comparison, he too was wealthy. "Let me down first, I won't sit on the stool." Mu Shui patted his arm, inadvertently landing another slap on the guy's muscles again. Unconsciously, Mu Shui curled his fingers inward. Yuan Xing set him down and slightly bowed his head, casting a glance at his own hands that was impossible to see, and said, "You're so light." Mu Shui sighed. Even though he was light, he still couldn't sit on the stool. Mu Shui was already exhausted from walking all day. After all, in the past, he had always been stuck in school, never having done much physical work. Mu Shui couldn't help but eye the bed again. Will the bed collapse if I sit on it? No. Mu Shui thought about it. When lying down, you couldn't use martial arts stances to reduce the pressure on the bed anyway. Mu Shui felt around and sat on it cautiously, finally feeling comfortable. Most psychiatric patients have symptoms of obsessive-compulsive cleanliness alongside their conditions. Even though Yuan Xing lived alone, his house was pretty clean. After sitting comfortably for a while, Yuan Xing brought over the noodles. Mu Shui reached out to take them. The warmth transferred through the paper cup made Mu Shui feel quite warm. As the chill receded, rationality slowly returned. Only then did Mu Shui think of an issue. Isn't the bed a little small? He held the noodles, looking up with expectant eyes at Yuan Xing. Where will I sleep? Yuan Xing thought for a moment. Will Stack sleep? Stack, sleep? Mu Shui couldn't understand what kind of sleeping arrangement this was. So Yuan Xing provided an explanation. I'll sleep on the bed, and you sleep on me. Mu Shui. Yuan Xing was about to take off his mask. Mu Shui didn't have time to ponder what exactly this stack sleep was. Quickly putting down his noodles, he pulled out the small tie that matched the suit from his pocket. Wait. Saying this, he pressed his hand against Yuan Xing's arm. Yuan Xing's voice was deep and low. Mu Shui took away his clown mask. Don't open your eyes first. Yuan Xing closed his eyes, making his whole face look even more stern and cool. Mu Shui grabbed the tie and used it to cover his eyes. He wanted to tie a knot behind the man's head, but his arms were too short to reach fully and exert enough strength. Mu Shui had no choice but to pat his shoulder, crouch down a bit. Yuan Xing immediately squatted down like a big dog, the action clearly practiced and skilled, showing just how often he had to maintain his stance. Mu Shui managed to tie the knot smoothly. Alright, you can't see me now, Mu Shui smiled contently, a dimple appearing on his cheek. Let's live together for a few days and get acquainted. Yuan Xing didn't say anything. The pale blue silk tie, when covering his eyes, allowed a faint light to filter through. He could vaguely see the outline of the youth's brows and the dimple on his cheek. Damn. Why does he look even cuter? Yuan Xing's chest unexpectedly went numb. Chapter 15, The Clown-Themed Room. Yuan Xing was thus dressed up as a blind man, holding his bowl of noodles and eating methodically. Mu Shui watched for a while, ensuring he wouldn't feed the noodles into his nose, before finally feeling reassured. It seemed this method could be used for a few more days. When Yuan Xing had eaten halfway through the meal, Mu Shui's phone suddenly rang. Mu Shui took out the phone and answered, "Hello. Where are you?" came Qi Xinghan's voice from the other end. "I'm in Jinyang District." "I'm also in Jinyang District," said Qi Xinghan. "It's quite chaotic over here, I'll come find you." Mu Shui bit her lip, thinking for a moment, and reluctantly refused. "Mr. Qi, you don't need to come. What would happen if two mentally ill people met?" Without fully understanding Yuan Xing, Mu Shui thought it wasn't appropriate for them to meet. Qi Xinghan paused for 2 seconds on the other end before asking, "Have you found the person you're looking for?" "Yes." "Good." The call ended briefly. On the other side, Guiyong immediately asked, "How about it, Brother Qi? Did you get the location?" "I'm going back," Qi Xinghan replied coolly. Guiyong was stunned. "Are you going back already?" "He found him," Qi Xinghan said. "That's good. This place is too chaotic, and I'm worried about Mr. Mu." Guiyong had been searching for a long time, and now he could finally relax. So everyone turned around and went back. Qi Xinghan walked a few steps, then looked deeply in one direction. After finishing the noodles, Yuan Sheng, with his eyes covered, cleaned up the trash and threw it into the trash can at the entrance of the residential area. Mu Shui looked around, there was no computer, and Yuan Sheng's mobile phone number had already been discontinued. He likely no longer used a phone. Lifting his head, Mu Shui happened to see Yuan Sheng walk inside, so he asked, "What does Mr. Yuan do every day?" Yuan Sheng appeared very casual, saying absent-mindedly, "Work, mainly, playing Ghost." "And today?" Mu Shui tilted his head to look at him. Yuan Sheng glimpsed his movement through his silk tie. Softly, Yuan Sheng said, "Got fired." "Why?" Scared 8 kids until they cried, Yuan Sheng pulled over a chair with a broken leg and sat down. "So, kids really are troublesome. What will you do next?" Mu Shui's voice lowered slightly, infusing a softness. This kind of tone often made it hard for people to resist and naturally follow along with what he was saying. "Go to another amusement park and play Ghost," Yuan Sheng said leisurely. Clearly, losing the job didn't bother him much. "I'm about to take on the responsibility of supervising you, so, can I come along?" Mu Shui placed both hands on the edge of the bed, leaning slightly towards Yuan Sheng as he spoke. At that moment, Yuan Sheng resembled a nearsighted patient, only vaguely seeing Mu Shui moving closer. With a snap, the chair leg bound together with tape broke again. Yuan Sheng quickly stood upright without falling down. He said, "Sure. Then let's go." It was still early. Mu Shui got up from the bed and initiated the proposal. Yuan Sheng grabbed the clown mask off the table, hung it around his waist, and walked out first. Mu Shui followed right after. After leaving the residential area, Mu Shui extended his hand toward Yuan Sheng. "Mr. Yuan, don't fall." Yuan Sheng glanced down at his hand. "I won't fall." Mu Shui reflected that Yuan Sheng seemed to have been living alone for a long time. Even when wearing the clown mask earlier, he hadn't made mistakes, so he probably wouldn't now either. Mu Shui searched for the location of an amusement park on his phone, and the two boarded a bus heading there. Yuan Sheng's outfit was peculiar. And Mu Shui's clothing didn't look like something someone who takes the bus would wear. A few girls on the bus glanced at them multiple times, whispering, "Is this cosplay?" "Maybe." "The one on the left looks like a blind loyal dog, and the one on the right is a dignified little prince. From which work? Haven't seen this character set up before. What is cosplay?" Mu Shui muttered inwardly. At that point, he turned his head to look at Yuan Sheng, who had already reigned in his previous nonchalant demeanor. Despite being blindfolded, Mu Shui could feel the iciness in his facial features. As if harboring deep indifference and hostility toward the entire city. They rode the bus for about half an hour before finally arriving at the amusement park entrance. As soon as they got off the bus, Mu Shui could hear the screams, cheers, and other cacophonous sounds emanating from inside the amusement park. This overly lively environment immediately brought Mu Shui back to reality from a fantastical world. If it weren't for the clothes on his body and the phone in his pocket, both of which came from Qi Xinghan, Mu Shui would almost have doubted that all those monsters, Zhao Yun, and bone knives were nothing more than a dream. "Don't get separated," Mu Shui said as he hooked Yuan Sheng's wrist. The two then walked toward the entrance. Their dress styles, so out of place here, and their overly striking appearances caught the attention of the other tourists. Mu Shui was somewhat unaccustomed to this. But Yuan Sheng clearly seemed accustomed to being appraised with odd glances. He looked in one direction and said, "That way is the amusement park's workstation." Mu Shui led Yuan Sheng over there. Such places were always short-staffed, especially in need of people to dress up as mascots or ghosts. These jobs were tiring, had low pay, and the latter role was particularly prone to accidental injuries from panicked tourists. The manager took a look at Yuan Sheng. Although he found his appearance somewhat strange, he couldn't deny, "You're quite suitable for this job." Yuan Sheng replied, "I've done it before." "All right," the manager said, then turned to Mu Shui, "What about him?" Mu Shui thought for a moment and said, "I'll do the same job as him." The manager nodded, "Then let's start now, shall we? The peak hours from afternoon until closing time are when we really need staff." The manager then gestured to a middle-aged man, "Old Lin, you teach them." Old Lin didn't say a word, just silently nodded his head. After the manager left, Old Lin grabbed 2 sets of clown costumes and came over to them. Upon getting closer, Mu Shui finally saw a scar on Old Lin's neck, as if someone had cut into it with a knife. No wonder he doesn't talk much. "Thank you," Mu Shui accepted the clothes. When Old Lin heard his voice, he involuntarily lifted an eyelid, taking another glance at him, then slipped a piece of paper into Mu Shui's hand. When Mu Shui picked it up, he discovered it was the employee code of conduct, roughly explaining what ghost-playing staff should be mindful of. Mu Shui put away the paper and entered separate dressing rooms with Yuan Sheng to change into clown outfits. After they came out, their faces were already framed by masks. Yuan Sheng hadn't discarded his old mask either, he still hung the old one around his waist, giving him the appearance of a clown with 2 faces. The moment Yuan Sheng stood there, his presence was extremely scary. Mu Shui, on the other hand, completely differed. Even dressed in such attire, he radiated not a hint of eerie menace. Mu Shui adjusted the pointed hat on his head, looking at himself in the mirror. Yuan Xing came over and pinched the tip of his hat. Old Lin had already turned around and started leading ahead. Without time to ponder why he still didn't seem like a terrifying clown, Mu Shui hurriedly followed Old Lin. Yuan Xing trailed closely behind. They quickly arrived at a horror-themed room with the theme, Clown Horror. Yuan Sheng and Mu Shui would play the main boss clown characters in this scenario. They entered the themed room through the staff channel. Mu Shui and Yuan Xing stood together in front of a huge mirror, which reflected their current appearance. It did appear as though they represented the light and dark sides of a clown. At this point, voices came through their earpieces. Tourists have entered. Clown 1 go to point A, Clown 2 go to point C. Mu Shui felt a bit nervous. What would happen if he couldn't scare anyone? He never expected that during his psychology studies, one day he'd end up playing a ghost to terrify tourists, analyzing their psychology. Yuan Sheng, however, simply turned and headed straight for point A. The lighting in the themed room was dim, stretching his tall figure into long shadows interweaving under the gloom. Yuan Sheng's originally towering physique appeared even larger under the interplay of light and shadow, casting a shadow on the wall like a giant, even covering Mu Shui's shadow entirely. Could he be a monster? A bone had appeared on Qi Xinghan's back. What about him? Did he have an extra bone at the tail vertebrae? Mu Shui pressed his lips together and turned his head toward point C. Yuan Sheng continued following closely behind. Chapter 16, The Waterloo of Scene NPCs. Point C was a room with Western style, deliberately aged. It was filled with dolls of all kinds, and the excessively bright colors on them gave off a sense of cheapness and eeriness. Mu Shui entered point C and thought carefully about how to make things more frightening. His gaze swept around the room and finally settled on the desk that had dried blood stains on it. If he were to crawl inside the desk, then slowly appear in front of the tourists, wouldn't that be terrifying? With that idea in mind, Mu Shui without hesitation crawled under the table. Just as he lay down there, an array of piercing screams suddenly approached, followed by disordered footsteps chasing each other. They tumbled into point C. Had they just come from point A? That's what Mu Shui thought. He slightly raised his head and looked at the new group of tourists from under the table. There were 3 men and 2 women. From Mu Shui's angle, he could see their trembling legs. The dolls here are so disgusting, let's hurry up and leave. Will the clown not catch up with us? I read the guidebook, each scene has fixed NPCs. Wait, if every scene has an NPC, where is this one? Why, don't we see anyone? The girl's voice trembled. Mu Shui was not very skilled at scaring people, and hearing such trembling voices made him want to crawl out and tell them, I'm right here, see? I'm not scary. Lost in thought, Mu Shui gradually began to crawl out. At this moment, the girl stared toward the door and screamed once again, quickly bending over and crawling under the desk, forcefully bumping Mu Shui back. Ah, Mu Shui said involuntarily. Ah, the girl echoed. Mu Shui lifted his face. The girl's scream transformed into, ah. The others, scared but unsure where danger came from, all mimicked the girl's actions and crawled under the table. Mu Shui was squeezed into a corner. There's someone. The girl strained to keep her scream low. Where? Where? I think I hit him. Having no choice, Mu Shui lifted his hand and let his fingers slowly scrape the bottom edge of the desk. The sound of his nails scraping against the wooden panel finally caught their attention. They anxiously turned their heads towards Mu Shui's direction. In the corner sat a clown wearing a greatly oversized clown suit. On his face was a mask painted with various colors, and on his nose rested a round ball. Above that was a pointed red hat, which had already been pressed flat by the table. Below the hat extended a long and pale neck. It was a young boy dressed as a clown. A little cute. For a brief moment, a strange kind of fear enveloped them. They stared blankly at the clown, speechless. Mu Shui withdrew his hand that scratched the table and didn't feel awkward at all. He slowly placed his finger at his lips and whispered softly, "Shoo." The men and women in front of him immediately put their hands over their mouths and nodded at Mu Shui. Mu Shui. At this moment, the door suddenly creaked open. The tourists in front trembled once again. However, Mu Shui felt something was odd. The rule stated clearly that the theme house received no more than 10 tourists at a time, entering in batches. Besides these tourists, who else could be here? Staff members are not allowed to wander around. The footsteps hit the ground neither too heavy nor too light, and the person finally entered Mu Shui's line of sight. Brown rubber shoes, black suspender long pants with overly large cuffs. Definitely amusement park work attire. The rest were scared stiff. Without thinking, they crowded closer to Mu Shui for protection, wanting nothing more than to cling to him for security. Mu Shui was slightly irritated. He's a clown. Ah. At this moment, the visitor suddenly stopped, returning the space to silence once again. However, Mu Shui's ears were sharp, and he faintly heard some slight noises, like fingernails lightly sliding across paper, or something creeping slowly out of someone's throat. SSS, SSS. Mu Shui finally remembered what this sound was. It was the sound of a snake flicking its tongue. Does a clown-themed house need snakes too? This clearly doesn't seem right. Mu Shui lifted his hand and pressed against the girl squeezing him, gesturing to the terrified girl. He waved his fingers, signaling her to move backward. The girl obediently gave way for Mu Shui. Finally, Mu Shui once again squeezed to a position closer to the outside under the desk. It seemed that the visitor had heard some sounds, so he turned around and faced the desk. Mu Shui spread his arms wide in a gesture of protecting the tourists behind him, blocking them from view. Mu Shui instantly thought of Dinya at that moment. In this entirely new world he had encountered, when monsters would appear was unpredictable. But the possibility of meeting her again here, should be very low, right? While Mu Shui was lost in thought, the visitor bent down. SSS, the sound suddenly came closer. The visitor and Mu Shui faced each other directly. It was old Lin. This face, filled with the weathered look of a middle-aged man, slightly contorted as his mouth split open outwardly, and a snake's tongue extended out from it. But it only lasted for an instant. The snake's tongue was quickly swallowed back by him. Old Lin locked eyes with Mu Shui. Old Lin patted the desk and pointed toward the door's direction. Mu Shui understood his meaning, so he went out first. Come out, Mu Shui mumbled through the mask, he is our staff member, here to remind you it's time to move to the next point. If you stay here any longer, the following tourists won't be able to enjoy their experience. These young men and women quickly crawled out, sighing in relief. They dared to glance at old Lin once and hurriedly said, quite realistic the themed house is really well done. After that, they ran out of point C, pressing against each other nervously. A flurry of chaotic footsteps quickly faded away. Probably fearing they might be caught by Yuansheng from point A again. Mu Shui then turned his head to look at old Lin. Old Lin gave Mu Shui a somewhat stiff smile, maintaining his slightly distorted facial expression, and also walked out of point C. Mu Shui tilted his head. Something still didn't feel right. The themed house had a main control station. If the station noticed the tourists hadn't reached the next location, they would notify via earpiece. There was no need for old Lin to walk in personally. Was it because the main control station thought he wasn't frightening enough? Not scaring away the tourists. But old Lin's makeup didn't seem like it was applied either. If only he had pinched his tongue at the time to confirm if it was real or not. Mu Shui thought with disappointment. Afterward, old Lin never reappeared at point C. And Mu Shui continued welcoming wave after wave of tourists. He was completely oblivious to what time it was outside. This monotonous and boring routine gradually made Mu Shui lose the initial curiosity and interest. What was the point? Every time those tourists got scared, they just crowded toward him. Mu Shui unhappily tugged at his clown suit. All wrinkled. Even the spherical nose on the mask was knocked off. Finally, a voice came through his earpiece, you can clock out now. Gather at point B, then leave through the staff passage. Mu Shui immediately headed toward point B. Today's group leader responsible for the Clown Terror themed house was standing at point B. Once everyone had gathered at the designated spot, the group leader distributed the wages. Well, the most dedicated one today was number 1, so there's an extra 50 yuan bonus. The group leader handed the money to Yuansheng. Then, he turned to look at Mu Shui, his expression seeming somewhat complicated. Today's bonus for number 2 is 80 yuan more. Mu Shui blinked in confusion. Wasn't the most dedicated one Yuansheng? So why did he receive more bonus? The group leader coughed lightly, looking at number 2 whose clown outfit was torn in several places, had all crooked, ball-shaped nose missing, appearing even more pitiful than the tourists. He said, well, several groups of tourists expressed thanks for number 2 protecting them. Mu Shui. That ghost insulted me. At that moment, Yuansheng hearing the comment also turned to look at Mu Shui. Damn it. He actually looked quite good dressed as a clown. Chapter 17, Dreaming and Falling Ill. With the base salary plus bonus, Mu Shui earned 180 yuan, and Yuansheng earned 150 yuan. Mu Shui didn't complain about the amount. After all, before graduation, he hadn't received a single penny in wages. For him, 180 yuan was still money, and quite precious too. Alright, you guys can go now. Change back into your own clothes and return the uniforms to Lao Lin, the supervisor said. Upon hearing this, everyone naturally dispersed in a flurry. But when others walked out, they intentionally kept a 2-meter distance from Yuansheng. Mu Shui couldn't help but glance over. Had he done something remarkable at point A? Walking slowly at the end, Mu Shui and Yuansheng finally exited the clown horror themed house. When they reached the changing room, the others had already changed and left. The uniforms were neatly folded on the chairs, with no sign of Lao Lin in the room. Suppressing his curiosity, Mu Shui first checked himself in the mirror. He noticed that his neck still had large patches of gray-white makeup that Lao Lin had applied for consistency with the mask before entering the themed house. Mu Shui wiped it off with a tissue, but it was hard to clean completely. Changing clothes would easily transfer the makeup onto the fabric. So, he bent over the sink and washed his neck while looking into the mirror. By the time his neck was clean, his entire head was soaked, and his hair was sticking to his neck. All done. Yuansheng's voice came from behind. Yeah. Mu Shui turned around, water still dripping from his chin. Instinctively, Yuan Sheng raised his hand to catch the droplets and inadvertently looked at his face. Mu Shui's features shimmered with moisture, making his gaze even more radiant and captivating. Yuan Sheng glanced once and quickly turned away, then raised the other hand. Looking down, Mu Shui saw that he was still holding the tie. He immediately shook the water off his hands and took the tie, saying, "Can you lower yourself a bit? I can't reach." Yuan Sheng skillfully crouched slightly. Mu Shui grabbed the tie and wrapped it around Yuan Sheng's neck, quickly tying it up. The water that hadn't been dried yet dripped down into Yuan Sheng's neck, which was cold in the chill of winter. Yet Yuan Sheng didn't shiver, instead, he felt a hint of warmth. "Are we good?" Yuan Sheng asked. "Just a second." Mu Shui thought for a moment, then undid the knot. He said, "It's not very secure, let me tie another one." As he spoke, Mu Shui's fingers moved deftly, creating a bow at the back of Yuan Sheng's head. Now it was solid, unlikely to slip off easily. Satisfied, Mu Shui retracted his hand. Of course, Yuan Sheng couldn't see what was tied behind his head. He said, "All right, let's go change our clothes." Mu Shui nodded and followed behind. At this moment, there was a sudden noise below the window, as if something had bumped against it. Mu Shui stopped abruptly and looked towards the window. The sky outside was gradually darkening. The noisy voices of the amusement park had somehow faded from earshot. In this moment, the surrounding environment was eerily quiet, so much so that Mu Shui could hear his own heartbeat clearly. In a low voice, he said, "Yuan Sheng, come over." Yuan Sheng didn't move. Unable to hold back, Mu Shui looked toward Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng stood facing away, tall and imposing, like an enormous mountain peak standing firm. Suddenly, Yuan Sheng extended his hand, grabbing Mu Shui and pulling him close. Mu Shui was momentarily stunned. Lifting his finger, Yuan Sheng lowered his head and gestured to Mu Shui, hushing him. The expression on Yuan Sheng's face had completely changed. He had reverted to his previous demeanor during the ride here, cool and detached. He tightly held onto Mu Shui's wrist, tilting his head slightly, as if listening for something. Outside the window, the entity could no longer restrain itself. It slowly moved its body closer to the door. Faint footsteps mixed with the sound of slime tearing apart, causing an instinctive feeling of nausea. Just as Mu Shui was about to speak to comfort his patient, he realized that although Yuan Sheng's hands were cold, they were strong and steady, showing no signs of trembling. Which meant Yuan Sheng wasn't afraid at all. Mu Shui quietly exhaled and looked towards the door. Lao Lin's face peeked in, revealing an excited yet tremulous expression on his usually taciturn face. His gaze quickly locked onto Mu Shui, just as Zhao Yun had done before. He stared intently at Mu Shui, the look of trembling on his face gradually increasing. His head shook against the doorframe, hitting it with a duong, duong sound. Mu Shui. But the expression of yearning in his eyebrows and eyes slowly grew stronger. His features appeared more grotesque and twisted, his mouth stretching back, half smiling and half not. Soon, the yearning completely overshadowed the trembling. His head crashed against the doorframe with a thunderous bang. Finally, Lao Lin no longer hit his body, fully standing up straight in the doorway. He still wore the work uniform from earlier, the body beneath it trembling violently. It wasn't clear whether it was out of fear or excitement. He opened his mouth, revealing a long, snake-like thing. SSS. In the blink of an eye, that thing reached Mu Shui. Just at this moment, Mu Shui realized that it wasn't a snake's tongue but a human one, stretched like clay and split at the tip into a fork, the scars still clearly visible. Without thinking, Mu Shui reached out to grab it. However, Yuan Sheng's movement was faster. With one hand holding Mu Shui to keep him still, the other swiftly grasped the elongated tongue, bending his fingers and applying force to curl the tongue. Then he pulled the tongue hard, causing Lao Lin to be dragged over midair. "Mu Shui. What do you want?" Yuan Sheng asked in a low voice. At first listen, it seemed friendly, similar to asking if you'd eaten today. Mu Shui glanced at Yuan Sheng's distinct knuckles, gripping something vermilion tightly with no intention of letting go. Lao Lin became like a stranded octopus, waving his limbs in the air, his neck pulled upward because his tongue was seized, drool flowing from his gaping mouth. Mu Shui. How can he answer when you're holding his tongue? Yuan Sheng placed his hand on Lao Lin's face, touching it and frowning, wiping his hand on Lao Lin's clothing before saying, "You're really ugly." Lao Lin, ha, ha. With the tie still covering his eyes, Yuan Sheng showed no signs of panic, instead appearing extremely calm. Under the dim light, Yuan Sheng's handsome face seemed dotted with a touch of elegance and composure. His expression grew even colder as he whispered, "Oh, I know what you want now. But I won't give it to you." The last few words slowly escaped his lips, brimming with insufferable arrogance. Yuan Sheng yanked Lao Lin's tongue forcefully, so much so that Mu Shui could hear a slight tearing sound. Lao Lin let out a fiercer, "ha" sound from his throat. But Yuan Sheng was much taller, and when he lifted Lao Lin, his feet left the ground. His limbs lost their support and were forced to tilt upward, looking like a hanging ghost. "Yuan Sheng, how long can your tongue stretch?" Lao Lin, ha, ha. Yuan Sheng, wait, I'll try. Lao Lin, ha, ha. Yuan Sheng, ah, it can't stretch any further. Lao Lin. In an instant, Mu Shui heard a sound like ripping cloth. Puh, blood splattered everywhere. Yuan Sheng pulled the tongue out, and Lao Lin fell backward, becoming a semi-dead octopus, unable to emit even a single, huh, from his throat anymore. Yuan Sheng slowly walked to the door, stepped on the pedal of the trash bin, and threw the tongue inside. I thought your tongue was rubber and could stretch further. Boring. Yuan Sheng moved to the sink with a look of disdain, turning on the water to wash his hands. Mu Shui squatted down to take a closer look at Lao Lin. Lao Lin's pupils dilated, gazing at him, his face still showing an excited expression, as though it was an instinct. Instinct for what? Instinctively craving him. Mu Shui sniffed his own body through the clown costume. There was no smell of boiled meat. By this time, Yuan Sheng had already washed his hands and returned, pulling Mu Shui up by his collar. Change clothes, we're leaving. After speaking, Yuan Sheng turned around as though he had completely forgotten about Lao Lin and went to change his clothes. What did Lao Lin mean to him? He was probably just a mosquito that mistakenly wandered into his territory during the summer. Once he acted, and with just a press, the mosquito died. Mu Shui pressed his lips together, then turned to change his clothes. Only now did his heartbeat quicken just a little bit. When Yuan Sheng took action, he didn't expose even one unusual characteristic. This person was more complicated, psychologically stronger, and possessed more traits leaning toward an antisocial personality. After changing into new clothes, Mu Shui came out, and Yuan Sheng was already waiting outside. His towering figure blocked almost the entire doorway as he stood there. Mu Shui walked slowly up and asked, "Aren't you calling 120? Why call 120? Something like this won't easily die," Yuan Sheng said while once again grasping Mu Shui's wrist, leading him out in a manner akin to how an adult would guide a child. As they were walking, he casually opened his mouth. "Were you scared?" Mu Shui shook his head, but right after realizing that the other person couldn't see, he softly spoke, "No." His voice was soft, carrying a trace of calm and gentle quietness. Yuan Sheng said, "Is that so?" In the past, when people encountered something like this, they all thought they were dreaming, and I was experiencing episodes. Chapter 18, Is he sick? Others thought he was dreaming, but they thought he was having a mental breakdown. This sentence carried so much information. Mu Shui's eyes flickered, but instead of asking further about this sentence, he said, "Have many things like today happened before?" Occasionally, Yuan Sheng said offhandedly, pushing open the amusement park's door and walking out with Mu Shui. Outside, pedestrians on their way home from work hurried by, cars were jammed together waiting for the red light to turn green. The noisy sound surged back like waves. Mu Shui instantly felt as if he had finally returned to the real world. Besides those like old Lin, what kind of people has Mr. Yuan met before? Mu Shui asked. His tone was innocent, sounding like it came purely from curiosity. Yuan Sheng paused, then suddenly turned to look at him. Even though there was a tie covering his eyes, Mu Shui still felt as if Yuan Sheng's gaze pierced through the fabric, staring deeply into him. Yuan Sheng had never heard anyone ask him such a question before. As he recalled, he answered, most of them looked pretty ugly, bird beaks, elephant tusks, and limbs that are elongated and deformed. Perplexed, Mu Shui spoke up, "Are you grading them by appearance? The ones who look good are stronger?" At least from the 4 samples he'd seen, Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, Zhao Yun, and Old Lin, it seemed to be the case. Yuan Sheng paused again. "I don't know. Again, I don't know." Could it be inferred then that Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng had only just recently encountered this fantastical world, and because they hadn't seen many other monsters, they lacked sufficient samples to build a unified cognitive system? Which left everyone completely confused. Once again, Mu Shui's mind replayed Yuan Sheng's words. "Others think I'm dreaming, while thinking he is sick." Yuan Sheng was more clear-headed than anyone, he understood his own condition, knowing where he had changed. But others didn't understand and refused to believe what they saw with their own eyes, accusing him of being mentally ill. So the question arises. Are Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan truly sick? Or perhaps, their understanding of themselves was actually quite accurate, while others, stuck in their own limited perspectives, rashly labeled them as insane. "The bus is here." Yuan Sheng's voice interrupted Mu Shui's thoughts. Mu Shui looked up to see the bus stopping in front of them. Holding his wrist, Yuan Sheng brought him onto the bus. It was rush hour after work, and it was already crowded inside. As soon as they got on, an auntie near the door pushed Mu Shui forcefully into Yuan Sheng's arms. Though Yuan Sheng was lightly dressed, he exuded warmth continuously. Mu Shui could only press against his chest, and Yuan Sheng's towering frame blocked him, casting a large shadow over him. Mu Shui felt as if he were confined within his shadow. The bus became increasingly crowded, with some people even deliberately leaning toward them. People inside scrutinized Mu Shui and Yuan Sheng, who clearly stood out, making Mu Shui feel uncomfortable. He faintly began to understand how Yuan Sheng must have felt. When you're fully awake and aware, yet others regard you as if you're having a mental breakdown. What would that feel like? Mu Shui couldn't help but tugged at Yuan Sheng's tank top. Yuan Sheng lowered his head slightly. Do you really need me? Mu Shui whispered, as if speaking to Yuan Sheng, but also questioning himself. Yuan Sheng was taken aback, probably not expecting Mu Shui to suddenly ask such a question. But Mu Shui started seriously reflecting. Why intern at Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute? On one hand, it was to better write papers, and on the other, to gain more practical experience. But all this should ideally be built on helping the patients. If he served no purpose and only caused additional stress for the patients, then it wouldn't be necessary. After asking the question, Mu Shui remained silent for a long time, his face serious, every feature tensed. Unable to resist any longer, Yuan Sheng spoke up, is Dr. Mu planning to leave? Mu Shui tiptoed closer to his ear and softly said, you have a powerful psyche, can fully control yourself, and possess a set of perfectly logical behavior patterns. Even though your actions are unconventional, they still follow normal logical laws. Are you, really sick? I guess so. Yuan Sheng tightened his grip on Mu Shui's arm, veins slightly popping out. Stendhal syndrome? Perhaps the director should send another doctor, Mu Shui pondered aloud. What kind of change? Yuan Sheng asked. Probably not as good-looking as me, Mu Shui whispered, a bit bashfully, as if he were praising his own good looks. A uglier one? Yuan Sheng said straightforwardly. Mu Shui slightly nodded his head. That won't work. If he's ugly like old Lin, I'd have to cut out my tongue. Mu Shui thought of old Lin looking pitiful, sprawled on the ground like a dehydrated octopus. Then let's forget about that. Alright, Yuan Sheng replied. Mu Shui relaxed but immediately thought of another issue. He grabbed Yuan Sheng's shoulder, leaned closer, and asked, if we just leave like this, won't the police find old Lin? He'll figure out a way to get away from there. He doesn't want to be discovered either. Why? Can't he disguise himself as a normal person again? Instead, Yuan Sheng asked, did you meet him at Point C today? Mu Shui nodded. He eats people, Yuan Sheng said calmly, as though he was talking about being vegetarian. Mu Shui paused for a second. Eats people? Yeah, the smell of blood is too strong. The police can see right away if someone has committed murder. So he came to Point C today to prey on tourists. Mu Shui connected the dots. Turned out the tourists had been unknowingly protected by them. Maybe he was marking people. Once marked, he could accurately target his chosen victims after the park closed. Tourists come and go every day, and if only one victim is selected per group, the connections between these victims are very weak. Thus, the police wouldn't know where to start investigating. Yuan Sheng paused briefly. If I were him, I'd do it this way. Then Yuan Sheng furrowed his brow. On second thought, if I were him, I wouldn't do it this way. Eating people is disgusting. Only low-level creatures without brains would do that. Mu Shui sighed. Then he probably deserves to die. Yuan Sheng suddenly looked at him, surprised he'd say something like that. Confused, Mu Shui stared back. Yuan Sheng spoke in a low voice, I thought you'd say that such scum should be handed over to the law. Knowing this now, I should have torn him apart and thrown him along with his tongue into the trash can. Mu Shui. Still, let's forget it. Mu Shui licked his lips, suddenly realizing that, no, he still needed to continue acting as a guardian. He needed to provide regular psychological counseling for them. Otherwise, they might eventually develop issues regardless of their current state. People around them were still whispering comments. Wow, dressed like that, aren't they going for some movie shoot? Isn't it a show being recorded or something? There are probably hidden cameras inside the car. They're whispering so closely. Little did they know, the two eccentrically dressed figures leaning close together were discussing killings and eating people. With an innocent look on his face, Mu Shui struggled to pull out his phone. He first searched how to send an anonymous text, then downloaded an app, created a virtual number, and sent the message to the junior officer they had met earlier. Old Lin shouldn't be allowed to escape. Yuan Sheng lowered his head slightly. Once more, through the thin silk covering his eyes, his gaze fell upon Mu Shui's movements. Chapter 19, Living Together Daily Life 1. Back at Yuan Sheng's place, the two hastily resolved their dinner. Mu Shui couldn't help but ask, are we just going to have braised beef noodles? Yuan Sheng thought about it for a moment. Then how about changing to pickled pepper flavor? Why don't you eat properly? Mu Shui countered. What's the point? Yuan Sheng squatted down and began fixing the wobbly chair leg as he spoke. The meaning of being alive, Mu Shui seriously replied. Yuan Sheng stood up straight, put the chair back in place, and suddenly changed the subject. What do you want to eat? Mu Shui paused, then said, candied yam, braised pork, sautéed green beans with rice. Yuan Sheng turned his back on Mu Shui, silent, seemingly struggling with the challenge of cooking blindly. Mu Shui immediately followed up, I can cook. Only then did Yuan Sheng slowly turn around, his eyes hidden behind the silk tie, looking at Mu Shui, you can? Yeah, would you like some? Mu Shui asked. Deciding took no more than a second. Yuan Sheng simply said, sure. Mu Shui sighed with relief. At least this one isn't picky. Just then, probably because Mu Shui had just criticized Qi Xinghan internally, his phone rang suddenly. He looked down to see the name displayed, Mr. Qi. Mu Shui answered the call, and immediately heard Qi Xinghan's voice from the other end, still in Jinyang district. Not coming back. I'll come back in a few days. How are you doing now? Is Zhao Yun's matter resolved? Mu Shui asked a series of questions all at once. Hearing Mu Shui's tone over the call, Yuan Sheng unconsciously glanced at him. However, due to the scarf covering his eyes, all he could see was a vague outline. On the other end of the phone, Qi Xinghan calmly responded, "It's been resolved. I'm fine." Mu Shui thought for a moment before saying to the other side, "If you feel any discomfort, either physically or mentally, please give me a call immediately." "All right. It's getting late, go to sleep early. Good night." The other end of the phone, Qi Xinghan hesitated momentarily before also saying, "Good night." Mu Shui hung up the phone. It wasn't until he shoved his phone back into his pocket that he suddenly remembered how Qi Xinghan rarely slept during the nights. Mu Shui instinctively looked up at Yuan Sheng, only to catch Yuan Sheng eyeing him intently. Mu Shui slightly startled but still opened his mouth first. "Does Mr. Yuan need sleep tonight?" "Need it. Beds aren't meant for decoration," Yuan Sheng said slowly, followed by an abrupt change in tone. His speech speed increased. "Is that your other patient?" The more Mu Shui interacted with both Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng, the less inclined he became to refer to them orally as patients. So he said instead, "They're my supervision objects." "Am I the first?" Yuan Sheng asked. There was something odd in his tone, as if dissatisfied that he wasn't unique. Mu Shui naturally wouldn't say that, so he lazily yawned, blinked his eyes, and re-looked at Yuan Sheng. "Mr. Yuan, I'm sleepy." Yuan Sheng caught the movement through the silk scarf. Even though he couldn't really see clearly, Yuan Sheng felt that right now, there should be a shimmer in the boy's eyes, his lips parting slightly revealing small white teeth. Yuan Sheng stopped pursuing the question. In a low voice, he said, "Do you want to take a shower?" "Yes." Mu Shui nodded. But then he thought of a problem. "Do you have any clothes here I can temporarily change into?" Yuan Sheng's lips moved faintly. "Only 2 pairs of pants, not for lending." Mu Shui looked disappointed. But soon after, Yuan Sheng added, "There is a shirt I can lend you." "Then I greatly thank Mr. Yuan." The tone in Mu Shui's voice instantly carried a hint of excitement. Was he really a doctor? His emotions were so outwardly visible, making him seem soft and easy to manipulate, yet radiant and charming at the same time. Yuan Sheng slightly bowed his head and walked toward the wardrobe. When the wardrobe opened, Mu Shui saw how empty it truly was: 2 undershirts, the only shirt, a hoodie, 2 thin windbreaker coats, and a single pair of work pants. Yuan Sheng reached in and pulled out the shirt. "Do you want underwear?" Mu Shui quickly nodded, "Yes." Yuan Sheng opened the drawer. It was only then Mu Shui noticed, despite the emptiness of the wardrobe, the drawers were filled. Each drawer was divided into numerous small sections, each holding undergarments. Yuan Sheng picked one out, handed it along with the shirt to Mu Shui. "New," he said. Mu Shui nodded, then turned and went into the bathroom first. As Mu Shui turned on the shower, Yuan Sheng was doing something outside, making constant tap, tap sounds. Mu Shui remembered Yuan Sheng's words, how water and electricity frequently cut off here, and thus didn't dare to use his phone for calls or emails just in case of emergencies. He placed the phone carefully aside, quickly finished washing up, dried himself with paper towels, hurriedly put on the underwear and pajamas before stepping out. The basement floor was damp and cold, especially inside the bathroom. There was neither an air conditioner nor a heater here, and when the shower head was turned off, a wave of coldness seeped through the bones. Yuan Sheng heard the bathroom door being flung open with a metallic clang. Then, someone clad in the oversized slippers he'd left by the bath area came trotting out, making small steps with light tapping sounds. Just from hearing the footsteps, Yuan Sheng feared that the slippers might be flung off. Involuntarily, Yuan Sheng fixed his gaze on Mu Shui. Through the silk scarf, he could vaguely make out Mu Shui wearing his shirt. It was exceptionally large, loosely draping over the youth's body, even covering part of the thighs. Legs were straight. Mu Shui slowly approached him. "What were you doing earlier, Mr. Yuan?" asked Mu Shui. Yuan Sheng unconsciously spread out his palm, and Mu Shui lowered his head to take a look. Resting in his palm was a metal lighter. Earlier, Yuan Sheng had been playing with the lighter's cover. When Mu Shui looked down at his hand, Yuan Sheng also focused on Mu Shui. His hair was still wet, probably damp, reminding Yuan Sheng of the amusement park where after washing the paint off his neck, Mu Shui had appeared similarly moist. Damn. Suddenly, Yuan Sheng felt that this blurry state of seeing but not clearly made things feel a little worse. After walking past Yuan Sheng, Mu Shui went straight to the bed and lay down first. "Mr. Yuan, I'm going to sleep." Today had exhausted him. As soon as his eyes closed, he drifted deeply into sleep. Yuan Sheng turned around and walked into the bathroom again to twist the faucet. No water. Yuan Sheng, perfect timing for the water outage. With no other choice, Yuan Sheng stepped out of the bathroom. He took out the only changeable bedsheet from the cabinet and laid it on the cold hard floor, lying down on it just like that. Closing his eyes, Yuan Sheng listened to another heartbeat for the first time at such close quarters. Thump, thump. It felt like hammering directly against his eardrums. By the next morning, when Mu Shui managed to pry open his eyes, he grabbed his phone and started browsing the news. An intimate young boy appeared outside Taotai Entertainment. Exclusive. Outside the police station, Qi Xinghan stood shoulder to shoulder with a young boy waiting for their manager's car. Discuss 8 things about the mysterious young man who once appeared in the Thorns crew. Mu Shui's eyelashes quivered. Mysterious young man. Was it referring to him? Mu Shui didn't dare to click on those articles. Lately, he'd been searching non-stop on Weibo, gradually understanding some things. Apparently, idols fans hated rumors linking idols to others, often criticizing these rumor subjects fiercely. Did this count as a scandal involving Qi Xinghan? Mu Shui ignored those headlines and continued scrolling down. The killer of Dingya has been found. The Dingya murder case concluded, the film set suspected to resume filming. Dingya's performance in Thorns became her final role. The director stated that the original scenes will be kept while modifying the script to proceed. Reports regarding Dingya actually ranked behind these. But upon seeing the 4 words, concluded, Mu Shui exhaled in relief. If Xiao Yun's matter is settled, that's good. He kept scrolling down further, flipping through them for a long time, until eventually, he found a less noticeable news item. The 3 missing students from High City have been located. Their skeletons are incomplete, bearing traces of artificial damage, and the police are actively pursuing the culprits. Were they the ones eaten by Old Lin? Mu Shui furrowed his eyebrows, instantly becoming much more alert. He pocketed his phone, sat up from the bed, and blinked slowly. Wait, where was Mr. Yuan? Looking back, all he saw was the rumpled sheet on the floor, obviously used for sleeping. But Yuan Sheng was nowhere to be found. Did Mr. Yuan really sleep on the floor last night? Mu Shui's face flushed bright red immediately. Hurriedly getting off the bed, he changed back into his previous clothes and called out, Mr. Yuan. His voice reverberated lowly throughout the room, but there was no response from Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui reached out to push the door, it didn't budge, seemingly locked from the outside. Chilled down his spine, Mu Shui was just about to fetch his phone. Outside the door, a clinking sound of keys was heard, followed by the unlocking and opening of the door as someone outside turned the handle. Yuan Sheng walked in, enveloped in a cold breeze. Awake? Mu Shui nodded briefly before his gaze fell upon what Yuan Sheng was carrying in his hands. Inside the bright yellow and red plastic bags were vegetables and bottles of various seasonings. The contrast looked somewhat amusing. It was like an impeccably dressed man who suddenly started doing a square dance. Mu Shui quickly reached out to take the bags from him. Thanks for the effort. It did take some effort, Yuan Sheng replied, walking further inside. It was only then that Mu Shui noticed Yuan Sheng's trouser legs were all wet. There's water everywhere outside, every step you take, you're bound to land in a puddle. Despite saying this, there wasn't a trace of complaint or irritation on Yuan Sheng's face. I'll make breakfast first. We should eat something warm, Mu Shui immediately suggested. All right. As Yuan Sheng's fingers grazed his waistline to unbutton his pants, he suddenly remembered something and hesitated, having to stop himself from proceeding. So for now, he had no choice but to endure the uncomfortable feeling of wet fabric sticking to his skin. Are you going to work at the amusement park today? Mu Shui asked. Can't go. Huh? The police have cordoned off the area. How do you know? Mu Shui asked curiously. I went to check. Recalling the clock next to his bed when he got up, it had been 7:11 a.m. So how early had Yuan Sheng woken up and gone all the way to the amusement park? Unless, his strange trait wasn't actually bony growths on his hips, but rather wheels under his feet rolling gurgle gurgle. Or maybe he even had wings. While letting his imagination wander, Mu Shui also asked lightly, no work today, then? Let's switch to another amusement park, Yuan Sheng said casually. But Mu Shui couldn't help but wonder. Would all of High City's amusement parks survive their antics? Holding the cleaned vegetables, Mu Shui was about to walk towards the stove when Yuan Sheng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist tightly, saying, your slippers are about to fall off. As he spoke, he bent down slightly. Lift your foot. Instinctively, Mu Shui raised his foot. Yuan Sheng carefully adjusted the position of the slippers. Through the silk of his tie, Yuan Sheng glanced down once more at Mu Shui's feet. Not only was Mu Shui light. His feet were small too. Chapter 20, Let's Go Together. Mu Shui's single life was not wasted. In the past at school, his daily companions aside from his roommates, mentors, and numerous books, were merely the rice cooker he used in the dorm to cook with. Yuan Sheng's place was a bit better equipped than just a rice cooker, so Mu Shui didn't find it difficult to prepare a few dishes. In no time, the cold and gloomy atmosphere in the room was replaced by the aroma of steaming hot dishes. Feeling uncomfortable, Mu Shui gave an exaggerated shake of his oversized slippers on his feet and asked, can we put food on the table? Will it collapse? No. Yuan Sheng silently picked up the dishes and placed them on the table. Mu Shui watched carefully to confirm that the table didn't wobble before feeling relieved, ladling out vegetable porridge and carrying 2 bowls toward the table. How should we sit? Mu Shui tilted his head as he looked at Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng pushed the slightly wobbly chair towards Mu Shui, saying, I repaired it yesterday. Mu Shui tested its sturdiness slowly before sitting down. Excellent, no shaking, so it wouldn't collapse. With his bowl of rice in hand, Yuan Sheng stood beside Mu Shui and began eating with his chopsticks. Does it taste good? Mu Shui looked up at him. Yuan Sheng slowly placed the food into his mouth, chewing deliberately, as if recalling the taste of normal meals. Tastes good. The movements of Mu Shui's chopsticks became noticeably lighter and more carefree. Neither of them spoke after that, and they quickly finished breakfast. After clearing all the food, Yuan Sheng instinctively gathered the dishes and headed for the kitchen. Mu Shui hated washing dishes the most, so upon seeing this, he sighed with relief and hurried back to the bedside to take out the shoes hidden under the bed, putting on his socks and shoes. We'll have to go out later. He hoped he wouldn't have to embarrass himself today. Let's go, Yuan Sheng said, wiping his hands dry and glancing at the bed where his neatly folded shirt lay. On cue, Mu Shui responded and walked out of the door first. Together, they walked side by side until leaving Fengmei neighborhood and passing the street they came through last time when Mu Shui encountered those young hooligans with dyed hair, varying from red, orange, green. The moment these hooligans saw Yuan Sheng standing next to Mu Shui, they ran off swiftly. Having spent the day and night together, Mu Shui felt a bit more familiar with Yuan Sheng and decided to ask directly, who are they? People who lost their jobs at a nearby construction site and haven't found other work. Yuan Sheng paused momentarily before adding, they used to be my co-workers. Did you beat them up before? Otherwise, why were they so scared of him, clearly treating Yuan Sheng as the tyrant of Jinyang district? Yuan Sheng thought about it seriously for a moment. No, once, while digging, he buried them all in dirt. This wasn't beating anyone, and it wasn't a big deal, so there was no need to mention it. Right. Mu Shui made a sound like, So apparently, Yuan Sheng was just too intimidating. That's why the hooligans bolted whenever they saw him. Good. Mu Shui felt reassured inside. At least next time, he wouldn't need to pretend to look ferocious, removing his jacket, unbuttoning it, messing up his hair, and shivering miserably in the cold wind. On the other side, the film crew of Thorns, which had previously stopped filming, indeed intended to resume shooting. The director called Tasty Entertainment. Now that the culprit had been caught, everyone could continue filming peacefully. What started as bad turned into good news. Dingya was already dead, and this work would undoubtedly become her final swan song. Just based on this point alone, the movie itself would generate enough buzz. Not to mention how the mysterious crime scene associated with the movie excited public interest. Combined, both factors meant that box office success was practically guaranteed in the future. Tasty Entertainment also saw its potential value and promptly passed the call along to Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan replied, I'm taking a vacation, I mentioned it a couple of days ago. Advertising endorsements, event appearances, and even new scripts, the company has already cancelled all your upcoming commitments for you. But this movie, Brother Qi. You can't leave halfway through the production. The culprit is already arrested, the set is very safe now. None of what the person on the other end was saying registered with Qi Xinghan. I'm not going, Qi Xinghan said calmly. Since Qi Xinghan's state of mind had become an issue, it had never affected his work. He sometimes operated like a precisely calibrated machine, showing a frightening level of professionalism. It was precisely because of this that he was the first male star in the country to earn so much recognition. Even though Guiyong thought that Qi Xinghan should take a break, he had tirelessly earned a great deal of money for Tasty Entertainment already. But when Qi Xinghan truly brought up taking a vacation, Guiyong was still taken aback. Guiyong couldn't help but ask, why, Brother Qi? Qi Xinghan ended the call and flipped through the newspaper in front of him, not even glancing up as he said, I promised Mu Shui. Guiyong froze in surprise. He never would have expected it to be for this reason. Then, well, Mr. Mu isn't here either now. As he said this, Guiyong suddenly remembered another issue, is Mr. Mu coming back? Since Mu Shui went to Jinyang district, there had been no further news about him. Deep down, Guiyong didn't want Mu Shui to leave, even though he still hadn't fully figured out the relationship between Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan. He'll come back. Guiyong couldn't help but ask, who is Mr. Mu looking for over there? One of his other guardianship subjects. Does Mr. Mu need to supervise many people? Guiyong became more confused. Perhaps. Rather than worrying about how many people Mu Shui needed to supervise, Guiyong hoped more that Qi Xinghan could maintain good mental health and avoid a total breakdown one day. Mu Shui was a key figure here. Whether as a father or a lover, as long as he could alleviate Qi Xinghan's condition, that would be fine. Guiyong pursed his lips and said, alright, let's set aside the Thorn Crew's problem for now. Brother Qi, you tell me, Mr. Mu hasn't returned after nearly 2 days, don't you miss him? Qi Xinghan paused. He was thinking if Mu Shui would encounter something like Zhao Yun again. Taking in Qi Xinghan's expression, Guiyong understood. He asked, Brother Qi, do you remember Mr. Mu's phone number? Being sensitive with numbers, Qi Xinghan instinctively recited a string of digits. Guiyong immediately noted down the number and dialed it from his own phone. Qi Xinghan looked up at him in question. Guiyong focused all his attention on the phone in his hand. After a few dials, the other side picked up. Mu Shui had just squeezed onto the bus with Yuansheng. The bus remained crowded, and the elderly folks were still agile, shoving Mu Shui into Yuansheng. Once again, Mu Shui found himself pressed against Yuansheng's chest. Struggling, he managed to pull out his phone and answered the call. Hello. Hello, Mr. Mu. This is Guiyong, Mr. Qi's agent. Do you remember me? The other side rattled off a series of words. Of course I remember, we've only been apart for 2 days. Hearing the background noise of "don't push" and "gently," Guiyong hurriedly asked, where are you now? Mu Shui candidly replied, on the way to the amusement park. Guiyong tensed, just who did Mr. Mu go to see? Going to an amusement park together, wasn't that basically equivalent to a date? Mr. Mu. I have something urgent to discuss with you. Guiyong suddenly raised his voice. Mu Shui slightly tilted his face and lifted a hand to cover his other ear so he could hear better through the handset. However, this left both his hands unable to hold on to the railings. Yuansheng slightly lowered his head and slipped his hand into Mu Shui's suit pocket, making it seem like he was embracing him. Quietly, Yuansheng observed through the silk fabric any changes in Mu Shui's facial expressions. From the other side, Guiyong continued, Thorne is going to continue filming. Mr. Qi needs to return soon, but he says he'll only do it if you come back too. We can't stop shooting the movie, it's halfway done, it must finish. Mu Shui's face immediately turned serious. Returning to the set meant staying there for a long time, not easily leaving. Finding Qi Xinghan would become troublesome later on. When are you heading to the set? Mu Shui asked. Guiyong glanced at the clock and made something up on the spot, we're leaving at 2 this afternoon. Time is tight. Everyone wants to finish shooting early to comfort Miss Ding. Mu Shui pursed his lips and grabbed Fuyan's pants, saying, let's get off the bus. Fuyan likely feared that he might yank the pants off, so he quickly pulled his hand back and caught Mu Shui's wrist. They awkwardly squeezed off the bus. Mu Shui spoke into the phone, can you wait for me in the afternoon? We certainly can, we certainly can. Guiyong replied. He glanced at Qi Xinghan, and after confirming that Qi Xinghan didn't intend to object, Guiyong felt relieved. Then I'll come over right away. Can I bring a friend? Mu Shui asked. Once Yuansheng had taken on this responsibility, it wasn't possible for him to back out halfway through. He would certainly have to come along too. Yes, absolutely no problem. Guiyong immediately agreed, being extremely easygoing. Only after this did Mu Shui hang up the phone. But as soon as he ended the call, Mu Shui felt a little perplexed. It wouldn't be an issue going with Qi Xinghan himself, but how could he persuade Yuansheng to come along? Mu Shui looked up slightly and gazed at Yuansheng, blinking his eyes, asking softly, Mr. Yuan, do you mind changing your place of residence? To where? A film set. Yuansheng suddenly asked, is your other subject of guardianship there? Mu Shui nodded slightly, it's the person who called me yesterday. Yuansheng replied offhandedly, oh, then let's go. Mu Shui couldn't help but feel surprised. How was everyone so agreeable? This was nothing like what the teacher used to talk about, nor did it match the dean's description. Or perhaps, am I actually a psychological genius? At this thought, Mu Shui chuckled at his own joke. No, that's impossible. Do you need to pack anything? Mu Shui asked. No. Then shall we go now? All right. Mu Shui hurriedly took out his phone, let me check the route first, how should we get there? While speaking, he struggled to operate the navigation software. Did Yuansheng ask, have you figured it out yet? Not yet. Can you drive? Yuansheng asked. No, Mu Shui shook his head. Yuansheng snatched his phone, pulled the tie from around his neck, set the destination, confirmed the route, and memorized everything in his mind. Then Yuansheng looked around and said, wait for me. After saying that, he put on the clown mask hanging on his waist and strode toward a nearby forest store. Not long after, he drove a car out. Mu Shui. Blind driving? No, that's not it. Did he just rob the car? Yuansheng quickly arrived in front of Mu Shui in the car. Yuansheng had already removed the mask, the tie was loosely bound around his wrist, temporarily unused. He avoided looking at Mu Shui, slightly squinting his eyes, and at this moment his face appeared somewhat fierce and cold. Get in, let's go. Mu Shui opened the door and got in, will we end up in the police station shortly? It's not stolen, Yuansheng said as he gripped the steering wheel, stepped hard on the gas pedal, and focused straight ahead. Chapter 21, The Meeting of Number 1 and Number 2. It wasn't really a robbery, Yuansheng emphasized again. Although Mu Shui didn't drive, he also knew some basic common sense. He asked, do you have a license plate? If there was no license plate, they would still be caught by the police. Yes. Yuansheng replied firmly. Good, then there was no need to go to the police station again. Mu Shui relaxed, leaning quietly against the seat. He worried that Yuanxing hadn't driven for too long, so he stared intently at the road ahead throughout the journey without letting his guard down even for a second. In this state of high tension, the car suddenly stopped. "Is this the place?" Yuanxing asked. Mu Shui turned his head to look outside the window, and the familiar skyscrapers came into view. This was a scenery completely different from Jinyang district. Mu Shui nodded, yes. The two got out of the car, and Mu Shui immediately called Guiyong. "Brother Gua, I'm here in the building." Guiyong on the other end immediately jumped hearing the term, "Brother Gua," and thought, "Oh my, don't call me like that." He clutched his phone while rushing quickly toward the door, saying, "Please wait a moment, I will come down right away to pick you up." "Alright," Mu Shui said as he hung up the phone. At just the right moment, Yuanxing extended his hand toward him. Mu Shui looked down to see a light blue tie bound around his wrist. Instantly understanding, Mu Shui untied the tie from his wrist and said, "Bend over." Yuanxing closed his eyes and bowed his head. Mu Shui followed the old method and tied the tie into a bow tie for him. When he finished and turned his head, Mu Shui spotted Guiyong. Guiyong held up the access card, stood by the entrance in a daze for a second, pointed at Yuanxing, and stammered, "Is this?" "He is the friend I brought over," Mu Shui explained, grabbing Yuanxing's wrist. "You aren't familiar with this place, let me guide you." "Aha," Yuanxing replied. As he spoke, Yuanxing had already straightened up and looked directly at Guiyong. Looking at the strangely dressed man before him, whose eyes were covered by the tie that should block all sight, Guiyong instinctively felt a chill run down his spine. Guiyong stuttered involuntarily once more, "What shall we call this gentleman?" "Surname Yuan," Yuanxing said calmly. Upon hearing it, Guiyong greeted immediately, "Mr. Yuan, nice to meet you." After greeting, Guiyong couldn't help but wonder silently. Wasn't what was covering Mr. Yuan's eyes one of the accessories that came with the clothes prepared for Mr. Mu? Mr. Mu gave this to someone else. Guiyong couldn't help but take a closer look at this Mr. Yuan. Tall stature, unique aura, perfect body proportions, despite having both eyes covered, it didn't detract from the handsome features of his face at all. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Guiyong would have suggested the other person become a celebrity. Guiyong suddenly felt that letting Mr. Mu bring a friend was a mistake. "Did I arrive late?" Mu Shui asked. Guiyong snapped back instantly, shaking his head, "No, not at all. You can relax." "Then, should we go upstairs first?" Mu Shui nodded and turned to look at Yuanxing. "What about the car?" "Someone will come to drive it away." Mu Shui had a little doubt inside, did the 4S shop provide such services? Over there, Guiyong had already taken a step towards the gate. Suppressing his curiosity, Mu Shui pulled Yuanxing and followed Guiyong. Guiyong couldn't help but turn his head. Mr. Mu beside Mr. Yuan seemed even slimmer, Mr. Yuan was really tall, and they were holding hands. Guiyong thought all sorts of things and led them upstairs. Since Guiyong couldn't open Qi Xinghan's door, after getting off the elevator, Guiyong still had to press the doorbell first. After a while, the door opened. "I'm back," Mu Shui smiled at the person inside first. Qi Xinghan stood in the doorway, almost blocking the entire doorway. He landed his gaze on the dimple on Mu Shui's cheek and then quickly shifted his gaze. Finally, it settled heavily on Yuanxing. "What's his name?" Yuanxing suddenly asked. Clearly, he was asking Mu Shui. "Qi Xinghan." It was Qi Xinghan himself who answered. Yuanxing's reaction was indifferent, as if he didn't know who Qi Xinghan was at all. Guiyong keenly sensed that the atmosphere had become a little strange. He cleared his throat and said, "What car did Mr. Mu take to get here?" "It's quite a distance from Jinyang district." "Mr. Mu, please come in and rest for a moment. We'll tidy up some things and then head out to the film set." Mu Shui nodded as he replied, "A friend drove the car." Qi Xinghan finally stepped aside and turned back into the living room. Mu Shui and Yuanxing followed closely behind. The apartment had reverted to its previous state, there was no longer any trace of Zhao Yun's blood on the carpet or walls. Once everyone entered the living room, an eerie silence fell over them. Mu Shui turned toward the bedroom. "I'll go pack my things." Guiyong quickly piped in from behind, "Mr. Mu hasn't been around these past few days, but Mr. Qi still instructed the assistant to prepare new clothes for you. They've already been placed in the trunk of the car, waiting to be taken to the film set." Mu Shui looked back in surprise, at Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan gave him a slight nod. Mu Shui immediately felt even more uncomfortable. What an amazing job. Not only was the patient fully cooperative, but he also treated this guardian very well. He could also make much more money from the hospital. "I have to be better to Mr. Qi," Mu Shui thought. Mu Shui then raised his head and looked at Qi Xinghan, softly saying, "Thank you very much, but next time, it's unnecessary." "This is something that should be done," Qi Xinghan said as if it were completely normal. After pondering for a while, Mu Shui couldn't help but smile at him again before going into the bedroom. As Mu Shui entered the bedroom and casually shut the door separated him, plunging the living room outside into an even heavier silence. Guiyong tried to speak several times, but ultimately remained silent. Qi Xinghan sat on the left sofa, Yuanxing on the right. Both men were tall and imposing, they sat like two statues carved in stone. Quite strange. Guiyong thought. Mu Shui quickly packed his belongings, his laptop, pens, notebooks, toothbrushes, all stuffed into his backpack. With a click, the doorknob turned. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng both broke their statue-like poses and glanced toward the door. Seeing Mu Shui, Guiyong felt as if the oppressive atmosphere in the house was saved. He hastily stood up, took ice cream, milk, grapes, large strawberries, and other small snacks from the fridge, placing them in front of Mu Shui. "Mr. Mu, please have something first." "All right." Although Mu Shui also noticed the awkward atmosphere, he held a strawberry in one hand and took out his phone with the other, whispering, "Let me check the news." He flipped through dozens of news articles, but still, no one spoke in the living room. The food placed in front of him was consumed solely by him. Suppressing the awkwardness, Mu Shui looked up at Yuan Sheng first. "I didn't find any news about the amusement park." Yuan Sheng, Which means? Mu Shui's throat felt dry. After swallowing, he slowly explained, "Old Lin may not have been caught yet." "Not necessarily." Yuan Sheng was surprisingly calm and collected, saying, if they encountered Old Lin and the scene was too bizarre, they would certainly avoid making it public. Mu Shui shook his head seriously, "That's not correct. Regardless of what happens when they meet Old Lin, they just need a few hours to verify the information I provided, and they could confirm the murderer. Based on normal logic, at this point, simply releasing the news of capturing the killer would immediately quell the social unease caused by the missing person case. Unless they didn't encounter Old Lin at all." Saying this, Mu Shui wrinkled his nose. Could they think it's a false alarm or fake leads? Guiyong was utterly confused and hurriedly asked, "Wait, did Mr. Mu previously encounter any suspects?" Qi Xinghan suddenly interjected, "It's the recent student disappearance and dismemberment case." Guiyong's hair stood on end. Did Mr. Mu encounter the killer involved in this case? Mu Shui nodded, but judging from now, he escaped. That. Mr. Mu must be careful, Guiyong swallowed. A merciless killer like this will relentlessly pursue anyone who sees his face once he knows it. Guiyong couldn't help but wonder, was Brother Qi's guardian actually a reincarnation of Conan? Will there be another murder once we reach the film set? Mu Shui paused briefly. "Yes, if he wasn't caught, he'll come after me." "Then I can't go to the film set with Qi Xinghan," Mu Shui quickly reacted and said. Although Guiyong had thought of this as well, when Mu Shui brought it up voluntarily, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He then awkwardly said, "Not necessarily, perhaps the film set might be safer." After last time's incident, the production team hired many professional bodyguards. "Old Lin." Qi Xinghan suddenly spoke up. He paused for a moment before asking, "What does he look like?" Mu Shui thought for a second and began to describe him slowly. About 176 centimeters tall, slim build, between 30 and 45 years old, expression blank and numb, unable to speak. "His throat here." Mu Shui lifted his finger and horizontally placed it at the position of his Adam's apple on his neck. Qi Xinghan couldn't help but focus on his slender fingers and elegant Adam's apple. Mu Shui traced along his Adam's apple and said, "There's a scar here, as if it was cut open before." Qi Xinghan stared at the place where Mu Shui's fingers had traced, saying softly, "I've seen this person." Guiyong almost jumped out of his skin upon hearing that sentence. A murderer. This is a guy who had killed 3 people. Much worse than the director's assistant from before. How did Brother Qi encounter him too? Mu Shui also paused in surprise. "You've seen him?" "I saw him downstairs. The clothes on his body were very dirty." Guiyong shivered, suddenly recalling something, that beggar-like, all in black clothes, looking really filthy, with large stains like coagulated dirt on them. "No. Those aren't stains, are they? They're blood, right?" At the time, the building residents noticed him and asked the doorman to drive him away. "Is it him?" Qi Xinghan nodded slightly. Guiyong stood up abruptly. Why would he target Brother Qi again? Fuck, why even think about going to the film set? Qi Xinghan quietly said, "We have to go." Guiyong knew they had to. Aside from being psychologically unstable, Qi Xinghan adhered to principles almost to an obsessive degree. Since Qi Xinghan had already promised the crew, there would be no going back on his word. Qi Xinghan suddenly looked at Mu Shui and said, "You're coming too." Guiyong couldn't help but ask, "Then what about this murderer? Should we call the police now?" "No, wait, that won't work either. What if he's hiding downstairs? Once we alert the police, he'll notice, and then when we go downstairs, won't he just catch us off guard?" Mu Shui, however, was contemplating another matter. Why was Old Lin targeting Qi Xinghan? Based on his judgment, Old Lin should not stand a chance against Qi Xinghan. Why would Old Lin deliberately seek his death? Or rather, could it be that Old Lin wasn't after Qi Xinghan at all, but was essentially still pursuing him? Mu Shui remembered Zhao Yun's actions following from the police station to the building, his heart stirred. Could it be because of the scent? Anyone who came into contact with him would briefly carry his scent, and these creatures often possessed extremely strong senses of smell. So after failing to challenge Yuan Sheng, Old Lin ran to Qi Xinghan to lay in wait. At this point, Mu Shui quietly said, "No need to worry. Old Lin lacked a tongue, he must carry significant psychological trauma from that. Upon seeing Yuan Sheng again, he would probably be afraid. With Yuan Sheng right there now, there was nothing much to fear from old Lin anymore. Let's go now, Mu Shui said. Going down to the car now, if old Lin followed, wouldn't this just prompt the police to intervene? Let's go. Qi Xinghan stood up. Yuan Sheng also got up following Mu Shui. The big man Guiyong, at this point, instead felt an inexplicable sense of hesitation. He remembered the previous scene of Ding Ye's death. Mr. Mu didn't even change color. So, Guiyong grabbed Mu Shui's sleeve and whispered, "All right, then, let's go." Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan both glanced at him simultaneously. Guiyong's heart was pounding so fast, he hadn't even noticed this detail. Grabbing onto Mu Shui's sleeve, he moved toward the door. "Brother Qi, how about I go check first?" "It's fine." Mu Shui pointed at Yuan Sheng opposite them. "He's here." "What good will Mr. Yuan do? Is Mr. Yuan even a cop?" Guiyong muttered to himself, thinking he'd never seen such an unconventional cop. Mu Shui shook his head. He thought to himself, probably something more dangerous than a criminal exists. All of them entered the elevator together. Qi Xinghan suddenly opened his mouth. "Did the dean ever tell you anything about?" Mu Shui turned his head to look at him. Yuan Sheng cut in from the side, casually saying, "In the past, when handling cases like ours, several doctors would be dispatched simultaneously." Mu Shui immediately understood. Their implication was clear. In the past, each individual was assigned multiple doctors, but now, several individuals share one doctor. Mu Shui fell silent for a moment and said softly, "Well, I can't split it into pieces to use either." Chapter 22, Did you smell something? After Qi Xinghan finished his sentence, he didn't say anything else. Yuan Sheng didn't speak either. The elevator door opened with a ding, and everyone walked out one after another. However, there was no sign of old Lin near the building. Qi Xinghan's limousine was already waiting, and the assistant saw them approach, immediately opening the car door. When they noticed Yuan Sheng as an unexpected addition, the assistants hesitated for a moment, then instinctively shrank their necks slightly, avoiding the sharp aura emanating from him. "His surname is Yuan," Mu Shui thought for a second and said, "He's my friend." "Oh, so you're Mr. Mu's friend," the assistants responded, though it was difficult to associate this man with the word friend. His overwhelming presence made it clear that he was the type who likely had no friends, family, or girlfriend. Not until everyone had fastened their seatbelts and the car started moving did they still not see any trace of old Lin. On the positive side, perhaps the person was afraid of Yuan Sheng and chose to hide. On the negative side, such a dangerous individual might have high intelligence and know how to set traps for the prey they targeted. The latter was truly hard to guard against. By the time they arrived at the film set, it was already over 2 hours later. Throughout the journey, old Lin never showed up, and Guiyong's mind finally relaxed. However, Mu Shui furrowed his brows instead. If old Lin didn't show up, it might indicate he was lying in wait to commit another crime. Although Mu Shui found it difficult to empathize with others, he knew such heinous crimes were completely deranged and should be avoided at all costs. "Mr. Mu, it's time to get out of the car," Guiyong reminded. Mu Shui jumped out of the car and extended his hand toward Yuan Sheng. Seeing this, Guiyong couldn't help but ask, "What happened to Mr. Yuan's eyes?" Mu Shui lied seriously, "Photophobia." Yuan Sheng took his hand and got out of the car. This time, there was no grand welcome by the entire crew. Everyone walked inside together. Once they entered the shooting site, what greeted them were busy production staff and actors already filming scenes. A death was a grave matter. But in their line of work, even if a loved one passed away, people might not be able to return home for the funeral. In the blink of an eye, everyone had returned to their professional duties, trying to push out the harrowing scene of Ding Ye from their minds. The director looked even older now, with wrinkles deep enough to crush 10 mosquitoes in one stroke. He greeted Qi Xinghan, then greeted Mu Shui, finally focusing on Yuan Sheng. As soon as his gaze met Yuan Sheng, the director suddenly became alert, his voice trembling involuntarily. "Who's this?" Mu Shui had no choice but to repeat his previous explanation. The director chuckled, "Oh, I thought Brother Qi brought us a new supporting actor." The director's assistant had changed. This time, it was a young girl who smiled and said, "In fact, the crew did bring in a new person." Guiyong asked curiously, "Who?" "To wrap up the story, we adjusted the plot and added a new character," the director explained. Since Ding Ye was gone, this character obviously couldn't continue to exist in the movie. Some of the scenes originally planned for Ding Ye had to be redistributed and assigned to others. Naturally, the crew welcomed a new member. The director's assistant chimed in, "Kong Yi. Just as we were talking about him, here he comes." The director looked in a direction. Instinctively, Mu Shui followed the director's gaze. A young man in his early 20s slowly walked over. He had delicate features. Yes, delicate, willow leaf eyebrows, a well-defined nose, delicacy resembling that of a woman. The youth soon approached them, greeting the director and Qi Xinghan first. Then his eyes bypassed Yuan Sheng and landed directly on Mu Shui. "This is Mr. Mu," the director introduced quickly. Kong Yi moved his lips. "Hello, Mr. Mu." Mu Shui. "Mr. Mu." Kong Yi tilted his head, looking at him. Mu Shui smelled a faint scent of something fishy mixed with some stench and sourness. When blended together, it was akin to the smell of beef left untouched on a table for 10 days. The odor wasn't strong, yet it hovered subtly around Mu Shui's nose, faintly lingering and impossible to dispel, evoking a natural urge to feel nauseous. "Hello," Mu Shui finally looked at Kang Yi. Kang Yi fixed his eyes on him intently, his eyes glinting with interest. "Mr. Mu looks so handsome. Why don't you become an actor?" That scent drifted into Mu Shui's nose again, this time a little stronger. This time it smelled like beef that had been sitting around for half a month. Mu Shui opened his mouth and said, "No acting skills." Kang Yi laughed. "Mr. Mu, how many people in this industry nowadays actually have real acting skills? Brother Qi is already a one-of-a-kind." Mu Shui raised his eyes and fixed them on Kang Ye's eyebrows, face, and teeth. A clean and good-looking young man. But after exchanging a few words with him, Mu Shui finally confirmed that the smell indeed came from him, no, from his mouth. Mu Shui turned to look at others, but not only were there no strange expressions on the director's face or anyone else's, even Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing didn't show a hint of oddness on their faces. Could it be that only he could smell it? Mu Shui pulled his gaze back, shook his head, and continued speaking to Kang Yi. "I have no acting skills, my singing voice cracks, and if I dance, my waist will break. I can't do anything." "You're such an honest person," Kang Yi smiled gently. This time it was like beef left untouched for a month, seriously spoiled. Mu Shui held his breath to think. "Alright, let's get ready." "We're starting filming," the director interrupted. "Brother Qi needs to go make up first." Qi Xinghan nodded slightly and followed the staff towards the dressing room. Kang Yi returned to the camera. Only then did Mu Shui ask softly, "Did you smell it?" "What? Did you smell it?" "Huh." Mu Shui couldn't help but tugged at Yuan Xing's wrist, pulling him down a bit, then leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Did you smell it just now?" Yuan Xing, no. He hadn't been in a place with so many people for a long time. Everyone was packed together, and all he could smell standing next to Mu Shui was the scent of Mu Shui. That was the lemon-scented shower gel Mu Shui had used at his house the day before. "Is there something wrong with my nose?" Mu Shui lifted his hand to rub the tip of his nose. He rubbed it red and couldn't resist sneezing. Even Mu Shui's eyes became watery. It was the water droplets that flew out when he sneezed. Mu Shui blinked, letting the tears fall, but his vision was still blurry. He looked up at the distance, blinking again. In that instant, he saw Kang Yi standing under the camera lens. The shadow cast on the ground extended into a long tail, resembling a bird's tail. So it wasn't Yuan Xing who had a bone on his butt, but Kang Yi. With the previous experience of discovering Qi Xinghan's small bone, Mu Shui could confirm this time that he absolutely did not smell wrong, nor did he see wrong. Unable to help himself, Mu Shui tugged Yuan Xing's wrist again. "You really didn't smell it?" "Yuan Xing, huh?" He bent down and leaned closer to Mu Shui's neck, whispering, "I smelled it. I smelled it." Mu Shui turned to look at him. Yuan Xing seemed as though he wanted to bury himself inside Mu Shui's collar, saying, "Besides the lemon scent, there's also the smell of milk and strawberries." Mu Shui. Chapter 23, Plucking Hairs. Mu Shui reached out and held his face with one hand, "Not sniffing me. It's a stench, a foul smell." Mu Shui emphasized. Then he paused and lowered his voice even more, "It's emanating from Kang Ye's mouth." He originally thought Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan might sense something unusual, but judging by the earlier situations involving Zhao Yun and Old Lin, plus the current situation with Kang Yi, it could be fully confirmed that all these monsters were unable to sense each other. Yuan Xing appeared somewhat indifferent. It might be that he's already dead, his internal organs severely decomposed. Or it's possible that he eats rotten meat, Mu Shui added. But regardless of the scenario, this clearly indicates that Kang Yi is not a normal human. Old Lin hasn't been dealt with yet, and now another one, Kang Yi, has appeared. Mu Shui wrinkled his nose, feeling a bit troubled. Soon after, Qi Xinghan finished applying makeup and came out. Kang Yi had just wrapped up this part of the shoot, the director waved him over to discuss the next scene. The two stood very close, and just standing at a distance, Mu Shui could imagine how repulsive the odor emanating as Kang Yi opened his lips must be. At this point, Guiyong walked over and asked, "Will Mr. Mu and Mr. Yuan be staying on set? Or will you go back to the hotel to rest first?" Mu Shui was still concerned about Old Lin and Kang Yi and certainly wouldn't leave Qi Xinghan behind. He shook his head and said, "We'll stay here." At this moment, a staff member hurried over. Overwhelmed by Yuan Sheng's tall figure and imposing presence, the staff member stammered when speaking, "Does this gentleman have any other arrangements? If not, would you like to join B Group as an extra actor?" "How much?" Yuan Sheng asked. The staff member hesitated for a moment before quickly responding, 130 yuan per day, 1,500 if invited as a guest performer. Mu Shui tilted his head and said, "That's quite high." Guiyong smiled and said, "If Mr. Mu wishes to make a cameo appearance, it's easy, just let the director know." Mu Shui shook his head. However, during this conversation, Kang Yi approached again. He happened to hear Guiyong's words and gently smiled as he said, "Would Mr. Mu like to give it a try?" Brother Chi is busy, I can teach Mr. Mu a little about acting skills. As Kang Yi spoke, he moved closer to Mu Shui, and once again, the putrid smell enveloped Mu Shui. Mu Shui held his breath. No, thank you. He was afraid he'd pass out from the stench. Kang Yi had a gentle but slightly forceful tone, standing close to Mu Shui. Looking up at the staff member, he smiled and said, when the script was updated, wasn't there an extra role that hadn't been cast? I think Mr. Mu fits the role perfectly. The staff member smiled and said, I think so too. With that, the staff member handed over the script. Arranging for Mu Shui to play an extra role was also a way of indirectly pleasing Qi Xinghan, which the production crew naturally welcomed wholeheartedly. Kang Ye's assistant brought over a few chairs, but Kang Yi didn't sit down. Instead, he flipped through the script, leaned towards Mu Shui, pointed at its content, and said, Mr. Mu, look, there's only this one segment, it's very easy to act. Mu Shui was almost out of breath. Yuan Xing suddenly grabbed the script, his tone cold, he won't perform. Yuan Xing returned the script to the staff member, isn't it a guest appearance in B group? Let's go. A flicker of displeasure flashed across Kang Ye's eyes, but his spoken tone remained gentle. I just thought that since Mr. Mu was hanging around the set doing nothing, why not try something completely new? Not performing is fine too, it all depends on Mr. Mu's preference. Kang Yi pulled Mu Shui to sit down. Coincidentally, I don't have scenes right now, I'll keep Mr. Mu company and chat a bit. Other people watching this scene felt no discomfort. Mu Shui had a deep relationship with Qi Xinghan, so anyone who entered this production team would want to get along well with Mu Shui to win favor with Qi Xinghan indirectly. To them, Kang Yi was just another person trying to build rapport with Mu Shui, there was nothing strange about it. Mu Shui, however, pursed his lips. Did he have something about him that attracted these creatures? First Zhao Yun, then Old Lin, and finally Kang Yi. Of these three, Zhao Yun and Old Lin seemed to be lower-level entities, and upon seeing him, they would often lose control of their faculties. Kang Yi was different, this was a monster capable of disguising itself, and it was also a higher-level monster. Then what level did Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing belong to? For now, let's categorize the monsters into two types, intelligent and unintelligent. Mu Shui's eyes flickered as he disengaged Kang Ye's hand, enduring the foul smell. He said, Mr. Kang, I'll go to Group B with my friend first. We can talk another day. Kang Yi unabashedly revealed a look of disappointment, then he took out a sealed bag from his pocket and handed it to Mu Shui. This small gift is for Mr. Mu. We'll chat again next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Ye's assistant could no longer hold back. Yi Gu, let's go once you've taken off your makeup. There's still an event we need to attend. Kang Yi nodded slightly and walked away with his assistant. Since his role had few scenes, he wouldn't stay at the film set all the time. Once Kang Yi and his assistant left, Mu Shui felt like he was alive again. He looked down at the sealed bag in his hand. The air inside the sealed bag had already been completely evacuated, allowing a clear view of the item through the transparent exterior. It was a feather. The tip of the feather was dark brown, and its texture was clearly visible, smooth and luxuriant. This showed that the bird wasn't bald. Mu Shui paused silently for a moment. Could this be a hair plucked from Kang Ye's butt? A staff member nearby waited awkwardly. Shall we head over to Group B? Let's go. Mu Shui closed his hand. When he turned around, he just happened to catch Yuan Xing's movement. Yuan Xing turned his body, facing the direction where Kang Yi had left, his lips tightening slightly, making his features appear cold and domineering. He was looking at Kang Yi. Mu Shui even felt that beneath the silk eye cover, there was an icy, deadly glint in his eyes. Mu Shui spoke softly, Yuan Xing. This was the first time he directly addressed Yuan Xing by his name. Yuan Xing turned his head, let's go. On their way to Group B, Mu Shui took out his phone and began searching, what does it mean to give a feather? He sifted through random web pages. In the end, he found one answer saying, in the animal world, birds will present their most beautiful feathers during courtship. Mu Shui. Was Kang Yi a bird man? But he wasn't female either. Suddenly, Yuan Xing's voice sounded in Mu Shui's ear, Old Lin has entered the scene. Did you see him? Mu Shui's attention was immediately drawn to him. Old Lin's appearance was already etched in Yuan Xing's mind, and even now, despite only seeing a vague silhouette through a layer of silk, Yuan Xing could still recognize him instantly. At Group B, moving props. While talking, Yuan Xing glanced at Mu Shui's phone screen. Mu Shui didn't guard against him and made no effort to hide the screen content, but Yuan Xing could barely make out the details through the silk. Should we grab him after work? Mu Shui asked. Yuan Xing was still struggling to see the screen and didn't respond right away. Mu Shui cleared his throat, asking again, is that okay? There's no need to wait until after work. Mu Shui, He'll be dead thoroughly in a bit. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui couldn't help but glance toward the director. Let's not do that. If someone else died on the spot, this movie really wouldn't be able to continue filming. Yuan Xing lowered his gaze, then let's wait a bit more. Mu Shui looked around, he should follow me. When you start filming, I'll leave the set and lead him outside. Alright. Yuan Xing's reply sounded somewhat distracted. Mu Shui eyed him curiously, what's wrong with you? What did that smelly guy give you? Yuan Sheng counter-asked. A hair. Yuan Sheng, if it's this weird, we might as well deal with him together. It's simple as cutting vegetables. Mu Shui hurriedly changed the subject, it seems old Lin has spotted me. Only then did Yuan Sheng stop mentioning killing Kong Yi as well. He suddenly tore off the silk covering his eyes, binding it around his wrist just as before, then strode toward Group B's location. Old Lin cowered nervously, hunching his back behind a staff member. He was also holding props and slowly raised his head, glancing at Yuan Sheng first, then finally at Mu Shui. His gaze fixated on Mu Shui without wavering, carrying a tinge of excitement, desire, and fear. Mu Shui immediately started walking toward the periphery of the filming site. Old Lin's hands gripping the props trembled violently. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The staff member standing beside him, puzzled, looked at him. Old Lin emitted a ha-ha sound from his throat. He glanced at the staff member, his gaze dull yet tinged with an eerie undertone. He slowly put down the prop in his hand and shuffled his steps toward the exit. What are you going to do? The staff member shouted loudly behind him. But Old Lin had already walked further away. Damn it, all today's wages will be deducted. Still, Old Lin didn't look back as he walked on. He greedily stared at the figure that was gradually moving farther away, waves of instinctual desire surging through his body. Meanwhile, inside the car, Kong Yi softly said, turn around, go back. Go back. Why go back when we're supposed to rush to the event? The assistant voiced his confusion. Mu Shui was gradually walking out of the range of the film crew. Old Lin also came out. His slow footsteps gradually became faster and faster. Truthfully speaking, the feeling of being chased from behind wasn't pleasant at all. Worse still, the one chasing Mu Shui wasn't a human but a monster. Yet Mu Shui's heartbeat remained steady throughout. He walked unhurriedly ahead, his gaze resolute. He had to find out why these monsters were fixated on him. Why had he never encountered such creatures before now, prior to officially dealing with Qi Xinghan? From when did this start, and what kind of key opened this floodgate? If he didn't figure it out, would he end up being the next dead person? Old Lin's steps grew increasingly urgent, it seemed he was about to catch up with Mu Shui. At that moment, a car screeched to a halt right in front of Mu Shui. The person inside opened the door. Mr. Mu. Kong Ye's handsome face appeared behind the door. He asked, shall we go? The car windows were tinted with a light-blocking film, making the interior appear somewhat pitch black, like a giant mouth ready to swallow a person whole. Kong Ye's hand rested by the car door, making him look like some sleazy recruiter trying to lure people into a scam. Behind, Old Lin halted, standing silently there. A thought crossed Mu Shui's mind. Did Old Lin and Kong Yi know each other? Chapter 24, Kato Pa. No. Mu Shui bluntly rejected. Kong Yi became a little unhappy, then he turned to look at Old Lin, why did you chase out here? After speaking, Kong Yi glanced again at Mu Shui, is the person you're looking for him? Old Lin was able to successfully enter the film set because of Kong Ye's role. But it seemed that Kong Yi didn't know Old Lin was looking for him. So was Kong Ye's favor towards him merely genuine goodwill? Old Lin nodded slightly, his body trembling with excitement, even stretching his neck forward as if eager to swallow Mu Shui in one gulp. Finally, Old Lin could no longer resist extending his hand. Kong Yi immediately stepped out from the car and stared coldly at Old Lin, did I allow you to make a move? Old Lin's hand froze midair. Kong Ye's rank was undoubtedly higher than Old Lin's. Mu Shui stood there steadily, thinking. But instincts were difficult to suppress. Old Lin's features gradually stretched and twisted, his mouth gaping open, revealing an empty cavity, saliva dripping down from his lips. At this moment, Mu Shui raised his head toward Kong Yi, I've seen his long tongue before. And what about you? Do you have a tail? Are you a bird? I am different from him. He is not human, but I am, Kong Yi softly gazed at Mu Shui, emphasizing once more, really. Mu Shui tilted his head, slowly saying, I read about a bird in a book before. It was called Lei Nu Niao. Its face resembled that of a woman, living on feeding on decayed flesh. I'm not, Kong Yi denied promptly. Mu Shui paused briefly and continued, this bird is particularly ugly. Not ugly. Kong Yi blurted out instantly. Is that so? I'd like to take a look. Mu Shui blinked at him, with faint water-like glimmers in his eyes, soft and alluring. No, there's nothing. Nothing to see. Kong Yi stuttered a little. Just then, Old Lin had lost all control and lunged at Mu Shui. Kong Yi suddenly stiffened his face. In an instant, Mu Shui glimpsed something heavy dragging behind Kong Ye's buttocks, a feathered tail. But someone acted faster than Kong Yi. This individual swiftly crossed long legs and rudely grabbed Old Lin's back of the head from behind. With such force, Old Lin was slammed inside the open car door. With a bang, Old Lin struggled twice, blood trickling down his head and face, soaking the seat cushion of the car. Do you want to eat everything? Want to eat even without your tongue? Yuan Sheng stood by the car door, bending down to grab Old Lin's collar. Old Lin's head was lifted up like that. Yuan Sheng extended a finger, pressing under old Lin's jaw. If you had no mouth, no teeth, no throat, could you still eat? It looked like he was preparing to rip off old Lin's head. Wait, you'll be in trouble, Kang Yi spoke up. What kind of trouble? Mu Shui turned his head to look at him. The bird's tail behind Kang Ye's buttocks grew longer, resembling a big broom. Kang Yi exhaled, looking at Yuan Sheng and asked, have you heard of Kato-pa? Yuan Sheng, what gibberish? Never heard of it. Kang Yi almost burst out in frustration but then let out another sigh, continuing, he is a member of Kato-pa. Every member of Kato-pa is precious. Killing one will lead to retaliation from many more members. Kato-pa. A group similar to an organization that accommodates monsters. Mu Shui reached a conclusion in his heart. Are you one too? Mu Shui asked. Yes. He listens to you. Mu Shui pointed at old Lin, so you're very capable. Kang Ye's lips curled up slightly upon hearing the latter half-sentence, you're very capable. He said softly, not really that capable. Mu Shui, then your position in this organization must be higher than his. Kang Yi retracted his smile, no, I'm not. Mu Shui stepped forward and placed his hand on Yuan Sheng's palm, don't move anymore. If the head is cut off, the blood would spray a meter away. Mu Shui feared he would become nauseous and couldn't eat. Then Mu Shui looked at Kang Yi again and said, now, call the police and have them take old Lin away. Kang Yi hesitated, call the police. Mu Shui's features remained tender and innocent, bearing a touch of naivety just emerged from the ivory tower. He opened his mouth and said slowly, yeah, this way you and we will be part of the same team. Kang Ye's eyes brimmed with a tinge of sourness, return my meeting gift. Mu Shui pulled out the sealed bag as Kang Yi stared at it but refused to take it. Clenching his teeth, Kang Yi said, fine, I'll call the police. You can take this as well. Mu Shui pushed the sealed bag closer. Kang Yi clenched his teeth again and said, it's already been given to you. What do I need your feathers for? Mu Shui asked in confusion. Kang Yi became even angrier, are my feathers not pretty enough? Mu Shui thought for a moment then replied, I like the ones with 7 colors. Enraged, Kang Yi took the feathers back. Yuan Sheng's expression slightly darkened, revealing a touch of ferocity. He kicked the chair beneath Lao Lin, making it shake. Lao Lin bounced up a little before falling back down, blood gushing more from his mouth. Hurry up, Yuan Sheng urged. Kang Yi took out his phone, what should I say when I call the police? Tell them that we found the murderer in the case about the missing student being killed, Mu Shui suggested. Only after that did Kang Yi dial the police number. On the other end, the police officer picked up the call, obviously thrilled, and immediately headed over here. Mu Shui thought silently, how long would it probably take them to arrive? Yuan Sheng answered, half an hour. Mu Shui looked down and asked, can he still get up? Yuan Sheng raised an eyebrow and pressed lightly on Lao Lin's leg bone, just lightly, it seemed. Mu Shui heard a crisp snap. Lao Lin, like a dead fish, struggled twice, then stopped moving. Yuan Sheng repeated the same process with Lao Lin's other leg and elbows. Each press caused Lao Lin to tremble violently. Yuan Sheng slowly retracted his hand, now he won't be able to stand up. Mu Shui. Kang Yi. Then let's head back to the film set. Mu Shui glanced towards the direction of the set. Yuan Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Kang Yi, then squatted down in front of Mu Shui. The blood-soaked wolf instantly transformed into a big dog. Mu Shui skillfully retied his tie, covering those amber eyes and masking their malevolent gaze. You are leaving. Kang Yi couldn't help but speak up. Mu Shui thought, do we need any farewell remarks? So he paused, turned his head to Kang Yi, and said, Mr. Kang, please remember to brush your teeth frequently. Kang Ye's delicate, feminine-like face slowly turned red, I brush my teeth, twice every day. Mu Shui thought, that was going to be disastrous. He hesitated, then, how about brushing 4 times? Furious yet sad, Kang Yi nodded, from now on, I'll brush 8 times a day. Yuan Sheng shot a sidelong glance at Kang Yi and interjected, he should clean his internal organs too. Kang Ye's bird tail suddenly swelled bigger upon hearing this, glaring fiercely at Yuan Sheng. But since Yuan Sheng's eyes were covered, Kang Yi glared coldly at him for half a day and ultimately felt it was just like hitting cotton balls with a punch. Mu Shui glanced at Kang Yi and then at Yuan Sheng. Thinking that Kang Yi might be more likely to be stripped bare in the end. Thus, he grabbed Yuan Sheng's arm, pulling him toward the filming site, Yuan Sheng, let's go. His voice sounded soft, calling that simple 2-character name made it seem a bit warmer. Only then did Yuan Sheng slightly subdue his momentum, stop looking at Kang Yi, and obediently follow Mu Shui back to the filming site. Kang Yi watched them walk away, angrily flapping his tail against the ground. After Mu Shui disappeared from his sight, Kang Yi frowned and sniffed himself, even pulling apart his clothes. Do I smell bad? Is he annoyed by my odor? I don't stink. Lao Lin made, sounds from his throat, still hoping for his companion to save him. In the end, the wailing sirens approached. Mu Shui and Yuan Sheng returned to the set and were about to leave when Mu Shui suddenly noticed blood splattered on Yuan Sheng's body. Wait, Mu Shui tugged on him and led him to a sink nearby. The sink was placed outside the wall for convenience so staff or extras could freely use water as they passed by. They arrived at the sink. Mu Shui turned on the tap, thinking Yuan Xing couldn't see, so he cupped water in his hands and poured it onto Yuan Xing's arms, washing off the bloodstains. Is it cold? Mu Shui looked up and asked. But Yuan Xing didn't respond. Mu Shui's fingers touched his arm and felt something underneath the skin that thumped like a heart pounding. Mu Shui didn't wait for a reply, instead using his other warm hand to gently rub Yuan Xing's arm. This process continued as the water flushed over his arms, taking away some of the heat. For Yuan Xing, Mu Shui's force was no different from an itch being scratched. From the outside, it looked as if Mu Shui had finished with one arm and was now moving on to the other, patting him all over. Should I take off the clothes? Mu Shui asked. No need, it can't be seen. Mu Shui thought this made sense, besides, he wasn't about to scrub the fabric anyway. He'd always relied on small washing machines back in the dorms. Standing upright, Mu Shui sighed in relief. That's when he saw Guiyong and Qi Xinghan standing nearby. Guiyong wore a dazed expression that sharply contrasted with his usual sharpness. Walking over, Mu Shui whispered, "All right, the murderer should have been caught by now." Stunned, Guiyong asked, "So soon?" Mr. Mu just went out and caught the murderer. Mu Shui gestured toward Yuan Xing, "He did it." Guiyong gave a nervous laugh. Catching murderers wasn't something that could just be done casually, yet they had returned triumphant after merely leaving for a moment. It seemed almost surreal. Qi Xinghan suddenly interrupted, "Why didn't you call me?" "You were shooting," Mu Shui replied. Qi Xinghan met Yuan Xing's gaze before speaking to Mu Shui, "You should be fair. You shouldn't favor one over the other. I need you too." Meaning, both men were his patients, so Mu Shui should treat them equally and keep them close. Mu Shui hesitated at this suggestion, biting his lip lightly. Balancing two people on missions would indeed be difficult. Yuan Xing broke the silence leisurely, "What is fairness?" His voice carried a sharp edge. Neither man moved, but their presence clashed as though they'd already exchanged 80 rounds. Guiyong appeared thunderstruck. Not showing preference. What? What did that mean? Was it some sort of competition for affection? Chapter 25, The Third Patient. A soft chime rang out. It was Mu Shui's phone alerting him to a new email. Mu Shui looked down and opened the email on his phone. Data for the third patient. Was the dean actually assigning him a third one? Mu Shui didn't open the data yet, but first replied to the email, "Dean, have you heard of catapasis?" The reply came swiftly from the other end, "No. Didn't I hear that patients 1 and 2 were originally handled by several doctors at once?" Came an even quicker response, "I'll give you a raise." After sending this, the other side quickly added, "Dr. Mu, why don't you take a look at patient 3's file?" With no hesitation, Mu Shui ruthlessly logged out of his email, then looked up at Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing. Because Guiyong was nearby, he spoke rather ambiguously, "There's a third one." Yuan Xing's face became colder, his jaw slightly tightening. Qi Xinghan showed little visible emotion on his face, but it was clear he wasn't happy either. "Shall we talk?" Mu Shui asked. The makeup room, Guiyong swallowed and suggested. "All right." The four turned and walked towards the makeup room. Still fearing Yuan Xing might fall, Mu Shui held onto his wrist with one hand. Qi Xinghan suddenly glanced back. Mu Shui carefully weighed the phrase, favoritism, in his mind, so he asked, "Do you want me to cover your eyes, and help guide you?" Qi Xinghan pursed his lips and said, "My eyes can't see anyway." Yuan Xing, humph. Guiyong. Wasn't everything fine before? Mu Shui soon understood Qi Xinghan's meaning. How could dead people's eyes possibly see? So Mu Shui extended his hand. Qi Xinghan placed his hand on it and subconsciously clutched Mu Shui's fingers. Mu Shui felt like he wasn't here to cure them or even act as their guardian. "I'm more like a nanny." Mu Shui silently grumbled to himself. And with this strange posture, they entered the makeup room. Inside the makeup room had already been cleared, leaving only them. Even Guiyong, realizing how serious the atmosphere was, stepped out quietly. 1 week has 7 days, let's allocate 3 days per person for supervision and care. Mu Shui thought this seemed very fair. What about the remaining day? Qi Xinghan looked at him. "I need a day off," Mu Shui confidently declared. Mu Shui softened his tone, "Actually, if all of us can get along pleasantly and peacefully, we can share caretaking responsibilities. Monday through Sunday, all together." "So what do you think?" Mu Shui asked. "I'm your supervisor, I make the call." Mu Shui sounded quite stern. Leaning against the edge of the vanity, Yuan Xing appeared somewhat fierce. Qi Xinghan pursed his lips, maintaining a cold demeanor. Mu Shui lowered his head dejectedly, "Sigh, none of you will listen to me, right?" "Of course." Qi Xinghan almost instantly responded, and the icy mask on his face crumbled. "Everything you say is correct," Yuan Xing also joined in, the harsh expression relaxing. Only then did Mu Shui lift his head and glance left and right, "Promise you'll follow my instructions from now on." Qi Xinghan, sure, as ordered. Walking over to Mu Shui, Yuan Xing cajoled him like a child, yeah, we'll absolutely obey you. Mu Shui secretly sighed. Hey. He didn't even have a girlfriend yet, but his life was already tough like a daily child-rearing routine. If there's a third one. Mu Shui started. Yuan Xing, I promise I won't kill him. Good, that's settled then, Mu Shui continued, after Mr. Qi finishes shooting his scenes, you'll come live with me until I finish my internship. Qi Xinghan picked up on a single word sensitively, internship. Yeah, after my internship, I'll switch hospitals to work somewhere else. It was then that they realized, given his age, if Su Yonghui hadn't deliberately arranged things, he definitely wouldn't have come alone to handle them. For a moment, neither Qi Xinghan nor Yuan Xing said anything. Mu Shui took it as both had heard him out, smiled at them, and his dimples appeared all the more charming. Mu Shui also quietly calculated his own internship duration. When we get a bit more familiar, perhaps it's time to consider starting hypnotic therapy attempts. By the way, I have a question for Mr. Qi. Have you heard of the Catapasis organization? No. Even though he received a negative response, Mu Shui still told Qi Xinghan about Kong Yi and Old Lin. I've not heard of it. Qi Xinghan said indifferently. Mu Shui looked at him curiously. If Catapasis refers to a person's name, Qi Xinghan paused for a moment before continuing, in the Xishan area, there's an 80s-era imitation of Hai Swan Castle. The buyer of this castle was named Catapasis, who claimed to be the Duke of Fog City. Mu Shui searched on his phone but hardly found any information about the Xishan castle. Qi Xinghan wouldn't lie to him. Then it could only mean that this Catapasis had deliberately reduced the likelihood of their information appearing online. Mu Shui rubbed his forehead, I'll ask Kong Yi when he comes back. The production crew finished work soon. The atmosphere within the crew remained heavy, so no one had the mood to dine together, they all returned to their respective rooms. The room where Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan had slept was still reserved, but now Yuan Xing was added in. Guiyong thought sleeping 3 people in one room would be too much to handle. So, after adding some money, and since some rooms were vacated due to Dinya's accident, they managed to secure 2 more rooms. Mu Shui returned to his room. After taking a shower, as usual, he attempted to contact his teacher, but couldn't get through. He should find time to visit his teacher's house. Mu Shui thought. Wrapping himself in a large towel, he walked out while downloading the data of the 3rd patient. Why did the dean keep sending patients to him? Mu Shui wrinkled his nose, checking his text message from the bank card, feeling slightly better afterward. The data was downloaded quickly. Mu Shui exited the text interface and opened the file. Name, Shen Maojiao. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, on hiatus. Symptoms, split personality. Symptom description, Personality 1 is reclusive, sensitive, and weak, claiming to always see people and things that do not exist. Personality 2 is evil and violent, with an astonishing destructive desire. Contact number, 181x×x×4432. Residence address, number 8 Villa, Wanrong High-End Residential Area, Lioli Road, Yuanhua District. The dean did not send photos along with the information. Of course, Mu Shui couldn't know what this person looked like. Would he be another monster? Mu Shui slowly yawned and turned off his phone, closed his eyes, buried himself under the blanket, and fell asleep. Moonlight seeped through the window into the room. The room door softly clicked open, and a tall man slowly walked in. He walked straight to the sofa and sat down, moonlight landing on his face, revealing his appearance. Prominent nose, deep-set eye sockets, oblique eyebrows. It was Yuan Xing. He had just sat down when, in no time, the door clicked again. The newcomer pushed the door open and stepped inside slowly. The man was upright, with oblique eyebrows, sparkling star-like eyes, and handsome features. It was Qi Xinghan. The two silently exchanged a glance, their eyes icy cold. Then Qi Xinghan walked over and sat at the other end of the sofa. Mu Shui lay comfortably buried under the covers, completely unaware that there were now 2 additional people in his room. They stayed seated there until the next morning, neither intending to leave first. Mu Shui mumbled groggily, once, lifted the blanket, breathed in 2 cool breaths of air, and then both Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing stood up simultaneously, leaving quietly yet swiftly. Mu Shui took a few minutes to clear his drowsy brain. When fully awake, he got up, washed his face, changed clothes, and went out to find Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing. Mu Shui successfully knocked on Qi Xinghan's door. But Yuan Xing's door remained firmly shut. Is he not in his room? Mu Shui yawned, hearing the ding sound as the elevator opened at the end of the corridor, Yuan Xing coming out from it. What made Mu Shui curious was that Yuan Xing had finally replaced his tank top. He wore a long-sleeved black hoodie and black pants. Of course, the clown mask was still hanging around his waist. Yuan Xing's new outfit appeared more imposing. Coupled with the mask on his waist, it was easy to associate him with a hooded Grim Reaper. Today, Mu Shui also changed his clothes, bought by Qi Xinghan's assistant. A milky white down coat, orange sweater, and light blue jeans. With this outfit on, he no longer looked like a little prince, but rather a tender and inexperienced youth from the ivory tower. Just at the first glance, it made one's heart involuntarily soften. Yuanxing had not yet put on his tie, let alone his mask. His gaze suddenly focused on Mu Shui, and his facial features instantly tightened. Seeing the situation worsening, Mu Shui quickly hooked his arm around Yuanxing's neck and pulled him down with force, burying his face into his own chest. Then Mu Shui reached for the mask hanging from Yuanxing's waist with his other hand. Let's wear the mask today. Your tie got washed away. Meanwhile, Qi Xinghan, who had been observing coldly from the side, muttered. Does Mr. Yuan need to cure himself this way? Qi Xinghan said coolly. Yuanxing replied in a muffled tone, so what if I do? Got a problem with that? On the other hand, Kang Yi had finally finished dealing with the police, feeling completely drained. His drowsy assistant woke up just then, confused as he grabbed his phone and asked, why did I fall asleep? Did we miss our event? Kang Yi, unconcerned, nodded slightly. Holding onto the sealed bag, he asked his assistant, where's the nearest barber shop? The assistant, Kang Yi, I want to dye my hair. The assistant sighed in relief, finally you're willing to dye your hair. The company has mentioned it hundreds of times. What color? Chestnut. No, I want to dye it all colors. Chapter 26, Grading System. Old Lin was arrested, and it quickly made the news. Guiyong carefully watched the news 3 times before he finally felt reassured. Turns out this man really got arrested. Guiyong muttered, glancing in Yuanxing's direction, his respect deepening unconsciously. At this moment, Yuanxing had just changed into a costume, helping Group B finish shooting the scene with extras, perfectly playing the role of a silent mental patient. It could be said that it was a very natural performance. Mu Shui, on the other hand, sat on a small chair, once again reviewing the third patient's file. After closing the file, Mu Shui decided to not contact this person for now. Just dealing with Qi Xinghan and Yuanxing is already troublesome enough. Another one would be too much. Even after seeing the text message about the bank card deposit, Mu Shui's heart remained unruffled. I'm floating. Mu Shui seriously reflected for 3 seconds and then tossed the third patient's file to the back of his mind. Prepare. The assistant director shouted from a distance, is everyone ready? Ren Jingjing, over here, quick. Upon hearing the sound, Mu Shui involuntarily looked up in that direction. He didn't see Ren Jingjing, but instead noticed a colorful head first. He wasn't exaggerating. That head was truly 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Although, the green, blue, indigo, and violet were slightly off in blending. As Mu Shui was astonished, he saw the colorful head moving toward him. Mr. Mu, the owner of the colorful head spoke. Mu Shui tried hard to identify that face, noting willow leaf eyebrows, an upturned nose, and cherry lips. It was Kang Yi. Today, I'll chat with Mr. Mu, Kang Yi said. Kang Ye's assistant quickly placed a chair beside Mu Shui, and Kang Yi sat down, getting close. In a low voice, he said, I brushed my teeth 10 times today. Mu Shui held his breath, but it was still of no use. Kang Yi pulled a sealed bag out of his pocket and handed it to Mu Shui, asking, do you think it looks good? Even these 3 short words were accompanied by a strong rotten smell. Mu Shui took a gentle breath and accepted the sealed bag. Inside the transparent sealed bag was a multicolored feather, with red like flowing magma, orange like rosy light draped across the sky, yellow like sunlight faintly covering the ground. The reflection of light from the nearby lighting panels made the whole feather shimmer brilliantly, incredibly beautiful. It's beautiful, Mu Shui whispered. Kang Ye's mouth curled up, saying joyfully with a bit of pride, this is my feather, I give it to you. Mu Shui vaguely remembered that earlier Kang Yi had asked him what color feathers he liked, and he casually said 7 colors. Since female birds, even if they further evolve or hybridize, can never have multicolored feathers. But who would have thought that this feat was achieved by 7 bottles of hair dye in the human world? Mu Shui couldn't tell him that it was just a casual comment, nothing serious. So, he just crumpled the sealed bag and stuffed it into his pocket. Mr. Mu looks very good today, Kang Yi noted, watching Mu Shui's movements with a smile that slightly squinted his eyes. If only ignoring the smell, at this moment, Kang Ye's expression appeared tender, making him look like a rather pretty bird. Mu Shui took a small breath before speaking weakly as though short of oxygen, thank you, but, your hair, don't you want to dye it back? Mu Shui didn't quite understand, but walking around in public like this would surely block all the fans. Wandering among people, Kang Yi would certainly be the brightest star. No, to dye this hair, I sat in the styling studio for a full 13 hours. Kang Yi said while pulling on his own hair, looking at Mu Shui and saying softly, Mr. Mu liking just one of my feathers isn't enough. Mu Shui. Kang Yi said, you must like all my feathers. Why should I like your feathers? Mu Shui unconsciously backed away a little. Kang Yi noticed his movement, feeling a little sad but still spoke, Mr. Mu, spring is coming. Mu Shui blurted out, the mating season is here. Kang Yi licked his lips, nodded, and smiled gently, revealing some white teeth. Looking for a mate? Qi Xinghan's voice suddenly rang out from one side. Kang Yi immediately became a little nervous, reining in his hands and feet, sitting properly without daring to lean closer to Mu Shui anymore. Mu Shui did not overlook this detail. Kang Yi was afraid of Qi Xinghan. Why? Was it from the hierarchy in the human world? Or was it from the suppression of levels in the monster world? Qi Xinghan, on the other hand, did not dwell too much on this remark. He said softly, Mr. Kang, please leave first. It was clear that there were words he wanted to say to Mu Shui alone. Wait. Mu Shui placed his hand on Kang Ye's hand. Kang Ye's hand immediately started trembling slightly. He looked at Mu Shui, saying, Once this word was uttered, Kang Yi promptly shut his mouth tightly. Could you tell me about Catathepis? Mu Shui turned to look at Kang Yi, blinking slowly, causing his eyelashes to flutter, exuding an air of focused intensity mixed with deep affection. This gaze was hard to resist, as if he was placing the person right at the heart of his most valued position. Kang Yi stuttered, I don't know much, really. Even a little bit would help. Mu Shui kept his eyes on him, smiling slightly. After all, Mr. Kang is now one of us. Kang Yi then licked his lips and said, members are internally graded, level 1, level 2, level 3. I am part of level 2. Last year's count revealed that there were 5 members in level 1, 32 in level 2, and level 3. I don't know. Old Lin does not fall under level 3. He's the lowest ranked peripheral member, only handling the transfer of messages within the organization. All members have the right to seek help from a higher level if they encounter unsolvable problems. That's all I know. Oh, also, I know there is another level 2 member here. For easier unified management, every member bears Catathepis mark. The mark allows mutual induction. While speaking, despite Mu Shui almost being overwhelmed by the smell, he still earnestly watched Kang Yi until he finished speaking. Only then did Mu Shui change his posture. This was a habit he developed after studying psychology. When encountering anyone who spoke to him, he would always make sure to look them in the eye, emitting signals of respect and inclusiveness. The teacher said that this would enhance friendliness. Just as Mu Shui averted his gaze, Kang Yi stared fixedly at Mu Shui's eyebrows and eyes, suddenly remembering something else, so he hastily opened his mouth again, also. Thus, Mu Shui's gaze returned to Kang Yi. Only then did Kang Yi feel more at ease. Kang Yi lowered his voice, speaking quietly, everything has a spirit, words have the spirit of words, spoken words have the spirit of utterances, names are the same. At least the name Catathepis is like this. The name should not be mentioned frequently. Why? Mu Shui asked when he didn't understand. There will be a sense of induction. Every time someone mentions this name, its power grows stronger. It can sense all followers who call out its name. Wait. This time, it was Mu Shui who interrupted. Confused, Mu Shui frowned deeply, asking, is Catathepis a person? Or an object? Or perhaps a monster? Is this organization named after it, thus developing accordingly? Kang Yi shook his head, I've never seen it. So your second question. Mu Shui forcibly pressed his lips together, around which whitened momentarily before quickly becoming redder, attracting attention naturally to his lips. Whenever someone mentions this name, its power increases. It senses all followers who call out its name. Mu Shui paused briefly, extending his finger, roughly calculated, adding level 1 and level 2 members comes to 37. Plus many unknown numbers of level 3 members and some like Old Lin, periphery members. Your organization is named for this. People must often mention it. So every time someone does, dozens or even more signals rush towards it. Mu Shui curiously looked at Kang Yi, asking, isn't it annoyed to death? Kang Yi hesitated, I don't know either. He had never considered this issue. Mu Shui, alright. Do you know who this level 2 member is? Mu Shui asked. No. Kang Yi admitted shamefully. Mu Shui's inquiries made him realize he knew nothing. Alright, thank you, Mr. Kang. Mu Shui wasn't disappointed at all. For him, everything he learned about this completely unfamiliar world was already a great gain. And Qi Xinghan, standing nearby, finally spoke, are you done? Mu Shui nodded, stood up and held on to Qi Xinghan's sleeve, let's talk over there. Qi Xinghan instinctively stared at the lips Mu Shui kept licking and biting, then silently followed him forward. It looked as though Mu Shui was leading Qi Xinghan along. But before they had taken a few steps, they encountered Ren Jingjing. Ren Jingjing had just finished shooting a segment of her scene, her assistant was attaching heat pads to her body. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and shouted loudly toward Mu Shui, Mr. Mu, I have something to say to you. Mu Shui pretended not to hear. Before Dingya had run into trouble, Ren Jingjing would always approach Mu Shui to talk. Out of every 10 sentences, 9 were fabrications. Even though Mu Shui had the ability to detect lies, he didn't feel like having exhausting conversations with people. Therefore, after that incident, whenever he saw Ren Jingjing, he deliberately avoided her. However, today Ren Jingjing was particularly persistent. She stopped her assistant and then ran towards Mu Shui. Mr. Mu. After speaking, Ren Jingjing bashfully glanced at Qi Xinghan and called out, Big Brother Qi. Qi Xinghan didn't even spare her a glance. Ren Jingjing's assistant hurriedly caught up. Sister Ren, wait, we haven't finished applying the heat pads yet. Don't catch a cold. Behind the assistant trailed a youth. The youth appeared gloomy and cold. Ren Jingjing glanced back at him and said, Shen Maojia, go back and wait. Yet, the youth slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Mu Shui. Shen Maojia? The third patient? Was it really that coincidental? Mu Shui met the youth's gaze. This was precisely how the second personality was described in the records. Chapter 27, The Second Personality. The boy was looking at him, so Mu Shui didn't bother hiding and took the opportunity to observe the young man openly. The boy's cheeks were slightly sunken, almost too thin. In his dark eyes, there was a cold, somber hue. His entire face seemed shrouded in a layer of gray, diminishing the handsomeness of his features, causing discomfort for anyone who looked. Are you Mu Shui? He stared at Mu Shui and asked coldly. Hello, yes, I am Mu Shui. Are you Shen Maojia? Mu Shui's lips curved slightly into a warm smile, making his face seem much friendlier instantly. But this warmth clearly did nothing to move Shen Maojia. He continued to look at Mu Shui from head to toe with a cold gaze. Qi Xinghan slightly lowered his eyes and pulled Mu Shui behind him with a light touch. This way, he blocked Shen Maojia's naked stare. Do you need Mu Shui? Qi Xinghan asked softly. His tone was calm but carried an unspoken authority. Ren Jingjing was confused as well. She turned around and grabbed Shen Maojia by the arm. Do you know Mr. Mu? Did you come to the set not for me but for Mr. Mu? Shen Maojia completely ignored her, instead keeping his piercing and gloomy gaze locked onto Qi Xinghan, trying to penetrate through him to see Mu Shui behind. Starting today, I'm following you, Shen Maojia stated matter-of-factly. These words sounded strange and inappropriate. Ren Jingjing frowned at him. Did Mr. Mu owe you money or do you owe Mr. Mu money? Shen Maojia still ignored her, continuing to address both Qi Xinghan and Mu Shui behind him. You should have received the news already. Mu Shui tried to step out, but Qi Xinghan had kept one hand wrapped protectively around him. With no choice, Mu Shui tapped lightly on Qi Xinghan's back. Move aside, I want to talk to him. For a moment, Qi Xinghan's back seemed stiffened before he loosened his grip. Mu Shui peeked from behind Qi Xinghan. Why did you come here without informing us? Shen Maojia retorted, is that not allowed? This is my job, but... I'm currently not suitable to take your case, Mu Shui replied cautiously. Why? Shen Maojia asked sharply. There are already 2 people ahead of you, Mu Shui paused, lowering his voice, I'm responsible for them. Shen Maojia fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly speaking, his tone filled with brutality and indifference, who knows if they will die anytime soon. Whether it's 2 or 3 makes no difference. After hearing those words, Qi Xinghan cast a deep glance at him. That look made Shen Maojia feel uncomfortable, but he paid little attention to Qi Xinghan. He moved past Qi Xinghan and walked up to Mu Shui, asking, where are you heading now? I'll follow you. Ren Jingjing lost her temper. Shen Maojia, what are you doing? If you run off like this, how am I supposed to explain to your parents? They all know I came to find Mu Shui. Just tell them that, Shen Maojia said without looking back. Let's go, Shen Maojia added. At just this moment, Yuan Xing arrived from Group B. Without anything covering his eyes, his amber-colored pupils appeared lighter under the sunlight, making his gaze seem more intimidating. Yuan Xing strolled over slowly and fixed his eyes on Shen Maojia. Who are you? Yuan Xing asked. Shen Maojia glanced at him, but said nothing. Only then did Yuan Xing turn to look quickly at Mu Shui before averting his gaze and ask, what's this thing? Why is it following you? Yuan Xing's tone clearly showed that he didn't think much of Shen Maojia. In a split second, Mu Shui felt a tense atmosphere forming between the 3, fearing they might start fighting at any moment, so he immediately said, we should discuss this in the makeup room. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing, possibly remembering their earlier promise to listen to medical advice and follow Mu Shui's instructions, did not object but obediently followed Mu Shui toward the makeup room. Shen Maojia looked with a dark gaze at the backs of the 2 men and followed after them. As Ren Jingjing was about to catch up, Shen Maojia suddenly turned around and spoke in a frosty voice, don't follow me. Ren Jingjing was rooted to the spot by that cold stare. Only after everyone left did Ren Jingjing say unhappily, they weren't done talking yet. They just wanted to let them know that I aborted Mr. Qi's baby. Sigh. I plan to transfer my affections. After entering the makeup room, Mu Shui stood still and lifted his finger, pointing at each person one by one. Number 1. Number 2. And this is number 3. Mu Shui licked his lips, sensing the complexity and trouble of the situation. He asked in a low voice, shall we introduce ourselves? Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing had met before, so now they focused their gazes on Shen Maojia. Both gazes were cold and assessing, carrying a hint of predatory instinct. In this small makeup room, an oppressive atmosphere immediately made it hard to breathe. Alright, then no introductions are needed. I received Shen Maojia's file beforehand, but I didn't agree to take the case at that time. Today, Shen Maojia came to find me directly. I don't know why the dean arranged things this way. As Mu Shui continued talking, he sighed and asked Shen Maojia, previously, did you also have several doctors and nurses monitoring your treatment at once? Shen Maojia nodded slightly. Look, I am only one person, and I can't handle taking care of so many people. You should go back. Mu Shui looked at Shen Maojia, blinking his eyes, bringing a shimmer of moisture to his gaze. Shen Maojia locked eyes with him, his thoughts momentarily halted. In that instant, it felt as if all reactions within his body were soothed by this gaze. Even his heartbeat paused for a beat. No, I want to follow you. Shen Maojia refused straightforwardly. His eyes turned into hooks, as if wanting to pierce through Mu Shui's body and firmly grasp onto him. So I hate kids the most. Before Mu Shui could speak, Yuan Xing chimed in first. Then he took a large step toward Shen Maojia, reaching out to pick him up. Shen Maojia struggled twice, emitting a howl from his throat. His facial features changed momentarily, his mouth stretched outward, a tuft of fur appeared at the tip of his nose. Human ears disappeared, replaced by two pointed ones emerging from the hairline. But this lasted just an instant. Afterward, it vanished like an illusion. Neither Qi Xinghan nor Yuan Xing noticed. It was Guiyong outside the door who became worried and knocked on the door. Big brother Qi, is everything okay inside? At the same moment, Shen Maojia slightly arched his spine, sunk his body downward, breaking free from Yuan Xing's grip. However, the sweater he wore underneath made a tearing sound, unraveling its threads. Shen Maojia wore a coat that remained open. With the sweater unraveling, his bare stomach faced Mu Shui directly. A layer of thin muscles covered it, not resembling the kind obtained from hours in the gym but more similar to those necessary for hunting like an animal. Shen Maojia wiped his lip with his hand, his expression growing even darker. Perhaps he found his earlier reaction somewhat embarrassing. Shen Maojia looked at Yuan Xing, you want to drive me away? You'd better stay alive long enough to do so. Yuan Xing let out a low laugh, try it. Seeing the situation about to get out of control, Mu Shui quickly interjected, that's enough. Since you've already come, you are my third patient. Starting now, everyone, Mu Shui pressed his lips together, we should all get along peacefully. Even as he said it, Mu Shui himself felt it wasn't very reliable. Mu Shui beckoned Shen Maojia over with his hand, come here. Shen Maojia gave Yuan Xing a dark glance before walking over to stand in front of Mu Shui. Mu Shui asked, where do you live? I'll live wherever you live. Shen Maojia replied. Sorry, the place where Mu Shui stays has already been divided between me and Mr. Yuan, and there's no extra space. Qi Xinghan suddenly spoke up, his tone still polite. Shen Maojia, then we'll find a bigger place. As he spoke, Shen Maojia pulled out a silver credit card from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Mu Shui didn't argue with him about the living arrangements. Mu Shui extended his hand, pulling Shen Maojia closer. Pretending it was unintentional, he embraced the other person and then casually touched his head. From the moment Mu Shui grabbed Shen Maojia's sleeve, the latter froze completely, perhaps because no one had ever dared to touch his sleeve like that. When he was pulled close, then suddenly embraced. Shen Maojia stiffened entirely. Mu Shui's fingers threaded through his hair. The sensation was remarkably clear. And carried an indescribable allure. Shen Maojia could even feel that under the torn sweater, his chest pressed against the other person's coat. Shen Maojia's entire body went numb, unable to respond further. Mu Shui finally touched what he was looking for. Ears, slightly pointed, with a layer of short velvety fur, but, for ears. Mu Shui wouldn't believe it, so he felt them again. His delicate fingers pretended to unconsciously brush lightly over the ear tips. Yes, 4 ear tips, all like animal ears, all hidden among soft strands of hair. Whoever had 4 ears? Mu Shui couldn't figure it out for the moment, so he could only withdraw his hand to avoid being noticed by Shen Maojia. In the future, I'll call you Jia. Mu Shui released his embrace naturally and said. Shen Maojia, however, was still lost in thought. The blood surged backward in his entire body, trembling slightly. His limbs were stiff and numb. His brain was as if someone had poured both paste and glue into it, then stirred, causing everything to stall and stop. From now on, I'll call you Jia, Mu Shui repeated. Mu Shui hesitated, do you feel unwell anywhere? Shen Maojia exhaled quietly, no, I'm fine. Mu Shui scrutinized him carefully from head to toe, uncertainly. The gloomy expression in Shen Maojia's eyes slowly faded away, and then took on an appearance filled with agitation, sensitivity, and tension. A thin redness covered his neck. Was this the second personality showing up? Mu Shui leaned closer to him and whispered, I am Mu Shui. Do you remember me? Shen Maojia breathed lightly, appearing as if he was about to suffocate. He replied, I remember. Mu Shui tilted his head. But personalities and their memories should be independent. They shouldn't share information. On the other side, Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing glared icily at Shen Maojia, their gazes nearly tangible. Chapter 28, The Person Who Walked In. Shen Maojia lowered his head, looking shy and somewhat withdrawn, completely different from just a moment ago. Mu Shui asked him, why did you come to find me? Guardianship. Shen Maojia struggled to utter these 2 words, then he cautiously raised his head. But when his gaze touched Mu Shui's pale jawline, he quickly withdrew it as if startled, saying haltingly, I need you. This sentence sounded a little strange. Qi Xinghan's expression also changed subtly on the side, since he had said this to Mu Shui only a few days ago. However, Mu Shui didn't seem to mind. He lowered his voice even more gently and patiently asked, Why? Is your condition getting worse? Shen Maojia nodded, then shook his head. Mu Shui asked, What is the most common thing that happens when you wake up from sleep? Is it discovering changes in the arrangement of items around you, or finding abnormalities with your body without being able to recall what you did? Shen Maojia remained silent. But Mu Shui grabbed his hand, leaning closer and whispered softly, Look at me. Mu Shui's voice was soft, like a gurgling spring flowing gently through the heart. Shen Maojia unconsciously lifted his head, slowly meeting Mu Shui's eyes. He momentarily froze, then opened his mouth and said, I know. I know what I did. Shen Maojia said. Mu Shui was surprised. Memories are indeed shared, aren't they? Then it's not dissociative identity disorder. Indeed, each personality has entirely independent memories, behaviors, etc. Mu Shui let go of his hand, whispering, All right, I understand. Do you remember who you came with today? Lily. Qi Xinghan interjected, Lily is Ren Jingjing's assistant. So Mu Shui said to Shen Maojia, Now, go back and stay by her side, waiting there obediently, okay? Shen Maojia slightly nodded, then opened the door and walked out by himself. Mu Shui exhaled slowly in relief. See. This is how it should be, no need to watch them fight. But what triggers the emergence of this second personality? Is it a hug, or a touch on the head? Shen Maojia opened the door, startling Guiyong outside. Guiyong glanced again and saw Shen Maojia's sweater was torn, and his coat wasn't buttoned, it was just hanging open. A winter wind blew, making Guiyong shiver uncontrollably. What? What did they do in there? Guiyong's face turned pale as he thought about it. Does Qi brother, who never falls in love normally, become this passionate once in love? In the makeup room, Mu Shui turned to ask Qi Xinghan, You said you had something to tell me just now. What was it? Qi Xinghan, nothing. Mu Shui looked a bit perplexed. Was he upset? But, there was no sign. Why was he upset? Mu Shui pressed his lips together, then we'll talk next time. As he finished speaking, Mu Shui suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the door to chase after Shen Maojia. Shen Maojia. The youth was walking in the cold wind, his coat flapping freely with the breeze. But in front of him, several crew members were all stunned. Mu Shui quickly caught up and grabbed Shen Maojia's arm, Wait. Shen Maojia looked at him blankly, still dazed. Clothes, not buttoned, Mu Shui said softly as he slightly bent down, grabbing the edges of Shen Maojia's coat to help button it for him. When Mu Shui raised his head again, he noticed that Shen Maojia's body was trembling slightly. Mu Shui paused, asking, Are you cold? Shen Maojia licked his dry lips slightly, shaking his head and quickening his steps, walking past Mu Shui. Before Shen Maojia reached Ren Jingjing, Lily already hurried over worriedly, What happened to your clothes? The hint of bashfulness, tension, and sensitivity on Shen Maojia's face disappeared instantly. His features returned to their previous dark and cold look. He glanced at Lily and said, Had a fight, nothing serious. Lily wanted to say something but when she met Shen Maojia's expression, she wisely closed her mouth. She still remembered the last assistant who reminded Shen Maojia to pay attention to his appearance. She was violently shoved away by Shen Maojia and broke her arms and legs. Ren Jingjing wasn't shooting at the moment and was instead reading through her script. She glanced up upon noticing Shen Maojia's return and asked, Why are you back so quickly? Shen Maojia averted his gaze, replying with an indifferent tone, Mu Shui told me to sit here and wait. Ren Jingjing muttered under her breath, so obedient, and said no more. She lowered her head and continued reviewing her lines. When the filming crew finished for the day, Qi Xinghan exited the makeup room after removing his makeup. Yuanxing then donned his clown mask again, instantly deterring anyone in the crew who'd been eager to approach him. Just staring at that face would be enough to scare someone with their pants. Back to the hotel, Qi Xinghan said, walking to Mu Shui's left side as Yuanxing quickly claimed the right, leaving Guiyong to awkwardly trail behind. Shen Maojia had been sitting next to Ren Jingjing for about 3 hours, now he immediately stood up and followed along. Lily couldn't help muttering from behind, What on earth is going on? What makes that Mr. Mu so special? As Qi Xinghan and the others climbed into the vehicle, Shen Maojia also hopped into the car behind them. Once Mu Shui and his group reached the hotel, Shen Maojia swiftly slipped inside before the elevator doors closed, forcing them apart with his hand. Yuanxing spoke lazily, not worried about getting squished. Without saying a word, Shen Maojia stood there expressionless. His cold and somber demeanor reflected clearly off the silver-plated interior walls of the elevator. The elevator soon arrived at the designated floor. When the elevator doors opened, Shen Maojia, standing closest to the exit, hesitated momentarily before stepping out. He looked over at Mu Shui, waiting for him to go first before following closely behind as if afraid to be left behind. A man carrying a cleaning bucket approached them down the dimly lit corridor. Without warning, he collided with Mu Shui, who was leading the group. Shen Maojia's face shifted dramatically as he immediately yanked Mu Shui out of the way. The man lifted his face slightly, repeatedly apologizing, sorry. Mu Shui almost lost his balance but was caught by Shen Maojia behind him, colliding chest to chest with him. Still, the man kept murmuring, sorry. It was impossible not to sympathize with such an apologetic tone. Mu Shui massaged his shoulder that had been hit by the mop handle and quietly replied, it's fine. Trembling, the man carried his bucket to the elevator entrance, repeatedly pressing the down button with urgency and apparent distress. Was it Fu Yuansheng's mask that frightened him? Mu Shui scrutinized the man. The elevator, which had descended moments earlier, ascended once more. On its silver-plated surface, the man's face appeared remarkably clear. Mu Shui froze for a second. It was as though this man's face had been scorched by fire, his features were all melted together, grotesquely distorted. His eyes, nose, and mouth were askew, with his skin fused into one piece. The size of his mouth was only half of a normal person's, and his eyes resembled two small peas. Perhaps because of his twisted features, saliva dripped uncontrollably from his mouth, shining conspicuously on the elevator door. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. The horrifying image vanished as the man trembled and entered the elevator, unable to turn around before the doors shut and began descending. Mu Shui's room was the first among a few rooms in the hallway. As he walked over, he unlocked the door with his card key and turned back to Shen Maojia, asking, has Miss Ren arranged a room for you? Not yet. Shen Maojia stared stubbornly at the door. I'll stay with you. Yuanshen grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back harshly, growling, don't push your luck. From his throat emerged a low growl that silenced just as quickly. This seemed to be his instinctive reaction when faced with threats. Mu Shui nodded, that's right, you can't stay with me. Otherwise, if everyone demanded equal treatment, how would they fit 3 people onto one hotel bed? Moreover, he preferred not sharing a room with so many people. Mu Shui stepped inside, closing the door quickly. See you tomorrow. The door was made of redwood. The moment the door shut, a detail suddenly flashed through Mu Shui's mind. He was the first to exit the elevator. The area near the elevator was brightly lit, while the hallway was darker due to some broken light strips. Although he didn't see the man with the cleaning bucket, the man must have seen him. Yet, the man still directly collided with him. Even if the man's deformed eyesight limited how far he could see, this was still illogical. A person standing in a well-lit spot should be highly visible. If the man couldn't see him, then logically, he shouldn't have been able to see the elevator door either. Thinking about it made Mu Shui feel a bit strange. He furrowed his brow and turned into the bathroom. They had already eaten dinner with boxed meals on set, so now after washing up, they could rest. After showering and realizing it was still early, Mu Shui slipped into a bathrobe and curled up in bed, logging onto the school forum on his phone. Since he hadn't been online for some time, he'd received numerous private messages. Brother Mu, why do I seem to see you in entertainment news? Is that you? Shui hasn't returned to school in a long while, is interning very busy. Could Brother Mu give me a psychological counseling session? QAQ, with too many private messages and the forum lagging, Mu Shui only replied to a few people he'd spoken with before at school. Has Professor Chen come to teach recently? The reply came swiftly, I was writing my thesis when suddenly I got Shui's private message, could it be a sign my paper will pass? After a round of emotional comments, the other continued, Professor Chen hasn't taught at school for a while, saying he went abroad for academic exchange and even showed up on the news. What kind of news? A link. Mu Shui clicked the link to check, and indeed it was an international academic exchange event, showing a photo of the professor and a foreign psychology expert together. So he suddenly left for overseas, which is why no one could reach him. Only now did Mu Shui feel reassured. By the time he finished reading the news, his private messages were flooded again. When will Shui return to school? Is interning very busy? How is the job recommended by Professor Chen? If you're tired or suffering, just let your juniors know. We'll wait for you. Love sending.jpg. Recently, Mu Shui had started using Weibo more often and slowly moved away from his previous outdatedness. Now he at least understood what emoji packs were. He thought for a moment, patients he would meet in the future might enjoy surfing the web. Thus, he quickly bookmarked all the emoji packs. This way, he wouldn't worry about having nothing in common with them anymore. After silently finishing collecting images, Mu Shui quickly closed the forum, avoiding being intercepted by other alumni. He didn't understand why everyone liked to stake out on the forum waiting for him. Each time they spotted him, they'd send him countless messages. Sometimes even at school. They kept talking non-stop, accompanied by exaggerated body movements, leading Mu Shui to almost think they collectively suffered from some mental illness until his teacher corrected him, preventing him from veering off course in his studies. Feeling lethargic, Mu Shui yawned lazily, glancing at the clock. It was 9:30 p.m. So sleepy. Mu Shui tucked his phone away and dived under the covers. At this moment, the door emitted a faint sound and opened. Mu Shui had just closed his eyes for a brief second when his ears twitched, catching this barely audible noise. Someone had entered. Mu Shui tensed every muscle, slightly holding his breath. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat, thump-thump, rhythmically striking. Moonlight poured through the window as Mu Shui peeked out from a narrow slit of his eyelids, catching sight of a tall, lean silhouette. The figure gradually approached the bedside, almost completely silent without any footsteps or breathing sounds. Mu Shui instantly thought of the man carrying the bucket. Grimacing, Mu Shui thought, tomorrow, I'll stay with Yuan Sheng. If there's a tomorrow. The figure grew closer and eventually reached the side of the bed. He bent down first to remove his shoes, then placed one hand on the edge of the bed and climbed aboard, propping himself up with all fours suspended above Mu Shui's body. Mu Shui's eyes were squeezed shut as tightly as possible. The person slightly inclined towards him, bringing their face near his neck, sniffing lightly. From this angle, they couldn't possibly detect if he was awake or not. Thinking this, Mu Shui slowly opened his eyes. In the instant their gazes met. Mu Shui finally saw who was crouching over him. Handsome, with slightly shy and nervous eyebrows and eyes. A slightly rounded nose tip with a hint of black, lips puffed upwards with corners stretched back, and a black lip line at the edge. Between the black strands of hair peaked pointed ears, adorned with a tuft of short, soft fuzz. The form below gradually swelled larger and clutched the bedsheet tightly with 4 small fists, each covered with thin fuzzy fur. It was Shen Maojia. And he had 2 heads. One was sniffing Mu Shui's scent while the other locked gazes with him, full of tension. The other head seemed to notice that Mu Shui had opened his eyes. That head slowly rose, revealing a fierce, cold, and somber look in its eyes. His lip line stretched back even further, giving a clear indication of how terrifyingly wide his mouth could open once unsealed. Compared to the other head, this one appeared as if it were born to be a predator. Double-headed hellhound? Mu Shui's voice echoed in the silent space. Chapter 29, dedicated to Catathepus. Woof. The 2 heads barked in unison, startled. Ah, was that what a startled bark sounded like? Mu Shui fell silent. The 2 dog heads also seemed to have frozen momentarily. The introverted and sensitive head looked at Mu Shui, his face flushed red with nervousness, trying to retreat backward. The wicked and gloomy head appeared as though his neck was stuck, standing side by side with the other head, rigidly staring at Mu Shui without even attempting to move back. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Then Mu Shui thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and turned on the bedside lamp. The light instantly illuminated the space, revealing every expression and detail of Shen Maojia's face, all laid bare without reservation. Shen Maojia's facial expression stiffened further. A "fyut" sound rose, and Mu Shui slightly shifted his gaze to discover that the blanket had been clawed apart by 4 paws. Tense, nervous, but suppressed beneath them, helplessly unable to move, yet still able to catch a glimpse of the sharp teeth under the dog heads was him. Mu Shui licked his dry lips and asked calmly, "Could you tell me why you've come so late?" Instinctively following Mu Shui's actions, Shen Maojia also licked his lips, seemingly trying to alleviate the tension through this action. However, when he opened his mouth, the tongue that extended was slightly thick, tinged with a hint of blood red, and longer than usual. He ended up licking his nose rather than his lips. That black tuft of fur on his nose got wet. This made Shen Maojia even more rigid. He probably felt like he'd just done something extremely foolish. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Mu Shui paused, slowly becoming calmer. "I'll start then." Mu Shui locked his eyes on the evil head. "You are Shen Maojia's first personality, responsible for most of Shen Maojia's words and actions. You are Shen Maojia's second personality, but, in the past, you were the dominant one. You've gone through some kind of change, which has led both personalities to develop their own heads simultaneously. Thus, you share each other's memories, ensuring that whatever one does, the other can see. Is that right?" Mu Shui softly questioned. At the same time, under the covers, he clenched his fists quietly. Mu Shui's voice carried excellent soothing effects. The nervous second head gradually relaxed, while only the first head remained aggressively stubborn. "If you don't answer, I'll provisionally take it that my guess is correct." Mu Shui pursed his lips. "Then let's address the second question. Have you come to eat me or kill me?" "What difference does it make between being eaten or killed?" said Shen Maojia, his voice hoarse. "The former carries randomness, while the latter comes with strong intent. Only people like Old Lin or Zhao Yun would want to eat him, while someone like Kong Yi might show incomprehensible friendliness and approach. If, as Kong Yi said, Catathepus sends agents to avenge each deceased member, they'd definitely be here to kill him." Tightening his fingers even more, Mu Shui remained tense, yet his thoughts were clear. "It's neither," said Shen Maojia's first head. Perplexed, Mu Shui looked at him. "Then why?" Gradually, Shen Maojia finally recovered his composure. He jumped off Mu Shui, still having 2 heads at his neck, casting a shadow on the wall, which upon closer inspection was quite fearsome. No longer under any suppression, Mu Shui immediately sat up. Shen Maojia lowered his gaze and whispered softly, "Just, smell." Before Mu Shui blurted out, "Huh? Are you marking me through scent?" Upon hearing this, Shen Maojia's second head immediately turned as red as a big tomato. The expression on the first head's face froze too. With gritted teeth, he muttered, "Why yes. After finishing, he hesitated briefly and added, not from hell. Not a hellhound. As if enduring shame. So what is it? Mu Shui inquired, puzzled. Shen Maojia pressed his lips together, saying, I don't know. Right at that moment, the hotel room door emitted a slight click, subtle but audible to both Mu Shui and Shen Maojia. Mu Shui took a quiet breath and switched off the light. Shen Maojia, however, suddenly altered his gaze, displaying ferocity as he stared in the direction of the door. Footsteps began to sound, steady and unhurried. Upon careful listening, there seemed to be two pairs of footsteps, one walking freely, the other proceeding methodically. Lifting his head, Mu Shui saw two men enter under the moonlight. In front stood a towering figure, wearing a sinister-looking clown mask. It was Yuan Sheng. The one at the back was dressed in a suit, as if attending some kind of ceremony. It was Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui. So everyone sneaks into his room? Mu Shui thought carefully about it, and realized why Kong Yi wasn't here, probably because he smelled too bad and would be easily discovered. When Mu Shui saw Yuan Sheng and the other person, Yuan Sheng took off his mask, and they all saw Mu Shui at the same time. A somewhat awkward atmosphere seemed to fill the air. A quick chill ran up Mu Shui's spine. If they could enter his room without him knowing, how many times had they done so? And why did they need to come to his room? This unknown factor made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Once again, Mu Shui turned on the bedside lamp, lighting up the space and revealing the faces of everyone present. Shen Maojia had transformed back, the second head had disappeared. He stood by the bed, looking like a sullen youth. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng also looked normal, with no signs of mutation or anything strange about them. Mu Shui paused for a moment, asking, why are you all here? To play mahjong. But he didn't even know how to play. Qi Xinghan spoke first, Catathepus. Since Qi Xinghan had said it, Yuan Sheng kept quiet, unwilling to unnecessarily repeat the name and give someone extra buffs. Mu Shui hesitated for a while before realizing that, so, this was actually to protect him. They worried that after old Lin's death, Catathepus people would find him immediately, so they quietly came to his room after he fell asleep. After they arrived, did they just sit on the couch waiting until dawn? So it's like that, huh? Mu Shui seriously reflected on himself, he had almost misunderstood them. Though he hadn't been in this industry for long, thinking about it, all the patients he'd handled were cute people, or rather, adorable monsters. But the next moment, Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng both almost simultaneously looked at Shen Maojia. Why are you here? Shen Maojia coldly replied, I'm also one of Mu Shui's patients under supervision. If you can come, why can't I? Full of lies. Yuan Sheng snickered. Shen Maojia now just sat down near Mu Shui's bed edge. Come on then, tear me apart if you dare. As soon as Shen Maojia sat down, Mu Shui remembered his two heads, which left him with a faint shadow in his mind. Before they started arguing, Mu Shui interjected, the bed is small, it can't fit 4 people. Shen Maojia's cheeks turned slightly red. Qi Xinghan softly said, I can sleep somewhere else. That won't work, you need to work every day. Mu Shui countered. Yuan Sheng suddenly felt a hint of crisis, should I sleep on the floor? Why should you sleep on the floor? Mu Shui asked curiously, you don't have to all come. 1 person each day would be enough. Shen Maojia doesn't need to come. This time, Shen Maojia felt a strong sense of crisis, why not me? Mu Shui blinked, the yellowish light reflecting in his eyes making them seem like 2 shining stars. He countered, come every day just to smell me. Shen Maojia blushed all the way to his neck, it's not every day either. As he spoke, he began to stutter involuntarily. It's not acceptable to sniff me 3 or 4 times out of 10 days either. Mu Shui thought for a bit, softening his tone, saying, you'll scare me to death. Shen Maojia stopped talking but furrowed his brows, clearly showing his unhappiness. Mu Shui stifled a yawn, alright, leave Qi go behind today. You all go, I'm so sleepy. Without another word, Yuan Sheng stepped forward and grabbed Shen Maojia, walking quickly towards the door. By the time Shen Maojia managed to break free from his grip, he had already landed outside the door. Shen Maojia swore, damn. Yuan Sheng glanced at him, lowering his voice, devoid of icy tones, yet filled with an innate authoritative pressure, don't run around blindly next time. Shen Maojia had a roar of rage building up in his throat for a second, but he swallowed it back himself. Maybe because he didn't want to bark again. Yuan Sheng walked back to his own room in big strides. His room faced the direction of the film city. Standing behind the window, Yuan Sheng expressionlessly removed the clown mask. The sky had turned pitch black. Yet tonight's nightfall hung unusually low, as if just stepping forward slightly could cover the entire film city. Yuan Sheng stared for a while, then turned and returned to the bed, took off his coat and lay down on it. Kong Yi rested at a hotel near the film studio that day. He suddenly sat up in bed, quickly pulled open the curtains, and stared at the pitch-black night sky devoid of stars. They've come. In the room, Mu Shui patted the spot beside his bed where Shen Maojia had just sat and whispered, good Qi can sleep with me. Previously, he used to call him Mr. Qi, but later to avoid revealing their patient-doctor relationship in front of others, he began calling him by his full name, Qi Xinghan. And now, this had changed again to Gu Qi. Though the title was the same as how others addressed him, somehow, from Mu Shui's lips, it seemed to carry an additional layer of meaning. Qi Xinghan slightly lowered his gaze and settled himself on the sofa. He softly said, "I'll sit here for a bit before sleeping." Mu Shui understood his quirks well. Waking up early in the morning yet going to bed late at night. Even if utterly exhausted, there was no convincing Qi Xinghan otherwise. With a sigh, Mu Shui closed his eyes, clutching the quilt tightly as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, someone knocked on Mu Shui's door. Dazedly, Mu Shui caught Guiyong's voice passing through the door panel. Slowly, he opened his eyes, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. Meanwhile, Qi Xinghan had already risen from the sofa and went over to open the door. Guiyong burst inside with breakfast in hand, heaven forbid. "Gu Qi, you really are here. I've been searching everywhere for you." After placing the breakfast on the table, Guiyong trembled as he muttered, "My goodness, why did it suddenly get so cold today? It's freezing. There's snow outside already." Several people from other production teams tripped the moment they stepped out. Mu Shui emerged after washing up and getting dressed, fully wrapped in a thick down jacket, resembling a huge cocoon. Peering outside through the curtain, Mu Shui saw that overnight, the world outside had been covered in silver, the snow continued to fall, drifting down in large flurries like goose feathers. After some thought, Mu Shui turned back, taking out another sweater to wear underneath. Guiyong said, "Mr. Yuan's meal has already been sent by an assistant. Mr. Mu and Gu Qi, let's eat first before we head to the set. It's freezing today, we'll probably be shooting indoors." Mu Shui nodded, sitting opposite Qi Xinghan to finish breakfast in a hurry. By the time they left the room, Yuan Sheng was already waiting outside. Leaning against the wall with one hand in his pocket, Yuan Sheng had changed into a white t-shirt and an oversized military green work jacket on top, paired with simple black pants devoid of any decorations. Mu Shui had seen this jacket before. On their way to the filming base, it had hung high up in a roadside store, too big for anyone to buy, thus hanging there for a long time. As Yuan Sheng turned his head, his gaze fell downward. Mu Shui pulled a red cloth strip from his pocket. "It's from the props team. It came at just the right time." "What kind of red cloth was it?" It resembled a piece cut from a silk ribbon originally tied around the waist during Yanko performances. Mu Shui folded the strip several times, making sure its thickness was appropriate, then tugged on Yuan Sheng's shoulder to pull him lower and tied the strip around his head. Quickly tying a bow, Mu Shui stepped back as Yuan Sheng straightened. Yet, Mu Shui suddenly felt something was slightly amiss. There seemed to be an odd sense of incongruity. Looking Yuan Sheng up and down from head to toe, Mu Shui realized, it didn't make sense. Red and green combinations usually looked ridiculous. Although Yuan Sheng wore a military green jacket, the eye patch strapped on was a bright splash of red. But there was no time to switch it now, so Mu Shui simply pretended not to notice and faintly smiled, offering a compliment. "Brother Yuan looks very good today." Yuan Sheng paid no attention to whether or not he looked good. Through the red strip, his eyes pierced through, landing on Mu Shui. Mu Shui seemed encircled by a red glow, which diminished the beauty of his features while magnifying the terrifying effect. Yuan Sheng glanced around once more. Everything now appeared tinted red. "Is Mr. Yuan ready?" Qi Xinghan asked. "Yes," Mu Shui replied, "let's go." Mu Shui momentarily forgot about Shen Maojiao. It wasn't until the elevator ride downstairs that he suddenly remembered. "Well, never mind, it seems like I've forgotten anyway." Mu Shui walked out of the hotel carefree. Soon after, Mu Shui noticed the director being supported out of the hotel shakily, almost entirely wrapped in a scarf. The rest of the actors were faring no better either. Ren Jingjing had bundled herself like a dumpling in layers of clothing. Everyone was shivering at the doorway, and all they could see were wrapped-up figures like dumplings. However, when glancing around, Mu Shui's gaze paused briefly. Kang Ye's colorful hair, tied up in the middle, stood out too much and was instantly recognizable. Kang Ye saw him too and almost immediately approached. But Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng moved faster, each extending a hand to shove Mu Shui into the limousine. They followed suit one after another, getting inside the vehicle, thud, closing the door. Kang Ye had no choice but to stop and return to his own car. The group slowly drove towards the film set. On the way to the set, the cold weather made everything slippery with ice, so there were plenty of people falling in car crashes visible. Traffic police dressed in heavy coats shivered as they directed the towing of the crashed cars away. However, the tow truck itself struggled due to its heavy load on icy roads and quickly caused another crash not long after starting. The crew had no other option but to get off their vehicles and walk. Fortunately, most of the shooting equipment was locked away in the studio, so they didn't have too many things to carry this time. When the car door opened, Mu Shui just stepped down when both Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng held onto him like twin gods of the door and guided him forward, sandwiching him firmly between them. Mu Shui, tightly wrapped in clothes, breathed out warm air and had slight redness in his face. However, it indeed saved him a lot of energy, preventing him from worrying about slipping. Bang! Yuan Sheng stumbled and fell. Flat. Fortunately, Yuan Sheng released Mu Shui before falling himself, otherwise, he would have taken Mu Shui down with him. Yuan Sheng climbed back up with a gloomy face. Damn. Once up, looking around, everyone was staring at him. After all, that fall had been rather loud. Qi Xinghan's lips twitched slightly, seeming to contain an amused smile. His grip on Mu Shui's wrist tightened somewhat. Mu Shui blinked, somewhat surprised. Does even a monster have the right to trip? It seemed so. Monsters may possess potent destructive power, but perhaps they don't have the skill to avoid slipping on icy roads. Yuanxing acted as if nothing happened and continued walking ahead alongside Qi Xinghan, holding Mu Shui firmly between them. Before they walked 2 steps, there was another bang. Qi Xinghan fell. He had previously gripped Mu Shui very tightly, which led to dragging him along, too. Yuanxing quickly grabbed Mu Shui's waist just in time, preventing the terrible consequence of Mu Shui also toppling over. Still, Mu Shui felt some pain after being pulled in such a manner. Were they trying to split him in half? Tears sprang to Mu Shui's eyes. Qi Xinghan was momentarily dazed by the fall, likely not expecting to tumble either. He released Mu Shui's wrist, whispering, "I'm sorry." The others were shocked as well and hurriedly tried to help Qi Xinghan up. But without noticing, a couple more people slipped. Amidst the chaos, it took nearly a minute for everyone to stand steady again. Guiyong interjected, all right, let's walk slowly. No need to support Qi brother, we might end up all tumbling together. Others who'd already fallen nodded cautiously, avoiding crowding around Qi Xinghan any longer. But it seemed as though Yuansheng and Qi Xinghan were under a curse, stumbling every 3 to 5 steps. One banged his arm, the other banged a leg. Mu Shui watched anxiously, "Stop grabbing me." Quietly, he slowed down half a step. He withdrew his earlier comment about not having to worry about slipping. Yuansheng and Qi Xinghan exchanged a cold glance. Everyone unconsciously tightened their mouths, as if feeling disappointed. Mu Shui turned his head subtly and thought hard, then came up with a soothing remark, "It's because you two are too tall, so your center of gravity is off." No sooner had these words left his lips than Qi Xinghan fell again. Mu Shui shut his mouth and gazed heavenward. It's all this weather's fault. Just as Mu Shui thought this, snow started falling heavily. Tightening his scarf, Mu Shui shuffled forward like a penguin. In the heavy snowfall, a diligent journalist crouched behind the car, trembling while clutching the camera, snap, snap. The journalist thought that the previous photo could be named Qi Xinghan and an unknown man fighting over a handsome youth in freezing weather. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed the camera. "It belongs to me," said a hoarse voice. "What do you mean, it belongs to you?" The journalist had been freezing here for hours, and he'd finally managed to snap such a great photo. Upon hearing the man's words, he immediately got angry and spun around. Then he came face to face with a grotesque face. The man's features seemed melted and then reshaped haphazardly. His eyes, nose, and mouth were all skewed. His mouth was only half the size of a normal person's, and his eyes looked like 2 black beans. A chill shot up from the journalist's throat. The man held the camera in one hand, staring at the photo on it, while pressing the other firmly onto the journalist's shoulder, pinning him down. The journalist heard the man's raspy voice say, "An offering to the great Thopas." The man hung the camera around his own neck as he said this. The photograph. And what is Thopas? That was the last thought that flashed through the journalist's mind. Chapter 30, The Man in the Plastic Bag. The man fiddled with the camera for a while but couldn't manage to take a single picture. He stood there stunned for a few seconds, then waves of regret washed over him. He glanced at the journalist sprawled on the ground, picked him up and shook him. The journalist swung back and forth like a limp noodle, clearly beyond recovery. Having no choice, the man let go of the unconscious journalist, hid the camera inside a bucket first, and then grabbed the bucket that contained a cleaning mop, keeping his head down as he slowly shuffled forward step by step. The snow was falling heavier now, quickly covering the ground. The ground was getting increasingly slippery. Fortunately, Mu Shui and the group had already arrived at the filming location. The director originally planned to make some last-minute script changes, using the beautiful snowy scenery for an extra scene. However, after seeing Qi Xinghan constantly slipping and falling, the director dropped the idea. One more fall, and who would be able to compensate? Just the fans alone could rip him apart with their bare hands. Come on, let's move indoors. Shoot scenes 69 to 73. Be careful with the slippery road. The assistant director called everyone towards the indoor set. As they were walking, they ended up approaching the same little building where Dinya had met her end last time. The atmosphere became slightly stagnant. It was the assistant director who broke the frozen air. "What are you all looking at?" "Over there, this building beside us, let's go inside." Dinya was gone, but the show must go on, the unfinished indoor shots from before still needed to continue. Although the original place made the crew hesitant, it was still feasible to switch to another similar building nearby. This building also stood independently, surrounded by a circle of tin garbage bins. Guiyong and the director walked ahead, followed by Qi Xinghan, Mu Shui, and Yuansheng. When they reached the bottom of the steps, a patch of black material mixed with traces of blood lay right across the front steps. Yuansheng suddenly picked Mu Shui up with one hand, making it look like Mu Shui was riding on his arm. "Mu Shui." The surrounding others were also taken aback. Unaware of the strange looks from others, Yuan Xing carried Mu Shui, took long strides, jumped over the substance, and ascended the stairs. Mu Shui's heart rose to his throat, worried that Yuan Xing might fall and hurt himself, possibly dragging Mu Shui down with him. Luckily. This time, Yuan Xing stood firmly. Mu Shui looked back briefly and said, "It's just a prop effect." Yuan Xing put him down but didn't release his grip immediately, his arm lingered around Mu Shui's waist. Yuan Xing whispered into his ear, "No, it's real. It smells bloody." Mu Shui felt a chill deep within and was about to turn around again for another look when the others caught up, hiding the dark red mess out of sight. Looking up ahead, Mu Shui saw that Guiyong, the director, and some of the crew members had already gone upstairs. In a low voice, Mu Shui suggested, "Let's keep going." Without objection, Yuan Xing slowly followed Mu Shui up the stairs. Qi Xinghan followed closely with his assistant. The identical interior setting brought an uncomfortable feeling once more. Because of Ding Ye's death, this familiar spot seemed even more unsettling. Qi Xinghan, Kang Yi, and other supporting actors entered the room along with the crew members. Mu Shui was just about to follow them inside when Yuan Xing seized his wrist tightly. His wrist was thin. Without realizing, Yuan Xing looked down and gripped it tighter. "Let's walk around nearby," Yuan Xing whispered close to his ear. Mu Shui understood what he meant and nodded slightly. Inside the room, Qi Xinghan turned his head and looked in Mu Shui's direction. An assistant director approached him, asking, "Are you ready, Mr. Qi?" Without answering, Qi Xinghan first turned to glance at Kang Yi and noticed that Kang Yi was also staring intently toward Mu Shui's direction. Only then did Qi Xinghan divert his gaze, muttering softly, "I'm ready." "Great. Let's start shooting." The stagehand shouted loudly. The next scene to be filmed was about Qi Xinghan's character preparing to brutally kill Kang Ye's character. Qi Xinghan raised his eyes slightly and gazed at Kang Yi. Upon meeting his gaze, Kang Ye's heart shivered involuntarily, having a sense that she was being truly targeted by a psycho killer. Kang Yi said there was also a level 2 member of the Kartopa's group in the crew, he could sense it, but he didn't know exactly who it was. Old Lin's dead, so Kartopas might send someone new. Besides, that janitor who bumped into me is very suspicious. Mu Shui whispered while walking side by side with Yuan Xing and tugging lightly at his sleeve. Yuan Xing had to slightly tilt his body and lean his head toward Mu Shui to hear him. As they were talking, they turned around a corner. Yuan Xing suddenly wrapped an arm around Mu Shui's waist and picked him up off the ground. Mu Shui didn't seem surprised this time. He looked down and saw another patch of black mixed with red substances at the corner. It looked like blood, but also a bit like vomit or perhaps some kind of strange secretion. Yuan Xing carried him over without putting him down again. They advanced slowly, and Mu Shui even slowed down his breathing. Next, they went upstairs from the second floor all the way to the 4th floor, discovering several such patches on every level. Yuan Xing still had one arm around him, carrying him effortlessly, as if no effort was needed for such a task. The entire building only had 5 floors. Mu Shui glanced toward the staircase leading from the 4th to the 5th floor. This would be the last level. Was there a monster lurking above? Mu Shui twisted his body slightly, gripping Yuan Xing's shoulder and leaning closer to whisper directly into his ear. His voice became extremely low, "Put me down." Yuan Xing didn't move and continued heading upward. Quickly pinching his ear, Mu Shui said, "Oops, sorry," retracting his hand and changing to grab onto Yuan Xing's clothes instead. "Let's wait for Qi Xinghan to finish shooting before we go up together." Mu Shui recalled how Qi Xinghan subdued Zhao Yun earlier and thought that with an additional strong person, their safety would be more assured. Yuan Xing responded somewhat unhappily, "Why wait for him? What use is he?" After finishing the next section of stairs, Yuan Xing stopped and held Mu Shui steady. There was yet another weird substance across the stairs, but Yuan Xing didn't jump over this time. A figure stood at the end of the stairs, looking down at them from above. The person was around 170 centimeters tall, dressed in old and worn-out black cotton clothing, and wearing an odd plastic bag on his head. The black plastic bag seemed randomly picked up and completely covered his face except for 2 small holes revealing dark pupils behind it. His appearance was quite bizarre. And it was impossible to judge what kind of person he was. However, Mu Shui instantly noticed some details. This person's fingers were deformed, showing clear signs of adhesion between the index finger and middle finger. He appeared burned as well. It wasn't the same janitor, the real janitor was taller. Yuan Xing bent down slightly and set Mu Shui down, speaking crisply, "Wait for me here. Don't move." Then, Yuan Xing quickly ascended the remaining steps. Upon seeing Yuan Xing approach, the man with the plastic bag reacted as though startled and immediately shrank back, trying to escape. Mu Shui. Was he scared so easily? Wouldn't he stand and fight? Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from below. Mu Shui stiffened, turning to look down and seeing a gray-coated figure darting upstairs rapidly, taking less than half a minute to reach them. The shadow rushed past Mu Shui and directly pounced on the man with the plastic bag, emitting a muffled "pow." Then the plastic bag-wearing man was thrown over the railing and fell down. Yuan Xing paused mid-motion and gave the newcomer a cold glare. The newcomer came to a stop, towering, slim, radiating youthful energy. It was Shen Maojia. Downstairs first, Mu Shui spoke quickly, already turning to walk downward. Yuanxing shifted his gaze away from Shen Maojia and in one swift step, descended the stairs, picking up Mu Shui again, and briskly headed downstairs. Shen Maojia pursed his lips and followed them. Back in the second floor room, the director got upset and slapped his script against the monitor. Who was making so much noise just now? The crew exchanged puzzled glances. We don't know. It sounded like something dropped. No, it sounded more like a falling body. The director's face changed slightly. Don't tell me it's bad luck. Let's go check it out. The staff temporarily stopped their work, turned around, and walked to the window to look down. At this moment, Mu Shui and the other two had also successively arrived downstairs. The substance sprawled across the steps was still there, but not too far ahead. There was a much larger patch, its size almost comparable to that of a human figure. And the man in the plastic bag had vanished without a trace. Mu Shui was certain that person was a monster, and more than likely, one sent by Kartopas. He was the same kind of monster as the janitor. Mu Shui turned his head and asked Yuanxing, would you die if you fell? Yuanxing's earlier annoyance hadn't dissipated yet, so he raised his hand and slapped Mu Shui's butt. What? Are you trying to make me fall? Slap. But. Mu Shui immediately got so mad his face puffed up. He said angrily, no, I just wanted to know if the person who fell earlier would die from the fall, so I could ask you for reference. Never tried it. Nobody has been able to throw me off the building. Yuanxing finished speaking. Mu Shui then kicked him in the butt. Put me down. This evened things out. Unhappy, Yuanxing loosened his grip. It wouldn't help to ask Qi Xinghan either, he wouldn't know anyway. Mu Shui then turned his head toward Shen Maojia. Why are you here? Shen Maojia's face was sullen and he seemed rather unhappy as well. He spoke in a low voice, you left without taking me along, so I followed and happened to reach the 4th floor. Do you know what kind of person that was? Mu Shui asked. Shen Maojia's gaze shifted slightly, I don't know. His eyes moved, his fingers tightened. He was lying. Mu Shui tilted his head slightly, preparing to say something else. When suddenly, they heard a voice from the 2nd floor window. Nobody fell from the building. Mr. Mu, Mr. Yuan, why are you downstairs? Did something happen? In no time, the staff crowded the window, looking at them with worried expressions. Mu Shui thought for a moment, looked up, and smiled at them. Nothing. Since the person who had fallen was now gone, he couldn't tell them that a monster had appeared moments ago. Mu Shui took the initiative to grab Yuanxing's hand and whispered, let's search around. If we can't find anything, we'll go back upstairs. We'll split up. Mu Shui hadn't finished speaking when Yuanxing cut him off. Split up what? After finishing his sentence, he clutched Mu Shui tightly against his chest, without even looking at Shen Maojia, and started searching for the man in the plastic bag. Both he and Qi Xinghan, including Shen Maojia, as well as most people like them, were extremely proud. Of course, their eyes couldn't accommodate others. Once they passed by that puddle of substance, Mu Shui broke free from Yuanxing's arm. There wasn't. Just surrounding overturned trash bins, and the garbage specifically arranged by the crew before. All covered with a layer of snow, allowing one to easily see whether there were any signs of tampering. Mu Shui slowly advanced, glancing around at the environment while recalling and analyzing every move Shen Maojia made when he appeared. He needed to return to the Special Pathology Research Institute. Each patient under his care was a monster. Add a few more cases like Shen Maojia who came willingly, and he'd be worried sick until he went bald. Chapter 31, Flame Bird and Snow Woman. Mu Shui circled around for a while and finally returned to the large patch of black-red substance. He stared at its shape for a moment, and gradually an idea surfaced in his mind. He turned his head, lowered his voice, and asked Yuanxing softly, Yuan Gu, do you think, could this be that person? When he fell, he melted and turned into this kind of substance. Yuan Gu. That's all Yuanxing heard. Mu Shui had a pleasant voice, especially when he lowered it and slowed down his tone, which made it exceptionally soft, straight touching one's heart. By now, Mu Shui could no longer hold back. He squatted down, wanting to observe the substance more closely. At this moment, Yuanxing suddenly snapped out of it and grabbed Mu Shui, don't move. Mu Shui, Yuanxing took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket. Mu Shui looked carefully and saw they were those sturdy white gloves often used by construction workers for moving bricks. Yuanxing released Mu Shui and then calmly put on the white gloves, making the action appear surprisingly elegant in his hands. But then he squatted down and placed a hand on the black-red substance, ruining any elegance left. After stirring it a bit, Yuanxing said, this thing isn't alive. After speaking, he lifted his palm for Mu Shui to see. Mu Shui focused intently, noticing the faintly fishy smell mixed with a burnt odor. Instinctively, Mu Shui held his breath. Get closer, Mu Shui said. Yuanxing had no choice but to bring his hand even closer to Mu Shui. In the light of day, Mu Shui gradually discerned what it was. The black parts resembled the marks left around a candle wick after long burning. The red streaks were blood fibers, fine threads mixing in the black and covering them up, initially indistinguishable. But upon closer inspection, the blood fibers seemed alive, giving the impression of flowing veins. Mu Shui quickly pulled off Yuan Sheng's glove and threw it away. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Mu Shui asked, staring at Yuan Sheng's hand. There were some wounds and calluses on Yuan Sheng's hand, but its shape was quite beautiful. Mu Shui scrutinized carefully, finding no unusual results. Yuan Sheng moved his lips slightly. Through the red cloth over his eyes, he could still glimpse his features. For a fleeting moment, amidst a vast snowy wasteland, there remained only Mu Shui's radiant and tender face, with a soft blush spreading across it. "I'm a little uncomfortable," Yuan Sheng said as his breathing noticeably quickened. At this time, upstairs in the shooting room, Qi Xinghan and Kang Yi had just finished another take. After finishing, Qi Xinghan said, "I'll go downstairs for a walk." Kang Yi immediately followed suit, "Director, I'll also go downstairs for a walk." The staff looked at their retreating figures and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qi is interested in gossips too?" "But we checked before, nobody jumped from the building." "It doesn't seem right though." "You look again, that patch down there looks like a human form." The prop team went over and looked out of the window. Someone muttered, "That wasn't there when we arranged the set earlier." "Downstairs." Mu Shui hastily said, "I thought I saw the red veins moving just now." Saying this, he grabbed Yuan Sheng's fingers and flipped through each one to inspect them. Suddenly, Yuan Sheng became silent. He stood there, letting Mu Shui hold his fingers gently, as if Mu Shui lightly held him in the palm of his hand without being too heavy or light. This sensation was entirely unfamiliar to Yuan Sheng, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, this moment of bewilderment dissipated quickly. "Mu Shui," Qi Xinghan's voice came from the staircase behind them. Mu Shui meticulously checked once more, and then finally let go of Yuan Sheng's hand, saying, "It's fine." Yuan Sheng suppressed his breath and stepped back half a step. At this moment, Mu Shui turned his head towards the direction of Qi Xinghan. Before seeing Qi Xinghan, however, he saw Kang Yi first. At some point, Kang Yi had taken off his wig, exposing his colorful hair again, standing out conspicuously. Mu Shui smiled at Kang Yi, "Mr. Kang. You called." Kang Yi paused, then his facial features softened instantly as he quickly stepped beside Mu Shui. Shen Maojia stood silently by the side the whole time. Only now did he glance at Kang Yi, then lowered his head again with a gloomy expression. Pointing at the traces on the ground, Mu Shui asked, "Have you seen this before?" Kang Yi's eyelid twitched, "I've seen it." "What is this?" "Have you heard the story of the Phoenix Nirvana?" Mu Shui nodded. Kang Yi pointed at the puddle and said, "Of course, this isn't a phoenix, this is the ash of a flame bird." "Oh, the flame bird, I'm not quite sure what it is, but I saw it in a manual before. It said that its ancestor once wanted to learn from the phoenix, achieving rebirth through fire and soaring into the sky. But after burning, it didn't improve. Gradually, the flame bird derived from it. Wherever it passes, it leaves behind things like these." Kang Yi paused for a moment, his eyes slightly disdainful as he added, "It's called a bird, but I think it looks more like a chicken, no, uglier than a chicken." Clearly, he had seen it before, and deep down, he considered the flame bird even inferior to his kind of female-like bird. Was it this thing that fell just now? Kang Yi questioned with some doubt. Seen in the manual. That must have been an internal manual from Katathekis. This indicates that Katathekis has a profound understanding of the monster world, capable of systematically cataloging their knowledge. If he could get a hold of it, that would be excellent. Mu Shui nodded slightly and said, "He collided with it." Kang Yi looked toward Shen Maojia accordingly. Shen Maojia's neck was stiff, his face even darker, with a look that suggested, "You can kill me, but I haven't done anything wrong." Kang Yi retracted his gaze and gestured toward Mu Shui by brushing some hair on his own head, showing off in a very evident way. While pretending to casually brush his hair, Kang Yi said gently, "Where the flame bird walks, it brings several strange creatures. For instance, Snow Woman, not referring to the ghostly Snow Woman of Japan, but the name of a kind of bird, one coexisting with the flame bird. When the Snow Woman comes, she will bring." Kang Yi suddenly paused midway through. Mu Shui also realized, heavy snow. Kang Yi hesitantly nodded, then continued, and. What else? Kang Yi whispered, "Me. She brought along female-like birds that eat carrion." "Anything else?" Mu Shui asked. "There's another type, but I don't remember its name clearly. I think I've seen it before, though this kind of creature is rarely seen, and it has a pretty bad temper." Mu Shui switched questions, "Why does a person falling from upstairs simply vanish?" Kang Yi said, "This I don't know, it wasn't written in the book, and I haven't killed such a bird." But Mu Shui had already confirmed the suspicion in his heart. This mass of unknown matter should be that plastic bag-headed person. After falling from upstairs, they turned into this form. Was it because he was too weak or because Shen Maojia was too strong? Mu Shui suppressed his doubts and smiled at Kang Yi, "Thank you." The smile imprinted in Kang Yi's mind, and he couldn't help but pluck another strand of hair, offering it to Mu Shui, "Don't mention it, here, you can use it for a fan." Mu Shui carefully received it. "Where did you pluck it from?" A faint blush appeared on Kang Ye's handsome face. From my tail. Mu Shui murmured softly, ah, so it really is plucked from your butt, huh? Qi Xinghan finally chimed in, glancing indifferently at the multicolored feather, so Mr. Kong likes giving such things as gifts. The expression on Kang Ye's face immediately froze. He glanced carefully at Qi Xinghan, still haunted by the abuse he received during filming earlier. Looking up, Kang Yi watched the snowflakes beginning to fall again without notice, saying, judging by this, there's more than one snow woman. There's more than one flame bird too, Mu Shui added. The man with the cleaning bucket was also one. Now, Kang Ye's identity was clear, and so were the identities of the man with the cleaning bucket and the plastic bag guy. But Mu Shui thought about it, lowered his head, and made a call to the dean while the phone was ringing. Mu Shui turned around and said to Shen Maojia, why don't you go back first? After everything here wraps up, I'll go find you there. Shen Maojia pressed his lips tightly, not saying a word, with two large words clearly written on his face, refusal. The dean didn't pick up the call. However, money was transferred to Mu Shui smoothly via a familiar method. Mu Shui wanted to be angry, but seeing the money made him unable to stay mad. Mu Shui could only turn around and ask Kang Yi, is it true that every time one dies, more come? Kang Yi stammered, why yes, the rules are written like that. Mu Shui sighed. All he wanted was to be a good doctor, earning just over 2,500 yuan a month. Why worry about monsters? Shen Maojia shifted his gaze subtly, glancing inconspicuously at Mu Shui. He said in a low voice, I won't leave. Coming to find you is what I should do. Mu Shui turned his head to look at Qi Xinghan. The numbness and estrangement in Qi Xinghan's eyes faded away, replaced by a calm gaze that carried a strong sense of comfort. He said, 10 or 8 more don't matter. Yuanqing suddenly stepped forward, raised his hand, and flicked the snowflake off Mu Shui's head. He whispered, when doctors encounter different patients, they need to establish files, right? Mu Shui nodded, yes. The more different cases you encounter, the more comprehensive the files you establish will be, Yuanqing said. Mu Shui nodded again, yes. Then killing more monsters, wouldn't your file on monsters be established? And it would become more and more comprehensive. Mu Shui was momentarily stunned. It was absolutely outrageous. But, it could really be, worth considering. Kang Yi frowned slightly on the side, a gentle yet beautiful face tinged with sorrow. He said, Mr. Mu, don't worry, anyway. He sighed, I'm already part of your team. Shen Maojia stood not far away, silently watching this scene. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But nothing came out, he didn't know how to say it. In the end, he closed his lips tightly once again. Mu Shui took a shallow breath. At this moment, Kang Yi didn't seem so smelly anymore. Thank you, Mr. Kang. Mu Shui gave Kang Yi another smile without reservation. Kang Yi inhaled softly, staring at Mu Shui's eyebrows and eyes, whispering, no need. Would you like another feather for the fan? Mu Shui, ? Mu Shui, no thanks, keep it. A trace of disappointment crossed Kang Ye's face. Seeing this, Mu Shui hurriedly said, if too many are pulled, you'll go bald. Kang Yi thought about it, it'd definitely ruin everything if he became bald, and thus retracted his fingers that were moving impulsively. Mu Shui sighed in relief, turning to Yuanqing and saying, let's go. Then while speaking, he took 2 deep breaths. Yuanqing responded. But Mu Shui suddenly noticed Yuanqing's body tightening, his lips drooping, emitting an aura of displeasure. Mu Shui grabbed his wrist, leaning closer and asking quietly, what's wrong with you? Yuanqing, a little, good-looking. Mu Shui, ? Yuanqing, you. Yuanqing struggled to squeeze the words out from his throat. Mu Shui was dumbfounded, hastily stepping back 3 steps. But Yuanqing firmly hoisted him up, carrying him across the black-red substance, and walking back up the steps. Mu Shui was still dazed, not recovering immediately. He could even feel the muscles of Yuanqing's tightened body. Qi Xinghan and others looked at Yuanqing with cold eyes. Then they lifted their heads to look at Mu Shui. Mu Shui had originally been bundled up tightly, but now his scarf had loosened, revealing half of his face, the hat on his head was crooked, snowflakes fell on his eyebrows, his cheeks had become whiter due to the wind, but his nose tip was tinged red, his lips even redder, as if a bit of rouge had been applied. He truly seemed like a spirit bringing the snow. Chapter 32, Predicament. The film crew was genuinely terrified. A couple of staff members went downstairs to take a look, and although they couldn't figure out what that mess was after a while, they still decided to call the police. They were afraid that if anything was overlooked, there might be a murderer lurking within the crew. Upon receiving the call, the police quickly responded, arriving at the film city with great difficulty. Along the way here, the snow has been getting heavier and heavier. The young officers all trembled with cold, their gloved hands swollen and purplish blue. The director also felt the cold, he patted his head covered by the melon-shaped cap, exhaling a cloud of white vapor when he spoke, phew, it's cold, colder and colder, this year's cold snap has come earlier than usual. Soon, the forensic department finished gathering evidence, and other police officers also collected clues provided by the crew members. It is currently unclear whether anyone has died, who the deceased is, and even less clear about suspects. We can only temporarily withdraw for now. Once we get back, we will analyze the sample and review the surveillance in the area near the film city before coming back. Alright, thank you for your efforts. The director led several other workers to see them off and then returned to the small building with difficulty. The director certainly did not want to stop production. Otherwise, wouldn't all that time spent slipping on the ground early this morning have been wasted? It wasn't easy getting from the hotel to here either. Alright, let's start shooting again. Touch up the makeup. The director shouted loudly, then sat back behind the monitor. Mu Shui quietly stood by the door, lifting his hand and blowing on each finger until he started to feel a bit warmer. This wouldn't do. He had to actively go find Yen Miao, otherwise, he'd freeze to death sooner or later. Judging from the police's words, it seemed that Jinshui City's downtown was also experiencing snowfall, but as they got closer to the film base, the snowfall grew heavier. If this continued, the place might get buried under snow. And people outside of here would have no idea how strange things were getting. After another 2 hours of effort, the crew managed to finish filming the segment where Qi Xinghan brutally kills Kong Yi. Afterward, everyone just couldn't bear the cold anymore. Too cold, and the broken window was still letting wind howl into the room. When the body starts to convert energy to combat the cold, hunger soon sets in. In no time, everyone was starving. Alright, that's all for today. Bring more kettles tomorrow along with some food, like instant noodles and bread, so you can munch on something if you're hungry. The director said, shivering. Everyone agreed and carried the equipment down. The area around the circle marked with black-red material had already been cordoned off, so everyone had to squeeze past it with difficulty. Just returning to the hotel from the film city took half an hour. A thick layer of snow covered the ground, and the film city staff didn't have enough time to clear it. Everyone stepped onto it, sinking slightly into it with every step. But it worked in one way, the difficulty of pulling legs out made it harder, but at least nobody fell again. Being light, Mu Shui stepped in and found himself stuck, unable to pull himself out. Kong Yi acted swiftly and tried to pull Mu Shui out, but he wasn't very strong and nearly caused both of them to fall. The path over there is wider, Mr. Kong should use that instead, Qi Xinghan said calmly, grabbing Kong Yi's sleeve and gently pushing him away, driving Kong Yi indignantly out of Mu Shui's immediate vicinity. By the time Qi Xinghan let go, Yuan Xing had already helped Mu Shui steady himself. In such a manner, supporting each other, they returned to the hotel. Mu Shui felt like a leak, sinking in and being pulled out repeatedly. Upon returning to the hotel, they found many people anxiously pacing back and forth in the lobby. The hotel's front manager, looking flustered, was speaking loudly to them. Mu Shui took note of their expressions and body language, immediately sensing a bad omen. The director and others noticed something was amiss and approached the manager to ask. What's going on? Why is everyone staying here? The director asked, his face serious. The front manager looked even more troubled, saying, it's cold, the water pipes froze and cracked, so the water supply stopped. Also, the central air conditioning has been frozen and cannot produce heat. The director chuckled and said, I thought it was nothing serious. Have you called maintenance? They'll probably be here in a jiffy. I'm just saying, maybe modernize things a bit in the future. With these freezing conditions here, perhaps switch the central air conditioning to heating next time. The front manager's expression didn't improve. He whispered softly, no one can enter. We called maintenance just now, but their vehicle slipped on the road and feared rear-ending others, so they're not coming, and they said they'll wait for the snow to stop. Call the police. This kind of situation must be handled by the relevant authorities, right? Someone shouted nearby. It seemed they were from another film crew. They've been called too. The police car came once in the early afternoon today, but almost got into an accident on its way back to downtown in the afternoon. They said they will surely send people to repair it, but we can't just disregard the lives of maintenance workers. At least wait until the snow eases up and send some people to clear the roads while coming over to fix the pipes. Everyone fell silent for a moment. They remembered the snow disaster of 08. Not only was road traffic impossible, but water pipes froze and burst, electric wires turned into solid ice, making normal usage impossible. This was not something that could be solved by simply making 2 phone calls for repairs. Shit. Someone couldn't help but curse. What's wrong with this year? There wasn't even any weather warning. What do the meteorologists eat all day? The weather forecast is never accurate. So what should we do? That means we won't have hot water or air conditioning tonight. What about the celebrities? Can they endure the cold? How are we supposed to start work tomorrow? For a time, everyone had their own questions and sentences. The lobby quickly became noisy. Mu Shui felt his fingertips grow colder. No wonder, upon entering the hotel he hadn't felt even a hint of warmth. It turns out the air conditioning had already stopped working. The members of the Jingji crew finally realized this and immediately turned ashen-faced. Perhaps because they'd already gone through the strange death of Dinya last time, this time around everyone didn't lose their tempers or panic with curses. Go back to the room and wait for notifications, the director quivered, don't crowd around here. Weren't we all waiting for dinner to be settled back at the hotel? What are we eating now? Go back to the rooms and eat instant noodles. Didn't we prepare several boxes earlier? Everyone hushed up, dragging their tired bodies upstairs. Shen Maojia glanced outside the hotel direction, then silently followed behind Mu Shui. Some people downstairs in the lobby, unwilling to give up, went to other hotels to ask. The result was the same, frozen burst pipes weren't from inside the hotel but outside, causing water supply issues for all the hotels. However, at least a couple of hotels still had functioning air conditioners. Many tried to secure rooms there by paying exorbitant fees. Someone couldn't help but bitterly smiled, is using air conditioners just for heating really helpful? It's better to add more blankets. When you're dried out and want water, but there's none, that's when it gets unbearable. The elevator door opened. Mu Shui arrived at his room, took out the key and opened the door. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing almost immediately squeezed inside. Seeing this, Kang Yi promptly told his assistant, I'll chat with Mr. Mu, you guys go ahead. Shen Maojia also coldly told Lily, you take care of Ren Jingjing, don't worry about me. Lily looked at Mu Shui, then saw Qi Xinghan and others inside the room. She couldn't understand why this Mr. Mu had such good relationships. Alright, I'll rest first. I'll bring down your bowl of noodles after cooking them. Lily and Kang Ye's assistant left this floor together. Mu Shui also entered the room, casually closing the door. The four men stood in the room, all staring at Mu Shui. Sit down, don't look at me like that. Mu Shui said as he walked to the window himself, pulling open the curtain to look outside. With each light breath he let out, the window glass was fogged up with white mist. It's too cold, Mu Shui muttered softly. If things developed to the extent of a snow disaster, it would be terrifying. It wouldn't just be about frozen water pipes and blocked roads, there would also be, those extras from the film city, did they bring enough warm clothing? Could they withstand the chill? Who would have expected such a rapid temperature drop? And the food, was there enough? Snow disasters, people die in them. Based on those traces, can you find Yan Niao? Mu Shui turned and asked Kang Yi. Kang Yi nodded, yes. His brows furrowed slightly, showing evident worry. Qi Xinghan interjected calmly, it's useless, all traces will be covered as soon as the heavy snow begins. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui looked outside again. That's right, the snow kept falling heavier, covering the ground very fast, layer upon layer piling up. Forget the traces, within 2 hours, even if 2 bodies were buried, probably no one would notice. There is a strange problem. Mu Shui spoke. What strange problem? Kang Yi asked. Old Lin was taken away by the police, and he's dead. The organization sent people for Old Lin to seek revenge. Was it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Old Lin was just an outsider member anyway. Wouldn't it have been enough if he sent someone capable of killing me? Mu Shui said this and couldn't help but blow on his hands as he spoke. Kang Yi looked stunned and awkwardly replied, I don't know either. The style of Kato Bas is unpredictable. Mu Shui felt a bit tired, leaning back against the sofa as he softly said, let's find Yan Niao and Snow Maiden tonight. Kang Yi nodded vigorously, good. I'll go with you. Qi Xinghan then opened his mouth, there are many reporters in the film city. No matter how cold the weather, they'll be outside taking pictures. We cannot be photographed. Yuan Xing responded nonchalantly, isn't that simple? Borrow 2 costumes from other crews, disguise ourselves, and the reporters won't recognize us easily. At this point, Guiyong and Kang Ye's assistant knocked on the door together. Kang Yi went over to open it. The agents and assistants outside had brewed several buckets of instant noodles and carried some small bread, bringing them into the room. We can only eat these first. They placed the food on the table. But Qi Xinghan didn't touch it, neither did Yuan Sheng. None of them made a move. Eat a little bit, it will warm your bodies, Guiyong said. I don't need to eat, Qi Xinghan said as he pushed the food towards Mu Shui. I won't eat either, Yuan Sheng said as he also pushed the noodles over. Kang Yi, I won't eat either. Let Mr. Mu have it. Shen Maojia, give it to Mu Shui. The brokers and assistants paused in surprise. Look, there are still several more buckets upstairs. We can brew more later, Guiyong finished speaking when suddenly, a crew staff member came running up, knocking on the door and shouting loudly, the power supply is out too. It was still early, so the room wasn't dark yet. No one turned on the light at this moment. Upon hearing the news, they couldn't help but curse under their breaths. Mu Shui, looking at the pile of instant noodles, small bread, corn sausages, luncheon meat in front of him. Mu Shui. Chapter 33, Who do you choose? The lack of water could temporarily be solved with bottled water, but what to do without electricity? Guiyong and others had already returned to check on the electrical issue. Mu Shui repeatedly declined the kind offers of several gentlemen. After eating just 1 bucket of instant noodles, she stopped partaking in any other food. Bread and sausages can be stored and used at any time. It's better to keep them, Mu Shui said sensibly. So you're not going to eat the instant noodles anymore? Kang Yi asked. Eating too much at once would make my stomach hurt, Mu Shui replied quickly before holding her breath. Besides, even though it really shouldn't, the smell of Kang Yi mixed with the aroma of instant noodles overwhelmed her, making her unable to eat a second bucket. She truly couldn't eat any more. Kang Yi looked visibly disappointed as he moved the remaining instant noodles in front of himself. Mu Shui got up and stamped her slightly numb feet, saying quietly, "I'll go outside and check. You should finish the instant noodles, don't waste them." After speaking, Mu Shui walked out. Yuan Xing clearly had significant experience with eating instant noodles. Adhering to Mu Shui's instructions not to waste, Yuan Xing picked up the instant noodles, ate them in a few swift moves, grabbed a wet wipe from the table to clean his mouth, and then followed Mu Shui briskly. "I'll go with you." Qi Xinghan quickly furrowed his eyebrows but ultimately did not follow them. He remembered what he had promised Mu Shui, follow medical advice. Don't waste. Don't waste. Don't waste. Qi Xinghan repeated this in his mind 3 times, then proceeded to finish his own bucket of instant noodles. Seeing Qi Xinghan start eating, Shen Maojia slowly began to suck on the noodles from his bucket with an expressionless face. Mu Shui made a round, gaining some information from the hotel manager. Firstly, there indeed was a power outage, but the hotel temporarily had backup electricity that could last until tomorrow morning. Secondly, the water tank still contained enough water for the hotel guests to use for 2 days without issues. So, things weren't dire yet. Mu Shui let out a small sigh of relief. "Is there a janitor in the hotel? Have you seen him?" Mu Shui described the man carrying a cleaning bucket to the hotel manager. The manager shook his head in confusion. "No, we don't have such a person here." Ren Jingjing, who happened to pass by, suddenly stopped with her assistant Lily. Turning her head, she smiled towards Mu Shui. "The man you mentioned, I've seen him." "Where?" Mu Shui blurted out and simultaneously focused intently on Ren Jingjing. Ren Jingjing hadn't spoken seriously to Mu Shui for a long time. Seeing Mu Shui earnestly staring at her, her smile deepened. Ren Jingjing said, "I saw him when I went to the film set today. As I was walking behind, I noticed a man carrying a cleaning bucket crouching between the gaps of 2 cars. Oh, and in front of him was someone holding a camera." "Holding a camera?" Mu Shui asked blankly. Ren Jingjing said, "It should be a paparazzi, they often lurk behind the cars here, hiding while taking pictures." Ren Jingjing paused momentarily, still smiling but then continued, "That paparazzi seemed completely unaware that someone was crouched behind him. The man stared at him intensely, like a ghost in a horror movie. After a while, that man subdued the paparazzi, took his camera, and after that, I didn't know anything else." Ren Jingjing also sent Mu Shui a wink. But Mu Shui remained unmoved and instead counter-asked, "If you saw that back then, why didn't you warn the paparazzi?" "Why should I warn him?" Ren Jingjing responded with a smile. Mu Shui moved her lips. If that man did more than just seizing the camera, like killing the paparazzi, what then?" Mu Shui frowned. But she didn't want to blame others, especially since the paparazzi might not have lost their life due to this incident. "Did you see that man again later?" Mu Shui asked. Ren Jingjing's pupils tilted upward as she thought, not really, but after filming ended, when we came out of the set, I saw him again." "Where?" "Outside the #1 indoor studio of the Qing Palace Moon crew." "What did he look like at the time?" Ren Jingjing smiled and said, "The same as before, carrying a bucket with a mop inside." "Thank you, Miss Ren." Mu Shui said politely. "No need to thank us, are you going to find him at studio #1? Ren Jingjing asked. Mu Shui shook her head, "We're going to studio 3 for the Ring City shoot." Ren Jingjing's pupils shrank slightly as she expressed surprise. "What are you going there for?" "To find this man." "But he is at studio 1 of Qing Palace Moon." Mu Shui gave a faint smile and revealed a small dimple on her cheek. "But you're lying." The air turned silent for a moment. Ren Jingjing snorted, "I won't tell you anything next time, you never believe me." Mu Shui just smiled gently, not responding to her remark, looking pure-hearted and sweetly innocent. Ren Jingjing shifted her gaze onto Yuan Sheng, as if nothing had happened, naturally speaking to Mu Shui, "Your friend is really strange, always tied up his eyes. Can I chat with him?" Yuan Sheng, who hadn't spoken until now, said coldly and irritably, "I don't want to chat with you." Ren Jingjing was struck dumb on the spot and couldn't say a word. After speaking, Yuan Sheng didn't even glance at her face. He grabbed Mu Shui's hand, turned around, and walked her out of the hotel gate. "Where is that studio?" Yuan Sheng asked. Mu Shui, "On the way we came back, one studio is on the left and one is on the right. There are only these 2 studios on both sides, all other places are parking spots." Ren Jingjing blurted out lies without hesitation. However, her half-truths weren't very clever, and they were no good anyway. He could still tell. Mu Shui thought with a bit of smugness. But this slight smugness quickly disappeared, frozen away by the icy cold. Mu Shui hunched her shoulders and neck, burying half of her face into the scarf, mumbling, "Let's go check and then return to the hotel quickly." If it weren't to keep her balance so she wouldn't fall in the snow, she would have wanted to tuck her hands into her sleeves. Yuan Xing responded with a sound. They walked for a while. Mu Shui blinked her eyes and said, "I should cover my eyes too. The ground is full of snow, everything is dazzling white, and my eyes can't focus on anything else." His tone carried a tinge of aggrieved resentment. Yuan Xing handed over a clown mask from his waist. Mu Shui's eyes indeed hurt from staring, so after some thought, she just put the clown mask on. Through the red cloth, Yuan Sheng could still see clearly, unaffected by the heavy snow. He pulled Mu Shui along, letting her steadily follow him. It took them more than 20 minutes to reach Studio 3. By then, Mu Shui had lost most of the heat in her body. Her hands, face, head, and feet were all numb from the cold, moving purely on instinct. No wonder no one could come to repair things, standing outside for a bit longer and you'd freeze stiff. Mu Shui pitted herself. Bicycles parked outside Studio 3, along with 2 casually placed tables, were covered with a thick layer of snow. Mu Shui waded deep and shallow through the snow, rounding to the entrance of the tent before removing the mask. It took her quite a while to adjust, finally seeing what was in front of her. She did not see the man holding the cleaning bucket, but instead spotted a young girl dressed in a silver-white down jacket, wearing a white wool cap, blending almost entirely into the snowy surroundings. The girl stood trembling there. As soon as she saw Mu Shui approach, she jumped with fright and shook so much that her hat fell off. Mu Shui stepped forward, picked up the hat with shaky hands, and handed it to her, quietly asking, "Why are you here alone?" The girl's voice also trembled. Got lost. Facing each other, they shivered like high-frequency vibrators. Mu Shui recalled how Yuan Sheng had heroically worn only a vest on such a freezing day, and without a second thought, she turned and shoved her hands into Yuan Sheng's palm. "Cold, friend Yi." She looked up at Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng held on to Mu Shui's hands firmly and evenly, without even shaking once. Mu Shui felt reassured. Truly wonderful, this doctor-patient relationship was touching heaven and earth. Regaining some warmth from Yuan Sheng, Mu Shui turned back to the girl. "Shall we take you back to the hotel first?" The girl nodded blankly. Only upon closer inspection did Mu Shui notice that her eyebrows and eyelashes were frosted with ice. If she were left here, she would definitely freeze to death. Mu Shui then questioned her again, asking if she'd seen the man carrying the cleaning bucket. The girl replied, "He was here earlier, but then he left." Mu Shui frowned. "Oh well, it's getting so troublesome. Why did he leave? Was it because he sensed Yuan Sheng's overwhelming power? No, that couldn't be right, otherwise, Zhao Yun and Old Lin wouldn't have attacked him right in front of Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng. Oh, there's one more possibility." Mu Shui licked her icy lips. There was a mole rat leaking information. "Let's go first," Mu Shui said. The girl nodded and willingly walked by Mu Shui's side. Mu Shui put the clown mask back on. The girl let out an "ah" in surprise. Mu Shui softened her tone. "Are you scared? If you're scared, you can walk closer to him." She gestured toward Yuan Sheng. No thanks." The girl's voice quivered with panic. "All right then," Mu Shui responded helplessly. By the time they returned to the hotel, it felt colder due to the lack of air conditioning. Mu Shui's body had stiffened so much that she couldn't even stomp her feet. Mu Shui tried to lift her hand to remove the mask, but Yuan Sheng helped her take it off before she could. Mu Shui moved forward stiffly and asked the girl, "Which production team are you from?" The girl looked confused. I don't know." Mu Shui sighed. "Then you come upstairs with us, to my room. I'll ask someone." The girl nodded and clung tightly to Mu Shui's side, almost merging into her. But after being outside for so long in all the snow and ice, as soon as she got close, Mu Shui felt like her entire bloodstream was freezing solid. After much difficulty, they finally entered the elevator and reached the floor. Mu Shui's room door was already open, so she stepped straight inside. Qi Xinghan and others were still sitting on the sofa in a circle, staring blankly at several empty instant noodle buckets. Mu Shui took a breath and whispered, "I'm back. I didn't find the man, but I found this little girl." As Mu Shui moved aside slightly to reveal the girl behind her, the men on the sofa all looked at her in unison. The girl trembled uncontrollably, her face full of panic, shaking violently like a sieve. Just then, Shen Maojia suddenly stood up, rushed forward, threw the girl out of the room, and slammed the door shut, yelling loudly like a rebellious teenager, "Make her leave. Either her or me." Mu Shui's frozen mind slowly reacted after 3 seconds. He lifted his eyes questioningly at Shen Maojia. Shen Maojia misinterpreted his gaze, widening his eyes immediately with a hint of redness in them. He gritted his teeth angrily. "Are you choosing her over me?" Mu Shui's voice became hoarse. "Why does one of us have to be chosen?" Shen Maojia suddenly calmed down and turned his head away. Why must one be chosen? Why was Shen Maojia reacting so strongly? Mu Shui felt like he was about to turn completely into a block of ice. He went to the door, opened it, and saw the girl standing outside, shivering and sobbing. Wah wah, her tears quickly froze into 2 icicle-like streaks on her cheeks. Mu Shui asked, "Are you cold?" The girl nodded. Mu Shui wanted to cry too, trembling as he asked, "Aren't you the one who creates cold? Then why are you cold yourself?" Chapter 34, Closely Packed. The young girl looked at him with a confused and aggrieved expression, and even raised her hand to touch Mu Shui. Mu Shui was startled and quickly moved away. The look of sorrow on the young girl's face became even more intense. She extended her hand forward and said, "It's cold, very cold. I got lost." Mu Shui gradually sorted out his thoughts. He stood at the door, separating Shen Maojia from the young girl, enduring the discomfort of his limbs becoming stiff and numb from the cold as he softly asked, "Did you get separated from the flame bird?" Flame bird? The young girl still looked at him with confusion. Apparently, she had no concept of monsters, and maybe she didn't even know what she was herself. Mu Shui immediately changed his phrasing and spoke gently, "That man who looks like he's been burned by fire and carries a cleaning bucket, he left early and you couldn't keep up with him, so you got lost, right?" The young girl nodded repeatedly, "Mm. Mm. Why would a snow girl be a companion of the flame bird?" Mu Shui turned and asked Kong Yi. Kong Yi replied blankly, "No, I don't know." After speaking, Kong Yi felt ashamed again. Damn it, he failed to answer Mu Shui's question once more. Mu Shui muttered, "Ice and fire, they shouldn't be companions. Unless, the snow girl has a special constitution and must be with the flame bird to alleviate or eliminate the negative effects of her own refrigeration." Kong Yi immediately chimed in, "That makes sense. Mr. Mu's explanation is reasonable. If not for the freezing air that chilled his tongue and brain, he might have managed a gentle smile and offered some flattery." Mu Shui's voice trembled slightly, "What's your name?" The young girl thought for a moment and raised one finger, 2. Mu Shui reacted quickly, "They've given you numbers, you're Snow Girl number 2. The young girl nodded, repeating, 2. "Alright, then, Snow Girl number 2, do you know how to control your abilities? Can you withdraw your powers?" Mu Shui blinked at her warmly. The young girl stared into his eyes and said quietly, "I know, but I can't withdraw them." "Why?" "I can't get lost," the young girl said. Mu Shui's features crumpled instantly. Alas. In short, the snow girl must have the flame bird nearby. With the flame bird, she wouldn't freeze herself to the point where she loses control. So bringing back the snow girl alone would be futile. There's a greater chance that they'd freeze to death first while trying to deal with her uncontrollable powers. Therefore, they still need to find the flame bird. Yuanqing suddenly interjected, "Won't he come looking for you?" This was said while looking at the snow girl. The snow girl nodded. Mu Shui was surprised and unconsciously shrunk his shoulders, "So we just have to sit and wait." Qi Xinghan suddenly got up, dragged the blanket off the bed, and took a few large strides forward. He folded the blanket and completely wrapped Mu Shui inside it. Mu Shui finally felt a bit warmer, though only just a little. "Thank you," Mu Shui turned and softly thanked Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan reached up and removed his hat, saying, "It's wet." Mu Shui himself touched his hair, the strands were nearly frozen solid, and a needle-like chill pierced straight into his brain. Mu Shui shivered and turned to the snow girl, "You go downstairs first, stay 10 meters away from here. We'll come find you after the night gets dark." The snow girl looked at him with a sobbing expression. Mu Shui shook his head firmly, "You must go downstairs, otherwise, everyone in this building will freeze to death." "I'm freezing to death too." The snow girl stifled her cries, glanced at Mu Shui blankly before turning around and slowly heading towards the elevator. Only the snow girl wasn't wearing very little, her silhouette looked like a silver-white snowball rolling away. She didn't seem quite as pitiful now and even appeared a bit comical. When staying with the snow girl, it hadn't seemed noticeable, but once she left, Mu Shui suddenly felt much warmer, breathing became smoother, and blood could circulate better again. Mu Shui shivered again, unable to take a step toward the sofa. He had no choice but to sit down with the quilt wrapped around him. Not long after the snow girl left, Guiyong and others came down. This caused Mu Shui to put aside some words he originally intended to say to Shen Maojia. "This temperature drop is too fast." Guiyong also started talking while shaking, "Is Brother Qi cold?" Qi Xinghan was still wearing his coat, yet he remained elegant and composed without any sign of shivering or feeling the cold. Guiyong observed this and felt even colder himself. He looked down and saw Mu Shui tucked inside his blanket. Guiyong immediately became enthusiastic, following by trying to worm his way into Mu Shui's blanket too, while saying, "Let's grab my blanket too and cover up together. It's freezing." Since the hotel had air conditioning, there weren't many extra blankets stored. They could only stack up a few covers from other guests. However, just as Guiyong had barely crawled in, several hands reached out, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him out. He landed on his rear with a hard thud, cold and unforgiving. Hiss, Guiyong sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, turned back, and saw Yuanqing, Qi Xinghan, Shen Maojia, and Kong Yi all standing behind him. It was clear that they had been the ones who pulled him out. "Mr. Mu is nearly frozen to death, Brother Gu shouldn't go adding any more chill," Kong Yi said. Guiyong thought about it and realized he was indeed wrong. He couldn't be so cruel, Mr. Mu's frail frame obviously couldn't endure any more freezing. Mu Shui was truly on the verge of being frozen. The trip back, talking face to face with the snow girl, had almost depleted all of his body heat. Now, even though he was wrapped in a blanket, he felt as if he were completely soaked through with water and then stood in the cold wind. The bone-chilling cold combined with an oppressive heaviness throughout his entire body made him shiver again and again. At least they managed to get Guiyong out of the room. Mu Shui lifted his face and looked toward Qi Xinghan, softly calling, "Qi Gu, big brother Qi, go check where she is right now." Qi Xinghan nodded slightly and immediately turned to walk to the window, looking below. He whispered quietly, she seems not to understand the concept of 10 meters. Mu Shui. Qi Xinghan, she's 20 meters away now. Mu Shui licked his lips and said, that's fine too. Suddenly Qi Xinghan said, I'll go wait for her downstairs. Mu Shui, huh? Qi Xinghan indifferently replied, it doesn't affect me. Mu Shui incredulously twisted around to look at him. Indeed, Qi Xinghan was wearing a relatively thin overcoat, yet his figure remained straight, limbs relaxed, and his facial expression peaceful, as if he didn't feel the cold at all. Just like Yuan Sheng. But what about Kang Yi and Shen Maojia? Kang Ye's cheeks were pale white, and his body was shaking slightly. And Shen Maojia? His complexion was also as white as snow, seemingly devoid of color. His lips were tightly pressed together, exuding a chilly aura. Only Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan seemed immune. Mu Shui sighed out a breath. If only they'd realized this earlier. So should Brother Yuan and Big Brother Qi both go down? Mu Shui asked aloud. Yuan Sheng, if he goes, I'm not going. Qi Xinghan spoke almost simultaneously, if I go, he can't. Mu Shui. Fine. Expecting patient number 1 and patient number 2 to harmoniously coexist was impossible. Mu Shui raised his eyes and seriously locked gazes with Qi Xinghan, uttering just one phrase, be careful, Brother Qi. For a brief moment, Qi Xinghan's facial features and even his gaze softened a little. He nodded briefly, yeah. After answering, Qi Xinghan immediately walked out. Guiyong was still in a daze. Brother Qi, what exactly is Brother Qi going to do? Mu Shui blew weakly on his own fingers, trying to warm them, to go downstairs and save someone. Save someone? Mu Shui nodded earnestly, yeah, there's a lost little girl downstairs. Guiyong jumped up, oh no, how could we let that happen? I need to go down too. Kang Yi grabbed his arm instantly. Kang Yi may have appeared delicate, both wrist and figure as slim as a woman's, but that hand pressed down so firmly that Guiyong found himself unable to move for a moment. Wait, they'll be back soon. But it's so cold outside. Yuan Sheng harshly interjected, he won't die. After hearing this, Guiyong felt even more alarmed and tried to pry Kang Ye's fingers off his wrist. No, I still need to take a look. I heard today, 2 people from the neighboring film crew fell in the snow and got head injuries. Before Guiyong finished speaking, he sneezed again forcefully, it's so cold. Why is it getting colder? By now, Mu Shui had already lost all sensation in his limbs. He figured if things continued like this, he would gather his courage, swallow his pride, and ask Yuan Sheng to join him in the blanket. What's that sound? Kang Yi suddenly said. Mu Shui stiffly turned his neck toward the door. They had all been chatting before, but only now did they notice the sound of footsteps approaching the door, getting closer, closer. Finally, the sound stopped. Mu Shui took one look and almost fainted from anger. A teenage girl wrapped in a silver down jacket and wearing a white woolen cap, a man dressed thinly in long sleeves and pants, his face distorted, with fingers showing obvious signs of burns from fire. 1, 2, 3, countless numbers. Mu Shui roughly counted. There were 19 of them altogether. The girls looked almost identical. The men's clothing was almost indistinguishable too. Guiyong had never seen such a sight before. He was so terrified that he couldn't utter a single sound for a moment. They fixed their eyes on Mu Shui sitting on the ground. Their gazes carried a sense of mechanical coldness, as if they were completely numb. It felt like being stared at by a venomous snake, comparable to a scene right out of a classic horror movie. So cold. Freezing to death. Why does no one appear when you want them to, but then everyone appears all at once? Mu Shui felt almost suffocated. Yuan Sheng, standing behind Mu Shui, suddenly yanked off the red cloth covering his eyes with an intense frown. Shen Maojia gazed at them, his tone deep and chilling, do you want to die? And Mu Shui? Mu Shui could only meekly clutch the blanket tightly around himself, pitiful and helpless. Chapter 35, Sand Carving Skills. Mushy's blanket had been wrapped tightly around him for no more than 3 seconds when Yuan Sheng reached out and flung it away. Mushy felt an instant chill run through his body, turning him into a large ice cube. But in the next moment, Yuan Sheng bent down and scooped him up in one motion. Shen Maojia stepped forward and blocked the doorway. He let out a low, ow-ow sound. If you ignored the fact that he had 2 dog heads, it actually sounded quite like a wolf's howl. As Yuan Sheng placed Mushy on the sofa and rewrapped him with the blanket, Shen Maojia grabbed the first man who tried to enter and pulled him inside the door. The man was practically defenseless against Shen Maojia. His footing faltered, and with a bang, he fell flat on the ground. Shen Maojia planted his foot firmly on the man's head, pressing down hard. The man struggled on the ground, his face turning red, but still couldn't free himself. Do you want to die? Shen Maojia repeated his earlier words. This time, his tone was colder and sharper. His eyes were dark and ferocious as they swept over the flame birds and snow maidens. Any snow maiden he looked at trembled with fear, while the flame birds met his gaze with icy determination. Yuan Sheng placed his hand on Shen Maojia's shoulder, you're still a kid, all talk and no action. After saying this, Yuan Sheng pushed him aside lightly, forcing Shen Maojia to step back and release the man's head. Thinking he had a chance, the man immediately attempted to get up. But Yuanqing squatted down and placed one hand on the man's back and another on his shoulder, speaking in a calm voice, "Are you a bird? Where are your wings? Let me take a look." A soft snap broke the silence. The man's left arm dangled lifelessly. Before the man could even register the pain, Yuanqing murmured, "That wasn't enough yet." Then, he grasped the man's arm and pulled it outward with force. Blood spurted everywhere. The man's arm was truly torn off. Without a second glance, Yuanqing tossed it aside and caught the right arm just as quickly, wrenching it off in the same fashion. The flame birds pounced at him. Yuanqing released the man and caught another, repeating the same process. Everything happened in a blink of an eye. 2 or 3 men had their arms ripped off. Without hands, they lost balance instantly and fell to their knees. Yuanqing caught another man lunging at him, this time gripping his neck tightly. The man was lifted off the ground. It seemed the next moment his head would be separated from his body. One snow maiden needs a flame bird, right? One has already died. How many more will it take until you've exhausted them all? Yuanqing's eyes swept over the snow maidens. Still don't plan on stopping whatever ridiculous abilities you have. The snow maidens began to sob, shaking their heads. Stop. We can't stop. How do we stop? Yuanqing frowned. Shit. Seeing Yuanqing's expression turn cold and ruthless, almost tangible killing intent emanated from him. A trembling snow maiden spoke, but I can fake death. If I feign death, it'll work. She collapsed onto the floor. The other snow maidens followed her lead, lying down, closing their eyes, and holding their breaths. And indeed, it worked. As soon as they all closed their eyes and held their breaths, Mushy looked out the window, the snow stopped. The bone-chilling cold diminished noticeably, only a fraction remained, caused by the accumulated snow outside and the single remaining snow maiden near the hotel. When their signs of life disappeared, the effect they caused also ceased. No problem there. Mushy slid out from under the blanket, awkwardly trying to dodge his frozen feet that had long since lost feeling, and then rubbed his hands together. He understood now. These snow maidens raised by Katopas were still in a state of undeveloped minds. They refrigerated by instinct, perhaps without knowing they were birds. The men in the room emitted guttural, bug sounds, their demeanor shifting from coldness to ferocity. But they weren't fools either. With Yuanqing standing there like a formidable weapon, none dared to move any closer. Their gazes shifted toward Shen Maojia within the room, uttering more agitated, sounds. Mushy forced himself to endure the numbness, stomping his feet for a good while before his blood circulation returned fully. Slowly raising his head, he looked toward Shen Maojia. Come here. Shen Maojia's features tensed, moving his feet gradually toward Mushy. Mushy asked, do you know what a snow maiden is? Shen Maojia, I don't know. Mushy stared at him and said softly, Su Yonghuai should have given you something. Bring it out now. Shen Maojia frowned, what? His expression froze for a second. But didn't you come from the Jinsui Special Pathology Research Institute? Mushy asked quietly. Shen Maojia pressed his lips together, slightly lowering the corners of his mouth. He spoke in a low voice, I came from home, I haven't been to the institute for a long time. When he finished speaking, Shen Maojia's frown deepened. He asked, why are you suddenly asking this? You're not number 3, Mushy also pressed his lips together. The tension in his mouth was evident, anger flickering in his eyes as the softness in his beautiful eyes disappeared completely. He glared angrily at Shen Maojia, you deceived me. Shen Maojia shifted his gaze slightly and said in a low voice, I didn't deceive you. Mushy became even angrier, you're still deceiving me. You recognize the snow maidens and you're more familiar with flame birds. You threw the man with the plastic bag over his head off the building because you didn't want your cover blown. After old Lin was captured, the first stranger I encountered was you. If Yuanqing and Qi Xinghan hadn't come to my room that night, would you have killed me? Shen Maojia's features tightened further. His expression turned darker and more ferocious. He coldly stated, I did not. He gritted his teeth, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Something on his neck started stirring. It seemed another head was about to emerge. Dodging the real issue, by answering the earlier questions, you continue lying. And you didn't even respond to the latter question, which proves you were indeed sent here to kill me. Mushy strained his face to keep his tone colder. At that moment, a second head extended from Shen Maojia's neck, identical in appearance but bearing an entirely different emotion. The second head's eyebrows drooped almost simultaneously with Shen Maojia. I did not. Yuanqing let go of the man he had been choking, who was already half dead. The other men were restless but didn't rush forward immediately. Yuanqing turned around and slowly moved behind Shen Maojia. He flexed his fingers and muttered in a low voice, twisting off one of your heads will make you tell the truth. Shen Maojia reacted like he'd been electrocuted. Instantly, his hair stood on end, and his limbs tensed. He fixed Mushy with an intense glare. Mushy also stared hard at him, then tell me now. Are you really the 3rd patient profile handed to me by the Jinsui Special Pathological Research Institute? No. I should say, perhaps the 3rd profile was fabricated by you all. Right? You're one of Katopa's people. After saying this, Mushi raised his hand to rub his eyes. He'd stared too intensely before. From Shen Maojia's teeth came a crunch sound, and he said, "I'm not number 3. Kong Yi, you said there were level 2 members here, right?" Mushi turned his head to look at him. Kong Yi had shivered from the cold earlier, then when he came back to his senses, he saw Yuan Sheng ripping off arms, a bloody sight. Now barely recovered, he managed to stand up and approached Shen Maojia, joining Yuan Sheng in surrounding him. He said, "Yes. Is it Rin Jingjing?" Mushi asked. And this question, he asked while looking into Shen Maojia's eyes. Shen Maojia smirked arrogantly, his face dark, exuding an evil air. He slightly lifted his chin, pride showing in his expression. He said, "I don't know." Mushi was furious. He had never seen someone so brazenly lie. No, he'd never seen such a monster. Suddenly, the second head began to cry. Lowering his brows and eyes, he choked out in a sorrowful voice, "I didn't mean to kill you, that's why the flame birds and snow maidens came." Shen Maojia roared angrily at the second head, "Shut up." The second head shrank its neck and continued sobbing, "Won't harm water. As soon as these words were spoken, Yuan Sheng grabbed Shen Maojia by the collar, lifting him up and smashing him onto the ground. He stepped on Shen Maojia, using both hands to press each head against the floor firmly. Shen Maojia spat out one word through clenched teeth, "Shit." Yuan Sheng lowered his gaze and stared coldly at him, "You better take care of yourself first." Just then, footsteps approached, and a familiar chill enveloped Mushi once again. Qi Xinghan returned with the Snow Maiden. Tears of ice still hung on the Snow Maiden's face as she looked at the fallen Snow Maidens and flame birds sprawled across the ground, wishing she could curl up into a ball. Guiyong finally felt like he was back in the real world when he saw Qi Xinghan appear. He staggered to his feet and called out softly, "Brother Qi, what? What the hell is going on here?" But Qi Xinghan strode straight past him, entering the room. His eyes fell upon Yuan Sheng and Shen Maojia. With an indifferent tone, he said, "Tie them up first." Yuan Sheng furrowed his brow. "Where's the rope?" Kong Yi immediately offered up his scarf. Yuan Sheng took it and once again hoisted Shen Maojia from the ground, lifting him like a child and tying him to the bedhead, delivering a swift kick for good measure. Shen Maojia had already been almost entirely drained of strength by the cold that the Snow Maiden conjured, now, he didn't have any energy left to fight back. The men transformed from flame birds completely lost their courage to rush forward anymore. They turned tail and ran. In 3 quick steps, Yuan Sheng bolted after them out the door. Qi Xinghan followed closely behind. And then Guiyong witnessed a scene so shocking that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. As Qi Xinghan strode forcefully, he suddenly shed his coat, suit jacket, and sweater, revealing a bare back. He swiftly drew a long bone knife from between his shoulder blades and swung it forward. It was like one of those flashy fantasy films where they add all sorts of extravagant visual effects. 3 fleeing men instantly collapsed. Guiyong gasped for breath. "No way. This heart can't take it. Am I crazy or something? Is this all just my madness?" Guiyong covered his head with his hands. "I should be the one seeing a psychiatrist." With agile movements, Yuan Sheng reached out, grabbed another man by the throat, applied force, and caused him to drop like a stone, one after another, just like radishes being pulled up by the roots. Guiyong found his breathing becoming even more frantic. "Murder scene. No, these are hallucinations." Guiyong clutched his chest. His brain and psyche were struggling to handle and process the scene, and he slowly slumped down, right into the pool of blood Fong Sheng splashed during the earlier scuffles. It took less than a minute. Yuan Sheng chased downstairs after the last flame bird. Qi Xinghan returned. The bone knife he carried dripped with blood as he held it vertically by its tip. At this point, a severe chill enveloped Mu Shui once again. Mu Shui looked toward the direction of the Snow Maidens, realizing they had risen again. They panted heavily and sobbed as they struggled to breathe. I couldn't hold it anymore. Only so long without breathing, if I don't breathe now, I'll really die. Mu Shui. Yuan Sheng. Qi Xinghan. Red hot but thoroughly bewildered Guiyong thought. Wow, what an interesting hallucination. And it's hilariously absurd too. Guiyong reflected. Awkwardly, Kong Yi broke the silence. If only I'd taken the time to understand what exactly these Snow Maidens are. Now he realizes he's no help at all. Cold resistance. Not even a bit. Fighting. Terrible at it. Inquiries about Katopas. Knows nothing. Kong Ye's inner turmoil deepened. If Mu Shui disliked him because of this, could sending 5 extra strands of hair make amends? Shen Maojia took a low breath and suddenly croaked out, "It's futile." When they arrived, they initiated the temperature drop in Jinshui City, causing heavy snow in the film city. Wherever they go, the weather turns cold. This isn't under their own control. So how did Katopas manage? Mu Shui turned his head toward Shen Maojia. Sensing Mu Shui's gaze, Shen Maojia raised his head and muttered weakly, "I don't know, but he has a way." Mu Shui exhaled slowly, rewrapped himself in the blanket, and shakily moved his legs toward the door. "Drag them all inside," Mu Shui said to Qi Xinghan. Without questioning why, Qi Xinghan reinserted the bone knife between his shoulder blades, grabbed each by the leg, and swiftly dragged all the flame birds back into the room. Meanwhile, Mu Shui gritted his teeth against the feeling of icy water seeping through his organs and tremblingly extended a hand to lock the door. The hallway light flickered dimly. Only he remained, alongside countless snow maidens. The flame birds waited on the other side of the closed door, while the snow maidens gradually relaxed as they regained warmth, visibly loosening their expressions. Mu Shui gently spoke. "Hello, I'm Mu Shui." He said, "Look at me, I have questions to ask you. After I'm done asking, everything will be over." His voice became a little hoarse after being frozen badly, but it carried an oddly appealing tone. The snow maidens looked up like lost children seeking their adults, each with a mix of bewilderment and timidity as they gazed steadily at Mu Shui. Despite the numerous identical faces under such dim light, accompanied by the strong smell of blood in the air, all turned toward him, it was indeed somewhat chilling. However, perhaps due to the extreme coldness, Mu Shui remained eerily calm, his nervous system incapable of transmitting even a shred of fear. His irises were strikingly beautiful, softly adorned with a layer of pale gold by the lamplight, making his eyes appear even gentler and more beautiful. It seemed as if there were ripples of light flowing in his gaze. Unconsciously, the snow maidens fixed their attention on his eyes. Mu Shui lowered his voice and asked, "What are your names?" 3. 8. 4. They took turns reporting their names. As he suspected, they were named solely based on numbers. Mu Shui struggled to breathe in the icy cold air and softly continued, "How old are you?" "How old?" They looked at him in confusion. "When did you gather together in that place?" They didn't inquire about where that place was. Because deep in their hearts, there had always been a tacit understanding of that place. They replied, "A long time ago, so very long ago." One interjected, saying, "I remember watching the news at the time, it was 08. It took a very long walk before we got there." "Yes, yes. That's true." Mu Shui's voice became softer still. "Once you arrived there, did it feel comfortable to you?" To hear Mu Shui's voice clearer, they all pulled down their wool hats, their pointed ears trembling along as they listened even more attentively. Their gazes became so focused that it seemed they wanted to meld them into Mu Shui's body and wrap around him. After listening to Mu Shui's question, they nodded. It felt comfortable, but also a bit uncomfortable. "However, here feels much more comfortable." Their eyelashes quivered slightly as they said, "We feel comfortable with Mu Shui." Mu Shui's voice grew softer still. "Good, let me summarize. 10 years ago, you came from a place, walked for a very long distance, after arduous journeys. Finally, you reached a place. It was a castle, its interior design you didn't really recognize. But it stood on a mountain, from where you could see dense forests, with the trees adorned with dry yellow leaves that would fall off when the wind blew. You picked some of them up, the veins on their surface were fine, like delicate threads woven together. And you closely observed them, but only once. Because after moving there, you rarely left again." His tone remained gentle, his volume gradually diminishing. In the silent space, only his voice remained. Starting from the memories originally present in their minds, then moving on to the fallen leaves from the trees, he slowly constructed new scenes, describing objects with increasingly meticulous detail. The more detailed the depiction of something, the deeper into their subconscious they would go, while their surface consciousness would become inactive at this point. They breathed lightly, unconsciously locking onto his eyes, and on the faint dimples that appeared on his cheeks when he smiled gently, beautiful and captivating. They blankly thought. "Now, you've opened that door and come out. Oh, have you heard of a bird called the Snow Maiden? The Snow Maiden birds possess an innate ability, whenever they pass by, heavy snowfalls will ensue. 1, 2, 3, 4. He read through their names one by one. "Have you seen any?" They showed a hint of confusion on their faces and shook their heads. They weren't called Snow Maidens either. They weren't birds at all. And they definitely hadn't seen such birds. Mu Shui whispered lowly, "Now, we're going to look for the Snow Maiden birds. Are you willing to go with me?" They nodded enthusiastically, willing. Like Mu Shui. The bone-chilling cold suddenly disappeared. Only the slightest remaining chill clung to their limbs. Mu Shui was nearly losing his perception of sensation, he was maintaining his speaking tone with great effort. But when he opened his mouth and exhaled even a trace of warmth, he could feel that the cold was truly gone. It actually worked, unexpectedly. Mu Shui reached out and touched Snow Maiden number 1. Her cheek felt cool but not ice-cold. Snow Maiden number 1 slightly widened her eyes, staring at Mu Shui with a dazed look, her cheeks flushing faintly. It was effective. Mu Shui had completely confirmed the result. Through several previous inquiries with Snow Maiden number 2, and considering the reactions of Snow Maidens when they encountered flame birds, as well as their answers to his recent questioning, it became evident that the Snow Maidens only knew they could produce coldness. Beyond this knowledge, names, sizes, species classification, control over their abilities, where they lived, or why they were here, they were entirely clueless. They didn't even know what flame birds were, they simply followed their instinct, knowing that being with flame birds kept them from freezing themselves to death. In other words, the Snow Maidens exercised their ability possibly because of their brain's belief in, "I can produce cold." Now, he was going to redefine them. There existed snow maiden birds capable of refrigeration, but they, the snow maidens, were not the same as snow maiden birds, so they wouldn't refrigerate. This was a subtly deceptive concept. But once this idea entered their minds, there was a high likelihood they would temporarily lose some of their innate nature and instincts. The approach wasn't entirely foolproof. But Mu Shui did not want to freeze to death, so he decided to give it a try. Mu Shui struggled to moisten his lips before attempting to turn back into the room to inform everyone the alert was over. However, after just engaging in close dialogue with so many snow maidens without instantly turning into an ice block, Mu Shui already felt quite fortunate. At this moment, he lacked the strength to move any further. Just then, the elevator door, ding-ed open. Mu Shui laboriously turned his neck to see who it was. It was Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng quickly approached him, stopping right in front of him, completely ignoring the snow maidens present. Furrowing his brows, Yuan Sheng scrutinized Mu Shui's face. After one quick glance, Yuan Sheng swiftly shut his eyes, yet extended his hand to cradle Mu Shui's face, rubbing gently to help restore warmth. Mu Shui's cheeks were almost squished out of shape by his rough handling. But undoubtedly, Mu Shui felt much warmer now, thanks to the endless flow of heat emanating from Yuan Sheng's palms. With a hoarse voice, Mu Shui muttered, "That's enough." Yuan Sheng's fingertips grazed the smooth, supple skin of Mu Shui's cheeks, listening to the faintly raspy tone of Mu Shui's exhausted voice. Virtually immediately, Yuan Sheng's mind conjured up Mu Shui's face again. He couldn't help himself from sketching out the features of this young man. His eyebrows, nose bridge, and soft lips. Just like now, under the gentle pressure of his thumb, everything felt equally tender. Even the shape of those lips was beautiful. Yuan Sheng tensed all over, the menace around him thickening slightly. Then abruptly, he yanked his hand away and kicked open the door, muttering low and hoarsely, "Qi Xinghan. Get him inside." Qi Xinghan had been waiting behind the door. When Yuan Sheng kicked the door, he nearly caught Qi Xinghan squarely. Qi Xinghan dodged backward, then swiftly strode out, scooping Mu Shui along with the blanket and carrying him inside. The snow maidens blankly gazed at Mu Shui, trying to squeeze in. Kang Yi was about to tell them to wait when he suddenly noticed, "It's not so cold anymore. Is it over?" Shen Maojia No. 2 sniffled and looked up, saying through sobs, "Wah, so good. Shui is amazing." Shen Maojia let out an exasperated, "Shit." Chapter 36, That is Love. Twisting you off would be better. Shen Maojia glared at his second head with gritted teeth. The second head shrunk to the side, displaying an attitude of passive resistance. Shen Maojia let out a low, cold laugh. "It would have been better not to grow this head of yours." Yuan Sheng slowly walked in with narrowed eyes and said, "If you really don't want it, I can help you twist it off right now." Shen Maojia. Second head. The second head's reaction always seemed to lag a bit. Gradually, a look of tension spread across his face, then he stared fearfully at Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui's limbs slowly regained their temperature. He exhaled slowly and asked quietly, "What do we do now?" He glanced toward the firebird lying near the door and the snow maidens that filled the room. How should they deal with them? Anyone passing by would likely think this was the scene of a violent crime. Qi Xinghan had told Yuan Sheng they had encountered many such creatures before, thus, they must have some handling experience. Mu Shui involuntarily looked first at Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng were probably similar in essence due to both being patients with mental illnesses. In recent days, Mu Shui felt this even more strongly. They showed a certain degree of indifference to the outside world. Firebirds and snow maidens, they wouldn't even glance at these things unless provoked directly. So when something needed to be done, one had to either look at them or clearly tell them. Though indifferent to everything else, they adhered well to previous agreements and followed Mu Shui's words. Qi Xinghan noticed Mu Shui's gaze but inadvertently stiffened slightly. He slightly averted his eyes, avoiding Mu Shui's look and murmured, "I'll get dressed." Okay. Mu Shui's eyes inadvertently returned to Qi Xinghan's bare upper body, which appeared no different from the last time he saw it, still smooth muscle lines. Suddenly, Qi Xinghan quickly darted out the door, picked up the clothes he threw on the corridor, and started dressing while picking them up. However, due to his good looks and exceptional bearing, even such a seemingly ridiculous act did not appear funny, rather pleasing to watch. Kang Ye's expression appeared distracted as he voiced aloud, "So brother Qi is, no wonder Mr. Mu didn't seem surprised when he met me. Because he'd already seen." After finishing, Kang Yi turned to Yuan Sheng. At this moment, Yuan Sheng had just squatted in front of Mu Shui with his back toward him, waiting for Mu Shui to tie the red sash. Mu Shui took the sash and began tying a bow while nodding slightly in response to Kang Ye's words. Kang Yi couldn't help but curiously ask Yuan Sheng, "So what is Mr. Yuan? I haven't seen him use any part of his true form as a weapon yet. Speaking of which, I haven't seen anything like Brother Qi either, not even mentioned in the manual." Yuan Sheng wore a cold expression, lips slightly pursed, showing no intention to answer Kang Ye's question. Thus, Mu Shui stepped in to respond since leaving the other hanging wasn't appropriate. "Mu Shui, I'm not sure." Immediately, a look of disappointment crossed Kang Ye's face. "Alright, I'll eventually know in the future." Kang Yi envied Qi Xinghan. In the real world, Qi Xinghan had a higher status and more popularity than him. Even transformed into a monster, he still looked cooler. And most importantly, Qi Xinghan didn't stink. Setting aside Qi Xinghan for a moment, Kang Yi really wanted to know what Yuan Xing truly was. Could Yuan Xing's form be uglier? And smell worse? Yuan Xing isn't as rich as him. Not as famous. Doesn't have his standing. After pondering all this, Kang Yi instantly felt much more at ease. At least Yuan Xing wasn't competitive. Good looks don't count much these days. They don't. By the time Mu Shui finished the bow, Qi Xinghan had put on his clothes and returned, once again looking composed and dazzlingly charismatic. Only then did he bend over, pulling Guiyong who was lost in thought off the ground and sitting him down on the sofa. Qi Xinghan patted his shoulder lightly and said softly, "Sit properly." Out of habit, Guiyong nodded and sat down properly. Qi Xinghan went back to the door, crouched down, and pressed his hand onto the armless man. The man was barely breathing, trembling uncontrollably. How shall we handle it? Qi Xinghan stared at him. Just as Qi Xinghan's words trailed off, without any warning. The man's figure shrank, and with a final plop, he turned into a scorched wingless bird that fell onto the ground. The other men followed suit, just like how the snow maidens had feigned death before, making a plop sound as they transformed into firebirds and scattered all over the floor. The arms that had been forcibly torn off earlier also transformed into small wings. That solved everything. Not even a corpse was left, the police would never suspect this to be a crime scene. But there was still the blood splattered everywhere. Mu Shui looked down at the blood. Yuan Xing raised his hand to rub his eyes, as if confirming whether Mu Shui had tied the sash properly. In that instant, Mu Shui realized the blood had vanished. And right then, the cacophony of voices surged back. People talking loudly, snow being shoveled outside the hotel, someone trying to start a car, the sounds flooded in like a tidal wave. This reminded Mu Shui of the time they met Old Lin at the amusement park. The moment they exited the park, it felt exactly like this, as if the membrane that had always separated them from the world had suddenly ruptured. Mu Shui couldn't figure out whether the force blocking the outside world originated from Old Lin, the Firebirds, or Yuan Xing. A large number of samples would be needed to reach a conclusion. At least Mu Shui now understood why, despite the commotion earlier, the entire floor had remained eerily quiet with not a single person coming out to check. Yuan Xing slowly stood up, picked up the cleaning bucket dropped by the Firebird, and swept up Firebird 1, 2, 3. All into the bucket in one go. This method of disposal could be described as extremely rough and straightforward. He then casually placed the mop on top. Soon, footsteps approached. Someone shouted, "Here." They said the rescue vehicle is on its way. Mu Shui turned to look at Guiyong. Guiyong absent-mindedly patted his head, repeatedly checking if he was dreaming. He patted again and again but realized he hadn't woken up. Raising his head, he locked gazes with Mu Shui, swallowed hard, and asked, "Mr. Mu, am I crazy?" Guiyong's eyes were bloodshot. From the sudden heavy snowfall that almost froze people to death, to the ensuing bloody scene later, all kinds of bizarre and absurd pictures. In such a short time, Guiyong experienced too much impact, clearly something unbearable. Mu Shui stepped forward, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and softened his tone, saying, "No, you are not crazy." Guiyong instinctively denied it, "No, maybe you're my hallucination. You're not Mr. Mu." Not everyone can immediately accept the other world they've encountered. Instinctively, they might even resist it. It's easy to accept the setting of a new world, but what follows is boundless panic. They had lived in normal society for years, this society already has its own order. The order dictates that killing is illegal, and immoral acts will invite condemnation. But another new world brings powerful monsters, creatures that may end your life at any moment. Guiyong didn't want to acknowledge what he saw and didn't dare to accept it. Mu Shui bent down, leaning closer to Guiyong. Face to face. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing both furrowed their brows almost simultaneously. Both of them looked at Mu Shui, but Mu Shui did not look at them. His focus was entirely on Guiyong. "You were about to inform Brother Qi that it had gotten cold, severely cold. Brother Qi should change into a down jacket. After telling him, you were preparing to return. But at that moment, Mr. Mu called you over. He said you were too tired and needed a good rest. Is that correct?" Guiyong blinked his sore and stinging eyes, unconsciously nodding slightly, "Yes." Mu Shui struggled a bit, pulling over his little blanket and covering Guiyong with it. "You plan to lie down and have a good sleep. When you wake up, you still need to take care of Brother Qi and contact the company to explain the situation. There are still many things you need to do, so you must sleep now." Guiyong dazedly nodded. "Cold. If you pull the blanket tighter, you won't feel cold anymore." Mu Shui pushed the blanket forward slightly. Guiyong instinctively grabbed the corner of the blanket and closed his eyes. "I'm not cold anymore, I must sleep, I must sleep." As he spoke, his breathing gradually slowed down. "When you lift the blanket, it'll be time for you to get up," Mu Shui whispered softly. Guiyong had no more words. It seemed like he had fallen asleep. Mu Shui slowly straightened up and quietly said to Qi Xinghan, "We'll take away the blanket a bit later." Qi Xinghan nodded slightly and stared at Mu Shui, asking, do you feel hot? Mu Shui paused, tilting his head and replied, it's getting warm, my body's warming up now. Qi Xinghan gazed intently at his face and pressed his lips together. Mu Shui's entire face was flushed red, except for his white lips. You have a fever, Qi Xinghan stated. Mu Shui raised a hand to touch his cheek, then his forehead. No, I don't. Yuan Sheng took a step forward and approached Mu Shui. He lifted his hand to feel Mu Shui's forehead, frowning as he muttered, you really have a fever. Damn. Immediately, Qi Xinghan said, the film crew has a doctor, he carries cold medicine. Kang Yi finally found a moment to interject, I'll go get it, wait for me. Saying that, he quickly rushed out of the door, seemingly fearful of being beaten to the chance of showing off. Watching Kang Yi run off, Mu Shui shook his head lightly. He was still conscious, yet. All the snow maidens were staring at him, whispering, his face is so red. Is Mu Shui feeling randy? Could be. That's what humans say, right? At this moment, Mu Shui actually started to feel dizzy, not from illness but from annoyance. He turned around, glaring fiercely at the snow maidens until they fell silent. Then he slowly shuffled over to Shen Maojia. I trust his words. Mu Shui said, pointing at Shen Maojia's secondary head. Shen Maojia had a tight expression on his face, what? You guys didn't plan to kill me. Mu Shui paused, furrowing his brow with some distress, although I'm not sure what made you change your minds, it shouldn't be because of Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng. But it's true that the flame birds and snow maidens came here because of your inaction, right? Shen Maojia turned his face away, stiffening his neck as he gave a low Only after this did Mu Shui move behind Shen Maojia to inspect the knot of the rope, only to realize he had no clue how to untie it. Mu Shui turned to look at Yuan Sheng, calling softly, Yuan Gu. Yuan Sheng instantly responded, Untie his ropes. Yuan Sheng didn't ask why. Even if Shen Maojia ran off, Yuan Sheng would still catch him easily. In big strides, he walked over and bent down next to Mu Shui, practically pushing Mu Shui into the corner. However, his hands moved swiftly, and the ropes were soon undone, letting Mu Shui breathe a sigh of relief in the corner. Shen Maojia looked at Mu Shui in confusion, are you letting me go? Just now, one firebird fled. This will determine if someone will be sent again in the future. Therefore, you must return, stop them. Pausing for a moment, Mu Shui blinked lazily at Shen Maojia, a slight depression appearing on his cheeks. Smiling gently, he asked softly, will you help us? Shen Maojia took Mu Shui's smile into his mind, unable to say anything for a moment. But Mu Shui already stood up briskly and said, go ahead. There's a question. Shen Maojia bit his teeth, when did you start doubting me? Mu Shui didn't need to think, from the beginning. The beginning? Why? Didn't you receive an email? You appeared too coincidentally. I thought about it, my patients wouldn't actively come find me. Especially not requesting to stay by my side all the time. And you're the first patient who climbed on me during the night, which is strange. Adding further, even later when I mentioned Kato-Pa with Kang Yi, your reaction was also unusual. You definitely reacted to that name. When a patient behaves overly eager, it often indicates hidden intentions. Especially when Kang Yi reminded earlier that Kato-Pa would send people, how could he easily trust someone who just showed up? Mu Shui let loose a long string of thoughts, raising his head to see two patches of red on Shen Maojia's cheeks. He was clenching his teeth, as if trying hard to suppress some emotion. Mu Shui blinked in confusion, turning to look at Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan. He saw these two staring icily at Shen Maojia. Was it something I said that was wrong? Oh. And you're the first patient to ride on me in the middle of the night. The phrasing does sound a bit strange. Ah, and when I woke up in the middle of the night and accidentally discovered the shape of your two heads, your reaction wasn't right either, you were too afraid of being discovered by me. Of course, that's because you had something to hide. How unlike Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng, who acted straightforwardly and concealed nothing. They cared for nothing, their very bones marked with arrogance. This was completely different from Shen Maojia's superficial coldness and pride. Shen Maojia had a guilty conscience, so he always overdid it in his expressions and actions. Something's not right here, said the second head suddenly. Mu Shui looked at him questioningly. The second head lowered its gaze and said, it's not because you have something to hide and are scared of being found out. It's because. Shen Maojia's neck immediately reddened with anger as he roared, shut up. But the second head continued unfettered, saying, it's because of how ugly it looks. Mu Shui was more confused now. The second head raised its voice a little and said, this form is too ugly, we didn't want you to see it. Shen Maojia gritted his teeth and snarled, if only this head of yours would disappear, then we wouldn't be so ugly. The second head replied meekly, but I think you're uglier than me, you're too fierce, unlike me. If this head of yours were gone, we'd look better. Damn. Shen Maojia cursed. He didn't want the second head didn't even want him. In truth, when Shen Maojia revealed his two heads, he did look rather unappealing. After all, at the junction of his neck, there was an additional slit to accommodate the extra head. By normal human aesthetic standards, it really was ugly, except that his faces were handsome. Nevertheless, it remained within Mu Shui's tolerance level. Mu Shui asked, "Do you have any other issues?" Shen Maojia stood up, "No." "Then you may go." Shen Maojia instead felt humiliated. People let him leave and were urging him to hurry up. Shen Maojia lifted his gaze towards Mu Shui and said crisply, "I don't want to go." Mu Shui, I don't want to go. Shen Maojia bit his lips and said, "I feel like I really am sick." Mu Shui, even though I also think you need a doctor. Upon hearing Mu Shui actually say this, Shen Maojia grew nervous again. He pretended to give Mu Shui an icy stare, asking, "Am I really sick? What exactly do you think needs medical attention?" Mu Shui seriously thought about it for a long while. "Are you trying to act cute? Is that what it's called? I just learned it online recently." "You're too cute." When a personality becomes excessively skewed, influencing behavior and bringing negative effects, self-correction is needed. If unable to self-correct, a doctor's assistance is required. Of course, you can also choose to do as you please. What kind of negative effect? Shen Maojia asked through clenched teeth. "You're not likable." Shen Maojia brusquely threw back, "All right, I get it. I'm leaving." After saying that, this time he didn't linger any longer but quickly strode out. With Mu Shui giving permission for him to leave, no one stopped Shen Maojia after he walked out. When Shen Maojia reached near the elevator, the second head spoke unhappily, "He doesn't like you." Shen Maojia. "He doesn't like you, he says you should see a doctor." Shen Maojia, your type is the one who's truly not likable. The second head twisted around facing the elevator door, "I think I look good and am likable." Shen Maojia, go to hell. The elevator door, ding, sounded and opened, revealing two crew members from another team. They curiously and surprisingly glanced at Shen Maojia before he closed his mouth and expressionlessly stepped in. The staff couldn't see his second head, so for a moment, the elevator was utterly silent. As they were about to exit the elevator, Shen Maojia heard the crew members talking, "Is it getting better now? Not so cold. Seems like it. I was scared, thinking it would get colder at night. Thankfully, the hotel still has some backup power, or it would have been life-threatening." Shen Maojia left the elevator and soon also exited the hotel. Looking at the snow piled up outside that hadn't melted away yet, and then gazing up at the pitch-black sky. Why did he come here? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Shen Maojia's eyes. For the first time since his birth, he started pondering about the meaning of things. When Shen Maojia left, Yuan Xing frowned and quietly said to Mu Shui, "One flame bird escaped." As soon as he went out of the hotel, he burst into flames on his body. "I hate fire the most." That was why he had failed to catch the last one. It was the man carrying a cleaning bucket who had briefly encountered Mu Shui at the beginning. Mu Shui had almost guessed it. When flame birds were with snow ladies, they merely acted as support to ensure the snow ladies wouldn't freeze themselves first. However, once separated from the snow ladies, the flame birds would unleash their abilities, igniting great flames that others couldn't approach. Even though this ability sounded like it wasn't very useful either. Mu Shui sighed weakly, "I hope no more people come. I'm so tired." "Your fatigue is due to fever," Qi Xinghan interjected from the side. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Kang Yi dragged a bespectacled man into the room, gasping for breath. The bespectacled man carried a medical box and caught sight of Mu Shui just in time. His eyes widened, "We should go to the hospital, right? Your face is red from the fever." Saying that, the bespectacled man quickly took out a thermometer for Mu Shui. Mu Shui slowly felt dizzy and burning up. No wonder he thought his internal organs were heating up. When the snow on the road is cleared, you must go to the hospital immediately. These pills can only help temporarily, afterward, the fever will return, said the bespectacled man while taking out the medicine. "Can't we have a fever-reducing injection?" Kang Yi asked anxiously. The bespectacled man shook his head, "I am not qualified to do that now, under strict regulations." Kang Yi murmured, "Then what shall we do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing simultaneously stared at him. Kang Yi stuttered, "Why are you looking at me?" Just then, the bespectacled man checked the thermometer, "Wow. 42 degrees Celsius. Rare, rare. Wait, let me take a photo first as a memorial." "No, documentation." Yuan Xing coldly ordered, "Quickly give him the medicine." The bespectacled man hesitated and quickly fetched the medicine out, handing it to Kang Yi, "Take 2 pills each time and observe if the fever drops. Here's a physical cooling patch. If it doesn't work, you could go outside and fetch some snow, wrap it in clothes, and stick it on his forehead." After finishing, the bespectacled man still couldn't resist snapping a picture of Mu Shui. Having a fever somehow made him look better. Standing up, the bespectacled man packed his medical box, "I'll leave first, many people are frozen sick. Call me if anything happens." Everyone replied absent-mindedly, focusing entirely on Mu Shui. After the bespectacled man left, the snow ladies pushed each other out of the bedroom. Mu Shui took the medicine with cool water. By this time, his symptoms had worsened. He struggled to keep his eyelids open and said vaguely to the snow ladies, "Shrink yourselves, otherwise, we can't take you along." The snow ladies chirped, "I don't know how to shrink." "What to do? If I don't shrink, will Mu Shui abandon us?" "I'll try." "Me too." The snow ladies closed their eyes, put all their efforts in, and even turned red in the face. "Shrinking is so hard. Wah wah wah, I'm useless, I don't know how to shrink myself. Mu Shui must not want us anymore." As the last snow lady spoke, all of them turned into birds and crashed onto the ground. One by one, their bodies were completely silver white, long tails slightly raised, and they were beautiful indeed. Kang Yi got inspired and slapped the table immediately. "Though there's snow on the roads, it's no longer snowing in the air now. I can carry Mr. Mu to the hospital." Saying that, Kang Yi squatted down in front of Mu Shui. Qi Xinghan silently helped support Mu Shui and placed him on Kang Ye's back. After all, they were just birds. Qi Xinghan stared at Kang Yi and thought. After all, they were just birds. Yuanxing also consoled himself this way. Thus, Yuanxing helped out as well, successfully allowing Mu Shui to crawl onto Kang Ye's back. In a daze, Mu Shui grabbed Kang Yi tightly, feeling soft feathers beneath his fingers. When Kang Yi suddenly stood up, a handful of fur came loose in Mu Shui's grasp. Kang Yi gritted his teeth in pain but happily thought. Pulling hair. What does that mean? That is love. Chapter 37, Heart's Peak. Kang Yi was originally just a bird, not an eagle, not a great. Since he couldn't fly too high and couldn't avoid people's sight, Mu Shui finally gave up on him carrying her to the hospital. "Don't scare people," Mu Shui said weakly. "It doesn't matter if they get scared," Yuanxing said. "Who cares about their lives?" Mu Shui felt uncomfortable and rubbed his forehead. He whispered, "No, we need to make them forget this. Doing hypnosis is very tiring. Especially someone like him, considered a half-baked in his teacher's words. It's really exhausting. What should we do?" Qi Xinghan furrowed his brow. "Let's wait for the ambulance," Mu Shui said, then collapsed weakly. Yuanxing suddenly spoke up, "I'll drive." "Huh?" Mu Shui slowly turned his head, looking at him. "I'll drive, and we'll reach the hospital entrance in an hour." Yuanxing finished decisively, reaching out and scooping up Mu Shui entirely. Mu Shui still held onto a tuft of Kang Ye's feathers. Surprised by being lifted, his fingers loosened, and one feather fell away. Kang Yi, ah! Thinking how precious Kang Ye's feathers were, Mu Shui quickly slipped them into his pocket. Yuanxing had long legs and took big strides, reaching the door in a few steps. The snow maiden birds hurriedly flapped their wings to catch up. Qi Xinghan patted Guiyong's shoulder and followed along, with Kang Yi trailing behind. After realizing the snow had stopped, more people gathered in the hotel lobby anxiously waiting for the repair crew and the ambulance. When the snow was thick, many members of the film crew had fallen, some lightly, others hitting their heads against power poles. There were also those who had developed fevers from the cold. Everyone was waiting for help. Suddenly, everyone saw the elevator doors open. A tall, imposing man emerged from the elevator, holding another person tightly, striding towards the hotel entrance. Looking closer, people noticed Qi Xinghan and Kang Yi closely following behind. And there were several birds. Where did these birds come from in the hotel? Probably hiding from the cold. Everyone stood up and greeted Qi Xinghan. "Where are you going, brother Qi? The snow outside hasn't melted yet." "Yes, it's still cold out there." "Don't freeze, brother Qi." Qi Xinghan ignored them. By now, he didn't bother anymore and continued walking briskly forward. It was Kang Yi who took the opportunity to look back and said, "Don't ask. We're rushing to send someone to the hospital. But even if you're in a hurry, it won't help. There's no traction on the snowy ground, how will driving work? You'll have to stop after only a few steps or end up in an accident." "Stay put and wait," others quickly caught up. They wouldn't let anything happen to Qi Xinghan right before their eyes. Maybe if they intervened, Qi Xinghan might thank them later. Qi Xinghan paused in his steps. Just as he was about to speak, Yuanxing first turned around abruptly. "Hey, has anyone got winter tires prepared?" Seeing Yuanxing's face, despite his good looks, everyone involuntarily shivered inside and no one could respond immediately. So Qi Xinghan repeated Yuanxing's question, "Who has winter tires ready?" "Brother Qi, I do," someone raised their hand. "Where's your car?" "Parked at the hotel." "Take us to it." That person bit their lip. Lending a car could result in legal responsibilities if the driver gets into an accident. Not to mention, if something happened to Qi Xinghan, the fans would tear him apart online. But after some thought, he nodded, deciding to be the first brave one. Such a rare opportunity to connect with Qi Xinghan shouldn't be missed. This way, Qi Xinghan would definitely remember his favor. "Alright, let me take you there now." That person said and started walking. As he walked next to Qi Xinghan, he noticed the person Yuanxing was holding. He looked very young, like a boy who just left the ivory tower. His pale skin was flushed red with fever. His beautiful eyes were slightly squinted but occasionally leaked a glimmer of captivating light. When others had a fever, they looked miserable. But this one seemed more beautiful instead. Now it made sense. His heart skipped a beat, and he had an inkling of a guess. The people behind were still shouting, "Brother Qi, don't go. Brother Qi, wait. It's really not safe. Zhao Ziyi, why are you making such a fuss? Is that you, Ziyi? Thank you today." Kang Yi turned around and smiled at him. The young man who lent the car, Zhao Ziyi, shyly responded, "Yes, yes. Hello, Brother Kang." They all returned to the elevator and went down to the basement to find Zhao Ziyi's car. In the hotel lobby, there were several journalists who had come in to escape the wind and snow, mixing in with the crowd. They carefully held their cameras as if they were treasures. Hey! This is good. Not for nothing did they suffer the cold. This picture will surely make the front page. On the other side, they found Zhao Ziyi's car. Zhao Ziyi licked his lips and, after some hesitation, said, "Or let me drive. I know my car well so that nothing goes wrong." "Go back and wait," Yuan Xing replied without looking back. Kang Yi patted his shoulder and smiled warmly, "Go back and wait." Zhao Ziyi handed over the keys, helped change to winter tires, and then left reluctantly. When he saw Yuan Xing sit in the driver's seat, Zhao Ziyi almost couldn't believe it. Isn't he blindfolded? Still driving even though he's blindfolded? Is this really reliable? Just as Zhao Ziyi was about to rush over, the car had already started and was heading out. Zhao Ziyi couldn't catch up and could only give up. Zhao Ziyi shook his head and turned around, maybe Brother Qi's head got frozen. Inside the car, Mu Shui softly leaned on Qi Xinghan's legs, and his own legs were slightly curled up on Kang Ye's body. Qi Xinghan was very calm, but Kang Ye's entire face was red. Yuan Xing removed the blindfold. He glanced at the rearview mirror briefly and quickly shifted his eyes away as if he was either startled by the posture or Mu Shui's closed eyes. After leaving the parking garage, Yuan Xing slammed on the accelerator, turning the SUV into a racing car. The accumulated snow on the road seemed invisible to his eyes. The wheels gripped the ground firmly, showing no sign of slipping. Mu Shui felt the stability. But feeling stable was all he managed before closing his eyes due to exhaustion, losing consciousness. After Mu Shui closed his eyes, no one in the car spoke anymore. Kang Yi fared better. Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan, however, completely disliked each other so much that even a glance made them uncomfortable. Of course, there would be no conversation. The car was deathly silent. Kang Yi even felt like everyone except him and Mu Shui was dead. Finally, the car reached the hospital entrance. Along the way, they passed rescue vehicles, police cars, and ambulances. As soon as the car stopped, Yuan Xing quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door. But when he just stepped out, Qi Xinghan had already moved faster, lifting Mu Shui into his arms. Qi Xinghan glanced at him coolly and said indifferently, "Mr. Yuan should fasten your blindfold first now." Yuan Xing twitched his lips, revealing a hint of ferocity. But he still turned back, grabbed the red cloth, and brutally tied it himself. By the time he finished, Qi Xinghan had already walked briskly through the hospital doors with Mu Shui in his arms. Qi Xinghan was a VIP client at this hospital. Moreover, his face was known nationwide, so nurses immediately came to greet him upon entering. "What happened to Mr. Qi?" "Emergency care, fever." Several nurses quickly brought out a medical cart. Qi Xinghan hesitated for a second. He wasn't quite sure what he felt at this moment. Maybe because Yuan Xing had held Mu Shui for a while, and he'd only just picked him up and had to give way to the medical cart after a few seconds. Qi Xinghan slowly let go and laid Mu Shui on the cart. A nurse beside them gave a quick look and hurriedly covered Mu Shui with a blanket before pushing inside. Qi Xinghan followed closely behind. Yuan Xing slowly walked inside and, upon seeing this scene, inexplicably felt more relaxed. When Mu Shui woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He lazily reached out for the water cup on the bedside table, but someone else was faster. Qi Xinghan handed the cup to him. Mu Shui wanted to sit up, so he held the water cup in one hand and struggled to support himself on the bed with the other. But then another hand came faster from behind, gently holding him and effortlessly pushing him up before he even realized it. With the water cup in his arms, he blankly turned around and saw Yuan Xing. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing each sat on a chair, one on each side of his hospital bed. And Kang Yi must have been squeezed out since there was no more room. He sat at the foot of the bed on another chair. "Where's Snow Girl?" He looked ahead and spotted her slumped over, leaning against someone on the couch. Mu Shui finally lowered his head and took a sip of water. The water was lukewarm, flowing down his throat and instantly warming every organ inside. It wasn't scalding, but soothing. This sensation made Mu Shui finally feel alive again. At this moment, Qi Xinghan's phone rang. The person on the other end seemed to be speaking very loudly, and Mu Shui faintly heard something like, "Come back, quickly." "What's wrong?" Mu Shui asked. Even after his throat had been moistened by the water, his voice was still somewhat hoarse, an aftermath of being frozen badly before. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward him and both furrowed their brows simultaneously. His voice was too raspy. After losing his voice, there was an inexplicable pitiful quality that tugged at the heartstrings. That sensation lightly hovered over their hearts and gave them a slight pull. It made their hearts ache just a little bit. This feeling was too bizarre. What's wrong? Mu Shui repeated, puzzled. Brother Guo wants me back on set, Qi Xinghan said indifferently. Ah, I must have slept for a long time. Then you should go back. There are journalists outside. Ah. What happened outside? Mu Shui asked, confused. Before Qi Xinghan could answer, he thought for a second and said, then Brother Yuan can cover for you to leave. Anyway, he was sick now and couldn't take care of them anymore. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing exchanged a glance, and they both saw one word in each other's eyes. TSK. Chapter 38, Melancholy Handsome Man. Mu Shui hugged his cup, then drank 2 large gulps of water, and only then did he raise his head to ask, HM. Is there something troubling you? If it's not possible, then Qi Xinghan will just have to wait a bit longer for someone to come pick him up. He had barely finished speaking when Qi Xinghan's phone rang again. It was obviously Guiyong urging once more. After all, one person was still trapped in the film studio while the other was surrounded by paparazzi at the hospital, with only phone contact available. People from Taotai Entertainment didn't dare come here, fearing that doing so would confirm Qi Xinghan's presence. How could Guiyong not be anxious? Qi Xinghan muttered quietly, I'll leave on my own. Upon reaching this point, Qi Xinghan unusually started to feel a bit irked. Probably since a few years ago, Qi Xinghan had gradually lost sensitivity to his surroundings. There was no joy, and thus, no pain. He continued following routine in his work, playing the role of China's youngest movie emperor. No matter how arduous the workload, it made no difference to him. Precisely due to his extreme dedication, he rose faster than anyone, and Taotai Entertainment fully doted on him. Following their usual method. When a journalist discovered him somewhere and it was necessary to refute this news, he would need to immediately leave and quickly show up at another event location. This would effectively dispel the impact brought about by the journalist's reports. The same went for now. After leaving the hospital, he wouldn't return to the set but would instead immediately connect with Taotai Entertainment and head to the next event site. Qi Xinghan had done this kind of work countless times before. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a bit weary. Mu Shui picked up on the fact that Qi Xinghan's tone wasn't quite right. Due to how often Qi Xinghan maintained an even tone and expressionless demeanor, when there was even the slightest change, it became especially noticeable. Mu Shui quickly put down the water cup beside him, and instinctively reached out to grab onto his sleeve. Are you upset? He asked softly. Leaning against the pillow, Mu Shui tilted his head slightly upward. From Qi Xinghan's higher vantage point, he could glimpse a stretch of Mu Shui's white neck exposed beneath his patient gown, along with his pitiful chin. Gazing into Mu Shui's eyes, Qi Xinghan found his gaze instinctually soothing, relaxing his heart and making his whole being softer. Qi Xinghan rarely encountered such a look in the past. He turned his face away and whispered, no. Mu Shui looked at him helplessly. Well, then you go. Be careful on the way. Yuan Xing glanced at Mu Shui's fingers clutching Qi Xinghan's sleeve. They were delicate, contrasting with his dark coat and looking even thinner. Yuan Xing then spoke quietly, let's go, I'll see Mr. Qi out. Qi Xinghan turned to glance at him. After exchanging glances silently once more, they walked out together. Once outside, Yuan Xing removed the red strip covering his eyes. Now, the implication in their mutual gazes became clearer. So ugly. Yuan Xing thought as he looked at Qi Xinghan's face. Looking at Yuan Xing's face, Qi Xinghan thought to himself, this person definitely isn't good. They seemed side by side but were actually spaced apart by the width of one person, walking forward like this. Following the nurse's directions, they headed toward another exit channel. With these two gone, Kang Yi relaxed significantly. He decisively abandoned the chair he was sitting in, first moving to the chair on Mu Shui's left-hand side to sit, taking Yuan Xing's previous spot. But feeling it wasn't comfortable for Mu Shui, Kang Yi then switched to the chair on Mu Shui's right-hand side, occupying Qi Xinghan's previous position. Now it was perfect. He could serve tea and water to Mu Shui. Wonderful. Kang Yi thought gleefully in his heart. When both Yuan Xing and Qi Xinghan were present earlier, he hadn't even had the chance to interject. Mu Shui squinted slightly, feeling hungry but also a bit drowsy, his limbs weak and unable to stay seated. He asked softly, is there any food? There is. Before his bottom had even warmed up on the seat, Kang Yi stood up, wait a second, I'll find some for you right away. This hospital offers patient meals. After finishing, Kang Yi bolted out of the door as if fearing that delaying even a second would starve Mu Shui to death. Mu Shui couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl upwards. Ignoring his somewhat obnoxious side, Kang Yi was indeed a very nice person, no, a very good monster. He pulled the blanket over him a little tighter and glanced at the snow lady birds on the sofa. They had flown the whole way and were thoroughly exhausted, now slumped together in sleep, huddled into one big mass that looked like a small pile of silvery white fluffy fur laid across the couch. Just looking at them made you feel warm. Mu Shui unconsciously tightened his grip on the blanket, half asleep, wondering if they could be used for warmth in winter. No, that's wrong. Snow lady birds are cool to the touch, how can they provide warmth? Mu Shui turned over and fell back asleep. The man strolled slowly down the corridor. He was dressed in a blue cleaning uniform, carrying a cleaning bucket in his hand, completely unremarkable. Nobody around paid any attention to him. His steps were so excruciatingly slow it took an eternity for him to finally reach his destination. He knocked on the door and walked in, speaking with a hoarse, unpleasant voice as though burned by fire, an offering, to the great Katopah. A young man in black emerged from inside. The youth in black extended his hand. The man bent over and knelt slowly, his body seeming aged and brittle, like his bones had been scorched, making creaking noises as he struggled to turn the bucket around. From within, he drew out a camera. Just as the youth was about to take it, the curtain in front moved first. It was a blue and white curtain, adorned with galaxy patterns. From behind the curtain, a hand gradually emerged. The wrist of this hand was thin, with prominent knuckles. Along the hand's back to its wrist, bluish veins stood out starkly, looking rather frightening at first glance. After seeing this hand, the youth immediately withdrew his own hand. This hand accepted the man's camera. The man spoke in a raspy voice, "Inside, he's in there, captured by a journalist." The person inside took the camera but didn't move or make a sound afterward. The man bowed deeply while kneeling and only then rose slowly to pick up his cleaning bucket to leave. At this moment, the youth called him back, pressing a hand on his shoulder and whispering softly, "Don't go anywhere yet." The man stared blankly at the youth. The young man in black lightly tapped his head, and the man collapsed straight onto the floor. Soon after, someone came in and took the man away, taking the cleaning bucket along as well. The youth tilted his head up and sighed helplessly, "Why do they all keep getting dumber? Flame birds certainly weren't like this in the beginning." There was no response from behind the curtain. The youth dared not say more, and silently stepped back outside. Once outside, the youth gazed at the distant window down the corridor where the sky could faintly be glimpsed, dark and heavy. He murmured quietly, "Because these are inferior and defective ones." When Mu Shui woke again, it was already midnight. The ward was silent. Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan hadn't returned yet. The snow ladybirds were still crowded together on the sofa, except they were almost flattened now, because Kang Yi had also sprawled out on the couch. His long, slim form had colorful feathers trailing behind him that shone brilliantly even in the dim lighting. Kang Yi must have been worn out too. He was sound asleep, snoring peacefully with a serene expression, lips slightly parted, breathing steadily. That familiar odor once again wafted toward Mu Shui. At this moment, Mu Shui truly felt hungry, so hungry his chest seemed about to touch his back. He held his breath, diverted his gaze, lifted the quilt, and slid down off the bed weakly. Once off the bed, he turned his head and saw congee and side dishes placed on the bedside table. However, they had all gone cold. This was likely what Kang Yi brought earlier, though Mu Shui had fallen asleep again at that time. Cold food definitely couldn't be eaten. Just imagining the greasy taste after it had cooled made Mu Shui feel a slight nausea rise in his throat. Mu Shui searched for the nurse call button around the area but couldn't find it. Having no choice, he put on his jacket, slipped on his slippers, and slowly stepped out of the ward. The ward and the hallway were eerily quiet. Moonlight streamed through the windows, replacing the earlier sight of snowstorm and low, dark skies. Mu Shui wrapped himself snugly in his down jacket, sufficiently warmed. This floor was too silent. Mu Shui moved forward without encountering anyone, much less nurses or doctors. He licked his lips, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Or, was he actually entering another strange, surreal space separated from reality again? But where were the monsters? He hadn't seen any monsters on his way either. Maybe it's better to just endure hunger. Mu Shui felt sad and was about to turn back. At that moment, Mu Shui saw a ward with its door open. The ward was at the end of the corridor, where there was a wall instead of windows, so no moonlight filtered in. This made the brightness emanating from inside the ward stand out even more. Mu Shui sighed in relief. Great, it seemed he was still in the real world. He slowly moved his steps toward it and soon arrived at the door of the ward. What delighted Mu Shui even more was that there was someone inside. It was a figure facing away from him, standing tall and slender, wearing the same patient gown as him. The man had a head of seaweed-like dark green hair, its length just reaching his shoulders, beautiful yet striking. Even though it was Mu Shui's first time seeing a male with green-dyed hair. "Hello," Mu Shui raised his hand and knocked on the doorframe. Upon hearing the sound, the person slowly turned around. And thus, Mu Shui saw the full appearance of this person. This was a mixed-race youth, whose cheeks were sunken, and lips pale. But his facial features were very handsome. The youth's eyes were deep-set, as if there was an inkblot that couldn't be dissolved at the bottom of them. A glance gave one the feeling of not being able to see the bottom. His brows were slightly furrowed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly downturned, exuding an indescribable elegance along with an indescribable melancholy. This was a very melancholic handsome man. As Mu Shui was sizing him up, the other also lifted his eyelids and took stock of Mu Shui. Mu Shui blinked slowly at him. "Do you know where the nurse call button is? Or, would you mind telling me if there are any food stores nearby that are still open?" Chapter 39, A Strange Person. The young man moved his steps and returned to the side of his own bed, reaching into the space between the bedside table and the bedhead. "Here. Mu Shui was impressed by this design. When lying in bed, one could indeed press it with just one hand, but after getting up, it was quite hard to find again. Alright, thank you, Mu Shui said politely, then turned around to leave. But the young man suddenly called him back. How did you get sick? Mu Shui promptly stopped in his tracks, raising his head to look at the young man. Though puzzled, he answered, got frozen, had a high fever, and ended up in the hospital. Are you feeling better now? The young man asked softly. Mu Shui looked at him curiously. The young man's expression was calm, showing no trace of abnormality. His eyes didn't even reveal any hint of curiosity, as if he were truly asking casually, without any concern or interest. I've gotten much better, thank you. Mu Shui nodded slightly, his jaw tightening. But even when tightened, the curve remained beautiful. The young man's gaze still rested on him. It was somewhat similar to when he first met Qi Xinghan. His eyes were vacant and numb, falling on people without making them feel an actual presence. Naturally, it wouldn't make anyone feel uncomfortable either. The young man asked again, do you need to find a nurse? Mu Shui nodded. The young man said quietly, the nurses at this hospital have been slacking off more than once, especially on this floor where there are fewer residents, so they don't manage things properly. According to regulations, they should be guarding inside or near the wards for 24 hours. But every time the patients fall asleep, they leave immediately and hide on the 4th floor to slack off. Mu Shui couldn't help but ask, then is pressing the nurse call button useless too? Useless. Mu Shui quietly took a half step back, staring at the young man and asking lowly, since you know this has happened more than once, why haven't you reported it to the hospital before? Because it's unnecessary, the young man replied. I don't need a nurse around. But you seem like you do. You seem hungry. The young man slowly said. I'll just go downstairs and buy something myself. Mu Shui didn't take it too seriously. His body had already become much more comfortable, with no significant aftermath. He could carry his phone and wallet, go downstairs to find a 24-hour convenience store, eat a little bit of food to fill his hunger, replenish his lost strength, and ensure he wouldn't suffer from low blood sugar or stomach pain. You won't be able to go down, the young man stated. Those who reside on this floor are often social celebrities. To avoid disturbances from journalists and unauthorized individuals sneaking in, the elevator leading to this floor requires a card to use. Do you have one? Mu Shui looked confused. He hadn't stayed in such a ward before either, and why did these hospitals, which seemed so good, have so many restrictions? Or maybe. Mu Shui made a great effort to control the bewildered look in his eyes, while inconspicuously re-examining the young man. The young man's features were deep and enchanting, like an artwork that could only be created under a painter's brush. Was the young man deceiving him? The young man said indifferently, my name is Garcia. He said it while turning around, walking to a cabinet, slightly bending over, pulling open the drawer, and taking out a small tin box. Placing the small box there, he turned and asked Mu Shui, would you like to eat? I happen to have some food here. What was this young man trying to do? Ever since the start when he initiated a conversation, all the following conversations were led by the young man speaking actively to him. Although the young man's tone remained very calm, Mu Shui could strip away the illusions enveloping each sentence and see their essence. Every word from the young man couldn't cover his strong dominance and aggressiveness. This youth named Garcia seemed deliberately trying to persuade him, trying to keep him there. Mu Shui moved his fingers, the ones hidden in his pocket subtly unlocked and according to memory, pulled out the contact list, ready to dial the number. At this moment, Mu Shui couldn't help but thank Qi Xinghan for changing his phone. Otherwise, unlocking would be troublesome with his old second-hand smartphone that lacked fingerprint unlock functionality. At this point, Mu Shui smiled faintly toward Garcia, sorry for bothering you, I will go back first and wait until my friend comes to pick me up tomorrow morning. Garcia's expression deepened with melancholy suddenly. The look he cast upon Mu Shui conveyed traces of sorrow. Oh, are you really not hungry? That's truly regrettable. Garcia took a step closer to Mu Shui, then with one hand supporting the tin box, offered it to Mu Shui, but you can take it with you and eat slowly back in your room. No need to thank me. As Garcia approached, a faint smell wafted into Mu Shui's nose. It was a bloody smell. Like water that flowed out from a pipe without disinfection or deodorization. Mu Shui instinctively tensed up his entire body, all his cells becoming instantly active. He lowered his head to look at the tin box held by Garcia. It was strange, the tin box was square and rectangular, resembling a small piggy bank. Who would put food inside this? If it were another monster, there would be no escape. Mu Shui licked his lips, kept his expression unchanged, smiled slightly as he accepted it. Thank you, then I'll leave. Alright, see you tomorrow, Garcia said calmly. Mu Shui turned around, holding the tin box and walked away. When he returned to the previous ward, Kang Yi and the Snow Maidens were still sound asleep, not a bit disturbed. Mu Shui wasn't sure how long Kang Yi had been sleeping and didn't want to bother him. So he didn't wake him up but instead picked up 2 or 3 Snow Maidens first. The Snow Maidens opened their eyes dazedly. Mu Shui. Mu Shui. Have you slept well? The Snow Maidens nodded together, chattering, comfortable with Mu Shui. So comfortable. We want to be with Mu Shui. Mu Shui looked at their sleepy and chubby bird faces and eventually decided against telling them about Garcia. They were naive and lacked self-awareness. How could they understand anything else? Even if he told them, they wouldn't be of any help. Then Mu Shui immediately called Yuan Sheng. The reason he didn't call Qi Xinghan was that he guessed Qi Xinghan might still be busy. However, there was no one answering on the other end of the phone. After a long series of beeps, the call automatically disconnected. Mu Shui frowned, put down the phone for now, and stared at the tin box for a while. After some thought, he finally opened the lid. Nothing special happened, no weapons popped out suddenly. Inside, there were little boats made of leaves, on which lay slices of raw fish, shrimp, crab meat, octopus, and beside them was a tiny half-palm-sized jar containing soy sauce and wasabi. Mu Shui. Looking more closely, he saw beneath the leaf boat there were rows of ice blocks. Next to them, there was half a cut lemon squeezed nearby. Isn't this just Japanese cuisine? His teacher had once treated him to it. So locking the food in the tin box was only to keep the temperature and preserve it. Nevertheless, Mu Shui ultimately did not eat the food inside. First, you should never eat what others give carelessly. More importantly, because he hadn't eaten for so long, eating such cold-natured food suddenly would make his stomach even worse. Adhering to the principle of not causing more trouble, Mu Shui climbed back into bed and pressed the nurse call button. Whether it worked or not, he had to try. After pressing it, Mu Shui closed his eyes again and rested. The chattering snow maiden stopped all sounds, flapping into the air. When they reached above Mu Shui's bed, they seemed like they suddenly lost their flying instinct, landing, clap clap clap, onto Mu Shui's blanket, pinning down the blanket corners. Mu Shui initially intended to casually scoop a couple into the covers, but then remembered, the snow maidens were all girls. Thinking of it, he let it go. Later, whether the nurse came or not, Mu Shui did not know. After sleeping for so long, he fell asleep quickly again. And this time, he had a dream. And he clearly knew that he was dreaming. All around was pitch black. Mu Shui felt his way forward, feeling as though his whole body was soaked, as if immersed in some kind of liquid. The liquid was warm, not cold. If he ignored the smell, Mu Shui would have thought he was walking in a hot spring pool. But the further he walked forward, the stronger the faint bloody smell grew in his nose. It was similar to the smell on his body. Very similar, very similar. Unconsciously, Mu Shui's mind sketched out the image of the young man. But at that moment, he suddenly couldn't remember his name. The name was clearly in his memory, and he could almost see it vividly in his mind. But it was as if a layer of mosaic had been applied to it, making it impossible to extract the accurate information. At this moment, a sound finally came into earshot. It was the sharp sound of something biting into skin. A sudden strong stench rushed close to his cheek, infiltrating his nostrils. This single odor brought a feeling more uncomfortable than the stink on Kang Ye's body. Dimly, it felt like his heart had risen up, stuck in his throat. Mu Shui instantly snapped awake. He opened his eyes. No. There was no youth around him. In his dream, he thought the young man would suddenly crouch beside his bed just like Shen Maojia did. Upon waking up, Mu Shui expected to meet that cold stare. But when Mu Shui raised his hand to rub his face, he found it was the snow maidens who had been sleeping with their faces pressed against his, their pointed beaks touching his cheeks. That's why he'd felt something strange. Mu Shui moved the snow maidens away with his palm. He slowly sat up. The sky outside was still dark. Huh? How long had he been asleep? Why was it still dark? At this moment, someone knocked on Mu Shui's door. Dang dang dang, 3 knocks. Chapter 40, The Isolated World. Is it the nurse? Mu Shui sat up and shook his head. The hunger in his stomach was more noticeable, but the drowsiness clouding his mind had also worsened. Did I sleep too long? Mu Shui lifted the blanket and got out of bed, first looking at Kang Yi. Kang Yi was still sleeping on the couch, breathing evenly and steadily, sound asleep. Mu Shui looked away and slowly walked to the door. Seeming to sense something outside the door, he raised his hand and knocked. Dang dang dang. Mu Shui slowly exhaled and asked, is it the nurse? The person outside made no attempt to hide their identity and said, I'm Garcia. Oh, right. It's Garcia. The person who came to mind in his dream was Garcia. Mu Shui repeated this name several times on his tongue, strengthening his memory. At the same time, he considered for a few seconds before opening the door. Indeed, Garcia stood outside the door, wearing a patient gown, tall and upright, but appeared somewhat frail due to excessive pallor and melancholy. Have you eaten? Garcia asked. Mu Shui shook his head, it's cold, can't eat it. Afraid of stomachache, so I left it there. Still, thank you very much. Garcia's gaze passed over him and fell onto Kang Yi lying inside the ward. He said softly, try to wake him up. Mu Shui was utterly confused, huh? But Garcia was watching him intently, completely serious with not an ounce of jesting in sight. Somewhat comprehending, Mu Shui turned back, walked to the couch side, and pushed Kang Yi, Mr. Kang. Mr. Kang. Kang Yi didn't move at all. Even his large feather tail that had been dangling off the couch among the snow ladybirds disappeared at some unknown point. Mushui gently picked up one of the snow ladybirds. The snow ladybirds also kept their eyes tightly shut, all transformed into little snowballs, unmoving. At the moment truth struck, Mushui unexpectedly calmed down. He placed the snow ladybirds back down and silently turned around. "He can't be woken up," Mushui said. As he spoke, he quietly observed the reaction of the youth standing before him. Garcia's tone remained calm as he said, "Ah, it's like this. My companion can't be woken up either." He paused briefly and added, "Also, it's strange, but the sky outside is still black. I haven't slept, and I've stared at the clock for a long time." Speaking of which, Garcia extended his own hand. Mushui followed the direction toward his wrist. On Garcia's wrist, veins were distinctly visible, intertwining densely. It seemed like at any moment, they might burst through the skin. Mushui gathered his focus and glanced at the watch worn on Garcia's wrist. It was an expensive-looking watch. The minute hand and second hand on the dial moved normally, showing no issues. It currently displayed 11:30 p.m. Garcia pointed to the dial and said, "When the hour hand reaches here, it won't advance forward anymore. Instead, it will retreat. From here, it will retreat to here, and then begin moving forward again." He pointed at the 5 o'clock position and then the 21 o'clock position. "From 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. It moves correctly, meaning my watch has no problem. Even if there was an error, it shouldn't have such frequent backward occurrences," Garcia stated slowly. Looking at Mushui, he softly said, "That is to say, we are trapped between 9 p.m. one day and 5 a.m. the next day." Garcia lowered his voice and asked, "Is it the end of the world?" Although he spoke this way, his face showed a calmness unshaken even by impending death. Only now did Mushui understand. That is to say, Garcia is not a monster. The reason Garcia came to find him was because he noticed something amiss, and in the entire building, only he could be awakened. And the elevator wouldn't go down. "Should we go to my ward first?" "I still have a bit of food there," Garcia said indifferently, "don't starve to death." Mushui's stomach promptly responded with a well-timed rumble. Mushui turned and looked at Kong Yi and the snow ladybirds. Garcia asked, "Shall we bring them along?" Mushui shook his head. Kong Yi was too heavy to lift, and there were simply too many snow ladybirds. He couldn't take even one of them with him. Perhaps because there was still another living person before him, or perhaps because he had experienced too much recently, becoming numb to it. Mushui had not the slightest trace of panic or worry. He stepped outside the door, saying, "Let's go." Mushui followed Garcia as he slowly walked toward Garcia's ward. Garcia's ward door was still open. After entering, Garcia immediately opened a drawer, took out a tin box, and handed it to Mushui. Mushui opened the tin box. Inside were neatly arranged small biscuits, some with a milk flavor, some with dried cranberries, and others with chocolate filling. The box was rather large, and Mushui held it in his arms as he looked up and asked, "How do you have so much food here?" "Emergency rations," Garcia paused briefly before saying, "in case one day no one delivers meals, I can survive for a couple more days." This statement seemed strange to Mushui. It was as if this ward wasn't a place for recuperation from illness but rather more like a cage confining him. His mental state also seemed subtly abnormal. Mushui refrained from immediately voicing his doubts, unwilling to inadvertently touch on any of his sensitive spots. "Where's your caregiver?" Mushui asked. Garcia pulled back a curtain, revealing someone sleeping on the bed set aside for caregivers. He was an unremarkable-looking young man whose features faded quickly from memory after just one glance. The young man had his eyes tightly closed and was fast asleep. Mushui stepped forward and nudged him gently. He didn't stir either, just like Kong Yi. A slight sense of confusion began to creep into Mushui's mind. He pulled out his phone. "Can you make calls?" Garcia leisurely sat down on the chair and said, "Try it." Mushui dialed Yuan Xing's number, but there was only a long, beep-beep sound, followed by an automatic disconnection. Without wasting time, Mushui switched to call Qi Xinghan's number. Still, there was just the never-ending beep-beep sound. After trying 4 or 5 numbers from his contact list, Mushui was certain that asking for help via phone calls was futile. Mushui moved closer to the window. The bed curtain was drawn to the side, leaving a small gap in the window. Through it, he could see outside, which looked exactly the same as before, a pitch-black night sky adorned with a crescent moon. The moonlight cascaded onto tree branches, streets, and even enveloped the entire hospital. On the street, the lights of the street lamps glowed with a soft yellow hue. There were still 2 or 3 windows lit in the high-rise across the street. Due to the late hour, there were no pedestrians on the street or cars passing by. Although the external scene still existed, it seemed as though the picture froze at a certain moment. Not even the slit of the open window carried a single breath of cool wind through it. Even the flow of air seemed to have slowed down drastically. In such a silent night, even if someone suggested climbing down the building using the pipes, Mushui wouldn't dare. The excessively silent night, like a motionless image, created a brand new, unknown fear. Mushui turned around. "What should we do?" Garcia shook his head. "I don't know." Once again, a rumbling growl sounded from Mushui's stomach. He was truly hungry now. According to what Garcia said, if the hour hand jumps back to a certain point automatically, then he couldn't be sure how many hours he'd been starving already. Holding the tin box, Mushué returned to Garcia's side, sitting next to the stool, and placed the box on the table before quietly starting to eat the cookies. No matter what, physical strength must be maintained first. If you can't maintain strength, how will you escape? Mushué bit into a piece of cranberry. The sour yet sweet taste mixed with the milk aroma of the biscuit, it actually tasted quite good. Before long, Mushué ate 3 cranberry biscuits, 5 chocolate biscuits, and 1 plain milk biscuit. Then he started feeling choked. Turning around, he looked tearfully at Garcia. Is there any water? Garcia walked over to the bedside, picked up an old-fashioned red rose-patterned thermos, grabbed a green-painted cup, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Mushué. Mushué gulped down several mouthfuls and finally felt better. The water was lukewarm. Paired with biscuits, his stomach was well comforted. Thank you, Mushué said. However, Garcia's gaze fell upon his lips, cookie crumbs. Huh. Instinctively, Mushué lowered his eyes, but couldn't see his own lips. He stuck out his tongue and licked left and right. Are they gone? Like a little cat, he cautiously extended his pink tongue, but quickly retreated it again as if startled. Garcia looked away. Yeah, they're gone. After eating and drinking their fill. They had slept for too long as well. At this moment, Mushué didn't know what to do. He looked at the television across the room. Can we watch TV? Garcia took out a remote control from the drawer. Mushué took it, turned on the TV, and the screen flashed with static. This was a classic scene straight out of a horror movie. Even someone like Mushué, who didn't watch much film or TV, had seen this in some early classic horror movies. Mushué irritably turned off the TV. What kind of monster could be so cruel? There wasn't any form of entertainment at all. Do you still have a fever? Garcia asked. Mushué shook his head. No. Mushué paused, pressing the tip of his tongue against his teeth. He wanted to say something. Since there was nothing else to do and no immediate way out of their situation, he decided to ask Garcia a question. Why are you staying here? Mushué asked softly. Because I'm sick. A disease that makes me want to die. Garcia said, I'm not afraid to die, but there are always people around me who don't want me to die, so they sent me here. Was it a mental illness? Mushué met Garcia's eyes. How long have you been living here? A very long time, 1 month, 2 months. Or maybe 1 year. 2 years. I've lost count. Staying for such a long time. So long that he even lost track of dates. Mushué began to feel sorry for him. If after staying so long there were no signs of improvement, the hospital should be changed instead of being confined here forever. No family, no friends, even the nurses responsible for his care were lackadaisical. He had to prepare emergency rations himself to avoid starving. It made anyone hear his story feel a little heartbroken. Mushué temporarily dropped the subject. He stood up and said, let's walk around. See if there are people in other wards. Okay, Garcia also stood up and walked out with him. Earlier when he came, Mushué hadn't noticed the other rooms. And now looking at them consciously, each closed ward, visible through the glass doors and windows, revealed a dark and eerie space, as if monstrous beasts were opening wide mouths waiting for prey. Chapter 41, the same. This floor only had about 10 hospital rooms, making it not difficult to investigate. Mushué walked past one room after another and couldn't see anything unusual, merely noticing that each of the rooms was pitch black, seeming a little eerie. When they reached the last room's door, Garcia suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his hand, his pale fingers curling up slightly, and through them, you could vaguely make out the slight reddish hue beneath the thin layer of skin. Knock, knock, knock. Garcia knocked 3 times on the door. There was no response from inside. Garcia then lifted his leg and gave the door a light kick, quietly opening it. The ward doors here were specially treated, so they opened without a sound. But the quieter they were, the more it felt as though an invisible hand was pulling the door open silently from the inside. Mushué glanced at the dark interior of the ward. Light from the corridor spilled inside, illuminating the room just enough. No one's here, was Mushué's conclusion after taking a look. Garcia wasn't disappointed. He slowly backed away, heading into the previous room, kicked the door open again. Thus, every room they had passed was checked in the same manner, their doors kicked open one by one. This way of inspection eventually yielded some results, yet also none at all. Because they had only discovered that out of the dozen or so rooms, 2 contained patients. And these patients looked familiar. Mushué thought he might have caught a glimpse of them on TV once or twice. They must be celebrities. But like the others, they were unresponsive. Since they couldn't be awakened, they lost all value. They still could not obtain any more information, merely knowing that they were trapped in this time frame. On the entire floor, only the 2 of them remained conscious. Let's go to the elevator, said Mushué. Time seemed frozen, the night solidified. Silence reigned around them, there was no one else awake. In such an environment, it was essential to find something to do, otherwise emotions would build up to terrifying levels. Mushué was fully aware of this fact. Fortunately, Garcia was cooperative as well. He nodded, following Mu Shui as they both slowly headed toward the direction of the elevator. Mu Shui pressed the button for the downward direction, able to watch as the numbers changed on the display screen, showing that the elevator was ascending. Soon, with a ding, the elevator arrived. The elevator doors opened. The inner walls of the elevator were smooth, reflecting back their own forms. Mu Shui avoided looking, unwilling to heighten the fear growing in his heart unnecessarily. He stepped into the elevator, telling Garcia, "Wait for me outside." Garcia responded affirmatively with, Mu Shui pressed the 1 button. The elevator doors closed. However, before Mu Shui could even rejoice, the elevator doors swiftly opened again and the 1 button automatically cancelled itself. Evidently, swiping a card was necessary. Mu Shui attempted pressing the emergency call button, which usually should emit a sound, but this time it made no noise at all, as if its throat had been tightly squeezed. Helpless, Mu Shui exited the elevator. "It won't work," Garcia said. Mu Shui nodded, "Then we'd better return to the ward first." Garcia replied, There were too many questions standing right before them. Since most of his time was spent sleeping, Mu Shui didn't know what triggered the freeze in time. All they could do now was wait until 5 o'clock in the morning, when the hands of the clock would rewind again. Then they would carefully observe the changes occurring around them. There had to be clues. It wasn't hopeless either. Mu Shui bit his lip and returned to the ward alongside Garcia. Inside, the room remained deathly silent. The attendant lying on the bed, asleep, appeared almost like a corpse if not for the gentle rise and fall of his chest. Mu Shui retrieved his mobile phone, searching back and forth until he found a simple offline game. He had seen this game numerous times in the past but never played it since he wasn't particularly interested in games. But at present it was clearly a great tool for managing his mood and passing the time. Shaking his phone, Mu Shui asked Garcia, "Want to play?" Garcia questioned, "What is it?" Mu Shui sat beside him on the couch, displaying his phone to Garcia. Garcia replied, "I don't have this." "Huh? You don't have this game?" "No problem, you can use mine." "I don't have a phone," Garcia said. Not having a phone was actually quite rare. People like Mu Shui who were behind the times, not following trends, and even secluded in their ivory towers, would still buy a second-hand smartphone in the past for basic daily use. But then he met Yuan Sheng. If it weren't for his need to simultaneously take care of 2 patients and ensure he could promptly reach either of them, he wouldn't have repurposed his old second-hand phone, giving it to Yuan Sheng. Otherwise, Yuan Sheng wouldn't have had a phone by now. And now there was another person, Garcia. It was already rare for an older person not to own a phone, as elderly-friendly phones were readily available on the market. How much rarer was it for someone Garcia's age? Yuan Sheng could be understood, he didn't want to communicate with anyone, having no intention of rejoining society, so he refused any contact from others. What about Garcia? Mu Shui suppressed the doubt brewing in his heart. A slight smile surfaced on Mu Shui's cheeks as he opened the offline game. As a melody played, a figure appeared on the screen, a little person with grayish-green skin, sharp teeth, and an overly large, round head. "What's this?" Garcia asked. Actually, Mu Shui didn't know either, he hadn't played it before. But he tried to act experienced, recalling the name of the game. Plants vs. Zombies. That seemed to be it. "These are zombies," Mu Shui said after pondering for a moment. "We must control them to eat the flowers and collect energy, right?" "Oh." Mu Shui tapped the zombie on the screen, and it slowly moved forward. It invaded the small house. A prompt quickly appeared on the screen, "The zombie ate your brain." Mu Shui froze for a moment. The zombie ate my brain. So I'm not the zombie. Mu Shui blinked, pretending nothing had happened as he handed the phone to Garcia. "Do you want to try?" Garcia didn't take it immediately. He suddenly curled his fingers tightly, so forcefully that they turned white at the tips. After curling them several times, Garcia finally reached out cautiously to accept the phone. What did his movements resemble? Mu Shui licked his lips. His movements were akin to continuously testing and adapting the strength in his hands, controlling the pressure of his fingertips within a certain range. Did he have immense strength? Mu Shui became somewhat worried. This was Qi Xinghan's phone, which would need to be returned when they left. It couldn't get damaged. Although Garcia was misled by Mu Shui, deviating from the true rules of the game, he quickly adapted to its actual mechanics. But adapting didn't help much. Every time Garcia stretched out his finger to collect sun rays or plant sunflowers, he did so carefully and sluggishly. Compared to the animated zombie figures on the screen, Garcia himself looked more like a zombie, his every move stiff and slowed down automatically to 0.25 speed. Not long after, another message popped up on the screen, "The zombie ate your brain." These 2 novices kept swapping turns, letting the zombies devour their brains 8 or 9 times over. However, since both were playing the game for the first time, neither felt any irritation from repeated failures. After playing for quite some time, Mu Shui felt his neck getting stiff. He stretched it and pinched it with his own hand, finally feeling better. "It needs charging. We should go back and get the charger," Mu Shui said softly. Garcia pointed to the bedside table. There's one there. Mu Shui went over and opened the bedside drawer, finding a power bank inside indeed, complete with different plugs for various phone models. Mu Shui connected the phone to the power bank. After flipping through the phone again, he found there were no other games. Not even the Minesweeper, Snake, or Solitaire he used to play on his computer. Mu Shui glanced at the time. 3 a.m. There were still 2 full hours until 5 o'clock. Mu Shui didn't want to keep using the phone to avoid neck pain, so he put it down and sat cross-legged on the couch facing Garcia. Mu Shui blinked slowly and said, "Actually, I'm also a doctor. Though still in training. Can we chat casually?" Mu Shui asked. "Yes." Garcia nodded slightly. His emerald eyes looked like beautiful gemstones, though under the dim light now, they resembled an animal's cold, emotionless gaze. "What did you do before?" "Unemployed." Mu Shui blinked. That was right too. The young man in front of him looked as if he had plenty of money and probably didn't need to work. "How old are you this year?" "Don't know." Not even knowing his own age, how long had he been staying here then? Was it simply because he'd forgotten the date? He'd even forgotten his own age. Mu Shui involuntarily knitted his brows for a moment. But soon his frown smoothed out, and a gentle smile reappeared on his face, perhaps due to eating a few milk chocolate cookies. His smile carried a hint of sweetness. "Is it just the caregivers looking after you on a regular day?" "No one else?" "No, no friends, no family." Garcia paused briefly, meeting Mu Shui's gaze. "They're all gone." Mu Shui stiffened for a second. Without any ties binding him to the world, what kept him alive in this world? Was it because of that he seemed so melancholic and dispirited? Mu Shui licked his lips, feeling it wasn't good to keep asking others questions. It was impolite without some exchange. So Mu Shui smiled slightly and said, "My parents also passed away. As for friends, I should have none. I only have my teacher, and I've always followed my teacher around. Back when I was in school, many classmates would try to get close to me. Back then, I actually thought I should make friends. But they were all so strange. My teacher also said there's no need to associate with them too much, it's not good." Mu Shui shrugged, and the dimples on his cheeks deepened slightly. Smiling, he said, "So up until now, it's the same for me, no friends either." Garcia suddenly chuckled. The melancholy look on his face momentarily faded, and his features momentarily lit up with an even more radiant beauty. Like a mesmerizing merman, or perhaps even a sea demon. He laughed softly and said, "That's great, isn't it?" Mu Shui, Chapter 42, A Space Anchored in Reality. Garcia's smile faded, his brows knitted together again as he said, "You've been following your teacher for years and therefore can't make friends? Since we're so similar, let's be friends." As he spoke these words, not a trace of joy could be seen on his face. Mu Shui responded with a hesitant, "Ah." Was that all there was to his words? Mu Shui blinked before replying, "Well, if we have the chance, sure." He didn't flat out deny it. What if agreeing to be friends meant he'd fall under some kind of curse and drop dead on the spot? He recalled such plots from classic horror movies. Mu Shui quickly shifted the topic. "Who are they?" You said that people around you always hope you won't die, and they brought you here. Who are they?" "They're neither family nor friends." "Are they bad people?" Mu Shui leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to sound utterly innocent. "Kind of," Garcia said. "Kind of." From the choice of words and tone during their conversation, it was clear Garcia was in an entirely negative state. No matter what came from outside, good or bad, it no longer made much difference to him. Mu Shui thought to himself that he might once again be dealing with a mentally ill person. If not that, then definitely something monstrous. Looking at Garcia seriously, Mu Shui asked, "Can I hug you?" He had hugged Qi Xinghan and Shen Maojia before. There's nothing a hug couldn't fix. Rubbing the back, pressing the scalp, surely one would feel something strange. Mu Shui felt experienced in this regard. Garcia's tone underwent a subtle change as he slowly replied, "You want to hug me?" Mu Shui employed a small trick. Avoiding the reason behind the hug, he threw the question back at him, saying softly, "Is that not allowed?" His head tilted slightly as he sized up Garcia, eyes soft, evoking no malice whatsoever but even a faint sense of being comforted instead. Garcia extended his arms toward Mu Shui. As Mu Shui hugged him, he murmured lowly, "I feel a little cold, don't you?" On Mu Shui's face was a look of innocence. In another context, with a different expression, these words might have counted as flirtation, almost inappropriate. But coming from him, it lacked any vulgar undertone. "I don't feel it. My perception of the outside world is quite weak," Garcia said. Aha, Mu Shui thought inwardly, that would certainly be convenient. How much easier to just feel him out directly. Mu Shui firmly embraced Garcia and quickly swept down along his spine. The thin hospital gown offered little resistance. He thoroughly understood every bone beneath Garcia's skin through touch. Nothing unusual there. The structure of Garcia's back was exactly like a normal human's. What about his buttocks? Shen Maojia's tail grew right there. As Mu Shui moved his hand downward further, Garcia abruptly grabbed it and looked at him with serious eyes. Not coincidentally, sensitivity to external stimuli is heightened here. In response, Mu Shui, feigning ignorance, blinked widely and raised his hand higher as if nothing had happened. Garcia, is your hair dyed this color? This time Garcia turned remarkably considerate. No, it's natural. Would you like to feel it? Mu Shui nodded and cautiously reached out. Clutching Garcia's dark green strands, he gave them a light squeeze and pressed gently over his head. There were no additional ears, no extra horns, nothing out of the ordinary. Slowly, Garcia closed his eyes. When Mu Shui withdrew his fingers and softly said, "Your hair feels so soft, and the color is truly beautiful," his compliment rang sincere. Garcia opened his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Mu Shui's only method of investigating monsters had proven ineffective. With no other options left, he gave up. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at his phone. It's nearly time. It was now 3:58, leaving just an hour and 2 minutes until dawn at 5 o'clock. After taking a break, Mu Shui continued playing Plants vs. Zombies with Garcia. The two amateurs performed no better tactically by the end despite their efforts until approaching 5 o'clock. Closing the game, Mu Shui focused intently on his phone screen. But merely fixating on the time was no use. He still had to watch for changes around him. Doing so made Mu Shui feel as though his eyes weren't enough. His heartbeat quickened, a rare sensation, and a feeling of powerlessness overcame him, like being pulled in too many directions at once. 58 minutes. 59 minutes. 5 o'clock. For an instant, there was a brief freeze in everything, and then the numbers on the phone quickly changed. All clockwork mechanisms and electronic components seemed affected by some force. As Mu Shui gripped Garcia's wrist, he looked toward the watch on it. Garcia's watch also altered, its hour hand once again pointing back to 9 o'clock. Around them, everything remained eerily quiet. Not even the slightest wind entered from outside the window. In the pitch-black night, deathly silence reigned. This inability to act, with no clear source of danger or method to escape, brought intense discomfort. Mu Shui stood up and thoroughly inspected the hospital room. No place had undergone any change, not even a subtle one. Turning his gaze to Garcia, Mu Shui asked, "Did you notice anything earlier?" Garcia shook his head, appearing unfazed. In this space, aside from the young mixed-blood man who disregarded life and death before him, all others lay unresponsive, unable to be woken by any shout. If only I had just a bit of ability. Even if it were only a smidgen of free will. Are you hungry? Garcia's voice broke the heavy stillness. Hours had passed since their last biscuit snack, and Mu Shui hadn't eaten much that time. Upon Garcia's reminder, Mu Shui clearly felt the sharp pang of hunger. Nodding, Mu Shui accepted what Garcia offered. Garcia pushed the tin box of biscuits toward him. With practiced movements, Mu Shui began to eat. Halfway through, he paused momentarily before asking, "Is there enough for both of us?" "It's enough," Garcia said, rising to pull open the wardrobe door. Inside were several tin boxes neatly arranged. Mu Shui blinked, speechless. "What about water?" "In this space, water and electricity are supplied infinitely," Garcia explained while gazing at the dim yellow overhead light. After finishing the biscuits in his hand and licking his lips, Mu Shui said softly, "It is an infinite supply because even trapped in this time loop, the water and electricity we consume still connect to reality. If the real world suffers a blackout, this space will experience one too. And the same applies to water outages. Since if this space were truly bound by rules of infinite supply, eaten cookies would magically reappear, but they don't." Mu Shui pointed to the diminished tin box as he continued. Garcia murmured, In a low tone, Mu Shui whispered, "Why do I find myself claiming there are no details worth examining? But look around, the evidence is everywhere." The hospital ward, the hospital itself, and the street scenery outside mirrored the real world perfectly. It sent chills down Mu Shui's spine, like suddenly realizing everyone in the world had perished overnight, leaving behind only empty shells. From another angle, though, it suggested that this static, timeless space could only anchor itself within the reality of the actual world, it existed dependent on the reality. The part connecting this space to reality should be the breakthrough. Then, what's the key item? Mu Shui looked around the room and fixed his gaze on Garcia. "Could it be you? You're the only other person still fully aware aside from me." Garcia opened his mouth as if to speak. Shaking his head immediately, Mu Shui continued, "No, it can't be you. If it were you, you'd likely avoid me altogether. Why would you initiate contact if the person who locked me in this space simply wants to chat? Following normal logic, the critical object should be something trying hard to appear exactly as it does in the real world, but in reality, it would be fundamentally different, alien." As Mu Shui spoke, he frowned deeper. "Let's wait more. If one observation doesn't reveal issues, 2 or 3 certainly will make some elements very apparent." Concluding his thought, Mu Shui nudged the biscuit tin toward Garcia. "Won't you have some? You're too thin." Instantly, Garcia recalled how Mu Shui had swiftly rubbed along his spine when embracing him. A subtle shift came over Garcia's expression. Quietly lowering his head, he picked up 2 pieces of biscuit and ate them. The motion seemed unfamiliar, as if he hadn't engaged in eating or chewing for quite a long while. So he really couldn't feel hunger at all. Mu Shui silently drew a conclusion in his mind. A thought gradually took shape in Mu Shui's mind. He grabbed 2 small cookies and continued to crunch them. With water, electricity, food, and even some games to play, it's not so bad actually. Mu Shui smacked his lips. Let's just wait patiently. His expression suddenly relaxed. Garcia replied. However, Mu Shui spoke up suddenly. If they keep sleeping like this, will they die? Mu Shui pointed at the nursing aide behind the curtain. Or, are these not real people but just human shapes replicated by this space and placed here as decorations to recreate the real-world scenario? Garcia. Maybe. Mu Shui stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the quiet streets outside, muttering, still, even so, I hope Kong Yi can wake up or simply disappear from this space. This way, he should be fine in the real world. Kong Yi might be somewhat unpleasant. But still, Mu Shui hoped he could live well. Garcia asked, is he your friend? Nope, Mu Shui said without turning around. I told you, I don't have any friends either. Garcia's lips twitched slightly upward in a stiff smile. Oh, you're also so kind to someone who isn't your friend? Because he was nice to me, Mu Shui thought for a moment and added, he gave me a lot of gifts. What did he give? Garcia asked. His gaze flickered toward the tin box. Did such things count? Though Mu Shui didn't want to be courted by a bird, he still honestly replied, very precious things. Perhaps similar to the most beautiful and precious feathers on a male peacock used for courtship. That sort of precious things. Garcia's eyes shimmered slightly, his expression unchanged. Oh, I see. Chapter 43, Garcia, Kato Pass. Before the next time regression arrived, Mu Shui once again, together with Garcia, inspected every ward on the entire floor, and they didn't miss the room where Mu Shui had previously stayed. The door was gently pushed open without making a sound. Mu Shui walked inside. The snow ladybirds were still obediently tucked under the blanket, each one resembling a figurine. And Kong Yi? Where was Kong Yi? Mu Shui stared at the empty couch and hesitated for a moment. Didn't you see someone here earlier? Right? Mu Shui turned back to look at Garcia. Garcia replied, yes. After pausing briefly, he added, he disappeared. I still hope that Kong Yi can wake up, or simply vanish from this space altogether. A sudden thought of his own words flashed through Mu Shui's mind. Mu Shui glanced back at Garcia. Garcia remained calm as ever, clearly uninterested in all the changes around him. Mu Shui licked his lips. He decided to conduct an experiment. If it could work. Let the snow ladybirds also vanish from this space. After pondering this idea 3 times in his mind, Mu Shui moved to the window and looked down. He frowned while staring at the utility poles, the one on the left obstructed the view so much. If only it could be moved away. There weren't enough benches in the hospital's small garden, another one right beside would be nice. And the tree next to the bench, now winter had come, it looked quite bare. These thoughts raced through Mu Shui's mind quickly. Then Mu Shui turned around, calm-faced. He tilted his head toward Garcia and smiled at him, all right, let's go. Is he Kong Yi? Garcia asked. So if he is gone, aren't you worried? Isn't it good to leave this space? Garcia paused silently for a second before saying, you're right. Let's return and wait for the next time to rewind back to 9. Okay. Having experienced it, waiting was no longer such a painful ordeal. Soon, they entered the 3rd phase of time regression. As the clock needle jumped back to 9 o'clock, Mu Shui conducted another search on this floor with Garcia, re-entering the ward where he had lived before. Awaiting him was an entirely empty bed. The snow ladybirds were gone. Mu Shui slowly walked over to the window and looked down. On both sides of the street, utility poles stood neatly aligned. Each pole's placement was meticulously calculated, the distance uniform. Except in front of the window, which now appeared empty and clear. He shifted his gaze. In the hospital's little garden, 2 long benches squeezed side by side with shapes slightly warped. Right next to the bench, a large tree suddenly sprouted more leaves, standing out awkwardly among the other bald trees. This meant, this space wasn't controlled by Garcia. Rather, it was governed by his own intentions. No, that's not entirely accurate either. It might be better to say that this space was composed of intent itself. When whose intent proved stronger, this space adjusted accordingly. So my willpower is this strong? No, that's not the point. The original owner of this space cannot simply disappear due to one's intentions but might temporarily lose control over the space. If another experiment were performed, it should reveal the truth behind all these occurrences. Let's go back, Mu Shui said, turning back with a smile. His expression becoming increasingly relaxed and joyful, glowing radiantly. Garcia hesitated momentarily, all right. Upon returning to Garcia's ward, Mu Shui took a circle around the room before sitting back down on the sofa edge calmly. Soon after, another wave of time regression occurred. Garcia asked, should we search again? Mu Shui shook his head and smiled at him again, his charm intoxicating. No need, I feel like we've reached an understanding by now. Garcia, Mu Shui stood up. Suddenly, Garcia spoke up, wait. Mu Shui turned around, looking at him curiously. If giving you something precious allows me to be friends with you. Mu Shui fixed his gaze on him, watching Garcia lift a hand to the back of his ear. Did he pluck a feather? Garcia made a quick motion with his finger. He fished out a pitch-black object with a hint of purple and handed it to Mu Shui. His expression remained melancholy, but his tone was gentle, this is my most precious thing. Mu Shui suddenly hesitated to take it. Garcia tilted his head and looked at him, asking softly, Do you want Kong Ye's, but not mine? His voice was light, yet carried an undeniable tone of dominance that was ingrained in his very bones and would not change no matter his appearance. Mu Shui stayed silent for a moment, then extended his hand. The faintly furrowed eyebrows and eyes of Garcia eased significantly, and then he loosened his fingers, allowing the object to fall into Mu Shui's palm. Hard. That was Mu Shui's first impression. He pulled back his hand, lowered his head, and examined it carefully. It was a thin, oval-shaped, and unknown substance that resembled a stone, kind of, well, ugly. Could this be a kidney stone he preserved for decades? Mu Shui silently closed his hand. Garcia walked around Mu Shui in a circle, the gloomy expression on his face gradually fading away as he whispered, I hope we can be friends for life. Then he added, if I could live forever with you, it would be even better. He paused after these words. Mu Shui turned back to look at him and then reached out and pulled the curtain. On the bedside care bed, the young male nurse aide continued to sleep soundly, his chest rising and falling slightly. Before the time regression, Mu Shui had repeatedly prayed in his heart for the young man lying behind the curtain to disappear from this space. And now, the young man still slept peacefully there. The entire space relied on his strength to sustain itself. Any decoration within the space could vanish or be twisted at will because the rest of the people and objects existed merely as adornments, maintaining this space identical to the real world. But he couldn't disappear, if he did, the space would collapse. Mu Shui paused by the bedside, staring at the sleeping youth. Hours passed again. Without proper meals and without anyone else around, each passing second was a torment. Someone else might have already cracked under such a silent and prolonged wait for time to regress. Garcia stayed silent, watching Mu Shui from behind, as if knowing what Mu Shui intended to do. Soon, it was 4:58 in the morning. Mu Shui positioned his hand at the throat of the young man. Still, the youth didn't wake up. Clutching his teeth, Mu Shui muttered what he thought to be the fiercest sentence of his life, can I kill him? Garcia said, yes. Mu Shui tightly gripped the neck of the youth. Simultaneously, he closed his eyes, his mind racing. Why could this space only be established based on reality? The answer was simple. Because with a reference to reality, it didn't require further effort to create things from scratch. Creating things from nothingness would undoubtedly consume an immense amount of willpower. But if everything in this space were to change? If everything became unfamiliar and chaotic? The youth would need to expend willpower not just to maintain his body inside the space but also to keep order in the space. Just as the clock struck 5 o'clock. The whole space experienced a subtle pause before an extremely eerie scene unfolded both inside and outside the hospital. Streetlights bowed their heads, zebra crossings were covered in blood, cars scattered randomly, their roofs damaged, flowers wilted, and trees swayed chaotically. In the ward, beds, tables and chairs, as well as the iron tin containing cookies all floated in the air, smattered with bloodstains. Sounds of collision came from the direction of the elevator. Within this space, except for Mu Shui, Garcia, and the nurse aide, everything lost its order. 1 second, 2 seconds. Mu Shui opened his eyes, fixing them on his phone screen. Time froze at 5:01. In an instant, the youth snapped open his eyes. His pupils turned blood red, locking fiercely onto Mu Shui. His lips parted slightly. Mu Shui glanced and saw rows of sharp teeth packed tightly together, bright white and chilling, instinctively making one's spine freeze. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from the youth's throat, strange and guttural. Its high-pitched, screeching tone resonated as though about to rip through the ceiling. The youth leaped off the bed, his clothing stretched apart to reveal a huge fish tail that slapped against the mattress, emitting an intense fishy stench. His fish tail was extremely thick and robust, even more massive than his human upper body. In a 2-to-1 ratio. It looked swollen, almost deformed. Mu Shui quickly withdrew his hand. With a deafening boom, the entire world seemed to shatter. But this loud sound ceased just as abruptly, as if someone had grabbed a giant flour sack to collect the rest of the noise. Mu Shui's eyelashes fluttered. He looked at Garcia and asked, do you know Cthulhu? Garcia's melancholy expression suddenly changed, he revealed a fierce look. I hate that name. But in the next moment, Garcia retracted his vicious demeanor and looked longingly toward Mu Shui. A wave of dizziness washed over Mu Shui. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. The beak of a snowbird struck his cheek. Mu Shui rubbed his face and picked up one of the birds. He slowly sat up. They were still in the hospital room. Kang Yi was still sleeping on the couch, and snowbirds were scattered across the blanket, curled into little round lumps. Outside the curtain blown open by the wind, it was pitch black. It was still nighttime. Mu Shui found his phone and glanced at the time on it. 5:03. Mu Shui swung his legs off the bed, but an overwhelming hunger hit him so strongly it nearly drained all his strength. Losing his balance, he fell down. The sound woke Kang Yi and the snowbirds. The snowbirds flapped their wings and took to the air. Kang Yi jolted upright, panic-stricken. What happened? What's wrong? Looking toward the bed, Kang Yi saw Mu Shui sitting by the leg of the bed. His hospital gown was wrinkled, his face was creased with pain, and his complexion was deathly pale, showing extreme weakness. Kang Yi swallowed hard, feeling his heart melting for Mu Shui. How did you fall? Kang Yi rushed forward. A few snowbirds landed on Mu Shui's shoulders, pecking at his clothes, trying desperately to pull him back up. Kang Yi reached out and wrapped his arm around Mu Shui's waist, helping him up from the floor. I'm so hungry, Mu Shui murmured. I'll get you something warm, Kang Yi hurriedly said. Call a nurse, Mu Shui added after a pause. Can we call a nurse? Of course we can. Kang Yi replied and bent down to press the bedside bell. Mu Shui paused. Had Garcia lied to him? He still couldn't figure out Garcia's identity or what kind of monster he was. Why had Garcia been with him in that space? Not long after, a nurse arrived. She brought steaming hot patient meals. Mu Shui held the porridge, warming his hands while eating small bites, looking up and saying to the nurse, Thank you, I appreciate your help. The nurse smiled gently. You're in our VIP ward, this is only normal service. Mu Shui furrowed his brow slightly. Is that so? I thought your hospital wouldn't be so considerate. A friend mentioned your hospital before, saying how pressing the nurse call button often went unanswered. And every night, the elevators would be locked, and only nurses could use them. Patients couldn't leave, they could only starve and endure the pain. The nurse frowned. Where did you hear such a story? Our hospital would never. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Then she awkwardly chuckled. What you mentioned did happen, but that was over a decade ago when Jinshui City only had one high-end private hospital. Back then, the management was poor, and the nurses were lazy. Since then, there have been 2 new directors, and a major overhaul happened a couple of years ago. Such incidents no longer occur now, truly. Garcia hadn't lied to him. Mu Shui froze, spoon in mouth. So, the place he entered wasn't a virtual space. It was. Garcia's memories. And what about Garcia? Was there really still such a person in reality, or had he been forever left in that frozen moment in time? As the nurse tucked Mu Shui's blankets tighter, she gave him a gentle smile. Let me know if you need anything else. Mu Shui set the spoon down. Please wait a moment. Do you know the room at the end of the corridor, the one right at the far end? Mu Shui gestured with his hand. Is that room still occupied? Yes, the patient came to the hospital yesterday. However, his condition has mostly improved, so he rarely comes anymore. But the room is still reserved for him. After all, he paid a lot of money, so we can't cancel his room. The nurse laughed. What's his name? I'm not quite sure about that, but our head nurse refers to him as Rodney. He's very wealthy, extremely wealthy. The nurse emphasized 3 times in one breath, then paused briefly. Other than that, I can't disclose anything else. This is something I'm sharing with you only because you're also staying here. Alright, thank you. You're welcome. Watching the nurse walk out, Mu Shui quickly finished the porridge in a few gulps and ate the side dishes and little pastries beside it. His stomach was soon filled. Mu Shui immediately felt much more comfortable. Kang Yi helped tidy up the table and asked quietly, Are you feeling better? Although still accompanied by an occasional foul smell, Mu Shui thought Kang Ye's face looked far cuter than that of the male nurse he'd seen before. Mu Shui smiled lightly. Much better. Kang Yi let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Do you want to sleep a bit more? Mu Shui shook his head. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Ding dong ding, 3 knocks. Mu Shui paused and looked up toward the door. The next moment, the door was pushed open from the outside. A tall figure walked in. Xinghan has returned to the apartment. The visitor said curtly. It was Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng's gaze fell sharply onto Mu Shui. Mu Shui had just finished drinking his porridge, his snow-white cheeks showed a hint of pink, and his lips glistened from the soup. Yuan Sheng took a deep breath and grabbed his mask to put it on. Mu Shui jumped off the bed and hugged Yuan Sheng tightly. Being trapped this time hadn't significantly affected Mu Shui, but it had certainly left him exhausted, both physically and mentally. In contrast, during the days when Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan were around fighting, he didn't have to endure any hardship at all. Wailing softly inside, Mu Shui rubbed his head against Yuan Sheng's arm. All his patients were such wonderful patients. Thanks to them. Thinking about it, Mu Shui leaned his head gently against Yuan Sheng's arms. Yuan Sheng went stiff as a rock, almost like a statue. His breathing became noticeably rapid as that scene played over and over again in his mind, even making him start wondering involuntarily about the expression Mu Shui might have on his face when rubbing against his arms. Yuanxing bent his back slightly, hovering his hands in the air, afraid to even touch Mu Shui. Tensed up completely, like a predator coiled and ready to strike. However, in the next second, Mu Shui let go. Mu Shui asked, "Brother Yuan, would you accompany me somewhere?" In fact, Yuanxing hadn't heard clearly at all. His mind was crammed with Mu Shui's face, and he struggled painfully to move his lips, emitting a hoarse sound, "Sure. Anything could be done." Damn. Mu Shui led the way out of the ward first. Yuanxing followed closely behind, trying hard to suppress the tumultuous emotions and strength rising within him. Kang Yi also followed. "Mr. Mu, wait for me. I'll come along too." They reached the end of the corridor. "This is it." Mu Shui pressed Yuanxing's hand and signaled him to stop walking. Yuanxing. He could hear his own heartbeat, thump-thump, like it wanted to break his chest cavity apart. At this point, Mu Shui raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door opened silently. Behind it, a face appeared. Around 26 or 7 years old, thick eyebrows, large eyes, icy features. This person smirked coldly at Mu Shui, showing a glimpse of teeth. But Mu Shui always felt every tooth bore a sharp edge. It was that male nurse. At this moment, the rustling sound of curtains was heard, and an arm, so pale it was almost translucent, even showing veins beneath the skin, stretched out. The man stood up, slowly shifting his steps, walking out. Mu Shui tilted his head up and looked at him. This man had a head full of dark green hair resembling seaweed, with strands that just brushed his shoulders, beautiful yet striking. His facial features were sharply defined, his emerald green eyes like precious stones. His brows knitted together, carrying a gloomy, heavy, and cold aura. His gaze directed at Mu Shui exuded an icy sharpness. Kang Yi shivered behind Mu Shui. "Let's, go. Garcia." Mu Shui hesitated. But the man did not respond. He just stared coldly at Mu Shui, a twisted sense of frosty meaning hidden in his eyes. He was Garcia. And yet, he wasn't Garcia. Chapter 44, Truly F************************************************* ing ugly. Mu Shui quickly flashed a hint of a smile. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Mu Shui took a step back, almost colliding with Yuanxing's body. Yuanxing instinctively grabbed him tightly. It was at this moment that the young nurse and Garcia finally saw Yuanxing, as well as Kang Yi by his side. Their gazes quickly swept past Kang Yi and ultimately landed on the absurd and grotesque clown mask on Yuanxing's face. The two parties met each other's eyes, making it unclear who looked more malevolent in that instant. Mu Shui lowered his voice and spoke to Yuanxing, "Let's go back." Thump thump, Yuanxing felt his brain pulsating in sync. He croaked out, "What?" Mu Shui had no choice but to tug lightly at his wrist and repeat softly, "We should go back." Only then did Yuanxing slightly lower his head, naturally breaking eye contact with the youth and Garcia. The young man's expression turned icy cold, and he suddenly moved forward a step. Garcia glanced in Yuanxing's direction and spoke gravely, "Gu Fei." At that moment, the young man's steps froze where they were, and he didn't take another step forward. So his name was Gu Fei. This thought flickered rapidly through Mu Shui's mind, and then he broke free from Yuanxing's arm encircling him, turning around instead and pulling Yuanxing along the same path back. Kang Yi quietly exhaled, hastily turning and following them. No one said a word along the way. It wasn't until they returned to the ward that Kang Yi quietly asked, "Just now, was Mr. Mu trying to look for someone?" Mu Shui nodded, then shook his head. "I just wanted to confirm something." "Did you confirm it?" Kang Yi asked, unconsciously swallowing. "That person just now, he felt terrifying. Is he, also some kind of monster?" Mu Shui turned his head to look at Kang Yi. "Do you not recognize him?" Kang Yi looked puzzled. "I don't know who he is." "He's Topus." Kang Ye's face changed abruptly, then he suddenly raised a hand and covered Mu Shui's lips, "T this close distance." Saying his name. "No, wait. He's. The name reached his lips, but Kang Yi couldn't bring himself to utter it. Having been an insider of the organization before, he naturally understood better than anyone else the power of this name. Topus was practically a legend within the organization, and everyone instinctively held him in awe and fear. "How do you know who he really is?" Kang Yi couldn't help but ask. Mu Shui slightly averted his gaze and focused on Kang Ye's hand. Kang Ye's face quickly flushed red, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand, asking in a low voice, "Will Mr. Mu be angry with me?" After saying that, Kang Yi couldn't help but rub his fingers together. He wanted to sneak a laugh but reconsidered, feeling it might come across as vulgar, so he forced himself to suppress it. Yuanxing suddenly lifted his hand and removed the clown mask, revealing a blank, emotionless face beneath. He fixed his gaze on Kang Yi. Kang Yi froze momentarily, meeting Yuanxing's cold gaze. Mu Shui extended a hand and touched the mask, asking, "Shouldn't you wear it?" Yuanxing continued staring at Kang Yi but addressed Mu Shui, answering in a hoarse voice, "You first, let go." Mu Shui pulled his hand away from Yuanxing's hand. Without saying a word, Yuanqing abruptly turned and went into the bathroom. His expression remained cold, his emotions appearing as if stretched to their limit. Mu Shui. What had he done just now? But Yuanqing hadn't even seen his face. Or maybe. Recently, they've interacted with too many people, causing Yuanqing's condition to worsen. Mu Shui frowned. What exactly was the director thinking when he assigned 2 patients to his care? Mu Shui was troubled, finding it incredibly difficult to balance things between the two. Thinking about it, he decided to take out his phone and check his bank account balance. If possible, he'd rent a house right away and put Yuanqing there. As Mu Shui's finger dipped into his pocket, he paused. Pausing for a moment, he fished out something, a round shape, black with a tinge of purple, hard on the surface. This was the item Garcia gave him in the space. Mu Shui clenched it tightly in his hand before pulling out his phone again and glancing at the balance. The dean occasionally deposited a sum of money into his account, and now the accumulated total amounted to a surprising 480,000 yuan. Mu Shui fell silent for a moment. Isn't the market price much lower than this? It's strange that doctors can get rich too, something his teacher had never mentioned to him before. Mu Shui put his phone back in his pocket. Kang Yi asked, "What's wrong with Mr. Yuan?" Of course, Mu Shui wouldn't casually disclose Yuanqing's condition. He replied in a low voice, he might be feeling a little unwell. Kang Yi nodded and didn't ask about Yuanqing anymore. Now, recalling Yuanqing's eyes from earlier, Kang Yi still felt an indescribable sense of oppression. How do you know he is? Kang Yi mumbled vaguely. But Mu Shui understood what he meant. Mu Shui told Kang Yi about being trapped in the space. Kang Yi listened with wide eyes, but his first reaction was, could it have been just a dream? Mu Shui shook his head and spread out the tightly clenched hand, this was given to me by Garcia in the space. It came out with me, so, it wasn't a dream. Kang Ye's complexion changed instantly as he stared at the object in Mu Shui's palm, sensing an instinctual suppression. Instinctively, he took a step back, and his first reaction was, he gave you something too. Mu Shui, ? Mu Shui quietly asked, is there something wrong? Kang Yi was a bit upset, but this trace of dissatisfaction was well hidden in his features. He muttered quietly, he also gave you something. After muttering, Kang Yi returned to his serious demeanor and said, I've never seen him before, and many people in the organization haven't either. So I don't know what he looks like, whether he's old or young, thin or fat. When you suddenly say that he is, I still find it a bit fantastical. However, indeed, after the door opened just now, one glance made me realize he's not an ordinary person. Mu Shui sat back on the hospital bed, keeping a distance from Kang Yi, then asked again about some matters within the organization. Inside the bathroom, Yuanqing splashed cold water on his head, his hair dripping wet. He opened his eyes and stared at himself in the mirror. His gaze gradually became ferocious and slightly hunched over, both hands tightly gripped the basin, venting the surging strength inside. Bang, the clown mask collided and fell to the ground. Time slowly passed. Yuanqing let out a soft breath, lifted his hand to wipe his face, trying to drive out the images in his mind. The ferocity and madness in his eyes were forcibly repressed once more. He stood there, stiff for quite a while, his limbs tingling. Then he slowly bent down, picked up the fallen clown mask, put it back on, and walked out. The moment Mu Shui, who was originally sitting on the bed, saw this, he immediately got up. Are you feeling better? Mu Shui asked softly. Since Yuanqing hadn't heard the earlier conversation, Mu Shui had to recount it to him again. Yuanqing, he gave you a stone. Mu Shui. Why are everyone's points of interest always offbeat? Mu Shui, it's not really a stone either, actually I don't even know what it is. Yuanqing, let me take a look. Mu Shui spread out his palm. Yuanqing removed his mask, trying hard to focus on the item in his palm. Oh. Truly fucking ugly. The hands though, were good looking. Shit. Stop thinking. Yuanqing hastily put the mask back on. Mu Shui, can you identify what this is? Yuanqing, it looks like a kidney stone, I've never seen such an ugly thing, I don't recognize it. Although Kang Yi didn't speak, he silently thought in the corner. Not even as pretty as his tail feathers. Kang Yi was increasingly convinced that dyeing his hair in various colors was absolutely the right decision. Mu Shui, alright, since none of us recognize it, I'll keep it for now. It's still kept. You'd better throw it away sooner rather than later. Yuanqing said. Kang Yi indicated agreement, Mr. Yuan makes a good point. No one knows if this thing is good or bad. If the one giving the gift had been the Garcia from just now, Mu Shui might have thrown it away. But thinking of the Garcia in the space, Mu Shui hesitated. Mu Shui shook his head, you can't randomly discard things gifted by others. Kang Yi always lacked principles, he interjected, Mr. Mu is right. Yuanqing. In the ward at the farthest corner of the same floor. Behind the curtain, the man sat on the hospital bed, holding a photo between his pale fingers. He stared at it for a while, then began tearing it. He tore away the crowd squeezed into the photo's background, tore away the two men surrounding Mu Shui. Only the figure in the middle remained. The man clutched the tiny piece of the photo and stared intently at the figure in it. Was I really that stupid back then? Gu Fei didn't dare to speak, silently pressing his lips. The man, as he spoke, raised his hand to touch behind his ear. There was nothing there. The man's face turned instantly darker. His fingers tightened, crumpling the photo into a ball. But after a while, he loosened his grip again, slowly flattening out the wrinkled photo. The man's tone carried a tinge of mockery. Maybe by now, he already thinks the thing Garcia gave him is ugly. He might even toss it aside when he sees me again. Gu Fei still didn't dare to say anything. If the space had collapsed because of his insufficient abilities, then none of the current troubles would have happened. The man shoved the photo into the pocket of his hospital gown and stood up, saying, "Next time, make sure they read more books. Don't produce another dumb bird like Yen Miao." Gu Fei asked softly, "And will we send more operatives?" The clown-masked man. Gu Fei, huh? 10 of you wouldn't be enough to take him down. The man lowered his head and glanced toward the trash can. Inside, Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing had been torn off. One lay on the left side of the garbage can's corner, and one on the right. The man looked at the part with Qi Xinghan, and that damn outer circle member, why did he go snooping around their territory? Gu Fei, maybe because he was also dumb. The man's voice was deep and gloomy, they're all an annoying bunch. After speaking, he retracted his gaze, burn everything. Gu Fei stuttered even worse, we don't have a lighter. The man. Even if their powers could overturn the entire hospital, making all the surrounding trees and utility poles leap from the ground and soar through the air, burning things still required a spark. They needed fire. There wasn't a single thing going right. What a fucking depressing day it has been, Kato Pa thought gloomily. Chapter 45, Brother Yuan goes offline. The next day, the ward where Garcia was confined had been locked. The nurse said, "Mr. Rodney has already left. It's good that he's gone." Mu Shui let out a sigh of relief. Garcia existed in the realm while outside it was Kato Spa's. Taking into account the previous information from the nurse and the speech and behavior of Garcia inside the realm, it would be more accurate to say that Garcia is the Garcia from over a decade ago, the one who was admitted to the hospital more than 10 years ago. But why did Gu Fei drag him into such a space? Mu Shui couldn't understand yet. Anyway, regardless of what happens, the Garcia in that realm, who showed friendliness towards Mu Shui, doesn't exist in reality. In reality, there is only an unfriendly Kato Spas. So of course it's better that he's left. At least that young man named Gu Fei won't try to trap him anymore. What exactly is Gu Fei? While taking the patient food handed over by the nurse, Mu Shui couldn't help but ponder. He voiced his doubts. Kang Yi thought for a moment, mermaid? Sea demon? I've only heard about these two species capable of creating illusions in some folklore tales. Mu Shui nodded. So the fishy smell he previously smelled was from Gu Fei? Why do all these monsters have their own unique scents? Mu Shui sighed and couldn't help but hold his breath momentarily. When Kang Yi saw his action, he immediately realized he stunk again, his features dropping slightly. So, what might he be? Kang Yi asked softly. The he referred to, of course, was Kato Spas. Mu Shui suddenly thought of Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan didn't seem to fit any prototype classification. He just sprouted bone spines on his back. He might not belong to any specific species, it could simply be that some parts of him underwent mutation, Mu Shui said after thinking for a while. Based on the information he currently possessed, classifying these creatures was too difficult. Mu Shui hadn't even noticed that his career goals were gradually shifting towards compiling a complete monster compendium. Kang Yi sighed, I used to just be involved with this one organization. Hence, he couldn't provide much more useful information to Mu Shui. Mu Shui looked dazed and muttered, I've encountered so many monsters, why isn't there any official organization that gathers them together? Maybe there is, Kang Yi replied. Just as they were talking, Yuan Xing entered, still wearing that strange clown mask on his face. As he walked through the hospital, each person passing by couldn't help but glance at him repeatedly. Even with such an eerie mask, he was surprisingly quite popular among the hospital nurses. They all assumed he was some kind of performance artist. With this thought in mind, he seemed even cooler. Thus, when Yuan Xing returned from going downstairs, he had a handful of little cookies and white rabbit milk candies. Yuan Xing approached Mu Shui's bedside, loosened his arms, and the biscuits and candies tumbled onto Mu Shui's bed. Eat them, Yuan Xing said. Mu Shui happily picked up the candy, unwrapped it, bit into it, and indistinctly asked Yuan Xing while looking up, Brother Yuan, do you want some? No, they're too sweet. Not tasty, Yuan Xing replied. Not a fan of sweets. Silently, Mu Shui added a label to Yuan Xing in his mind. Kang Yi stood aside, silently thinking. Oh my god, how straight are these two guys? Yuan Xing immediately passed the snacks given to him by the little nurse over to Mu Shui, who also cheerfully accepted them. No matter how you look at it, these two were like clueless teenage boys. Kang Yi shed a tear for his arduous journey of love. When Mu Shui was halfway through dissolving a piece of candy in his mouth, Yuan Xing suddenly said, I'll be leaving for a while. Huh? Mu Shui looked up at him blankly. Yuan Sheng's fingertips felt itchy. He wanted to take off his mask and see Mu Shui's expression. But reason stopped him from doing so. He dared not make even the slightest association, and tried his best to clear his mind. The gaze behind the mask became numb accordingly. Yuan Sheng licked his dry, cracked lips and whispered, "I'll be leaving for a while. You don't need to supervise me temporarily. If Su Yongmao, the dean, comes looking for you, tell him the truth. He won't cause you any trouble." Mu Shui felt somewhat dizzy. This news came too suddenly. Mu Shui couldn't help but ask, "Then, when will you be back?" "Yuan Sheng, it won't be too long. Either it would be very short, or he might never return." Yuan Sheng was very clear about this in his heart, but he didn't say it outright. For some reason, he felt that if he did, the boy's eyes would droop a little, with a hint of grievance in them. Yet on the other hand, Yuan Sheng thought perhaps Mu Shui wouldn't care at all. After all, there was Qi Xinghan, and Kong Yi. Thinking of this, Yuan Sheng involuntarily furrowed his eyebrows, feeling a subtle annoyance in his heart. Mu Shui also found it quite exhausting to supervise both Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan simultaneously. The timing of receiving Yuan Sheng's case file would have been perfect if Mu Shui had already gained a deep understanding of Qi Xinghan and achieved some effect in supervising and treating him. But now Mu Shui felt a faint sense of guilt. He thought that it was due to his inadequate supervision that Yuan Sheng's condition worsened again, even though Mu Shui himself wasn't sure what exactly had triggered Yuan Sheng's condition again. Well, okay then. Mu Shui thought that now he wouldn't even need to rent a house, saving a bit more money. Behind the mask, Yuan Sheng furrowed his brows even tighter. The heart inside his chest struggled violently, making him feel as if all the blood in his body was restless and uneasy. No, I can't think like this. Mu Shui briefly self-reflected. Mu Shui said softly, "When you come back, let's temporarily live together." "Yeah. That's what a responsible doctor should do." Yuan Sheng slowly unfurrowed his brow. He responded affirmatively, "Mm." After speaking, Yuan Sheng quickly walked toward the ward door. When he reached halfway, Yuan Sheng suddenly remembered something, turned back, and took out a palm-sized box from the pocket of his work pants. He threw it onto Mu Shui's bed and said, "Trade with you," then walked away without looking back. With his long legs and quick strides, Yuan Sheng soon disappeared from sight. When he entered the elevator, Yuan Sheng finally exhaled slowly. Only then did he feel his mind gradually calm down, and the irritable heart in his chest return to its usual numbness. "What's wrong with me?" Yuan Sheng thought expressionlessly. He didn't understand why the emotions stirred up were so turbulent and unstable, even carrying a trace of crazy intensity. But he knew that if he stayed by Mu Shui's side any longer, those emotions would tear Mu Shui apart. Yuan Sheng adjusted his mask with his hand. Suddenly, he thought that using a suit tie to cover his eyes might be better. Mu Shui sat on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the empty spot outside the ward. Without doing anything, he had sent off his second patient, leaving Mu Shui with just a tinge of sadness. He looked down and opened the box in front of him. A cell phone. A cell phone? It was the latest model of an Apple phone, costing around 10,000 yuan, right? Mu Shui didn't know much about it, he only vaguely remembered his previous roommate mentioning it. His mind flashed back to Yuan Sheng's words, "Trade with you." Trade for what? Mu Shui blinked and then remembered that he had given his old phone to Yuan Sheng. So Yuan Sheng was giving him a new one in exchange. Wait. What logic was this? Why trade such a new phone for his old one that sometimes lagged even while opening web pages? So, Yuan Sheng really is ill. Mu Shui pondered, pulling out the phone from his pocket and placing it beside the new one. So now, which one should he use? Kong Yi caught sight of the two phones and immediately got an idea, asking quietly, "Does Mr. Mu like playing on phones?" "I'll give you one. I recently saw a phone that's great for gaming." No need," Mu Shui shook his head hastily. "Kong Yi, how about a computer?" "I have one, I really do." Mu Shui emphasized multiple times. Kong Yi looked utterly disappointed, "So what do you like?" "Anything besides colorful things." Mu Shui revealed a touch of bewilderment in his eyes. I don't know." It seemed no one had ever asked him what he liked, nor had he ever thought about it. He just followed the routine, studying, working, and living. Kong Yi became even more disheartened. He couldn't ask any more and had to sit back on the couch, saying, "Mr. Mu should eat first." Mu Shui nodded and opened the food container in front of him. While eating, he listened to Kong Yi speak. Because of the distance, he no longer had to endure the smell of decay. Kong Yi said, "The water and electricity on the film set have been repaired already, Uncle Chi has returned to the set. However, a journalist's body was found in the film city, it seems that they froze to death while taking pictures." Mu Shui nodded again. By the time he finished eating, it was already more than 10 minutes later. Mu Shui felt uncomfortable staying here, so he looked up and asked, "Can I be discharged now?" Kong Yi didn't know, so he hesitated, maybe? Perhaps. After finishing his meal, Mu Shui packed up his things and went to ask the nurse. "You can be discharged, but if you want to stay for 2 more days to rest, that's fine too." "Where do I pay?" Mu Shui asked. The nurse smiled. All your fees are deducted from Mr. Yuan's account, right? Mu Shui was somewhat bewildered. Huh? Isn't it Qi Xinghan? Mr. Yuan. Yuan Xing. From his account? Mu Shui felt a bit pained. If the money really came out of Yuan Xing's account, would there even be broken chairs or a single steel bed left when he goes over to Yuan Xing's place? Can I pay myself? Mu Shui asked softly. The nurse couldn't bear his look, stepping back and whispering, sorry, not possible. You were admitted under Mr. Yuan's name. Mu Shui struggled to understand what this implied. So he could only nod, resolving to rent a place for Yuan Xing after this. Mu Shui, Kang Yi, and a bunch of snow fairy birds stuffed into their down jacket hood descended the stairs together. When they reached the hospital's main entrance, Mu Shui heard someone shouting loudly, he's here. A crowd suddenly swarmed them. Clicking sounds rang continuously. Flashlights dazzled Mu Shui, making him squint his eyes. Instinctively, he tightened the drawstrings hanging from his down coat hood. Mu Shui felt a bit confused. What's happening? Why isn't Brother Qi picking you up today? Could we interview you for a moment? Snap. Take shots of his face. The chaotic scene surrounded Mu Shui, pulling him abruptly from the magical world he'd just been immersed in back to the harsh reality. Chapter 46, The Nameless Uncle Yuan. Kang Yi was also dumbfounded. Qi Xinghan had been gone for 2 days already. First, he made an appearance at an event, then returned to the film set and even let the journalists take photos of him on purpose. They should have been very clear, the focus of the matter was no longer in the hospital. So why were there still so many reporters waiting outside the hospital? Could you please accept our interview? It won't take too much of your time. What's your relationship with Qi Xinghan? Is it true that Qi Xinghan personally carried you to the hospital? Why did you get sick? Did Qi Xinghan risk his life to bring you to the hospital? Were you the one who appeared affectionately close to Qi Xinghan on the set before? The reporters didn't care about how confused everyone else was, charging forward with their microphones and cameras, creating such a frenzied atmosphere that Mu Shui felt like he was about to be flattened by the onslaught of cameras. Kang Yi gripped his wrist and turned back, preparing to leave. But when the reporters noticed this, they immediately swarmed around them and asked loudly, why is Kang Yi here as well? Did Qi Xinghan ask you to take care of him? After hearing this question, Kang Yi grew incredibly irate inwardly. He thought, isn't it obvious that I'm pursuing him? Are your eyes blind? Why do all these issues always get pinned onto Brother Qi? Kang Yi is famous in the industry for his gentle demeanor, which is why everyone dares to act so rudely. If Qi Xinghan were really standing there, they wouldn't necessarily dare to encircle him or push recording devices into his face. However, this time Kang Ye's expression darkened, and he sternly said, what does this have to do with Brother Qi? Everyone was momentarily startled, temporarily unable to process that Kang Yi had become angry. By the time they recovered, the person had already run off. Immediately, someone muttered under their breath, this must not be an ordinary person if Kang Yi got mad. Who's ever seen Kang Yi lose his temper in daily life? We have to follow them. Kang Yi grabbed Mu Shui's wrist, pulling him forward through the swarm of reporters. His car had been waiting outside the hospital, and both the agent and bodyguard quickly rushed over to greet them. I've been calling you for a while but couldn't reach you. I just wanted to let you know that there are a lot of reporters waiting downstairs. They are different from Qi Xinghan. For them, being surrounded by reporters is troublesome, bothersome. For Kang Yi, at his level of stardom, this situation brings another form of exposure, topics of discussion. Still, Kang Ye's agent knows his limits. He'd heard the director call Mr. Mu uncle, and in his mind, deduced that this individual must hold a relatively high position. Therefore, once inside the car, the agent opened with a concerned question, Mr. Mu, were you injured earlier? Mu Shui shook his head and asked, where are we going now? To my place. Kang Yi suggested hesitantly, a little nervous. Mu Shui exclaimed in surprise, don't we need to go back to the set? My scenes are finished, and Brother Qi should be almost done too. Their agent chimed in, if the work isn't completed soon, the director will lose his mind. There have already been so many troubles. Mu Shui let out a sigh of relief. It's better this way. After thinking for a moment, Mu Shui called Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan answered the phone quickly. Since they were talking in front of others, Mu Shui considered this carefully before softly calling out, Brother Qi. Only after that did he proceed to ask, are you at the set? Yes, replied Qi Xinghan from the other end. Is there anything else going wrong? No. About how long will it take to finish all shooting? 2 more days, came the brief reply. Suddenly, Guiyong, at the other end of the line, widened his eyes and started gesturing wildly at Qi Xinghan. Alright, I'll wait for you to come back. For now, I'll avoid going to the set, Mu Shui calmly stated. Mu Shui had self-awareness. He believed that if he went again, this crew might never finish shooting, not for 2 years, but possibly forever, ending up with every single member of the crew dead. From the other end came the sound of a chair being moved. Apparently, Qi Xinghan had stood up. I'll have someone send you the card. Huh? The card to the apartment. There's no need, I'll head to Kang Ye's for now. Qi Xinghan cut him off, saying, Guiyong will deliver it to you. Then he shifted the topic, asking, how about Mr. Yuan? He has some matters to attend to and will be leaving for a few days. Qi Xinghan responded briefly, oh. That was great news indeed. The thought flashed through his mind rapidly. Qi Xinghan hadn't realized how utterly astonishing it was that such a thought had even crossed his mind. After all, in his methodical and routine-bound life, he hadn't entertained subjective ideas like this for a very long time. Guiyong has already set off, Qi Xinghan said. Meanwhile, Guiyong, who was gesturing frantically nearby. Oh, well then, so where should I wait for Brother Gua? Wait back at the apartment. All right. After some deliberation, Mu Shui also thought troubling Kong Yi might not be ideal. Comparatively, he was closer to Qi Xinghan as patient and doctor. Once he hung up, Mu Shui looked up and whispered to Kong Yi, sorry, could you drop me off at Kurong Tower? Brother Qi didn't want that, right? Kong Yi asked with a counter-question. No, it's just that Brother Gua is bringing over the keycard, Mu Shui softly justified himself. Kong Yi's expression seemed to have gained an undertone of disappointment. Was he upset? All right, Kong Yi reluctantly agreed, I'll drop you off. It must have been because of his stench. Kong Yi's heart shattered into smithereens. Mu Shui glanced at his face and quietly said, actually, you don't have to call me Mr. Mu. Kong Yi instantly turned from sadness to happiness, cheerfully rubbing his hands together, then what should I call you? Just by name would be fine. Mu Shui, sounds kind of too distant. Kong Yi cautiously suggested, how about Shui Shui? Sure, why not, it was only a name, just a moniker after all. Kong Yi's broken heart glued itself back together again. Now, having mentioned he would take Mu Shui there, he felt renewed strength. He tapped the seat and said to the driver, sorry for the trouble, let's head to Kurong Tower first. At the other end. Guiyong finally got his chance to speak. He approached Qi Xinghan, can we really finish shooting in 2 days? Yes. Will the director agree? He hopes more than anyone to get the movie done quickly. Thinking about everything that happened recently, Guiyong found this made sense. If things kept dragging on, the director would start doubting whether they were cursed or destined to fail miserably with this movie. So. Guiyong opened up. Qi Xinghan handed over a card, deliver it. Guiyong took the card, all right. Guiyong privately thought to himself, since the words were already out there, he'd better rush over now, so Mr. Mu wouldn't wait too long. After Guiyong left, Qi Xinghan, who had been closing his eyes while allowing the makeup artist to work on his face, suddenly reopened them. He remembered something important. If Mu Shui were left alone at home, would someone like Zhao Yun come knocking again? So Qi Xinghan frowned for a moment, and made a phone call to Kong Yi. Kong Yi received the call right as the car had just arrived at the foot of Kurong Tower. Kong Yi's expression flickered for a bit, then he hung up, looked up, and told Mu Shui, Brother Qi entrusted me to look after you for 2 days. Mu Shui, HM. There's no need. Hearing this, Kong Yi perked up completely, his colorful plumage practically ready to take flight as he repeatedly insisted, no, 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 yes. Yes, definitely yes. This can prevent issues like the flame bird, right? With others around, Kong Yi chose to fumble his explanation, avoiding specifics. Mu Shui pondered for a moment, all right. Although Mu Shui thought that Kong Yi probably wasn't useful, but he couldn't say it outright, it would hurt feelings. Quietly shutting his mouth, Mu Shui opened the door and stepped down. Kong Yi followed right behind him. The agent called out from behind. Mu Shui and Kong Yi both entered the gate access together, when Kong Yi suddenly turned back. What's up? Mu Shui asked. There seemed to be reporters around. Kong Yi furrowed his brow and blocked Mu Shui from behind, let's hurry inside. A lot of people know this is Brother Qi's residence. Mu Shui nodded and hurried inside. Once they entered Qi Xinghan's apartment and sat down on the couch, Mu Shui finally had the time to unlock his phone and scroll through the latest news. First was the news about heavy snow blocking roads at the filming city. Then Mu Shui scrolled further. Out of every 10 articles, 9 were related to Qi Xinghan. Opening those articles, nearly every photo included Mu Shui. Why did they photograph him? Looking at the titles almost exclusively read, Qi Xinghan bravely returns to the city center through heavy snow, all for him, the mysterious young man closely related to Qi Xinghan, is Qi Xinghan homosexual? And poor Uncle Yuan, in all this, had somehow remained entirely unnamed. Even though there were countless moments when they were framed together, Mu Shui was shocked to realize that he had been completely cropped out of the photos. Mu Shui marveled. Were entertainment reporters all crazy scissors hand artists? Mu Shui finally understood why Qi Xinghan said that 9 out of 10 news reports about him were false. Kong Yi noticed him scrolling through the news and leaned over to take a look. After just one glance, Kong Yi became furious. What about me? Weren't I there too that day? What about me? Why don't I see anyone writing about me? Mu Shui, neither does Uncle Yuan appear. Yuan Xing had already taken off his mask. He held it with one hand while grabbing the loop nearby with the other. The bus was extremely crowded. He could clearly hear the whispers of the 2 girls beside him. Wu Chao, do you know that? That boy who my idol carried into the hospital, he actually stayed in my idol's apartment today. Wu Chao. What's so special about that? It's very special. My idol has never let anyone into his apartment before, only brokers, assistants, or the housekeeper aunties could go in. And didn't you see the news a few days ago? There was heavy snow blocking the roads at the film studio, and rescue teams couldn't get through because the roads were too dangerous for crashes. But he drove someone straight to the hospital despite the dangers. Yuanqing finally figured out who they were talking about after listening for a long time. This must be some deep and weighty love to risk life itself and get this person safely to the hospital. Holy crap, can I see what he looks like? Did they capture a photo? Is he in the entertainment industry? I don't think he is in the industry, haven't seen anyone like him before, but he's handsome. Very handsome indeed. Even with such a blurry photo, his features still stand out clearly. Yuanqing. I was the one driving. The girl continued her chatter. Wait, there's a new photo posted. When he got discharged from the hospital, some journalists went for an interview. Holy crap, who is this guy? Does Kang Yi know? Yeah, he played Shi Zhongyue and was incredibly charming. I just watched some of his scenes. His face is really good looking. I really like this kind of man. I've heard his personality is also very gentle. Exactly, he's known for his good temper in the industry, but today he lost it, because the journalist blocked that boy and insisted on interviewing him, and then he snapped. Why are they dragging Kang Yi into this? Wait, let me take a closer look. What kind of perfect Mary Sue male character is this? So Qi Xinghan and Kang Yi both orbit around him. But he's genuinely good looking. This HD photo, holy crap, isn't he some unknown star? I've gone otaku. Me too. Yuanqing. So there's not a single mention of me throughout, right? There was a faint, subtle, yet irritating discomfort in Yuanqing's heart. Why hadn't he done a drift that day, flying away Qi Xinghan as he drove from the set to the hospital? Chapter 47, The Gift. During the 2 days living in Krong Tower, Mu Shui didn't stay idle either. With his bank card, he rented a small house in a residential area, just 2 streets away from Krong Tower. This way, when Yuanqing returns, there will be a place to live. With the lease contract safely tucked in his pocket, Mu Shui felt much more confident inside. He followed Kang Yi to the event site quietly, and there were no incidents on the way. Everything seemed to have returned to calmness again, except for the near encounter with reporters who tried to corner them. Kang Yi couldn't help but whisper, "It's better if you move out of Brother Chi's place and come live at mine. There are always reporters keeping an eye on Brother Chi's place." Just as we entered here, I don't know how many journalists have already snapped photos. They generally don't dare to release stories about Brother Chi, but once they involve you or me, they would risk doing so. There aren't that many reporters at my place. Kang Yi muttered while watching Mu Shui swipe his card to unlock the door. Mu Shui opened the door. Not far from the entrance, on the sofa sat a tall figure immaculately dressed in a suit. As soon as he heard the door opening, the man turned his head toward this side. Kang Yi immediately shut up, softly calling, "Brother Chi." Did Brother Chi finish filming? Mu Shui quickly stepped into the room. Qi Xinghan pointed at a large box on the table. What is it? Mu Shui moved closer to the box. It's something someone from the film crew asked Brother Chi to give to Mr. Mu, Guiyong said as he walked out from the kitchen, followed by 2 assistants who carried trays of fruit, walking over and placing them one by one on the table. Guiyong then looked up at Mu Shui, "Would Mr. Mu like some?" Mu Shui nodded, "Thank you." After speaking, he picked up a green jujube and sat down close to Qi Xinghan on the edge of the sofa. He whispered softly, "Did anything happen on the set?" Qi Xinghan shook his head slightly, "Everything went smoothly." Mu Shui let out a low breath, his brows furrowing slightly, "It must have something to do with me. If I left earlier, the progress of the production might have been completed faster. If it wasn't for you, Zhao Yun may not have exposed himself. We might still not have caught the murderer." Mu Shui responded with a sound of agreement, "Ah Wu." He instinctively didn't want to burden strangers with trouble. Mu Shui tilted his head and looked at him, "Have you felt okay these past couple of days?" Do you feel okay without me around? Has the situation worsened? Improved? Or has it remained unchanged? Qi Xinghan suddenly paused his actions. Without him, was it alright? Previously, Qi Xinghan hadn't had any particular feelings, regardless of whether people came and went around him, whether they treated him well or poorly, it never mattered to him. He never truly lived a day. Everyone has their own pursuits and meaning in life, but Qi Xinghan had none of that. Not really. Qi Xinghan softly replied. "Ah, do you need hypnotherapy? Or?" Mu Shui leaned closer, lowering his voice even further, creating an atmosphere where the other person wouldn't resist. He whispered, "Or, would you be willing to share more with me?" Qi Xinghan's throat moved slightly. Yes. Was it so easy to talk to him? Mu Shui's lips involuntarily curved upward slightly, and faint dimples appeared on his cheeks. This was wonderful. Truly moving, a bond between patient and doctor. When Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan were together, their voices became so low that it seemed as though they were exchanging whispers for half the day. Kang Yi thought his jealousy could melt through his skin. Brother Qi, well, I'll go first then. Kang Yi spoke up. Qi Xinghan glanced at him. Mu Shui considered for a moment and said, thanks for taking care of me these few days. I'll treat you to dinner. But the last two words stuck in his throat as Mu Shui swallowed them back. Asking Kang Yi to eat together obviously wasn't a good idea. If Mu Shui lost his appetite because of the smell, it might damage Kang Yi's self-esteem and make the scene awkward. So Mu Shui changed his line, go play sometime. He had only ever invited Kang Yi to meals before, and this was the first time suggesting they play together. Alright. Then, I'll go first. Kang Yi smiled gently, his eyebrows lighting up with joyful eyes. Mu Shui also smiled, standing up and escorting Kang Yi to the door, giving him a little bye-bye gesture. Only after finishing all this did Mu Shui turn around and return. Guiyong and the others were also getting ready to leave. Big Brother Qi and Mr. Mu, both of you rest well. Everyone's been exhausted lately. Alright, bye-bye, Big Brother Guo. The living room quickly returned to tranquility once again. Mu Shui looked down at his watch, shall I go buy some groceries? Or should we trouble Big Brother Guo to order us takeout again today? Just wait a little longer. Qi Xinghan said. So Mu Shui obediently stopped asking. He got up and carried the large box, placing it on the carpet, then sat down next to it and opened the box. Inside the box were all sorts of things, a handheld hairdryer, heating pads, hand warmers, mandarin oranges, a small blanket, hats, gloves, postcards, dried flowers, a health pot, flower teas, all kinds of small items. Mu Shui's eyes sparkled, so many. Mu Shui turned his head to look at Qi Xinghan, but, how am I supposed to return their gifts? No need to return their gifts. Mu Shui smacked his lips, this is the first time I've received so many gifts. Qi Xinghan, never before. Mu Shui shook his head, there were some in the past too, right? When I was studying, classmates, seniors and juniors, would give me little things. Chocolates, postcards, and stuff like that, but most of the time, I wouldn't accept them. The teacher said we shouldn't accept things from others. While he was talking, he took out a heating pad, lifted his shirt slightly, and stuck it on. Qi Xinghan's eyebrows twitched, but he didn't say anything. Mu Shui turned his head again and asked, does Big Brother Qi want to share a bit? Qi Xinghan met his beautiful soft gaze and moved his lips, no need to share with me. Mu Shui, can I take these into the bedroom? Mu Shui pointed towards the direction of the bedroom. Qi Xinghan nodded. Mu Shui then picked up the big box and huffed his way into the bedroom. When he came out, Qi Xinghan noticed Mu Shui holding a black and white cow print patterned small blanket, and his delicate fingers already wore gloves. The gloves were very pretty, white, fluffy, giving the impression as if Mu Shui had grown paw pads. Moreover, he even put on a hat. A brown hat with two round bear ears sticking upright. Mu Shui waved his health pot, do you want some tea? Qi Xinghan. Alright. Mu Shui walked over to the sofa first and laid down the small blanket, saying, you can cover your legs with this while reviewing the script, it'll be very warm. I'm going to make tea. Mu Shui said as he ducked into the kitchen and soon emerged with a pot of flower tea. He stared at the table for a moment and sighed, saying, but there are no cups. At this, Qi Xinghan stood up and went into the kitchen, opening the cabinet and taking out clean glass cups, which he handed to Mu Shui. Mu Shui poured 2 cups of tea, handing one back to Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui hugged the flower tea and drank a couple of sips, sweet, really good. However, Qi Xinghan just kept his gaze on Mu Shui's current appearance without averting his eyes. Mu Shui blinked, is there something strange about me? Mu Shui licked his lips and said, I think if someone gives me a gift, I should use it quickly, so they feel their carefully selected present is valued. Qi Xinghan, yes, what you said is right. Nothing strange about it. He thought for a moment and did not tell Mu Shui that people in the film crew were actually used to using such trivial items as gifts to win others' favor. It was evident these gifts hadn't taken much effort in selection or preparation. There was even the possibility that they gave gifts to Mu Shui merely as an indirect way of flattering him. They refrained from choosing overly expensive presents simply to conceal their intentions. Qi Xinghan had also received many such gifts in the past. And among those gifts brought to him personally, they were undoubtedly carefully chosen but not excessively valuable either. Qi Xinghan would always accept them and let Guiyong prepare corresponding return gifts, so his reputation in the circle has always been good. However, since he treated everyone equally, he never truly made friends. Qi Xinghan was completely nonchalant about it. But now, there was a subtle hint of discomfort within Qi Xinghan's heart. He even felt somewhat repulsed by this habit of giving gifts, a habit that had utterly stripped away the original meaning behind gifts. Do you not want any tea? Mu Shui looked at him. Mu Shui held the glass cup with both hands, his lips touching the rim. Inside the cup, 2 jasmine flowers floated up and down, petals unfolding, showing a beautiful texture. Qi Xinghan, however, fixed his gaze on Mu Shui's face and said, drink it. After speaking, he immediately lowered his head and sipped from his cup. Mu Shui, on the other hand, didn't linger. in a few gulps, he finished the flower tea in his cup, then turned around and went to the kitchen to wash and put away the cup. Qi Xinghan glanced at the wall clock. Let's go. Mu Shui had just regloved his hands, which were still quite warm. I'll take you out for dinner. Good. Mu Shui quickly nodded and followed Qi Xinghan. They directly took the elevator to the underground garage. Qi Xinghan sat in the driver's seat, and Mu Shui naturally occupied the passenger seat. Will reporters follow us? Mu Shui, who now understood well the pain of being a celebrity, voiced his concern. No. With that, Qi Xinghan pressed the gas pedal. The car slowly exited the garage. Qi Xinghan's driving style was completely different from Yuan Sheng's. One was steady but slow, the other almost raced with drifts. Night fell. Surprisingly, the road was unusually quiet with very few passing vehicles. Mu Shui vaguely remembered that there seemed to be an emissions restriction activity on this day every year. As Mu Shui was lost in thought staring at the scenery outside, the car came to a stop. Are we here already? Mu Shui focused his eyes and saw an old residential building in front of him, with only 2 or 3 households having their lights on inside. Qi Xinghan unbuckled his seatbelt. Get out. Mu Shui followed suit without understanding, unfastened his seatbelt, and got out of the car. Then he watched as Qi Xinghan, in his designer coat, walked into the old building ahead, standing out starkly. Mu Shui licked his lips. Could there be some extraordinary delicacy hidden here? Or maybe. Mu Shui tilted his head. Was Qi Xinghan taking him to see something else? Like sharing more about himself? Chapter 48, The Star River. Qi Xinghan stopped his steps at the 6th floor and looked at a door. Mu Shui also followed his line of sight and saw it. That door was an old-fashioned green anti-theft door from the past. A Fu character was posted on the door, and couplets were also stuck beside the door. The characters in the couplet were handwritten with strong and thin strokes. Do we need to go here? Mu Shui spoke in a low voice. Do I need to knock on the door? Mu Shui asked again. Qi Xinghan bringing him here naturally indicated that this was an unusual place. He asked out loud just to ease Qi Xinghan's emotions. Qi Xinghan said, no need. After saying that, he took a step forward, easily walking to the door in a few strides. He lifted his hand and tapped lightly on the door with his finger, and the door opened quickly. The person inside laughed and said, did you forget your key again? The door opened fully, revealing the figure and appearance of the person inside. It was a woman around 40 years old, wearing a black sweater and a pink apron, her long hair tied up. There was a very homely atmosphere about her. But when she opened the door, her facial expression froze in place. She stared blankly at Qi Xinghan. For a moment her eyes wouldn't even move. There came a hoarse male voice from inside the door, is it Qi without her key? Don't let her buy one, just let her father get a packet of salt when he comes back. This should be an elderly man around 70 years old. The woman's eyes began moving again. Her voice sounded dry as she spoke, Dad. What? What's wrong? Isn't Qi back? The elder's voice suddenly cut off, followed by the sound of a cane tapping against the ground as the elder muttered while walking towards the door, oh, I see. The elder quickly reached the doorway. He was tall, and even standing behind the woman, his aged face could be seen. The elder glanced at Qi Xinghan, his tone stiff, oh, you've come. Mu Shui thought the scene looked particularly strange. A moment full of the feel of daily life had transformed abruptly, as if filtered through a black and white silent film. Everything became gloomy and slowed down. It seemed like there was a barrier separating the inside and outside of the door into 2 different worlds. Footsteps echoed once more in the stairwell, a girl rushing upstairs, then hesitating not far away, muttering, Uncle. At this moment, everything became clear. Mu Shui slowly exhaled. This household consisted of Qi Xinghan's relatives, yet judging from their reactions, none of them welcomed Qi Xinghan. Was this what Qi Xinghan brought him to see? The woman awkwardly rubbed her hands together, Qi, come in first. Oh my, it slipped my mind recently, too busy, since Qi is going to high school, all of us got so caught up, come in, everyone please come in, and as for this gentleman. Only now did the woman look at Mu Shui. It was only now that Qi Xinghan finally opened his mouth, Doctor. The woman's expression turned instantly subtle, somewhat ugly but seemingly relieved as well. It's the doctor, good doctor. Come in, don't stand there. The door opened wide. Qi Xinghan stepped into the house first, Mu Shui followed closely after, and then the girl named Qi. Once inside, Mu Shui made a rough inspection. Soft cushions rested on a wooden sofa, not too far in front of the sofa stood a red lacquered round table beside which were yellow painted wooden stools. The decoration here appeared slightly outdated, but everything was very tidy. Mu Shui inconspicuously took another glance at the old man. The old man wore a black padded jacket, his features vaguely revealed a handsome youth. His only notable characteristic, somewhat contrasting with his appearance, was a deep groove between his eyebrows. Mu Shui speculated that the old man should have received a good education, or perhaps he himself used to work as a teacher-type profession in the past. Yet, there must be some strict adherence to rules within him, perhaps even being rather rigid. Thus, their lack of welcome upon seeing Qi Xinghan somewhat found its explanation. The bone spurs growing on Qi Xinghan's back were surely not formed in a day or two. According to the records left by Jinshui's Special Cases Research Institute, he started seeing doctors a long time ago. Back then, his family should already have noticed his unusual condition. So, rejection? Non-acceptance? Or even, fear? Mu Shui had a bit of an odd feeling in his heart. He furrowed his brows quickly, but when he raised his head again, he was still Dr. Mu with a pleasant expression. Not long after, Chi-Chi's father returned as well. The middle-aged man shouted loudly the moment he saw Qi Xinghan, "Why have you come back? Haven't we said it before? You're not welcome here anymore." It was the old man who spoke coldly this time. Enough. No matter what, according to our rules, he must come back. Even if he's leaving, he has to eat a meal before going. The middle-aged man wanted to say something more, but then he noticed Mu Shui standing nearby. Probably out of caution due to the presence of a stranger, the middle-aged man reluctantly kept silent. The round table, which seemed too small for all, soon filled up with people. But to say it was full didn't seem entirely correct. Because Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan were seated together, on Mu Shui's left was Qi Xinghan, and on his right sat the girl Qi. On Qi Xinghan's right sat the middle-aged man himself, while the position to Qi Xinghan's left. This side, originally meant for the middle-aged man, had been deliberately left empty by him. As a result, the others were crammed together, while only Qi Xinghan's left side remained noticeably vacant. This obvious rejection made Mu Shui a bit annoyed. People who act like this should be children. The meal was prepared by the woman. Qi had bought the salt, but none of the dishes served by the woman contained any salt. It was quite evident that, in their eyes, having Qi Xinghan join the dinner rendered it unappetizing, making the addition or absence of salt irrelevant. Qi nibbled on her chopsticks and eagerly raised her head toward Qi Xinghan, her eyes brimming with admiration and longing. She whispered, "My classmates at school all admire Uncle Xia. When they saw on the news that the power and water at the film city where Uncle Xia is broke down, my classmates couldn't eat or sleep properly. Neither could I, always thinking." "Shut up and eat your food," the middle-aged man interjected harshly. He must be Qi Xinghan's brother, Mu Shui thought. However, this brother wasn't even one-third as handsome as Qi Xinghan. After being scolded abruptly, Qi could no longer articulate her thoughts. She sullenly lowered her head and continued biting her chopsticks. The meal lacked taste altogether. But Mu Shui didn't care much about it. After all, eating until full would give them the energy needed to face whatever came next. When Mu Shui was halfway through his meal, the middle-aged man opened his mouth. He stared at Mu Shui unfriendly and asked, "Are you really his doctor?" Mu Shui, "Yes, I am." Given his condition, shouldn't he be confined to a hospital? Why release him? The man sneered, "Ridiculous. A mentally ill person. A monster. And yet he still became a famous star. People are praising him everywhere. Do they know he's mentally unstable? That he kills when he has an episode?" Mu Shui pointed at the red bean paste-filled steamed buns on the table. "Do you think these don't taste good?" "What?" The middle-aged man's aggression paused momentarily. "Can't these buns block your speech?" Mu Shui tilted his head and looked at him. Mu Shui had a pure appearance with soft gaze. His words carried great impact but also prevented anyone from refuting him since it seemed like all observers would side with him. The middle-aged man changed his expression slightly. "Which hospital are you from? I want to file a complaint against you." In a low voice, Mu Shui sincerely suggested, "I suggest you go to the hospital and get checked for mood disorders. Every word of yours is charged with anger, along with physical actions for venting." "Middle-aged man, what did you just say?" "Ah. What did you say?" "That's enough. Sit down." The elder slapped the chopsticks and said coldly, "Why are you so anxious? He'll leave after finishing his meal. Is he bothering your eyes?" Coldly, the middle-aged man responded, "Dad, you know how dangerous he is. I can't sit with him for too long." The woman quickly covered Qi-Chi's ears, pulling her daughter closer into her arms, and said softly, "Stop talking. Haven't you said enough?" The middle-aged man closed his mouth. After finishing the meal, the woman took the bowls and stood up to wash them. The man dragged Qi-Chi along and followed her into the kitchen. Mu Shui asked quietly, "Which room did you live in before?" Qi Xinghan pointed to a room near the kitchen. "Can I take a look?" "Sure." Mu Shui nodded and got up, walking inside. Inside the bedroom, everything was covered with a layer of dust, a single bed of 1.2 meters, a yellow-lacquered old study desk, and a wooden bookshelf nailed together. All remained untouched, as if its owner disappeared one day and never came back, and the whole bedroom was sealed away afterward, untouched by anyone. The walls of this old building were thin, offering poor soundproofing. Mu Shui had only been standing in the bedroom for a moment when he heard voices coming from the next room. The woman's voice was trembling. You've seen him, how dare you still talk to him like that? Are you crazy? Don't you care about your life, and Qi-Chi's?" The man ignored her, whispering to Qi-Chi instead, "Qi-Chi, you're not allowed to tell anyone that he's your uncle. Haven't I told you this many times already? You must remember, do you hear me? And if he comes to our house again, don't speak to him either. He's a madman. Listening to these words, Mu Shui stared blankly into space. When the woman at the table had stopped the man from talking earlier, Mu Shui thought there might be someone in this family with a softer heart. Now he understood, it was only because she feared Qi Xinghan more than anything. How long had this situation lasted? Or perhaps even over a decade? Mu Shui rifled through the things in the bookcase. There were trophies, awards, and notebooks, as well as books from middle and high school. Without exception, all bore the same name. Fan Hao. Confused, Mu Shui flipped through some of the books and found that each one had marks of doodling on almost every page. They weren't the random scribbles of an unruly child but rather appeared more like the outburst of deeply suppressed emotions strung tight like a bow about to snap. Some pages were even torn apart. Mu Shui continued to browse through the notebooks. Although the scribbles here were also present, they seemed far more controlled compared to the books, with clearer lines and forms. Mu Shui even discovered a few drawings within, cats, crucifixes, demons sprouting horns from their heads. Various strange and unsettling images were depicted. Flipping further back, on the hardback cover, there was a vague outline, delicate as if it could be blown away by the wind. No. It wasn't that it could be blown away by the wind. Rather, the figure drawn looked less human and more like an invisible gust of wind. Mu Shui rummaged around a bit more before finding what looked like a diary. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Shui slipped it into his pocket without opening it. Then he turned around and exited the bedroom. The living room was deathly quiet. The elder and Qi Xinghan sat stiffly, neither speaking a word. Lifting his head, Mu Shui glanced at the wall clock and asked, "Can we go now?" Qi Xinghan nodded, standing up to walk out with Mu Shui. At this point, Mu Shui noticed that the old man clearly relaxed too. They all feared him. That's how it is with Qi Xinghan. But what about Yuan Xing? Suddenly, Mu Shui remembered something Yuan Xing had casually mentioned during their time at the amusement park. Is this the shared experience for every monster? Glancing sideways, Mu Shui caught Qi Xinghan turning his head toward him at the exact moment. In a low voice, Qi Xinghan asked, "What else would you like to eat?" Huh? Mu Shui blinked in surprise. How about some ice cream? Qi Xinghan suggested. Instinctively, Mu Shui nodded. They descended the stairs and got into the car. After Qi Xinghan started the engine, they arrived outside an ice cream shop. It was already 9:11 at night, and due to traffic restrictions, there weren't many people outside, including customers at this ice cream shop. Qi Xinghan confidently opened the car door and walked straight toward the counter, without sunglasses or a mask. In a quiet voice, he said, "I'd like a chocolate egg waffle cone ice cream." Okay. The clerk quickly prepared the order and handed it over while taking his money. Qi Xinghan's demeanor was so naturally open that only after getting back in the car did the cashier realize, wait, wasn't that Wu Chao? Wasn't that Qi Xinghan? Where's Qi Xinghan? The commotion inside and outside the ice cream shop began to swell immediately. However, Qi Xinghan was already in the car, handing the ice cream cone to Mu Shui before starting the engine again. As Mu Shui licked the ice cream cone, he wondered if Qi Xinghan was compensating for the terrible meal with this dessert. Biting into a piece of chocolate, Mu Shui finally asked, "Who is Fan Hao?" "Myself." "Huh?" Mu Shui was taken aback. He couldn't possibly link this ordinary name to Qi Xinghan. "Later, didn't you change your name for your acting career?" "Not exactly." Qi Xinghan paused briefly, as though reminiscing. He continued, "Someone else gave me that name. He said when he looked into my eyes, it was like seeing a brilliant galaxy. The sun and moon seemed to move within it, stars bright like its radiance. It probably came from this reference. That Qi. His surname is Qi." "Oh." Mu Shui responded, "So that's how it is." When did you start having this?" Mu Shui asked softly, reaching out to gently touch his back. "Pretty early, around 10 years old, just when I started middle school. The first person to see it was my mother." This word came out a bit unfamiliar from his mouth, probably due to not calling her that for a long time. "Ever since then, I've been dead," Qi Xinghan said in a calm tone. Mu Shui recalled those scribbles on the books, from the first year of middle school all the way through high school. He wasn't sure when the notebooks were from, but judging by the progression of symptoms, they should be from late high school. Mu Shui asked quietly, "Are you angry?" Qi Xinghan, "No anger. A person who's already dead, why would they be angry?" "Then, are you not sad either?" "No." Qi Xinghan remained unnaturally calm. Mu Shui sensed something strange about this phrasing. What exactly was strange about it? Before Mu Shui could think further, he quickly took a lick of his almost melted cone and asked softly, "In middle school, when you were discovered, weren't you sad at that time?" Mu Shui thought this must be closely related to his Cotard syndrome. When a person undergoes immense harm and cannot bear it, their brain may send out a self-protection signal. They might hypnotize themselves into thinking they're not a monster but a person who has already died. A person who's already dead wouldn't care about others' reactions, or even notice anything new about their own body. Qi Xinghan said, "Not sad." Ever since then, I have been dead, Qi Xinghan once again emphasized calmly. But this didn't match reality, Mu Shui thought inside. Qi Xinghan said Fan Hao was his past name, and that bedroom also belonged to him. There was no doubt that everything in that bedroom belonged to him too. Those books were his, the notebooks and diary were his as well. The scribbled books spanned his entire middle and high school life. This showed that he was not indifferent, not unangry. In fact, during that period, his emotions must have collapsed to some extent. But all of this had been erased in his words. Was Qi Xinghan lying? Impossible. If Qi Xinghan were lying, he wouldn't have brought him here. Right now, Qi Xinghan was fulfilling what he had said, he was willing to share more things with him that pertained to himself. So, Qi Xinghan was indeed practicing self-hypnosis. In his memory, starting from the moment he was discovered, he died. It was after that he developed Cotard syndrome. This condition was closely related to the bone spurs growing on his back. In other words, unless the bone spurs on his back disappeared, he would never be able to escape from this condition. Mu Shui took another bite of the ice cream, the milky flavor mixed with chocolate spreading in his mouth. But Mu Shui didn't taste the sweetness, instead, he only felt the slight bitterness of chocolate. Mu Shui pulled out the diary from his pocket and handed it to Qi Xinghan, this is yours. Qi Xinghan looked at it briefly, as if it seemed unfamiliar to him. He took it and flipped through it casually. The densely packed writing made him feel slightly dizzy. Qi Xinghan closed the diary and returned it to Mu Shui. He said, you can read it. It was truly a very cooperative attitude. Mu Shui was almost in tears. Where could he find such an excellent patient? Hugging the diary, Mu Shui licked another bite of ice cream, all right. He opened the diary. What was recorded were the things eaten and done each day, and at the end, there would always be one sentence, I'm already dead. It looked like a typical teenage angst diary. Mu Shui flipped to the end, and there was that picture again. On the hardback cover, a faint outline was drawn, delicate as if it could be blown away by the wind. It frequently appeared, and it might be a certain symbol deep in Qi Xinghan's heart. Mu Shui pointed and asked Qi Xinghan, what is this? Qi Xinghan pulled over to the side and stopped the car, glancing distractedly at the picture. For a moment, he froze, and an unusual emptiness flashed in his eyes. It was rare. Most of the time, his eyes were numb and cold. A person. Qi Xinghan struggled to search through his memories. His facial features all displayed, to an extent he was completely unaware of, a subtle anxiety. Mu Shui could now be certain that this was indeed a person, not some kind of symbol. This person, for Qi Xinghan, should have left a deep impression, but he couldn't remember clearly, hence the rare display of anxiety. What kind of person? Mu Shui asked softly. He grabbed 2 pieces of paper to wrap around his hand, ignoring even as the ice cream melted a little more. His gaze locked onto Qi Xinghan, soft and ensuring Qi Xinghan felt safe and comfortable. Qi Xinghan slowly closed his eyes, gripping the steering wheel, a very small person, very small, very thin. When he looked into my eyes, it was like gazing upon a brilliant galaxy. So the one who gave him his name was also this person. Then this person must mean something special to Qi Xinghan. Why couldn't Qi Xinghan remember? Given that Qi Xinghan could describe in detail when his mother had first discovered the bone spurs on his back, it indicated his memory should be coherent. What had been altered were only the memories concerning whether he was alive or dead, whether he had experienced sadness or not. Qi Xinghan gradually opened his eyes. His tone carried a hint of bewilderment. I don't remember him. Mu Shui threw the melting ice cream into the trash bin beside him, wiped his hands, quickly rolled up the car window. Then he unfastened his seatbelt, leaned forward slightly, stretching past Qi Xinghan. He also rolled up the other side's car window. Afterward, Mu Shui turned off the lights inside the car, leaving only the streetlights on either side casting faint dim light into the vehicle, resembling a warm, golden glow. Qi Xinghan's breathing suddenly stopped. As he watched Mu Shui's movements, his body slightly relaxed. Only after doing all of this did Mu Shui adjust himself properly again, reaching out slowly to pry open Qi Xinghan's fingers, pulling his hand away from the steering wheel. Mu Shui's fingertips touched Qi Xinghan's, bringing a gentle warmth. This warmth brought an instinctive sense of comfort and relaxation, this closeness of skin offered a feeling of security. Mu Shui's voice became softer, saying, now, close your eyes, and let's recall together. Qi Xinghan complied effortlessly, closing his eyes. When you met him, was it morning or afternoon? Afternoon. What did the sky look like? Was it blue like it had been washed with rain? Or clouds low-hanging, storm coming? Or maybe the sky full of clouded twilight with a bit of pink hue on his shoulders during sunset? It was twilight, just as the sun was about to set. Qi Xinghan's eyelashes trembled slightly. He saw me, he saw my appearance. Alright, did he speak to you? No, he just sat there, smiling at me. He was tiny, sitting like if I hugged him lightly, I could pick him up. I approached him, and I spoke to him. What did you say? I asked him if he was lost. And what did he say? He counter-questioned me, are you lost? Despite his young age, he sounded like an adult. And then? Qi Xinghan's eyes moved slightly. It was as if he was trying his best to recall, but this memory was so vague that it was extremely hard for him to remember anything else. Mu Shui wasn't rushed, he still stared at Qi Xinghan silently, waiting patiently. The car interior was deathly quiet, the heartbeat and breathing sounds barely audible. One's limbs instinctively went limp, the brain grew increasingly hazy. No one knew how much time passed. Qi Xinghan seemed to be almost asleep, his eyes no longer moving frequently. Why didn't you draw his face? Was he ugly? Mu Shui switched topics. Qi Xinghan's eyes moved slightly, blurting out immediately, no, he was handsome. Huh. He was, very handsome, so handsome. Qi Xinghan said hoarsely. It was as if gently lifting his hand would allow him to touch the tender strands of hair from his memories. Qi Xinghan said, he was truly the shining star. When his words fell silent, Qi Xinghan abruptly opened his eyes. He gazed at Mu Shui, momentarily a fleeting haze of emotion appeared on his face. Qi Xinghan stared at Mu Shui, his voice carrying the usual pleasant tone mixed with a sense of aloofness and detachment. He said, but his more specific facial features. I can't remember them. I completely can't remember them. If Qi Xinghan's brain were to release self-protection signals, it wouldn't be possible to this extent. Because that person had absolutely nothing to do with self-protection. Mu Shui reached out and turned on the light inside the car, his lips pouting slightly as if feeling a little troubled. What did this imply? It implied that he couldn't even guide Qi Xinghan to recall accurate memories. It meant he was utterly incompetent. Mu Shui suddenly felt like retrieving the dropped ice cream cone. Eating something sweet would at least release some endorphins. Chapter 49, The Giant. No ice cream cone for me, but before we returned to Couronne building, Mu Shui bought a box of Meiji Snow Kiss chocolates nearby. It cost 19.8 yuan. With more money came a little bit of arrogance. Mu Shui put a piece of chocolate in his mouth, reflected silently for 3 seconds, then followed Qi Xinghan and entered the door together. Mu Shui ate half a box of chocolate, leaving the other half for Qi Xinghan, even though Qi Xinghan wouldn't eat it anyway. He took a shower, brushed his teeth, and the sorrow brought by the technical skill gap had almost disappeared. Mu Shui entered the bedroom, twisted up the blanket, and fell asleep. This nap lasted until the next morning. Mu Shui rubbed his head and crawled out from under the covers. There were too many things he had gone through recently, which completely messed up his schedule. That's not good at all. He sat on the bed, stared blankly for a while, carefully thinking about how to deal with Qi Xinghan's condition. Gradually, Mu Shui had a hypothesis in mind. It wasn't that Qi Xinghan self-hypnotized himself, rather, he was hypnotized by suggestion. The person who planted the suggestion on him was the mysterious man surnamed Qi whom Mu Shui drew in his notebook. Only with this reasoning could the reason why Qi Xinghan couldn't remember more detailed information about that person be explained. Since that person didn't want others to know, he placed a suggestion on Qi Xinghan. In this way, the suggestion could last longer, making Qi Xinghan unwaveringly believe that he was indeed dead. Mu Shui rubbed his head and rolled over on the bed. Sigh. But he couldn't break the other party's suggestion. He didn't even know how the suggestion was planted. No wonder people from the institute couldn't do anything with Qi Xinghan. This was the nth time Qi had heard her classmates mention Qi Xinghan. Oh my god. They live together now. That news is old. Look at the latest one. The latest news said that an ice cream shop owner personally witnessed Xing get out of the car and buy ice cream for that person. Wah, I don't know whether to cheer first or cry because my crush is no longer single. Qi couldn't help but stretch her neck and look at the photo on her classmate's phone screen. After looking, she froze. Wasn't that the doctor who came with Uncle Xiao? Qi was bursting to say something. She wanted to tell them that Qi Xinghan was her uncle, and she'd seen that young man yesterday. They even had dinner together last night. Qi, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Next is PE class. Oh, alright. I'm coming. Qi responded reluctantly, then left with a wistful heart. When they reached the playground, the topic of discussion among her classmates had changed again. They weren't just talking about Qi Xinghan anymore, they were also discussing the male students from the neighboring class, saying something about who got caught smoking and who was caught skipping class by the teacher. As the conversation continued, they mentioned, hey, there's been some weird guy outside the school recently. What weird guy? So tall, so big, that person stands outside the school gate every day for hours, like a pillar. Sometimes if you meet his eyes, it's really creepy. How tall? Maybe 2 meters. Anyway, looks like a giant, really. I've seen him too. Is he possibly a human trafficker? You have to be careful when going home after school. Qi felt a little uneasy in her heart. Hadn't there been news about missing students recently? The victims were found mutilated, their bodies unrecognizable, as if they had been eaten by wild animals. Just imagining the scene sent shivers down her spine. Physical education class passed quickly, followed by English and math, subjects that gave Qi headaches. Finally, after enduring all the afternoon classes, she walked out of school with her classmates. When they reached the school gate, the conversation about the weird guy popped into Qi's mind again. Where is there any weird guy? Who could be so tall? He's not even an athlete. Chi muttered quietly, slowly walking to the school gate. Then she saw other students rushing forward, all looking down as if they dared not to glance around the area near the school too much. Chi curiously turned her head and saw a tall man. How tall was he? He was really 2 meters tall. Chi thought dazedly. The giant seemed to have noticed her gaze, and he looked over at her. His eyes were vacant, carrying an indescribable coldness, like a carnivorous animal observing its prey. Chi swallowed hard, her heart beating fast. Their school wasn't very good, and usually there was only one security guard on duty. Chi glanced back at the direction of the guard's room, then shook her head, thinking she might be imagining too much. This was just a weird person, perhaps even a mentally challenged individual. He was just standing there like a pillar. He didn't shout at people or make violent threats. Chi sighed in relief, gripping her school bag strapped tightly, and slowly moved forward. But the giant, who had earlier seemed unfocused, now seemed to be staring at her intently. Chi gradually felt as if something sharp was piercing into her back. She shivered, pulling out her phone from her pocket, and dialed a number. Dad, can you pick me up from school? Can't you take the bus home yourself? There's a weird person outside our school. Then go with other classmates, can't you? I'm busy right now. That's all. The other side hung up quickly. Chi looked around and found no classmates going her way. She was the only one still living in that cluster of old apartments. She touched her pants pocket and realized she didn't have enough money for a taxi ride. The bus stop was 300 meters away. Chi swallowed hard, her hands trembling. Mom wouldn't help either. Mom was at home cooking dinner, and Grandpa couldn't come either. The number for Uncle Xiao flashed through Chi's mind. She had heard Grandpa recite it once, when he told Dad to call Uncle Xiao. It was over a year ago, but she still remembered. Chi carefully typed in the number, listening to the waiting tone on the other end. While on the phone, she cautiously turned her head again. She noticed that the giant had changed his position. He was previously near the stationery store opposite the school, next to a power pole, but now, he was standing between the stationery store and a small noodle shop, farther away from the power pole. Was he getting closer to her? Chi felt her heart was about to burst out of her chest. Her limbs were shaking, completely forgetting her parents' warning at this moment. Just then, the call connected. Hello. Uncle Xiao, it's me, it's Chi. I'm at school, could you come and pick me up? She drew a breath, her voice trembling. Are you busy? As she spoke, she glanced back. Now, the giant stood in front of the stir-fried rice restaurant, and the power pole was even further from him. Chi's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets in shock. She clutched her phone nervously, her voice tinged with tears. Uncle Xiao, someone is following me. There's a big guy, extremely tall, like a fool, no, like a lunatic. On the other side, Qi Xinghan's mobile phone was placed on the table, the speaker was turned on, and Chi's tearful voice entered Mu Shui's ears. Lunatic immediately caught Mu Shui's attention. Lunatic? Mu Shui asked aloud. Chi froze, hearing the unfamiliar youthful voice on the other end. You're not Uncle Xiao. Oh, he's beside me. I'm Dr. Mu. Do you remember me? Mu Shui's voice effectively calmed her down somewhat. Chi sniffled slightly. I remember. Can you and Uncle Xiao come pick me up? Address? Mu Shui asked succinctly. Chi immediately gave the school's address, number 122 Huizhao Road, 3rd Middle School. I'm 200 meters, no, 100 meters away from the bus stop. Mu Shui turned his head to look at Qi Xinghan. Can we go there? Do you have any other plans later? Qi Xinghan, no plans, we can go. He stood up and picked up the coat from the sofa. Although he said it like that, there wasn't a trace of emotion on Qi Xinghan's face. Perhaps to him, he was still the dead man, and how could a dead man feel worried? Don't worry, wait for us there. Mu Shui paused for a moment and hurriedly added, also, don't hang up the phone. Okay. Qi replied instinctively, her voice still quivering. Qi Xinghan would drive the car. Mu Shui, watching Qi Xinghan's slow and steady driving, muttered, I have a bad guess. Wherever I go, there is always some kind of unexpected incident. Would Kiki be implicated because I went with you to your old home? Mu Shui's frown deepened slightly, even his nose wrinkled a little. Qi Xinghan remained silent. Perhaps even he could not determine what kind of situation Qi might have encountered. Drive a little faster, Mu Shui said quietly. Only then did Qi Xinghan press the accelerator further. Seeing this, Mu Shui exhaled in relief. Chi's legs were going numb, and her walking pace slowed. Her tension made her sweat all over, and she felt a bit dizzy. When she finally reached the bus stop, the students waiting at the stop had just been taken away by the previous bus. Now the place seemed sparse, with very few people in sight. Gathering her courage, Chi turned back for another glance. The giant was nowhere to be seen. Gone. Chi blinked repeatedly, scanning thoroughly once more. Not a single trace. Completely gone. Chi let out a heavy breath and turned back around. And then her gaze suddenly froze. On the advertisement lightbox of the bus stop, a shadow was reflected. It was the giant, standing across from the bus stop, staring at her. Chapter 50, Peppered Shrimp. Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan switched to the subway. There was nothing else they could do. This was the peak time for parents picking up their kids, and many companies were also letting out for the day. The private cars on the road were clogged into a long line. Mu Shui made a call to report the incident to the police. Then she lent her little bear hat and scarf to him. Like this, won't you be noticed by your fans? Mu Shui asked in a low voice. Qi Xinghan nodded slightly, but he only used the scarf to wrap himself like a leper. Then he raised his hand and returned the little bear hat back onto Mu Shui's head, gently pressing it down so that it wouldn't fall off easily. Mu Shui, is this enough? This is enough. Mu Shui took the money to buy subway tickets, turned around, handed one to Qi Xinghan, and then the two of them reached the security checkpoint together. There were many people taking the subway during this time. People around them hurriedly passed by without sparing any glance at them. After passing through security, they squeezed onto the subway with everyone else. The subway was crowded, but strangely, there was a circle of empty space around Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan didn't give off an aura like Yuan Sheng's when standing there, full of menacing energy. Mu Shui couldn't help but turn to look at Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan was holding the subway handrail, his originally upright figure was now slightly hunched over, his fingers trembling lightly and turning pale. Combining this with the completely covered face and head, along with his earlier slow gait, he looked like a middle-aged man suffering from some unknown illness. Who dared to get close to him? They all feared catching whatever disease he had, so they unconsciously left an empty circle around him. He was really acting well. Mu Shui marveled. The subway was indeed much faster. In less than 10 minutes, they had reached their destination. But after exiting the subway station, there was still a distance to the bus stop that Qi had mentioned. Qi Xinghan had more experience in this regard than Mu Shui did. He looked at the shared bicycles parked nearby. Can you ride? Mu Shui vigorously nodded, I can. Both of them walked over, each choosing a shared bicycle, then pulled out their phones, scanned the code, paid the deposit, fiddled around for a while, and then quickly mounted the bikes and sped off. On the other end of the subway, someone began whispering softly, the person who just wore the little bear hat, he looks a bit like the other male lead in Qi Xinghan's scandal. Huh? Is that so? They spoke while pulling out their phones, flipping to the relevant Weibo post, carefully comparing. Right? Seems like it might actually be him. OMG. OMG. Then who was that masked person? What did we miss? There weren't too many students from 3rd high school around. A lot of them would run off as soon as class was dismissed. When Qi came out, there were already very few classmates by her side, and now even fewer remained. She stood stiffly at the bus stop, lacking the strength to move, only able to breathe heavily while staring fixedly at the advertisement lightbox. She wanted to shift her gaze away, yet didn't dare, fearing that once she moved her eyes, the next thing she'd see would be the giant standing behind her. But it was truly strange. When she kept staring at the advertisement lightbox, the giant really did not move. He just stood there, as if transformed again into a large pillar. Just as Qi felt her legs weakening and nearly collapsing, she heard the sound of a bicycle bell ringing. Her stiff neck slowly turned toward the direction of the sound. At that moment, the young man rode his bicycle quickly toward her. Closely following behind was the mysterious man, wobbling on the bike while wrapped in a scarf. But Qi immediately recognized him, it was Uncle Xiao. Almost at the same moment, the giant projected on the ad lightbox started moving towards her. Qi's scalp nearly exploded. Frightened, she shouted toward Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan's direction, don't come closer. Her voice was hoarse. She was terrified. She didn't remember anything else, but she remembered the horror movies she'd watched before. In them, those who tried to step forward to help their teammates ended up dying faster than their teammates. If only she hadn't called them here, she should have just reported it directly to the police. Yes, she should have reported it to the police. The giant crossed the road. Just as he was about to step onto the platform and stand behind Qi, the sound of a screeching bicycle brake echoed. Mu Shui's bicycle had stopped right in front of the giant. The giant was thus forced to stop in his tracks. Qi turned around, her legs going limp as she plopped down onto the ground. With tears in her eyes, she cried out, Dr. Mu, appearing completely drained of energy. Mu Shui gave her a glance before shifting her gaze to the towering figure. Calling him a giant might be an exaggeration, but he certainly was tall. Even seated on the bike, Mu Shui felt a bit overwhelmed by his presence. The large man stared blankly at Mu Shui, bending slightly forward and lowering his head. Mu Shui neither dodged nor avoided the look, instead, she carefully examined him. He wore a gray padded jacket and black cloth shoes, with a towering and broad-shouldered build. Compared to the dazzling Qi Xinghan who resembled a river of stars or the wild and handsome Yuan Sheng who looked like a piece of art, this man could only be described as having regular features. Notably, his eyebrows were well-shaped, exuding a touch of masculinity. However, the gaze beneath them was vacant, lending an unnerving quality to his dark eyes. Pointing at himself, the man moved his lips, Jiao Yen, Jiao Yen, Jiao Yen. Mu Shui, Jiao Salt. Salted shrimp. The man shook his head earnestly to correct her, Jiao Yen, not shrimp. Mu Shui, so your name is Jiao Yen. The man nodded stiffly, clearly lacking coordination in his movements. As long as they could communicate, that was good. It would have been worse if he were someone like Zhao Yun or Old Lin. Screech, the sound of bicycle tires skidding across the ground suddenly stopped. Qi Xinghan braked hard using one leg, finally stopping the bike. He glanced at Jiao Yen. Mu Shui's body tensed up, fearing that he would strip off his clothes, pull out a bone knife, and start fighting the giant right there. But he spoke first, why are you following her? A flicker of confusion crossed Jiao Yan's face, why? It seemed like even he didn't know why. Mu Shui looked towards the narrow alley not far from the bus stop. Let's talk over there. She then turned to Chi, can you stand up? Supporting herself on the ground, Chi managed to get up. At this moment, looking at the big man no longer made her feel as terrified. Perhaps it was because Dr. Mu had started talking to him. That indicated the other party wasn't a lunatic, not a murderer, nor a stalker. You take a taxi home first. Mu Shui said, pulling out 100 yuan from his pocket for her. A whole 100 yuan. Though it caused a pang of pain and reluctance in her heart, Mu Shui still believed that what might follow wouldn't be suitable for children to watch. Chi hesitantly took the money, then what about you two? Qi Xinghan's demeanor appeared somewhat cold as he remained silent, simply raising his hand to hail a taxi, pushing Chi inside and shutting the door behind her. Then Mu Shui got off the bicycle, slowly pushing it toward the narrow alley. Qi Xinghan followed closely, but the bike he chose was too short for him, making it very awkward to push while bending nearly half his body. So he just lifted the bike with one hand and followed into the alley. The man called Jiao Yen stood there, puzzled. By the time Mu Shui reached the entrance of the alley and looked back, Jiao Yen was already only 3 or 4 steps away from him, making no sound at all. No wonder Chi felt afraid. It was as if a ghost shadow had silently slipped behind you when you weren't paying attention. Mu Shui turned back and walked a bit further, gripping onto Qi Xinghan's sleeve while whispering, can you beat him? Qi Xinghan, Mu Shui relaxed a little. As they ventured deeper, Mu Shui came across a group of kids involved in a scene where one kid was demanding money from another. When these students saw people approaching, they immediately scattered and fled. Psycho. Mu Shui heard someone yell, turning his head to see Jiao Yen standing straight as the scattered students bumped into him, cursing under their breaths. But Jiao Yen remained motionless, without expression, his gaze vacant. He did not abruptly transform into a demon, grabbing a child and eating his head. Nor did he retaliate against the insult, psycho. Soon enough, quiet returned to the alley. Mu Shui paused his steps, feeling this place would suffice. Just as he turned around, Qi Xinghan had already moved, striding with long legs and reaching Jiao Yen within a few steps. Qi Xinghan grabbed Jiao Yen by the collar with one hand, yanking and pulling. With this amount of force, he could easily have knocked Jiao Yen to the ground, but in fact, Jiao Yen didn't budge, his expression still. Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui was also stunned. He had seen Qi Xinghan fight with Zhao Yun before, so he found the current scene even more unbelievable. Qi Xinghan slightly furrowed his eyebrows and pressed down on Jiao Yen's shoulder with one hand. Only he knew how much force he used, but Jiao Yen still didn't move. Qi Xinghan took back his hand and adjusted the button of his suit under his coat. He stared at Jiao Yen, as if planning whether to dismember him into 8 pieces or 10. Mu Shui quickly grabbed his hand. At this moment, Mu Shui's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Mu Shui fished out his phone and saw that it was the dean calling. How long had it been since he last contacted the dean? Mu Shui's face darkened slightly as he immediately answered the call. A voice came from the other end first, Dr. Mu, did you receive the 3rd set of data I sent you? The 3rd? Shun Maojia. But wasn't Shun Maojia fake? When did you send it to me? More than 10 days ago, Dr. Mu, this person is very important too. His condition has worsened, there's no way, so I handed it over to you. More than 10 days ago. That would be when Shun Maojia arrived at the film set. It meant the dean indeed sent him an email at that time, but it had been tampered with externally. I'm busy now, I'll check later. Mu Shui looked up at Jiao Yen and said. Dr. Mu, we can't delay any longer, the dean's voice came through, tinged with urgency. This man has already caused several security incidents in Jinshui City. So please tell me why you arranged for them to come to me. Mu Shui asked seriously, his tone calm. Once shedding his usual soft demeanor, his attitude seemed oddly cold. Of course, because I trust you. In fact, you're doing very well. Judging by the feedback from number 1 and number 2, you're doing extremely well, there's no one better suited for this job than you. Mu Shui seized a blind spot, you cancelled the daily reports. Since I haven't provided you with a daily report, how do you know the situations of number 1 and number 2? Beep beep beep. The other side hung up instantly. Mu Shui frowned a bit in annoyance. Here we go again. Always pretending to die when faced with unanswerable questions. Following closely, Mu Shui's phone chimed with text message notifications. He knew for sure that it was the dean transferring money to his account again. Maybe I've become conceited. Now I don't even feel happy hearing the sound of money coming in. Mu Shui thought gloomily. Nevertheless, he quickly opened his email on the phone and discovered a missed email buried in the trash folder. The personal information of the third patient. Mu Shui opened the email, downloaded the PDF, and proficiently used the software to open it. Name, Jiao Yan. Age, 27 years old. Occupation, retired athlete. Condition, dissociative amnesia. Condition description, self-dissolution, loss of accurate self-cognition, frequent delusions. His new personality believes that he is a stone pillar. Contact number, 028-2XXXX23. Residential address, number 44 on Yuan Road, Jingwater Street, Chang'an District. Jiao Yan. Salted pepper. Mu Shui couldn't help but look up at the giant. What a coincidence. So he is the real number 3 after all. By the old building beside the alley, someone turned on the light in their home, the light spilling into the alley and falling onto Jiao Yan's head. Only then did Mu Shui notice an unhealed hole beneath Jiao Yan's unkempt hair. It was just behind his forehead, as if through this hole, one could see the blood and brain matter inside. Mu Shui suppressed his breath and immediately associated this with a treatment method used only in the past. Trephination. Drilling holes in the skull. Could it be that he underwent trephination? But this was a method used over 2,000 years ago for treating mental illness patients. Chapter 51, Kindergarten Teacher Mu Shui. Jiao Yan stood there, unaware and motionless. The wind blew past, causing his bangs to flutter again. Mu Shui whispered, I just checked the email, he's my third patient. Qi Xinghan's gaze toward Jiao Yan immediately shifted, though this time he didn't lash out physically. If he was the third patient, then it wouldn't be strange for him to have been following Qi. Qi Xinghan turned away and made a call, telling the police that they didn't need to come anymore. Mu Shui pointed at himself and asked, do you recognize me? Jiao Yan shook his head, but his eyes remained fixed on Mu Shui, unwilling to look away. Then Mu Shui changed his phrasing, hello, my name is Mu Shui, and if everything goes smoothly, I will be your new guardian from now on. He repeated what he had once said to Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing to Jiao Yan again. Jiao Yan nodded slightly, unsure of how much he had absorbed. Why are you here? Mu Shui asked. After serious contemplation, Jiao Yan answered, I'm waiting for someone. Who are you waiting for? Jiao Yan fell into brief confusion again. It seemed that during the wait, the original purpose had faded, leaving behind only the memory of waiting. After finishing his phone call, Qi Xinghan returned and overheard their conversation. He lightly suggested, you can ask Wu Yong to investigate. Mu Shui didn't hesitate to say, okay, thank you. Should we head back to the apartment? Oh, can I take him to your place? Out of politeness, Mu Shui still double-checked. It's fine. Mu Shui gestured towards the alley's exit and said to Jiao Yan, follow me. Jiao Yan responded affirmatively with nods. He looked obedient and hassle-free. Mu Shui felt somewhat relieved. So far, aside from being large and frightening people unintentionally, there were no significant issues. The three successively left the alleyway, and Mu Shui quickly went to pick up the shared bike he'd left on the side of the road. He glanced back at Qi Xinghan and Jiao Yan, we. Qi Xinghan's usually calm face showed hints of stiffness and reluctance as he questioned, ride bikes back. Never mind, Jiao Yan obviously cannot ride one. Let's take a taxi, and we should get one of those business cars, otherwise, he wouldn't fit in a regular taxi. Mu Shui mumbled. Qi Xinghan's rigidity dissipated almost instantly, and he said, I'll call a taxi. Recalling Qi Xinghan's clumsy posture earlier while riding a bicycle. It would indeed not be wise to let him ride another vehicle. If he falls, it might end up making headlines. Nope, not happening. The car summoned via an app arrived quickly. As Qi Xinghan rewrapped his scarf, the driver saw him and couldn't help but ask Mu Shui nervously, what kind of condition does he have? It's not contagious. Mu Shui hastily reassured. The driver, still half skeptical, allowed them to get into the car nonetheless. Mu Shui thought silently, if it weren't for Jiao Yan's size making him look unbeatable nearby, there was a good chance the driver might have refused to allow them on board. When Jiao Yan got in the car, nobody noticed, and he lay stretched out in the vehicle. Fortunately, it was an extended business van, otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate him. The driver couldn't help looking back and commented, your friend has some unusual habits. Mu Shui could only remain silent. Looking back at Jiao Yan, Mu Shui noted that Jiao Yan lay stiffly in place. If the driver were more timid, he might have thought they brought along a corpse. Luckily, the journey was short. Once the car stopped at the designated location, all three exited the car and entered the building. The driver slapped his thigh afterward, remembering, aren't these famous social elites all living here? Wasn't the one just now actually a celebrity? What nonsense about illness? Wow, he acted it out so convincingly. As Mu Shui climbed the stairs, he lowered his head to check his phone messages. Another dozen account deposit notifications popped up, but Mu Shui skimmed right past them and began browsing other text messages. What are you looking for? Qi Xinghan glanced over and asked. I sent a message to Yuan Sheng, but he hasn't replied yet, probably due to having something over his eyes. Mu Shui muttered. When the elevator door opened. By that point, Mu Shui had finished drafting a new message and sent it. After sending the text, Mu Shui casually tossed his phone back into his pocket and walked out together with Qi Xinghan. They opened the door and stepped inside the room. Turning around, Jiao Yan was already standing by the doorway. Mu Shui was starting to suspect whether he might actually be a stone pillar, otherwise how could he move so silently? If anyone looked more like a corpse, Mu Shui thought it was Jiao Yan. Can you sit? Mu Shui looked up and asked Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan shook his head. Mu Shui then walked over, grabbing his hand, trying to pull. He couldn't budge him. You need to move your legs. Jiao Yan stared at him blankly, clearly unable to move his legs. Mu Shui tried another approach. He pointed to the location of the sofa. There, can you go there? Jiao Yan nodded. Good, then go and sit there and wait for me. After saying this, Mu Shui turned around and went into the kitchen, took out glasses, a health pot, flour tea, brewed a pot of tea, and poured 3 cups. It's warm and cozy to drink some steaming hot flour tea in winter. Mu Shui carried the cups back and saw Jiao Yan standing stiffly on Qi Xinghan's couch. If it weren't for the high ceiling in Qi Xinghan's house, Jiao Yan would have been squeezed between the ceiling and the couch. Mu Shui. So this is what it's like to just straight move there, huh? Mu Shui handed a cup to Qi Xinghan, then shoved one into Jiao Yan's hands. Jiao Yan awkwardly lifted his arm and held onto the teacup. Is it really impossible for you to sit down? Mu Shui stood next to him and knocked lightly on his leg. Jiao Yan, Feeling exasperated, but opting to respect every patient's habits, Mu Shui said. Then step down from Qi Xinghan's sofa and stand here. Mu Shui pointed at a spot beside him. Jiao Yan's bulk was significant, he couldn't risk breaking the sofa. Jiao Yan, His mouth seemed to only utter these 2 sounds frequently, and after listening to them for a while, Mu Shui started to feel like a swarm of bees had nested in Jiao Yan's throat. Mu Shui felt even more like an elementary school teacher. He extended his hand. Are you done drinking? Qi Xinghan obediently handed his cup back. Jiao Yan then imitated Mu Shui's actions, tilting his head stiffly upward, lifting his hand, and sipping until all the tea disappeared, before again mimicking Qi Xinghan and handing his cup back to Mu Shui. Mu Shui almost complimented him with, very good. Thankfully, he hadn't claimed his arms were also part of the pillar that was stuck as stone. Otherwise, it had doomed them to feed him by hand. Mu Shui took the cups to wash them. When he turned around, Jiao Yan had stepped down from the sofa. Mu Shui wanted to check the hole on Jiao Yan's forehead again, but being too short, he struggled and grabbed a chair, removing his shoes to climb on top. Only then did their heights match. He reached out and swept Jiao Yan's bangs away. Jiao Yan blankly stared at him, holding his breath. Mu Shui had indeed not seen wrong. In the upper section of Jiao Yan's forehead, there was indeed a hole, about the size of a walnut, with an irregular shape as if forcefully chiseled open. But upon taking a quick look inside, he didn't see any flesh or brain matter, only an inky black void. That was good. At least they wouldn't have daily horror movies unfolding. But Mu Shui still furrowed his brows instinctively. Who could have done this? Which hospital dared to carry out something like this? What about his parents or relatives? Mu Shui reviewed the address of Jiao Yan's home recorded in the files. It seemed like he should visit there if he had time. Can I go to your place? Mu Shui asked. Jiao Yan. Looking down, Mu Shui realized Jiao Yan had been holding his breath, staring fixedly at him. Perhaps because of his athletic background, after holding his breath for such a long time, there was no sign of flushed cheeks or necks. If someone else were in his position, suddenly noticing that Jiao Yan wasn't breathing and simply stared straight ahead, it would have definitely startled them. Can I go to your place? Mu Shui, looking directly into his eyes, asked softer and gentler. A fleeting emotion seemed to flicker in Jiao Yan's eyes, altering his previously vacant expression. He breathed gently, cautiously watching Mu Shui, as if, shy. Mu Shui jumped down from the chair, changing his phrasing, am I not allowed to go? Jiao Yan then hesitantly shook his head and then nodded. Mu Shui understood his meaning, alright, I got it. We'll go another day. Now. Mu Shui turned to look at Qi Xinghan, big brother Qi, does he have a place to stay? Qi Xinghan answered bluntly, no. Qi Xinghan's home looked spacious, but he only had one guest room since almost no one stayed over at his place. Mu Shui nodded, alright then, I'll just take him to my place. It wasn't suitable for another patient to stay here anyway. Qi Xinghan paused, he can sleep in the living room. The living room is cold. The study? There's no sleeping area in the study. The gym? There's no bed in the gym either. Qi Xinghan was silent, how many bedrooms do you have at your place? Mu Shui counted on his fingers, 3. I can sleep in the living room. Qi Xinghan said. Mu Shui, question mark. Qi Xinghan, let's go. We'll head to your place. Mu Shui. Actually, where I live isn't far from here, just 2 streets away. Talking about it, Mu Shui still felt a bit of pain in his wallet, only 2 streets away, and yet it was still considered a good area with expensive rent. Qi Xinghan, too far. But the environment there isn't good. If you stay there, you won't adapt. I can adapt. Besides, the number of journalists trailing me has increased recently, so it'd be good to lay low. Mu Shui, alright then. Mu Shui didn't know just how good Qi Xinghan's relationship with the media was. Upon thinking about it, it made sense, so Mu Shui agreed without much argument. Meanwhile, the phone screen flickered. The Filipino maid walked over, reaching out her hand. Don't touch it. The man who was previously slouching on the sofa suddenly sat up, his voice hoarse, carrying an undertone of hostility. The maid immediately recoiled and turned to look at the man. Your phone. The phone appeared to be an old, second-hand smartphone, most of its paint already chipped off. The man got up and walked over, grabbing the phone. He scrolled through the messages. One after another. Is Brother Yuan feeling better? Is Brother Yuan doing better today? Don't go out in a tank top, it's too cold. Did Brother Yuan go to the amusement park today? Don't eat instant noodles, it's not healthy. Brother Yuan, it's the 3rd day now. When are you coming back? Though these were plain words, as soon as they entered his mind, the tone, expression, even the warm and captivating gaze could be vividly imagined. Chapter 52, Retired Athlete. Mu Shui's rented apartment was a standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room setup. The living room and dining area were separated by an old-fashioned partition. The entire apartment covered about 80 square meters, with slightly outdated and worn-out decor, but the overall environment was extremely clean and tidy. Upon entering, one could see plastic yellow flowers inserted into a small square table, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. As soon as Qi Xinghan entered, he subconsciously evaluated the size of the sofa with his eyes. The sofa was approximately 1.2 meters long, with a set of smaller sofas placed on either side. He wasn't picky. Even the floor would do. Jiao Yan also slowly looked around the place with a vacant stare. Mu Shui had already moved some things over and purchased some necessities, which now came in handy. Living here was different from staying at Qi Xinghan's place. Even though it was a rental, Mu Shui felt entirely relaxed and experienced immense satisfaction. There's a fresh vegetable supermarket nearby, very convenient, we can cook our own meals. Mu Shui said contentedly. He thought his decision to choose this place was absolutely brilliant. Just as Mu Shui finished speaking, Qi Xinghan's phone rang. Are you not going to answer it? Mu Shui asked curiously. Qi Xinghan, Mu Shui had a pretty good idea who was calling. It was probably Qi. Mu Shui understood Qi Xinghan's thoughts. Saving her was just a matter of convenience, and naturally, there was no need for her to thank him. If the Fan family found out she was thanking him, it would create another problem. Qi Xinghan had long passed the age where he needed familial affection to fill the gaps in his life. Before Qi Xinghan could respond, Mu Shui quickly changed the subject. What's for dinner? Qi Xinghan opened his mouth to say, I'm not eating. But Mu Shui provided options faster: crab soup, vinegar fish, mapo tofu, eggplant patties, crispy duck, hot pot fish head. His words always evoked vivid imagery. By the time he finished speaking, Qi Xinghan felt as if he could smell the aroma of the dishes, something extremely rare since he couldn't even remember what food smelled like anymore. What about Jiao Yan? Before Qi Xinghan could answer, Mu Shui turned to look at the tall man beside them. Jiao Yan moved his lips and obediently chose one dish, fish head. Alright, I'll go buy groceries, and come back to cook. It should be ready in half an hour if all goes well. Mu Shui said, reaching out to pat his stomach. They were getting hungry. Without saying a word, Jiao Yan suddenly bent his lanky waist like a lamppost. He reached out his arm, picked Mu Shui up, and placed him on his back. Mu Shui. This wasn't the first time he had been carried. He was carried by Yuan Xing last time. Was he really that light, so easy to lift? Mu Shui rode on Jiao Yan's back and just lifting his head slightly, bumped into the ceiling. Mu Shui had to raise his hand to protect his head, lest he get a concussion before even leaving the door. What are you doing? Qi Xinghan stepped in front of them. Buying groceries. Jiao Yan met Qi Xinghan's gaze. This towering man, who appeared dull and even somewhat stupid, revealed danger in that moment. His face and eyes triggered a natural sensation of discomfort. Of course, Qi Xinghan remained unaffected, replying calmly, you'll bump him. Put him down. But Jiao Yan didn't move, standing silently and locking eyes with Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui had to poke his back with his fingers. Jiao Yan. Pippy shrimp. Jiao Yan finally moved, softly muttering without any tone, it's not Pippy shrimp, it's Jiao Yan. Then he bent down again, scooped Mu Shui off his back, and gently placed him on the ground. Big brother Qi will wait at home, Mu Shui thought for a moment, then beckoned Jiao Yan with his finger, can you follow me? From Jiao Yan's various behaviors, it was clear that he wasn't an ordinary person either. If he followed Mu Shui, his safety would likely be assured. Thinking of this, Mu Shui couldn't help but sigh quietly in his heart. If after the internship ends, he no longer needs to deal with them, what will happen to his own safety? Will there still be people like Zhao Yun or Old Lin coming after him? A low voice behind him spoke. It was Qi Xinghan. After finishing his sentence, Qi Xinghan unexpectedly added one more word, be careful. Mu Shui couldn't help but look back at him and then smiled slightly at Qi Xinghan. There was no way around it. Qi Xinghan's identity came with its own set of natural limitations. If he were to appear in a crowded place, it would definitely cause catastrophic chain reactions. So, he had to stay at home. Just as well. Mu Shui glanced at the tall man beside him. Perfectly timed, there were indeed some things he wanted to ask Zhao Yan. Mu Shui left a key at home and then stepped out first. Zhao Yan awkwardly bumped into the doorframe before realizing he should slightly bend his back and follow Mu Shui out. They took the elevator downstairs. Mu Shui asked quietly, do you remember what you used to do? Zhao Yan, I made pillars. Mu Shui opened his mouth, all right. In his understanding, Zhao Yan was nothing more than a pillar. What could a pillar do? Naturally, only make other pillars. This made communication much harder compared to both Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui pursed his lips, his eyebrows knitted in thought. Zhao Yan cautiously glanced at him and said softly, don't be mad. Mu Shui shook his head, I'm not angry. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light returned to Zhao Yan's vacant eyes as he responded, oh. Mu Shui led Zhao Yan to the supermarket. He picked up items while Zhao Yan followed obediently behind, carrying the bags without being told. Before long, Mu Shui had gathered a fair amount of ingredients, filling up the small shopping cart. At checkout, Mu Shui still felt a twinge of pain spending money, but quickly consoled himself. He was no longer the old Mu Shui. He was now Mu Shui with a little bit of money. The cashier helped pack all the items into 3 big bags, stacked neatly on the counter. Zhao Yan effortlessly scooped them all up with one hand. Mu Shui paid, pocketed his wallet, and said, hand me one. Zhao Yan replied, light, very light. He then swayed his arm, making the 3 heavy bags seem like they would fly away instantly. Mu Shui quickly stopped him from doing so by holding his hand. After being restrained, Zhao Yan lightly breathed as if he transformed back into a stationary pillar, completely motionless. Mu Shui withdrew his hand, all right, you can take them. Let's go home. Zhao Yan stiffly nodded and followed along. On the way back, Mu Shui casually pulled out his phone. According to the information provided by the director, Zhao Yan was a retired athlete, meaning he should have some relevant reports online. Mu Shui typed Zhao Yan into the search engine and pressed enter. But the search results were less than satisfactory, none of them were related to Zhao Yan. Was the information provided by the director fake? Or had someone tampered with it again? No, that was impossible. Catarupas wasn't foolish, if something failed once, they wouldn't attempt it a second time. Mu Shui carefully considered replacing Zhao Yan with Zhao Yan in a homophonic sense, like a nickname. Modern netizens seem to enjoy giving people cute nicknames, just like how Qi Xinghan had titles such as Stars or God. Maybe Zhao Yan had a similar nickname like Zhao Salt. Surprisingly, this search did yield results. A post titled, What the hell is this crap that makes everyone angry? Not even a tenth of Zhao Salt appeared prominently on the first page of search results. The post originated from the basketball forum. Mu Shui clicked into it and discovered that most of the comments inside were cursing at the current International Basketball Championship games, calling the performance utterly pathetic. When Zhao Salt was around, when was it ever this shabby? Damn it, pissed me off. Just know how to use the money for whoring around, this has been revealed many times within the team. Spending cash faster than anyone else. Back when Zhao Salt was part of the team, the entire squad got gold medals together and truly believed in themselves. Now that Zhao Salt has retired, the whole damn bunch became idiots, losing every match. Nauseated, wasn't yesterday Zhao Salt's birthday? Even though Zhao Salt didn't update his blog, no one in the whole team even mentioned it. After sucking him dry, who would still remember? Ugh. Mu Shui exited the forum and turned to Weibo, also searching Zhao Salt. Aia, why am I only now discovering Zhao Salt? Why did Zhao Salt retire? Tell me somebody. Mu Shui clicked inside and found real replies in the comments. Apparently due to illness. Nowadays, no one knows what illness caused his retirement, it was all sudden and strange. At the time, many people criticized him, saying he betrayed the fans who liked him. But as time passed, most forgot about him. Only a small group of old fans are left with nothing but nostalgia and longing in their hearts. Sigh, sorry for rambling. Mu Shui glanced back briefly. He saw Zhao Yan standing stiffly right behind him, holding the 3 large bags securely in his hands. His expression remained dull, almost numb. He looked somewhat frightening, yet also had a hint of inexplicable pity to him. Mu Shui withdrew his gaze and continued scrolling through his phone screen. Most comments still scolded the current championship and made comparisons with Zhao Salt. It wasn't until Mu Shui came across a post from a sports blogger. Without Jiao Yan, an era truly faded. In recent years, there's been no news of him at all. There's no way we could ask him to return to the sports world, but at least updating his blog would be nice. Now, not many people know him anymore. Photo. Mu Shui clicked into the attached image. It was a photo on the basketball court showing a man with taut muscles in his limbs, his body slightly bent forward like a fierce beast ready to pounce. Back then, the man's hair was neatly trimmed, his features handsome, his eyes filled with intense focus. Indeed, he was strikingly good-looking. Mu Shui managed to spot some resemblance between this man and the current Jiao Yan from the picture. One person, two entirely different states, like being split into two completely different individuals. One stayed in a glorious arena, the other stood silently outside third middle school, transformed into a pillar, waiting for someone he didn't even know he was supposed to wait for. Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan. Why did he change his name? It must have something to do with his retirement. And why did he retire? It must be related to contracting this illness. Mu Shui took a deep breath. Fine, it seemed necessary to visit Jiao Yan's house when the opportunity arose. As they went upstairs, Mu Shui quickly organized the ingredients and started cooking. He worked swiftly, finishing up 3 dishes and a soup in one go. Just as he turned around with the dishes, he noticed through the glass door of the kitchen Qi Xinghan and Jiao Yan, both standing there, filling up the visible space through the glass. They were staring intently at Mu Shui inside the kitchen. At first glance, it looked like a horror scene. But upon second thought, it resembled children in kindergarten waiting eagerly for their food. Mu Shui carried the dishes over, Qi Xinghan opened the door from outside, and then both he and Jiao Yan reached out simultaneously, taking the dishes from Mu Shui's hands. Immediately, Mu Shui's hands were empty. Mu Shui sat down at the dining table without immediately picking up his chopsticks, instead fiddling with his phone. He took a picture and contemplated sending it to Yuan Sheng. Yuan, don't eat instant noodles. Picture. After sending the message, Mu Shui put the phone back into his pocket and heard Qi Xinghan ask, "Did you send a message to Mr. Yuan?" "Yes," Mu Shui nodded. Qi Xinghan suddenly said, "Then tell Mr. Yuan that I and number 3 are waiting for him here." Mu Shui complied without hesitation, editing the text and sending it off. "I am eating with Qi Xinghan and number 3. Picture, Brother Yuan, when will you be back?" A message that hadn't received any replies for days suddenly vibrated in response. "On my way back." Mu Shui touched his nose, somehow feeling from these brief 2 words as if he glimpsed Yuan Sheng's eyebrows laced with a ferocious aura. Chapter 53, 3 Clowns. Qi Xinghan cancelled all his upcoming schedules. When Guiyong went to the apartment complex to look for him, he found that Qi was gone, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. When he went downstairs and encountered the reporters on stakeout, Guiyong also became a little irritated. "I really don't know where Brother Qi has gone. Otherwise, with our friendship, I would definitely have let you guys do an interview first so that you could take some news back and report it." Meanwhile, the very Qi Xinghan who was just mentioned had just opened his eyes on the sofa. The sunlight streaming into the living room left him in a moment of daze. Mu Shui leaned against the armrest of the sofa and asked softly, "Wouldn't this be cold?" In the past, Mu Shui would never have asked such a question. It was only due to the increasing familiarity between them that Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan's interactions gradually became more lifelike. Mu Shui's voice immediately brought Qi Xinghan back to reality. "Qi Xinghan, not at all." Then Mu Shui tilted his head and looked at Jiao Yan, who leaned against a corner, eyes open, seemingly having not slept all night. "Are you cold?" Based on medical responsibility, Mu Shui followed up with another question. Jiao Yan quickly shook his head. "No, I'm not cold." They were truly a group of strange people. Mu Shui sighed quietly inside. Could there be patients in the future who sleep hanging from the ceiling? No, I shouldn't be such a pessimist. How about a hypnosis session today? Mu Shui asked Qi Xinghan. All right. Mu Shui turned to look at Jiao Yan and before even opening his mouth, Jiao Yan raised his hand. "I want to join too." "So cooperative. That's simply wonderful. Shall we have breakfast first then?" The tone of Mu Shui was no different from an elementary school teacher now. Qi Xinghan pursed his lips, remaining silent, adopting a passive resistance. On the contrary, Jiao Yan moved his stiff neck immediately and nodded, saying, yes, showing great enthusiasm. Mu Shui took Jiao Yan downstairs, bought breakfast first, and came back. They all sat around the small coffee table on the carpet, bathed in the sunlight filtering through the window, slowly enjoying their breakfast. That fleeting sense of detachment enveloped Qi Xinghan once again. For a moment, he even felt as if he had come back to life and reconnected with the human world. Mu Shui broke open the milk packaging and slurped it down all at once, belching afterwards. Good, we've eaten enough. Now let's do something to digest. Qi Xinghan wanted to say, "I'm dead, I don't need to," but Jiao Yan nodded much earlier, yes. Therefore, Qi Xinghan looked at Jiao Yan and swallowed the words he was about to say. "Let's play a game," Mu Shui said. He hadn't been exposed to gaming much in the past since he used to immerse himself in the library. The smartphone he bought didn't support mobile games either. Until now, Mu Shui had only played a little bit. Though he was bad at it, he still found it quite enjoyable. It was extremely effective in relieving stress and fostering closer relationships. Like when he and Garcia played together once, Garcia gave him a stone of unknown origin as a gift. Qi Xinghan didn't play games either. His life was divided into two parts. The first part was a gloomy youth period filled with doubts about himself, the second part was a glorious young adulthood phase, where each day revolved around work, with hardly any personal needs considered. Jiao Yan was the same. His first phase was a brilliant athlete career, starting service for the team at a young age, with only monotonous training as his daily companion. The latter phase involved him developing dissociative amnesia and delusions that he was a Pole, thus losing most of his basic thinking abilities. Upon reflection, Mu Shui felt they were alike. Entertainment activities in their lives were nearly non-existent. However, due to various reasons, none of them felt even a shred of depression or pressure. Mu Shui stopped his thoughts, took out his phone, and returned to the last game. Plants vs. Zombies. And so the three gathered around while Mu Shui played the game. Mu Shui's current level improved slightly. After playing a bit, he handed the phone to Qi Xinghan. With a stiff posture, Qi held the phone, displaying a rare hint of awkwardness. Qi Xinghan quickly got his brains eaten by zombies. Jiao Yan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up, his tone rough and strained, "Too stupid." Qi Xinghan. Just as the patients were about to start attacking each other, Mu Shui quickly took back the phone and asked Jiao Yan, "Do you want to play?" Jiao Yan, "I don't know how." His tone was utterly confident, calm, and natural. Qi Xinghan. In the land of dwarfs, Mu Shui suddenly felt like he had become an accomplished person. The other two were total noobs. Holding the phone, Mu Shui said, "Then you guys can just watch me play." They played like this for 2 hours. Mu Shui felt that digestion was about done, so he put down the phone, got up, went to the bathroom first, and washed his face, hands, and even brushed his teeth. Otherwise, during hypnosis, if there was a scent of leeks mixed with milk, it wouldn't be too pleasant, would it? All right. Mu Shui came out from the bathroom and asked, "Shall we go to my bedroom? Or do you feel more comfortable somewhere else?" There was no trace left on him of how immersed he was in the game just now. At a glance, he seemed somewhat intimidating, his face serious. Bedroom, Qi Xinghan got up. Mu Shui nodded, walked to the door of his bedroom, opened it, and waited until Qi Xinghan approached before both entered. Jiao Yan still stood motionless in the living room, only staring intently at the door, without making any other sounds. In Mu Shui's room, the curtains were tightly drawn. A carpet lay beside the bed, and Mu Shui invited Qi Xinghan to sit down with him on the carpet. The room was small. After sitting down, Mu Shui found himself with the bedroom door right behind his back. He pushed the door shut casually, plunging the whole room into complete darkness. This kind of darkness was what Qi Xinghan had been familiar with for many years. In the dimness, Mu Shui sensed Qi Xinghan's body relaxing. Relaxation is good. Mu Shui exhaled, then gently asked, "Do you want to lie down?" In the darkness, Qi Xinghan hesitated slightly, then silently lay down, responding quietly, "Hmm." Qi Xinghan's legs were long, and once he lay down, his thigh touched Mu Shui's. Mu Shui paid no heed, seeing Qi Xinghan cooperate, he softly said, "Now, close your eyes." Qi Xinghan closed his eyes. A previously unexperienced sense of peace replaced the numbness in his body. Once he lay down, it was as if his entire brain and body sank a little. A force pulled him deeper into the dark. Qi Xinghan fell asleep. The entire hypnosis process lasted more than 2 hours. Leaning against the door frame, Mu Shui gazed at the dark before him, feeling a bit drowsy himself. Suddenly, Qi Xinghan's phone rang, the ringtone piercing through the quiet environment. Qi Xinghan slowly sat up. His phone slipped from his pocket and landed on the carpet. As the screen lit up, part of the room was illuminated. Qi Xinghan reached out and pressed the answer button. The sound was played out loud, reaching Mu Shui's ears. It was a low, repressed panting sound. Mu Shui furrowed his brows. What kind of call was this? But then a hint of sobbing followed from the other end, the voice delicate. It sounded somewhat familiar. Mu Shui whispered, "It's Qi Qi. Save." The other side managed to utter only one syllable before the call cut off. Mu Shui's expression turned serious immediately. Standing up quickly, he wobbled slightly because his legs had gone numb from sitting too long. He turned on the bedroom light. With the light on, Qi Xinghan was still seated, staring at the phone, his expression calm, even indifferent. Mu Shui asked quietly first, "How did you feel just now?" Only then did Qi Xinghan pick up the phone, stand up, and look at Mu Shui, his expression rarely showing a bit of relaxation. Can I make another appointment for hypnosis next time?" "Of course, it's what I should do," Mu Shui said while opening the bedroom door. Looking out, he saw Jiao Yan still standing there without moving. The last time Qi Qi called, it was because of Jiao Yan, so this time, what could be the reason? Jiao Yan showed no obvious hostility, so in the previous call, Qi Qi had enough time to explain her situation clearly. But this time, there were only fragmented words, which exactly showed what terrifying circumstances she was facing. From a moral standpoint, it wasn't right to see someone in danger and not help. From Qi Xinghan's perspective, Mu Shui didn't want him to have regrets. Thus, Mu Shui swiftly grabbed his small backpack, turned to look at Jiao Yan, and said, "Your hypnosis session is temporarily cancelled." Jiao Yan showed no complaint, nodding quickly, yeah. "Can we all go to number 3 middle school?" Mu Shui asked softly. Jiao Yan nodded even more vigorously, yeah. Mu Shui noticed his reaction and thought, no wonder Jiao Yan's movements looked so stiff, it was also related to his lack of interaction with people for a long time. It wasn't simply because he thought himself to be a pillar. That meant this was something that could be improved. "Let's go downstairs," Mu Shui said. They went downstairs. As usual, it was Qi Xinghan who used the app to hail a taxi. The car was big, large enough to accommodate even Jiao Yan. Fortunately, this time wasn't during the peak hours, so there wasn't much traffic. They spent about 10 minutes to arrive at number 3 middle school. This situation was different from last time. Last time, Chi suspected someone was following her and she called Qi Xinghan mainly because her family didn't take it seriously. But this time, Chi encountered a more urgent situation, and it was uncertain whether the Fan family would just stand by. If the fans had already reached the school ahead of them and Qi Xinghan walked straight in, all kinds of misunderstandings might arise. Mu Shui turned back to look at Qi Xinghan. "Brother Qi, wait for me here." Qi Xinghan raised an eyelid, staring at Mu Shui for a few more seconds before replying, "All right." Jiao Yan followed Mu Shui on his own accord. They arrived at the school gate where a man in his 60s stepped out of the guard's booth. The old man glanced them up and down cautiously and asked, "What are you here for?" Mu Shui lied without any hesitation, "I'm a parent. 10 minutes ago, I received a call from my child, so I've come to check." The old man muttered under his breath, "Another one?" Mu Shui caught this comment sensitively. Had the fans really arrived? "Can I go inside?" Mu Shui asked. When the old man met Mu Shui's face, his attitude softened considerably. "You need to register first, then enter. To your left is the junior high school section, and to the right is the senior high school section. Find the homeroom teacher once inside. Don't wander around randomly." "Thank you," Mu Shui responded politely. All the old man's final traces of suspicion vanished, and he quickly opened the small gate allowing Mu Shui to enter. Mu Shui did not turn to look at Jiao Yan, knowing well that this person would definitely follow him. Following the old man's directions, Mu Shui found the class where Qi studied. Outside the classroom door stood a middle-aged woman wearing a red down jacket, her cheeks showing a dull luster contrary to its bright color. She anxiously rubbed her hands while conversing with someone who looked like a teacher. Besides them, there was no one else. Qi's father, the difficult-to-deal-with middle-aged man, was probably working and wouldn't easily leave his post. It was obvious that Qi's grandfather would be useless in this scenario. So, her mother came. As Mu Shui approached, he clearly heard their conversation. "Mrs. Qi, don't worry yet. Let's hold off on calling the police. What if it's the child playing a prank? For instance, arguing with the family and, upset, wanting to cause some trouble. Reporting to the police isn't a trivial matter. Even disregarding the fact that cases won't be filed within 24 hours, even if a case is filed and later found to be a prank, responsibility will be pursued." The woman immediately lost her resolve, muttering quietly, then what should we do? After she called, I came over. When I asked, you also said she didn't come to class. That means, she's missing, right? Then what should we do? The woman's hand-rubbing motions became more frequent, and her body trembled lightly in an almost imperceptible way. Mu Shui interjected, "A report will be filed, and no responsibility will be held. A minor going missing is not a trivial matter." The woman stared back in astonishment. "Dr. Mu. Dr. Mu." She blinked her eyes shut and reopened them, as if only then digesting the fact. How did you end up here?" "I received a call from Qi." The woman exclaimed, "You received it too?" The amplitude of the woman's trembling increased, her left hand grabbed the pocket of her down jacket, while her right hand hovered unsupported in midair. This indicated that her emotions were tense and panicky to the extreme. This must mean something happened, something definitely happened. If it were just a prank or an argument with the family, she would only call me or her dad, there's no way she'd call Dr. Mu. Something must have happened. "Mrs. Qi, calm down. No, we need to call the police, we definitely need to call the police." The woman looked at Mu Shui. She was a rather indecisive person, so even now, she still looked at others to gain affirmation, thereby reinforcing her own confidence. Thus, Mu Shui nodded at her lightly and softly said, This sound was as if pressing a switch. The woman ran out quickly while making a phone call. "Report to the police." "I'm going to report to the police." Mu Shui did not follow up. Instead, he turned to look at the male teacher in front of him. "Excuse me, are you Qi's homeroom teacher?" The male teacher's face looked a bit grim. If a student went missing, when the police investigated, the school would also be held accountable. Layer by layer, the one who would get scolded in the end would be him. Naturally, he wouldn't feel good about it. Mu Shui asked in a low voice, "This morning, didn't Qi arrive at school?" The male teacher then replied, "No. He wasn't lying. Mu Shui immediately abandoned the option of asking further and instead walked into the classroom in front of him. The male teacher panicked. What are you doing? Mu Shui turned around and whispered softly to him, Shu, wait a moment. In an instant, the male teacher felt his restless mind got briefly calmed down, as if he were comforted for a moment. By the time he came back to his senses, Mu Shui had already stood on the podium. Mu Shui's appearance caused some whispers among the people below. Seems familiar, doesn't he? Is he a celebrity? He's really handsome. Is Chi-Chi in your class? Mu Shui asked softly. Yes. The students below actually gave him face and immediately shouted in unison. Who is her friend? Can I have a word with her? Mu Shui smiled faintly, his eyes and brows carrying a hint of charm. Me. I am too. The reaction from below seemed a little more enthusiastic. Mu Shui couldn't help but wonder, were all the kids these days so easy to talk to? He descended, circled around to their side, and quickly asked a few questions. Chi-Chi called us and said she met that strange giant. This referred to Jiao Yan, which could be skipped. Besides that, there wasn't any unusual place. The giant seems to have gone away. Right, we didn't see the giant this morning when we came. But I saw a clown. A girl timidly spoke up, outside the school gate, a clown, wearing clothes of various colors, like this. While saying so, she even gestured with her hands to indicate. A clown. The first thing Mu Shui thought of was Yuan Sheng. He blinked, thinking it couldn't possibly be Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui asked, how tall is the clown? Really big. Really big? There was such a kind of adjective. Not tall, nor towering, but really big. Mu Shui nodded slightly, confirming it even more that it wasn't Yuan Sheng. After all, the first impression Yuan Sheng gave people was tall enough to seem like a shadow covering a large area, making people feel they can't even breathe properly. Thank you. Mu Shui gave the other party a slight smile and added a compliment, you're really cute. The girl's cheeks immediately turned red all over. She opened her mouth and whispered, thank you. That clown was really strange, there's nothing happening outside the school, no reason for someone like that to appear. He didn't look like he was handing out flyers either. Alright, I understand. Mu Shui stood up and left the classroom. At this moment, someone in the classroom suddenly screamed, I remember now, he appeared on the news together with Qi Xinghan. The male teacher glared at Mu Shui angrily and then turned back into the classroom, shouting loudly, quiet. Quiet. Meanwhile, Mu Shui had already left here. Soon, the police would come, and he wouldn't have another chance to ask anything else. Now after finishing asking, he could leave right away and meet up with Qi Xinghan outside. That girl mentioned a very critical point. At this time and place, there should absolutely not be someone wearing a clown mask and dressed in colorful clown costumes. Mu Shui left the school and found Qi Xinghan at a bubble tea shop opposite the school. At this time, the business at the bubble tea shop was quite cold. The owner lazily leaned against the counter playing with his phone, so he hadn't noticed Qi Xinghan's identity. Once Mu Shui arrived, Qi Xinghan put down his cup of untouched bubble tea and stood up to follow him out. Mu Shui shared what he had asked with Qi Xinghan. Clown. Mr. Yuan. Qi Xinghan spoke. Mu Shui shook his head, it should not be him. Where is Chi-Chi now? Mu Shui thought for a moment and said, let's ask the nearby shops. No need for such trouble. I'll call the police now, and when they conduct their interviews, it will narrow down the range a lot more. At this, Mu Shui remembered. That's right, Qi Xinghan had collaborated with the police department many times already, getting this done would be easy. Mu Shui nodded, alright, then let's wait a little longer. He paused briefly before asking, Old Qi, are you considered to have a cooperative relationship with the police? Why do they help cover up the existence of monsters? I have a bit of an acquaintance with the chief. I see. Has the chief never thought about reporting this situation to higher authorities, allowing the government to establish a monster management agency that could contain most of the creatures under control? He did say he'd report it, but nothing seemed to come of it afterward. As they were speaking, the sound of sirens grew closer. The police had arrived. Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan, along with Jiao Yan, moved to a small tea house outside the school, ordering 2 cups of tea while they waited. This waiting dragged on for 2 hours. During Mu Shui's brief nap with his head on the table, a set of interview transcripts was placed on their table by the time he woke up. Yawning, Mu Shui flipped through a couple of pages, noticing several statements indicated that Chi-Chi disappeared at the mouth of an alleyway, the same alleyway where Mu Shui, Qi Xinghan, and Jiao Yan had previously been. The police thoroughly searched the trash bins and brought in dogs to sniff around, but there isn't a single drop of blood or reaction from luminol reagents nearby, Qi Xinghan said calmly. Mu Shui glanced at the skies outside, which were darkening, hinting at impending rain. Suddenly struck by an idea, Mu Shui softly asked, what about as twilight falls? Qi Xinghan, we can give it a try. Jiao Yan, MHM. The police continued searching, while Mu Shui and the others squeezed in time for lunch and went home for a short period. Mu Shui attempted to hypnotize Jiao Yan during this break but failed. Jiao Yan appeared quiet, yet his strong willpower made him difficult to hypnotize. Mu Shui guessed it might also be due to insufficient familiarity between them, so he chose to abandon the attempt temporarily. Upon realizing the failure, Jiao Yan silently lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. After all these efforts, Qi Xinghan called again, but the police still found nothing. The clown mentioned by the girl didn't reappear either. After being questioned repeatedly, even the girl herself started doubting her own recollection, speculating that she might have seen things incorrectly. Let's try waiting until dusk, Mu Shui said while seated, lowering his head to set an alarm. Qi Xinghan and Jiao Yan almost unanimously stared at his lowered side profile, neither shifting their gaze. After setting the alarm, Mu Shui fell back asleep briefly. It woke him up at 4:30 p.m., after which the trio returned to 3rd Middle School. They went straight to that alley. The entrance to the alley had been cordoned off by the police, but none of the three were short in stature, easily crossing over the line and entering the alley wearing shoe covers. Inside, the trash bins had been emptied and cleaned out completely. A glance around revealed nothing more than the trash bins themselves. Another look, and 3 walls surrounded them. Indeed, there wasn't much left to search for. Everything seemed clearly visible to the eye. Mu Shui looked up at the sky. It had become grayer, with no sunlight piercing through. His 2 companions were eerily silent, so Mu Shui cleared his throat and began, I'll tell you guys a story while we wait till dusk. After some serious thought, Mu Shui admitted, well, it seems like I don't really have any stories to tell. In college, my usual pastime was reading books and studying under my teacher. My teacher is Chen Ziyuan, a fairly famous professor. However, he's different from other professors, much younger and very caring toward me. Other than these details, there really aren't many interesting events to share. Mu Shui smacked his lips, that's not entirely true. There was one thing I did. I had a roommate who once upset his girlfriend. To make amends, he wanted to create a large heart using countless tiny colored lights. My other roommate and I helped him make it. The lamp ended up being extraordinarily huge, so we carried it together to the girls' dormitory building. Along the way, lots of people stared at us. Finally making it to the building's base, Mu Shui paused, when we realized that relying on batteries for the electricity wouldn't work with all those light bulbs strung together. The cables were too short. Where could we possibly find an outlet? That day was particularly dark. We stood under the building for half an hour, but his girlfriend never saw the heart light up. I got scolded by a professor the next day. After that, the professor wouldn't let me hang out with them anymore. After finishing his tale, Mu Shui glanced at the 2 people beside him. He noticed they were staring at him intently, seemingly entranced. Mu Shui looked up at the sky. The light was dimming, yet no colorful clouds could be seen on the horizon. Mu Shui could only roughly estimate, is this around dusk? In response to Mu Shui's inquiry, rain began to fall. Raindrops splashed against his cheeks, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Mu Shui pulled his neck inward, and soon his eyelashes bore the weight of the rain, blurring his vision. School had already dismissed, the police had withdrawn as well. Pedestrians hurried along the road, rushing past in swift movements, and the street outside the alleyway soon emptied. Mu Shui turned to look back into the dark alley, but found nothing changed. Lamps lit up again in the residential buildings adjacent to the alley. Faint light seeped in, accompanied by a sound growing closer, like someone softly humming a tune, blending into the rain, sounding somewhat indistinct. The hum grew nearer, its melody fragmented, interrupted often. At this moment, Mu Shui's 5 senses became exceptionally sharp, he could hear footsteps. By then, it was completely dark, and a streak of lightning split the sky, illuminating the figure approaching with a brilliant white glow. Just like a classic horror movie scene, the person walked slowly, allowing ample time for their face to be clearly seen, and enough time for anyone witnessing it to suffer the torment of mounting dread under extreme fear. Just as the girl described, it was a clown. And quite a large clown. The person wore a pink curly wig, and donned a clown mask, red nose, grotesquely wide-open laughing mouth, with holes cut open, revealing black eyes underneath. Unlike Yuan Sheng's mask, this one lacked overly exaggerated cartoon eyes. His multicolored clown costume was puffed up like a giant balloon, nearly twice the size of 2 adults stitched together. This might just be an excessively overweight clown. But when Mu Shui's gaze dropped lower, what he saw were ankles of normal human proportions. Yet above those ankles, the pantaloons were also inflated, excessively large. It was as if 2 adult bodies had been sewn onto a pair of legs. Behind the eye holes of the clown mask, it seemed a pair of eyes locked onto them. He gradually approached them, the humming becoming ever clearer. Mu Shui turned to look at Jiao Yan, saying, it's here. Was this the clown Jiao Yan had been waiting for? Mu Shui then turned to look at Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan's hair was wet, as was his clothes. However, he expertly fiddled with the buttons of his shirt, carefully removing layer after layer. This indicated that even before engaging the clown, he'd already sensed this opponent would be difficult to handle. The flash of lightning vanished almost instantly. After several flashes, the darkness resumed once more. The clown still drew closer. And when the next lightning illuminated, somehow Jiao Yan had already positioned himself blocking the path where the clown was coming from. Qi Xinghan now held the bone knife in his hand. Mu Shui stood unusually close this time, thus he caught sight of a bloody trace rapidly spreading across Qi Xinghan's back due to the rain. There, the skin had been torn open, revealing hideous bloodied flesh flipping outward slightly, quite terrifying. Once again, lightning zipped across the sky. Qi Xinghan stepped forward, the bone knife extending its shadow, faintly visible as a blade silhouette projected against the walls by the slight glow emanating from the nearby residential buildings. Mu Shui involuntarily held his breath, and his vision blurred further. He had to raise a hand to wipe away the rainwater. On his eardrum, there landed a soft duh. A sound. Different from Qi Xinghan's and the clown's footfalls, different from the rain sounds, different from the clown's humming or their breathing sounds. Mu Shui's heartbeat suddenly missed a beat. He turned his head. Bowed low, head lowered, a clown stood behind him, nearly touching his ear. The clown raised a hand, shoo. In that instant, Mu Shui's mind failed to react with any kind of fear, it remained calm, eerily serene. Another flash of brilliant lightning streaked across. In the very same spot, Mu Shui's figure had already disappeared. Mu Shui felt himself being carried on someone's shoulder. He was a little unhappy. What was going on? Were they all treating him like a sack of rice? This was a narrow passageway. The clown was hunched over, leading the way forward with Mu Shui. His head and spine would constantly bump against the hard stone walls, which made him feel a bit of pain. But he didn't make a sound, instead, he slowly began to recall what he had seen earlier. This clown was different from the previous one. He was lanky and tall, probably even taller than 2 meters, his neck stretched unnaturally long, and his ankles were higher than usual as well. The mask on his face seemed to be no different from others though. If the previous clown could be likened to 2 adults sewn together, then this clown was like half an adult cut off, presenting a deformed appearance altogether. It might be because he was so skinny and tall. Mu Shui gritted his teeth, thinking that even the back of the clown and the hand that held onto him felt uncomfortable against his body. Mu Shui had never been held so uncomfortably. The clown kept walking for an unknown amount of time. Mu Shui heard some sobbing sounds, but those sobs soon stopped, likely due to the detection of the clown's arrival. Mu Shui roughly guessed who the sobbing sounds had come from. It was Chi Chi. The voice matched perfectly with what he had heard over the phone earlier. Finally, the clown stopped, but he didn't put Mu Shui down. Instead, he started pacing around in place while carrying Mu Shui, as if reluctant to let him go. Mu Shui's head bumped a couple more times, and tears welled up in his eyes. Probably bruised now. Couldn't count how many bruises there already were. Suddenly, Mu Shui's mobile phone rang. The phone was in his pocket, and its light leaked out, allowing Mu Shui to glimpse a little of his surroundings. In this square-shaped room, it was filled with enormous clown costumes hanging everywhere, swaying as if ready to jump down and turn into living beings like this clown at any moment. Mu Shui quickly lowered his gaze and fumbled for the phone, pressing the answer button. He thought he would hear Qi Xinghan or Jiao Yan's voice, but instead, Yuan Xing's voice came through. "I'm back." Yuan Xing's voice was hoarse. The clown carrying Mu Shui shivered. Hurriedly, he threw Mu Shui's phone away. However, the phone quality was good, and it continued ringing after flying across the room. In the quiet, confined space, Mu Shui could still hear Yuan Xing's voice. "Mu Shui. Mu Shui. Isn't Qi Xinghan with you? What about number 3? Yuan Xing's string of questions naturally received no replies. Mu Shui, adhering to the principle of caution, remained silent. Yuan Xing cursed, "Shit." Then the call was quickly hung up. The clown shivered again and suddenly squatted down. Mu Shui slid down a little from the clown's back but was embraced more tightly afterward. Tears once again sprang to Mu Shui's eyes. Mu Shui blinked fiercely, forcing the tears out, then looked toward where the phone screen had illuminated. There sat a peculiar cage, inside which Chi Chi curled up, her eyes wide open, looking in Mu Shui's direction with surprise yet also full of fear, silently crying. Mu Shui did not look at her much. Because merely confirming her safety sufficed. He was focused on the cage. The cage appeared to be wooden, no. It was brownish yellow, every bar of the structure having strange holes. What did it resemble? Just then, the phone screen went black. In Mu Shui's mind, the image of the cage flashed repeatedly. What did it look like? It seemed as though cardboard had been sliced into strips and then glued together to form a cage. But wasn't that ridiculous? Where could such a large piece of cardboard exist, enough to be cut into strips and build a cage capable of trapping a teenage girl? Moreover, why would criminals use such a frail cage to confine its prey? Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky. In the alleyway, a clown's neck was twisted, making a crackling sound. Chapter 54, For the Sake of Romance. The colorful clown costume was torn open, and the bloated clothes deflated. Large clumps of cotton fell out, mixed with mud after being soaked by the rain, turning into sticky and dirty lumps. Qi Xinghan put away the bone knife. The rain blurred his vision as he coldly looked at the clown in front of him. The clown's neck was still gripped by Jiao Yan. When Jiao Yan let go, the clown's head dropped down and rolled a few steps away. Because Jiao Yan had blocked it, the clown's body didn't fall immediately. Qi Xinghan glanced down and saw the uneven break at the clown's neck. The edges were sharp, looking like a broken plastic toy. It wasn't human. Qi Xinghan turned to look at the dropped head. The clown mask was still firmly attached to it, the painted face showed a wide grin exposing a laughing mouth. So at first glance, it seemed like the clown was still smiling at him. Qi Xinghan frowned slightly and looked at Jiao Yan. You twisted off its head. How are we going to interrogate it? Jiao Yan stood there silently and retracted his hand. Qi Xinghan turned around and looked back. Lightning flashed, but Mu Shui's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. The rustling rain drowned out all other sounds, and neither of them noticed that Mu Shui was gone. The appearance of this clown gave them the illusion that the only enemy they faced was just this clown. Qi Xinghan and Jiao Yan stood in the torrential rain, but neither felt cold. Search. We'll move bricks if we have to. When they caught the clown, they were facing out of the alley. But Mu Shui disappeared noiselessly from behind them, which meant that somewhere behind them on the wall, there must be a hidden passage. Otherwise, could it really fly or disappear into the earth? Thinking about this, Qi Xinghan paused. Could it have flown? Given the existence of creatures like Kong Ye's flame bird and snow maiden, what else was impossible? Qi Xinghan narrowed his eyes. Search first. At least searching within the alley provided a defined range. Once they left the alley, they might end up aimless as headless flies. The rain seemed to intensify even more. Vision became increasingly unclear, yet hearing grew extraordinarily acute, the sound of raindrops hitting awnings and the ground reverberating as if tapping directly on their eardrums. At this time, the sound of passing vehicles also became very prominent. A car stopped at the entrance of the alley. Snap, the door opened and then slammed shut. Footsteps followed as someone entered the alley. Qi Xinghan turned to look. After being drenched by water, the man's form appeared more clearly, much taller. His imposing presence made his strides resemble those of an unleashed wild beast. Where is Mu Shui? The man asked in a hoarse voice. Only now did Qi Xinghan see that it was Yuan Sheng. He wore a full black suit, which was very different from his usual image. His hair was drenched, making him appear like someone who had walked off a historical drama set, more like an actor than Qi Xinghan himself. Qi Xinghan spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Jiao Yan and I captured it. Qi Xinghan pointed to the clown's head and added, Mu Shui disappeared in the rear. Yuan Sheng squatted down and picked up the clown's head. The clown mask still bore a smile, appearing eerie under the rainy night. Yuan Sheng stared at the head for a second, and the violent air in his expression intensified further. The hint of madness seen previously in archive photos began to flicker again in his eyes. Yuan Sheng picked up the head and smashed it against the nearby wall, breaking it apart. Only then did Jiao Yan take action, pushing the decapitated body of the clown forward. The clown's body collapsed to the ground. Yuan Sheng walked over and stomped on it with one foot, applying tremendous force. Under the clown's clothes, more stuffing was squeezed out, and then its limbs crumbled. After this act of releasing anger, Yuan Sheng continued walking ahead and started rummaging through the trash can. Qi Xinghan followed up, what are you looking for? Yuan Sheng said not a word. Jiao Yan came over too, but he was more lost, unsure where to start, knowing only that the clown he had been waiting for was dead. But what about Mu Shui? Jiao Yan wondered blankly. Unmindful of the conditions inside the trash bin, Yuan Sheng quickly flipped through its contents. Not here. Not here. Yuan Sheng suddenly stopped, quickly crouched down, and then noticed a box between the metal trash can and the wall. The lid was open, revealing inside it a handmade dollhouse that looked like a small castle. Colorful battery-powered fairy lights hung around the exterior of this castle, though some were broken so only a few twinkling lights illuminated faintly within the dark surroundings. Yuan Sheng stared at the small castle for a while before reaching out to touch it. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, plunging the alley back into darkness. Qi Xinghan suddenly felt a faint current of air around him, an instinctive awareness. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The phone was soaked, but still managed to turn on its flashlight, casting beams outward. Only to find Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan had disappeared. Looking behind, Qi Xinghan saw nothing but the expressionless look on Jiao Yan's face. If not for the dismembered body of the clown lying there in pieces, Qi Xinghan might have thought Yuan Sheng's appearance was merely an illusion. The clown squatted on the ground for a while. Then he gently placed Mu Shui down and hugged himself tightly. Mu Shui. So the reason why the clown put Mu Shui on the ground was because he didn't feel secure enough holding on to himself. When did the clown start exhibiting such strange behavior? It started when he answered Yuan Sheng's call. Was the clown afraid of Yuan Sheng? Afraid enough to tremble just from hearing his voice? At this moment, Mu Shui softly asked, can you speak? Before the sound finished echoing, the phone left at the corner rang again, filling the entire space with its ringing, while illuminating a small area. The clown shook even more, curling tighter within himself. This tall and thin clown had a narrow frame but long arms which could easily wrap twice around himself, making the sight simultaneously grotesque and terrifying. At this point, a clown suit hanging on the wall fell gracefully to the ground, and a head peeked out of its collar, followed by hands and feet stretching out from the sleeves and pant legs. It made a strange voice saying, I can. But listening carefully, his voice seemed somewhat familiar. Why did it seem familiar? Chi-Chi, startled by the unexpected scene under dim light, screamed uncontrollably, "Aw!" After venting her scream, the phone's ring ceased, along with the light fading away as well. Only after Chi-Chi gradually recovered her senses, trembling slightly, did she timidly ask, "Dr. Mu? Dr. Mu, are you still there? Who's out there?" In response, Mu Shui softly said, "I'm here." Then Mu Shui, based on the clown suit's location that he glimpsed earlier when the screen lit up, turned his gaze toward it. Speaking calmly, yet almost tenderly, he asked, "Could I inquire? Where exactly am I?" "Paradise. This is paradise," came the high-pitched answer. Patiently, Mu Shui further questioned, "And what is your name?" "What? What?" The voice echoed Mu Shui's question, clearly not understanding its meaning, or possibly never having owned a name. Curious, Mu Shui probed, "Why did you capture this young girl?" "Eat," came the simple and casual reply. Already aware that eating represented a way low-level monsters gained energy, like how Zhao Yun once wanted to consume him and Old Lin ate several students, Mu Shui remained composed despite this admission. Suddenly, many voices chimed in agreement all around them, each one also speaking in an eerie, unnatural tone, "Eat. Eat. Eat. Eat, eat." It sounded as if dozens of mouths spoke in unison. Startled beyond words, Chi-Chi covered her mouth to stifle another scream. But Mu Shui caught her muffled sobbing. He asked curiously, "Have you eaten someone like her before?" "No," the voice replied, instantly lowering its pitch. Instantaneously, other voices echoed the sentiment, "No, no. No, no." Each lower than the last until the sounds almost vanished, tinged with involuntary disappointment. Mu Shui. It sounded rather pitiful somehow. Having engaged in several rounds of dialogue with these entities, their voices became increasingly familiar to Mu Shui. This voice bore some resemblance to Yuan Sheng's. Mu Shui licked his lips, sensing he had found a breakthrough. He asked again, "Why do you eat people?" "People? What are people?" the voice first countered, then said, "Because we need to. The master needs it, the master needs it." Many voices around chimed in. It was somewhat irritating to the ears. "Who is the master?" Mu Shui asked. "The master, just the master." This time, there were no other voices echoing. Mu Shui slowly sat up, rubbing his ears before asking again, "Why does the master need this?" "To gain power." And once more, many voices echoed loudly, "To gain power. To gain power." Mu Shui couldn't help but rub his ears again, "What can having power do?" The voice paused for a moment, "To fall in love." All the other voices joined in, shouting loudly, "To fall in love. To fall in love." Mu Shui. At that moment, amidst the strange cacophony of voices in the otherwise silent space, a sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Mu Shui involuntarily held his breath. Could it be their master who was coming? And what might their master look like? Just then, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. Mu Shui heard a scream as the thin and tall clown was picked up. The long arms wrapped tightly around himself, shaking violently as if he were a piece of paper being swung back and forth. Sitting on the ground, Mu Shui tilted his head slightly to look upward toward the source of the light. The figure stood against the light, so tall it was hard to make out his features. But Mu Shui could see the silhouette beneath the light, a towering frame clad impeccably in a suit, water dripping from his body. The light flickered as the man placed his phone into the chest pocket of his suit, then reached out with the other hand to grasp the clown's face. Mu Shui could clearly see the man's fingers, distinct knuckles, slender and powerful. Under the faint white light, they resembled bamboo joints or jade. He gripped the clown's face, and Mu Shui heard a tearing sound, as if peeling a face off a person's head. A chill ran down Mu Shui's spine. Then he heard the man's low, hoarse voice, filled with menace, asking, "Is it useful wearing such a face?" It was Yuan Sheng. It was Yuan Sheng's voice. As the words faded, the clown's face was ripped right off, revealing flesh clinging beneath. But without the clown mask, the entity underneath seemed to have lost its nose and eyes as well. It had no features, only a pale flat surface smeared with bits of blood and flesh. The clown stammered, "You useful, useful." But instantly he shook his faceless head, seemingly reconsidering his tone, "And no, not useful." The clown was thrown to the ground. The man crouched down too. The light flickered across Mu Shui's eyes, yet at the same time, Mu Shui saw his face. It was covered in rainwater. Chapter 55, Coming of Age Gift. The man's long fingers gripped the clown's neck. Some of the bloodied flesh hanging from the clown's face fell to the ground, looking a little disgusting and pitiful at the same time. Mu Shui was worried that he might snap the clown's neck and splash more blood everywhere, so he quickly spoke up, "Brother Yuan." "Brother Yuan," he called out again softly. Yuan Sheng paused his action, and the air of agitation around him calmed slightly. He turned his head slightly, giving Mu Shui a glance in his direction as if just realizing Mu Shui was standing not far away. Mu Shui licked his lips and said quietly, "It's a bit cold on the ground." Yuan Sheng loosened his fingers. The clown lay flat on the ground, still hugging himself with both arms, shivered twice, then stopped moving. Mu Shui couldn't help but ask, is it dead? These clowns were quite interesting. He still had many things he wanted to ask them. With a hoarse voice, Yuan Xing replied, it won't die. Then he stood up, took a step forward, came close to Mu Shui, and lifted him into his arms. Mu Shui asked in a low voice, do you know where the light switch is? Yuan Xing tightened his lips and didn't say a word. You should know this place well, shouldn't you? Everything here should be familiar to you. And those clowns, don't you know them? Mu Shui spoke softly, his tone gentle like a breeze brushing over someone's heart, bringing warmth with it. Such a voice was impossible to resist. Even though these words were somewhat accusatory, when they came from his mouth, they sounded so soft, that no one could feel even a hint of suspicion or the urge to fight back. Without a word, Yuan Xing took a few steps forward, and there was a faint snap. Instantly, the whole space was filled with warm yellow light. Mu Shui blinked a few times to adapt to the delayed brightness. Only now did he finally look around carefully and realize how incredibly cramped the entire room felt. No, perhaps the word cramped wasn't entirely accurate. The room's size wasn't small, it was standard for a living room layout. But the ceiling was unusually low, Yuan Xing standing inside was nearly touching the top. Chi, being young and short, sat in her cage. Mu Shui couldn't judge the height by looking at her. And when the clown had crouched down, pulling Mu Shui along with him towards the ground, his perspective made it seem like the space wasn't particularly low. What a strange house. And even the cages within this house were peculiar. The clown costumes hanging on the walls swayed gently, as if they each had been given life. What kind of place is this? Mu Shui asked. This time, he addressed Yuan Xing. If this place was a paradise for the clowns, what was it for Yuan Xing? Unable to resist, Mu Shui looked up slightly and gazed at Yuan Xing. Held in Yuan Xing's arms, from Mu Shui's angle, Yuan Xing's facial features carried an edge of sharpness and severity. He heard Yuan Xing move his lips, as if giving a cold laugh, and said, paradise. Mu Shui was startled. Was this also a paradise for Yuan Xing? But soon after, he heard Yuan Xing mutter casually, the name of this place is paradise. Then, Yuan Xing slightly tilted his head upward, seemingly taking a sweeping look around the place. He chuckled lightly and remarked offhandedly, have you seen little girls play with Barbie dolls? Those toy sets usually come with a dollhouse. Mu Shui quickly caught on, this place is a dollhouse. The theme of the dollhouse is paradise. A clown's paradise. Yuan Xing agreed softly, gradually reining in his smile and added, I'll take you out. Mu Shui didn't rush to leave. He kept tilting his head back slightly, locking his soft gaze onto Yuan Xing, so does this paradise belong to you? Yuan Xing showed no intention of hiding anything from Mu Shui. He said, yes, it's a gift I received when I came of age. Mu Shui carefully recalled the entire process of how the clown had brought him here. Before he knew it, he had been carried by the clown into a dark passageway. The reason why the passage was so narrow that he always bumped his head was because this place was originally just a dollhouse, its dimensions not built according to human-sized housing proportions. Why the cage seemed like it was cut from cardboard, roughly patched together, this question also had its explanation. Indeed, it was made using cardboard by hand. These clowns, perhaps they are like dolls, hollow inside when taken apart, or stuffed with cotton instead of having the internal organs that humans do. That's why Yuan Xing said it won't die. Even thinking this way was somewhat unbelievable. Had they shrunk in size to enter this space? It wasn't likely that the gift Yuan Xing received had been built according to human proportions. If there were really a dollhouse set up in the alley, how could they not have seen it? There was another question. Mu Shui asked softly, how did you know I was here? The likelihood of Yuan Xing talking to Qi Xinghan was extremely low. Even if Yuan Xing could track down the clown's location, how could he be sure Mu Shui was with the clown? Yuan Xing pressed his lips together slightly and tightened his jaw, there's a tracker. Mu Shui immediately understood, you put a tracker in my phone. Yuan Xing, ah. Mu Shui's first reaction was whether Yuan Xing had been afraid other monsters would catch him and eat him. Mu Shui didn't dwell on the fact about the tracker being in the phone. He raised his finger and pointed at the circle of clown costumes, so now, can I understand this as follows? Their owner is you. Yuan Xing, ah. From Yuan Xing's word choice and tone, it could be judged that he was answering with a kind of honest negativity. He wasn't lying, but he truly wasn't very willing either. Put me down. Mu Shui spoke up. Yuan Xing obediently let go. Mu Shui stabilized himself, walked closer to the clown, squatted down, and reached out his finger to poke it. The clown's limbs were hard, feeling like solid plastic. He poked the clown's waist next, which was soft. Inside, it was definitely stuffed with cotton. Yuan Xing followed over and asked, do you want to see? Huh? Mu Shui didn't understand for a moment. If you want to see, I can disassemble it for you. After Yuan Xing finished speaking, the clown on the ground trembled slightly. Only then did Mu Shui realize what Yuan Xing meant. Mu Shui blinked, can we? Yuan Xing squatted down as well, we can. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the clown's waist and pulled outward forcefully. Large clumps of cotton squeezed out from inside. The clown trembled violently, then tilted its head to one side, mimicking the death scene from TV dramas by posing as though it were dead. But Yuan Sheng showed no intention of letting it off easy. He gripped the clown's neck again and twisted it sharply. With a sharp snap, the clown's head was wrenched right off. Chi-Chi, who couldn't see what happened to the clown, could only discern from the shadow projected on the wall that the tall man was holding the clown's head in his hand. It was too frightening. Chi-Chi covered her mouth even more fearfully. It's just a toy. Yuan Sheng placed the clown's head in Mu Shui's hand with an extremely casual movement. After realizing what this thing was, Mu Shui no longer found it scary. He flipped the clown's head a few times, looking it over carefully. Then he spoke quietly, "It's still somewhat rough. If I were to do it, I'd try using rubber bands and wires to make its limbs more flexible and stable. That way, it wouldn't come off with a twist." At this point, Yuan Sheng, who had been lounging lazily, made some slight adjustments. He looked up and wanted to look at Mu Shui but instinctively realized he shouldn't, so he stiffened his neck mid-movement and only rasped deeply. He said the same thing. Mu Shui caught onto this word sharply. "The person who gave me this thing, this paradise was made by him. When he handed this thing to me, he said he didn't have time. If he did, he would have thought of ways to use rubber bands and wires to fix its limbs, keeping them both flexible and stable. He would have also meticulously painted a layer of varnish on it. You should know that when this thing came into my hands, all the clowns only had clothes, no faces. He didn't have time to paint their faces." It was exactly what Mu Shui had thought. Mu Shui looked down and pointed at the clown face Yuan Sheng had torn off. "Then what about this? It evolved, I guess," Yuan Sheng said. But he didn't elaborate on how these clowns had evolved, gained clown faces, and subsequently managed to leave the paradise to enter human society. "They want to eat people, you know?" Mu Shui asked again. "I don't know." Yuan Sheng's mouth curled downward slightly at the corner, clearly filled with anger. He said coldly, "They didn't have the guts before." This meant that their intention to grab Chi-Chi and eat her was not at Yuan Sheng's behest. "But they said it was all for you." "For what?" Yuan Sheng's expression grew colder. He suddenly raised his head but just as quickly realized he shouldn't look at Mu Shui, so he lowered it again. After this commotion, the coldness on his face had lost some of its intensity. Mu Shui supported the clown's head, placing it back on the neck joint before softly saying, "They said this, to give you strength." Yuan Sheng twitched his lips. "I don't even need something like this." Then they also said, "Having this strength is for falling in love." "Falling in love with whom?" Yuan Sheng abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He stood up, cursed, and then stepped on the clown's head with his foot. The clown's painted-on face was torn away, leaving behind only a smooth white board without any features. As soon as Yuan Sheng stepped down, there was no proper surface for grip, causing the head to roll far away. It managed to narrowly escape destruction. Chi-Chi saw this and widened her eyes in shock, feeling more terrified. An involuntary tremor escaped from her throat, faint though it was, and Yuan Sheng heard it. Yuan Sheng turned his head back, took a few big steps, and tore the cage apart with one hand. Chi-Chi didn't know what the cage was made of, but the whole thing looked effortless, like Yuan Sheng's sheer strength allowed him to rip it open easily. He reached in, grabbing her collar and lifting her out. Frightened, Chi-Chi went limp and didn't dare struggle. "Throw her out first," Yuan Sheng said. Mu Shui nodded. Indeed, their conversation wasn't something suitable for Chi-Chi to overhear. At this moment, Chi-Chi tightly closed her eyes, assuming her head would be twisted off next. However, the next second, her body became airborne. It felt as if she were transformed into a ball, flying in a parabolic arc through the air. For a brief moment, all the surrounding sounds disappeared, until the very next instant when she was greeted by the noisy sound of rain. The pitter-patter of raindrops hit the eaves and splashed over her. Water flowed down her face. Trembling, Chi-Chi opened her eyes, her vision immediately blurred by the rain. But even so, she could still make out the familiar alleyway. And in the alley, the tall figure of a man holding up his phone to use as a light source. Chi-Chi's lips moved slightly as she incredulously asked, "Uncle Xiao?" Chi Xinghan instantly turned his head upon hearing her voice. There in the corner beside the wall and close to the large garbage can stood Chi-Chi. She had vanished without a sound, yet reappeared just as quietly. Chi Xinghan didn't bother wiping the rainwater off his face, he knew things were getting complicated now. Walking closer, Chi Xinghan asked in a cold tone, "Did you see Dr. Mu?" Chi hastily nodded, then revealed a terrified expression and exclaimed, "There's a bad man, he caught Dr. Mu. I overheard them talking about eating people, and this bad man knows how to twist heads. He's the owner of those clowns." "Owner?" Chi Xinghan seized on this critical detail. Chi swallowed hard, then wiped the rain from her face with trembling hands and continued, "Yes, there are many of them. When I was locked in the cage, and the lights came on, countless clown costumes were hanging on the wall. They started making noises, loud voices together, and mentioned their master. Then the master appeared. Shaking her head, Chi added, I didn't see what the master looks like. She finished with a hint of shame in her voice, he left Dr. Mu behind. Qi Xinghan rose to his feet, his expression gradually changing. An unfamiliar surge of anger welled up inside him, rolling and colliding in his chest. Just then, Jiao Yan squatted down beside the garbage can and picked something up. Upon careful inspection, Qi Xinghan saw it was a toy model of a castle with small colored lights attached. Most of the lights had broken, with only a couple still flickering sporadically. What was this? Back in the room, silence once again enveloped everything. Without Qi around, Mu Shui felt somewhat more at ease. Why was this object at the third middle school? You don't live nearby, Mu Shui mused aloud. Also, last time when I was at your place, I didn't see anything resembling a dollhouse. Yuanxing pursed his lips slightly, a trace of annoyance flickering in his eyes. He murmured quietly, there's a residential area nearby. From about the age of 12 to 18, I lived there. It was only later that I moved to Jinyang district. This thing was left there when I moved out. This so-called paradise must have been thrown out recently. By this point, Yuanxing's tone had become dispassionate, as if he were talking about a mosquito or an insignificant speck of flotsam. Mu Shui blinked. So it turned out that Qi Xinghan wasn't the only one who originally had a family. Yuanxing did too. Both of their families were still alive. And they hadn't always been monsters. They were fundamentally different from people like Kong Yi and Snowbird. But Mu Shui still felt a little strange at heart. Who would send someone an 18th birthday present like this? Just then, the entire space began to tremble violently, causing Mu Shui's body to lose control and tilt unsteadily. It was as if there were hands outside that had picked up this paradise, flipping and turning it over. Mu Shui felt dizzy for a moment, and didn't have the strength to think about anything else. His whole body slid backward, but Yuanxing quickly grabbed him and pulled him close. Mu Shui crashed into Yuanxing's chest. It was pretty hard. The collision hurt a little. At the moment when Mu Shui felt tears welling up in his eyes, he unconsciously wondered. Was Yuanxing also made of toys? But if he were a toy, then he would have to be one forged from steel. Who picked up paradise? Yuanxing frowned, his voice deep and heavy. Let's get out of here. Mu Shui had no choice but to clutch onto Yuanxing's clothes, pressing his whole body against Yuanxing's chest. Yuanxing smelled like a mix of rainwater and mud. At this moment, it strangely gave a sense of comfort. Ah, Yuanxing responded. This time around, Mu Shui didn't notice Yuanxing's choice of words or his tone, nor did he feel any reluctance from Yuanxing. Instead, Yuanxing quickly glanced down at him. Even just that glance seemed furtive, as if he were committing some secret act. Yuanxing pressed his lips together again, suppressing the deeply entrenched belligerence that had crept into his features. Qi Xinghan took the castle model from Jiao Yan's hand. Is this thing related? No one could answer Qi Xinghan's question. He raised his phone higher, illuminating the castle in front of him. The castle appeared to be handmade, with some spots looking somewhat rough. However, this object had clearly been around for many years. Besides the obvious signs of wear, it also bore the polished smoothness of enduring weather. The entire castle subtly exuded a shimmering quality. At this point, Qi Xinghan flipped the entire castle upside down, finding the position where dry batteries were installed at the bottom. He opened the battery cover, inside which were placed Nanfu size 7 batteries. Qi Xinghan paused for a breath. This looked like an ordinary toy, likely discarded because its color lights were broken, and excessive wear meant the children had replaced it with a new one. On the surface, nothing appeared unusual. Qi Xinghan was just about to put this item back into the trash can when his fingertip suddenly touched an uneven spot, as though carved by a knife on the wooden body. What kind of pattern was this? Why carve patterns on the bottom of the castle? Qi Xinghan held his phone closer and squinted slightly to keep the rain from intruding. He stared intently at the base of the castle and realized that a character, Qi, was carved there, with neat strokes, not a bit of carelessness, as if it had been imprinted. Next to the character, there was also a flower carved. Densely arranged grid cells filled the round flower, surrounded by long, slender petals. This was highly distinctive. It was a sunflower. At that moment, Qi Xinghan's phone issued a warning for insufficient battery power. In such conditions, the phone lost charge exceptionally fast. Just after giving the warning, Qi Xinghan's phone automatically shut down, plunging the alley back into darkness. Qi Xinghan turned his head towards Chi-Chi's direction. Take out your phone and turn on the flashlight. In the dark, Chi-Chi responded with a soft, and tremblingly retrieved her phone, activating the built-in flashlight. The beam of light was cast, re-illuminating this narrow corner. And in the corner next to the garbage can, an additional shadow had appeared. Only when Qi Xinghan wiped the rainwater off his face, did his vision become crystal clear. He immediately recognized that shadow. Yuanxing was sitting there, hugging Mu Shui in his arms. Mu Shui opened his eyes wide, but in the next moment, he blinked quickly to get rid of the raindrops that had fallen into his eyes. Qi Xinghan extended his hand toward Mu Shui. Mu Shui also placed his hand in Qi Xinghan's palm. But Yuanxing lowered his gaze and did not let go. Mu Shui murmured softly, "It's so cold." He had been drenched before, but since a clown had taken him to a closed environment, his body had only felt damp, without any chill. However, after stepping out of paradise, another downpour hit him, making Mu Shui feel waves of coldness. Suddenly, Yuan Sheng released his hand. Qi Xinghan pulled Mu Shui up and was about to give him his coat. But then he realized his own coat was soaking wet too, so giving it would be meaningless. Mu Shui couldn't help but shiver. Yuan Sheng slowly stood up, towering and imposing. Qi looked at him fearfully, taking a step back and muttering softly, "He's a bad guy." Yuan Sheng cast a glance in her direction, and Qi immediately shut up. Yuan Sheng still felt no trace of coldness, saying, "Get in the car, take Mu Shui for a hot shower, and change clothes." Qi Xinghan had no objection. Jiao Yan also agreed. Qi objected but didn't dare say anything. Although she judged from others' attitudes that this person should not be a bad guy, she still found him intimidating. The silent Jiao Yan suddenly pulled Mu Shui over and hugged him tightly, whispering, "Warmth." Indeed, Jiao Yan was warm, not just warm, but like a large radiator, constantly emanating heat, likely due to his athletic build from his past. Mu Shui exhaled and felt redeemed. Yuan Sheng glanced at Jiao Yan, his gaze sharp and severe. Jiao Yan's expression remained vacant, clearly unable to compete with Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng averted his gaze. "The car is at the alley entrance, the keys." Saying this, he tossed the key to Mu Shui, "Get in first." Mu Shui caught the key almost instantaneously. Before he could blink again, he found himself nearly pressed against the car door. Jiao Yan really could teleport. Fortunately, there wasn't enough force to crash him onto the car. Mu Shui shivered as he opened the car door, wriggling out of Jiao Yan's embrace and slipping inside. After sitting down, he realized he was in the driver's seat. Mu Shui couldn't drive, so he hurriedly crawled to the passenger seat to stabilize himself. Still, water stains were left wherever he moved. Wiping the rain off his face, Mu Shui turned around and asked Qi Xinghan, who was slowly approaching, "Did Brother Yuan drive this here?" Qi Xinghan replied, "Yes." Following closely, Qi Xinghan got in the car, along with Qi. Jiao Yan stayed by the door without moving. At that point, Mu Shui noticed the problem. Jiao Yan had always sat in the car like a pillar, how could they fit him in now? By this time, Yuan Sheng had already started walking over slowly. From each confrontation between Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan, it was clear that every patient had extremely strong self-respect, pride, and a strong sense of territoriality. They repelled one another, and their dictionaries lacked the word friendly. If Jiao Yan couldn't fit inside, Mu Shui had no doubt that Yuan Sheng would let Jiao Yan lie on top of the car, or even run behind it. So Mu Shui leaned forward in the driver's seat and hooked his finger toward Jiao Yan outside. He whispered, "Jiao Yan." However, due to the height difference, Jiao Yan couldn't hear what Mu Shui was saying. Jiao Yan grew a bit anxious. His eyebrows knitted together, and his tall frame bent gradually as he tried to move closer to Mu Shui, trying hard to hear what he was saying. Mu Shui tugged at him forcefully. Jiao Yan managed to pull half his body into the car and awkwardly squeezed into the driver's seat. Fortunately, the interior space wasn't too cramped, or Jiao Yan's massive form, which truly resembled a stone pillar, might have knocked the steering wheel right off. Jiao Yan stared dumbfounded at the hand Mu Shui had placed on his chest, unable to look away. Mu Shui asked, "Can you drive?" Jiao Yan blankly responded, "No, I can't drive." "Good, then sit like this now, go to the back seat, here, sit here." Mu Shui said, pointing at the position beside Qi Xinghan. Qi was still afraid of Jiao Yan, so they obviously shouldn't sit together. Having said that, Mu Shui pushed Jiao Yan out gently. He whispered, "Hurry, come here." Haste would cause a person to lose their space for thought in a short period, instinctively following the other party's instructions. Jiao Yan walked around to the other side of the car, opened the door, and bent his back as much as possible to squeeze himself into the vehicle. Mu Shui sighed in relief upon seeing this. So good. Now he wouldn't have to worry about sitting arrangements when they rode together. By the time Jiao Yan recalled that he was a pillar and how strange it was for him to bend so much just to get into the car, Yuan Sheng had already entered the driver's seat. In his hand was the castle soaked with rainwater, now bearing a few mud spots. Yuan Sheng prepared to drive. So Mu Shui spoke up voluntarily, "Let me hold it." Yuan Sheng handed over the castle. As Mu Shui hugged it carefully, Yuan Sheng couldn't help but glance at him again, just for a moment before quickly averting his eyes. Yuan Sheng pressed on the gas pedal. The car sped off. 1,000 meters away from the third middle school, there was an upscale residential area. The community was vast, with many flowers and trees planted within it. Under the cover of greenery, a detached villa gradually came into everyone's view. "This place is so quiet," Mu Shui muttered unconsciously. Throughout the entire community, apart from the pitter-patter sound of the heavy rain, there wasn't another sound. Was it because this was an exclusive residential area, meaning fewer people lived here? Yuan Sheng said softly, "No one lives in the other villas." As he spoke, he got out of the car after opening the door and then walked around to the other side to open the passenger door. Mu Shui handed over the castle in his arms, but Yuan Sheng didn't take it. Instead, he grasped Mu Shui's wrist and pulled him out of the seat. Chi was less scared by now. She asked quietly, "Are none of these houses occupied?" "No." Yuanxing continued dragging Mu Shui up the steps without looking back. Chi became even more puzzled. Then, why build so many houses? Not for sale. No one living there. They're not meant for humans. Yuanxing replied. Upon hearing this, Chi shivered instantly. Wah! What did he mean? If they weren't for humans, were they for ghosts? The iron gate was open. Yuanxing led them directly into the villa's garden and then walked along a small path to the villa's entrance. Only then did Yuanxing release Mu Shui's wrist. Just as Mu Shui started doubting whether Yuanxing had brought them to crash an unoccupied house, Yuanxing pressed a button on the door, causing a little box on it to pop open and reveal the unlocking system beneath. It seemed to be an iris recognition lock. Since Yuanxing made no further moves, the door clicked and opened. Yuanxing raised his hand to push the door, and everyone followed him inside. This was a simply yet beautifully decorated villa. Ancient-style paintings hung on the walls, a screen and a cabinet filled with antiques stood in the living room, displaying antique vases and silverware. There was also a lift leading upstairs directly. On the other side, a spiraling staircase with thick carpet was adorned with more calligraphy and paintings lining the walls. The only thing that felt out of place was that all the furniture had been wrapped with edges and thick cotton covers. This significantly diminished the aesthetic beauty of the overall decoration. Mu Shui suddenly remembered Yuanxing saying he lived near here from age 12 to 18. He vaguely began understanding something. Just as everyone thought the villa was empty, someone emerged from the kitchen, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron. She froze momentarily and instinctively stepped back, pulling her neck in. She scanned the group, finally settling her gaze on Yuanxing. Master. Mu Shui. They are. The Filipina maid hesitated awkwardly in her words. She was somewhat afraid of Yuanxing, making her tone low and weak. However, Yuanxing didn't even look at her. He seized Mu Shui's wrist again and led him towards the elevator. Naturally, the rest of the group followed closely behind. Chi observed everything in amazement. These kinds of luxurious settings felt like something you'd only see on TV. After reaching the upper floor, Yuanxing pushed Mu Shui into a room, "Take a shower." Then he looked at the others, "Do as you please." Having spoken, he closed the door after entering. Qi Xinghan stared at the door, frowning slightly unconsciously. Jiao Yan frowned tightly as well, his once vacant eyes gradually revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Chi whispered timidly, "Uncle. Can I also take a hot shower?" She also felt the cold. Only then did Qi Xinghan withdraw his gaze, turning to walk to another room's door and open it. Chi glanced at him before entering. "Uncle should take a hot shower too, or you'll catch a cold," Chi said with mustered courage, then went into the bathroom attached to this bedroom. But Qi Xinghan just stood in the hallway, his expression momentarily showing an almost numb bewilderment. Jiao Yan wasn't much better, he simply stood there alongside Qi Xinghan. The Filipina maid came upstairs and was instantly frightened by what she saw, rushing back down again. Mu Shui took a hot shower, which lasted about 10 minutes. He stepped out barefoot and asked, "Brother Yuan, where's the hairdryer?" Yuanxing got up, walked into the bathroom, and retrieved it from a drawer for Mu Shui. Mu Shui's wet clothes were all on the floor. Around his waist was tied a towel, while another large one hung over his shoulder. When he reached for the hairdryer, the towel draped over his shoulders slid off both sides. Yuanxing instinctively tried to grab the towel, bending and lowering his head. He didn't manage to catch the towel. Instead, he collided with Mu Shui's collarbone. It didn't hurt. Yet what immediately caught Yuanxing's eyes was Mu Shui's skin, flushed red from the steam, as well as his attractive collarbone. Above that was a delicate and long neck. Higher still, the chin, lips. Yuanxing felt an intense tightness in his chest. In an instant, he couldn't even catch his breath. This tightness was accompanied by a strong sense of dizziness, like being drunk or as if someone had drugged him. Yuanxing shook his head and stood up. He didn't dare look at Mu Shui anymore, fearing to expose his ugly side. Yuanxing turned and left, closing the door behind him. Mu Shui roughly grasped why Yuanxing had reacted this way. Furrowing his brows, Mu Shui realized Yuanxing showed no sign of relief, indicating the temporary absence hadn't helped him alleviate the problem effectively. Next time, he might suggest Yuan try hypnotherapy too. Thinking about this, Mu Shui picked up the towel from the ground, placed it properly, and turned on the hairdryer, blowing vigorously through his damp hair. The forceful wind quickly dried his hair within 10 minutes. He rubbed his hands casually through his hair to confirm the warmth and dryness, then opened the door and walked out. A set of clothes was laid on the sofa. Clearly prepared for him. Walking over, Mu Shui changed into the clothes. The clothing obviously belonged to Yuanxing. The sleeves were long. The pant legs were long. With the down jacket on, Mu Shui resembled a puppet in a suit. Still, it was extremely warm, so Mu Shui didn't complain. Tightening his jacket around himself, he turned his head and noticed Yuanxing standing on the balcony outside the room. Holding a lit cigarette in his hand, Yuanxing didn't puff on it. Staring at nothingness ahead, he maintained this gaze for a moment before lifting his hand to crush the cigarette butt against the railing, slowly yet forcefully, releasing some pent-up energy. Unavoidably, Mu Shui recalled his profile. Stendhal syndrome, coupled with intense destructive desires. He indeed exhibited serious inclinations towards destruction. However, Mu Shui thought of him as someone who was highly self-disciplined and possessed alarming self-control. Thus, his destructive tendencies were never directed toward others but were instead released internally through actions like this. In Mu Shui's perspective, he was far from needing supervision or freedom deprivation. Tilting his head slightly, Mu Shui looked towards the coffee table. On the coffee table lay the castle. Mu Shui approached, sat down, and then called out to Yuan Sheng, "Brother Yuan." Yuan Sheng's figure stiffened momentarily before quickly turning his head. Only then did Mu Shui see that he had put on the clown mask again. Could Yuan Sheng's long-term choice of wearing a clown mask be related to this clown paradise-themed castle? Yuan Sheng strode over. Mu Shui asked, "Can I take a look at this paradise?" Yuan Sheng responded, sitting next to Mu Shui and extending his hand to grasp the top of the castle and lift it. The top cover separated, revealing the interior design underneath. This castle only had the outward appearance of a castle, its inside was very rough, just a single corridor, 4 rooms on the left, 3 on the right. The first room housed miniature models of beds and sofas, as did the second room. The third one featured 2 human figures, who were leaning on the window. The fourth held a small horse-drawn carriage. The fifth contained circus props, knives, hoops, daggers, apples. The sixth was filled with large-sized candies. And at the end of the corridor, the 7th room, which was also the largest one, was covered in clown costumes, with a paper cage placed in the middle. The decapitated clown figurine still lay there, though now it had shrunk to the size of Mu Shui's knuckles. Mu Shui was intently examining the paradise. Yuan Sheng, however, was almost out of breath. He realized that merely avoiding looking at it could no longer solve the problem. Perhaps he also needed to avoid hearing and smelling. Only then could he stop thinking about it. Chapter 56, Are You Afraid of Me? Mu Shui picked up 2 or 3 clown costumes, which had shrunk to the size of his knuckles. But the clamorous voices of the clowns talking loudly still seemed to be ringing in his ears. Mu Shui's voice slowly sounded, "You always work in the amusement park. Is it related to the park?" His voice instantly pulled Yuan Sheng back to reality. Yuan Sheng suppressed the rapid secretion of adrenaline and the impulse for his body to tremble slightly. In a hoarse voice, he said, "No." Mu Shui turned to look at him. With the mask blocking his view, Mu Shui couldn't see Yuan Sheng's expression clearly. But Mu Shui knew that Yuan Sheng was lying. Maybe even Yuan Sheng himself hadn't noticed, but he had indeed etched this clown amusement park deeply into his memory. Everything about the park was subtly influencing him. From when he started working at the amusement park, to putting on the clown costume and mask, year after year. This also indicated that from the time he became an adult until now, he had never escaped the circle that bound him. He held on to the park in his hands, yet he had never truly been happy. The person who gave you the gift, are they still around? Mu Shui, fearing to provoke resistance, softened his tone further, inadvertently carrying a soothing quality. "They're not here anymore." He said there wasn't enough time, so afterwards, he disappeared. Yuan Sheng's fingers clenched tighter on his knees, forming a fist. A sound resonated in Mu Shui's heart. Could it be, he died? That would be troublesome. The person who could give Yuan Sheng gifts and have him treasure them until now must hold a certain position in Yuan Sheng's life. If this person could serve as a clue, it would provide a new breakthrough in Yuan Sheng's illness. But this person is no longer around. Thinking about it, if they were still alive, wouldn't the research institute have already used this as a breakthrough long ago to cure Yuan Sheng? Why would they leave it for Mu Shui to discover? A flicker of disappointment appeared on Mu Shui's face. But he quickly regained his composure and chose to change the subject. Mu Shui stood up, looked around, and took a couple of steps forward, almost stepping on his overly long pant legs but managed to steady himself just in time. He turned his head to glance at Yuan Sheng, confirming that Yuan Sheng couldn't see this moment anyway with the mask on. Mu Shui sighed in relief. Good, didn't lose face. Only then did he ask softly, "Is this your home?" Yuan Sheng could clearly feel Mu Shui standing up and walking away. It felt like a gust of wind passing by him, taking Mu Shui away. The tension in Yuan Sheng's body relaxed briefly, providing some relief to his surging adrenaline. But at the same time, a void opened in his chest. Behind the mask, Yuan Sheng furrowed his brows tightly. He thought he was going crazy. He thought he was like a masochist obsessed with SM, inexplicably developing a subtle fascination amidst continuous impacts. Yuan Sheng's mind couldn't process anything else. Involuntarily, he recalled what Mu Shui had said to him. They said it like this, saying it was to give you strength. Then they said, with strength comes the purpose of falling in love. Falling in love? This strange term was distilled into Yuan Sheng's brain. Do I want to fall in love? Yuan Sheng thought, feeling both agitated and unable to comprehend. Raising his head, Yuan Sheng glanced toward the direction where Mu Shui was. He vaguely sensed Mu Shui over there. even though his vision was blocked by the mask and couldn't land on Mu Shui's body. Still, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The youth still had many things he didn't know. Yuanxing unwillingly wanted to keep these unknowns from the youth. You just said that the villas here weren't built for living. Mu Shui paused for a moment before tentatively asking, were they for you? To keep you here better. Neither Yuanxing nor Qi Xinghan had ever lied to him. Yuanxing said this place was his home, a place where he once lived for a long time. Immediately, an exaggerated, nearly unbelievable conjecture formed in Mu Shui's mind. Yuanxing might be similar to Qi Xinghan. At a certain age, he exhibited extraordinary traits that caused fear and estrangement within his family. Thus, Yuanxing moved here. He was exiled by his family. All the surrounding villas remained vacant, ensuring no one could contact him again. It was to allow Yuanxing to recover from his illness here, until he got better. When Mu Shui thought about this, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at Yuanxing. Yuanxing suddenly let out a low laugh, his body even trembling slightly. He softly praised, "You're really smart." Meaning that Mu Shui had guessed correctly. But Mu Shui felt no joy for having guessed right. Why? Although he had anticipated the reason, Mu Shui still voiced the question. He needed to obtain more detailed information about Yuanxing. There probably wouldn't be such a good opportunity again, would there? Yuanxing's tone still carried a bit of laughter, albeit with disdain. He said, "When I was 12, I fell very ill." As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed at his head. There was something wrong here. After treatment, it gradually turned into a mental illness. I had a lot of strength, and once during an uncontrollable rage, I shattered the marble coffee table in the living room. There was another time, in New Zealand, or perhaps Australia, I can't recall clearly, it was too long ago. Our whole family went hunting there, but we encountered some locals who held us up at gunpoint. Then, bang, I crushed their heads. They must have realized I was a bomb that could go off at any moment, so I came to live here alone. Yuanxing slowly stood up. As he narrated these events, there wasn't a trace of pain or hatred in his tone, only a hint of amusement. It was similar to Qi Xinghan's reaction. Despite the slight cheerfulness in his voice, fundamentally Yuanxing exuded the same numbness and indifference as Qi Xinghan. He said, "The surroundings are all empty. At night, looking around, you won't see a single light. It's like a dead city." Mu Shui suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Then, he opened his mouth, but his voice changed pitch slightly, sounding almost like a soft cry. Quickly adjusting, Mu Shui coughed lightly, readjusted his tone, and continued, "Then, was it the Filipina maid who was taking care of you?" "No." Yuanxing stepped closer to Mu Shui, replying indifferently, "The amusement park should have been thrown away by her. They thought this thing was too eerie and would only worsen my condition, so they tried many times to get rid of it when I wasn't around." Mu Shui furrowed his brows but tried to keep his tone steady. "Then were you always alone? After all, pity often irritates people." "Not exactly," Yuanxing responded. "I also interacted with people from the institute. From the time I moved here until I left at 18, many researchers came here. They served as my primary doctors and guardians." As he spoke, Yuanxing took another step forward. He noticed the sensation of his limbs becoming tight, his heart pounding violently against his chest, and the rush of blood coursing through him, all growing stronger as he approached. Under the mask, the corner of Yuanxing's lips curled slightly, his expression mingling mockery and madness. He said, "Oh, your institute is quite interesting too. The doctors are numbered. From 09023 to 09112, I've interacted with them all." Mu Shui was momentarily stunned. Were there really that many doctors in the institute? Yuanxing couldn't see the space in front of him due to the obstruction of the mask. So, one step after another, he walked right up to Mu Shui until their breaths mingled. It seemed like just lowering his head a little more, and he could kiss the top of Mu Shui's head. Finally, Yuanxing paused. Mu Shui's image appeared again vividly in his mind, a near instinctual reaction stirring within him, making his blood flow even more restlessly. Without realizing it, Yuanxing lowered his head, leaning closer to Mu Shui's ear, whispering softly, "They couldn't cure me, and they were afraid of me. Are you afraid of me?" Yuanxing felt as if his heart had shifted from his chest to his temples, which were now throbbing wildly. His brain seemed ready to explode. At this moment, he felt like a ferocious beast. And Mu Shui was his prey. He caught the scent of Mu Shui, reviving every inch of his body, blood filled with fierce desire surging through his veins. Mu Shui noticed a sense of oppression. After all, Yuanxing was taller than him. With a slight tilt of his head, Yuanxing leaned in closer, as if about to sink his teeth into Mu Shui's neck and draw blood. In haste, Mu Shui raised his hand, struggling to pull back his long sleeves, then rested his slightly cool fingers on Yuanxing's neck. Yuanxing trembled violently. Perhaps he hadn't expected Mu Shui to do that. Now his mind exploded even further. His temples felt as if they had two hearts installed inside, pulsating intensely. Mu Shui's smell surrounded him completely, awakening him, flowing through his limbs and filling him with a savage yearning. Mu Shui detected a touch of pressure. Unable to resist Yuan Sheng's height advantage, Mu Shui found himself overwhelmed as Yuan Sheng dipped his head and moved even closer. But his back unconsciously slouched down. It was as if he had instantly transformed from a fierce beast into a scared puppy. Mu Shui licked his lips, pondering in his mind. In a soft, persuasive tone, Mu Shui said, "Brother Yuan, how about a hypnosis session? Aren't you afraid of me?" Yuan Sheng rasped out hoarsely from his throat. After thinking for a moment, Mu Shui decided to explain it from a scientific perspective. Does Brother Yuan know about the uncanny valley theory? When something approaches human-like features but is not entirely human, that's when people experience fear. You, however, are fully human and, quite handsome, a very handsome person who naturally attracts others' favor. In comparison, you're not even half as terrifying as the amusement park clown. Mu Shui went on rambling. That clown before looked somewhat human, but too thin and elongated, like its body had been cut in half. It would bend its back grotesquely, lowering its head to stare at me silently, then suddenly appear behind me without warning. Those moments were genuinely more frightening. Really? Afraid that Yuan Sheng might disbelieve him, Mu Shui earnestly emphasized it. You are human, and look, very handsome, and easy to approve of human. In comparison, you're not even half as scary as that clown from the park. For a moment, Yuan Sheng didn't know whether he should feel glad or not. Chapter 57, Feeding Brother Yuan Chicken Soup. After a long wait without receiving any reply from Yuan Sheng, Mu Shui felt somewhat disappointed. But it was no urgent matter, there would surely be opportunities to hypnotize Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng was much more complicated than Qi Xinghan and could not be analyzed thoroughly at once. Mu Shui released his grip and turned around, pulling on his overly long trouser legs and said, "Let's go out, Brother Qi is still waiting outside." The heart, which had been restless in his chest, suddenly stopped its disturbance. Even the throbbing temples immediately calmed down. Yuan Sheng straightened his body. All the unusual conditions disappeared from him. Why? Yuan Sheng frowned, because he heard the name of Qi Xinghan. In an instant, all his blood went cold. Meanwhile, Mu Shui had already headed for the door and stepped out. Yuan Sheng listened as his footsteps grew quieter and quieter. His chest seemed tugged lightly but significantly, and he slowly removed the mask on his face, holding it in his hand before finally taking slow steps to follow him out. Qi Xinghan and Jiao Yan were still waiting in the corridor. The Filipina maid stood nervously nearby. Upon seeing Yuan Sheng following Mu Shui, she looked up slightly and whispered softly, "Young master, I brought my clothes for that young lady to wear." Of course, she referred to Qi. But Yuan Sheng didn't even glance at her, nor did he make any sound in response. At this moment, the door opened again, and Qi carefully walked out. She was still a little afraid of Jiao Yan and Yuan Sheng, shrinking her neck the moment their eyes met. But she dared not get close to Qi Xinghan either, feeling that he disliked her. Thus, after a full circle of glances, her gaze landed on Mu Shui. Qi actively approached Mu Shui and hid behind him, gaining immense security. "Are you hungry?" Mu Shui turned and asked. Qi cautiously nodded, "A little bit." Mu Shui looked at Yuan Sheng. "Brother Yuan, is there anything to eat here?" Hearing his voice, Yuan Sheng's heartbeat accelerated again. He licked his lips and suddenly felt like some sort of pervert. Just hearing a voice or catching a scent would trigger an immediate reaction. Before the slightly distracted Yuan Sheng could respond, Qi Xinghan had already spoken up first. "Didn't we report it to the police? Let her leave now." Mu Shui had almost forgotten about this matter. Reminded by Qi Xinghan, he suddenly remembered, "Then we need to notify the police right away. We can't waste manpower." "Qi Xinghan, I'll make the call." Qi quietly lifted her eyes and said to Qi Xinghan with hope, thank you uncle, thank you Dr. Mu." Qi Xinghan didn't look at her, just turned and made the phone call. Who knows what he said, but before long, a police car arrived, along with Qi's mother. She suddenly saw Qi Xinghan in this large mansion, and people standing in it, each one taller than the last, with overwhelming aura. Qi's mother involuntarily bent her back and didn't dare to take a closer look. In an instant, she hugged Qi tightly, sobbing for a while incoherently. The police gestured for them to get into the patrol car and escorted them back home. Only when they were about to board did Qi's mother loosen her grip on the girl and raise her head tremulously, unable to conceal her terror. She moved her lips toward Qi Xinghan and said, thank you. Qi Xinghan flicked his eyelid and remained silent. Suddenly, Qi's mother knelt down and bowed to him before quickly grabbing Qi's hand and dragging her into the patrol car, looking flustered and abashed, seemingly reluctant to give Qi Xinghan another look. Mu Shui watched this scene unfold and felt a sense of sorrow, along with a trace of irony. The patrol car silently drove away from there, and Qi Xinghan followed. As the police still needed to conduct interviews, Qi Xinghan had handled many cases like this. He simply accompanied the authorities to record a statement before leaving. Mu Shui, Jiao Yan, and Yuan Sheng, however, remained inside the villa. The Filipina maid softly said, then I'll go buy some food and come back. With that, she quickly held an umbrella and ran into the heavy rain, heading toward the distance shrouded in nightfall. In a blink, the villa seemed even emptier. Especially against the backdrop of the rainstorm, there was a palpable sense of death-like silence. So, shall we go back and sit? Mu Shui suggested aloud. Okay, Yuan Sheng agreed. Good, Jiao Yan, as usual, acquiesced in every possible way. They returned upstairs. Mu Shui sat on the sofa again, scrutinizing that amusement park. He observed for a while, trying to take the things out from inside. Everything inside was mobile. Mu Shui took out the carriage, twirled its roof, and a melody from a music box floated out of it. The clowns in the amusement park started to move as if they had been hit with a play button, their clown costumes waving around, as if desperate to dash outside the amusement area. But Yuan Xing came over and cruelly extended his fingers, pressing them back one by one. The clown costumes then dared not move again. Mu Shui felt a little curious. Since this park was given to you, have these clowns always been able to move? Not really, they evolved bit by bit. From having no face, evolving to possessing faces. From lifeless objects, evolving into walking monsters. Then what do they feed on to maintain their physical operation? Yuan Xing didn't answer verbally. The elders used to say that all things have spirits, old objects accumulated for long periods acquire a sense of spirituality. Gold and jade worn on the body, over time, obtain the ability to protect their owner. When the amusement park came to your hands, it acquired a sense of spirit and thus began to be influenced by your joy and happiness. So are they feeding on your negative emotions? Mu Shui glanced at his expression, lowering his voice. He was afraid of offending the other party, so he made a lengthy prelude. Even he hadn't noticed that when he lowered his voice, it carried a touch of timidity. It was timid enough that even if he said something offensive now, it would be hard to provoke anger in someone. Yuan Xing couldn't help but turn and look at Mu Shui, the tight cord in his heart suddenly snapped. He tightly focused his gaze on Mu Shui's features. The youth's face was clean and soft, with eyes like holding wine, clear and intoxicating. Yuan Xing chuckled lightly. You can directly say, they feed on my evil. Yes. This thing came to me as a birthday present, which was nothing more than an excuse. The person who gave it to me said that I had wicked thoughts, unrestrained and unrelieved. As my evil thoughts grew day by day, they were all entrusted onto it, thereby bringing the clowns to life. Precisely because of these wicked thoughts, the clowns harbored the idea of eating people. Before, they were trapped in the amusement park, naturally unable to implement their ideas. However, Yuan Xing's family sent a Filipina maid to fetch the park and discard it. Damaged and discarded, the clowns gradually learned how to move between the human world and the amusement park. So they set their sights on Chi-Chi. Why did you move to Fengmei residential area? Mu Shui licked his lips and asked quietly. Yuan Xing's eyes were drawn to his small gesture, his gaze involuntarily landing on his glossy lips after they had been moistened. Yuan Xing's temples throbbed again, and his lips curved slightly. Who would want to live according to rules set by others? Stuck in a cage forever, either die or try to escape it. Then why leave the amusement park here? Mu Shui had already guessed the reason, but he asked again. You've already guessed. Yuan Xing hooked his little finger on the mask beside him. If he couldn't control himself, he would wear the mask again. But at this moment, he suddenly didn't want to wear it anymore. He just wanted to stare at Mu Shui's face tightly, carrying a greed that he himself hadn't even noticed. Yuan Xing said softly, you're so smart. Mu Shui's voice was still soft when he replied, all right, I've guessed. This tone of voice certainly didn't develop as Yuan Xing expected. Yuan Xing tightened his grip on the mask. He said, as you guessed, I don't intend to keep restraining my evil any longer. What does anyone else's life or death matter to me? Mu Shui finally responded slowly, oh. This tone still didn't follow Yuan Xing's predetermined expectations. Are you thinking about reporting this to the institute? Yuan Xing couldn't resist speaking out. His hand strength increased, causing the mask to emit an ear-piercing, cracking sound. Mu Shui thought for a moment, lifted his gaze, and said, actually, you're still binding your wicked thoughts. Yuan Xing, what? You're living a solitary life in the Fengmei residential area. For you, it represents freedom. At the same time, it also prevents the possibility of hurting others. You wear a mask, stay away from people, so you won't trigger the savage desires in your heart. You've never let yourself go. Mu Shui spoke softly. The more he interacted with and understood Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng, the more he realized that his two patients weren't as terrible as the institute described. They were monsters. But maybe because he'd seen too many, Mu Shui didn't think monsters were that terrifying. After all, when faced with creatures like Kong Ye's rainbow bird and snow maiden bird, he could only laugh rather than cry. And because of that, he also lost the sense of mystery towards Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng. The word monster no longer brought a ripple of fear to his heart. Yuan Xing's smile froze on his face. Mu Shui glanced at his expression, thinking, could it be that Yuan Xing didn't like being given a good person card? Did he prefer being acknowledged as an evil person? It was possible. Mu Shui thought about it, and then added another sentence, moreover, I am a doctor, your guardian. I was sent here to take responsibility for your condition, to supervise and try my best to cure you. It's not just about rudely filing a report and submitting it to the institute as if the task is done. What's there to be afraid of? We can cooperate, there must be better ways to deal with your illness. Too much restriction or too much release are both not good. Right? Mu Shui thought about it and felt that his tone had become a little too preachy. That would definitely make him less likable. So Mu Shui opened his arms and gave him a hug. Yuan Sheng's brain exploded in an instant. With a snap, the clown mask in his hand finally broke beyond repair, crushed into two halves. Yuan Sheng thought he had already lost all perception of his surroundings. But at this moment, he still could feel. The youth before him was the first one he had encountered who exuded kindness and warmth from head to toe, directed solely at him. Yuan Sheng involuntarily lifted his left hand, wanting to firmly press the youth into his embrace. Just then, Jiao Yan moved. Jiao Yan suddenly scooped Mu Shui up around the waist, leaving Yuan Sheng hugging thin air. Yuan Sheng looked over coldly. Jiao Yan was looking at him warily. Perhaps fearing that Yuan Sheng might crush Mu Shui's slender waist as easily as he had crushed the mask. Yuan Sheng. Where the hell did this stupid giant come from? Chapter 58, Thorns Turned into Armor. Guiyong had yet to make contact with Qi Xinghan. With no other options, he used the backup key card to enter Qi Xinghan's apartment once more. The apartment was deserted, but there were birds. Guiyong couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. He looked carefully for a while and confirmed that these white birds flying around wildly in the living room were indeed real. It took Guiyong a moment to recall that these birds might belong to Mu Shui. Vaguely, he remembered an incident at the film base where Mu Shui fell ill due to a power outage and was rushed to the hospital, with a couple of snow-white birds following behind. Back then, there weren't so many of them. Could they have reproduced so quickly? Guiyong struggled to piece together the memory. Suddenly, a group of snow maiden birds flew toward him, surrounding him as their feathers brushed across his cheeks, tickling him enough to cause a few large sneezes. Qi Xinghan was nowhere to be seen. Guiyong guessed he might have gone back home. He knew contacting Qi Xinghan at this moment would be futile. With a sigh, Guiyong decided to take on the responsibility of caring for these birds. He immediately asked his assistant to purchase a large bird cage villa, set it up, and add bird feed inside. Go ahead and eat, don't go hungry, Guiyong poked at the food in the feeder with his fingers. The birds seemed to understand and obediently entered the cage one by one, pecking away at the food quietly. After completing his task, Guiyong turned to leave. As he reached the door, he glanced back. The birds had stopped eating, lifting their heads simultaneously to stare at Guiyong's direction, like a silent farewell. A cold sensation crept over Guiyong's heart. These birds seemed almost too human. Shaking off the unsettling feeling, he quickly shut the door and quickened his pace outside. Must be my imagination. How could birds possess human traits? Inside the villa. Yuan Sheng's gaze was sharp as a blade, while Jiao Yan's eyes held a stubborn calmness, unyielding and unfazed. Their gazes met, neither showed any sign of backing down. Mu Shui hastily patted Jiao Yan's hand. Wait. Put me down. You're too strong, it hurts my waist. Jiao Yan's previously frozen expression changed suddenly as he awkwardly placed Mu Shui down, his head slightly drooping like someone who had good intentions but caused trouble instead. Mu Shui noticed the tense atmosphere and the silent confrontation between Jiao Yan and Yuan Sheng. Perhaps this was a natural clash of auras among powerful beings. While keeping her head down and adjusting her clothes, Mu Shui interjected to change the subject. Where's the Filipina maid? I'm starving. Her tone sounded genuine yet faintly complaining. At that moment, Yuan Sheng retracted his gaze, glancing down at the shattered clown mask lying on the floor, a mask that had accompanied him for years before now becoming useless. Yet, strangely, he felt not even a trace of regret. Raising his head, he spoke softly, I'll check outside. Mu Shui replied, standing still and waiting. Yuan Sheng strode out swiftly toward the staircase. Jiao Yan stood there dazedly, caught in a low and sluggish mood. Mu Shui turned around, looked at him, and grabbed a box of tissues from the table. She pulled out 2 pieces and handed them to Jiao Yan. You're soaked through. Haven't you taken a shower? Jiao Yan instinctively grabbed the tissue and shook his head. Being so tall, his simple movements made him appear somewhat foolish. Seeing Jiao Yan holding the tissue uncertainly, Mu Shui sighed, slightly tiptoed, and reclaimed the tissue from his hand. She then wiped his forehead and the lingering raindrops clinging to his eyelashes with her own hands. Jiao Yan's vision cleared. He stared intensely at Mu Shui, his stiff and numb look gradually softening. And Mu Shui also gazed at Jiao Yan. She suddenly wanted to reach out and probe the hole on Jiao Yan's forehead. If it rained, would it get wet inside? Before Mu Shui could act on her curiosity, Yuan Sheng returned. His face was taut as he said in a chilly voice, something's not right. Confused, Mu Shui looked at Yuan Sheng and quickly headed towards the staircase, rushing downstairs and looking out through the glass doors. Yuan Sheng followed closely. Mu Shui turned back and asked, what's not right? Before the words had finished coming out of his mouth, Mu Shui didn't wait for Yuan Sheng to answer. He quickly turned around again and looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows. He had found what was off. Where's the moon? Not only was the moon nowhere to be seen along with the stars, but outside was almost pitch black, save for a faint sound of drizzling rain that faintly entered the villa through the glass. And the sound of the rain was strange as well. Mu Shui carefully differentiated it, sensing every drop of rain striking on leaves and branches. This wasn't strange per se. After all, the villa area was lush with greenery, flowers, and trees, so much so that its entrance was partially concealed by dense foliage. But Mu Shui suddenly realized why he couldn't see the moon anymore. Because everything was being obstructed. All the plants outside the villa were covering everything up. Normally, these plants should merely serve as private protection for the villas, without interfering with sightlines. At this thought, Mu Shui returned upstairs, opened the second-floor room window, and then moved to the third floor, checking it there as well. Still, all he could see was pitch blackness. Mu Shui reached out his hand, grabbing at the window and catching nothing but a handful of leaves. What kind of tree could grow to 3 stories high in an instant, its density obscuring all possible views? Mu Shui withdrew his hand and turned around. Yuan Xing stood behind him, along with Jiao Yan. Both their gazes were focused on Mu Shui. Mu Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Originally, he thought he had come here to supervise a very difficult patient, someone akin to a murderer. But now, these two extremely violent characters from their files had instead become a source of comfort for him. Their thorns had thus turned into armor for him. Can we leave here directly? Mu Shui murmured softly. Yuan Xing replied, we can try again. The implication being, he had already tried once before. With Mu Shui leading the way, they went downstairs again. Yuan Xing abruptly picked up his pace, walking briskly ahead of Mu Shui and opening the door to the villa. Mu Shui immediately stepped outside, the light from inside shining outward. All he could see blocking the steps were densely entangled leaves, fine, elongated, and large in size. They looked like enlarged versions of grass blades. Mu Shui switched on his mobile phone flashlight, aiming it further out. Through the tangled leaves, the light shone toward the distance. Majestic trees rose skyward while tiny flowers in the flower bed grew upward, their bodies swaying, turning into giant umbrellas. Rain fell down steadily. Mu Shui felt like he could even hear birds chirping near his ears and some low growls from other wild animals. Licking his lips, Mu Shui asked Yuan Xing, are we shrinking, or are these trees growing larger? No sooner had the words left his mouth when both Yuan Xing and Jiao Yan suddenly moved forward, each grabbing one of Mu Shui's wrists and pulling him forcefully backward, nearly making him take to the air. They dragged Mu Shui back into the house. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Mu Shui's face scrunched up, let go, let go. You're gonna tear me in half. Jiao Yan promptly released his grip. Yuan Xing, however, instinctively kept Mu Shui tightly pressed beside him. Mu Shui took a deep breath, noticing how a thick branch beat against the door panel just as it came into view via surveillance. Mu Shui muttered listlessly, it wouldn't happen to be another monster wanting to grab me, would it? Yuan Xing furrowed his brows tightly, a corner of his mouth slightly drooping. Mu Shui tilted her head up to look at him, realizing this expression meant Yuan Xing was quite angry at this moment. Looking over at Jiao Yan, his eyes showed an almost mechanical coldness, his face resembling more that of a villain, clearly also enraged. By contrast, Mu Shui remained rather calm. Adjusting his slipping pants, he said, this monster should be pretty cowardly, no? He hasn't even shown up yet. Yuan Xing lifted his eyelids slightly, icy light shooting out from beneath them, if he dares to appear, I'll tear him into 8 pieces. As these words left his mouth, Mu Shui's stomach emitted a gurgle. Mu Shui couldn't help but scrunch up his face. Why did he always end up hungry whenever he got stuck somewhere? Suddenly, Jiao Yan pulled a small plastic bag out of his cotton coat pocket and handed it to Mu Shui. Confused, Mu Shui took it over. Hey! Weren't these yesterday morning's breakfast, the soup-filled dumplings, golden steamed buns, and milk-flavored mini buns? Jiao Yan had actually not eaten a single bite, hiding all the food in his pocket. Give it to Mu Shui, Jiao Yan said seriously. Mu Shui didn't bother with any formalities or refusals at this moment. He was truly hungry, his body couldn't hold out as long as theirs could. Mu Shui quickly took the food and thanked Jiao Yan. He didn't care that the oil in the plastic bag had solidified from cooling, and he immediately ate half of it. He decided to save the rest for later. As he ate, Mu Shui couldn't help but think. I'm no longer who I used to be. Starting from the first time I ate a patient's meal, I began to change. Thinking about it, Mu Shui let out a belch. He had eaten so fast that he was now quite full. It was always good to alleviate hunger. Mu Shui carefully wrapped the remaining food with the small plastic bag, moved his fingers a bit, and tied it up neatly. Once he finished doing this, Mu Shui looked up and directly met Yuan Xing's gaze. Yuan Xing probably hadn't expected Mu Shui to suddenly look up, so he didn't have time to withdraw his gaze. Mu Shui caught the depth in Yuan Xing's eyes, a greedy kind of intensity, which enveloped him entirely. Mu Shui's heart contracted sharply for a moment. This was a very peculiar reaction. I shouldn't feel afraid. Mu Shui firmly locked Yuan Xing's gaze, suppressing the questions rising in his mind and refusing to back down. Mu Shui brought his thoughts back on track. Reflecting on the process he'd just tested, he tilted his head slightly and looked at Yuan Sheng. I think we've become smaller, not that the plants and trees have grown bigger. It seems like this place has turned into a second Eden. What do you think? Yuan Sheng's eyes were still fixated on Mu Shui's lips, soft, revealing little white teeth when they opened and closed. Yuan Sheng thought. When witnessing pure beauty and losing one's mind completely, it paradoxically leads to a different form of peace and tranquility. Chapter 59, Human Face. After leaving the police station, Qi Xinghan was still drenched and looked utterly disheveled. The officer had suggested he take a hot shower, change into clean clothes, and then leave in a police car, but he refused. He once again stepped into the rain, his clothes soaking wet. With the heavy rain, there were hardly any pedestrians around, so he avoided being recognized. Qi Xinghan hailed a taxi and returned to the previous villa area. The gate of the villa area was tightly locked. Qi Xinghan realized why Yuan Sheng had said that whether or not the other villas were inhabited didn't matter. There wasn't even a guardhouse by the entrance gate. This indicated that this place was never built for the general public to live in. Qi Xinghan took out his phone. His phone was still in the state of being completely drained. Looking around, under the rainy night, only a lonely street lamp stood there wasn't even a glimpse of a convenience store. Qi Xinghan's eyes coldly surveyed the surroundings. He never thought that one day, he would be troubled by his phone being out of battery. Without further ado, Qi Xinghan placed his phone back in his pocket, walked slowly towards the tightly shut gate. His limbs were far stronger than most people's. His fingers clenched tightly, forming a fist. A deafening clang echoed in the silent night, sounding almost like an explosion. The locked gate immediately fell over, splashing water all around. Qi Xinghan turned his head, squinted, and observed. There wasn't even an alarm system installed here, let alone surveillance cameras. It was entirely isolated from human society, as if it were its own separate world. He moved forward and headed towards the villa according to his memory. He didn't care whose territory this was, nor did he care why it was sealed off like this. He just needed to bring Mu Shui back. If Jiao Yan was there too, though he found it hard to endure, he could still bear it. His walking speed was fast, and in no time, he arrived at the villa door. Qi Xinghan looked up. Inside the villa, it was pitch black, without a single trace of light. Following the same method, he gripped the iron gate outside the villa without changing expression and tore it apart with brute strength. However, his stature was simply too tall. Even after opening the gap between the iron fence bars to a certain distance, it was difficult for him to squeeze through. Annoyed, Qi Xinghan removed his shirt, threw it on the ground casually, and drew his bone knife. At this moment, what he needed was for Mu Shui to hold his clothes. Qi Xinghan couldn't help but think about that. In the next instant, the bone knife in his hand swung outward, creating a large shadow, cutting the iron gate cleanly in half. Once again in the silent night, a clang resounded. Most of the plants in the villa garden were crushed. But Qi Xinghan paid no attention. He calmly stepped over the damaged gate, entered the garden, followed the path, and approached the villa entrance. Qi Xinghan pressed the doorbell. Mu Shui covered his racing heart. The carnivorous plants didn't scare him, but those sudden too loud clangs startled him. Unable to catch his breath properly, he ended up belching. Ah, burp. Mu Shui quickly patted his chest again. Just then, he heard the doorbell chime. Mu Shui froze. The doorbell? He remembered this exact sound when the police came earlier. The doorbell chimed repeatedly in his ears. It can't possibly be the plants ringing the doorbell, can it? Are they that smart? Mu Shui said this, unable to suppress a chuckle, revealing his white teeth. Then he quickly walked to the door. It was strange. He could hear the doorbell, but the sound didn't seem to come from the door itself. Mu Shui turned on the monitor and peered outside, only seeing a tangle of ivy wriggling nearby. There was no one standing there pressing the doorbell. Licking his lips, Mu Shui turned back and told Yuan Sheng, "There's nobody." Yuan Sheng's gaze flicked across his lips and lingered there, unable to move away. In a hoarse voice, Yuan Sheng said, "Come hide behind me." Mu Shui sighed, nodded, and obediently went to hide behind Yuan Sheng, remaining still. Yuan Sheng closed his eyes briefly. A layer of red blood vessels clouded his vision, and his presence suddenly surged with power. At this moment, Mu Shui slightly tilted his head and listened carefully again. The bell sound was coming from outside, slightly further away from the villa, not from the door itself. Could it be that Qi Xinghan had returned but made a mistake and ended up at the neighboring villa? No, if it were the neighboring villa, how could the doorbell sound carry this far? Mu Shui pulled out his phone and dialed a number, but the other end only prompted that the phone was off. Most likely, the phone had run out of battery. Qi Xinghan pressed the doorbell 3 times, with no response. He confirmed again, it was indeed this villa where Yuan Sheng had brought them before. Why wasn't anyone coming to open the door? He and Yuan Sheng detested each other. That hatred was an instinct etched into their bones. Qi Xinghan once thought that maybe it came from a natural repulsion between creatures like themselves. But there was Mu Shui. It was almost impossible for Yuan Sheng to refuse opening the door just because he despised Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui then walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out, but all he saw were countless plants everywhere, making it impossible for him to see through them to check whether Qi Xinghan stood near the fence of the adjacent villa ringing the doorbell. At this moment, the plants outside the window seemed to sense something, shifting slightly as they glanced at Mu Shui through the glass. With the glass in between, there was nothing much to fear. Mu Shui decided to take a closer look at the plants in front of him. The plants outside the window weren't climbing vines but an entirely new species that Mu Shui had never seen before. Their bodies were green stems slightly curved, with flowers blooming toward Mu Shui at their tops. It was like a person bending down, lowering their head, wanting to get closer to Mu Shui. The flower nearly touched the glass, becoming clearer in its appearance. Between the thick pink petals, there was a human face. The human face was pale green, with eyes gazing straight forward and fixed features that gave no clue whether it was alive or dead. Mu Shui couldn't help but step back a little. And right then, more flowers bent and lowered, pressing against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. And within every cluster of petals, instead of stamens, was such a pale green, rigid human face. All these faces stared at Mu Shui simultaneously. They were much scarier than any clown costumes. Jiao Yan suddenly appeared by the window, his expression cold and merciless, his fingers clenching tightly into fists. Mu Shui quickly shouted at him, "Jiao Yan! Don't move!" If Jiao Yan punched, not only would the plants fly apart, but the glass would shatter too. Jiao Yan's hand hovered in midair. And right at that moment, even more human faces pressed against the window. The plants' bodies were roots and stems, which were much more flexible than the human body. For humans to gather together, they would have to pile up layer after layer, taking great effort. But the stems entwined with each other, closely linked, one human face after another appearing densely packed on the window. Let alone discussing how terrifying it was to have so many motionless, green-tinged faces, uncertain whether alive or dead, gathered in one place. Just the density of them was enough to disgust someone suffering from trypophobia. Mu Shui felt a cool shiver pass through his mind. Can't they come in? They're just trying to lure me out. Mu Shui asked curiously. Yuan Xing didn't say a word. Neither did Jiao Yan. Mu Shui tilted his head, first looking at Yuan Xing, then at Jiao Yan. Apparently no use expecting help from them. Both seemed not very intelligent. Mu Shui muttered under his breath. Take a break, conserve your strength. Mu Shui said while raising his hand to touch Jiao Yan's clothes. His soaked cotton coat carried a chilling sensation after being wet for a long time. Mu Shui reached up and touched Jiao Yan's neck, it was also icy. Who cared about those plants at this point? You need a shower too. Mu Shui said, heading toward the direction of the second floor. Jiao Yan, follow me. Jiao Yan, MHM. Yuan Xing glanced up at the dense faces plastered against the window glass, disgusting. Yuan Xing turned around and followed Mu Shui. Jiao Yan was pushed into the bathroom, and Mu Shui conveniently helped adjust the showerhead for him. He asked, do you need me to help you take off your clothes? Yuan Xing quickly replied, I'll do it. Mu Shui thought about it, Yuan Xing was taller than him, more suited to help Jiao Yan. If he wanted to help Jiao Yan change clothes, he'd practically have to hang on Jiao Yan. I'll wait outside. Mu Shui said. Yuan Xing nodded slightly. The bathroom door in front of him closed, and through the frosted glass, Mu Shui could only vaguely glimpse the moving shadows inside, nothing more. Mu Shui moved to sit by the edge of the sofa and picked up the clown paradise. It was still exactly as it had been when he left, with none of the clown costumes having shifted. It showed just how much they feared Yuan Xing. Sitting on the carpet, Mu Shui stopped looking out at the plants and focused all his attention on the clown paradise. Rather than fretting, feeling anxious, or even scared. It would be better to study this object instead. After all, fear wouldn't help anything anyway. Outside the window, the vines were writhing their bodies desperately. And those flowers with human faces began slowly climbing up along the windows and walls, attempting to reach the second floor. Unfortunately, Mu Shui didn't even spare them a glance, and no matter how much they moved, it had no effect on him. The water inside the bathroom hadn't started yet, and now even the doorbell had fallen silent. All Mu Shui could hear was the gentle pattering sound of rain outside the window. A peculiar sense of eerie quiet filled both the inside and outside. Amidst this silence, Mu Shui heard extremely light footsteps walking past outside the door. He furrowed his brow but remained still. Yet, the footsteps passed by again and again, back and forth, reverberating on Mu Shui's eardrums, impossible for him to ignore. Mu Shui turned his head toward the door, where once again the soft footsteps resounded, light but very dense, like drumbeats landing on the ground, accompanied by the shadow of something passing by. Mu Shui couldn't take this kind of mental disturbance anymore. In one sudden motion, he stood up. Brother Yuan. He shouted loudly before grabbing the clown paradise and rushing out, trying to follow that shadow. There were still countless clowns inside the paradise. They might come in handy during a crisis. Upon hearing the sound, Yuan Xing swiftly opened the bathroom door. By then, Mu Shui's figure was nowhere to be seen, only the lid of the clown paradise remained on the carpet, standing alone. Yuan Xing quickly walked out. The corridor was empty too. The screws from 3 wall decorations spun off and spiraled down. Mu Shui, he called hoarsely, but there was no response around. Yuan Sheng licked his lips, swallowing, then changed his address. As he moved forward, he called out hoarsely, Shui Shui. Brother Yuan. Mu Shui exhaled slightly, emerging from a room. Someone just went past. Chapter 60, The Teacher Logs On. Yuan Sheng furrowed his brows, a fierce look gathering between them. Why are you running? Mu Shui revealed an expression of helplessness, spreading out his hands. There's nothing I can do, something keeps trying to lure me outside. It's pacing back and forth outside, making enough noise like it wants to create holes in the floor. They're working so hard, I figured I should at least go check. As he spoke, Mu Shui curled his fingers and mimicked. Take a look, there was a white figure, just like in a horror movie, whoosh, running past the door. Yuan Sheng lowered his gaze, focusing on Mu Shui's head. Mu Shui's hair was soft but disheveled, partially covering the swirl on top. Go inside. I'll take a look. Yuan Sheng placed his hand on Mu Shui's waist, lifting him up and giving him a gentle push. Mu Shui returned inside. Yuan Sheng slowly walked toward the other end of the corridor when Mu Shui called him back. Wait, don't go any further. Yuan Shao turned around. I feel something is fishy, Mu Shui said, knitting his eyebrows. I rushed out earlier too recklessly. Let's go back and wait for Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan being alone in there isn't safe. Jiao Yan, without a doubt, was safe. But whether Mu Shui was safe with Jiao Yan wasn't certain. Yuan Sheng nodded slightly and followed to step inside. Jiao Yan stood by the bathroom door looking out, wearing only underwear. He seemed unbothered by the cold, standing there with his limbs spread out, making him look even taller and more robust. Yuan Sheng suddenly felt a burst of anger rising in his chest. Go back, take your shower. Jiao Yan glanced at Mu Shui and said softly, guarding. Then the door shut, and soon after, the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. Yuan Sheng felt himself losing control again. He pinched the tips of his fingers and then turned to look at Mu Shui. Mu Shui sat there, serene-faced. Yuan Sheng's mood abruptly calmed as well, this rare calm was most unusual. A tingling sensation ran through his fingertips, as though something was crawling up. Mu Shui glanced down briefly. A tiny clown suit had latched onto his finger. The rain continued, falling densely over Mu Shui, soaking his clothes once again. Mu Shui appeared somewhat perplexed as he surveyed the surroundings. Trees, flowers, grasses, iron gates, and the villa behind him, he had made it out. When he followed that shadow and passed by a mural, this was where he found himself. The environment around him gradually restored its normal appearance, without towering trees or grotesque flowers with human faces. Mu Shui, struggling to hold paradise under one arm, raised his other hand to wipe away the rainwater dripping down his face. In the muddy ground, only 2 sets of footprints remained. Apart from these, there was no other sign. How strange. Previously, he, Yuan Sheng, Qi Xinghan, Qi Qi, Jiao Yan, including foreign maids, policemen, and Qi Qi's mother, had all entered and exited through the main gate of the villa. The heavy rain couldn't wash away the footprints entirely. So, why did only one person's footprints remain both coming and going? Mu Shui was confused. He pulled out his phone and tried calling Qi Xinghan. Sorry, the user you dialed is switched off. Qi Xinghan's phone hadn't been charged yet. And what about Yuan Sheng? Mu Shui called Yuan Sheng, but the same message quickly echoed from the other end. Sorry, the user you dialed is switched off. His phone probably also didn't have any battery left. Mu Shui sighed. He shouldn't have let Yuan Sheng take his old phone, which always automatically shut down when it still had about 40% charge left. Mu Shui put away the phone and adjusted his arms. Paradise, the hefty bundle in his embrace, became the only thing holding on to him. Mu Shui wasn't worried. From the perspective of behavioral psychology, whether it was the plants with human faces continuously climbing on the windows or the footsteps later resounding throughout the villa, their essential goal was to attract Mu Shui and bring him out here. Now that Mu Shui was already outside the villa, they would naturally show themselves. However, a problem arose. Was the danger within the villa, or outside the villa? If the villa is essentially a paradise, that means the villa they entered was not Yuan Sheng's real residence. This villa behind him is the true one. This also explained why there was only one row of footprints arriving and another leaving. It was probably Qi Xinghan who came back from the police station and pressed the doorbell, but got no response. The reason they entered the fake villa must have been due to someone deliberately guiding them. Since they had already been lured into it, then why bother to draw Mu Shui out? Wouldn't it have been easier to act directly in the fake villa? Unless the purpose of preparing a decoy villa was specifically to temporarily separate him from Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan, so they could be dealt with one by one. It took quite a while. Mu Shui had scoured the villa top to bottom. The torrential rain poured as Mu Shui stood under the rain filled with chaotic thoughts when his phone inside his pocket rang. Was it Yuan Sheng or Qi Xinghan calling? Mu Shui fished the phone out, only to discover that it wasn't either of them, it was the teacher, whom he hadn't been in touch with for a long time. Mu Shui quickly pressed the answer button. Teacher. A voice from the other end asked, "Where are you now?" Mu Shui felt the coldness creep into his limbs and brain fog cloud his thinking. In confusion, he mumbled his location. "Are you with the patients from the Jinshui Research Institute?" The person on the other end's tone deepened slightly. "No." Mu Shui told a little lie. He really wasn't with Yuan Sheng and the others at the moment. "I'm coming over to pick you up." Just as the voice finished speaking, Mu Shui heard a sound right in front of him, "Mr. Mu." Mu Shui blinked hard and squeezed out the accidentally fallen rainwater from his eyes, bringing clarity back to his vision. Then he finally saw the man slowly walking toward him. The man wore a pair of black boots, khaki pants, and an ink green shirt with a black waistcoat. On his head sat a hat with a European style, as if he'd just stepped down from a masquerade ball. His face also had a Western look, deep-set eyes, high nose, blue irises. But his high cheekbones and jawline disrupted the overall coordination of his features, making him resemble a square come to life. Entirely unrelated to handsome, even the air of gentlemanliness eluded him. And Garcia? They were 10 cartoposes apart. Why did I just think of cartopose? I wonder if he'll sneeze. With that thought, Mu Shui swiftly reined in his wandering mind. "Who are you?" Mu Shui asked as calmly as possible. He didn't clutch the paradise closer to him, instead, he was consciously diminishing its presence, making himself look more harmonious, harmless to both man and beast. The man performed an English-style bow, "Mr. Mu, I am Kagura." Even the name sounded eerily similar to Cartopose. Oh. I thought of Cartopose again. Maybe I should use Garcia number 2 instead from now on. What is this about? Mu Shui asked. I believe we need to discuss some matters. Kagura stepped aside, indicating that Mu Shui should follow him outside. At this point, reporting to the police would clearly be useless. Mu Shui nodded, all right. As he followed Kagura outside, Mu Shui picked up his phone, "May I make a call?" Kagura seemed confident that Mu Shui wouldn't be able to reach Yuan Sheng or Qi Xinghan, so he smiled and said, "Of course, go ahead." Mu Shui hastily redialed the teacher. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Answer. This time, please don't miss his call." Kagura glanced back at Mu Shui, catching the faint worry creasing the young man's features. What a truly pitiable person. Beep, beep. Hello. Teacher. Adjusting his pace, Mu Shui spoke slowly and calmly, "I'm not there anymore, teacher. You don't have to come find me." An uneven, frantic breathing would only raise the other person's suspicion, strengthening their determination to show up. He didn't want the teacher to run straight into Kagura. So his tone needed to remain particularly steady. While speaking, Mu Shui lifted his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Kagura. Kagura's smile dimmed a bit, his eyes flashing a peculiar light. But the man on the other end insisted stubbornly, "You're still there, Mu Shui, stop lying to me, you can't fool me." "Who has gotten to you? Yuan Sheng or Qi Xinghan? Or Jiao Yan?" Mu Shui wrinkled his brows momentarily before smoothing them out quickly. How does the teacher know so clearly who the patients around him are? "I'm coming over, immediately. Don't move. You stay there, did you hear me?" The man on the other end roared in a low voice. It was rare for Mu Shui to see his teacher so out of composure. The last time this happened was when he learned about the dean assigning him to take over Qi Xinghan's case. After that incident, he lost contact with the teacher. Thinking back to this, Mu Shui suddenly felt an indescribable irritation. Compared to this, Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, and Jiao Yan were not as challenging patients anymore. The mysteries brought by this new world and the illogical aspects since he stepped out of his original life were far more difficult to deal with. "Are you done with your call?" Kagura asked. Mu Shui calmly spoke into the phone, "Teacher, where are you? I'll come find you, there are some things I want to ask." The person on the other side paused briefly. "Then let's meet at school." Having finished speaking, Mu Shui didn't give the other side any chance to respond further before hanging up. He rarely showed authority either. But at this moment, it seemed like there was no other way. As for whether the teacher would stop due to this and change course to go to the school, that was beyond what Mu Shui could worry about right now. Mu Shui shivered slightly. "Let's go." Kagura led him out of the gate. Outside the gate lay a flower bed full of lush greenery. Mu Shui keenly turned his head to take a quick glance back. He had searched many places earlier but completely overlooked the flower bed outside the iron gate. Kagura urged, "Mr. Mu." Mu Shui focused forward again, slowly walking after Kagura and stepping into another villa not far from where Yuan Xing resided. "Is this where you and your gang are hiding?" Mu Shui asked. Kagura frowned, clearly disliking Mu Shui using the term gang to describe them. Mu Shui wasn't happy either. These properties all belong to Yuan Sheng. What kind of amateurs are they? Have they paid? Are they staying here for free? So infuriating. Mu Shui's stingy heart burst into rage, making his chest ache with anger. Chapter 61, He is a Demon. Mu Shui once thought he had entered the wrong door, but Kagura had already stepped in. Instantly losing all the poise he had feigned earlier, Kagura forcefully pulled Mu Shui inside. Following this, Kagura firmly closed the door behind him with a laugh, saying, "Mr. Mu, please cooperate." Mu Shui swayed slightly, barely managing to stabilize himself while hugging the heavy paradise in his arms. Only then did he raise his head and take another look at the scene before him. Empty, with no furniture placed in the living room, there were over a dozen people sitting there with hair of various colors, men and women, old and young alike. At first glance, it was as if they had mistakenly wandered into a gathering of nonconformists. But upon closer inspection, the trunks under the men and women's clothes were all made up of plant roots. Unlike the thick and massive roots Mu Shui had seen before, these were all very thin, unable to support the clothes, resulting in areas where the clothing always collapsed flat. Each one of them had been stretched from a normal human form into shrunken, deformed monsters. However, the number of roots extending from their bodies was not small, instead, they were densely clustered. The thin roots intertwined with each other in such great numbers that they looked like delicate and frail clusters of grass supporting each head. Ignoring the visually striking impact of their colorful hair, this scene appeared even stranger. And at that moment, after hearing Kagura's voice, they all turned their heads together, fixing their gaze on Mu Shui. Mu Shui's fingers brushed against the side of paradise, giving him a small sense of peace. Compared to the things in front of him, the cotton-stuffed faceless clowns seemed cute. "What are they?" Mu Shui asked aloud. Whether Kagura would answer or not, it was worth trying to ask. In fact, Kagura had no intention of keeping it a secret. His lips curled high, revealing a smile tinged with satisfaction. "They are all my creations." This expression once again shattered the gentlemanly demeanor he had feigned. Even though he wore formal attire and a hat, he now resembled more of a magician from a circus troupe. By comparison, he still fell far short of Garcia No. 2. "Are they not human?" "They are human, also monsters, also works." Kagura walked to their front and slowly circled around them. The roots on their bodies came alive, gradually spreading and climbing outwards. In no time, they covered the entire hall, forming a new cage. Kagura paused his steps and said, "You've surely never seen anything like this before. Isn't it surprising now? Where do their clothes come from?" Mu Shui suddenly asked. Kagura choked a little, reluctantly replying, "Originally, they didn't need any clothes. But this way, they appear more human-like. Therefore, we arrived here, occupied new territory, and acquired new resources. These clothes are merely one of the many resources we've taken." Mu Shui inwardly understood why. Even though the people here were a mix of young and old, male and female, their clothing was almost identical. One look at them made it clear, their clothes were stolen from Yuansheng's. Hey, how annoying. Living in someone else's house, wearing their clothes, and shamelessly setting traps for them. Even beggars aren't as shameless as you lot. They at least perform street art, sing songs, or pretend to be lame. Mu Shui angrily said. Kagura's smile froze slightly. "Don't you feel awestruck? How often does one see such a scene in a lifetime? It's rare indeed for someone to arbitrarily occupy another person's residence and use their belongings." Mu Shui replied. Kagura's expression instantly fell. But soon he straightened up again and shouted loudly, "It's just temporary. In the future, I will possess wealth equal to an entire nation. Using them now is an honor for them. My name will be recorded in history, and I will become the greatest inventor in human history." Mu Shui remained silent for a moment. "May I ask, Mr. Kagura, have you ever tried a mental health test?" Kagura indignantly said, "Are you implying I'm a madman?" Mu Shui tilted his head slightly, and rainwater from his soaked hair slid down his cheeks, giving him a pitiable beauty. No one seeing such a sight could still think Mu Shui was a threat. Kagura suddenly laughed and said, "That's because you haven't witnessed the grandeur and beauty of another world yet. Naturally, you wouldn't understand the terrifying power my creations possess or the talent that has been poured into them." Mu Shui slowly shook his head and said, "I am just an ordinary person, of course, I cannot understand. So, please enlighten me. Was it you who tricked us into entering that villa?" "Of course," Kagura replied. Mu Shui, "Oh." It turned out that the villa they had entered before was indeed a place similar to paradise. In reality, it should have only been a villa model. Placed in such a confined space, looking at the flowers and trees outside, they naturally appeared as towering giants. Just like ants looking up and seeing everything around them as enormous. Currently, Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan should still be trapped inside. Only he had been brought out by that shadow, with the purpose of separating him from Yuan Sheng and having him meet Kagura alone. Amazing, right? Kagura sniffed arrogantly. "As long as you're there, everyone's strength will weaken, except for mine. Isn't that miraculous? It's like what is called the mustard seed space in your Huaxia, China, legends, something you've probably only read about but never seen in real life. All of these things were created by the great me." Mu Shui, "Oh." Seeing Mu Shui's indifferent reaction, Kagura became slightly annoyed. This feeling of being looked down upon urged him to make Mu Shui realize his greatness as soon as possible. For human society, all this is incredible. As long as you master certain rules, you can create little toys like this. Doesn't that sound impressive? Kagura clasped his hands together in front of his chest, like an exaggerated opera actor, with a self-intoxicated expression on his face. A performing personality disorder. And quite sick. Mu Shui silently criticized him in his mind. Certain rules. What kind of rules? Though Mu Shui criticized internally, his tone remained steady and gentle. The rules only geniuses can grasp. You wouldn't understand, oh, and you don't need to. Some people are born to be great, while others are destined to be stepping stones and sacrifices. You are my stepping stone. Kagura straightened the hat on his head as he spoke. Kagura continued, in this new world, there are countless rules. These rules compose the world. Those who comprehend the rules, like Jin, Qi, and myself, we've already ascended to the peak of humanity. Looking down from such heights, all humans seem ridiculous. All of this is beyond your imagination. Jin. Mu Shui caught a new name. Good, let's take note of that. There was also another person mentioned by Kagura, Qi. Was it the same Qi who changed Qi Xinghan's name and gave Yuanxing the clown paradise? Kagura's words were exceedingly arrogant, his tone filled with heavy contempt for humanity. For someone else standing here, Kagura would likely have driven them mad with anger. But except for some details Mu Shui particularly cared about, such statements failed to stir any emotions within him. He had long understood how to extract useful information from others' lengthy speeches, disregarding emotions and subjective narrations, focusing on capturing key points. According to your theory, you are already very powerful. Kagura nodded, yes. If so, why do you still need me as your stepping stone? What impact could I have on you? Mu Shui's voice changed slightly, and then he sneezed softly. I intend to use you as a bargaining chip. If the other side refuses, I think that damn gloomy face would need you. After all, I heard 2 of his subordinates died because of you. Oh, not only that, several flame birds also died. Upon hearing this description, Mu Shui immediately realized that the gloomy face Kagura referred to was Garcia No. 2. Cold, depressed, and always wearing a frown as if others owed him $800 million. Indeed, somewhat a deadpan face. However, one issue arose. Based on Kagura's description, he intended to first exchange him for someone, and only if that person refused would he hand Mu Shui over to Garcia No. 2. Then who was the person ranked ahead of Garcia No. 2? What if neither of them agrees? Mu Shui asked. In that case, I'll keep you and make you part of their group, Kagura pointed to the deformed men and women nearby. Mu Shui judged 1 point from this. Either Kagura was a high-ranking monster, or he wasn't a monster at all. People at a low level like Zhao Yun and Old Lin would immediately develop a certain degree of yearning upon seeing him. Only those like Yuansheng, Qi Xinghan, and Zhao Yan currently appear to lack such desire. And ordinary people would not feel any yearning for him at all. Based on Kagura's description, it seemed that he only intended to exchange him or turn him into a vegetable. This indicated that he held no other appeal to Kagura. Considering Kagura's insistence on separating him from Yuansheng, it suggested that Kagura was afraid of directly confronting Yuansheng, which ruled out the possibility of Kagura being a high-level monster. So Kagura was just an ordinary human, probably someone akin to a tech-savvy hermit in a fantasy world. That reassured Mu Shui. Mu Shui licked his lips, and the chill spreading through his body wasn't as unbearable anymore. A faint tingling sensation traveled along his fingertips. The clown embraced Mu Shui's index finger. Mu Shui naturally gripped the clown tightly in his palm, giving its cotton-stuffed belly a squeeze. Then Mu Shui's phone rang. Kagura didn't pay any attention, instead smiling and saying, there is still plenty of time before the person sent to take over you arrives. I can show you around some more of my creations. Clearly, since no one usually appreciated his masterpieces, this had made him restless. He was desperate to hear praise from Mu Shui, whoever happened to be within reach. Mu Shui walked up to Kagura and asked, when did you first come into contact with this world? 20 years old. Or maybe 23. That doesn't matter. What matters is that I possess extraordinary talent and good luck. Did you know, most people after truly coming into contact with this world have incredibly fragile lives? Even the weakest monster could consume them. But I am different, Kagura boasted arrogantly and kept babbling, I got Jin's handbook, with Qi's diary on it. It's like the alchemy notes of medieval magicians. It describes awe-inspiring rules, they are great and fascinating. I learned quickly. In no time, I became stronger than them. Kagura suddenly stopped walking, turned around, moved closer to Mu Shui, and whispered, in the records, Qi once created a toy like this, naming it Paradise. It was the earliest space that could be artificially constructed. But because it was the first, I've already surpassed him. I created something better. Which is what you've just experienced. Isn't it more realistic? The details are much better done. It's even a carrier of my consciousness, I can control it. Everything happening inside it, I can see. Kagura raised his hand and gently stroked the branches growing out of the root system, smiling sweetly as he said, I've seen the people Jin created, their bodies can transform into weapons. But none of them can compare to my works. Their bodies are flexible and agile, the branches can probe into more confined spaces. They don't need to eat or drink, their nourishment comes from the soil. Plus, it's environmentally friendly and energy-saving. Mu Shui. Kagura looked at Mu Shui and asked, don't you think they're more powerful? Mu Shui quietly asked, have you ever seen Cheese Paradise? Kagura's face quickly flashed with a look of annoyance, although I haven't seen it, it definitely isn't as good as the villa I created. I've lived here for 5 years, that villa took me 5 years of effort, pouring all my heart and soul into making it. How excellent. Mu Shui extended his hand and placed it on Kagura's wrist. Kagura immediately reacted as if electrocuted, tensing his entire body and trembling as he said, oh, you should understand, I am a great creator. I won't be swayed by physical beauty. Mu Shui tilted his head and looked at him, the side of his face beautifully curved, water droplets sliding down his cheeks making his skin appear smoother, his eyes brighter and clearer. The moment Kagura felt his breath choke, he also noticed a tickle on his wrist, as though something light and airy had crawled across it. In the next instant, the scenery in front of Kagura changed. Mu Shui softly said, now you'll get to see what paradise really looks like. Jiao Yan's movements were too clumsy, taking a whole half-hour to bathe. Yuan Sheng entered the door with a stern expression. Jiao Yan had only a bath towel wrapped around his waist, revealing broad shoulders and well-defined 8-pack abs. Alright, Jiao Yan said. Yuan Sheng didn't bother helping him get dressed, and there wasn't anything suitable for him to wear anyway, so he simply nodded briefly, let's go. Yuan Sheng pushed open the door and walked out. Mu Shui immediately stood up from the couch, brother Yuan, Jiao Yan. Yuan Sheng turned his head and glanced at the window. There were no longer any human faces outside the window, but those towering flowers and trees were still there. They shaded the sky, allowing one to only hear the muffled sound of rain through the glass. Just now, where did you chase that shadow to? Let's walk along that same path again, Yuan Sheng said. Mu Shui nodded, stood up, and walked over to join Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng tilted his body slightly, his gaze involuntarily falling on Mu Shui's face. His complexion was fair, without a single blemish, beautiful like a gem placed on a display stand. Yuan Sheng stared at his face for quite a while. Mu Shui turned his head, brother Yuan. Yuan Sheng collected his gaze, let's go. They left the room and slowly moved along the circular corridor, finally stopping in front of a room door. I chased it right here. Yuan Sheng squinted his eyes slightly, is this the room? Mu Shui nodded, this is it. Yuan Sheng raised his hand and rested it on the doorknob. He suddenly turned his head, looking at the painting hanging on the wall along the way they had come. The painting depicted flowers and trees, resembling a corner of the villa garden. Yuan Sheng hadn't lived here for a long time, so he didn't remember much about all the pieces inside the villa, including the content of each decorative painting on the wall. But there was one thing he remembered clearly. To prevent him from going mad and killing others or even himself, all the tables and chairs in the villa were wrapped in thick cotton fabric. The nails used to hang paintings, of course, wouldn't be screws, because sharp parts could also be used to kill. The nail on that painting just now seemed loose, Yuan Sheng said. His tone was calm, making it hard to gauge his emotions at the moment. Mu Shui, Was it? I didn't pay attention just now. Yuan Sheng walked over, reattach it so it doesn't fall. Mu Shui, shouldn't we chase that shadow first? Yuan Sheng, anyway, it has disappeared for a while. It doesn't matter whether we chase it now or not. Mu Shui took a few steps forward, I'll check. But does brother Yuan have a hammer? Otherwise, how are we going to drive the nail back in? Yuan Sheng, with his long legs, easily surpassed Mu Shui in one stride, saying lightly, where does it need a hammer? Mu Shui grabbed his wrist, are you going to use your fist instead of a hammer? Yuan Sheng suddenly stopped, turning around and gripping Mu Shui's wrist, pushing him away. Yuan Sheng's movement wasn't large, but the force he exerted was significant. Mu Shui's entire body flew sideways as if weightless. He collided with the door but made no sound at all. Seeing this, Jiao Yan abruptly halted. Yuan Sheng started moving, gradually picking up speed until he was in front of Mu Shui in an instant. With one hand, he pinned Mu Shui by the neck, his pupils turning crimson. A fierce expression covered his face. The shadow, isn't it right here? Mu Shui ran after you and disappeared, but you came back. What exactly are you? How dare you pretend to be him? Yuan Sheng squeezed harder, lifting Mu Shui by the neck slightly, producing a crisp, click sound. But Mu Shui didn't die as normal humans would with their cervical vertebrae separated. He kept staring at Yuan Sheng and said, I am Mu Shui. But the more he imitated Mu Shui's tone, the more it provoked Yuan Sheng's anger. Even the handsome face before him became repulsive. In a blink, Jiao Yan was also beside Mu Shui, bending down to lift him up. Yuan Sheng, number 3, don't move around. Jiao Yan asked softly, where's Mu Shui? Mu Shui's neck went limp, his head tilting to the side somewhat, unable to hold itself up properly. Still, he kept repeating, I am Mu Shui. This thing is completely useless. Yuan Sheng frowned deeply, gripping one arm of Mu Shui and pulling outward. Jiao Yan stood firmly there, his hand tightly holding Mu Shui. A crisp sound followed. Mu Shui exploded entirely, splashing a bit of blood, but there was only that little amount, then fell to the ground. Yuan Sheng looked down. All that remained were plastic fragments. It was probably the same material as mannequins in shopping malls. Yuanxing stepped on them with his foot, crushing the ones that weren't thoroughly shattered into pieces. He raised his head, his face both handsome and cold. Go find the real person. After Yuanxing finished speaking, he began walking toward the painting. He recalled the words Mu Shui had spoken earlier. I think we've shrunk rather than the flowers and trees growing larger. It's as if this place has turned into a second paradise. So this wasn't the villa where he once lived but only a counterfeit. That was why the nails on the wall were screws instead of tacks. But Yuanxing hadn't taken many steps down the corridor before every door swung open. Mu Shu's, Yuanxing's, Jiao Yan's, even Qi Xinghan's, all emerged. Everyone who had ever been here walked out. There were at least 7 or 8 Mu Shu's. Counting the others, there were probably more than 20. Yuanxing's face darkened with growing irritation. He'd rip apart whoever owned these fake replicas. Stretching out his hand, Yuanxing grabbed the closest, Qi Xinghan. As long as I've been looking at you, I don't like your guts. And with that sound, a plastic man exploded. The other plastic replicas immediately ran toward Yuanxing. Yuanxing's gaze deepened as he smirked slightly, showing a trace of madness. Fine, just perfect. Let him unleash today everything he'd restrained from venting elsewhere. Kagra staggered slightly but managed to steady himself. He hadn't clearly heard what Mu Shui had just said, so he shouted in anger, where are we? Last time, Mu Shui had been carried around by Yuanxing for a loop through here and then left the room. He had crouched and scrutinized this supposed paradise carefully for quite a while. Every detail of its construction was now engraved in his mind. His state of mind when entering this place was completely different now. What had once been dangerous had become the safest place. As Mu Shui stood there, he visualized a map of the structure of the paradise inside his head. Facing Kagra, Mu Shui softly spoke, this is paradise. Paradise? Cheese paradise? No, impossible. Paradise went missing a long time ago. Nobody knows where it is. Having suddenly been transported from a familiar place to an entirely strange one, Kagra lost both calmness and composure. He was, after all, only someone who feigned confidence. Once deprived of his usual capabilities, he quickly became panic-stricken and directionless. After a pause, in the darkness, Kagra straightened his body and fixed his gaze on Mu Shui's direction, speaking coldly, could it be that you can create such a space? Have you dragged me into your world? Mu Shui retracted the hand that had rested on Kagra's wrist. The moment physical contact ended, cold sweat drenched Kagra's back as if he were alone in a dark void. Mr. Mu. Are you still there? Did you leave me trapped in your space? Kagra roared. Mu Shui remained silent. When Kagra's voice fell quiet, he felt a disturbance in the air near his ear, an extremely subtle feeling. Kagra cautiously turned his head. Though it was pitch black around him, Kagra sensed something standing behind him. The indescribable yet unconfirmed presence drove him nearly insane. The stirring of air grew more noticeable. Kagra stiffly stayed rooted to the spot, his throat constricted as if blocked, unable to speak. He opened his mouth, wanting to move but couldn't stir an inch. Fear surged through his body, freezing his limbs in place. A sudden snap broke the silence. Lights flashed on immediately. Kagra squinted under the dim lighting. In front of him, he saw a tall man dressed in a clown suit, whose figure stretched awkwardly long, including his neck, making him look deformed as though someone had forcibly elongated his body to absurd lengths. Now, the man's overly long neck bent downwards toward him. A face smeared with blurred flesh, without any features, loomed directly over him, faintly disturbing the surrounding air. The fear within Kagra peaked instantly. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, too terrified to scream. The man bent down casually, not paying attention to Kagra's terror, scooped him up easily, and tossed him over his shoulder. Under extreme fright, Kagra realized they were in a corridor. The corridor, however, seemed to be extremely narrow. After the man hoisted him up, Kagra's head continuously struck the ceiling, producing a sound of collision. Under the pain, Kagra's voice finally broke free from the chokehold of his throat. Ah! Aya! Let me go! Kagra's mind turned cold, yet fiery pain radiated from where his head had been hit. The unknown fear tortured him simultaneously. He was unable to shake off the shock and anger of being trapped here, and it tormented him further. Mu Shui. Mu Shui, he angrily called out Mu Shui's name this time, not even bothering with the polite, Mr. Mu. It was clear that he no longer intended to pretend to be a genius gentleman. Perhaps tiring of Kagra's yelling, the clown changed the way he carried him. Now, Kagra's waist pressed against the clown's shoulder as his head hung down. A wave of dizziness and nausea overtook Kagra. Kagra's face turned bright red, he became more disheveled than before. As they walked, Kagra gradually slipped down and began hitting his head on the ground. He felt like he was undergoing an unprecedented and most excruciating torment in his life. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. The clown carried Kagra into a room at the end of the corridor. Mu Shui followed inside, flipped a switch, and illuminated the entire room with light. At this point, the clown loosened his grip and hurled Kagra onto the floor. Kagra collapsed there, feeling physically drained, nauseous but unable to vomit. He felt like he would die if he closed his eyes for a moment. Kagra would not give up. He thought this and then made an effort to open his eyes, enduring the dizziness as he looked around. Then he saw walls full of clown costumes. They hung there, limbless, faceless, eyeless, but Kagra still had the eerie sensation of being watched. There was no wind in the room. But suddenly, Kagra saw them move, as if ready to jump off the walls, pounce on him, and tear him apart to eat. Kagra was fully aware monsters ate people. His limbs grew weaker, too limp to even crawl, so he could only attempt to call upon any connection with the villa and his creations, the vegetable men, in his mind. Yet all connections were severed. Only now did Kagra understand why the boy had asked him, "Is the villa that tricked us inside yours?" If only he'd heard his own response more clearly then. He had said, "As long as you're there, everyone's power will be weakened, except mine." Isn't that amazing? It's like the sesame space you talk about in your Chinese legends. Damn it. Had the boy planned this all along? The boy had dragged him into his space, had weakened his strength so he couldn't command his vegetable men anymore. Cunning Chinese, muttered Kagra weakly. Mu Shui was slightly annoyed and promptly retorted, "You low-class foreigner." Kagra rolled his eyes in rage, feeling even dizzier. Oh, damn it. The great Pan should take this Chinese with him. Let him meet God. Who was Pan? Mu Shui silently noted it down. No rush. Given Kagra's level of idiocy, Mu Shui was certain he'd extract even more information from him. Mu Shui replied angrily, "Who meets God first is anyone's guess." Kagra mustered all his strength and shouted loudly, "It'll be you. You cunning Chinese. If I die, terrible vengeance will follow you." If it were 2 months ago, hearing such a threat might have instilled some fear in Mu Shui. But now, Mu Shui had become utterly numb. Even the horrifying creatures in this new world couldn't bring greater fear to him. He'd already crossed paths with Garcia too. Was there anything left to fear? Running away wouldn't solve any problems. That much was Mu Shui's many years of study-based experience. And he believed it applied equally well to life. "You go first, let's see about that," sneered Kagra, glaring at Mu Shui. Mu Shui walked to Kagra's side, bent down, lowered his head, and furrowed his brows in an intimidating manner. A drop of rainwater still lingered on his eyelashes, creating a misty look in his eyes. Yet he spoke harshly to Kagra, "Do you know the consequences of provoking me? If you provoke me, the mysterious forces behind me will also hunt you down and capture you. They'll confine you and every day countless people will come to study you. They'll bore a hole into your head and observe your brain marrow." Kagra's limbs grew cold upon hearing this, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "No, that can't be possible. Who are you? Who are you? And what is the organization behind you? What kind of organization is it?" Kagra shouted loudly. His demeanor was far more aggressive than Mu Shui's. The clown costumes suddenly moved more violently, and voices croaking like someone strangling echoed from all directions, "Kill him! Kill him!" Even Mu Shui wanted to cover his ears. He knew these clown costumes had come back to life. This was Kagra's first encounter with such a scene. Undoubtedly, these clown costumes were fiercer than his vegetable men. Their attitudes were brutal, their words steeped in malice without any room for negotiation. Kagra wanted to roar with rage, but his limbs involuntarily curled up, and fear weighed heavily on his heart. All he could manage was a quivering voice muttering, "Savage. Savage Chinese people." This time, his voice was much softer. If one didn't listen carefully, it would have been easy to miss. "Shred him. Shred him." The clowns shouted loudly. Compared to just killing him, shredding him seemed far more intimidating. Just imagining dying in the pain of being torn apart made Kagra wish he could faint immediately. The only thing keeping him conscious was his last shred of dignity. Mu Shui sat down beside Kagra. He hadn't expected it to be so effective. When he ran out following the shadow, without thinking, he brought Paradise along, believing it might be useful given Yuan Sheng, Qi Xinghan, and Jiao Yen weren't there. In fact, it had turned out to be very useful. And the clown's level of cooperation was incredibly high. Now the roles were completely reversed between Mu Shui and Kagra. Kagra had become the fish on the chopping board, and now Mu Shui could do whatever he pleased. Casually Mu Shui made up a lie, "Have you heard of the Jinshui City Research Institute? Is that the force behind you?" Kagra trembled, his face showing even greater fear. Damn it, how could I not have investigated? Was he really this gullible? Believing everything at once? Mu Shui licked his lips, shifted his sitting posture, hugged his knees, and rested his chin on them to save some energy. "Where's the manual?" Mu Shui asked. His knowledge of this new world was painfully limited, and the little he knew came from Kong Yi. Afterward, he summarized some points himself, adding here and subtracting there to form a coherent understanding. When Kagra mentioned the alchemist's notebook, something resembling the grimoire of medieval sorcerers, Mu Shui was instantly intrigued. If he could get this, then perhaps he would know who Jin was, as well as Qi. He could further expand his understanding of this world. Kagra gritted his teeth and managed to choke out a sentence, "You're a demon." After speaking softly, he immediately shook his head and said, "What manual?" "I don't know." Mu Shui's memory was excellent. Seeing Kagra feign ignorance, he flawlessly recited Kagra's previous statement, I obtained Jin's manual, which also contains Chi's diary. It resembles the alchemical notes of medieval sorcerers, describing astonishing rules. It is great and captivating. This manual. Pausing for a moment, Mu Shui added, don't pretend to be ignorant. If you do, they may really tear you apart. After saying that, Mu Shui tilted his head and glanced at the clown costumes on the wall. The clown costumes immediately became noisy and once again shouted loudly, tear him apart. Tear him apart. On one side was a soft-faced yet truly wicked little devil, and on the other side were eerie and malevolent clown costumes. Kagra felt he was undergoing the toughest test in the world. Kagra believed that no matter how resilient someone was, they wouldn't last a minute here. They were despicable and brutal. Kagra said, the manual isn't with me anymore, truly. But I copied part of it down. Where's the copy? Mu Shui asked again. It's in the villa, Kagra replied. Mu Shui tilted his head and stared at him, examining him slowly. A sudden chill ran up Kagra's spine, and it quickly spread to his temples. This demon. Who could withstand his gaze? Kagra said, it's not in the villa. I handed it over to Jasmine. Jasmine? Mu Shui's eyes revealed a look of confusion but appeared even more beautiful under the light. The prettier something is, the more dangerous it is. Kagra angrily muttered to himself. Jasmine is a doctor. Mu Shui slightly furrowed his brows, finish your sentence all at once. Why are you being so hesitant? As Mu Shui finished speaking, the clown costumes on the wall suddenly slipped off their hooks and drifted down one by one. Kagra nearly popped his eyeballs out in terror, and he rapidly explained, Jasmine is my doctor, she works as a psychiatrist at the Third People's Hospital of Jinshui City. She took away my copybook. Since we got along well last time, and because I couldn't pay her, she took my notes. It's really with her. Mu Shui. There was just too much information contained in this brief moment. Kagra had indeed visited the psychiatric department. And his doctor had been romantically involved with him. Yet Kagra still claimed pompously that he was a great creator who wouldn't be swayed by beauty. Who did you make the deal with? Mu Shui asked. The clown costumes gradually surrounded them. Kagra hardly dared to breathe, rushing to explain, it's Pan. The organization's name is Pan. Jin is their leader. Jin was looking for the person who offended Katopas, so I exchanged you for my safety. The people handling the exchange are from within the organization, I don't know them or who they are. There were internal disputes, so according to the original schedule, they should have been here already. But due to personnel changes, someone else was supposed to come instead to take you away, which caused the delay. Pan. Kagra's mentioned Pan turned out to be an organization. Why name it Pan? In Western mythology, Orphic teachings state that Kronos, the eternal god of time, created an egg, and when the egg cracked, it birthed a dual-bodied god that transformed into thousands of beast shapes, named Fans. He was the first deity to emerge and the ultimate creator of all things and the entire universe, hence also known as Pan. Was the name derived from this origin? Mu Shui collected his thoughts and continued questioning, what about your group? Do you belong to an organization? Kagra, of course. I and my numerous subordinates have built a vast organization, named after me, called Kagra. Mu Shui. Disgusting foreigner. Mu Shui couldn't help interjecting again. Kagra almost rolled his eyes back and passed out in anger. How can you say that? Although I am your captive now, there's no telling what might happen next. You haven't truly seen my power yet. Mu Shui interrupted him, ticking off points on his fingers. 1. You're so broke you secretly live in someone else's house and set up your base there. 2. You brought your vegetable men to sneakily wear other people's clothes. 3. You imitate Katopas, since his surname starts with C, yours does too. Others use their own names to name their organizations, and so do you. 4. You copy Katopa's mannerisms, dress up pretentiously, and try to pass yourself off as an upper-class noble gentleman with grace. In conclusion, aren't you despicable enough? I. A lump caught in Kagra's throat, causing his body to convulse, leaving him unable to speak a full sentence for a long while. Mu Shui's legs felt numb, so he leaned against the ground to stand up. I have to bring you along to retrieve the manual. Before that, you need to release my friend. Kagra took a deep breath for a long while before regaining control of his voice. He said, all right. Mu Shui pulled Kagra a bit. Kagra wobbled but managed to steady himself. Only now did he examine this environment more carefully. Oh, what did that boy say earlier? He said this place was paradise. This is paradise. Kagra didn't want to admit it was better than his villa. But if this is paradise, then he could at least concede this point. However, if this is paradise, then what about the boy? Kagra's eyes abruptly bulged out. Are you Chi? Kagra trembled and asked. Mu Shui didn't catch it at first. What? Behind the golden curtain. Katopas sneezed. He looked up at the overcast sky and croaked, does Kagra want to die? Gu Fei said, probably. He actually wants to make a deal with us. Katopas sneezed again. When will these fools learn not to summon him so often? Can't they beg Jesus, God, or the Virgin Mary, anything but repeating katopas in their minds like maniacs? With no change in expression, he stared at the sky, his inner agitation reaching its peak. What a damn gloomy day it was again. Life was utterly without joy. In some distant place. Outside the gated community surrounded by villas. A taxi pulled over, and the driver couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on here? Why are the gates broken down?" The passenger paid no heed to the driver's complaints. The next moment, a grey wind-coated man with an intellectual air rushed out of the taxi. Within moments, his clothes were soaked through, and his glasses fogged up from the rain. The man stood tall and dignified, about 40 years old, with faint wrinkles around the corners of his eyes, giving him a mature and handsome look. He stared at the collapsed gates before him, lifting his hand to remove his glasses. Beneath them, his stern and cold face became more clearly visible, erasing the last traces of scholarly air that the glasses had brought. He clenched his glasses in his hand, veins bulging along his knuckles. A sharp crack sounded. The lenses shattered between his fingers, fragments cut into his palm, yet the man paid no attention. His facial muscles tensed as blood seeped out of his palm, dropping to mix with the rainwater. Mu Shui. Chapter 62, Living Things and Dead Things. What did you just say? Mu Shui asked again. Kegula slowly stood up. Surrounded by the clowns, he appeared both disheveled and frail. He raised his head and looked at Mu Shui once more. Kegula opened his mouth, but quickly closed it. Kegula dared not speak, afraid of receiving an affirmative response. How horrifying, my dear Mother Mary. There he was, bragging about mastering the rules, claiming to be more excellent than Jean and Qi, calling himself a prodigy of unmatched talent. Yet here Qi was, standing right in front of him. No. He didn't dare to imagine. Kegula felt as if he had been stripped naked, exposed under the blazing sun. Kegula thought that if he dared to delve deeper, even a tiny bit more, he would faint out of shame and anger. So, he wisely shut his mouth. Let's go. Mu Shui walked ahead. The clowns immediately followed closely behind. In Kegula's eyes, this scene undoubtedly further confirmed Mu Shui's identity. These clowns were no doubt all his devoted followers. He had no idea that just half a day earlier, these clowns had planned to kidnap Mu Shui. Mu Shui moved forward slowly, speaking, "Do you know where you lost to Qi?" Kegula paused for a moment before asking, "Where?" "Your creation is a dead thing, his creation is a living thing," Mu Shui said softly. They walked out of the room, Kegula following along, swaying unsteadily as he stepped onto the corridor. He hissed, "What? What do you mean by dead things and living things?" Mu Shui, with an innocent face, fabricated a story. Paradise has life, it undergoes self-repair and evolution. Have you seen any records of them in the manual? You must know that in the past, they were merely stuffed dolls filled with cotton, or some clown costumes simply hanging on walls. They used to be only as big as my knuckles. But over time, they have gradually acquired life. They can now escape the confines of paradise and walk among the world. And your mansion, which you created, is just a lifeless object imprisoning people. It is controlled by your thoughts, entirely lacking self-awareness, unable to repair itself, evolve, or create life. Once you're gone, it becomes completely ineffective. Kegula stopped abruptly, clenching his teeth tightly. This man's face was filled with confusion, oscillating between disbelief and self-loathing. Are you a genius? Mu Shui paused here, then shook his head. You're not. You've drowned yourself too early in the false perception of excellence, neglecting other crucial aspects. Aren't I good enough? Kegula forced out through gritted teeth. He gazed forward. The young boy's slender figure appeared almost ethereal under the dim lighting, resembling a thin shadow ready to dissipate with just a puff of wind. Yet, this very sight made Kegula sweat profusely. You say that your mansion surpasses paradise, that paradise is crude while your mansion resembles real villas so closely that people walk into it without hesitation because they can't tell reality from illusion. Exactly. Kegula quickly responded, isn't that sufficient proof of brilliance? He lifted his gaze, locking firmly onto Mu Shui's figure, his tone urgent. Mu Shui had successfully discerned his current psychological state. Kegula desperately craved affirmation from others. In the confined hallway, the dynamics between the two had flipped. The 30-something man seemed like a student to the 20-something teenager. Mu Shui continued softly, you are akin to a master counterfeiter, meticulously duplicating every detail of what already exists without alteration. Impressive, yes, but always inferior to the original creator. You've restricted yourself within a narrow scope, thinking replication down to the last detail equates precision and brilliance. However, your focus is on the form, whereas his is on the essence. He pays no mind to the external appearance of paradise because he's already infused its most vital soul into it. Hence, his paradise is alive, while your mansion remains dead. And furthermore. Mu Shui paused. He learned from Yuanxing that Qi had once said there wasn't enough time when he completed paradise. Based on this known information, Mu Shui smoothly continued the fabrication, saying, besides, he created this paradise in just 3 days. But you took 5 years and poured countless efforts into it. It may seem like you've surpassed him, but in reality, he has long since outpaced all who came after him. Kegula's voice became hoarse, his tone changing. Are you saying he was ahead of his time? Something so simple he did a few years ago. A famous novelist from Huaguo once wrote this line, a heavy sword has no edge, great ingenuity needs no artifice. It means to turn complexity into simplicity, and to triumph with clumsiness over cleverness. Oh, you might not fully grasp it. In short, the more something appears plain or even crude, the more likely it harbors profound elegance within. Mu Shui spun a couple of lines effortlessly. It sounded fairly reasonable. Even Mu Shui himself thought so. Suddenly, Kegula appeared as if all his energy and spirit had been drained away. He stumbled and fell, repeatedly mumbling that phrase with a clumsy accent, a heavy sword has no edge, great ingenuity needs no artifice. Who wrote it? Who wrote it? I must read it. I must read it. He got up without concern for his injured hand and knees. After all, there were so many sore spots already, one or two more didn't matter. Kegula stared more intently at Mu Shui's back. It was Qi. He is Qi. Kegula felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance compared to the young man. Compared to the youth, the latter was like the sky, and he felt like an ant under the vast dome. Kegula's heart was crushed. Mu Shui glanced back at him. This was precisely the effect Mu Shui wanted to have on Kegula. Only by doing this could he ensure that after leaving paradise, Kegula would be less likely to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Mu Shui found that the Qi banner was quite useful. Especially when it came to targeting Kegula's sore spots. Mu Shui reached out his hand toward Kegula. The next moment, the scene before their eyes shifted, the narrow and dim corridor disappeared. Instead, what they saw now were the motionless figures of vegetables sitting on the ground. It looked as though Mu Shui had cast some magic, or perhaps paradise obeyed his will. But in reality, Mu Shui knew it was all due to the clowns. The clowns could move freely in and out of paradise, carrying people in and out as they entered or exited themselves. Kegula moved his neck stiffly, glancing between Mu Shui and those still figures sitting motionlessly. Dead things. Kegula muttered, all dead things. Mu Shui walked to the door and opened it. Come with me, Mu Shui turned around and said. After shattering Kegula's psyche, Mu Shui's commanding tone immediately assumed a domineering position, temporarily occupying Kegula's mind and issuing a direct order to his brain. Thus, Kegula followed Mu Shui out. They quickly returned to the entrance of the villa where Yuan Xing lived. Soaked in the rain, Mu Shui involuntarily shivered. Then he bent down and prepared to part the grasses, inspecting the clump near the doorway once again. Among the dense grasses, a small patch appeared slightly sparse. When Mu Shui moved the area aside, he saw underneath, a model of the villa. It was indeed here. Mu Shui sighed deeply in relief. Losing the patient wouldn't be a good thing. Losing two would make the situation much worse. Now, they could finally retrieve them. Mu Shui turned to look at Kegula. In the heavy rain, a figure rushed over to them. The figure roared sharply, don't touch. Don't touch and don't move are different concepts. The former implies obstruction and protection, whereas the latter carries a threatening tone. Mu Shui stopped his hand, straightened up, and fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching figure. The voice was familiar, as was the silhouette, yet Mu Shui was still hesitant to believe it. Wiping the rainwater off his face, Mu Shui's vision briefly became clear. The man before him, dressed in a grey trench coat, stood tall and erect. His stern and scholarly face had lost its usual glasses. This was the first time Mu Shui had seen the man's eyes unobstructed. Compared to others' irises, his eyes leaned toward a shade of grey. At a glance, they seemed indifferent, but upon closer inspection, they appeared imbued with warmth. Teacher. Chen Ziyuan strode forward and grabbed Mu Shui's wrist. He glanced quickly at Kegula and said, how did you end up with a strange person like him? With that, Chen Ziyuan furrowed his brow, pulled Mu Shui, and began walking away. Teacher, wait a moment. Mu Shui hastily spoke up. Mu Shui wasn't strong enough to match Chen Ziyuan, who effortlessly dragged him over 10 meters away. Struggling for breath, Mu Shui panted slightly, Teacher, my patients. They were never meant to be your responsibility, Chen Ziyuan said without turning back. His tone was no different from before, anyone would fear him when he became serious. Mu Shui was no exception. But the respect in his heart outweighed the fear. At that moment, Mu Shui instinctively shook off Chen Ziyuan's hand. If he just left, what about Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan? Should they really let this end up with Yan shrimp? Translator note, a playful metaphor referencing the Chinese dish of pepper salt shrimp. Teacher, I've already started working, and I must take on my own responsibilities. Mu Shui said softly. His voice was drowned out by the rain, making it sound somewhat muffled. Chen Ziyuan turned around. This responsibility was forced upon you by others, and you have every right to refuse it. Mu Shui looked back and shouted loudly, Kegula. Kegula's body twitched as though dazed, bending down, lowering his head, and picking up his villa. Chen Ziyuan suddenly spoke too, exploding with a sharp yell in his throat, Kegula. He called the other person's name as well. It seemed that after merely learning Kegula's name from Mu Shui, calling it out came naturally. The distant Kegula abruptly dropped the villa in his hand and stood still in the rain like a stake. He had become the object of a battle of hypnotic wills between these teacher and student. Mu Shui curled his fingers. He was getting uncomfortable from the rain falling on him. Looking up, he stared at the side of Chen Ziyuan's face, yet he still couldn't leave. Chapter 63, Who is he? The entire space seemed as if it had just experienced an earthquake. Railings were broken, flying from the second floor down to the first, walls were chiseled open with a large hole that revealed a mysterious blur leading to somewhere unknown, countless replicas of Mu Shui, Jiao Yan, and Yuan Xing toppled like dominoes, but all of them appeared lifeless, far less natural than the first, Mu Shui. This indicated that the person controlling the whole space wasn't very powerful. The ferocity in Yuan Xing's brows slightly dissipated, his gaze coldly sweeping across the entire space. These replicas, in his eyes, weren't even as durable as sandbags, though they were much more annoying. He took a long step forward and strode over them. The paintings hung on the walls were becoming looser, the screws holding them barely hanging on. Yuan Xing paused next to one of the paintings, slightly leaning to one side, lifting his hand to adjust the painting on the wall, as if testing its stability. Destroy this place, Yuan Xing bent slightly, picking up a replica identical to himself from the ground, and threw it downstairs. He said, I want to see what lies beyond when everything here is torn apart. Does the person hiding behind still have the ability to restore things? When faced with Yuan Xing, Jiao Yan was almost completely silent. Silently, he stepped over the dismembered replicas, pressing his palm against the wall. Not far from this wall hung the painting secured by screws. Pong! A deafening explosion, an overwhelming gust of wind surged out, shaking the entire building. Pa-cha! That was the extremely faint sound of something crumbling. The rain continued to fall, raindrops hitting the roof and leaves, creating a popping sound, making the surrounding environment seem eerily quiet. Mu Shui couldn't help but sniff. He was a little cold. Teacher. Mu Shui's voice was hoarse and pitiful. Rainwater slid down his hair and droplets clung to his eyelashes, giving the impression at first glance that his eyes were brimming with water. Chen Ziyuan's windcoat was soaked through. Perhaps because he had taken off his glasses, his eyes squinted slightly, focusing vaguely, creating an inscrutable coldness. His tone was particularly resolute, you must go with me. Leave the aftermath for me to handle. No one will condemn you or cause you trouble because of this. From the beginning, assigning this task to you was wrong. His harsh tone softened slightly, Mu Shui, listen to your teacher. Your teacher won't harm you. Mu Shui wiped the rain off his face, but a strange feeling gradually rose in his heart. Mu Shui, listen to your teacher. Your teacher won't harm you. The teacher was a smart person, and also an expert in psychology. He should have clearly understood that adding that last sentence made it redundant. Your teacher won't harm you. It was more like an emphasis to cover something. Without hesitation, Mu Shui turned his head and stared at the man who looked like he was being pulled by some invisible force, on the verge of collapsing, Kagra. Kagra shuddered, blinking furiously, then looked at Mu Shui in confusion. I'll go with you, yes, I'll go with you. You go first, Mu Shui said. Despite his confused expression, Kagra's brain had received Mu Shui's instruction and transmitted it perfectly to his limbs. So, he had already taken the first step forward. In the next moment, Kagra swayed, suddenly falling to the ground. Clutching his head, he screamed, ah! His face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. It was as if he was enduring some tremendous torture. Mu Shui was startled. What happened? Because of weak willpower, had he directly collapsed in such a tug-of-war? Chen Ziyuan quickly repositioned himself in front of Mu Shui again, grabbing Mu Shui's wrist and pulling him behind. Come here, keep your distance. Mu Shui felt a bit dizzy. Chen Ziyuan moved too fast. So fast that people overlooked the fact that he was a scholar incapable of defending himself. If you won't come with me, do you plan to continue living in an environment like this? Are you not afraid of being around people who might break down at any moment? Your hesitation to leave is like committing suicide on your own career path. Your future should not be sacrificed because of them. Chen Ziyuan stared coldly in Kagra's direction, speaking harshly. Mu Shui said, but I'm not afraid. He truly wasn't afraid. When he first met Qi Xinghan, there was indeed a chill that ran through his bones, always feeling like a sharp blade hanging over his head. But later, after meeting Yuan Sheng, Kong Yi, Shen Maojia, Snow Woman, Garcia, all the discomfort disappeared. Looking back now, even he didn't know when it started, but he had completely adapted to this new world. Maybe because what they brought him was always perfect protection, without even a hint of harm. Chen Ziyuan's eyes slightly turned colder, and his tone shifted subtly, carrying a strange undertone. You're not afraid? Mu Shui nodded, earnestly looking into Chen Ziyuan's eyes. Kagra suddenly let out a more repressed scream from his throat. Ah! Mu Shui suddenly thought of a possibility. It wasn't because both he and the teacher gave orders to Kagra at the same time, but perhaps because Kagra's villa was malfunctioning. While Mu Shui was trying to save Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan from the outside, they wouldn't simply sit and wait either. They would also look for ways to break free from their imprisonment. Maybe, if he left the scene, they would have more freedom to shatter the villa. Teacher, please let go, I need to check something. Mu Shui's voice was still soft, his face calm, but his tone carried a strong sense of determination. Chen Ziyuan stared at his features for a few seconds before silently releasing his grip. Are you angry with your teacher? Mu Shui shook his head. No, I know the teacher cares about me. But I am an adult now, starting my first job. Teacher, I should have the right to make my own choices. For now, I choose to help my patients first. Chen Ziyuan watched him closely, ignoring Kagra's cries of agony beside them. Chen Ziyuan asked, do they really need saving? Listening carefully, one could detect a tinge of mockery in his voice. Yes, Mu Shui nodded seriously. Chen Ziyuan closed his eyes for a moment. I'll go with you. Mu Shui pressed his lips together, asking, why doesn't the teacher ask me why I don't call the police or contact the hospital? Chen Ziyuan's gaze flickered. You're smart enough, no reminders are necessary. Does the teacher know how I intend to save them? No, Chen Ziyuan paused briefly. All I know is, continuing to interact with them is dangerous. Regardless of which doctor it is, building relationships with such individuals poses risks. When they resent or hate you, you're in danger. When they accept and depend on you, your situation becomes even more perilous. A group of mentally ill patients, their love and hatred, are dangerous things for normal people. The teacher certainly made valid points. The behaviors and thought patterns of mental patients differ entirely from those of normal people. They are dangerous when they detest you. Likewise, they are also dangerous when they like you. But they weren't insane. Mu Shui opened his mouth but swallowed the words. He had seen Qi Xinghan's past, Yuan Xing's past. What truly turned them into mental patients was the fear and rejection of their loved ones. Essentially, they were as normal as anyone else. They would protect him. Oh, right, last time at the film studio, they even shared their instant noodles with him. I should be someone who repays kindness. Mu Shui muttered softly to himself. Teacher, please go back. I don't need you to accompany me. Though he felt there was something odd about the teacher, he couldn't let the teacher come into contact with another mysterious world. He didn't know if the teacher would be startled. More importantly, what if the teacher ended up in danger? What if monsters like Old Lin or Zhao Yun appeared again and endangered the teacher's life? Chen Ziyuan insisted firmly, if I'm not by your side, then you'll return to school with me now. Mu Shui sighed, all right. He turned and walked towards Kagra, while Chen Ziyuan followed closely behind. Mu Shui squatted down, ready to help Kagra up, but Chen Ziyuan was faster. He extended both hands and yanked Kagra off the ground. It was indeed a grab, his hands roughly seized Kagra's clothes, crumpling them into a mess. Mu Shui thought, once Kagra regained consciousness and realized that his carefully dressed little waistcoat had become this rumpled, all grace would be gone, and he might even faint out of sheer anger. Chen Ziyuan dragged the disoriented Kagra along like a sack of rice, following Mu Shui's pace, and slowly entered the villa in front of them. The villa's door was tightly closed, and the footprints on the path had almost been washed away by another heavy rain. They turned a corner, and behind the tree shadows were two tall, towering figures. One of the men spoke with a frosty voice, we should have dismantled it more thoroughly. The other man stayed silent, yet standing there made one think of a giant or a high mountain. Kagra suddenly emitted an even more agonized howl, ah. He struggled to get up but was held firmly by Chen Ziyuan. After trying twice, he still couldn't rise. Kagra shakily said, I'm going to, kill you, damn, you've destroyed my masterpiece, destroyed my masterpiece. Mu Shui froze for a moment, Brother Yuan. Jiao Yen. You've escaped. Yuan Xing heard the voice, stiffened his back for a second. He abruptly turned around and stared at Mu Shui, his eyes sharp like swords as if they intended to pin Mu Shui in place. Upon realizing no one was paying attention to him, Kagra cried even more sorrowfully, damn, you disgusting, despicable humans, you've ruined my masterpiece. Mu Shui felt a bit sad too. It took several years to make such creations. But Mu Shui had no time to sympathize with Kagra now. He glanced at Yuan Sheng, then at Jiao Yen. They seemed fine, except for their slightly disheveled clothing. Still, Mu Shui asked, are you all right? Almost simultaneously, Yuan Sheng asked, who is he? Him. Was he referring to the teacher? Chapter 64, boldly taking someone away right in front of others. Yuan Sheng stared at Chen Ziyuan, and Chen Ziyuan was similarly examining Yuan Sheng. At the moment their gazes met, they both looked away immediately and then shifted their eyes to Mu Shui's body. The boy was soaked from head to toe, his clothes clinging tightly to his frame, like a puffed-up bread. His hair was also in disarray, most of it damp and sticking to his scalp, with a few strands standing up awkwardly, making him look even younger. Despite being small-faced, he had big eyes. His pupils were misty with moisture, his nose tip quivered slightly from the cold, and his lips were pale all around. He looked utterly disheveled. But at this moment, Mu Shui noticed the scrutinizing looks directed his way and without hesitation revealed a little smile. Instantly, the dimples on his face appeared, just that faint touch making his entire appearance transform from shabbiness into charm. A familiar sensation washed over Yuan Sheng. Without realizing, he clenched his fingers, a fleeting shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. Shui, come over here, he said hoarsely. Yuanxing didn't ask any more about Chen Ziyuan's identity, instead, he focused all his attention on Mu Shui. Mu Shui also glanced at Yuanxing. Despite Yuanxing's seemingly calm and normal expression at the moment, Mu Shui still picked up traces of something. Had he lost emotional control when he and Jiao Yan were inside the villa? Yuanxing's composure was nearly flawless, yet there was an underlying menace still radiating from him. What happened after he left the villa? Curious, Mu Shui walked straight to Yuanxing without a second thought. Chen Ziyuan's expression darkened, and he let go of Kagra. Kagra fell into the flower bed, his face smeared with mud and water. He struggled to stand but wobbled unsteadily. You ruined my things, you, he glared intensely at Yuanxing and Jiao Yan but ultimately only muttered under his breath, not daring to lunge forward directly. He had separated Mu Shui and Yuanxing because he knew early on that these two tall men did not seem easy to deal with. Mu Shui, Chen Ziyuan spoke. Even though he only called Mu Shui's name, the meaning was clear enough, he didn't want Mu Shui to approach Yuanxing. Kagra looked around and realized no one paid any attention to him. No one offered an explanation to him or condemned him verbally. In sorrow, Kagra covered his chest and shouted loudly, Mu Shui. But Chen Ziyuan turned back coldly and said, shut up. Kagra was momentarily frightened by the sudden surge of authority. But once that moment passed, and Kagra noticed this man looked like a harmless intellectual, his courage returned quickly. Damn Chinese. Kagra mumbled resentfully. Clearly, he had forgotten who had controlled his mind and given him orders earlier. Chen Ziyuan suddenly turned around, I told you to shut up. Did you not hear me? Kagra shivered. Was it the chill brought by the rain or something else? Either way, Kagra felt an extreme sense of anger. Within a single day, his perfectly planned project was ruined, his self-respect greatly wounded, and he ended up being restrained and having his work destroyed. And now, he wasn't even granted the slightest bit of respect. Didn't anyone take him seriously? He was the great Kagra. Mu Shui glanced back at Chen Ziyuan. The teacher seemed a little different today. He had somehow lost his usual grace today. Mu Shui pressed his lips lightly. Soon, Yuanxing's voice pulled his thoughts back again. When I came out of the bathroom, I saw someone who looked exactly like you, same tone, same behavior, indistinguishable. Mu Shui was shocked, then what? Did he harm you pretending to be me? If he got blamed for it, wouldn't that be quite unfair? Mu Shui thought. Yuanxing wasn't aware of Mu Shui's concerns. Looking at Mu Shui's nervous expression, his eyelashes fluttering gently, Yuanxing noted how cautious he looked. Most of the anxiety and irritability inside Yuanxing dissipated instantly, and he said quietly, yet, one is human, the other isn't. It's very easy to distinguish. Mu Shui raised his head to look at him, showing a hint of confusion. Yuanxing's negative emotions were soothed away even more. He said, when I came out, he ran towards me. If it were you, your cheeks should have been flushed with a light red. But his face remained as white as snow, devoid of any blood color. As Yuanxing spoke, he unconsciously stared at Mu Shui's cheeks. Indeed, Mu Shui's cheeks had a blush to them, like the masterful touch of a skilled artist, adding that hint of soft charm. However, it was only from the cold. Dizziness and tension enveloped Yuanxing's mind once again. Yuanxing clenched his fingers tighter, struggling to push back the diffusing thoughts. There are still many things. Yuanxing quickly glanced in Chen Ziyuan's direction and then withdrew his gaze before continuing to Mu Shui, we should leave here first. I'll tell you everything later. Jiao Yan nodded in agreement nearby. He also glanced at Chen Ziyuan, this towering man with his tense features and cold severity resembling a big ice cube. Apparently, these two seemed, in that moment, to have aligned on the same side. Mu Shui blinked, feeling somewhat confused. Were they rejecting their teacher while the teacher rejected them? Yet, they did not know the teacher's identity, why would they reject him? After thinking for a moment, Mu Shui chose to agree with Yuanxing regardless. He also had much to ask Yuanxing and wished to test him once, seeing if the emotional loss of control back in the pavilla had left any aftereffects or worsened his mood swings. Alright, let's go. Take him with us, Mu Shui said, pointing to Kagra. Kagra warily responded, no, I won't go with you. Mu Shui irritably replied, not going with us. Do you want to keep staying in someone else's house? Mu Shui muttered quietly, shameless, taking advantage. Kagra couldn't even breathe evenly. Chen Ziyuan didn't stop Kagra from speaking further. Instead, he calmly asked, do you want to go with them? Mu Shui nodded. Teacher, please return to school and wait for me. As he said this, Mu Shui involuntarily shivered. It's too cold. You didn't bring an umbrella when you came out, and you might catch a cold. Chen Ziyuan's brows relaxed slightly. He said, I rushed over after receiving your call and forgot my umbrella. He paused briefly. You will also catch a cold. But Yuanxing couldn't stand such a scene. The tender warmth between them felt like a cocoon, squeezing him to the sidelines. Yuanxing moved his eyebrows and pulled Mu Shui into his arms without thinking. This action was instinctual, much like how an eagle protects its young under its wings, shielding them from wind and rain. But when he actually held Mu Shui in his arms and adrenaline surged to its peak, Yuanqing suddenly realized both of them were drenched. How could anyone be shielding the other from the storm? This hug would make them doubly wet and cold. Chen Ziyuan's expression darkened, deepening the fine lines around his eyes, making him look even more authoritative and cold. Yuanqing caught a glimpse of his expression and became even more unwilling to let go. Domination was written into Yuanqing's bones. Even though his brain thundered with loud sounds and his eardrums pulsed with heartbeat, his whole body tightened almost to the point of explosion, he still refused to let go. If he died, he wouldn't let go. Yuanqing tightly hugged Mu Shui with an emotionless face and said, "I'll help wring out the water from your body." Mu Shui. Could this really work? Following good professional conduct to avoid psychologically harming patients, Mu Shui thought for a moment and said, "Yes, it does feel warmer. Should we bring that wine nose along?" Yuanqing slightly lowered his head and whispered near Mu Shui's ear. But Yuanqing was too tall, and they embraced too closely. When he leaned down, his lips moving seemed like a kiss brushing against Mu Shui's ear. Mu Shui's ears couldn't help but tremble slightly. He blinked his long eyelashes. "Wine nose?" he questioned aloud before realizing Yuanqing referred to Kagra. Upon hearing this description, Kagra stumbled forward, "Say that again." But Yuanqing paid no attention to him and only told Mu Shui, "Let number 3 take him." As for himself, holding Mu Shui, why would he bother doing anything himself? If he could pass it off to others, then let others do it. Yuanqing felt no psychological burden about it. Mu Shui hadn't noticed Yuanqing's small mischievousness. He nodded, struggled to turn his head, and said to Jiao Yan, "Take him. Let's go." Hearing the voice, the tall man's body stiffened and bent slightly before he quickly picked up Kagra. "Damn it. Put me down. Oh damn it." Kagra's face alternated between red and white as he swore and panted. Apparently, the destruction of the villa had greatly affected him. Mu Shui. Chen Ziyuan took a step forward and reached out to grab Mu Shui. Yuanqing glanced at him, suddenly picking Mu Shui up entirely off the ground, then turned around and walked away with long strides. Jiao Yan grabbed Kagra and quickly followed. Chen Ziyuan missed his grasp, never expecting this man to dare take Mu Shui away right under his nose. "Put him down." Chen Ziyuan hurried after them, his soaked overcoat flying due to his large movements. The commands that worked on Kagra seemed to have no psychological power here over Yuanqing, remaining just ordinary words. Yuanqing moved incredibly fast, almost breaking into a run. "Put him down." Chen Ziyuan roared loudly. From the wound in his palm, a little more blood seeped out, mixing with the rain, falling onto the ground, and vanishing without a trace. Chen Ziyuan clenched his hand as if grasping some invisible strength. "Mu Shui." Chen Ziyuan raised his voice. But Yuanqing paid absolutely no attention to this, nor did Mu Shui, who chose to hide quietly in Yuanqing's chest, pretending not to see or hear anything. He didn't know where the teacher's glasses were. Without them, could the teacher even find the way home? However, without the glasses, the teacher definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with them. Mu Shui thought he was a bit wicked. Yuanqing rushed into the car with Mu Shui and locked the door. If Jiao Yan hadn't been holding Kagra, within an instant, Yuanqing would have planned to lock Jiao Yan outside as well. After all, Yuanqing was a person who never cared about having a conscience. Chapter 65, Running Away. The sound of the rain was completely shut out from outside, along with it, the reflection of Chen Ziyuan on the car window became blurry. Yuanqing, without panting or changing his complexion, steadily placed Mu Shui in the passenger seat. "Is he your teacher?" Yuanqing asked. Mu Shui couldn't help but turn his head to look out of the car window. Chen Ziyuan was getting closer and closer. He said quietly, "Yeah. I switched to read psychology, so I've been following my teacher." After a moment of thought, he added, "My teacher has always been good to me." Yuanqing looked forward, with a slightly peculiar downward pull at the corner of his mouth. "Oh." Mu Shui spoke softly, "Let's go quickly. We need to shake off our teacher." "Yuanqing, don't you care about making your teacher angry?" Mu Shui shook his head. There was nothing they could do even if the teacher got mad. He still didn't understand until now where the strange feeling that came from his teacher originated from. On the other hand, he didn't want his teacher to be exposed to this unfamiliar world, bringing danger. So running away was the only option. Yuanqing's lips curved slightly, the rebelliousness in his eyebrows somewhat diminished as he pressed down on the gas pedal hard. "All right, let's go." As he finished speaking, the sports car rushed out like an arrow released from a string. Chen Ziyuan hurried over just in time to touch the back of the car. Chen Ziyuan had his face smeared with exhaust fumes and watched helplessly as the car drove further and further out of sight, eventually disappearing. His eyes turned dark, and his expression became worse than ever before. "You've always followed what I say." Chen Ziyuan's voice mixed with the rain, gradually fading away, no longer audible. Chen Ziyuan pursed his lips, adding a touch of gloom to his brow. Just then, a ringtone rang out. "Hello," Chen Ziyuan took out his phone. "It's my fault for hesitating too much," he said. If he hadn't hesitated, no one would have escaped by now. The car drove out of the villa area and soon onto the road. Interestingly enough, the heavy rain slowly began to subside, the large raindrops turning into fine threads of rain. Pedestrians on the road also began to increase. Not knowing how long the commotion lasted, the sky had already become bright. Mu Shui endured the sticky, cold sensation all over his body, licking his dry lips and tilting his head to say, "Here you go, returning it to you." "I borrowed it for a bit," Mu Shui said with a smile, deepening the dimples on his cheeks. Yuanqing glanced aside momentarily. He was still hugging the model of Clown Land. That old and rough-looking thing, placed in his arms, had taken on a little more charm. Yuanqing, as if scorched, quickly diverted his gaze. "I didn't damage it, okay," Mu Shui said while bending down to grab the tissue paper in the car and started wiping the Clown Land slowly. His voice was delicate and soft, even though his face wasn't directly visible, it couldn't stop the sound from seeping into his ears. Yuanqing subconsciously gripped the steering wheel tighter and responded, "Ah." A nameless anger rose from the bottom of his heart and blazed through. At this moment, the painful moans of Kagla began to echo, stirring Yuanqing's thoughts a bit, reducing the risk of him crashing the car somewhat. Mu Shui heard the sound and turned around to look. Only then did he see Jiao Yen sitting rigidly on the seat with Kagla stuffed by his feet. Fortunately, the space in the car wasn't too cramped, otherwise Kagla would have been squeezed into a thin strip. Even so, Kagla shouted in pain from being squeezed. Mu Shui blinked his eyes, estimating that this person must never have experienced such humiliation. Let him endure it then. Who let him not mind doing things properly? Did you see Brother Qi when you guys went out just now? Mu Shui turned around and asked Yuanqing. No. Yuanqing's tone was a bit harsh. Alright. Mu Shui struggled to fish out his phone. "I'll try calling Brother Qi again." Mu Shui's phone had only the last bit of battery left, just enough for this one call. He quickly dialed Qi Xinghan's number. Beep, beep. The waiting prompt sounded from the other side. Mu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, it's not, the user you called is powered off." The other end was quickly answered. "Hello." Qi Xinghan's voice followed immediately. "Where are you?" "Brother Qi, where are you now?" Mu Shui almost spoke simultaneously. Qi Xinghan quickly replied to this question, "I'm at the apartment. My phone ran out of power earlier." "Oh, I'm..." Mu Shui tilted his head to look out the window, trying hard to recognize some of the skyscrapers and road signs passing by outside. Suddenly, a hand reached over from beside him, gripped the back of Mu Shui's hand, applied a bit of force, and pried the phone out of his palm. Yuanqing took the phone, pressed end call, then held it with one hand while still keeping steady on the steering wheel. Mu Shui looked at him in surprise. "Big brother Yuan. How did your teacher find us here?" Yuanqing asked abruptly. Mu Shui obediently answered, "He called me, asking where I was." "Why does he insist on taking you away?" Yuanqing paused, clearly having guessed most of the reasons already. He asked after a moment, "Does he know you've taken over the guardianship work for me and Qi Xinghan?" Mu Shui hesitated briefly but finally nodded. Though it might hurt, even if he refused to admit it, Yuanqing would have firmly concluded the same thing himself. Yuanqing isn't someone who believes anything others say without question. It would be better to be honest, at least a little bit. "So that means, he strongly opposes your looking after me and Qi Xinghan, and he will do everything in his power to take you away, making you quit this job, and stay far from me and Qi Xinghan. Is that right?" The tone of Yuanqing's voice lightened as he spoke the last two words, sounding a little cold. Mu Shui, Yuanqing tapped the steering wheel, saying, "Then you can't tell Qi Xinghan where we are." "Huh." Mu Shui hadn't expected the topic to change so quickly. Yuanqing said, "He might try to find Qi Xinghan there." That made some sense. The teacher knows the principal, and the teacher also knows who he has taken charge of separately. This time the teacher rushed over hastily, stubbornly wanting to bring him back to school. He'd never seen the teacher display such a strong attitude before. That meant, if he just ran off with Yuanqing like this, the teacher wouldn't let it go. There was a possibility the teacher might really find Qi Xinghan. "What should we do?" Mu Shui's eyebrows slightly drooped. "Follow me." "Okay." Mu Shui agreed without hesitation. Half an hour later. The sports car stopped at the foot of Qingming Mountain. "Get out, we're climbing the mountain." After finishing his statement, Yuanqing got out first, then walked around to the passenger seat, pulled the door open, and bent down to help untie the safety belt. Before Mu Shui could react, he lifted him up directly. Jiao Yen followed closely behind, dragging Kagla along too. "Climb the mountain on foot?" Mu Shui opened his mouth, staring incredulously at the somewhat steep mountain before him. Qingming Mountain is a well-known peak in Jinshui City, often frequented by hiking enthusiasts who come here to climb or camp. A junior student had once invited him to climb Qingming Mountain, though the plan ultimately fell through. "I'll go," Yuanqing said. "Huh?" Mu Shui was confused. Was there any difference between who goes? In the next moment, Mu Shui realized exactly what the difference was. Yuanqing squatted down in front of him. "I'll carry you up." Mu Shui felt a bit nervous. Really carry me? Suddenly, Mu Shui felt like a criminal fleeing into the deep mountains to avoid police capture. He shuffled his feet and climbed onto his back. But Clown Land was still in his arms, and when he laid down this way, it was a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't easy to settle properly, and if things weren't managed carefully, after just a few steps, he might tumble backward and fall. After pondering, Mu Shui used one arm to hug Yuanxing's neck, both legs wrapped around Yuanxing's waist, clinging to his body like an octopus. And Clown Land. He lifted his right arm, placing Clown Land on top of Yuanxing's head. Yuanxing. Mu Shui became a bit nervous, asking, is it blocking your vision? Yuanxing, no blockage. Is it heavy? Yuanxing, not heavy. Mu Shui sighed in relief, oh, that's good. This saves effort. Big brother Yuan, let's go. Reasonably speaking, Yuanxing was one of the pioneers of bizarre costumes. Wearing a clown mask, walking around in a vest during winter, pushing a cement cart, he resembled a serial killer, nothing new under the sun. However, this time Yuanxing actually felt something different, the heaviest sensation ever pressing down on his head. So heavy that Yuanxing didn't want to raise his head and let others see his face. But soon, Yuanxing lost focus on what to think about regarding Clown Land. Mu Shui was indeed exhausted. He lay on Yuanxing's back, one hand holding the amusement park, the other around Yuanxing's neck, his head gradually lowering until it rested against Yuanxing's neck side. He tightly pressed against Yuanxing. Gradually, Yuanxing began to feel a peculiar sensation, as if the heartbeats of both him and Mu Shui had blended together. The steady breathing of Mu Shui resonated in Yuanxing's ear, like a soft breeze brushing by. Yuanxing wanted to shake his head, attempting to dispel the heavy feeling trapped in his mind. But just as he was about to do this, he suddenly remembered that Mu Shui was still on his back. If he shook his head, Mu Shui would probably wake up. So, he forced himself to hold back. A few bloodshot streaks appeared beneath Yuanxing's eyes. He lifted his head and stared at the path ahead, striving hard to focus all his attention on the road before him. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. But if given the choice, Yuanxing would rather endure the discomfort than ever allow Jiao Yan to carry anyone. Another half-hour passed. Yuanxing and Jiao Yan moved quickly, soon reaching the halfway point up the mountain where they came across a Chinese-style villa decorated in traditional fashion. The villa seemed to have been long abandoned, its gates were tightly shut with a few leaves swirling around the entrance. Yuanxing kicked the door open. Someone inside rushed out loudly demanding, who's there? The next moment, this person caught sight of Yuanxing. And also noticed the clown amusement park resting on top of Yuanxing's head. You're really into childlike fun, huh? Chapter 66, Flesh and Bones. Mu Shui was startled. But it only lasted for a moment, and he quickly regained his composure. The person in front of him didn't look human. He was about 1.8 meters tall. On the left side, yes, the left side, was the body of an ordinary human, overweight, pale and muscular, dressed in a grey linen robe. His right side, however, was just half a skeleton, with no clothing at all. It was as if he had been cut in half of his flesh and blood vessels removed, then sewn back together again. Even his face was half bone. On the side that resembled a normal human face, there was even a pair of glasses for nearsightedness, round and gold-rimmed, making the half-face appear rounder and paler. It was unclear whether the bones exposed on his body were real human bones or some kind of prosthetic. But even if it were a prosthetic, someone with such a degree of physical deficiency should have had little chance of survival by common sense. Mu Shui, lying on Yuanxing's back, carefully examined the man with a calm gaze that held no hint of offense. The man was also looking at him intently, his lips moving as he asked with a smile, "Did you pick up a doll from outside?" Yuanxing paid no attention to the man. He briefly freed one hand to adjust the clown paradise emblem on his head so that it wouldn't slide down and block his view. Yuanxing showed no intention of speaking, so Mu Shui pointed to himself and said, "Not a doll, I'm a person." The man's expression turned as if he had seen a ghost. A living person? A living person? Without a living person, do you mean a dead one? Mu Shui was puzzled. Yuanxing became somewhat impatient. He kicked out with his leg, "Move aside." With his long legs, this kick easily struck the skeletal side of the man, producing a grating sound that made teeth ache. The fat side of the man's face wrinkled slightly as he stepped aside, muttering under his breath, "Don't keep kicking. If you break it, there's really no one who can fix it." Yuanxing still ignored him, carrying Mu Shui straight through the gate of the traditional Chinese villa without turning back. Then the man noticed Jiao Yan and Kegra being dragged by Jiao Yan behind them. The man's voice changed slightly with surprise, "There are two more. What kind of person is this? Just dragging them like that? Are they going to be used as mops?" The man muttered at the back while Jiao Yan remained silent. Mu Shui didn't need to turn around to know that Kegra's face must have turned even whiter with fright. Mu Shui focused her mind and shifted her attention to the interior scenery of the villa before her. Inside the villa, the style was designed after an ancient courtyard. There were artificial hills, flowing water, and big vats filled with goldfish. Even the rooms were styled after ancient houses. It was rather clean inside, fallen leaves were rarely seen, indicating regular cleaning. Yuanxing carried him directly through the central courtyard, past the veranda, and finally arrived outside a locked room. The lock was also of an old-fashioned type. Yuanxing glanced down, then gave it a strong kick, opening it forcefully enough that the door rebounded back, causing Mu Shui to quickly reach out and steady it. Because of this movement, Yuanxing unconsciously looked up and glanced at his hand. Mu Shui stretched her arms far, causing the sleeves to pull back and reveal a segment of snow-white wrist, the blue veins faintly visible underneath. Yuanxing felt an itch in the tips of his fangs. He ground his teeth hard, then stepped through the doorway, placing Mu Shui on a chair cushioned with soft padding. The man followed quickly. He chattered as he spoke to Jiao Yan, "All right, big guy, you stay here." Soon, he mentioned Kagra, him. "Do you need me to find a cage to lock him up?" Judging from Kagra's many reactions, it was clear that he was a paper pusher with no substantial strength. After the trials of a day and a night, Kagra was utterly exhausted. When he heard the man's voice, all he could manage was an angry snarl. Mu Shui placed one hand on the armrest of the chair, leaning forward to look outside, stretching her neck slightly. Yuanxing casually averted his gaze, glancing over her slender, pale neck exposed due to her inclination. He reached out to touch the mask at his waist, then placed it back over his face, gradually calming the agitated blood coursing through him. It was magical, as though enchanted. Seeing this, the man exclaimed curiously, "I was wondering why you weren't wearing your mask today, it turns out you always carry it." After saying this, the man stopped paying attention to Jiao Yan and Kagra. He stepped through the door and approached Mu Shui and Yuanxing. Because he took rather large steps, his skeleton rattled with the sound of bones clinking together. "Sorry about that," the man chuckled, raising a hand to cover part of his body as he spoke to Mu Shui. "Didn't scare you, did I?" Mu Shui shook his head. By now, he had trained himself to remain calm no matter how strange or unsettling the people or situations were, showing immense tolerance. "My surname is Tan, and my name is Tan Jing. And you?" The first half of this sentence was addressed to Mu Shui, while the second half was directed at Yuanxing, clearly asking him a question. Yuanxing still ignored him, even tightening his lips under his mask. Putting the mask back on helped rein in his emotions, though traces of the madness coursing through his veins remained. This made Yuanxing feel extremely displeased, almost destructive, whenever anyone inquired about Mu Shui. It was Mu Shui who responded, "Hello, my surname is Mu, and my name is Mu Shui." Pausing briefly, Mu Shui continued before Tan Jing could open his mouth, "May I ask? What happened to you?" Tan Jing brushed it off lightly, When I was young and reckless, I got drunk one time. Didn't run anyone over, but crashed into a stone pillar and damaged half my body. That's how it went." As he spoke, Tan Jing spread his hands, a fleshy white one on one side and a grayish bone hand on the other, showing an incongruous mix of humor and heartache. Even if Tan Jing's explanation was truthful, this was likely just the surface-level reason. The deeper reasons were omitted, and Mu Shui knew it wasn't something worth pressing further. If Yuanxing wanted him to know more about this person, wouldn't he tell him eventually? Thinking this way, Mu Shui suddenly felt at ease. Exhaustion swept over him all at once. His arms and legs grew limp, and within seconds, he could barely keep his eyelids open. "Where's the bed?" Mu Shui struggled to blink, trying to stay awake for a little longer. "Tired?" Tan Jing asked, somewhat startled. Pointing to a nearby door, he added, "The bed is behind that door, but, well, this is Yuan's room. I can show you to the next room instead, right?" Mu Shui nodded slowly, laboriously sliding off the chair in an effort to conserve strength and crawl toward the bed. Almost simultaneously, both Jiao Yan and Yuanxing moved. Jiao Yan let go, tossing Kagra to the ground. His head struck the threshold with a clang, waking him up abruptly in pain, which caused him to wail loudly. However, upon coming to his senses, he looked toward Tan Jing and blurted out, 566. Tan Jing's face immediately changed. "What gibberish is this? Did you lose your tongue or what? Want me to stretch it out for you?" As he said this, he turned around and squatted in front of Kagra, using his bony hand to grasp Kagra's neck and lifting his head as if really considering pulling his tongue. Kagra screamed loudly, "Chi! Chi! Save me! Is this any noble act, Chi?" Kagra yelled desperately. Mu Shui, already half asleep, woke with a start from the sudden shout. Next thing he knew, Jiao Yan had hoisted him onto his shoulders. Mu Shui quickly looked up to make sure they wouldn't hit the ceiling beams. Fortunately, this house was designed in an ancient style with high ceilings, otherwise, his head would have collided again and probably turned into a gourd, swollen on both sides. Realizing calling out, "Chi," didn't work, Kagra immediately changed tactics and shouted, "Mu Shui! Mu Shui, save me!" Mu Shui, feeling heavy-headed from sleepiness, grabbed Jiao Yan's shoulder and whispered faintly, "Jiao Yan, let's go." Jiao Yan's stiff, emotionless expression softened slightly, and he replied, "Okay." Yuanxing retracted his hand, standing firmly by the chair without chasing after them. He needed to control himself. Otherwise, with adrenaline constantly rising and falling, reaching its peak again, it would inevitably trigger an even stronger reaction, one he'd find much harder to suppress. Though he understood this intellectually, Yuan Sheng couldn't help feeling extremely dissatisfied. So he stepped forward, placing his foot squarely on Kagra's face. "Shut your mouth." Kagra swallowed the cry of, "Mu Shui, save me." Mu Shui slept soundly until he woke up, took a bath, and changed into the bathrobe hanging in the wardrobe of the room. Thankfully, despite all the exertion, he hadn't caught a cold. But exhaustion had left its mark, now entirely transformed into hunger. When Mu Shui opened the door and stepped out, he saw Tan Jing holding a large water pot. Tan Jing's bony hand easily passed through the handle, and with his skeleton propping up the pot awkwardly, he strolled forward while tilting the pot in a natural downward curve, letting the water splash onto the flowers. Setting aside his strange appearance, the motions were rather leisurely and unhurried. But Mu Shui couldn't help commenting, "The flowers are going to be drowned." Eh? Tan Jing turned around quickly. The moment he caught sight of Mu Shui in the loose-fitting bathrobe, looking like a beautiful young man fresh out of the bath, his skeletal fingers tilted inadvertently, causing the pot to slip and crash onto the ground, smashing one of the plants. Tan Jing bent over hurriedly to pick up the fallen water pot and clicked his tongue, well, another dead plant. Mu Shui's shoes from the previous day had gotten wet, so now he shuffled along in a pair of white cotton slippers from the room, taking slow, laborious steps. Tan Jing placed the water pot on the ground and turned around, saying casually, "No wonder all my flowers kept dying before, I was watering them to death." Mu Shui glanced around and couldn't help asking, "Where's Brother Yuan?" Without missing a beat, Tan Jing joked dryly, "Didn't see him get up yet, probably hiding under the covers jerking off." Mu Shui looked completely baffled, "What's jerking off?" Tan Jing met Mu Shui's puzzled expression, his pale complexion, youthful features, eyes as gentle as water, and felt like Mu Shui was akin to that soft little cloud tinged red by the evening twilight. Attractive yet tender. Suddenly, Tan Jing developed a sense of guilt. So he shook his head briskly, "Ah, never mind, I was just kidding. Let's go have breakfast, how about some soybean paste noodles or pea flour candy? We can also have tea soup, fried dough rings, or even broad bean rolls if you prefer." Mu Shui's stomach responded accordingly with a gurgling sound. Then he obediently nodded and followed along. Tan Jing was different. He was entirely unlike any of the monsters Mu Shui had encountered so far. Although Tan Jing didn't look quite human, he exuded a livelier aura than even Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng. And then, what was 566? Yesterday, although Mu Shui was extremely sleepy, when Kagra blurted out those numbers, it stood out clearly in the context of their conversation, making it very easy to remember. Chapter 67, 566, 79. When Yuan Sheng came out, Mu Shui had just lowered his head to take a big sip of soy milk, and his lips were stained white. Hearing the footsteps, he immediately looked up and saw Yuan Sheng naked from the waist up, with that familiar mask on his face. One hand easily held a large iron cage, which he placed in the middle of the dining hall. When he turned around again, Jiao Yan was already standing at the entrance to the dining hall, holding Cardra. Cardra's face was ashen gray, and his gaze looked at them like it was watching a pack of wolves. Cardra probably already knew that Mu Shui wasn't a soft-hearted person, and there was no one here who would talk about gentlemanly principles with him. So now, he didn't waste his energy and didn't shout anymore. This silence made him look barely like the so-called genius who created the villa and those vegetables. Before, it looked like one of those low-intelligence extras in the TV series Mu Shui watched as a child, who only appeared for less than 2 episodes. Jiao Yan let go, and Cardra fell on his butt. Without any restraints all of a sudden, Cardra got up but stood there for a while, too scared to even move. After this round of struggles, Cardra's resistance must have been worn down completely. Yuan Sheng opened the door of the iron cage and said, "Get in." Cardra's face was full of humiliation, but he still went in on his own accord. Yuan Sheng closed the door of the iron cage casually, then sat next to Mu Shui. Meanwhile, Jiao Yan also approached behind Mu Shui. He stared at Yuan Sheng's position for a while, clearly showing some dissatisfaction. So Jiao Yan moved his eyes to Tan Jing. Tan Jing was drinking tea soup while watching Cardra's direction as if watching a monkey inside a cage, feeling quite relaxed. Suddenly, he felt a chill come from behind. Tan Jing turned around and met Jiao Yan's oppressive height. Tan Jing's face was half intact, looking exceptionally festive, but the other half was a forest of white bones. The two sides contrasted starkly, making it strange yet terrifying. However, neither of these two could say they were stronger than the other. Jiao Yan is tall and carries an expressionless and severe coldness. There's a big hole on his forehead. Neither of them are normal people. Neither can scare the other. Tan Jing, what's up? Tan Jing. Want to sit here? Tan Jing, no, the table is big enough. There are several chairs outside. You can sit wherever you want. Jiao Yan, who rarely talks anyway, remained silent this time, making the atmosphere in the room even more stuffy. Tan Jing, must sit here. Tan Jing, all right. He moved holding his bowl. After moving out of the way, Tan Jing suddenly realized that the big guy wanted to sit next to Mu Shui. Tan Jing immediately glanced at Mu Shui. What's special about this teenager? Tan Jing wondered. Mu Shui is very sensitive to others' gazes. He was originally biting into a fried cake but found the filling a little hot, so he swallowed it quickly, stuck out his tongue to cool down, and looked back up to meet Tan Jing's gaze. For just a moment. Very gentle. That's the conclusion Tan Jing came to. Tan Jing didn't really mind that the big guy had taken his seat. Because Mu Shui had already shifted his attention away, sipped slowly on the cooled soy milk, and asked the saliva-dripping Cardra in the cage, "What is 566? Tan Jing's eyelids twitched. Cardra exclaimed in surprise, "You don't know?" Mu Shui licked the soy milk stains off his lips, caught the key point, and counter-asked, "Shouldn't I know?" Cardra's facial expression became even stranger. He exaggerated, "You're Qi, you should definitely know." Of course, Mu Shui wouldn't remind him that I'm not Qi. He simply stared at Cardra seriously, slowly chewing on the food in his mouth, waiting for Cardra to continue. Cardra has a strong desire for performance, even acting. It's not difficult to get him to reveal information, just give him a hint and wait for him to continue. After a long silence where no one else spoke, the quiet environment made Cardra restless again. "How could you not know? You're 79. 79. Another number. Is it a code number?" Mu Shui thought it was most likely a number. Qi and Tan Jing both once had numbers assigned to them, and they were categorized in the same group. Was it like this? Cardra looked at Mu Shui with fear and said, "Why don't you say anything?" He was afraid of Qi. It's a kind of natural suppression. It's like when a fool stands next to a genius, there's this automatic sense of inferiority and helplessness. Although Cardra wouldn't admit it inside. Not to mention that he also feared, he was also scared of the people surrounding Qi. Look, that fierce clown man, the tall one with a hole in his head, and the skeleton on the side. They all gathered around Mu Shui. They were obviously a group of ferocious savage beasts. Who wouldn't be scared? Anyone would feel afraid. Mu Shui drank up the last bit of soy milk, licking his lips, feeling quite satisfied. Even looking at Cardra's face didn't seem as lewd, cunning, or ridiculous anymore. Mu Shui turned his head and asked Yuan Sheng, "How long do we need to stay here?" Yuan Sheng paused for a moment, then suddenly pulled off the mask before answering, "Will your teacher try to forcibly take you away again?" Mu Shui frowned and said, "Yes." He was familiar with his teacher's personality, never giving up until achieving his goal. Before, he thought his teacher would come directly to Qi Xinghan's filming set and take him away. But later, his teacher went abroad for an academic exchange, which surprised him greatly. "Then we will stay until he no longer takes you away." Saying this, Yuan Sheng took a piece of paper from the tissue box and stuffed it into Mu Shui's palm. He covered the move from view but did it accurately. Mu Shui's palm was warm, Yuan Sheng's fingers unconsciously grazed over his palm, even having a slight impulse to grab hold of his hand, but the impulse only lasted for a fleeting moment. Very soon, Yuan Sheng retracted his hand. Behind the mask, he showed not a hint of expression. Mu Shui sighed and propped his chin, "Then how long is it? 30 years? 40 years? Or maybe even longer. My teacher pays great attention to health preservation, he will definitely live a long life. As long as the teacher is alive, he will certainly want to bring me back. Isn't that better?" Yuan Sheng's tone immediately became strange. It was the result of joy surging too quickly, so trying hard to suppress it but still couldn't completely. Mu Shui looked at him in confusion. 30 years, 40 years, or even longer. This information circled around in Yuan Sheng's mind, the more he thought about it, the better it seemed. Without Mu Shui's teacher, along with Qi Xinghan, Shen Maojia, Kong Yi, Snow Female Bird, none of them remained. Only Jiao Yan was still around. But it wasn't a problem. Yuan Sheng casually glanced back, thinking vaguely about dismembering someone and throwing them off a cliff, guaranteeing no interference afterward. Wasn't that good? His possessiveness flared up again, coursing through his internal organs. Shouldn't you be his guardian forever? You should keep being it. Confused, Mu Shui leaned closer to Yuan Sheng, lifting his hand and waving it in front of him. Only after realizing Yuan Sheng couldn't see it did Mu Shui speak up, "Brother Yuan." Yuan Sheng, ah. Mu Shui blinked. Yuan Sheng's tone suddenly became self-conscious. What made him self-conscious? Mu Shui didn't dwell on it, continuing instead, "We'll leave aside my teacher's issue for now, let's deal with him first." Mu Shui pointed toward Cardra. "He set up a trap to catch us, intending to trade me for others." Mu Shui hadn't finished speaking when Yuan Sheng's voice already changed its tone, imbued with a cold chill. "He planned to trade you for others?" Yuan Sheng stood up and walked to the cage. As soon as Cardra saw him rise, he knew something bad was coming, retreating quickly into the corner of the cage, saying, "Isn't it fine since it didn't work out? If you want, you can use me to exchange for something." Anyway, he didn't want to stay here. These were the scariest Chinese people he'd ever seen. He'd rather be used as a trading item himself than stay here. Yuan Sheng chuckled mockingly, "Exchange? Trade your life for something?" Though he laughed, his tone was deeply dark. Mu Shui felt things might go awry if Yuan Sheng got too worked up. Quickly standing up and grabbing onto Yuan Sheng's clothes tail, Mu Shui said, Brother Yuan, don't move." And Yuan Sheng just stopped. Even though separated by a mask and unable to see his face, ears could pick up each successive, Brother Yuan. In just the blink of an eye, Yuan Sheng's legs grew unsteady. He still had some strength left to walk, but once his leg moved forward, how would Mu Shui's grip manage to hang on to the edge of his clothes? Yuan Sheng's mind was swirling with all sorts of outrageous ideas, which spurred the blood in his body to surge wildly, yet gave him an unprecedented sense of comfort and satisfaction. Tan Jing watched this scene and muttered, "This is fucking fresh." Mu Shui said, "I'm not finished speaking. Let me finish first, you're not allowed to interrupt." Mu Shui paused for a second, then added another sentence, "Big Brother Yuan, go back and sit down." Just to make sure Yuan Sheng didn't get too close to the cage and accidentally strangle Cardra. Mu Shui thought it was highly possible that Yuan Sheng would do something like that. After all, when it came to Yuan Sheng, it seemed like there was nothing called restraint. Yuan Sheng adjusted the mask on his face with his hand. Although the mask had already become practically useless, just doing this little movement seemed like it could remind himself to stay rational. Yuan Sheng said, "All right, go ahead." He turned around, walked back, and sat down again. This time, Tan Jing almost lost half of his tongue. Shit. Mu Shui didn't notice Tan Jing's dumbfounded expression. He looked at Cardra and slowly revealed a bit of a smile, as if there was a kind of brilliance gleaming from the dimples on his cheeks. Mu Shui said, "If one plan doesn't work, we can always arrange another meeting. Now, contact them and tell them to change the location for the trade. I need to know who exactly wants to capture me. The teacher can wait a bit. Qi Xinghan can be put off slightly as well. But this matter cannot be delayed, he must figure out immediately. Otherwise, being surrounded by enemies who lusted after him, 8 out of 10 wanted to eat him alive, how dangerous. Even if he managed to persuade his teacher, he still needed to be cautious of others." Cardra stared at Mu Shui's smile and painfully turned his head. Once again, he glanced over the ferocious clown man, the towering guy with a hole in his head, and the skeleton beside him. Each one of them intimidated him so much that he couldn't possibly have a second choice. Even the handsome youth right before his eyes was clearly written all over with 3 big words, "I am super dangerous." Chapter 68, The Voice on the Phone. Guiyong heard the sound of the door opening and immediately jumped up. "My goodness! Where have you been? You've been out of touch for how long? And where did all these birds in your room come from?" Guiyong hastily put on his shoes and rushed to the door. Then, when he looked up, he saw Qi Xinghan, completely soaked. Guiyong was stunned. It had been years since he had seen Qi Xinghan in such a disheveled state. "Big brother Qi, what happened to you?" Guiyong quickly turned around, hurriedly heading toward the bathroom to fetch a bathrobe and towels. Qi Xinghan walked in without any expression, not minding the water dripping from him. Guiyong soon returned with a bathrobe and towels, saying as he walked forward, "I've been feeding the birds for you, but after eating, they look deflated. I don't really have much experience with taking care of birds. Big brother Qi, please dry yourself first." Qi Xinghan walked past him straight to the couch, connecting the charger to charge his phone. Guiyong froze at the sight of his actions. How come he didn't know that Big Brother Qi had become so addicted to his phone? The very first thing he did after getting home was charging his phone. Guiyong went over, placing the bathrobe and towels down. He dared not directly reach out to dry Qi Xinghan himself. Apart from professional demands while filming, Qi Xinghan disliked anyone getting too close to him, let alone such intimate gestures. When the phone finally rebooted, Guiyong noticed Qi Xinghan's slight furrowing of brows, followed by seeing him quickly pull up the call log and begin dialing. Guiyong glanced sideways and asked, "Isn't Mr. Mu with you, Big Brother Qi?" "No," replied Qi Xinghan, then fell silent again. But even after charging, the call still couldn't go through. A rigid, emotionless voice on the other end announced, "Hello, the user you called is temporarily out of service area." These days, cell towers were built almost everywhere, so it wasn't easy to find a place without signal. Confused, Guiyong voiced, "Where has Mr. Mu gone?" "I don't know," said Qi Xinghan, closing his eyes briefly. His face grew colder. "Don't know." Guiyong's voice slightly changed tone. He carefully scrutinized Qi Xinghan once more before asking softly, "Where exactly have you been this time?" Qi Xinghan mentioned a place name, then put down his phone and stood up. "Where is the Snow Maiden bird?" "The Snow Maiden bird?" Guiyong thought, are there really birds with names like this? He had already forgotten entirely about the snowstorm disaster incident that had happened earlier in the film city. Qi Xinghan glanced back at him. Psychological suggestion could be effective, especially among teenagers, and its power was immense. Qi Xinghan led Guiyong to the guest room. He said, "Mr. Mu stayed in this room before, right? These birds kept flying into this room no matter what we did. Once they got in, there was no more sound." Speaking, Guiyong flipped on the wall light. It was something Qi Xinghan specifically arranged to have installed for Mr. Mu earlier. Guiyong was the supervisor for the installation, so now he knew his way around well. As the light illuminated, scattered across the bed were dozens of motionless birds, looking as if they were dead. Qi Xinghan stepped inside and scanned the room momentarily, feeling a brief bewilderment. The room was empty now, missing Mr. Mu's backpack, the chairs neatly placed, the bed sheets orderly folded. Just those few birds with silver-white feathers lay on the pristine white sheets, their existence almost imperceptible. He suddenly felt what Mr. Mu meant when he said, after the internship ends, I'll leave. That feeling wasn't good. Even worse than the taste of a dead man trying to eat live human food, bitter, sticky, and hard to swallow. Qi Xinghan moved to the bedside, extending his finger to prod at one of the birds. The snow maiden bird blinked its eyelids repeatedly. That indicated it wasn't dead, it was still alive and well. Then that was enough. Qi Xinghan turned around to grab his phone. Guiyong. With only 12% of the phone charged, Qi Xinghan clutched it in hand, snapping several pictures of the birds on the bed. However, being terrible at taking pictures of others or even other animals, including birds, it didn't matter that the photos came out awkward and ugly. Qi Xinghan simply checked the pictures to confirm they could be identified. He didn't know when Mr. Mu's phone would have signaled, but he still sent these photos first. On the side, Guiyong watched all these actions and wondered aloud, what's the point of sending these photos? Wouldn't it be better to send some of yourself? Otherwise, what's the meaning? If Big Brother Qi actually had a close relationship with Mr. Mu, surely sending a picture of himself would make more sense. Send my picture. Qi Xinghan was momentarily confused, clearly not having any such experience. Half an hour later, with Guiyong's guidance, Qi Xinghan sent another photo of himself. After sending it, Qi Xinghan sat on a couch and pondered for a moment. What was the significance of sending his own photo? It was 2 hours after finishing breakfast when Mu Shui discovered his phone had no signal. He rarely used his phone anyway, so he didn't think to check it right away. After instructing Kajila on what to do, Mu Shui stared at the crossed-out signal bar on his phone and helplessly turned to Tan Jing beside him. Is there no signal here? In the middle of a deep mountain forest, isn't it obvious that there's no signal? Tan Jing replied with a smile, clearly already accustomed to this way of life. Mu Shui could go without making calls or using the internet. But Kajila still needed to make a call. Mu Shui stood up. Do we need to go down the mountain to get a signal? Not necessary, Tan Jing started but suddenly paused. Yuanxing was standing a little distance ahead, facing away from them while gripping his mask. For some reason, Tan Jing felt as though he could twist his head off at any moment. Let Brother Yuan take you, Tan Jing quickly changed his words. Yuanxing turned around, you come along too. Tan Jing hesitated for a second before nodding nervously, his bones cracking audibly, all right. With Mu Shui stuffing his phone into his pocket, Jiao Yan leading Kajila by hand, Tan Jing guiding the way ahead, and Yuanxing walking next to Mu Shui. Sometimes, when they got too close, Yuanxing would suddenly create some distance between them again. Mu Shui roughly understood the situation in his heart. He silently sighed inside, wondering if Yuanxing's condition hadn't improved yet. He'd try his treatment method next time. Thinking about it, Mu Shui moved a little further away voluntarily, wanting to increase the distance between him and Yuanxing. But just as he took a couple of steps, Yuanxing extended his arm diagonally and pulled him back effortlessly. Mu Shui. Wasn't he supposed to keep a distance? After several attempts, every time Mu Shui walked a few steps, Yuanxing caught him again, dragging him back like catching a little chick. Seeing no alternative, Mu Shui stopped moving around much, simply letting Yuanxing approach and retreat repeatedly. If someone didn't know the situation, they might assume Yuanxing moved like a snake due to his winding gait. Previously, when climbing the mountain, Yuanxing had carried him up, and Mu Shui, being extremely tired, hadn't noticed the surroundings at all. It was only now that Mu Shui realized they were truly in the depths of a remote mountain forest. There wasn't even a sign of climbers or birds flying nearby. If it weren't for the sight of frost-covered towering trees stretching endlessly ahead, and their green vitality barely peeking through the frost, Mu Shui would have thought he was in a ghostly place. There's signal now. Mu Shui looked down at his phone and said. Mu Shui was preparing to hand his phone over to Kajila. Suddenly, Yuanxing gripped his wrist and pushed it back, instead handing over his own phone. Make the call now. Kajila accepted Yuanxing's phone. This phone, despite appearing old and worn, gave off an unexpectedly heavy feeling in Kajila's hands, making him feel cautious. He thought it must have hidden secrets. So Kajila decided not to play any tricks anymore. Especially not in front of Qi. But Mu Shui's focus was elsewhere. Looking at the phone made him lost in thought. Isn't this his second-hand phone? Yuanxing had traded his new phone for this one. How come he was still using it? As Mu Shui wondered, Yuanxing suddenly reached out and took the phone back from Kajila's hands, then turned to look at Tan Jing. Despite the mask covering his face and blocking out his gaze entirely, Tan Jing inexplicably felt a chill. And so, Tan Jing instinctively handed over his phone. Use mine instead. Kajila noticed how serious they were. They swapped from an advanced smartphone to an old one, finally settling on a tiny feature phone. Completely dispelling all Kajila's devious thoughts. Just handling the phone alone triggered such vigilance, if he dared to secretly tamper with anything and got caught. Kajila shivered inwardly and wordlessly accepted the small feature phone, starting to dial. Do. After a long wait, the call was suddenly picked up. The old-fashioned little smartphone not only had a loud ringtone but also an equally loud earpiece volume, so loud that it didn't even need to be on speaker for everyone nearby to hear clearly. "Hello," came a low, slightly raspy male voice from the other end. "Who is this?" Apparently, the hardware of the little smartphone wasn't in great condition, the sound quality was terrible, the male voice transmitting through the earpiece accompanied by a hissing electric noise, with some pitch distortion. Yet, there was still a faint sense of familiarity that traveled through the earpiece, passed through Mu Shui's eardrums, and reached his brain. "I'm looking for Pan," Kajila said softly. His expression was solemn, and his tone carried a hint of arrogance, making him appear somewhat dignified, like the leader of an organization. The person on the other end seemed to move closer to the earpiece, responding coldly, "Kajila, where are you now?" Compared to the previous 4 words, this time the man on the other end spoke 9 words. In Mu Shui's mind, the familiar trace connected instantly with a clear realization. It was the teacher's voice. Chapter 69, Connection. While Kagla was talking with the other party, Mu Shui turned around and pulled Yuanxing's hand, moving his fingers to write 3 characters in his palm, Chen Zi Yuan. Then Mu Shui tugged at Yuanxing's sleeve. But Yuanxing didn't move. Mu Shui became anxious, fearing that if they waited any longer, Kagla's call would be over. Mu Shui skillfully pulled Yuanxing down a little and promptly removed his mask, whispering in his ear, the name. Immediately afterward, Mu Shui pointed to the mobile phone in Kagla's hand. Yuanxing instantly understood his meaning. He stared at where Mu Shui had pointed for a few seconds, then quickly shifted his gaze. Yuanxing muttered 2 sentences to Tan Jing, and then Tan Jing walked to Kagla's side, took the phone back, and said to the person on the other end, "I need to speak with Chen Zi Yuan." Mu Shui lowered his gaze, concealing the flicker of emotion in his eyes. Yet his fingers instinctively tightened their grip. The teacher had met Yuanxing, had seen Kagla and Jiao Yan, but he hadn't yet met Tan Jing, and naturally wouldn't find Tan Jing's voice familiar. The male voice on the other end of the phone suddenly paused. But it only lasted for a moment. Soon, the man's voice returned, "Number 187, Longgu Street in Jiangqing, 7:30 in the evening." His tone was slightly cold, followed by an additional note, as agreed, "Don't let anything go wrong again." The threat in these words was clear. And then the call ended. Kagla wasn't sure if this counted as having completed his task. He turned and looked at Mu Shui, "Is this fine?" Tan Jing put away his phone, puzzled. What was special about that name earlier? They didn't even acknowledge us. Mu Shui sighed heavily, muttering softly, "Thank you." Now he was certain that he hadn't misheard, the person on the other end who had spoken to Kagla was indeed the teacher. The teacher was a psychology expert, so when called out by name by Tan Jing, naturally showed not the slightest hint of panic. In fact, he acted far too calm and natural, behaving as though he hadn't heard the remark at all and brushing it aside without comment. Abnormalities always carry some kind of deeper meaning. The teacher's calm indicated 2 things. 1, he'd mentally prepared himself in advance for his identity being exposed. 2, assuming everyone else outside Pan's organization knew about someone named Chen Zi Yuan, when told, "I want to talk to Chen Zi Yuan," the teacher would have felt perplexed and perhaps counter-asked questions to judge the situation of the call. But the teacher did nothing. This implied that people within Pan's organization didn't know his real name, which meant it was impossible for it to leak outside either. And if that were not the case, there wouldn't have been even that brief pause when he heard his real name. Instead, his act would have been flawless. Quickly agreeing to a new location and time, it seemed like the teacher also wanted to know who on the other end of the line knew his true identity. The teacher likely wouldn't expect Kagla to make this call under duress. Nor would he imagine that Mu Shui would stand by the phone, hearing every word clearly. After this call, Mu Shui's mood dropped drastically. Originally, he thought that through Kagla, he could catch the mysterious figure conducting transactions with him and gather more information related to Pan. But instead, the already tangled threads in his mind had become a complete mess, more complicated than ever. Who exactly is the teacher? Why does he have connections with Pan? After disappearing for a long time, why did he suddenly call him and appear at the villa? Was it because he intercepted transaction information from inside Pan's organization, replacing the original transaction person to directly take him away from Kagla? And why did the teacher stop him from taking over Qi Xinghan, Yuanxing, and others? Looking at it now, all this seemed far more complex than just concern or care for him. The sense that something impure had crept into their relationship made him extremely unhappy. Unhappy to the point his head throbbed painfully. Mu Shui raised a hand and poked his forehead hard, striding forward. A gust of cold air hit Mu Shui, and he inhaled a big mouthful, filling his throat. Mu Shui coughed harshly several times, the coughing hurting even deep into his lungs. But the feeling of unhappiness was somewhat suppressed by the pain in his chest. "We're going to Jiangqing Road." Mu Shui turned back to Yuanxing with watery eyes, sneezed, and then violently coughed several times. His nose tip, eye rims, cheeks, and neck all turned red. He looked like a cooked shrimp, pitiful yet adorable. Yuanxing's mask was still tightly held in Mu Shui's hand. With no covering obstructing his view, Yuanxing easily caught sight of Mu Shui's expressions, his furrowed brows and pursed lips during his discomfort, along with the sheen in his eyes. Every detail was deeply engraved in Yuanxing's mind. Yuanxing said simply, "All right." Tan Jing cut in with a strange look on his face, we just arrived yesterday, and now you're heading down the mountain to what, Jiangqing Road? Yuanqing didn't respond, only keeping his gaze fixed on Mu Shui ahead. Mu Shui raised his hand to rub his nose, enduring the acid sensation in it and the spiciness brought by the cold air, and softly said, yeah, we have things to do, catch some bad guys. Tan Jing muttered under his breath, isn't old Yuan already pretty bad? And where are you going to catch them? A ready-made one could be taken for soup. Mu Shui turned around. Huh? Tan Jing, nothing. Mu Shui rubbed his nose again, oh. From behind, Yuanqing gave Tan Jing's but a kick, causing Tan Jing to immediately squeak out some sounds like creaking, as if about to fall apart. Tan Jing cried out, this is already broken. If it breaks further, there will be no one to fix me. Mu Shui hurriedly turned back, can 3D printing repair you? Seeing the genuine concern on Mu Shui's face, Tan Jing almost wanted to laugh but ultimately held back the laughter. He shook his head seriously and replied, that cannot. It can merely create a prosthetic limb. This is genuinely my own bone. Once it's broken, there's no way to fix it. Mu Shui, oh, then you can't be kicked apart. Inwardly, Tan Jing thought this guy was really cute, and then turned to Yuanqing saying, did you hear that? Be gentler in the future. Yuanqing. Tan Jing twisted his skeleton structure, fearing another kick. But Yuanqing indeed made no move afterward. Unable to resist, Tan Jing muttered under his breath, where did this kid come from? Is the tight rain spell getting more refined or something? This villa was hidden deeply, just descending the mountain took 3 hours. Mu Shui glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already 1:30 p.m., and Kagla spoke up, we should go. That's right, after descending the mountain, we'll still need to avoid rush hour traffic, Tan Jing joked lightheartedly. Mu Shui shook his head, he will wait for us, so there's no need to rush. After speaking, Mu Shui half laid on the table in front of him. His interest in meeting their contact waned. But however much time he dragged, it was eventually 3 p.m. Mu Shui still didn't want to miss the time and slowly stood up. The group started preparing to descend the mountain. The day before, he had been thinking about how to escape with Yuanqing from the teacher's watchful eyes, running as far away as possible. Today, he would have to walk himself directly back to the teacher. Mu Shui's brows were knitted tightly together, walking behind Yuanqing while looking slightly distracted. Pebbles beneath his feet were kicked far one after another, rolling away noisily. Suddenly, Yuanqing turned around and lifted Mu Shui onto his shoulders. With his body suspended in the air, Mu Shui instinctively grabbed onto Yuanqing's back, securely riding on top of him. Jiao Yan, who lagged half a step behind, could only slowly withdraw his hand. Tan Jing followed at a distance, but seeing this scene, it didn't feel strange to him anymore. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Mu Shui got on the car, whereas Tan Jing prepared to return uphill. Mu Shui clung to Yuanqing's neck, staring at Tan Jing, and asked quietly, Mr. Tan, can you join us? Tan Jing pointed to himself incredulously, making clicking sounds as his facial bones moved, me join? Can I be of help? Mu Shui nodded, we'll need your assistance with a task. Tan Jing didn't know how long he'd stayed in the mountain. As he walked downhill, whenever Mu Shui turned back, he could glimpse Tan Jing squinting slightly, his head tilted upwards, a slightly dazed expression on his face. The lower they went, the more apparent his behavior became. Tan Jing pressed his hand bones against the car door and asked Mu Shui closely, what is it? Something like helping with phone calls today, as on the mountain. Or something else? Will I need to show my face? As the words were spoken, Tan Jing's gaze flicked sideways as he glanced at his own skeletal body. He gave a light laugh, if I go out on the street like this, not only would I scare several people to death, but tomorrow I'd probably be sitting in jail. After speaking, Tan Jing muttered another sentence under his breath, wish I'd worn a full set of proper clothes. Every word exuded a kind of unconscious longing. He wanted to go. But there were all sorts of worries that came out through the jokes he told with ease. Mu Shui shook his head, by 7 o'clock, it'll already be dark. Tan Jing paused for a moment and nodded, all right. As he said it, he opened the back door and sat down next to Kagla. Kagla immediately found himself squeezed between Tan Jing and Jiao Yan, one tall and eerie, the other stark white bones, and he felt more suffocated than ever. Yuanqing was driving, and without a word, he stepped on the gas pedal. The car shot off like an arrow from a bow. No one could be happier than Yuanqing. Initially, they had planned to sneak away from the teacher's watchful eyes and quietly abduct the student online. Now if they could turn around and kill the teacher outright, wouldn't that solve the problem once and for all? Yuanqing felt it was perfect. So good that his whole body felt energized, and beneath the twilight, his eyes gleamed with a reddish light. Chapter 70, Number 187, Jiangqing Road. Number 187, Longgu Street, Jiangqing Road, was a pet shop. Upon entering the pet shop, cat cages were placed on both sides, each holding 7 or 8 cats, all diligently grooming themselves with quiet obedience. Moving forward past the cat cages, there was a set of sofas placed there. In front of the sofas stood a sign that read, Pet Owner Exchange Salon. At one end of the sofa sat the owner of the pet shop, a young girl. On the other end sat a middle-aged man. His appearance did not seem too fitting for his age, his windbreaker looked wrinkled, as if it had been soaked and dried over and over again, never smoothing out. However, this did not detract from his bearing. The man's eyes were slightly unfocused, his gaze cold and inscrutable. A little older, but so handsome. And he had a great aura. Tall, long legs, and nice hands. The owner secretly stared at the man, thinking to herself. It was just that he'd been sitting there for too long. Who was he waiting for? Chen Ziyuan had already fallen into a subtle state of agitation. Kegra was cunning and petty-minded. His ambitions far exceeded his abilities. When they left, Kegra had been embarrassingly controlled by Mu Shui, and now when the tables had turned, he managed to gain the upper hand on Mu Shui. Given Kegra's grudge-bearing nature, it wasn't certain whether he would refrain from torturing Mu Shui. Chen Ziyuan reviewed their conversation once more. And who was that unfamiliar voice? He hoped that back then, when Mu Shui was inside the prison created by Kegra, he didn't want Mu Shui to notice these things too quickly. Of course, there was also another possibility. This phone call from Kegra might have been under Yuan Xing's coercion. Kegra hadn't escaped after all and hadn't managed to reverse the situation to capture Mu Shui. But soon, Chen Ziyuan dismissed this possibility. He had interacted with Yuan Sheng. Whether it was Yuan Sheng, Qi Xinghan, or even the other patients, they all shared a common trait. Cold-bloodedness. It seemed that on the day they became monsters, the original human emotions, sense of morality, and values within them were all sucked away, leaving only the traits of beasts. Yuan Xing taking Mu Shui was due to the instinctive possessiveness of a monster. But he wouldn't help Mu Shui manage Kegra, let alone cooperate with Mu Shui to catch this person Kegra was meeting. If Kegra could take down Yuan Sheng, that would be better, but Chen Ziyuan knew this was unlikely. Yuan Sheng was a hard nut to crack, otherwise, his file wouldn't have been marked with a bright red S. It was incredibly difficult for Kegra to do so with all his strength. Various scattered thoughts raced through his mind, eventually settling on one idea: he should have had Kegra give Mu Shui a sleeping pill. That way, matters would proceed more smoothly. In the car. Mu Shui turned his head, listlessly asking Kegra, "Have you ever seen any of Pan's people before?" "I've seen a few. All were minor henchmen." Kegra heard that Mu Shui's mood was low and chose not to provoke him, thus answering honestly. "Then what about the man you were talking to earlier? Oh, the man in the villa who hypnotized you. Have you ever seen him before?" Kegra shook his head. After shaking his head, Kegra couldn't help but ask, "Is he your teacher?" Mu Shui gave a low response, still sounding listless. "So what are you two up to?" Kegra couldn't help but angrily say, "Is your organization treating me like a monkey? If he's your teacher, why does he need to negotiate with me?" Mu Shui turned around and glanced at Kegra, slowly sighing, "Ah, so dumb." Tan Jing couldn't hold back anymore. "This is so obvious, obviously his teacher lied to him. So they're not on the same side." Kegra. "That's true. What kind of teacher could train someone like Qi?" But Kegra's heart suddenly tightened. "So, do you know your teacher well? Will he believe my story? What if we arrive and Pan's people are already lying in wait there?" Tan Jing couldn't restrain himself again. "Do you use your brain as decoration? If there really are people lying in wait there, isn't that convenient for you? They'd rescue you. Why are you afraid?" Kegra's entire face turned purple, glaring furiously at Tan Jing, "You damn skeleton." Mu Shui sighed softly, speaking quietly, "I haven't seen my teacher like this, and my teacher hasn't seen me like this either." He thought he knew the person well, but it turned out that he hadn't known this person from start to finish. He could only speculate on his teacher's actions based on past experience, and the teacher could only make inferences based on their previous understanding. He speculated that after receiving Kegra's call, his teacher should want Kegra to immediately bring him over. And the teacher likely wouldn't be able to imagine that he could force Kegra to make a call, daring enough to lure Pan's people out. The teacher probably wouldn't think about what he was relying on. Mu Shui thought of this and tilted his head to look at Yuan Sheng. The evil ghost, monster, in the eyes of the teacher, had paradoxically become his greatest backing at this moment. Mu Shui stared and got lost in thought. Tan Jing suddenly reached out with his bony hand and slapped the back of the seat, shouting loudly, "Bro Yuan, Master Yuan, please focus on driving. We're about to hit a power pole, I beg you." Yuan Xing tightened his grip on the steering wheel and turned without expression. Mu Shui snapped out of it. He stared at Yuan Xing for a few more seconds and realized that Yuan Xing had gripped the steering wheel even harder. Mu Shui suddenly understood. My gaze made him feel pressured. So Mu Shui stopped looking at him, obediently straightened his body, and sat properly. His brain began to unconsciously replay the slow-motion memories of how his teacher used to look back in school. He didn't have parents, and his memories of childhood were all blurry. What he remembered most clearly was when his adoptive parents died, and he went to sleep under a bridge. Later, it seemed like he received social assistance and entered university, being solitary and not sociable. Then, he changed schools due to interdisciplinary study and suddenly became popular. And there was also a teacher who treated him exceptionally kindly. A strict yet great teacher. Mu Shui sighed. What can I do? Should I not meet him? After the internship period is over, when he no longer has to take responsibility for Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, and others, and returns to school, the teacher will probably be gone too. Unless I have selective amnesia, otherwise how can I continue to interact with the teacher as if nothing has happened? While daydreaming again, Yuan Sheng spoke, there's one more street before we reach Jiangqing Road. Mu Shui, so fast. Not fast enough, it's already 8 p.m., Tan Jing said. 8 p.m. It's so late already. Mu Shui swallowed. The teacher must have waited for him for a long time, right? Mu Shui felt uneasy. But then he thought again, why would it be bad? The teacher still wants to capture him. Moreover, when they were in the villa, he already ran off with Yuan Sheng. One more incident doesn't matter. Thinking this way, Mu Shui suddenly gained courage. I have to be fierce. Mu Shui frowned tightly, patting his leg, saying, find a place to park. Mr. Tan and Kagra will go first. Tan Jing rubbed his hands, all right. When Yuan Sheng parked the car safely, Tan Jing opened the door and got out first, followed by Kagra. Mu Shui stayed in the car, peering through the car window, watching Kagra walk away. Kagra knew that Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan were still keeping an eye on him behind, so he walked stiffly, feeling like a bomb was strapped to his heart, staying tense every second. Tan Jing pushed him, are you the leader of the organization or am I? Show some leadership. Kagra was pushed forward. He angrily thought, leadership. Leadership was smashed to pieces by that damn Mu Shui in the villa. He even mocked me as an idiot. But Kagra still listened and walked in front. Tan Jing closely followed. Soon, they arrived at number 187. Tan Jing was completely covered in clothes bought along the way, even his head was wrapped up tightly, making him look like a walking black pillar. The shop owner was scared and stood up, is this, a robbery? Chen Ziyuan stood up as well, frowning, where are the people? Kagra knew Tan Jing was watching him, so naturally he coldly said according to what Mu Shui had instructed, so, you are the person Pan sent. Chen Ziyuan did not respond but instead looked at the pet store owner first. After a brief glance between the boss and him, the boss turned around and went upstairs without a word, as if lost in spirit. Seeing this scene, Kagra instantly became more nervous. This thing wasn't easy to deal with. But Kagra believed that there wouldn't be anyone harder to handle than Mu Shui. After all, this person didn't have tall guys, clown monsters, and skeletons standing behind him. So Kagra still kept a cold face and sneered, that day I was under someone's control. Why didn't you save me? Cooperating with you was to exchange that teenager. When you ended up being controlled by him, you naturally lost your use. Why would I save you? Chen Ziyuan countered. Kagra flared with anger, we are partners. That partnership is based on your competence. Without the person we want in your hands, even if you die in front of us, it will have nothing to do with us, Chen Ziyuan said calmly. Damn. Kagra cursed a few times and then coldly said, alright, now he's in my hands, so my asking price has increased. Where's Yuan Sheng? Chen Ziyuan suddenly asked. Kagra looked at him in confusion but still went along with the fabricated story, oh, you mean that man wearing the clown mask? Didn't I tell you over the phone already? He fought with that big guy. Maybe he hasn't even noticed yet that I took the kid away. Even if they're done fighting, they won't notice I'm here. Chen Ziyuan wasn't surprised by this result. In the Jinsui Special Pathology Research Institute, all mentally ill patients marked as dangerous had an extremely strong sense of territoriality. This was also the reason his lungs almost exploded when he found out that Mu Shui had simultaneously taken charge of several patients. Mu Shui thought he could cure them, handle every patient properly. That was simply because he was too naive. Chen Ziyuan lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at Kagra, that's good. Kagra suddenly detected a strange tone in his voice. What do you mean? Yuan Sheng is still quite troublesome, as is the big guy. But you're different, Chen Ziyuan sized up Kagra from head to toe, I can kill you and take Mu Shui with me. Kagra. Fuck you. You despicable Chinese. Kagra realized and screamed in fury. Chen Ziyuan's fingers were previously cut by a lens and hadn't healed yet. He raised his hand, tearing off the loosely bandaged cloth strips around his fingers, due to the excessive force, blood seeped through his fingertips again. Mu Shui sat in the car, hearing every word of the conversation at number 187 without missing a single one. Mu Shui licked his lips, feeling parched in his throat. This was a side of his teacher he had never seen before. Get out of the car. Mu Shui rubbed his nose softly, muttering. His voice was soft and thin, like it could be scattered by a slight breeze. But Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan paid close attention to every sound he made and every movement he did, how could they possibly miss anything? The next moment, the car door opened, and they got out one after another. At number 187, Kagra was nearly scared out of his wits. He immediately threw himself towards Tan Jing's direction, damn it, save me quickly. With one grab, Kagra pulled off Tan Jing's hat. Tan Jing looked up, revealing half of his skull-like face. Chen Ziyuan twitched his eyelids, 566. Tan Jing smiled faintly on half of his face, a kind smile but tinged with cruelty, you know me? Chen Ziyuan. You're not under Kagra's command. In that fool's organization, there's only a group of idiots turned into monsters by him. Who are you? Is Mu Shui in your hands? Realizing quickly, Chen Ziyuan's expression turned colder as he reached out to grab Tan Jing. Tan Jing thought inwardly, how come you didn't think that I followed Mu Shui here? True, the young boy seemed obedient and weak, looking completely incapable, always destined to be bullied. Seeing how fierce I am, anyone would assume that I'm the one who kidnapped him. Tan Jing didn't explain. His right hand broke through the outer garment covering him, colliding with Tan Jing's hand. The skeletal structure produced creaking sounds, as if it might collapse at any moment. But in this instant, it felt especially sturdy and did not fall apart. On the contrary, Chen Ziyuan's hand bore visible wounds, and fresh blood oozed out once more. They separated. Simultaneously, Tan Jing kicked Kagra away. Don't get in my way, old man. Kagra let out a pained shout. Chen Ziyuan attempted to grab him again, entirely ignoring Tan Jing. Unable to dodge in time, Kagra was caught. The next moment, Kagra cried out in pain again, this time even more pitifully. A hole tore through his sleeve, his body as if eroded by highly corrosive liquid, splitting open the flesh and releasing blood, soon creating a large hole in his arm. The pain intensified, and Kagra could no longer suppress the screams rising in his throat. He just wanted to grab Mu Shui to exchange him for something. He only wanted to catch a little human being. How had it escalated to this point? A mighty tiger reduced to a meek dog, bullied so thoroughly. Kagra shook his head, hearing nothing but the sound of tears. Chen Ziyuan kicked him again. Where are your devices? Take them out. Kagra felt even worse, feeling like dying was better than this. What devices? Your cell, take it out. Over the long course of his career, Kagra had not only created one villa, he had also produced many other things, including the type of cell mentioned by Chen Ziyuan, capable of detaining others. The model was palm-sized, easy to carry. Kagra asked faintly. Who should I lock up? Chen Ziyuan frowned. Lock him. What do you use your brain for if not to think? Pain-stricken and furious, Kagra nearly spat blood. Why should I help you when you're going to kill me? Tan Jing spoke up calmly, because his blood means nothing to me, he can't finish me off. I need your help. If you don't cooperate, he'll destroy you. Not entirely useless, Chen Ziyuan added. After all, it's hard to disassemble you. No one can repair you now. Tan Jing chuckled, you really know me, that's quite impressive. But who knows who will disassemble whom first? At that moment, the automatic bell at the glass door sounded, welcome to Cat Hut. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads toward the door and saw Mu Shui standing there. The warm yellow light inside illuminated his figure, making him look extremely thin. Behind him was a vast shadow, where Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan stood. Teacher, Mu Shui called softly. Chen Ziyuan paused mid-action, reining in all his intimidating presence instantly. It dawned on him immediately. They colluded with you to trap me. Chen Ziyuan's voice slightly changed pitch. There was no extreme shock, no overwhelming rage. His control over his emotions was excellent. But he truly hadn't expected that this group of monsters would actually follow Mu Shui's arrangements. Deep down, he always believed Mu Shui should be like a piece of crystal clear quartz, flawless and transparent, untainted by any dust. He was innocent, fragile, requiring to be held carefully in someone's palm, needing meticulous care shielded from any storms. He wasn't suited to be a doctor. He should have been protected in an ivory tower for a lifetime. Yet the boy leapt out of his grasp, wrapping himself in a hard protective shell. Chen Ziyuan felt disappointment welling within him. In the future, how could he possibly use some pretext to bring Mu Shui back? Mu Shui didn't know what his teacher was thinking. He was just a bit unhappy, even somewhat negative. He walked slowly into the room, lacking even the energy to lift his feet. Shaking his head, Mu Shui said, we're not trying to capture the teacher, just the person Kagra is dealing with. Unfortunately, it happens to be you, teacher. Yes, truly unfortunate, said Chen Ziyuan. Still as calm as ever, showing no signs of losing composure after being found out. Why? Mu Shui asked softly. Did you know from the very beginning what would happen to me after I took on patients? What's your relationship with Pan? They want to buy me from Kagra, then use me for what? To eat my flesh and drink my blood. Mu Shui mused vaguely, am I actually the reincarnation of Tang Monk? Standing in place, Chen Ziyuan was incredibly composed as he beckoned Mu Shui closer, saying, come here, a bit closer. The teacher didn't wear his glasses, so I can't see too clearly. Tan Jing didn't know the specifics of the entanglements between these teacher and student, but he thought his mission was done. He'd probed Chen Ziyuan's background, and confirmed there were no ambushes here. Fine. Lowering his own head, Tan Jing began wiping his hand bones with the hem of his clothes. There was so much blood, naturally, he had to clean it. Proper maintenance ensured they lasted longer. Mu Shui pressed his lips together and stopped about a meter away from Chen Ziyuan. Chen Ziyuan said, that's still not close enough. Yuan Xing stepped forward, kicking Kagra further away before walking around Mu Shui and positioning himself in front of the boy, shielding him. Kagra exclaimed in shock. Ah. Only then did Chen Ziyuan's expression change slightly. His gaze grew colder as he stared at Yuan Sheng, but his words were directed at Mu Shui, "There's nothing else. I merely knew someone was after you, so I wanted to bring you back to school through a different method. That was all. You really don't trust your teacher's intentions for your own good?" Mu Shui became even more infuriated. He was so angry that his chest rose and fell with heavy breaths. He wasn't stupid. How could he believe such lies now? "No," Mu Shui said sharply. Chen Ziyuan said, "Like this. Then there's nothing else," he continued, extending his hand. Blood dripped from between his fingers. Chen Ziyuan said indifferently, "I had wanted to do this back at the villa, but I thought it better not to let you know. As a result, I missed my chance and watched as your first patient deceived you away. But this time will be different. Revealing it may not be so bad after all." Yuan Sheng was displeased. Deceived? Was it really deception? Water followed willingly. In turn, Yuan Sheng also extended his hand, muscles tensed as he prepared for an impact. Tan Jing stepped aside instinctively, murmuring, "Poof, poof, how aggressive." There was a deafening boom. It sounded as if every bone in a person's body shattered simultaneously. Yet both Yuan Sheng and Chen Ziyuan stood their ground, unmoving. The blood flowing from Chen Ziyuan's fingers increased, while a gaping wound appeared on Yuan Sheng's shoulder. That moment of exchange was too fast for the eyes to follow clearly. Seeing this, Mu Shui became angrier still. His anger felt like it might make his head explode. They fought without a word of agreement. What was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to step out and say, "Stop fighting"? Last month, Mu Shui saw a similar drama scene on Weibo. They all called it cringe-inducing. Mu Shui didn't want any part of cringeworthy moments. Before they could fight again, another loud bang erupted. The lights in the shop went out. The animals were silent, as if transported into another world. There came a soft snap. A flame flickered to life, lit by someone unknown. Confused, Mu Shui looked around again. At the exact moment the lights went off, Chen Ziyuan and Yuan Sheng, along with Jiao Yan, had somehow arrived by his side, encircling him protectively. Not far away, Tan Jing groaned in pain, "My bones are falling apart." Chapter 71, The Inner World, 1. Mu Shui licked his dry lips and asked in a low voice, "What just happened?" Chen Ziyuan did not answer the question. He reached out to support Mu Shui but was blocked by Yuan Sheng. The two men, under flickering candlelight, locked eyes coldly as the atmosphere tensed once again. The tense silence was broken by Kajila's trembling voice, "What bad luck." Mu Shui turned to Kajila, repeating his words, "What bad luck." A loud crash had just occurred, shaking the entire space like an impending earthquake. But it certainly wasn't one. Kajila fell silent, looking stunned with fear. Mu Shui sighed. How could he be more useless than me? Chen Ziyuan's tone deepened, Shui, come over here. It's dangerous over there." Yuan Sheng snorted and, turning around, caught Mu Shui's wrist. He stood between Chen Ziyuan and Mu Shui so that when Mu Shui looked up, all he could see was Yuan Sheng's broad, sturdy back. "Am I dangerous?" Yuan Sheng spoke aloud. Frankly speaking, among all the patients, Yuan Sheng looked the most like an ordinary person. To avoid hurting a patient's psyche, Mu Shui shook his head behind Yuan Sheng's back, "Not dangerous at all." Yuan Sheng's lips curled into a smile, revealing a striking face lit by the flickering candlelight, which made his features seem somewhat distorted, creating a fierce kind of beauty. Chen Ziyuan. Faced with such a face, how did Mu Shui learn to lie and say, "Not dangerous"? Oh, right. Chen Ziyuan stared coldly at Yuan Sheng. With his back turned toward Mu Shui, of course Mu Shui couldn't see the expression on his face at that moment, one that resembled a hateful demon. Shui, come over here." Chen Ziyuan repeated patiently, still resembling a respectful mentor of Mu Shui's past memories. He stared fixedly at Yuan Sheng without pretending, openly declaring, Shui, only I can take you out." A question mark formed in Mu Shui's mind. Where exactly were they? Tang Jing pounded his bony frame nearby and teased, "Those who have been through Pan no more," laughing until his glasses almost fell off his face. Only after hearing this did Mu Shui slowly stand up. He just rubbed his sore but when his head hit something hard. Instantly tears sprang from Mu Shui's eyes. What is this thing? Mu Shui raised his hand to touch it. Don't touch it, Yuan Sheng suddenly turned around and grabbed his wrist. Losing balance, Mu Shui fell directly into Yuan Sheng's embrace. Two fiery embers lit up in Chen Ziyuan's eyes, whether it was the candlelight or actual anger wasn't clear. He also stood up. Just as Yuan Sheng was holding Mu Shui absent-mindedly, Chen Ziyuan reached out to grab Mu Shui. The whole space seemed to shrink suddenly, making even Chen Ziyuan bend over. Yet bending over, his figure loomed larger and fiercer under the candlelight. Just as Chen Ziyuan's hand was about to reach Mu Shui, he suddenly stopped. Chen Ziyuan pulled his hand back, pulling a handkerchief from his coat pocket. Wrapping his right hand with it, including the blood-soaked finger, he attempted to reclaim Mu Shui. Mu Shui moved faster, shrinking his head slightly, he completely hid within Yuan Sheng's embrace. Yuan Sheng was taller and much broader than Mu Shui, so it was easy for Mu Shui to disappear entirely within Yuan Sheng's arms. As a result, Chen Ziyuan tried again but failed yet another time. Chen Ziyuan's face darkened slightly. Exhaling, he expelled his irritation. Teacher. Mu Shui called out softly. Chen Ziyuan held his breath, suppressing what he'd just exhaled. He silently watched Mu Shui, waiting for the next words. There was no fooling him anymore. Chen Ziyuan gripped his fingers tighter, a fresh pang of tearing pain coursing through them. In Mu Shui's mind, it felt as though someone had forcefully inserted a bomb, the ticking timer counting down steadily, making him uncomfortable. Slowly, Mu Shui began to speak. Teacher. You've hidden too much from me. Meaning, rationally speaking, it's impossible for me to trust you completely anymore. Chen Ziyuan, oh. Chen Ziyuan, but you still need to come over to my side. They understand nothing, don't grasp the situation they're in, and don't know how to save themselves. For safety, you should stay with me. Yuan Sheng's possessive instincts flared up again at this moment. He clutched Mu Shui's shoulder with one hand. You mean we don't understand this place? Yuan Sheng's voice had shifted slightly, as if he'd heard the funniest thing in the world. Tang Jing chuckled as well and adjusted his glasses. No one understands it better than him. Chen Ziyuan gave a cold glance to both Yuan Sheng and Tang Jing. When his eyes refocused on Mu Shui, his expression softened immediately. This is an overlapping space. The earliest records of it are no longer traceable, but the most recent one was last month. Generally speaking, within an existing world framework, suddenly a new small world will be born, built upon the original space's foundation, typically narrow, dark, and dangerous. Often it bears similarities to the original space. According to current records, its creation is caused by power spreading outward. You can think of it as energy fluctuations leading to this. Tang Jing chuckled again, like the inner worlds in horror games. Shui, have you ever played any horror games? Yuan Sheng suddenly looked back at Tang Jing. Tang Jing quickly corrected himself. Mu Shui. Mu Shui shook his head blankly. I haven't played any. That part, indeed, touched upon a blind spot in Mu Shui's knowledge. But this didn't stop him from grasping the essence of the matter. Mu Shui tugged lightly at Yuan Sheng's sleeve. His fingers brushed against Yuan Sheng's skin in the process. Yuan Sheng felt as if his skin were about to explode. He strained to control his breathing, not wanting to push Mu Shui away. Chen Ziyuan, standing nearby, was watching them closely. And there was still patient number 3 behind them. Yuan Sheng spoke up. Why did Mr. Tang say no one understands this better than you? Mu Shui asked while struggling to move out of Yuan Sheng's embrace. Yuan Sheng tightened his grip on Mu Shui's shoulder and pulled him back into his arms. Mu Shui, ? Leaning close to his ear, Mu Shui whispered, it was an accident that I fell just now, I'm heavy, it must be uncomfortable for you. He deliberately kept it quiet so their teacher wouldn't hear. The teacher lied to him. And Mu Shui wasn't going to let the teacher get his way. Instead, Yuan Sheng only felt Mu Shui's breath on his ear, barely noticing anything else. His hold around Mu Shui tightened even further. Mu Shui. Don't you feel uncomfortable? He thought Yuan Sheng should already be feeling utterly uncomfortable by now. But Yuan Sheng sidestepped the question and replied directly to Mu Shui's previous question, I've seen it. 3 plain words. Mu Shui, then do you know how to get out? Yuan Sheng seemed somewhat distracted, probably. Mu Shui smelled of something. A cool fragrance mixed with a hint of sweetness, piercing straight into one's brain. Strangely enough, this time Yuan Sheng didn't feel like his blood would surge wildly, as though he was about to lose control any moment. All he wanted was to clutch the young boy even tighter and to lean closer towards his hair, savoring that scent more clearly. Mu Shui pinched Yuan Sheng's hand, signaling for him to release him. But Yuan Sheng stayed perfectly still. Mu Shui squeezed his own fingertips gently. Was it because my strength is too weak? Reluctantly, Mu Shui looked up and asked, what do we do now? Chen Ziyuan was still eyeing them intently, his tone solemn. Didn't you say the teacher hid things from you? You can ask him whatever you want now. Listening to him refer to himself so shamelessly as teacher made Yuan Sheng irritable. Mu Shui hesitated. Don't we go out first? Chen Ziyuan responded bitterly. If I tell you now, you won't trust me anyway, right? Tang Jing watched this scene and thought, had the flickering candlelight been too fast, causing illusions? When he first introduced Kajila to meet this man, no matter what unexpected event happened, he always remained stoically unchanged. Now, he was self-deprecating and showing sadness. So many emotions. After a brief silence, Mu Shui obediently apologized. Sorry, it's not that I don't trust the teacher. Chen Ziyuan's complexion improved slightly as he said, I don't want you to take over them for the reasons I mentioned earlier, they're far too difficult to handle. I knew you couldn't be turned back, so I specifically left the country to study and exchange experiences, hoping to give you some time to know them and reconsider. Chen Ziyuan let out a bitter laugh, but I didn't expect that, despite all this, you could endure. He paused, sighed, it's because the teacher didn't teach you well in the past, resulting in your overly compliant nature, you seem to tolerate anything. Mu Shui was slightly puzzled. How does this relate to the teacher? He'd always been like this since he was a child. Those who take on responsibilities won't easily give up. And those who've already given up won't ever pick them back up again. Besides, he had a natural emotional dullness in some areas. When others felt fear, he wouldn't feel it, and when others were saddened, not a single tear would fall from him. Not to mention, Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng, and even Jiao Yan afterward, weren't as troublesome as he'd imagined. In comparison, the more troublesome ones were those odd, cannon fodder-like low-level monsters that always came around and yet refused to leave. Just like old Lin's type. I'm a member of Pan's organization, but only an external one. What I provide for them are merely some special cases. I have no real power. Afterward, I heard your name inside Pan. Then, I learned someone would be sent to meet with Kajila. I didn't want you to fall into Kajila's hands, nor into Pan's organization internally, so I replaced the liaison, found you directly, hoping to take you away. But I failed. Chen Ziyuan said here and looked toward Yuan Sheng. In your heart, your teacher is less important than your patients, right? Mu Shui bit his lip. In the teacher's heart, I am less important than the things he's keeping from me, right? Chen Ziyuan, what do you mean? Mu Shui shook his head. Teacher hasn't told the whole truth yet. Both having studied psychology, neither could hide anything from the other when they met. Mu Shui was almost certain that within Pan, teacher not only held actual power but also a relatively high status. Otherwise, teacher's account simply wouldn't make sense. Even if Mu Shui was naive about interpersonal relationships, he still knew that during transactions between organizations, despite Kajila's leader being somewhat undeserving of their title, their dispatched liaison wasn't someone that could just be easily substituted. No matter what kind of means were used. Whether keeping the original liaison in the organization while he himself stepped in, or directly killing the liaison and then replacing them, this all required a strong enough position, granting him the necessary confidence to quickly act this way. Mu Shui suddenly felt utterly bored. He even had the feeling that the 20 years he had lived felt like they had been spent in a false world. Mu Shui knew he shouldn't jump to conclusions or transfer his anger so quickly, but this thought had just come up on its own. Mu Shui shook his head, a little upset, and squeezed Yuan Sheng harder. Yuan Gu. I want to get up. We need to leave here. Mu Shui added another sentence. He disliked this confined space. It was only now that Yuan Sheng let go. Chen Ziyuan extended his handkerchief-bound hand. Shui, don't you trust your teacher? Mu Shui stopped paying attention to him anymore. Mu Shui moved closer to Tang Jing, talking exclusively with him. Tang Jing immediately felt uneasy. About these inner worlds, let me explain it roughly. So, if something bad is triggered, the space will change. Mu Shui took the candle from Tang Jing's hasty lighting earlier. He raised his hand slightly to see more of the space. Then he realized that the entire pet store seemed compressed by half. So, if we're wrong next, will this place keep compressing until it crushes us to death? Chapter 72, The Inner World, 2. Mu Shui's face tightened, his expression clearly indicating unhappiness. Everyone knew that it was best not to provoke him at times like this, and a temporary peace had been established between Chen Ziyuan and Yuan Sheng. For a moment, the small space once again returned to calm, leaving only the sound of Tan Jing's candle flame popping softly. Whenever Mu Shui was in a bad mood, he would ignore everyone else and quietly talk to Tan Jing. Tan Jing was drenched in sweat but both feared Yuan Sheng and desired to speak with Mu Shui. Unable to hold back his words, he answered every question from Mu Shui, all while enduring unfriendly glances from behind. Mu Shui, do you always carry candles around? Tan Jing, yeah. Brother Yuan has such terrible luck. You get what I mean, right? He's just super unlucky. How bad is it? When I enter the woods with him, he steps into 9 traps in 10 steps. When eating wontons, the meat in his bowl is still raw. He has an extreme disaster-prone nature. Wherever he goes, misfortune follows. You heard your teacher earlier about overlapping spaces caused by power extending outwards. Brother Yuan is like a walking energy source. Stopping momentarily, Tan Jing spread his hands in resignation, frustration visible on his half-face. You have to be constantly vigilant when you're with him because anything could go wrong. Forget candles, even knives and medicine should be prepared for any situation. I'm basically ready for anything except carrying a bomb on me. Though his tone was light-hearted, almost humorous. Mu Shui was skilled at detecting underlying messages in other people's words. This conversation reminded Mu Shui of earlier, when the teacher mentioned that only the teacher could lead them out and others wouldn't understand. At the time, Tan Jing said with a laugh, no one understands him better than I do, spoken with a hint of mockery. This statement now made sense. Because he kept encountering such situations, Tan Jing said no one understood better than him. Mu Shui extended his hand and grasped Tan Jing's arm. The moment their skin touched, Tan Jing nearly jumped up, stammering, Wah. What? Move the candle closer, I want to see around us. Oh, sure. Tan Jing felt even more sweat running down his back but still cooperated obediently, moving the candle forward slightly. Mu Shui used the light from Tan Jing's candle to illuminate the entrance of the pet shop. The pets in the cages were frozen as if trapped in time, motionless. Yet they all faced outward, as though each silently watched them. Mu Shui then looked outside through the glass door of the pet store. Outside was pitch black, showing only faint points of yellow light in the distance, presumably the streetlights at night. But obviously, this wasn't normal. The street wasn't remote, and when they arrived at the pet store, the time wasn't too late. There should have been some lights visible from nearby shops, high-rise buildings, or residential complexes. Instead, there were only those scattered lights. Was this some kind of temptation? When someone was trapped in such a confined and narrow space, unable to find a way out, the world beyond the door became incredibly alluring. Those dim points of light turned into hope. It seemed that stepping out toward the light could return them to the original world. But this was a trap. Mu Shui was certain of it. He held no affection for the outside world. Turning back inside, he still hadn't let go of Tan Jing's hand. He pulled the tall Tan Jing along with him, awkwardly matching their steps. Since Mu Shui's legs were shorter, Tan Jing's movements became clumsy. From time to time in the silent space, one could hear the grinding of bones, sending shivers down spines. Mu Shui didn't rush to ask Chen Ziyuan or Yuan Sheng. He was using this time to study the space. Even if others knew how to leave, that knowledge ultimately belonged to them. If a similar situation occurred again and neither the teacher nor Brother Yuan was present, today's experience would become crucial. Carefully comparing the pet shop after spatial overlap with the previous version, apart from the cessation of the animal's movements and the space shrinking by half, nothing else appeared different. He then turned to look at Chen Ziyuan, teacher. Chen Ziyuan's expression immediately changed. Focused, he waited for Mu Shui to continue. Mu Shui, how should we leave here? Chen Ziyuan, find a place that doesn't overlap and break it. However, such places are usually accompanied by some mysterious creatures that survive on overlapping spaces, drawing power and life from within the space. Once a living person is sent to them, they won't let go easily. Mu Shui nodded. Was Kajila's creation of the villa inspired by an overlapping space? There seemed to be some common ground between the two concepts. However, the clown amusement park created by Qi should not have been inspired by overlapping space since the park he created was entirely based on illusions and fantasies. Recalling the facilities in the clown amusement park, Mu Shui felt they resembled more the imaginings of someone who had never truly seen an amusement park before. Thus, Qi still had an advantage. There's nothing strange here, Mu Shui said, glancing at the escalator. Should we go upstairs? The escalator was next to the sofa, spiral-shaped, and as they looked up, they couldn't see what was above. Clearly, only by going up could they find out. Chen Ziyuan stood up, all right, let's go upstairs. He slightly bent his back and walked over to Mu Shui's side. There was no way around it. If he didn't bend down, he'd bump into something. Yuan Sheng also stood up. Jiao Yan followed closely behind, obviously the most uncomfortable of them all, as his tall body had to stoop low, much like a huge beast lowering its head. Mu Shui glanced back, thinking somewhat mischievously that after a few rounds like this, Jiao Yan probably wouldn't regard himself as an immovable pillar anymore, stubbornly refusing to bend down under any circumstances. Give it to me, Yuan Sheng snatched the candle from Tan Jing's hand over there. Tan Jing, hey, fine. If your hand burns later, don't come crying to me. He muttered the latter part under his breath. Yuan Sheng took the candle in one hand, while with the other, he placed it on top of Mu Shui's hand. Mu Shui was startled and turned back blankly. Yuan Sheng focused on his hand and then extended his fingers, carefully yet forcefully prying each of Mu Shui's fingers off Tan Jing's wrist. After separating them, he flipped his own hand and locked his fingers tightly around Mu Shui's. Mu Shui looked down. Interlocked fingers. I'll go up first with you, Yuan Sheng said. Mu Shui was perfectly agreeable, so he quickly nodded without worrying about Tan Jing anymore. Tan Jing behind them pouted a bit, feeling somewhat disappointed. After pouting, he still sighed loudly for effect, sigh. But Mu Shui didn't hear it. His eyes were fixed on the stairs below, carefully stepping up together with Yuan Sheng. Chen Ziyuan glanced up briefly but didn't waste any more time arguing with Yuan Sheng about who should accompany Mu Shui upstairs. He and Tan Jing simply followed after them, one behind the other. Then came Jiao Yan. Kajila remained hiding in the corner, slumped limply and unmoving. As long as someone else would break the confines, there was no need for him to take the risk. Thinking this, Kajila curled his body even smaller. Although Mu Shui still hadn't seen where Yuan Sheng's oddities lay, whether it was spikes on his buttocks or some kind of animal transformation similar to Kong Yi. Through several incidents now, he had immense trust in Yuan Sheng's combat strength. If Yuan Sheng wasn't skilled, Kajila wouldn't have tried to lure him away. So despite the surrounding darkness lit only faintly by the candle flame in their hands, the surroundings eerily silent save for the sound of breathing, and the unknown lurking silently nearby. Mu Shui felt not an ounce of fear. There was just a little tension, worried about making a mistake that might further compress the space. Mu Shui's fingers relaxed gently as they interlocked with Yuan Sheng's. The more relaxed his fingers were, the softer they felt. This stirred Yuan Sheng, who unconsciously squeezed his palm, soft and warm. Yuan Sheng's breathing grew slightly rougher. Thankfully, in the darkness, none of them could see each other clearly, so Yuan Sheng's breathing quickly returned to normal. Brother Yuan, Mu Shui whispered softly. Yuan Sheng suddenly snapped back to reality. Are we on the second floor? Yes. The second floor was darker than downstairs. As they finished climbing the last step of the stairs, that feeble candlelight was immediately swallowed by the darkness, and the light failed to spread outward at all. The air seemed to contain some medium capable of devouring all the light. Mu Shui's heart sank slightly. He had never experienced anything like this before and had no way of knowing whether such overlapping spaces were powerful or not. Now, he thought it was quite powerful. His question was soon answered. Tan Jing followed them upstairs, unable to contain his words, and as soon as he stood steady, he shouted, "This is a bit tricky." After saying that, Tan Jing paused and corrected himself, not just a bit tricky, but extremely tricky. Why? Mu Shui quickly came up with an answer in his mind. Because they were too strong. If the overlapping space was created due to power extending outward, then it entirely depended on the magnitude of the power. The more powerful the force, the stronger the extension and creation would be, naturally resulting in an equally powerful space. Thinking about this, Mu Shui's eyebrows drooped. He licked his lips and turned back to look around. Although everything was pitch black and he could see nothing, Mu Shui knew that one Yuan Sheng, plus the teacher, plus Jiao Yan, and a mysterious yet probably also powerful Tan Jing, equaled multiplying the ordinary overlapping space's strength by 4. That was indeed not a regular level of difficulty. Brother Yuan, Mu Shui unconsciously moved closer to Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng had a high body temperature. In this empty space that felt slightly chilly, leaning against Yuan Sheng made him feel comfortable and offered a degree of security. Yuan Sheng responded. Can you see around us? No. Mu Shui turned back. Can the teacher see? Chen Ziyuan remained silent for a moment. No. It wasn't until they reached the second floor that he realized the trouble. He regretted his earlier boastful claim that only he could lead Mu Shui out. Now he was much quieter, all traces of his earlier aggressive demeanor completely gone. Mu Shui, Jiao Yan. Mr. Tan, can you see? Tan Jing, no. Jiao Yan's response was the same. Mu Shui was a little perplexed. I'll take off my coat and try to light it with the candle. By expanding the flammable material, perhaps we can widen the area illuminated by the fire. Upon hearing this, Yuan Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he tightly held on to Mu Shui's fingers. With only one hand, there was no way to remove the coat now. Mu Shui looked back at Yuan Sheng curiously, and Yuan Sheng casually spoke, Tan Jing, start a fire. Confused, Tan Jing said, another candle. That's not going to work, we need to save them. Annoyed, Yuan Sheng said, burn your bones. Tan Jing, bro, this isn't feasible. If I burn my bones, I'll fall apart. Yuan Sheng, we'll figure it out after you're scattered. Tan Jing, exclamation point. Come on, doesn't brother know the difference between clothes and bones clearly? I don't have long-lasting bones, they'll get ruined in no time. Not flammable. Tan Jing seriously analyzed 10 reasons why burning his bone structure wouldn't work. After considering, Yuan Sheng agreed, take some meat off your bones and burn that. Tan Jing shivered all over, even that won't last. Yet Yuan Sheng's tone grew colder, there's nothing more durable than you in this world. Hearing this, Mu Shui was full of doubts. What kind of being was Tan Jing? Why did they say he was durable? Could his bones and flesh be used as fuel? Was he a paper dummy? Although Mu Shui was curious, he couldn't bear to let such a situation happen right before his eyes. He hurriedly grabbed Yuan Sheng's hand, curling his thumb slightly as he traced patterns on Yuan Sheng's palm and softly said, today I'm wearing thermal underwear, a sweater, a shirt, and a down jacket. We could burn the sweater. Feeling numb in his palm and even his brain as if electrocuted by 100,000 volts, Yuan Sheng momentarily lost the ability to think. He instinctively murmured, Then let me go, Mu Shui whispered again. But Yuan Sheng couldn't let go of Mu Shui's hand. Mu Shui's allure had become an instinct that made him unable to release his grip but rather tightened it further. Brother Yuan, Mu Shui grew anxious and began using his other hand to pry open Yuan Sheng's hand. Gradually, Yuan Sheng regained his sanity. He wore 4 layers of clothing, not just one. Burning clothes didn't mean they would disappear forever. Yuan Sheng's gaze flickered, and he loosened his hand. Mu Shui sighed in relief and quickly raised his hand to peel off his own coat. Everyone then heard the rustling sound of Mu Shui taking off his clothes, as if one piece, then another. He was still unbuttoning. In the darkness, no one could see anyone else's actions clearly. But because their vision had been deprived, their hearing became exceptionally acute at this moment. Yuan Sheng immediately recalled being in the basement when Mu Shui first came to find him and stayed over at his place. His eyes were bound by a tie, so he couldn't see clearly, only vague shapes. However, his ears could distinctly hear Mu Shui taking off his clothes. Yuan Sheng pursed his lips. It felt like a row of little bugs crawling on the tip of his heart, tingling uncomfortably. After a while, Chen Ziyuan let out a breath. He asked softly, Shui, are you ready? His voice was much gentler than before, when it was filled with uncontrollable anger and rigidity. Mu Shui responded, almost. In the darkness, only his voice remained tender. Listening to it gave an even more unbearable itching sensation, stirring up the blood in their bodies until it gradually began to boil. Mu Shui said, "Done." With that, he had already zipped his coat back up. Then Mu Shui bent down to pick up the sweater he had just taken off, tugging at it twice, trying to pull the thread loose. Ideally, if he could take apart the sleeves, it would be better, allowing them to split one sleeve each, which would surely illuminate a wider area than the candle. But no matter how hard Mu Shui tried, the sweater wouldn't budge. He remembered that this was bought by Qi Xinghan's assistant, it must have been expensive, and its quality was particularly good. At this moment, a hand reached out diagonally. Yuan Xing grabbed the sweater, Tan Jing, the candle. Tan Jing seemed afraid that Yuan Xing might lift him up later and use him as a human-sized candle, so now he was especially cooperative, quickly stretching out the bones of his right hand and firmly holding the candle. With both hands, Yuan Xing easily pulled on the sweater, producing a SSS sound as the sleeve tore off, followed by another SSS sound as it split into two halves. Yuan Xing tossed a sleeve to Tan Jing. Tan Jing swiftly caught the sleeve. The other went to Jiao Yan. Though Jiao Yan couldn't see, his hearing was sharp, and he too securely grabbed the sleeve. Yuan Xing, light it. Tan Jing, got it. Saying that, he used the candle in his hand to ignite the sleeve. Still standing there empty-handed, Chen Ziyuan. Of course, he understood that he was excluded. Chen Ziyuan didn't care. It was Mu Shui who bit her lip and handed the front piece of the sweater to him, teacher. Yuan Sheng, though unhappy, said nothing. Chen Ziyuan's expression changed again. In the darkness, he stared at Mu Shui's direction for several seconds before accepting the sweater. Tan Jing, there must be plenty of cat teasers at pet shops. Use those to bind together as makeshift torches. The sweater burned very quickly once ignited, but because its volume was larger than the candle, even though some light was swallowed, as long as one got closer to the object they wanted to observe, it could still be seen clearly. Tan Jing carried the burning sleeve, and his movements appeared somewhat comical. Approaching the nearby storage cabinet, he muttered, "This must be here." Yuan Xing led Mu Shui forward, identifying the box labeled with cat teaser words, pulling it out, and quickly bundling several cat teasers together. Tan Jing then threw the sleeve onto it, tightly binding it. Clearly, Tan Jing's bone hands weren't afraid of heat. He swiftly tied the burning sweater. With the faint light from this, the remaining pieces were also quickly assembled into rudimentary torches. With several torches in their hands, their vision was finally not completely dark anymore. They started observing the space on the second floor using the light from the torches. On the second floor, they still had to walk hunched over. It was stacked with a large quantity of cat food, canned cat food, and the like, evidently a place for storing inventory. Due to the dense arrangement of items, it was harder to distinguish what shouldn't exist. The sleeve quickly burned out, starting to consume the bundled cat teasers. Made from wood, the cat teasers could burn for a while longer, but just a little bit more. Moreover, since fabric was burning, the smell in the nose wasn't pleasant. The long period of bending over walking also caused great discomfort, feeling like the body could collapse at any moment. Tan Jing sighed, "This is far more boring than horror games. At this point, even if a ghost jumps out for me to beat, it'd be more interesting than this. Searching around, we haven't found anything." Mu Shui's eyebrows furrowed as well. The space here wasn't large, yet there were a lot of things. Since the firelight was mostly swallowed by the darkness, they had to move closer to examine anything. This consumed their energy rather quickly. Mu Shui raised the torch in his hand and turned to look at Yuan Sheng. The torch lay between them, faintly illuminating Yuan Sheng's face. And then Mu Shui noticed that Yuan Sheng was staring straight at him. Mu Shui was startled. "Yuan go." Yuan Sheng, Mu Shui licked his lips. Yuan Sheng's gaze followed this movement slightly downward, fixing momentarily on Mu Shui's lips. It was clear that Yuan Sheng seemed entirely uninterested in looking for discrepancies. With Yuan Sheng's vast experience, he ought to have had an idea by now. If teachers' knowledge about such places came from recorded information, Yuan Sheng possessed practical combat experience, making him presumably quite capable. Mu Shui tugged at his hand. "Has Brother Yuan thought of any breakthroughs?" At this, Yuan Sheng slowly withdrew his gaze, as if just waking up, and said, I have. Mu Shui. QWQ, why didn't you say it earlier? However, Yuan Sheng did not continue speaking. He simply led Mu Shui to a rack. Without even taking a proper glance, he pushed everything on the rack to the ground. The others were startled by the sound, turning to look over. However, due to the distance being too far, beyond what their torches could illuminate, they couldn't see much except for the torch in Mu Shui's hand. Mu Shui silently observed Yuan Sheng's movements. Yuan Sheng moved the shelf a little to the side. Mu Shui extended the torch forward accordingly, revealing that the gap between the shelf and the wall was not very tight, there was a somewhat narrow slit. When Mu Shui tried to assess, squeezing through this gap would be difficult for Yuan Sheng and the others, but for him alone, it would be easy. Mu Shui extended the torch further forward. Yuan Sheng took the torch from Mu Shui's hands and simultaneously embraced him, pulling him close enough to take a better look. "Did you see it?" Yuan Sheng asked casually, though all his attention was on the whirl of hair atop Mu Shui's head. Even the smell of burning fabric in the air seemed less unpleasant. Yuanqing appeared lost in Mu Shui's scent. Not bothering to glance at whatever was behind the shelf, he used the bending posture to bury his nose in Mu Shui's neck, almost feeling as if he could hear Mu Shui's pulse. Suddenly brought so close, Yuanqing's strands brushed Mu Shui's neck, causing an unbearable itch that made Mu Shui instinctively twist his neck. This sensation was strange. As if Mu Shui had been enveloped within the territory of a savage beast. He could distinctly feel Yuanqing's presence enclosing him completely. But Mu Shui soon calmed down, carefully examining the wall behind the shelf. Not too far away, Tan Jing spoke up, "What's going on? Did you find something? Is there something wrong with the stuff on the shelf?" Tan Jing asked a string of questions, but Mu Shui ignored them all. On the wall, Mu Shui discovered a door. This door was extremely concealed. The wall was white, and so was this door. The difference was that the wall felt gritty to the touch, while the door was smooth, slippery as if covered in grease. It gave off a strangely disgusting feeling. Mu Shui moved the torch even closer. The wall, or rather, the door, seemed to undergo some change. But the light was too weak to clearly discern anything. Mu Shui couldn't resist moving closer still. Indeed, the door changed. It twitched once. Like a living organism. Repulsed, Mu Shui recoiled a bit instinctively, only to be firmly held back into Yuanqing's embrace again. Now Yuanqing was quite level-headed, lifting his hand to grip Mu Shui's wrist. His broad palm was hot, gripping Mu Shui in a way that instantly brought reassurance. Mu Shui whispered softly, "Brother Yuan, did you see it? It's moving." Yuanqing, He responded, pushing the torch out further until it nearly touched the door. Yet, extending it like this made them farther from the torch and thus harder to see clearly. Without hesitation, Mu Shui stepped into the gap between the shelf and the wall. With one hand, Yuanqing pushed the shelf further outward and tightly encircled Mu Shui's waist with the other hand, subsequently following Mu Shui into the crack. However, this also caused them to completely adhere to the door. If they wanted to turn around and run, it wouldn't be easy. Mu Shui and Yuanqing were both holding the torch, which had now touched that strange door. They were close, and so was the torch, making everything clear. That door wasn't wriggling but flowing. Something on the surface of the door flowed downward as the torch approached, like melted candle wax streaming down. But how could there be such a large candle? The texture of this door clearly wasn't that of a candle either. Mu Shui reached out and touched the door again. The door, previously as hard as a wall, had now become soft. Mu Shui touched it twice, and that nauseating feeling gripped him once more. He withdrew his hand, unable to stop thinking about how it felt. It was like touching the greasy skin of some animal stripped bare of its outer layer. How do we open this door? Suppressing goosebumps, Mu Shui quietly rubbed Yuanqing's hand with his fingertips. Rub a little, and rub a little more. Alright, clean now. Yuanqing didn't know what he was thinking about, but those few strokes set his heart ablaze instantly. As usual, Yuanqing responded to Mu Shui, saying, "Just break it." However, his voice came out hoarse. Mu Shui hurriedly asked, "Brother Yuan, are you catching a cold?" Yuanqing's voice grew even raspier, "No." Yuanqing closed his eyes for a moment, gripped the torch. "Okay." Mu Shui instinctively tightened his grip on the torch. With one hand, Yuanqing grasped the peculiar door. Despite no wind in the second-floor room, suddenly a gust arose. The icy and chilling wind enveloped Mu Shui, carrying an eerie evil sensation mixed with a heavy, ancient aura, like a bucket of cold water being poured over Mu Shui's head. Mu Shui involuntarily shivered. Indeed, without a sweater, it was still rather cold. Achoo. Chapter 73, The Inner World, 3. That door, as if it had been placed inside a microwave, quickly thawed and melted, spilling white fat all over the floor. Mu Shui glanced at it once and didn't look down again. It was a bit disgusting. Once the obstacle of the door was gone, the world behind it came into Mu Shui's view. It wasn't pitch black behind the door, there was light. Countless fireflies danced in the air, forming small spots of light. As their numbers increased, the space gradually became brighter. Yuanqing squinted his eyes and stared at the space behind the door, saying, "Something's wrong." "Huh? What's wrong?" Mu Shui tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Can we go in?" Yuanqing's arm was still tightly wrapped around his waist. If Yuanqing didn't move, naturally neither could Mu Shui. At this point, Tan Jing and the others had also slowly gathered around. "Shit, this gap is way too small. My old bones are going to be crushed." Tan Jing cursed a few times and then rolled up his sleeves, preparing to move the shelves. But after struggling for quite a while, he couldn't budge them. Jiao Yan didn't even glance at the shelves, he just tried to force his way through. However, he underestimated how large his frame was, and after struggling for a while, he couldn't squeeze through. Jiao Yan then turned back and helped Tan Jing push the shelf. Bang! The shelf fell down completely. Tan Jing looked at Jiao Yan's hand and swallowed. "Your hands must have belonged to a strong man before, huh?" There were also quite a few boxes of canned food on the shelves. Jiao Yan didn't answer Tan Jing's question, and Tan Jing didn't care either. At this moment, no one had time for banter anymore. They all stood outside the wall hole with the missing door. Yuan Xing blocked the entrance with Mu Shui in his arms, making the situation inside somewhat unclear. Tan Jing had to strain his neck forcefully. Damn! Tan Jing swallowed hard, his face changing drastically. What the hell, there's another space in here. Mu Shui looked back at Tan Jing. Still, it was dark and unclear. Apparently, the light from the fireflies inside couldn't reach out. Mu Shui moved his lips and asked directly, is this another overlapping space? Tan Jing's expression turned extremely bad, and he became much quieter when answering the question. He muttered, yeah. Mu Shui, 2 overlapping spaces have converged together. Tan Jing, yes. But, damn, this is extremely rare. Brother Yuan, have you ever seen this before? Yuan Sheng, I've seen it once. Mu Shui's eyebrows furrowed again, wrinkling his entire face. He originally thought it was just an ordinary overlapping space X4 problem, but now, it has doubled, becoming an ordinary overlapping space X8. Tan Jing was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. He gritted his teeth and said, to form such a world, that's much more complicated. After finishing, Tan Jing raised his hand to wipe his face, resulting in leftover wax oil and the black ash from burnt fabric covering his face. He didn't bother with it, instead expressing deep distress, I say Brother Yuan is truly extraordinary. Mu Shui moved his lips. He originally wanted to say, don't believe in superstitious luck talk. But upon further thought, the current situation was already fantastical enough. Maybe extraordinary really means extraordinary. Due to extreme worry, Mu Shui's features twisted together, looking pitifully distressed, appearing adorably pitiable when troubled. But Mu Shui himself didn't feel it. He asked aloud, what do we do when 2 overlapping spaces converge like this? Should we handle it the same way as before, one by one? Or is this method no longer effective? Chen Ziyuan's voice finally rang out, it won't work. But it may not necessarily be a bad thing. Mu Shui only gave him a single syllable. Chen Ziyuan's facial expression changed again, but he managed to hide it well. After the fusion of the 2 spaces, they become irrational existences to each other, breaking the original rules. The creatures accompanying these spaces will immediately sense it, awaken, and actively seek us out without our need to search for them. Mu Shui's furrowed brows did not ease at all, and he said in a low voice, but what if the coexisting creatures find us? We need to break free from the restraints by finding non-overlapping places, namely, irrationalities in this space that differ from its original appearance. After we identify such places, we destroy them. But now with 2 spaces fused together, the existing rules are broken. We can no longer find those irrationalities. Since these 2 spaces themselves are the sources of each other's irrationality, how can we possibly break away from the fetters? Mu Shui pursed his lips, or perhaps from the very beginning, there were 2 options. 1. Find the non-overlapping areas, break them down, escape the bindings, and leave. 2. Kill all the coexisting creatures within the space. Tan Jing chimed in promptly, that's exactly the gist of it. We usually don't bring up the second option because it's too troublesome and highly dangerous. Option 1 offers a 50% probability of encountering and engaging the coexisting creatures. Sometimes, when we act quickly, we can leave before these creatures fully awaken. With option 2, you have to face off against these creatures 100% and eliminate them all. That requires far too much effort. Tan Jing paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed, but come to think of it. Yuan always chooses option 2. Mu Shui was taken aback. So every time Yuan Xing escapes from overlapping spaces, it's always through brute force. Chen Ziyuan spoke up at this point, his voice cold, he only selects option 2 because he cannot select option 1. Tan Jing asked, puzzled, what do you mean by that? Chen Ziyuan retorted, without any intelligence, unable to find the non-overlapping spots, one cannot choose option 1. Mu Shui kept quiet. Angle he had never realized before that teacher could also be this scolding. Yuan Xing glanced back at Chen Ziyuan. Even though it was pitch black, he could still retaliate verbally, of course you can only choose one. You can't even defeat Tan Jing. Tan Jing. Why must he be set as the benchmark for comparison? Whenever they fight, why is he always the bottom cannon fodder? Mu Shui interjected, then shall we go inside, or not? As soon as Mu Shui opened his mouth, Tan Jing immediately regained his vitality and answered swiftly, we certainly must enter. Not entering would make it impossible to get out. Once we take this step inside, we'll completely break the rules of both spaces, connecting them fully. All the coexisting creatures within the space will immediately wake up, accurately locate us, and attack. Mu Shui nodded. It was understandable that just now Yuan Xing held him tightly, preventing him from moving, because once moved, there was no stopping anymore. The door may have been broken, but at least there was still brief peace. Mu Shui asked again, how long will this space last before compressing further? Tan Jing hesitated, I don't know. Having no choice, Mu Shui leaned against Yuan Xing's chest, raising his head to look at Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing was still hunched over, burying his head in Mu Shui's neck. This upward movement resulted in their cheeks brushing slightly. Mu Shui hastily lowered his head. Almost forgetting, since they were already hunched over, there was no need to lift their heads. Does Brother Yuan know? I don't know. Mu Shui pondered. Whenever Yuan Sheng and Tan Jing entered the overlapping spaces together, they probably never used their minds at all. They never looked for the non-overlapping places, nor calculated the timing for the next wave of these coexisting creatures' awakenings. As for the temporal intervals between spatial changes, they likely never considered those either. So they broke through sheerly by force every single time. Although this fact showed that Yuan Sheng and Tan Jing's strength was indeed immense, on the other hand, they truly could not provide any useful information. Again, it was Chen Ziyuan who spoke up. Pan's internal records documented that the interval between each spatial change was 1 hour. Each hour passing, the speed at which the coexisting creatures awaken increases. His voice carried a hint of mockery and disdain. Clearly feeling pleased with Yuan Sheng's inability to answer, he smoothly threw in 20% more ridicule. Mu Shui nodded. That's how it is. Are you hungry? Mu Shui suddenly asked aloud. Chen Ziyuan paused momentarily, his expression softening a little. He softly replied, not hungry. Yuan Sheng's hand was still resting on Mu Shui's waist, moving it back and forth unhappily twice. I'm hungry. Mu Shui lowered his head, reaching into his pocket and rummaging around. Today, he was wearing a puffer jacket that was loose and spacious, with especially large pockets. Mu Shui opened the box, and a savory aroma wafted out. Tan Jing, hey, isn't that the leftover pastry from breakfast? Mu Shui, yeah, it's wasteful to discard food, so I just stashed it in my pocket. Yuan Sheng was still holding up a torch with one hand and gripping Mu Shui's waist with the other. He tilted his head and said, feed me. Mu Shui widened his eyes slightly in surprise. In the past, Yuan Sheng had never made such a request, since he always seemed indifferent to everything and never actively asked for anything. Naturally, Mu Shui chose to satisfy all requests from this patient without hesitation. He picked up a piece with his fingers and brought it close to Yuan Sheng's mouth, saying, my fingers are dirty, when you eat, don't bite the part one touched. Yuan Sheng responded nonchalantly, He took a bite out of the flaky pastry. It's good. The rich savory smell wafted into his nose. Coincidentally, it felt as if Mu Shui's fingers smelled like this too, with a faintly sweet note. Yuan Sheng felt an itch at the root of his teeth. He stared at Mu Shui's fingertips. His interest in the biscuit faded as he now desired more to take a bite out of those very fingers. Tan Jing immediately chimed in, Bro Yuan, I made a whole box this morning, didn't see you touch them though. Yuan Sheng ignored him. He even selectively disregarded the fact that Tan Jing was the one who made the biscuits, while Mu Shui simply kept them in his pocket. Hence, all the credit shouldn't be attributed to Mu Shui alone. At this moment, Mu Shui turned around and asked, do you guys want some? Before the next hour comes, we'd better quickly replenish our strength, and then cross this door again. Tan Jing smacked his lips, a bit hungry. Chen Ziyuan, rarely speaking up this time, added on, Shui, teacher is also hungry. Jiao Yan didn't even know how to advocate for himself and stood there silently without any word. Yuan Sheng chuckled, haha. The sound trailed off, and he drew Mu Shui even closer to his chest. It's not enough, Yuan Sheng muttered, extending his neck slightly, reaching toward the box in Mu Shui's hands, and soon bit a piece off right away. Even if he wouldn't take a single bite, the others behind wouldn't benefit either. Because something Mu Shui had carried in his pocket was simply different. This thought crossed Yuan Sheng's mind. Tan Jing dared not truly compete with Yuan Sheng and just smacked his lips, yeah, alright, go ahead and have it all by yourself. However, Chen Ziyuan wasn't pleased. After some consideration, Mu Shui, having served as a teacher for many days, quietly pinched out another piece when Yuan Sheng wasn't paying attention and handed it backward to Chen Ziyuan. While Chen Ziyuan held the torch high, Mu Shui's extended hand only showed his finger clutching the flaky pastry and the pale wrist. The rest disappeared into the darkness. This sight was actually quite alarming, but Chen Ziyuan didn't find it scary at all. He reached out and accepted it. The discontent deep in his heart slowly subsided. When the pastry was finished, Mu Shui asked, what time is it? Tan Jing, wait a second, let me check my watch. Before he finished his sentence, there was another thunderous bang, causing the entire space to shake violently once again. Caught off guard, everyone lost their balance and fell down together. But this time, it was better than the last. Yuan Sheng moved incredibly fast, placing himself underneath Mu Shui. Thus, Mu Shui fell right into his embrace. Of course, he didn't feel pain anywhere, instead, it was oddly comfortable. Except for the slightly hard pecs. Mu Shui quickly climbed up, carefully lifting his hand to touch Yuan Sheng, but Yuan Sheng grabbed his hand again, don't touch. Tan Jing. Yuan Sheng called out. Tan Jing shook his skeletal structure, struggled to get back on his feet, raised his hand to explore above, and sighed, well, the space has contracted again. This time it reached our backs. Soon, when it contracts to our waists, we'll have to start walking crouched down. Even though nothing was visible upon looking up, Mu Shui still felt an oppressive sensation, the pressure caused by the space compression. Only when it reached their backs did they realize it, but already they could continue moving by bending over. However, Mu Shui already experienced severe discomfort. People cannot walk upright easily anyway. Additionally, after space compression came the air compression which made breathing difficult, leaving Mu Shui with a sensation of a huge iron block hanging over his head ready to fall and flatten him anytime. Mu Shui organized his thoughts and looked inside the door. Fireflies continued fluttering about inside. This side's jolt didn't affect the opposite scene, where everything looked peacefully serene. By the light of the fireflies, Mu Shui could vaguely see lush trees and large rocks scattered around. This space didn't look like it was indoors, it seemed more like outdoors. Are these overlapping spaces connected randomly? Is the real location of that space not adjacent to the pet shop? Mu Shui clenched his teeth, and the expression on his gentle face became resolute. Bro Yuan, let's go. Yuan Xing didn't say a word. He silently held Mu Shui's hand tightly, keeping him in place while loosening his grip on his waist. Holding by the waist isn't good. Yuan Xing lowered his gaze, thinking secretly to himself. The boy's waist was too thin, not only thin but also soft. Every time he hugged it, all sorts of exaggerated thoughts popped up uncontrollably in his mind, which distracted him from what was in front of him. So holding by the waist wasn't an option. Mu Shui hadn't noticed Yuan Xing's facial expressions or his thoughts. Focused entirely on the scenery ahead, Mu Shui gathered courage, lifted his leg, and stepped forward. The instant he took one step forward, both spaces suddenly emitted a rumbling sound, and they started shaking violently together. Mu Shui hadn't anticipated such an intense reaction and instinctively threw himself into Yuan Xing's arms. Yuan Xing picked him up horizontally and simply carried him through the door. Despite the surrounding tremors, Yuan Xing's steps were exceptionally steady, unaffected. On the other hand, the group behind lost their balance, swaying back and forth. Especially Tan Jing, half bone and half solid, with uneven weight distribution, struggled even more to maintain stability. Jiao Yan, however, remained rock solid. Though tall and seemingly unbalanced, after experiencing the previous quake, Jiao Yan stood firmly like a pillar supporting the sky. No matter how things shook, Tan Jing and Chen Ziyuan eventually made it through the door. Jiao Yan was the last. By the time everyone looked back, Jiao Yan had already quietly entered inside the doorway without a sound. Kagala's voice came faintly from afar, help. Mu Shui, no. Chi. Kagala's voice grew louder as he stumbled up the stairs. Of course, Kagala felt the spatial tremor just like everyone else. As the space continued to compress and the surroundings changed, Kagala realized he couldn't stay downstairs any longer. Soon enough, Kagala managed to grope his way towards the fallen shelves. Getting up, he stared blankly at the world beyond the door, connected to another world. Kagala's complexion drastically changed, we're trapped. We can't escape. His tears quickly fell, and Kagala cursed while weeping, damn, how many strong individuals are there among these people? Why would such powerful overlapping spaces be encountered? I'm going to die. Kagala collapsed on the ground, clutching his head tightly. The great Kagala is about to meet his end in such a place. And he hasn't even properly fought Chi yet. Mu Shui heard Kagala's crying and wailing but understood that no one had the time to care if Kagala was alright at this moment. After all, Kagala was not an important person, his death wouldn't make a difference. Mu Shui then heard Chen Ziyuan say, hold your breath. Without overthinking it, Mu Shui immediately followed the instruction and held his breath. It grew utterly quiet around them. Now, Mu Shui could barely hear Kagala's cries anymore, as though the outside and inside of the door had become two completely separate worlds. After holding his breath for just 10 seconds or so, the sound soon began to change again. Mu Shui found that he could now hear rustling sounds, extremely faint rustling sounds, as if some animals were slowly weaving through a jungle, brushing against leaves that gave out whispers. Could it be that the symbiotic creatures were coming back to life? Mu Shui bit down hard on his teeth to ensure no extra signs leaked out. But right then, Yuan Xing's voice rang out, what are you holding your breath for? As he spoke, his hand covered Mu Shui's lips. Yuan Xing's fingers were slightly rough, and his movements were somewhat abrupt, making Mu Shui feel a twinge of pain in his lips, but it wasn't unbearable, he could endure it. This led to an involuntary opening of his mouth. Yuan Xing's fingers did not retreat immediately. Instead, they hesitated momentarily before plunging into Mu Shui's mouth. Mu Shui's eyes widened in shock. Yuan Xing touched his tongue and then quickly pulled back. Mu Shui felt a little itchy, and a bit tingly, but not on the tongue, it was on his back. The sensation was strange, and for a moment, Mu Shui thought he might lose his balance. Mu Shui shook his head. Bro Yuan, did you wash your hands? Yuan Xing. Mu Shui shook his head again, suddenly feeling much more comfortable as that peculiar sensation disappeared. He reflected for a moment, then earnestly added, Bro Yuan, next time you touch me, wipe your hands first. Yuan Xing. Chen Ziyuan's face in the back had darkened to nearly charcoal black. Yuan Xing paid no mind to whether Chen Ziyuan looked good or bad. Quickly pinching his fingers, he revisited the earlier tactile sensation and said promptly, holding your breath serves no purpose. Can you hold your breath forever? Chen Ziyuan chuckled, his tone icy, his expression grim. Clearly, he did not agree with Yuan Xing. But Yuan Xing didn't need his agreement at all. Lifting an eyelid, Yuan Sheng's tone remained calm yet carried an inexplicable coldness and cruelty. It's here. What is here? Symbiotic creatures. Mu Shui looked around bewilderedly. The light from the fireflies was still too faint. Before, when they were outside the door, because the pet shop on the other side was pitch black, Mu Shui thought this side with the light of fireflies was bright enough. However, after entering this space and adjusting their eyes to the ambient light, the brightness of the fireflies wasn't enough anymore. Glancing about, Mu Shui could only see 2 to 3 meters ahead, further than that was unseen. As Mu Shui glanced forward, all he saw was boundless darkness. The rustling sounds grew more concentrated, and the air between them seemed restless. A whiff of rank odor drifted into Mu Shui's nose, making him feel somewhat uneasy. He instinctively wrinkled his nose. The rustling became increasingly louder. Mu Shui could sense in the darkness that these things were getting closer and moving faster. Simultaneously, Mu Shui heard another sound, sticky, wet, like liquid oozing. Though Mu Shui wasn't afraid, goosebumps covered his skin, and a wave of intense nausea overwhelmed his thoughts. He immediately grasped Yuan Sheng's fingers tightly. Washing hands? That didn't matter now. Finally. The monsters creating those noises fully came into the range of the light. The fireflies continued flapping their wings, flying all over as if utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Swallowing dryly, Mu Shui gazed at these creatures revealing their true forms. How to describe them? To call them monsters might even insult the word monster. These creatures were entirely white and huge, one was roughly equivalent in size to all the people present combined. Their enormous, round bodies emitted a strong rank smell, one impossible to avoid that directly invaded Mu Shui's nostrils. Mu Shui almost vomited right there. These symbiotic beings looked incredibly odd. Their round shapes extended appendages which could not be called limbs, they rather resembled fish fins, fluttering minutely to support their massive bodies, wriggling across the ground. Though Mu Shui remained relatively calm, he scrutinized them carefully, searching for their eyes, noses, and mouths. But Mu Shui looked up and down, unable to find these organs. These creatures seemed to have nothing besides fin-like appendages. At a glance, it was just a mass of white. They soon began wriggling closer. Mu Shui could clearly see a slimy fluid flowing off them slowly, like wax dripping after burning, or fat dropping oil. Mu Shui halted his thoughts there. If he went on, he'd vomit all over Yuan Sheng. No good, not at all. Mu Shui took a breath, holding that foul smell, and consoled himself, it's not half as stinky as Kong Yi. After catching his breath, Mu Shui seized the moment to ask, what are they? Tan Jing replied, never seen them before, pretty ugly. Yuan Sheng followed, never seen them. Are the symbiotic creatures different in every overlapping space? Mu Shui asked. They vary based on the environment, Tan Jing responded. Mu Shui licked his lips. But in such an environment, something strange like this probably shouldn't even be able to grow. A sharp scream suddenly rang out through the quiet space. Mu Shui felt his eardrums ache slightly. He didn't even have time to consider what that sound was before he hastily lifted a hand to cover his ears. Once he covered them, Mu Shui immediately felt better. By then, Yuan Sheng had also raised his hand and placed it on top of Mu Shui's. Mu Shui turned his head and shouted at him, aren't you covering your ears? Yuan Sheng looked into his eyes and said softly, I don't need to. Yuan Sheng's palm completely covered Mu Shui's hand, doubling the protection. Mu Shui's eardrums instantly stopped hurting. After the pain subsided, Mu Shui quickly judged what was coming. Bats? Yuan Sheng answered absent-mindedly, perhaps. Yuan Sheng was slightly irritated inside as well. He stared into Mu Shui's eyes, then his lips. When Mu Shui spoke, his eyes would sparkle with a bright gleam, while his lips would open and close smoothly, revealing underneath his moist and beautifully shaped lips, and sometimes, a flicker of his pink tongue moving subtly. It was tantalizing, so much so that Yuan Sheng found it hard to concentrate. For a moment, Yuan Sheng thought that if one day he died, it might just be because of this. Mu Shui's guess was confirmed soon after. While the group of white fat fish-like creatures struggled to move forward slowly, another set of creatures had already more quickly come into their line of sight. They were indeed bats, with human faces, about 1 meter long, covered entirely in brown fur whose roots stood upright, glowing faintly under the light of the fireflies. They didn't look like fur anymore, more like needles or sharp weapons. Tan Jing could no longer hold back. Mu Shui heard the clatter of his bones moving. Tan Jing swore, damn, this thing looks ugly enough. And it even has a human face, it's like it doesn't want to be gross enough or something. Chen Ziyuan's voice came calmly, Mr. Yuan, isn't this what you wanted to hit? Yuan Sheng wasn't in a hurry, he gently rubbed Mu Shui's fingers, saying, there are more to come, let's wait. More. Mu Shui immediately became tense. Amidst the heightened tension, Yuan Sheng still held his fingers, gently caressing them, warm and ticklish. But the more the situation intensified, the clearer this sensation seemed. Mu Shui involuntarily curled his fingers, his heartbeat quickened, and warmth spread from the roots of his ears down to his neck, continuing along his spine. That feeling was indescribably strange, yet tinged with an inexplicable thrill. Mu Shui couldn't help but ask, will there be more? Upon speaking, he realized his words carried a warmth too, that heat nearly burning him as if it could melt him just like those white fat ugly fish. Yeah, there are more. Yuanxing paused his action and said, don't be afraid. Mu Shui wasn't afraid, but talking to him did effectively ease the tension. Staring at the scene in front of him, Mu Shui's mind went uncontrollably wild, thinking that if a domestic film production company could capture such a moment, wouldn't it greatly inspire special effects? A loud snap sounded, it was a branch being broken. Then, one after another, snap, snap, these were the sounds of dense branches continuously breaking under pressure. Something leaped past the trees. Probably enough by now. Mu Shui thought. Kagera's voice sounded, ah. They're coming. Mu Shui realized only then that somehow, Kagera had climbed in as well. But his psychological resilience was truly lacking. While Tan Jing was restless yet managed to hold still, Kagera panicked so much that his voice broke. It's monkeys, Yuanxing said, simultaneously, something surged around him. The same cold and malevolent aura enveloped Mu Shui once again. Mu Shui glanced around bewilderedly, unsure whether this sensation originated from Yuanxing or the symbiotic creatures. The third kind of creature appeared. Just as Yuanxing had said, these were monkeys. These monkeys were short and thin, far shorter than humans, but their faces were hideous and fierce. They bared their teeth, and when they opened their mouths, jagged fangs showed clearly, extremely sharp. Moreover, their bellies were all round and swollen, and their bodies were sparse with fur, resembling somewhat the image of aliens. Tan Jing, wow, I'm going to throw up. These creatures surrounded them. Mu Shui took a careful look at the monkeys. They must not brush their teeth, that's why their teeth are so strangely shaped, right? I wonder if they'll smell worse than Kong Yi when they pounce. Tan Jing suddenly strode out, grabbing one of the monkeys, too ugly. As he trailed off, the monkey was pierced through by his protruding hand bones. The other monkeys let out a cacophony of screeches and all leapt towards Tan Jing together. Tan Jing successfully drew their attention away. Mu Shui paused for a moment, so it seems, these symbiotic creatures aren't very intelligent. It doesn't seem to be that troublesome after all. The next instant, the bats swooped down, bringing with them an even stronger stench. They hadn't even come close to Mu Shui before crashing to the ground. Turning his head to look, Mu Shui then noticed a shadow enveloping Yuanxing's body. The shadow was immense, not only covering both him and Yuanxing but extending far beyond them. Vaguely, Mu Shui could also see several branches protruding from behind the shadow, long and thick like tails. Simultaneously, the cold and malevolent aura grew much stronger. Mu Shui involuntarily shivered. What is that? Is it something strange about Yuanxing? Mu Shui's mind was swirling with chaotic thoughts. So, it really does grow out of one's butt, just not spines but tails. Tails count as bones, right? But soon, Mu Shui no longer had the time to think chaotic thoughts. That icy and malevolent aura invaded his brain, turning it completely numb and immobile, as though frozen. A chill replaced the earlier warmth, rushing up his spine and quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Humans have an instinctual fear when confronted with mysterious, unknown, and evil terrifying beings. At that moment, Mu Shui felt exactly that way. Due to psychological reasons, he himself might not feel fear, but his body could sense it, and his brain nerves would command the limbs accordingly. As a result, his body froze, his limbs went limp, and he kept sliding into Yuanxing's embrace. Yuanxing noticed his descent and firmly held him in place. The monkeys and bats were frenziedly pouncing. The sound of limbs being torn apart and blood spraying was dense and relentless, each noise hitting Mu Shui's ears, but Mu Shui could no longer respond appropriately. Mu Shui blankly cast his gaze forward. In his line of sight, Tan Jing suddenly ignited his own bones, muttering curses as he raised his bony hands, it's really falling apart. I'll peel your skins. And then break your bones. His bones burned with blue flames that wouldn't be extinguished by darkness and burned fiercely. Every flicker of the fire devoured the nearby creatures around it. Mu Shui's unfocused gaze shifted slightly. Then he saw Teacher. Teacher's coat was stained with blood, and the handkerchief he had on his hand was now gone. Every bat that pounced on him was caught accurately. The bats' throats emitted agonizing and sharp cries. Mu Shui's ears hurt again, and he winced in pain despite himself. Once more, Yuanxing tightly covered his ears. All the sounds were cut off, isolating him and Yuanxing from the others, placing them alone in their own world. He seemed to have drawn closer. Mu Shui could feel Yuanxing's breath near his ear. In comparison, it was truly too quiet and peaceful here. It seemed Yuanxing didn't even need to lift a finger. What is it, exactly? Mu Shui mused drowsily. What on earth grows out of Yuanxing's butt? When this thought arose again, Mu Shui felt a sharp, icy pain in his brain, preventing him from thinking further. But what exactly is it? Chapter 74, I'll feel you, and you feel me. There was a vague notion in Mu Shui's mind, but the cold and pain in his head made it fade quickly, just like when someone has poured a pound of seawater into his brain. His condition was very strange. Mu Shui maintained a bit of clarity in his mind, biting his tongue hard, allowing a hint of bloodiness to spread in his mouth. So painful. Biting his tongue hurt so much. Movies must be deceiving. The temple throbbed with each wave of pain. Perhaps due to his high sensitivity to pain, tears welled up while his mind cleared slightly. Brother Yuan. His voice became muffled as he spoke, you've grown a tail on your butt. Yuan Xing adjusted him gently, cradling Mu Shui fully in his embrace. In a calm tone, he replied, is that so? I can't see it. Why don't you feel it? I feel it. Mu Shui's thoughts paused for a moment. Feel it, then. Mu Shui's hand slowly extended, feeling his back before gradually moving downward along the spine. Yuan Sheng was always impulsive, his clothes were thin. As soon as Mu Shui's hand touched him, the sharp angles of his bones and smooth lines of muscles were immediately apparent under the tight strain. It felt hot to the touch. Quickly, Mu Shui moved his hand further down. No tail. Shaking his head, Mu Shui firmly resolved to feel Yuan Sheng's rear thoroughly once more. Still nothing. Was it an illusion? Yuan Sheng claimed he couldn't see it, but was he really blind to it or just teasing him? Indeed, from a certain perspective, it was invisible. A tail grows on the butt, which is at the back. How would one see their own tail? Still unsatisfied, Mu Shui felt it again. Truly untraceable. Yuan Sheng tightened his arms around him and suddenly asked, are you done feeling? There was something unusual about his voice, it seemed strained, difficult to release as if squeezed from a tight throat, accompanied by a hoarse tone. Mu Shui, done. Nothing. Yuan Sheng, would you like to feel the front too? Mu Shui. Don't take advantage of my naivety. Mu Shui slightly raised his head from Yuan Sheng's chest. Chen Ziyuan bellowed furiously, Yuan Sheng. Evidently noticing they had been fighting monsters fiercely on one side and yet cuddling on the other, unaware of what exactly was going on, they seemed very negligent. Yuan Sheng ignored this entirely, saying, don't want to feel. Oh, okay. Mu Shui earnestly told him, no tails are on the front. Who said there aren't? Yuan Sheng arched his brows in retort. Startled, Mu Shui's eyes widened, is there? So miraculous. Suddenly, Kagera let out a harrowing wail. Save. Save me, ah. Mu Shui felt a shadow darken above, as if some massive creature loomed over him. He tried lifting his head, but Yuan Sheng pressed his head downwards, all right, stop looking. Mu Shui heard a sound, indicating a blade piercing flesh. Mu Shui's cheeks heated, as though splashed with blood. And that was only the beginning. Sounds continued to resound. Warm blood splattered onto Mu Shui repeatedly. With all this blood, my head will stink for sure. Mu Shui's mind churned with disorganized thoughts. Crack. It sounded like towering trees being ripped out by the roots. The bat's shrill screams gradually weakened. These men had effortlessly halted and slaughtered these swarms of accompanying creatures with overwhelming force. But Mu Shui sensed that this might only be the start. Since overlapping spaces are determined by power, such a colossal amount of force should also have its equivalent powerful accompanying entities. Unsure how long it lasted, Mu Shui's legs started tingling from standing for so long. Finally, the noises stopped. Only Kagera's low moans of pain remained. Mu Shui couldn't help but grab the hem of Yuan Sheng's shirt, are they all dead? Yuan Sheng responded indifferently, dead. Mu Shui pushed away Yuan Sheng and hastily looked around. This place looked as though it had been bombed. Humanoid bats had been caught by their wings and torn apart, monkey bodies lay dismembered, mostly crushed under the trees. A few emitted angry shrieks before eventually dying. The initially slow-moving white fat fish, however, were scarcely seen among the corpses. Mu Shui blinked, and with the faint blue light emitted from Tan Jing's burning bones, he finally noticed the sticky liquid on the ground. It was white with a hint of yellow, resembling some kind of melted fat. Mu Shui wrinkled his face. Could this be what remained after those plump white fish melted? Hastily, Mu Shui broke free of Yuan Sheng's embrace completely. But before he could steady himself, Yuan Sheng suddenly reached out and lifted him up by the waist. Staring at Yuan Sheng in astonishment, Mu Shui asked, what's wrong? Let me have a look first. Don't move around. Something seemed off to Mu Shui. It was too quiet around them. Even Chen Ziyuan, Tan Jing, and Jiao Yan had fallen silent. The only sound came from Kagera's low groans of pain. The teacher and Jiao Yan were usually quiet, but not Tan Jing. Clutching Yuan Sheng's shoulder with one hand to balance his body, Mu Shui then turned his gaze to look around once more. Tan Jing's hand bones were still ablaze, the shimmering blue light giving them a mysterious, almost dreamlike quality. Yet, there was also something indescribably frightening about it. He looked as though he'd been frozen in place. Standing upright like that, he'd become nothing more than a lifeless wax figure. Hurriedly, Mu Shui looked over at Chen Ziyuan next. Chen Ziyuan stood with his back toward Mu Shui, completely motionless. His great coat had been entirely soaked in blood, turning crimson red. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the forest, fluttering the corners of his coat. It looked as though a piece of red cloth floated midair. Mu Shui blinked furiously, ensuring he wasn't seeing things. When he glanced at Jiao Yan, Much of Jiao Yan's body had sunk into the darkness, yet he stood there without moving or speaking. Silent as a petrified tree that had long fossilized. What was wrong? Why hadn't they turned this way? Mu Shui's eyes darted all around until he discovered that the sticky, melting liquid was spreading toward each of them. There was some under the feet of Chen Ziyuan, Tan Jing, and Jiao Yan, even under Mu Shui and Yuan Xing's feet. However, for some reason, these substances didn't seem willing to approach Yuan Xing's feet. Instead, they twisted around like living beings and curved away from Yuan Xing, heading in another direction. If Mu Shui were to jump down and break free of Yuan Xing's arms, he would have surely landed right in the gooey substance. As for Kagera, he lay sprawled by the door. Perhaps due to the distance being too far, the sticky substance had merely adhered to his leg and stopped moving. Yuan Xing carried Mu Shui and took a step forward, stepping right onto the sticky substance without concern. The substance didn't stick to Yuan Xing's feet. When Yuan Xing stepped on it, it merely bounced slightly, creating a rippling curve on its surface. It somewhat resembled non-Newtonian fluid. Carrying Mu Shui closer to Kagera. Around Kagera, there wasn't much of the substance, so Yuan Xing gently set Mu Shui down. Mu Shui quickly squatted down to examine it closely. The substance had completely enveloped Kagera's left thigh, forming a thick, sticky layer that looked like a cocoon wrapped in silk. Despite emitting painful groans, Kagera's consciousness seemed unclear, because even though he saw Mu Shui approach, he didn't bother crying out for help as usual. Mu Shui immediately leaned closer for inspection. A hand slipped around from behind, catching Mu Shui by the scruff of his neck. Don't get too close. Loosen a bit. Once Yuan Xing eased the grip, Mu Shui noticed something. This liquid devoured people. Or rather, it was corrosive. Wherever the edges touched Kagera's thigh, a little blood oozed out. But that little amount of blood disappeared instantly upon contact with the wriggling liquid. The stuff was alive. Let's go see the teacher. Mu Shui sprang up quickly, clinging to Yuan Xing's shoulders. Quick. This thing eats people. They would entangle their victims until they couldn't move, gradually devouring them. In this regard, they were quite similar to spiders. But spiders looked much better than this. And were far less disgusting. Yuan Xing promptly picked up Mu Shui. Let's check Tan Jing first. Neither Jiao Yan nor Chen Ziyuan interested Yuan Xing. He didn't want Mu Shui anywhere near either of them. Let them die sooner if possible. Mu Shui nodded. Fine, checking anyone first is fine. Hurry up. Yuan Xing carried Mu Shui closer to Tan Jing. Tan Jing stood entirely in a pool of the liquid, which was rising layer by layer, gradually enveloping him. No, not entirely, more precisely, it was up to about 3/4 of his body. The liquid crept along his skeletal frame until it reached his shoulders, where it realized there was no sign of life or flesh to consume. Thus, Tan Jing's hand bones still stood rigidly, blue light flickering upon them, completely unaffected. Mu Shui asked, if you reach out and touch them, will they leave Mr. Tan? Yuan Xing, they won't. But I saw earlier that the liquid around your feet avoided you. Why don't you try touching them? Yuan Xing, I won't. Mu Shui frowned. Then what do we do? Do you have a knife? Or fire? We should give it a try. Yuan Xing noticed Mu Shui's furrowed brows and the shimmering light in his eyes, as if he were on the verge of tears. Only then did Yuan Xing move. I don't have a knife, I'll try with my hands. Try with your hands. Just touch it lightly. Yuan Xing placed Mu Shui in a relatively clean area, since he feared the liquid might crawl up Mu Shui's body. He quickly grabbed Tan Jing's head and peeled the layer of liquid covering him like a skin, stripping it off from top to bottom as if peeling a person's skin. He stopped after just a little bit. When Mu Shui saw Yuan Xing pause, he became worried and immediately asked, what's wrong? Yuan Xing, this thing clings tightly to the skin. I pulled some of Tan Jing's hair off with it. Mu Shui stretched his neck for a closer look and spotted, under the yellow glow of fireflies dancing around, a bald patch on Tan Jing's head. Chapter 75, The Reverse World, 4. Mu Shui. He quickly called out, no, stop. What if we rip off the entire skin? It's so tightly stuck. How are we going to handle this? Although Tan Jing was completely frozen, beneath the enveloping liquid, it seemed like he trembled just a little. Mu Shui was almost ready to tear his hair out. At first, he thought these monsters were easy to deal with, crumbling away as soon as they were pushed. But now something stronger had come along, and there was no way to resolve it. Yuan Xing remained silent. He couldn't offer any ideas to help. Back in the old days when they encountered such situations, he would have jumped straight in without thinking. He wouldn't have cared whether Tan Jing lived or died even if they both got caught in the overlapping space together. Fortunately, in those previous years, they never encountered these kinds of melting white fat fish. Otherwise, by that time, Tan Jing might already have been reduced to just a skeleton. Mu Shui's eyes were fixed on Tan Jing. As he struggled to think, the groaning sounds from Kagera behind him grew weaker and weaker, almost to the point of being inaudible. Yuan Xing returned to his side, suddenly reaching out to lift him up. Mu Shui instinctively held on to Yuan Xing's shoulders. Yuan Xing stared at his face for a while, then managed to say a comforting word, actually, it doesn't matter if they die. Mu Shui, ? Statue Tanjing. Yuan Xing cradled Mu Shui in his arms, standing steadily, even with a hint of leisure, at least we can definitely get out. Don't worry. What does it matter if others live or die? Mu Shui bit his lip, carry me to see Teacher Chen and Jiao Yan. I'll look for other possible ways out on their bodies. Yuan Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. Comforting failed. Seeing that Yuan Xing stood there motionless, Mu Shui became anxious. He wriggled in Yuan Xing's embrace, bending his legs and kicking back, managing to hit Yuan Xing right in the thigh. Brother Yuan, hurry up. All right. Only then did Yuan Xing move again. Yuan Xing carried Mu Shui to Chen Ziyuan's side, pausing only for a minute before immediately heading towards Jiao Yan. Are you done? Yuan Xing asked, his tone tinged with a touch of agitation. Ever since meeting Mu Shui, the possessiveness buried deep within him had gradually awakened. Every time they met, it became more severe. And at this moment too, the possessiveness coursing through his body made him extremely unenthusiastic about Mu Shui showing interest in others. Mu Shui probably sensed Yuan Xing's displeasure, but at this moment, he could only pretend not to notice. He raised his hand and took the initiative to hook around Yuan Xing's neck, placing his palm against the back of Yuan Xing's neck. Mu Shui hadn't pulled anyone's hair, but he had stroked cats. When the palm touched the back of the neck and moved back and forth, cats usually instantly become docile. Even if they're not gentle, they still have to submit because they've had their fate throttled at the neck. Right now, Mu Shui was soothing Yuan Xing like a cat. Yuan Xing didn't know what technique Mu Shui was using, but all he felt was his palm pressing down slightly and rubbing gently. His scalp nearly exploded with sensation. Electric-like pleasure spread from his neck downward, quickly enveloping his entire body. The secretion of dopamine in his body seemed to speed up. Even the steps Yuan Xing took while carrying Mu Shui became faster. Can we take another look? Okay. Yuan Xing's throat moved slightly. Yuan Xing seemed to find some joy in it. Surrounded by the sinister atmosphere of severed limbs and blood, despite the cacophony in his mind, he even exuded a sense of satisfaction and contentment. Thus Yuan Xing happily carried Mu Shui around, circling 4 or 5 times. Mu Shui asked, what time is it? It's almost 11. Mu Shui nodded, the next change in the space is coming. Yuan Xing still responded absent-mindedly, Mu Shui thought for a moment, Brother Yuan, let's move them over. Move over. Yuan Xing repeated. Mu Shui pointed at the stationary figures including Tanjing, Brother Yuan, can you carry them over to the door and bring them back upstairs to the pet shop? Yuan Xing, of course, was unwilling. He didn't fan the flames further or make them die quicker, which was already his final kindness. Mu Shui was confused. Why couldn't he get Yuan Xing to move every time? Could it be that earlier, Brother Yuan had covered his ears but not his own, resulting in his hearing being somewhat affected? Mu Shui clung to Yuan Xing's shoulders and leaned closer to his ear. His breath sprayed onto Yuan Xing's ear, making it twitch slightly as his body trembled just a little at that moment. Mu Shui spoke louder directly into his ear, Brother Yuan, quickly move them over there, fast. Yuan Xing gently placed Mu Shui near the door, an area that remained relatively clean without any liquid having passed through. Mu Shui made a guess, could it be that when approaching the edge of the space, the power of the symbiotic creatures would weaken? While pondering, he sat down. Kagra lay not far away, eyes open with his chest barely rising and falling, proving that he was still alive. Yuan Xing suddenly turned back, placing his hand over Mu Shui's lips. Mu Shui, ? Don't exhale into ears. Mu Shui was more confused, I didn't do that. As Yuan Xing covered Mu Shui's lips and then let go, his fingers seemed unconsciously to graze Mu Shui's lips, which were soft. Yuan Xing pinched his fingertips lightly before turning around to carry people. Mu Shui stood there blankly, bewildered after being touched. Brother Yuan didn't wash his hands. Brother Yuan touched the liquid earlier. Brother Yuan's hands have almost plucked Tanjing bald. Mu Shui hurriedly raised his hand and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Huff. That's better, cleaner now. Yuan Xing moved forward grimly, carrying Tanjing with an unhappy expression and tossing him through the door. Then, glancing over, he noticed that Mu Shui's lips were slightly swollen. Shit. Yuan Xing closed his eyes for a moment. He no longer wanted to move others. Mu Shui's softly swollen lips opened and closed, softly urging, Brother Yuan, hurry up. Yuan Xing opened his eyes, suppressed the chaotic thoughts crowding in his brain, looking even grumpier as he reluctantly turned back to pick up Chen Ziyuan and threw him even farther than Tanjing. The last one was Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan was large and extremely heavy. With an irritated sneer, Yuan Xing said, is he truly a stone column come to life? And right after speaking, he threw Jiao Yan over the door, even pressing down on Tanjing. If Tanjing could speak at that moment, he might already have spewed out a string of curses, you're killing me old man. Yuan Xing glanced down at Kagra and kicked him with his foot to send him back as well. Seeing that everyone had returned, Mu Shui immediately sighed in relief, whether it would succeed or not, it was worth trying. Mu Shui quickly grabbed Yuan Xing's hand, his voice slightly trembling, Brother Yuan, what time is it? Yuan Xing reported the time. Mu Shui's finger traced across his palm. Good, now is the time, let's go back too. Without asking why, Yuan Sheng carried Mu Shui like a baby effortlessly, crossing over the door with long strides. Bang! A familiar loud explosion sounded, but this time it was even more powerful, deafening. An invisible yet immense force pressed down from above. Mu Shui shouted loudly, "Brother Yuan, lie down." Yuan Sheng laid down while holding him. The others were already thrown on the ground by Yuan Sheng earlier, so they didn't need to move anymore. Bang! The residual sound of the loud noise slowly faded, and the dust in the air gradually dissipated. The blue fire on Tan Jing's hand bones continued to burn brightly, its flames unwavering as they steadily burned upwards, easily illuminating the entire space. The tightly wrapped liquid on their bodies seemed shattered by the force generated by that loud noise, rapidly retreating and wriggling off their bodies until it finally vanished into ash. Mu Shui stared blankly at the scene. We succeeded. Even blind luck can work sometimes. Angle. He first thought about how, earlier at the pet shop, that door had clearly opened with fireflies dancing inside. For the darkness on this side, the light from the fireflies was astonishingly bright. But none of that light crossed over to here, it seemed like once it passed through that door, it was instantly swallowed by the darkness. This made Mu Shui realize that although the two spaces were connected, because of the different conditions within each space, the symbiotic creatures of this space couldn't possibly make it to the other side, and if they did cross over, they would rapidly die due to the incompatible environmental requirements. Near the door, the powers of those unknown liquids were obviously significantly weakened. Not to mention crossing through a door, they would surely completely lose their strength afterward. Mu Shui took a soft breath and was just about to get up when Yuan Sheng pressed down on his back, firmly pinning him back in place. Yuan Sheng said in a deep voice, "Can you feel it?" Mu Shui, what? Yuan Sheng, the extent of space compression has increased. It's X2 on top of the original. Mu Shui furrowed his brows. Is it because we went to that space and came back? Yuan Sheng still didn't use his brain, maybe. Ouch, killing me here. Tan Jing's voice rang out as he stiffly moved his limbs, then quickly felt his head. When Mu Shui heard the sound, he immediately tilted his head to look at Tan Jing. When he saw Tan Jing lift his hand, Mu Shui shouted hastily, "Mr. Tan, wait." But it was too late. Tan Jing raised his right hand bones. The unextinguished blue flames on the hand bones licked over his head with a sizzle. Wow! Tan Jing screamed and hurriedly switched hands. But aware of the power of the flames himself, this one touch caused all his remaining hair to vanish. Tan Jing, ah woof woof. Even Mu Shui felt a little embarrassed. If he hadn't invited Tan Jing along before descending the mountain, perhaps Tan Jing's hair would still be fine now. Amid Tan Jing's woofing, Chen Ziyuan also regained consciousness. He let out a low hiss. Mu Shui quickly tilted his head again to look at him but couldn't see clearly. He had no idea how their injuries were. Chen Ziyuan's voice was dark. He asked, "All the symbiotic beings woke up when we crossed the door earlier. We encountered bats and monkey-like creatures there. What about here? Where did the pet shop symbiotic beings go?" Mu Shui was stunned for a moment. That's right. The pet shop remained eerily quiet, one could hear a pin drop. The only sounds were the intermittent breathing. There was nothing else. So where had the symbiotic beings here gone? Chapter 76, The Inside World, 5. Tan Jing cursed a couple of times. "I'm in such a state that I can be directly sent to the Buddhist temple." While speaking, he quickly shook his hands to put out the fire on them. "It's been so many years, and I still haven't got used to it. Fuck." The moment the blue fire went out, the entire space plunged back into darkness. After muttering, Tan Jing continued along with what Chen Ziyuan had said. "That's right, why is there no sound over here? Instead, it makes me feel uneasy and unsteady." Mu Shui turned over, rolling off Yuan Sheng. He lay prostrate on the ground. All around was deathly silent, which made one feel hair-raising. This kind of unknown horror was most tormenting. The darker the danger became unclear in the blackness, the more frightened one would feel. Mu Shui, however, remained unusually calm. The quieter the surroundings, the more time his brain could rest, enabling him to analyze the information about the overlapping space more meticulously. For a long time, no one spoke. In this increasingly cramped space, as people struggled to breathe, they also felt as though time had stopped. As the perception of light and dark, as well as the passage of time, grew increasingly vague, it seemed like a lump was lodged in their throats, making it difficult to differentiate whether they were dead or alive. Tan Jing couldn't help but speak up, "Yuan brother. Can we get out? Not even an accompanying creature can be seen. You'd need an object to attack if you wanted to make a move." Mu Shui's voice suddenly chimed in, "Teacher." Even under these circumstances, Mu Shui's voice remained gentle, instantly calming the tension within everyone else. It was as if a little bit of brightness had suddenly appeared in the darkness. Upon hearing this title, Chen Ziyuan softened his expression. He thought Mu Shui would never call him by this name again. Chen Ziyuan responded. "Among the materials you've obtained inside Pan, have you ever come across records of this type of situation?" "No." "What about similar ones? Even something slightly related to this scenario?" Chen Ziyuan paused before replying, perhaps someone encountered it, but because they died in this space, no information was brought out. Tan Jing trembled with fear, can't be serious. With all of us here, none of us are powerless individuals, how can we possibly die here? What Mu Shui thought of, Chen Ziyuan also considered. For once, instead of staying silent, he quietly voiced his thoughts, how much combined power do we possess? Tan Jing, how would I know? Should be pretty formidable, right? Chen Ziyuan, that's where the problem lies. The more powerful we are, the equally potent this space becomes. Tan Jing wasn't dumb, hearing this, he immediately understood, his face turning green. But the space was pitch black, so green showed nothing anyway. So does that mean that a weakling entering an overlapping space might have a chance to survive, but for us who came in, it's probably almost impossible to get out? At this point, without waiting for others to respond, Tan Jing deftly pulled a lighter from his pocket. With a whoosh, the flame sprang higher, and just as it was about to be swallowed by the darkness, he set his hand bones alight. Soon after, a blue fire replaced the lighter's flame, re-illuminating part of the space. Tan Jing urged, hurry up. Look for where it went, find it quickly and take care of it. The ones opposite the door, should be dead already, right? Once we kill the remaining ones here, wouldn't both spaces collapse? As Tan Jing spoke, he looked at Mu Shui. At this moment, lit by the light, Tan Jing noticed Yuan Sheng and Mu Shui were huddled together. Shui. Mu Shui, have you got any leads? I can shine some light for you. On the tip of Tan Jing's tongue were two syllables, Shui Shui, which he ultimately swallowed down. Mu Shui blinked, a little clue. Mr. Tan, come closer. Tan Jing promptly crawled to Mu Shui's right side. He had no choice because Yuan Sheng was guarding the left side. Though the crawling posture was rather awkward, there was no time to worry about gracefulness at this moment. The space was contracting further. If they didn't crawl, they'd have to squat, and squatting would actually be less comfortable than crawling. Within a few quick movements, Tan Jing had reached Mu Shui's side. Mu Shui tilted his head, staring at the burning blue fire on Tan Jing's handbone. Can you make this larger? Yes, bigger, Tan Jing grimaced, looking absolutely miserable. However, with half a face and half skeletal bones showing, even with how tragically contorted his facial expressions were, it only ended up looking horrifying, not a bit pitiable. As Tan Jing finished speaking, the flames surged a little higher. Mu Shui was stunned, you're like a gas stove. Tan Jing's expression turned even more miserable, I am. Mu Shui nodded heavily, yeah. While talking, Mu Shui didn't miss a chance to observe. He noticed that Tan Jing's blue fire illuminated a wider area than ordinary fire would. Ordinary fire burned for a short time and extinguished easily. Its light was swallowed by darkness except for the glow of the flame itself. Oh, right. Tan Jing's fire could kill those accompanying creatures, too. When the flames shot out, their power seemed very strong. Mu Shui got a bit tired from crouching, so he propped his chin on his palm and continued, does your fire have anything special about it? Someone finally asked seriously about this, yet Tan Jing appeared slightly embarrassed, what's special about it? Saying this, Tan Jing furrowed his brows, it just burns longer. A section of my bones will be consumed though. Water. Mu Shui, come up with something quickly, otherwise once we get out, my fingers will be bald, asymmetrical, and super unattractive. Mu Shui opened his mouth but ultimately didn't remind Tan Jing. You already look terrible now. Half skeleton, the only side of your head with hair is now also balding, and unevenly at that, with bits of scorched hair remaining. It's quite unsightly. Mu Shui turned his head and spoke to Yuan Sheng, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Yuan Sheng replied, speak. His gaze remained focused on Mu Shui's face. Under the illumination of Tan Jing's blue fire, Mu Shui's cheeks appeared even paler, giving off a cold porcelain-like whiteness. The accompanying creatures are right next to us. As soon as Mu Shui said this, Tan Jing almost jumped, his tongue getting tangled, and no way. They're right here. Where? Why haven't I seen them? Tan Jing was outgoing, sometimes rash. But precisely because of this kind of personality, emotional changes were more pronounced. While others remained calm as ever, Tan Jing already felt chills down his spine. Mu Shui struggled to turn his head again and said to Tan Jing, don't be afraid, they can't harm us. Oh really? Tan Jing calmed down immediately. He gave an awkward laugh, your previous sentence was too scary. As soon as you said, right here. Tan Jing licked his lips and swallowed, I thought someone around us had turned into one of these creatures in disguise, waiting to suddenly attack and kill us. You really scared me. Do you remember when we were on the first floor? Huh. What about the first floor? There's a big difference between the first floor and the second floor. Tan Jing laughed, where's the difference? There were animals downstairs but none upstairs. There were sofas downstairs, but none upstairs. If we talk about the differences in furnishings, they are indeed completely different. Besides that, what else? Darkness. Mu Shui raised a finger, slim and white, when we discovered we were trapped in the overlapping space, didn't you light a candle? At that time, there was only one candle, but it was enough to illuminate all our faces. But when we went upstairs, all the light was swallowed. That's the difference. Tan Jing shivered. What? The second floor isn't really the second floor. Did we step into a monster's mouth? Just like in horror movies. It's not inside a monster's mouth. If it was inside a monster's mouth, wouldn't we smell something foul? I think monsters don't brush their teeth. After decades, even centuries, the mouth would definitely reek. Mu Shui analyzed why this assumption was incorrect very carefully. Oh, good thing it's not inside a monster's mouth, thinking about it makes me feel sick. Tan Jing let out a sigh of relief. There should be some accompanying creatures that we can't see clearly. Or maybe, they are black and can blend into the darkness. They exist in great numbers, spreading like dust in the air. They devour light. As Mu Shui grew tired of twisting his neck, while speaking, he turned his face back toward Yuan Sheng and continued, if this hypothesis is correct, then right now, everywhere in the air we breathe, there are traces of them. They've been present since the beginning. Therefore, when we crossed through that door, the creatures on the other side of the door appeared, but here, there's no sign. A flicker of insight passed quickly in Chen Ziyuan's eyes as he interjected, Shui makes sense. Tan Jing hesitated for a second and then spat twice, that's still disgusting. When we talk or even breathe through our noses, could we be inhaling these things? Mu Shui also paused for a moment, seriously pondering this possibility. It's possible. When we first came upstairs, they might have been in an unconscious state and we could have inhaled them. But once they woke up and became capable of actively attacking, they wouldn't easily get sucked into us anymore. Otherwise, isn't that like being eaten by us? Just one breath would suffice to eat them, too weak otherwise. Tan Jing let out several heavy breaths. Can I spit out whatever I inhaled earlier? Mu Shui felt somewhat uneasy after being reminded by Tan Jing, as if there were foreign objects in his lungs. Mu Shui shook his head, spitting won't help. We need to kill those white melting things on the other side first, then come back and take care of the accompanying creatures here. Tan Jing interrupted, the ones over there are easy to kill, Brother Yuan can handle them alone. But what about the ones here? Chapter 77, The Inside World, End. Mu Shui looked at Tan Jing's hand bone, let's keep some fire to deal with the symbiotic creatures in this space later. Now, we need to get to the other side of the door and remove those sticky liquids. Tan Jing looked at Mu Shui in surprise, are you going to use this later? He pointed at the blue flame flickering on his bone. Mu Shui nodded slightly after blinking, looking at Tan Jing, not okay. Of course. Of course it's fine. Tan Jing blurted out without hesitation when their eyes met. Mu Shui twisted his neck and looked at Yuan Sheng again. It felt like he had already done all the neck and shoulder exercises for this life in just a few moves. Is Brother Yuan going to the other side? Mu Shui asked aloud. Except for Yuan Sheng being immune to that thing, anyone else would get entangled upon contact and quickly lose the ability to move. Yuan Sheng said, wait. After speaking, he pushed against the ground and swiftly crawled toward the door. After crossing over, Yuan Sheng immediately stood up. Mu Shui faintly saw something on the ground wriggle again. It should have been the liquid coming back to life as soon as it sensed someone re-entering the space. After Yuan Sheng left, Chen Zhiduan quickly came over to Mu Shui. Are you worried about him? Chen Zhiduan asked deeply. Mu Shui wanted to shake his head but found the motion too troublesome and stopped himself from doing it. Instead, he softly replied, not worried at all. Chen Zhiduan's expression relaxed a bit as he prepared to say more. However, Mu Shui spoke up again, the white creatures that entangled you earlier turned to dust instantly by the space's rules the moment you were brought back by Brother Yuan. The remaining white creatures on the other side of the door that are still alive and dangerous should be very few now. With Brother Yuan's abilities. Tan Jing added on the side, it will take only a minute or two. Chen Zhiduan's face darkened again. It was rare that Yuan Sheng wasn't around. Even so, Chen Zhiduan didn't miss such a good opportunity. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Mu Shui, trying to remain calm as he said, since you've already understood how fearsome a power Yuan Sheng possesses. All past descriptions of him from the Research Institute were not false. Indeed, he is an extremely formidable person who could bring danger to those around him at any time. Chen Zhiduan then continued coldly, is it still your stubborn choice to stay by his side given what kind of person he is? Mu Shui thought he had made it clear enough. He could understand his teacher's concern for him, and he could also pretend not to notice the connection between his teacher and Pan, viewing it simply as another form of the teacher's gentleness. However, regarding the decision he had already made, why did his teacher insist on interfering? Mu Shui avoided Chen Zhiduan's gaze and no longer looked at his teacher. With a soft tone, though with an unshakable determination in his words, Mu Shui said quietly, if that's the case, then I should stay by his side even more. From the start, my job has always been to monitor his mental health and safety to ensure he doesn't hurt others. Chen Zhiduan fell silent. As he stared at Mu Shui, his facial expression suddenly changed drastically. Anger surged in his eyebrows and eyes. Under the light of Tan Jing's fire, Chen Zhiduan's features became slightly distorted. Through gritted teeth, he lost his composure for the first time. It's my fault. I shouldn't have taught you from the beginning. I shouldn't have educated you into becoming like this. Mu Shui remained silent. His teacher's anger actually caused him some harm. But he indeed couldn't follow what the teacher suggested he do, not before, and certainly not after discovering the link between his teacher and Pan. He truly could no longer fully trust his teacher as he once had. Shui Shui. Tan Jing shouted in alarm. Mu Shui suddenly raised his head. It's almost over. Tan Jing said. His voice disrupted the previously stagnant atmosphere. Mu Shui glanced toward the other side of the door. A massive shadow enveloped Yuan Sheng, giving the impression of a mirage seen by travelers in vast deserts. This shadow was terrifyingly huge and seemed to have tendencies to spread further, obscuring the sky and sun. The fire on Tan Jing's hand bone extinguished at some point. In the blink of an eye, the side beyond the door also grew dark. The darkness merged together. Mu Shui blinked his eyes, then blinked again. After confirming one last time, it was indeed pitch black both inside and outside. What about the fireflies? Are they gone? Without the light, they were essentially left completely without vision. In the darkness, their hearing became increasingly acute. Mu Shui heard a tearing sound, rip. Then there was an intense silence. It was so quiet, as if everyone had fallen into slumber. Just at that moment, Yuan Sheng's voice rang out, it's done. Mu Shui looked up dazedly, randomly moving his gaze forward twice, but it was too dark, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Yuan Sheng seemed to move, he crawled back down. At the very instant he did so, there was light once more on the side beyond the door. But this time, it wasn't the glow of fireflies, it was the faint light of moonlight that trickled down. The moonlight was far brighter than the fireflies, and Mu Shui immediately saw Yuan Sheng lying by the door. This disheveled pose didn't seem awkward or clumsy on him at all. Mu Shui's gaze swept over Yuan Sheng and landed on the carcasses of the symbiotic creatures scattered across the ground. They were slowly dissolving into the earth. Mu Shui looked up. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but the moon in the sky seemed to tremble. Was the space about to collapse? Yuan Sheng quickly crawled back to the second floor of the pet shop. But suddenly, Mu Shui remembered. Teacher had taken Yuan Ji's place. What about Yuan Gu? Would they end up fighting if Yuan Gu tried to get through? Mu Shui pursed his lips, big brother Yuan. Yuan Sheng's voice resounded in the darkness that enveloped the pet shop. Mu Shui stretched his arm forward with all his might, big brother Yuan, grab my hand. Can you feel it? Yuan Sheng didn't ask why he should grab Mu Shui's hand. No, I can't feel it, Yuan Sheng said in a deep tone. Let me try again. Chen Jidwan furrowed his brow on the side. One could say Mu Shui had grown up, fully leaving his protection, and refusing to listen to his words anymore. Yet oddly enough, in some aspects, he remained childishly naive, as though anyone with ill intentions could easily deceive him. Mu Shui, don't go to where you were before, come here. Yuan Sheng, Mu Shui hesitated, saying apologetically, teacher came over earlier. Yuan Sheng frowned. Mu Shui quickly added, so come to me. Yuan Sheng paused briefly, okay. Then his hand accurately hooked onto Mu Shui's fingers. If the lights were to suddenly come on in the space at this moment, their posture would have resembled the tragic lovers Niulang and Jinu on the Magpie Bridge, trying desperately to hold each other's hands before being separated by the Queen Mother of Heaven. Mu Shui didn't even notice how ridiculous their position appeared. Once he confirmed he had Yuan Sheng's hand, he felt reassured that Yuan Sheng and Chen Jidwan wouldn't fight, and thus he could relax. That's it, let's stay like this. Mu Shui said. Yuan Sheng stayed silent, crawling closer to Mu Shui, then slightly arching his back, before using his foot to kick Tan Jing aside. Tan Jing, ? Tan Jing, big brother Yuan. Tan Jing, what did I do wrong? Yuan Sheng quickly squeezed himself between Tan Jing and Mu Shui, leaning half of his body against Mu Shui. Mu Shui couldn't see, he could only continue looking with confused yet bright eyes, murmuring quietly, big brother Yuan, you're so heavy. Chen Jidwan furrowed his brows even tighter, the veins on his forehead pulsating, stirring the blood in his fingers. Shui, what has he done to you? Chen Jidwan gritted his teeth. Mu Shui responded unhappily, nothing, he's just pressing his weight on me and leaning. Chen Jidwan felt a pain in his throat, as if blood surged out. Is everything settled over there? Mu Shui ignored Chen Jidwan and spoke softly to Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng was so close to him that the warmth was transmitted onto Mu Shui's body, and when he spoke, it carried a breathy heat that tickled Mu Shui's neck. He said, yeah, it's all resolved. Indeed, Yuan Sheng's voice was deep and low, making Mu Shui's ears itch. Tan Jing, rubbing his waist, asked, Shui. Mu Shui, what are we going to do next? Start a fire and burn this place down. Mu Shui said. A voice that had always been gentle took on an unprecedented firmness. Tan Jing was startled, burn? Just burn it? Mu Shui nodded, yes. However, after this strong Mu Shui quickly asked again, the events happening in the overlapping space won't affect the buildings in the real world, will they? Tan Jing, no, but if we can't get out, then it's truly over for us. Mu Shui sighed in relief, that's good then. Otherwise, intentionally starting a fire could result in 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. Gripping Yuan Sheng's fingers firmly, Mu Shui declared with determination, "Burn it. Set the whole space on fire." "Tan Jing, then what about us? Aren't we going to be surrounded by flames too?" Remaining calm, Mu Shui said, "It's a gamble, whether this entire space collapses before the flames kill us." Mumbling under his breath, Tan Jing remarked, truly skilled at playing games. And with that, he diligently started another fire, crawling back and forth within this confined space, lighting up every area as he went. The cardboard boxes, cat teasers, and similar items inside the space were all highly flammable materials, causing the flames to rise rapidly. Though there was ample air supply in this narrow space, its crampedness made it feel like the flames would engulf him at any moment. Heat gradually enveloped Mu Shui's body, giving him the sensation of being roasted alive. I wonder what a person would taste like when roasted. Would they choke to death before even getting roasted? Mu Shui thought to himself that no matter how he suggested setting the fire, everyone just obeyed without a single person standing up to oppose him. What if they really burned to death? What then? Crackle crackle, sounded the burning of plastic products. The clusters of fire in the space grew increasingly dense, along with it, the light grew ever brighter. These fires eventually illuminated the entire space. But these eerie blue flames seemed, at a glance, like being placed right between the gates of hell. "Are you hot?" Yuan Sheng asked. Mu Shui nodded. He looked up at Yuan Sheng and saw Yuan Sheng staring intently at him. "Yuan Sheng, in that case, I'll help you take off your clothes." Mu Shui, ? Chapter 78, Back to the apartment. The range of the flames grew wider, and the fire on combustible materials gradually turned from blue to ordinary red. The unpleasant smell quickly spread. Yuan Sheng's voice was swallowed by the flames. A streak of fire shot up to the sky and rebounded from the narrow walls of the space, falling directly toward Mu Shui and Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui's eyelids twitched instinctively as he called out, "Brother Yuan." Yuan Sheng's expression remained unchanged as he grabbed Mu Shui's waist and pulled him closer into his arms. As Mu Shui became more anxious, his eyes widened and his voice grew louder, "Brother Yuan." Would the flames envelope them like a human pancake? Popping and sizzling. The sounds of burning came closer to Mu Shui's ears. He clutched onto Yuan Sheng's clothes, feeling like he had instantly turned into a big fiery ball, his whole body burning hot. The fire spread quickly, giving no time for psychological changes or even questioning Mu Shui's actions. Everything seemed to happen in an instant. Bang! A huge sound of spatial turbulence occurred, followed immediately by a thunderous roar. When the flames occupied the entire space, all traces of darkness disappeared, and both overlapping spaces completely collapsed. After the deafening noise subsided, a deathly silence ensued. It was so quiet that Mu Shui could only hear the buzzing in his ears. Mu Shui opened his eyes, his long lashes brushing across Yuan Sheng's chest. As his thoughts slowly returned, Mu Shui quickly realized what happened. He rubbed his ears with his hand, waiting until the discomfort lessened before pushing Yuan Sheng's chest gently and calling out softly, "Brother Yuan." When the flames surged upward, Yuan Sheng had completely wrapped Mu Shui in his embrace. Mu Shui felt like he was about to be crushed, yet at the same time, he felt an intense sense of security. But what about Yuan Sheng? Hadn't he been roasted into jerky? Yuan Sheng remained motionless. His earlier forceful grip on Mu Shui made it impossible for him to push away. Biting his lip, Mu Shui called out again, "Brother Yuan." His voice trembled, softer than ever. "Eh? What happened? Are you guys okay?" A girl's voice came from above them. Yuan Sheng's arms suddenly relaxed, allowing Mu Shui to break free. Yuan Sheng's gaze was clear, his spirit lively, without a single sign of injury. He sat up, followed by Mu Shui struggling to do the same. At the staircase entrance on the second floor, the young female owner stared in shock, looking down from upstairs. Mu Shui quickly checked on the others. Everyone lay scattered on the ground in various states of unconsciousness. Kegula had his eyes tightly shut as if he were already unconscious. His vest and shirt were torn to shreds, and part of his pants leg was missing, looking like he'd just come back from a refugee camp. Tan Jing's originally wrapped coat was nowhere to be found, revealing half of his skeleton. His hair was completely bald, and one side of his glasses hung askew on his nose. His appearance was disheveled. Chen Ziyuan was in the same condition, his overcoat had been burned off leaving him without sleeves, his fingers dripping blood, his hair messy, and his face covered with bloodstains and soot marks from the flames. By this point, night had fallen deeply, and the pet shop's lights were dim and yellow. All around were the sounds of huskies barking furiously at them. The female owner wiped her eyes, seemingly unable to believe the scene she was witnessing. Did you start a fire in my store? These people may have looked fine, but their behavior was unacceptable. There were so many cats and dogs in here, and there were also many flammable objects nearby, yet they chose to start a fire. The female owner pursed her lips. If you're not going to buy anything, then leave right away. I won't call the police. Mu Shui blinked slowly and responded quietly, "Oh, all right." Upon hearing his response, the female owner softened a little. Just go, were you fighting just now? If anyone needs medical attention, please go to the hospital. Next time, pick somewhere else to fight rather than in someone else's store. There's a restroom in the back if you want to wash your faces before leaving. Mu Shui looked up at her and smiled, thank you. The female owner's cheeks flushed slightly, don't mention it. Mu Shui stood up, removed his bulky jacket, and handed it to Tan Jing. Mr. Tan, please put it on first. Yuan Sheng raised his eyes to glance at them. Tan Jing carefully accepted the jacket and whispered, Brother Yuan, don't look at me. If I don't wear it, when we go outside, I'll be caught and taken straight to the laboratory for surgery. Yuan Sheng lowered his eyes. Tan Jing sighed with relief and quickly put on the coat. It's a bit small, Tan Jing said as he moved his arms around. Yuan Sheng looked at him again. Tan Jing quickly changed his words, it's fine as long as it can cover me, it's fine. Mu Shui licked his lips. In the overlapping space earlier, his whole body had nearly been baked dry. Now he radiated thirst from inside out. Mu Shui struggled to swallow saliva, cleared his throat, and then asked Chen Ziyuan, Teacher, are you okay? This was the first time Mu Shui saw Teacher Chen in such a disheveled state. Chen Ziyuan turned around, his face sullen, I'm still fine. Mu Shui sighed with relief. After letting out this sigh of relief, he couldn't help but sneak another look at Chen Ziyuan. The teacher's appearance was just a little bit funny. Let's go then. Alright. No one disagreed, they followed Mu Shui and walked out of the pet store together. Yuan Sheng's car was still parked outside. He circled around to the driver's side door. Suddenly Mu Shui froze, staring at Yuan Sheng's back for a moment, and then grabbed the hem of Yuan Sheng's shirt. Brother Yuan, you're back. The clothes on Yuan Sheng's back were completely scorched off. There were burn marks left on his spine. At this point, it seemed like he was wearing a backless outfit, pitiful yet funny. Yuan Sheng, He stopped by the car window, using the light to glance back at his current appearance. Yuan Sheng raised his hand and swiftly took off his shirt, exposing his upper body entirely. His muscled torso came into Mu Shui's sight. He said, done. Anyway, when he used to wear a work tank top, it felt like not wearing anything either. Now even if he was fully bare-chested, there wasn't any discomfort. Mu Shui turned to Chen Ziyuan, Teacher, you go ahead. Chen Ziyuan furrowed his brows, since you won't go back with me, I'll stay with you. Mu Shui thought for a moment and decided to speak, Teacher, you can walk alongside us without hesitation. But we can't. We're afraid you'll become Pan En's tracker planted within us. Chen Ziyuan's expression suddenly darkened. Indeed, they've grown up. Now they know how to cut him with words. Biting down on his teeth, Chen Ziyuan tasted a hint of blood. He coldly said, then they can't take you away today either. Mu Shui shook his head, opened the car door, and got in the passenger seat. Jiao Yen threw Kegula into the trunk and climbed in right after Tan Jing. Yuan Sheng didn't even look back, stepping hard on the accelerator. Chen Ziyuan watched as the car drove far away. It was almost exactly the same as last time. With a dark face, Chen Ziyuan turned around and punched a lamppost. The post wobbled a bit, and with a bang it fell to the ground, causing alarms to ring out nearby. Yuan Sheng drove the car quickly away from there. 3 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene and took Chen Ziyuan away for destroying public property. Sitting in the car, Mu Shui took out his phone. He wanted to contact Qi Xinghan. Just now they were downhill where there was signal. But no matter how he pressed the power button, the phone wouldn't turn on. Mu Shui bit his lip, Brother Yuan, is the phone broken? Yuan Sheng glanced back briefly, get a new one. Mu Shui shook his head, continuing to fumble with the phone for a while longer, but it still wouldn't turn on. Sighing, Mu Shui figured it must have been ruined in a high-temperature environment. Not being roasted into jerky themselves was already pretty lucky. Mu Shui put away his phone, raising his head and saying to Yuan Sheng, let's go back to the apartment. Yuan Sheng frowned, not going back to the mountain. Mu Shui shook his head, no. If teacher still has some self-awareness, he won't come looking for me anymore, nor will he force me to go back. Yuan Sheng, okay. Though it was only one word, it was full of regret. Yuan Sheng made a U-turn and drove off towards another direction. Mu Shui wanted to talk to Yuan Sheng more, but suddenly Tan Jing reached over from behind and covered Mu Shui's eyes with both hands. Mu Shui, Tan Jing, don't talk to him right now. What if he crashes into a lamppost or something? Tan Jing gestured toward the place they just passed, pointing at the car window, look, that lamppost just fell. Mu Shui, Tan Jing, don't look at him, don't talk to him. That way, we'll reach our destination safely. Mu Shui suddenly realized. Oh, right. Yuan Sheng's reactions to him were relatively strong. Mu Shui obediently closed his mouth, okay, I won't talk anymore. He silently said to himself. There was only 1 month left before his internship ended. But suddenly, he didn't want to leave. It wasn't just the attraction of an entirely unfamiliar and magnificent world. Ever since Zhao Yun had started paying attention to him, it seemed like there was no way for him to break away. There was also Yuan Gu who had saved him. Shouldn't he wait until they were fully recovered before mentioning leaving? If he left early, the research institute would keep sending new people to take over. According to the information provided by the director and the teacher's reflections on their condition, no amount of healthcare professionals could figure out how to handle them properly. Replacing doctors repeatedly, failing time after time, only added to their defensiveness, disturbed their emotions, and angered them somewhat. It yielded no benefits whatsoever. Therefore, I must stay. Mu Shui tightened his lips. But now he couldn't talk to Yuan Gu. Over here, Yuan Xing stepped harder on the gas pedal. Even though Mu Shui was no longer looking at him or talking to him, Yuan Xing still couldn't stop replaying in his mind the burning sensation he felt when Mu Shui's gaze lingered on his back. Ah, he should have let Mu Shui help him take off the shirt earlier. At the pet store. I think I saw half a bone earlier. Burned down to the bone. No, it must be my mistake. Yeah, I was mistaken. Chapter 79, A Game of Three. From the moment Chi-Chi met Jiao Yan, got trapped in the clown park, saw various clowns with different shapes, escaped from Kajila's mansion, extracted information from Kajila's mouth, and then sneaked to the mountain villa under the nose of their teacher, uncovering the teacher's identity while being caught in overlapping spaces, it all felt like a century-long ordeal. But when Mu Shui turned on the indoor light, under the warm glow, the living room remained as neat as ever. He reached out to touch the shoe cabinet beside the door, there wasn't even a speck of dust. Only then did Mu Shui realize that it had merely been a few short days. A strange thought suddenly popped into Mu Shui's head. Those monsters that live perpetually in fantastical worlds, trapped repeatedly in overlapping spaces, constantly battling themselves, their loved ones, or enemies, do they forget time? When they return to reality, do they suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of despair about life, finding the long journey of life unbearably tiresome? As Mu Shui pondered this, he glanced at Yuan Sheng, Jiao Yan, and Tan Jing. It seemed he increasingly understood why these people were diagnosed with various mental illnesses. Mu Shui's gaze was pure, without a hint of malice. Yuan Xing stood there, letting Mu Shui examine him silently. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, running hundreds of circles within seconds. Mu Shui suddenly shifted his focus, crouched down, and pulled slippers from the shoe cabinet, one for Yuan Sheng, one for Jiao Yan, and one for himself. All right, change shoes and come in. Mu Shui's tone carried a faint note of joy. As Mu Shui turned around, he was faced with Tan Jing, wrapped up snugly in his down jacket. What should Mr. Tan wear? There were no extra shoes left here. Tan Jing quickly stated that he didn't care, I can go barefoot. But, what if his feet smelled bad? Mu Shui did not verbalize this concern. Instead, he quietly rummaged again inside the shoe cabinet, eventually pulling out a pair to hand to Tan Jing. Mr. Tan, you can temporarily use this pair. This pair had originally been prepared for Qi Xinghan, but Qi Xinghan never wore them when he visited. Tan Jing gleefully changed into the slippers as if he'd just acquired some sort of treasure. For many, returning home, turning on the lights, taking off shoes, and swapping work attire for casual clothes is an act steeped in ritual, often eliciting feelings of relaxation and pleasure. Right now, Tan Jing seemed to derive a bit of happiness from it. Once everyone had changed into their slippers, they entered the house. Mu Shui turned toward the kitchen, cleaned the glass cups in the cabinets thoroughly, boiled a kettle of water, let it cool slightly, and poured it into the glasses respectively. Tan Jing approached the kitchen, picked up his own cup. Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan exchanged a glance, neither moved, sitting stiffly as though carved from stone. Mu Shui carried 2 cups of water, following Tan Jing back into the living room. He handed them the drinks, then couldn't help but let out a long yawn. Upon hearing the sound, Yuan Sheng immediately set his cup down. Drinking water wasn't crucial, it was only important who served it. His eyes swiftly captured the traces of fatigue in Mu Shui's face, which had taken on a slightly weary quality. Even so, he still looked good. Yuan Sheng felt an itch in his heart. Still yawning, Mu Shui pointed towards his bedroom. That's my room, I should go to sleep now. There are other rooms here, but they haven't been readied yet with bed sheets or blankets. If you need rest, you'll have to prepare them yourselves. After saying this, Mu Shui turned back to look at Yuan Sheng, blinking several times. I'm going to sleep. Yuan Sheng closed his eyes briefly. All right. With the last remnants of his strength, Mu Shui managed to smile, then sluggishly moved toward the entrance of his room, opened the door, walked in, collapsed onto the bed, and fell asleep. As for the broken phone. The broken phone had already slipped his mind. Without even taking off his sweater, Mu Shui's phone lay still in the pocket of his pants. Yuan Sheng stared at the closed bedroom door for quite a while before sitting back down on the couch. Pulling out his own phone, he made a call, though the recipient remained unknown. Send over a new phone. Sitting on the sofa, Tan Jing stretched out his hands incredulously pressing the soft surface beneath him. This was different from the hard redwood furniture back at the mountain villa. Here, both the sofa and carpet were soft, decorated with numerous plush cushions that came in mismatched, childish, yet adorable hues. Stunned, Tan Jing asked, is this place, Brother Yuan's? Yuan Sheng didn't even look up, it's a place Mu Shui rents. After saying that, Yuan Sheng added suddenly, I also live here. Tan Jing's mouth dropped open in surprise, you don't have a place to stay anymore. Yuan Sheng slightly narrowed his eyes and recalled the basement where he had spent countless years. Not staying there anymore. It wasn't interesting anymore. That place was completely boring now. Jiao Yan, who had been silent like a mascot until then, suddenly spoke up, so do I. Tan Jing turned back, ah. In Jiao Yan's gaze, a sense of numb coldness filled him as he said word by word, I also live here. Tan Jing was astounded, it would have been hard for him to close his mouth even if an egg were stuffed in it. You guys, 3 people. Are you playing together? Tan Jing's voice suddenly changed tone and rose an octave, is it so exciting? Can you include me? Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng, hee. He turned his head and lifted his eyes to look at Tan Jing. As if sensing something, Tan Jing's skeletal frame made a very spiritual creaking sound all on its own. Tan Jing, just kidding, ha. Brother Yuan knows, I'm always joking. Yuan Sheng stared coldly at him. Tan Jing's self-reflection sounded more sincere now, I'm not interested in this kind of thing, really, Brother Yuan. In fact, I'm extremely calm. The moment Tan Jing finished speaking, everyone heard the doorbell ring, ding, once. After that, ding, the person behind the door seemed to start pressing the bell repeatedly and forcefully. Ding 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 ding. Like a school bell ringing. Who is pressing the doorbell? Ugh, it makes me feel itchy all over, and it feels like I have to get up at 6:30 for morning study sessions, Tan Jing shuddered. After Tan Jing spoke, he looked around. Kajila was still unconscious on the floor, Yuan Sheng with a cold face, and Jiao Yan looked as though lost in thought. Tan Jing sighed. Bones as good as mine are hard to find in the world. Tan Jing got up from the sofa, walked over and opened the door, hello, may I help you? Kixinghan outside took a step back. He stared at the number on the doorplate for 3 seconds, confirming he definitely hadn't gone to the wrong place. Then, who is this man? Kixinghan frowned, fixing his eyes on the man before him. The cold and sharp aura around Kixinghan gradually revived. He unconsciously wrinkled his brows, thinking that today's top was too complicated. Once the fight started, it would be inconvenient to take off clothes. And there wasn't Mu Shui holding his clothes either. Looking at the man in front of him who remained silent, Tan Jing was also a little confused, and he hurriedly turned back and asked Yuan Sheng, Brother Yuan, who is this guy? Upon hearing the 2 words, Yuan Gu, Kixinghan's gaze finally passed over Tan Jing and directly landed on Yuan Sheng. Then he slightly turned his head and saw Jiao Yan. There was no mistake, this place hadn't been occupied by any monsters. Kixinghan let out a sigh of relief, but not too obviously. Where's Shui? He directly asked Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng, she's sleeping. Upon hearing this strange dialogue, Tan Jing was stunned again. He couldn't help repeating the same question, Brother Yuan, who is he? Kixinghan cast a bit of attention toward Tan Jing, I'm Kixinghan. Tan Jing exclaimed in surprise, you're that big movie star. Kixinghan ignored him. But Tan Jing curiously asked, why did you come here? Kixinghan hadn't been able to contact Mu Shui. Now, Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan were sitting right next to him, and a man in front of him questioned him. He glanced at Tan Jing and faintly said, I live here, is there anything wrong with that? Once again, Tan Jing was shocked. This time, his mouth opened wide enough to fit a duck egg. You live here too. Tan Jing hadn't dealt with matters of romance for many years. But unexpectedly, society had developed so rapidly. Originally, everyone sleeping under one quilt seemed to have become a completely normal trend. The second. 2 already. Tan Jing immediately shut his mouth tightly, swallowing the phrase, exciting, bring me along, faithfully down his throat. Of course, Kixinghan didn't need Tan Jing to welcome him. He stepped into the house himself. How did Mr. Qi know we're here? Yuan Sheng slightly bowed his back, like a powerful feline preparing to pounce. But his hands were unhurried, aimlessly folding something with a napkin. I had someone keep an eye on this place. Once anyone returns, they immediately inform me, Kixinghan said with the same indifferent tone. Kixinghan quickly took his seat. The 4 big men sat together, clearly divided. Tan Jing sat in the middle, glancing left and right, thinking to himself that Mu Shui appeared to be a frail bookworm yet could manage 3 boyfriends at once. One of them was Yuan Sheng, another was a major celebrity, and yet another. Tan Jing swiftly glanced over Jiao Yan, thinking he probably wasn't anything special, but it was still impressive how they all lived peacefully under one roof. No, wait. Tan Jing's gaze suddenly froze, then he abruptly turned around and looked at Jiao Yan again. So it was him. Amazing, this third one was a former well-known athlete. Kixinghan hadn't been seated for long when the doorbell rang again, this time much more gentle. Tan Jing stood up, dazedly walking over and opening the door, is this the third one? An unexpected person bowed to him, sir, you ordered a new phone. Upon hearing these words, Kixinghan's heart stirred, as if understanding something. A new phone. The old one broke. They sat there until dawn, none willing to give up easily, as though whoever left first would be branded a coward. They continued until Mu Shui woke up. Mu Shui was still wearing yesterday's clothes, crumpled and disheveled. He didn't even wipe the ash left on his face, it remained on his cheeks, nose tip, and snow-white neck, leaving traces behind. Mu Shui awkwardly tugged at his shirt corner, looking at Qixinghan in surprise. Sorry. I haven't been paying attention to you these days. But who wouldn't forgive such adorable behavior? Qixinghan, I'm going to a new film set, and according to regulations. Mu Shui, yeah, I'll go, I will. When is it? Qixinghan answered every question. Also, Kong Yi and Shen Maojia will be joining the crew, Qixinghan finished, glancing at Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui eagerly plunged himself into the situation. I'll definitely come. He needed a Kong Yi encyclopedia. Chapter 80, A Confrontational Daily Life. Mu Shui had just switched to a new phone. Luxurious, it was simply too luxurious. Mu Shui stared at the new phone, feeling remorseful. Just a few months ago, he was still the type of person who would haggle over buying a second-hand phone and feel every organ in his body ache from the pain of spending money. Then Mu Shui handed the phone to Tan Jing beside him. Mr. Tan, didn't you say yesterday that you would help me download some games? Do it now. Then he fixed an expectant gaze on Tan Jing. Tan Jing felt so happy that his bald head wasn't as cool anymore, and there was a deep sense of being needed by the people. Sure, Tan Jing took the phone, I'll do it for you immediately. What kind of game do you like? I'll check first and download a few more for you, I guarantee you'll like them. Yuan Sheng, sitting beside them, said unhappily, I can also download games. Without even thinking, Tan Jing blurted out, you don't know how to, you haven't used a phone for years. Yuan Sheng, you're still using a PHS, personal handyphone system. Tan Jing shook his head, actually, I secretly hid a smartphone at the villa. Last month, I even sneaked Wi-Fi from the neighboring mountain peak and played a round of PUBG. Mu Shui exclaimed in shock, that's so amazing. Even able to steal Wi-Fi from the neighboring mountain. Tan Jing restrained his inner pride, yes, amazing right? Next time you want to steal Wi-Fi, let me help you with it. Yuan Sheng. Qixinghan. Mu Shui thought about it but still shook his head, no thanks, stealing Wi-Fi is still stealing, right? Tan Jing paused for a moment, then immediately changed the subject, agreeing, water. Mu Shui is reasonable. We won't do it again. We cannot break the law, we must follow legal principles closely. Mu Shui, yeah. Yuan Sheng didn't care about that anymore. He grabbed Tan Jing's hand, your bone is broken. Tan Jing, What? He hastily dropped the phone, and then remembered that he had just confronted Yuan Sheng. Tears streamed down Tan Jing's face like two wide streams of noodles, and he quickly seized the opportunity to apologize. Brother Yuan, I'm wrong. Sorry Brother Yuan, don't pinch my bones, they really can't heal once broken. After coming out of the overlapping space this time, my hand bones have shrunk. It's terrible. After saying that, he immediately picked up the phone that had slipped. Brother Yuan, here's your phone. Yuan Sheng frowned deeply, exuding a cold aura between his brows. He took the phone, turned on data traffic, and entered the game center. How hard could downloading a game be? Yuan Sheng downloaded all the games that seemed decent enough. Mu Shui eagerly waited on the side, not caring who did the downloading. But Tan Jing seemed to understand a bit more than Yuan Sheng. Tan Jing could explain what each game was for and why they were fun. Well, never mind, no point arguing. One should have more tolerance toward patience. Mu Shui thought. Qixinghan, sitting in the front responsible for driving. The little bread car carrying them bumped along the way, finally reaching the airport. Guiyong had been waiting for a long time at the airport, holding a big bird cage with birds inside looking rather depressed. Someone noticed what Guiyong was holding and couldn't help laughing. Brother Guo really has a lot of interests, taking birds with him. Guiyong shook his head, they're not mine, they belong to Brother Qi. That person immediately reined in their smile and sincerely praised, Brother Qi is truly unique. Even hobbies are extraordinarily original, raising so many birds. But will these birds be able to board the plane? The air transport has already been arranged, Guiyong said, and didn't bother to talk much with that person anymore. He took out his phone and called Qixinghan again. Ever since Qixinghan left the apartment the other day, leaving the birds in Guiyong's care, he hadn't returned for several days. Qixinghan said they'd meet directly at the airport and set off together to the film crew location. Guiyong had just heard from Qixinghan earlier that he intended to rest, but suddenly he agreed to take on work again. Of course, Guiyong had no further demands from Qixinghan. Even if he went to the film set later, it wouldn't matter. At Qixinghan's level, no one would criticize him for throwing tantrums about stardom. But since it was agreed upon to meet at the airport, why hadn't he arrived yet? Guiyong wasn't afraid of anything else, he was just worried that something might happen to Qixinghan on the road. Lately, Guiyong couldn't tell why, but he felt something strange. Yet, if asked where exactly it was strange, he couldn't explain it clearly. Regardless, everything around him seemed filled with a certain danger, a certain sense of wickedness. Here waiting were not only him but also other celebrities, talent managers, and assistants. Since many were setting off from Jinshui City, they gathered at the same place. Because of Qixinghan's presence, a special area had been designated for their group, with guards and bodyguards surrounding it. None of the celebrities or staff dared to leave first. Everyone wanted to wait here for Qi Xinghan together, in hopes of leaving a good impression on Emperor Qi. Guiyong's phone calls went unanswered for a long time. However, a minivan pulled up outside a door corresponding to this part of the hall. The airport had multiple entrances leading into the main hall, but due to security restrictions at this entrance, no other vehicles or pedestrians were around. Thus, everyone watched the minivan curiously, puzzled. Moments later, the driver's side door of the minibus opened, and Qi Xinghan stepped out. All eyes widened in surprise, mouths agape. What did they see? Qi Xinghan. Qi Xinghan stepping down from a small minibus. This was already strange enough, but what made it worse was that he got out from the driver's seat. He was driving. Who would dare let Qi Xinghan drive? Qi Xinghan moved around to the passenger door of the van. Just as he was about to open it, the door swung open from inside. Yuan Xing jumped down looking stern, gripping his phone. He turned around and reached for Mu Shui. Mu Shui shifted closer toward the edge of the van, ready to step out, when two hands appeared in front of him. Looking up, Mu Shui saw one hand belong to Yuan Sheng and the other to Qi Xinghan. In the last few days, Yuan Sheng had recovered significantly. He could now face people without trembling anymore. But, was it appropriate to take either hand? Mu Shui recalled being hugged before in the overlapping space. Perhaps there was no issue. So, Mu Shui placed both of his hands onto theirs, one onto Yuan Sheng's palm and the other onto Qi Xinghan's palm, using them to support himself as he hopped down. Both men stood steady, their grip firm. Mu Shui's weight caused not a flicker of imbalance. After getting out, Mu Shui immediately turned and extended his hand toward Jiao Yan in the back seat. Jiao Yan, get out quickly. Don't worry. The airport seemed filled with many people. Jiao Yan hadn't been so close to such a crowd in a long time and was an object of key observation and protection, lest he suddenly move like before, frightening others just like when he startled Qi Qi. Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan glanced at each other briefly, their looks unfriendly, or rather, intensely unfriendly, as Jiao Yan poked his head out. Jiao Yan remained oblivious. He wasn't like how they first met, now he was more like a giant pillar. His limbs gradually became flexible enough to bend. Grabbing Mu Shui's hand, he followed him down from the van. At the airport, someone couldn't help but ask quietly, Brother Gua, who is that person with Brother Qi? If that was the case, why should Qi Xinghan even drive? Guiyong paused for a moment then replied, a friend. He had seen Yuan Xing before, he was a friend of Mr. Mu. But what about those two behind? A tall man, almost 2 meters. He looked somewhat familiar, yet somehow made one's heart freeze. Another was completely covered, not revealing his face. Compared with them, one might mistakenly think he was the real star. Guiyong immediately approached, Brother Qi. Oh, by the way, your birds, said Guiyong. Qi Xinghan took the birdcage and showed it to Mu Shui, none of them died. Mu Shui felt somewhat guilty. He'd nearly forgotten about the snow maiden birds. Mu Shui attempted to carry the cage but immediately regretted it. The cage was too heavy, he nearly fell backward under its weight. Yuan Xing stretched out his hand, I'll carry it. Qi Xinghan silently refused, it's unnecessary. Guiyong interjected quickly, taking the cage himself, let's show it to Brother Qi and Mr. Mu for just a moment, then I'll send it off immediately for air transport. Yuan Sheng. Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui didn't sense their awkwardness and blinked, asking, will air transport be okay? Guiyong, it will. Guiyong's assistant arrived at this moment, holding various snacks. Brother Qi, would you like something to eat? Qi Xinghan glanced at Mu Shui, give it to him. In the end, Mu Shui ended up holding 2 bags full of snacks. They contained chips, Pocky, Oreo cookies, chocolate. Guiyong took the birds to prepare for air transport. Meanwhile, the others secretly observed Yuan Sheng, Tan Jing, and Jiao Yan. They had seen Yuan Sheng before briefly. After all, Mu Shui had fallen ill before and was taken to the hospital, which made it onto the news. This person was in the photos that appeared in the news at the time, yet for some unknown reason, the journalists never mentioned him. Thus, they were completely unaware of his identity. But he looked good, better looking than any of them, and probably qualified to be a proper star. And then there was the big guy standing nearby. Someone suddenly spoke up, that guy seems, kind of familiar. Familiar? What do you mean? He looks a bit like an athlete. Is that so? I can't see the resemblance. Mu Shui had sharply overheard their conversation. Mu Shui turned around to glance at Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan was also intently staring at him, looking slightly vacant, seemingly shutting out everything else from the outside world. Yes, he's an athlete. Mu Shui silently thought as he bit his lip. Ah, his face is familiar, but I just can't recall his name. He must have been a very famous athlete back in the day. He really does resemble someone. Is that so? Really, oh yeah. A basketball player. No impression. Mu Shui bit his lip even harder. How could there be no impression? Mu Shui remembered searching for Jiao Yan's information online before. He used to be amazing, admired by many who considered him an honor. If anyone still remembered Jiao Yan, and if Jiao Yan still retained enough awareness, he should feel happy about that, right? Mu Shui fiddled with the eco-friendly bag in his hand and walked over to them, saying, "The athlete's name is Jiao Yan." "Oh yeah, I've heard of him," the person said excitedly. "A few years ago, his name kept popping up, though I didn't really watch many of his games." Mu Shui pursed his lips and smiled faintly. But just as he had given them a smile, Yuan Sheng quickly strode over, grabbed the collar of Mu Shui's shirt, pulled him backward, and dragged him away. "Mu Shui? What happened just now?" Qi Xinghan was also staring intently at Mu Shui. Mu Shui opened his mouth. "What's wrong?" "Qi Xinghan, nothing." Yuan Sheng furrowed his eyebrows. "Don't smile at them." Tan Jing chimed in, "They don't look like good people at all." Mu Shui, ? Chapter 81, The Dean's Student. Mu Shui suddenly became alert and asked in a low voice, "What kind of monster are they?" Tan Jing's expression turned strange. "Monster? Of course not a monster." But Yuan Sheng, on the side, started to tell obvious lies with ease, not even blushing. "They suck out people's brain marrow." "What kind of monster is this? Is it an evolved animal mutation or some sort of human body variation?" Mu Shui turned his head, stared at them for a moment, and said thoughtfully, "Can't tell at all." Qi Xinghan had approached quietly at some point, interjecting calmly, "There is a kind of spider that feeds on human brain marrow." Mu Shui immediately understood. Spider mutation. Mu Shui instantly grabbed Qi Xinghan's and Yuan Sheng's sleeves. "Then let's keep our distance." He wanted to pull Tan Jing along as well but only had 2 hands. So he lifted his foot, trying to nudge Tan Jing with his toes. "Let's go together." Tan Jing silently thought how damn adorable Mu Shui was. And how damn easy it was to fool him. "Let's go." Tan Jing followed suit. Jiao Yan then silently stepped forward from behind, lifting Mu Shui up into his arms effortlessly, his lips moving slightly as he spoke, "This way, no tiring." Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng both swung empty as their hands tried to grab Mu Shui. Who would have thought there'd be someone else waiting in the wings when you least expected? As soon as Mu Shui climbed onto Jiao Yan's shoulders, his figure wobbled slightly. But once Jiao Yan stabilized him, Mu Shui stopped swaying because Jiao Yan was simply too steady. Wasn't he actually just a pillar come to life? But can pillars really come to life? Mu Shui blinked, placing his hands atop Jiao Yan's head for balance. It made him feel safer. However, in the blink of an eye, Mu Shui became the most conspicuous person in the airport. He had been lifted much higher than everyone else, allowing him to easily reach other people's heads. Mu Shui carefully scrutinized the few individuals who had earlier expressed interest in joining the film set again. No luck. He still couldn't tell where they resembled monsters. Maybe I just don't know enough yet. Once I arrive at the film set, I'll ask Kong Yi for guidance. Mu Shui silently nodded in agreement within himself. Soon, the group boarded the plane after checking tickets. Mu Shui was carried to the boarding gate by Jiao Yan, saving quite a bit of energy. Leaning against his seat on the airplane, Mu Shui had a good sleep. When he woke up, the plane had just landed. The crew staff had already come to pick them up. They were arranged for a private shuttle and went out through the VIP channel. "Mr. Qi, the car is waiting outside the hall." The staff member whispered. Speaking of which, they crossed through that door, and on the road outside stood a striking sapphire yellow sports car. The staff hesitated for a moment. "Oh. Where's the crew's car?" Before the words were fully out of his mouth, the sports car door opened, revealing a colorful head shouting, "Shui! Shui!" Mu Shui paused, stunned. "Kong Yi?" Yes, it's me, it's me." Kong Yi jumped out of the car and ran over like lightning. Mu Shui tilted his head slightly and fell silent for several seconds. He felt like he might have broken Kong Yi. His hair wasn't just multicolored, even his clothing choices had gradually incorporated various hues of brightness, sparkling like stars. It was as if Kong Yi had become a walking Christmas tree. Kong Yi noticed Mu Shui's gaze. The young man's eyes were completely focused on him, so attentive, so earnest. His eyes were like a clear spring, like sunlight, and gentle as water. At once, Kong Yi straightened his back even more proudly. Mu Shui clutched Jiao Yan's arm tightly. Jiao Yan held a cage full of snow maiden birds in his hand. Mu Shui leaned closer to the cage and asked, "Do all of you feathered creatures have rather peculiar tastes in aesthetics?" "Snow maiden bird, chirp chirp chirp." The nearby staff member finally recognized Kong Yi as well. Isn't this Brother Kong?" "Ah. Your production car is over there." Kong Yi pointed toward one direction and then suggested, "Shui, get in the car with me." The staff member hadn't interacted with Mu Shui before, assuming he was just an assistant, later realizing he could be someone related to Qi Xinghan like a cousin, and now seeing that he also knew Kong Yi, became utterly confused. Regardless of whether the staff had snapped out of their confusion or not, Kong Yi enthusiastically snatched the snacks out of Mu Shui's hands. "Let's get in the car. Qi Ji's team has a car too, long and luxurious." Mu Shui nodded. It was perfect because he also wanted to talk to Kong Yi about something. Mu Shui obediently followed and got into the car. Yuan Sheng immediately spoke up, I'll go with him. Kang Yi still remembered him. This person was someone you didn't want to mess with. Still, Kang Yi turned his head, smiled bashfully, and said, the sports car only has 2 seats, see ya. After saying that, Kang Yi closed the door and rolled up the window in one smooth motion, then quickly stepped on the gas pedal. Yuan Sheng's expression noticeably dropped at an alarming rate. Tan Jing leaned in and said, Yuan Gu, are you mad? Not waiting for Yuan Sheng to answer, he continued, what are you mad about? That peacock head guy earlier is clearly a 0. And Mu Shui, also a 0. What's the point of 2 zeros, right Yuan Gu? Qi Xinghan, on the other hand, showed no signs of being out of the ordinary. He slightly nodded at the staff member, let's get into the car first. The staff member immediately broke into a bright smile, all right. Yuan Sheng, Tan Jing, and Jiao Yan boarded a strange car at last. It was summoned by Tan Jing after he made a phone call. Once inside the car, Yuan Sheng lowered his voice and asked, what's a 0? Tan Jing turned around and saw Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan both staring at him, one with deep eyes, the other icy and numb. This gave Tan Jing the chills, so he quickly started spewing what he knew. 1, do you know what a 1 is? I don't. Yuan Sheng squinted his eyes. 1 is like you. Or him. Tan Jing pointed at Jiao Yan. What's the difference between 1 and 0? Rarely did Yuan Sheng show any curiosity. Tan Jing could barely hide his surprise. In the past, not just Yuan Sheng but even himself had lost all interest in everything. Inside their minds, life and death weren't even clearly defined anymore. Maybe one day, when they felt the world was completely meaningless, they would snap and die instantly. Tan Jing tried his best to explain concisely, 1 is on top, 0 is on the bottom. Yuan Sheng thought for a moment, let him be on top then. Tan Jing widened his eyes, what? Yuan Sheng simply said, An image of Mu Shui popped into his mind, and a fire flared up in his heart again. Yuan Sheng said indifferently, he's too skinny, he doesn't have the strength to carry me. Carry? No, wait. Tan Jing shook his head, you don't need to carry. You just, lie on him. After saying this, Tan Jing quickly covered his mouth, feeling he might have gone too far. Something like this written into a novel would certainly get censored. He raised a finger, using his half-complete face to wink mischievously at Yuan Sheng, sticking up one finger bone while forming a circle with another. This is 1, this is 0, the significance of separating them is, like this. Yuan Sheng frowned and grabbed his finger bone, what nonsense. Hey, don't squeeze, it'll break. Tan Jing cried out twice, then sighed, you understand nothing, how does Mu Shui even deal with you? Just dealing. Tan Jing exclaimed, aren't you afraid he'll get fed up and run away? Yuan Sheng narrowed his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them, sharp, dangerous, and insane, he won't leave. He has his professional ethics. Professional ethics? Tan Jing was stunned. Didn't look like it. So good looking, so soft, looking like a little angel, yet involved in this business. Yuan Sheng glanced at Jiao Yan, revealing some displeasure, even hinting a bit of murderous intent. He coldly said, as long as I am not fully healed, he will never leave. If he goes, he'll come back. But Yuan Sheng really disliked this fact. This directly caused Mu Shui to treat him, Qi Xinghan, and Jiao Yan without any discrimination. If he developed an interest in monsters, then, in his eyes, Kang Yi, Shen Maojia, or even Tan Jing, were all the same. It took Tan Jing half a beat to figure it out. Is he a doctor? Yuan Sheng, didn't I tell you? Tan Jing, no. Didn't tell me early enough. Over here, in the sapphire yellow sports car. Mu Shui recounted his experiences from this period of time to Kang Yi, leaving out the part about the teacher. Even though, the teacher's current image in his heart had drastically changed from the past, and he even had ties to Pan, Mu Shui still didn't want to mention his bad side in front of others. Kang Yi interrupted in shock, Jiao Yan. He turned into a monster. Mu Shui nodded and frowned, saying, not exactly a monster. There was a hole in his head, seemed to be caused by trepanation. He suffers from dissociative amnesia and cannot clearly distinguish his own identity. This, no mental hospital would dare to use it, right? Kang Yi paused here, no, not quite. Have you heard of Su Yonghui? Oh. I know because I received treatment there for some time. He has a female student, whose name I can't quite recall. All the patients under this female student's care were treated with trepanation 9 times out of 10. The director of Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute is named Su Yonghui. And who is the female student? Mu Shui felt he could return to the hospital now and ask the director if his internship could be made permanent, and if he could continue monitoring Yuan Sheng and the other two. Kang Yi paused again at this point, was Jiao Yan in the crowd just now? Aha. Didn't see him. Mu Shui reviewed the photos he had searched for before of Jiao Yan, then compared them with Jiao Yan after he changed his name to Jiao Yan. They were completely like two different people. When someone's spirit is utterly destroyed, they naturally undergo a tremendous change. Mu Shui collected his thoughts and asked, is Shen Maojia there too? Don't know how he managed to get into the group. Said he wanted to come act in a play. He also wanted to pick you up, but his car is so ugly, black, so ugly. Water prefers colorful cars, right? Kang Yi turned around and looked at him eagerly. Mu Shui thought about it. Yes. Better not let Kang Yi be disappointed and roll into the river. They were on the bridge. Chapter 82, The Second Jiao Yan. Qi Xinghan's upcoming project is a historical epic, large in scale, with a long series of episodes and a large number of actors chosen. As a result, the entire production crew is also quite substantial. Mu Shui felt stunned as he stepped into the film city. He clung to Kang Ye's sports car window, his eyes fixed on the various sets built outside. Kang Yi was driving a sports car, which ran faster than the vehicles of the crew. When his car stopped, few people gathered around. Only when Mu Shui opened the car door did he notice someone standing beside a pillar, staring at him steadily, seemingly having focused on their car for a long time. It was a young boy. His brows held a hint of defiance. Mu Shui blinked, Shen Maojia. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached the other person's ears perfectly. Shen Maojia's body suddenly trembled, then sharply turned his face away. At the moment he turned his head, Mu Shui saw that his face had darkened. But upon looking again now, his neck was red. This person was truly strange. No, this dog was truly strange. Shui, let's go inside first and wait for Brother Qi and the others. My assistant will come soon to take my car away. Kang Yi immediately stiffened upon seeing Shen Maojia and quickly grabbed Mu Shui's arm. Mu Shui sighed. Kang Yi caught sight of his action and quickly showed a dejected expression. Did I smell bad again? Mu Shui shook his head repeatedly. Not that bad. Kang Ye's eyes lit up. Really? After saying this, without waiting for Mu Shui's response, he started muttering to himself, I guess carrying a bottle of mouthwash in my pocket is still useful. I used orange flavor today. I'll change it to cherry blossom flavor tomorrow. Do you like cherry blossom flavor? Actually, it still smelled just as bad. No matter the orange or cherry blossom flavors, Mu Shui hadn't smelled anything. But after comparing, plus Kang Ye's face looked 100 times better than the white plump fish in the overlapped space. I was in the overlapped space. Mu Shui began a sentence. Kang Yi responded with, indicating he was listening attentively. I met an enormous creature that moved by wriggling its fins, round and white and fat. Oh, I named it white plump fish. It had slippery mucus all over its body. Kang Yi nodded, I know. This had already been mentioned by Mu Shui in the car. Mu Shui seriously stated, it stinks horribly. There's also a monkey and a bat, they stink too. Kang Ye's expression froze momentarily, then shattered bit by bit. It turned out he didn't become more fragrant. It was because Mu Shui smelled something worse. Mu Shui said, they are slightly worse than you. Kang Ye's expression broke down even more thoroughly. Oh, he was still the smelliest one. Mu Shui then seriously added, but you are far more handsome than them. So, it doesn't seem that bad. Kang Yi brightened up in a second. Looks like he was indeed colorful. As Mu Shui and Kang Yi were talking, they walked away. Shen Maojia's feet seemed to have rooted deeply into the ground. He gazed at Mu Shui's retreating figure, clenching his hands tightly. I'm going to kill you. Shen Maojia muttered through clenched teeth, with a dark face. However, these words were not directed at Mu Shui's back. Shen Maojia's lips moved again, repeating the same sound, but in an entirely different tone, both joyful and sad. He doesn't even look at me. Why don't you chase after him? You can't kill me. I'm not like I used to be now. I am as powerful as you. Shen Maojia, frowning, raised his hand and forcefully slapped his own head. At this moment, a staff member happened to pass by and was shocked upon seeing his actions. Wasn't this guy sick? Shen Maojia glared around icily, driving off those who were examining him with odd gazes, then slowly moved his feet and went after the direction Mu Shui left, walking with awkward and uncoordinated movements. It was as if some mysterious force was battling within him. Kang Yi directly led Mu Shui to the dressing room. Today, everyone is still preparing, like checking equipment, debugging, and assigning tasks. We have to wait for Qi Ji's arrival, hold the ceremony, and then start shooting. The makeup room is temporarily not in use, so we can rest here. Do you want water? I'll have my assistant pour some for you. Do you feel like having snacks? Oh, I forgot, I left the snacks in the car. I'll send someone to fetch them. Kang Yi covered her mouth and chattered incessantly beside Mu Shui. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Kang Yi seemed especially to miss him. Mu Shui nodded slightly without rejecting Kang Ye's kindness. Pushing the door open, their steps halted at the entrance of the makeup room. The reason was simple, there were several people already sitting inside, their faces grim as if covered by a layer of misfortune. Director Wang, Brother Zhang, why are you here? Kang Yi was taken aback. The man called Director Wang unhappily said, didn't I say no one should come over temporarily? A staff member hurriedly approached from outside the door, sorry. I just left for a moment, but Qi Gu is about to arrive. Director Wang's expression softened instantly, Qi Gu has arrived. The staff member replied, almost. Director Wang stood up immediately, saying to Brother Zhang, we'll put this matter on hold for now, and discuss it later. Let's go welcome him first. Brother Zhang agreed with a nod, and the others also stood up, walking out one after another. Kang Yi and Mu Shui, however, were ignored. Kang Yi glanced at their retreating figures and whispered, covering her mouth, something seems to have happened. Mu Shui was startled. Wouldn't they be that unlucky? As soon as he arrived, something went wrong. Mu Shui's eyes drooped slightly. But Kang Yi didn't care about any of this, whatever happened to anyone else had nothing to do with her. Filmmaking wasn't even that important to her. She pulled Mu Shui into the room, let's sit down first, don't bother with anything else. Courtship was most important. Birds without mates were so pitiful. Being a single bird didn't sound as good as being a single dog. They didn't sit there for long. Not long after, Qi Xinghan and a few others arrived, together with Director Wang and his group. Kang Ye's assistant squeezed through behind them, carrying the snacks Mu Shui had previously brought into the car. The assistant struggled through the crowd and handed the snacks to Mu Shui. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng also walked up to him. With so many people present, Tang Jing's strange outfit didn't attract much attention. Without waiting for Qi Xinghan to introduce them, Guiyong did so first for Director Wang. This is Mr. Mu. Director Wang was momentarily surprised before suddenly remembering the previous set where Qi Xinghan worked. Rumors had spread that Qi Xinghan had gained a relative, looking like a teenager but with a high seniority. Even the director of that set addressed the person as uncle. Director Wang wasn't the type to sycophantically flatter people, but right now, his greeting was still friendly and polite. Hello, Mr. Mu. Mu Shui also responded with a hello. After exchanging greetings, everyone realized that this Mr. Mu was definitely not an ordinary individual. Following this, the crew held the ceremony, after which Mu Shui, Yuan Sheng, and others stayed back in the makeup room to rest. At this point, a female star rushed in hurriedly. Her face was pale and dull, supported by 3 assistants behind her to prevent her from falling down. Not long after, Qi Xinghan and others returned as well, though fewer crew members surrounded them this time. Brother Zhang scowled the moment he entered the room, pointing at a person who looked like a manager and shouted, "What's going on with your Wen Xiaoyan? Making trouble right when filming starts. Can you afford the consequences? If you're sick, you should have gone to the hospital earlier. How dare you sign contracts? Will you compensate for all the losses?" The female star's complexion grew even grayer, her lips quivering as she muttered 3 words, "I'm sorry." Is apologizing now useful? Which production team causes trouble during the opening day? Regardless of what you have, couldn't you have held out through the opening ceremony? Brother Zhang rebuked loudly. At this moment, no one spoke up. Mu Shui looked closely at the female star, finding her appearance somewhat pitiful. Beside Mu Shui, Kang Yi quietly explained, the purpose of holding an opening ceremony is to ensure smooth sailing. After completing the shoot, viewership rates will skyrocket. If something goes wrong at the opening ceremony, it's considered very inauspicious. Mu Shui nodded lightly. Just then, Director Wang entered the room, biting on a cigarette with a displeased look on his face, but he still interrupted Brother Zhang, "That's enough. Things have already happened, yelling won't help." Director Wang turned to look at Wen Xiaoyan, "Leave the group. Since filming has just started, leaving now would allow everyone to minimize losses as much as possible." Wen Xiaoyan sat down against the chair, her body continuing to slide down slowly. She hugged her shoulders with both hands, her lips trembling faintly, "I'm sorry. But I really saw it. Really." "Enough, don't say any more," Brother Zhang interrupted her, "Go and finish the follow-up procedures right away and leave today. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Your company too, such a big organization, and yet when one of your artists develops psychological issues, you don't take them for help." Wen Xiaoyan shook her head. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, tears streamed down her face as she quietly defended herself, "No, I don't have mental illness. I really saw it. That person, they suddenly appeared behind me. Always like this, coming and going without warning, like a ghost." Psychological illness? Upon hearing this keyword, Mu Shui couldn't help but take a few extra looks at her. She appeared in poor condition, as though within an extremely short time, she had rapidly lost her vitality, becoming sensitive and fearful. To say that she had a mental illness would be incorrect, it was just extreme emotional fluctuations over a short period of time. It wasn't anywhere close to being classified as an actual disease. But as Wen Xiaoyan narrated further, she gradually began to lose control. Her eyes filled with tears, revealing a trace of blankness. "Even if I leave, it won't solve anything. It will follow me, and others as well. When I was having breakfast in the hotel restaurant, at first, when I looked up, it was clearly standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Just like that, a dark shadow, tall and looming. But the people around me seemed not to see it. I thought I was seeing things. So I lowered my head, drank some milk, and then looked up again, only to find it standing less than a meter away from me." Mu Shui found this strange upon hearing her account. This description sounded somewhat like Jiao Yan. He immediately turned his head to look at Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan was still standing there, towering, with vacant and cold eyes, showing no expression. Of course, he couldn't possibly be tailing anyone around hotels or restaurants. So, could this be another Jiao Yan? Just now it came again. When Xiaoyan completely slid down onto the floor with a loud thud, knocking the chair over as well. She said, when I looked at the lens, it was standing behind the cameraman. Finally, I got a clear look at it. It was a person, staring at me with a sinister gaze, also looking at everyone behind the camera, each and every one of us. When the shutter clicked, I closed my eyes and then opened them again. When Xiaoyan raised her head and stared at Brother Zhang, it's standing right next to you. Chapter 83, Caught in a Blaze. Superstitious talk normally isn't frightening, but when it becomes tied to a specific individual, it suddenly feels much more intimidating. Zhang Ji's complexion turned pale and beads of cold sweat popped out on his forehead almost immediately. Instinctively, he jumped away from where he had been standing. Once he completed this action, he realized how neurotic he was being, actually believing Wen Xiaoyan's words was embarrassing. Zhang Ge stepped straight up to Wen Xiaoyan and without hesitation reached for her collar. But someone was faster. Isn't the ground cool? Aren't you getting up? Mu Shui extended his hand towards Wen Xiaoyan. Zhang Ji's actions were forced to stop. He looked at the youth before him, remembering that he was part of Qi Xinghan's family, so he reined in some of his anger. However, his face still remained deathly pale. Zhang Ge cursed, "You're insane." Then he turned his head towards Wen Xiaoyan's agent, saying, "Take her to the hospital quickly." Director Wang seemed much calmer. He sighed helplessly and stepped forward to say, "All right, let's take her back to the hotel for rest first. She'll get a day off and meanwhile I'll start looking for alternative actors. If she can't return to normal by the day after tomorrow, it's impossible for the production team to burn a ton of money and time because of one person." The agent's lips were pressed tightly together, ashen-faced and unable to utter a word. At this moment, when Xiaoyan's vacant gaze flickered slightly, she raised her hand to hold on to Mu Shui and with great difficulty stood up, her voice hoarse, "I'm not lying." Mu Shui turned his back to everyone else and gently nodded at Wen Xiaoyan, whispering softly, "Yes, I know." When Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with tears, her gaze entirely locked onto Mu Shui's face, and just like bewitched, Wen Xiaoyan couldn't take her eyes off Mu Shui no matter what. After helping her up, Mu Shui promptly withdrew his hand. The assistant and agent soon approached again, stabilizing Wen Xiaoyan, supporting her as they started walking out. Wen Xiaoyan, however, turned her head and fixedly stared at Mu Shui. Mu Shui, feeling slightly uncomfortable under her stare, slowly blinked and finally asked, "Why are you looking at me? Is there a shadow now standing beside me?" Wen Xiaoyan was taken outside and did not speak again. Zhang Ge interjected right away, "Mr. Mu, don't believe her." Zhang Ge frowned deeply, "This woman must be crazy." Mu Shui shook his head but didn't say much. If it weren't for personally witnessing all these incidents, he wouldn't easily trust others either. Once such information is accepted, decades worth of built-up worldview collapses. Yuan Xing flicked his eyelids. Mu Shui walked over to him and quietly asked, "Big brother Yuan, is there anything strange around me?" Yuan Xing shook his head while also furrowing his brows. It was precisely because there was nothing present that made the woman staring blankly at Mu Shui even more annoying earlier. "I apologize for making you all laugh." Director Wang apologized once again specifically, then looked towards Qi Xinghan. "Xinghan, what do you think? Proceed as planned." Qi Xinghan nodded slightly. Director Wang smiled, "Good, good." Immediately afterward, he called over his assistant, leading Mu Shui and the others to another place for rest, leaving Qi Xinghan behind for makeup. Qi Xinghan quickly finished taking his set pictures and filmed the first scene of the opening day. Afterward, everyone returned to the hotel to rest. "Did you hear? Big brother Qi generously booked the entire top floor of the hotel. Isn't it for that Mr. Mu and his companions to stay? It's quite unusual, we've never seen Big brother Qi bring so many people along during filming, and each and every one of them looks more like a star than the stars in our crew." Some staff members chatted privately about it. Seated Wen Xiaoyan suddenly turned her eyes listlessly and gazed toward the elevator's direction, watching as Mu Shui and his group entered the lift and ascended. On that very day, Mu Shui seized the opportunity to give Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing a retest. After confirming their conditions had somewhat improved, Mu Shui happily checked into a single room. Finally, he didn't have to always accompany them. Soon it was the third day, and when Xiaoyan returned to normal. Given her base state, foundation and blush easily covered up any trace of exhaustion. After the production restarted, when Xiaoyan no longer shouted or fainted. Everything appeared to be returning to normal. Zhang Ge was not exactly a nitpicking person either, seeing when Xiaoyan returned to normal, he didn't say anything further. Mu Shui sat under the sunshade and chatted with Kang Yi about the organization, Pan. Yuan Sheng, Tan Jing, Jiao Yan, including Qi Xinghan, they knew very little about such monster organizations, so couldn't join the conversation and could only listen from the side. Sometimes Qi Xinghan had to glance at the script because once filming started, he'd be called away instantly. Only Kang Yi felt comfortable in front of Mu Shui. Pan was formed earlier than Kappa. Kang Yi remembered the power of the name Kaptopas, so he only mentioned the abbreviation. Mu Shui looked slightly surprised, earlier than it. Kang Yi nodded. According to the information I have, Pan's internal division of labor is very clear. They are not like Kappa, which simply and brutally categorizes members based on their ability levels. Pan has ordinary people as well as those like me and Brother Chi. These people are classified according to different jobs. There are specific groups responsible for maintaining the organization's security and executing tasks, others focus on research, and it seems there are also supervisory personnel monitoring these creatures. So, Pan had relatively well-established internal structures. Mu Shui clicked his tongue. What about teacher? A dedicated task executor? The researchers, what do they study? The formation principles? Mu Shui asked curiously. Kang Yi shook his head, not entirely sure. It should be this. I just had contact before and gathered bits and pieces from others' mouths, then combined them with Kaptopa's internal documents. Mu Shui nodded and didn't forget to give Kang Yi a sincere smile. Thank you. Kang Ye's head got dizzy from the smile. The first time he met Mu Shui, he felt there was an indescribable attraction about him, especially when he smiled. His lively eyes and the dimples on his cheeks were like whirlpools that drew people in. But now, small whirlpools seemed to become big ones. Mu Shui's attraction towards him had grown stronger. Kang Ye's breath hitched, preparing to say something when suddenly, one of the high-hanging lanterns fell down. Although the lantern wasn't heavy, it was quite large, filled with lit candles. If it hit someone, it would immediately catch fire. Everyone barely heard a whoosh sound. That was the lantern slicing through the air. Then came a boom. The lantern's flame shot out, igniting Wen Xiaoyan's hair. Hair being highly flammable, the fire quickly spread to her scalp and costume. The entire lantern burst into flames. People around were startled by this change, screaming and retreating backward. As the burning center point, Wen Xiaoyan did not emit a single cry. This made the scene appear all the more bizarre. Mu Shui abruptly stood up. Where are the birds? What birds? Kang Yi stammered. Snow maidens. He needed snow maidens. Just as this thought popped up in Mu Shui's mind, faint wing fluttering sounds began echoing in the air. Mu Shui looked up and saw the snow maidens fly out one after another. However, chaos erupted throughout the crew. In a rush, they searched for buckets and firefighting equipment, and hastily dialed the fire department. When Xiaoyan's agent and assistant were terrified, crying aloud and unable to offer any assistance except tears. No matter how they shouted, Xiaoyan, or Sister Wen, when Xiaoyan still remained frozen, not even blinking as if she didn't recognize the fact that she was currently being consumed by the flames. Mu Shui bit his lips. It was easy to turn the snow maidens from humans to birds. But how to turn them back to humans? The last time he hypnotized them, the timing was perfect. This time, however, it wasn't suitable. He also couldn't directly tell them, you can release ice and snow by turning into humans. If snow maidens maintained bird forms, they could rely on instincts to lower the temperature, which would have been better. The fleeting thought crossed Mu Shui's mind. Yet Mu Shui suddenly felt a wave of refreshing coolness rushing over him. Snowflakes suddenly fell down like someone holding a basket of cotton releasing it all at once from above. Almost instantly, Wen Xiaoyan was completely wrapped in ice and snow, isolating flames from oxygen, which soon went out. Wen Xiaoyan's wig was completely burned, and much of her real hair singed as well. Her face turned gray and black, and blisters rose on her ears. Her costume was shredded to shreds. From the time the lantern fell until the snow maidens took effect. All of this happened within half a minute, so Wen Xiaoyan hadn't actually sustained any injuries. So cold. The crew dropped their fire extinguishers. They could feel their hands almost sticking to the exteriors of the extinguishers. Those carrying buckets also quickly threw them aside. Why is it suddenly so cold? What just happened? Sudden fire, sudden drop in temperature. It's too weird. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. Only now did Wen Xiaoyan's agent and assistant rush over to her. They didn't dare touch her directly, fearing that her skin underneath might have been burned and stuck together with her clothes. They could only look at her helplessly, their faces filled with worry and tears streaming down their cheeks. Mu Shui shivered. It's freezing. He had barely finished speaking when he sneezed again, muttering, "Oh, I'm going to catch a cold." The snow maidens chirped, "Jijijiji," and alighted all over his shoulders and head. Those who couldn't find room hovered above him, circling continuously. Mu Shui sneezed again. "Oh, don't stay close to me. I'll freeze." Yuan Sheng, who had remained completely unmoved during Wen Xiaoyan being engulfed by flames, suddenly reached out, grabbed one of the snow maidens, and applied slight pressure with his fingers as if he was about to crush it instantly. Mu Shui's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly called out, "Big brother Yuan." Yuan Sheng paused for a moment and then said coldly, "If they can't control their forms or abilities, then let's just crush them and be done with it." There was no attempt to hide the cruelty in his words. Mu Shui froze, then abruptly remembered, yes, Yuan Sheng was the person everyone at the institute found both headachesome and fearsome. How could he possibly possess high moral consciousness? The snow maiden bird fluttered its wings twice in his palm before ceasing movement entirely. The other snow maidens chirped softly, "Gee." Mu Shui felt his hair quiver. He strained his gaze upwards. All he could see was the remaining white, plump body of the bird dangling there, trembling slightly. Were they afraid? Mu Shui gradually stopped feeling the cold as the temperature began to slowly rise and warm up. The rest of the crew rubbed their arms and rushed toward Wen Xiaoyan. Not knowing whether the snow maidens understood him or not, Mu Shui spoke, "Go back to your cage for now. We'll meet again later." The snow maidens released his hair and clothes, took flight into the air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mu Shui didn't rush over but instead turned his attention to where Wen Xiaoyan had been staring earlier. As he looked, he really saw it. A tall dark shadow standing amidst the chaos of the staff. One hand gripped the exterior shell of the crew's standby crane, tilting it slightly, though no one noticed this detail. The shadow belonged to a man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. For Wen Xiaoyan, he was towering. But to Mu Shui, he wasn't particularly frightening. Mu Shui took 2 steps forward, intending to see more clearly. The facial contours of the shadow were revealed under his line of sight. Regular features, a striking brow. Identical to Jiao Yan. Yet this face radiated even crueler hues. His lips seemed to curve in amusement, like someone watching a riveting movie. Without hesitation, Mu Shui shouted, "Jiao Yan. Go after him." He moved silently, and so did Jiao Yan. Who feared whom? At the same time Mu Shui spoke, the dark figure also noticed him. The shadow tightly locked eyes on him, shooting out astonishing brilliance from his eyes, his lips opening and closing. Mu Shui faintly judged based on his mouth movements that he was saying, "The third one." The third what? Chapter 84, Choosing the Right Person. Mu Shui hurriedly ran over. Jiao Yan and that shadow had already completely disappeared. Tan Jing steadied the crane with one hand, seemingly effortlessly. But silently, he pushed the tilting crane back into place. Mu Shui's heart instantly calmed down. Mu Shui quickly reacted, turning immediately to look at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang was already shocked stiff, mouth slightly open, face pale white, drenched in cold sweat. Could it be calculated this way? Wen Xiaoyan was the first, Brother Zhang the second, and he the third. Was there any connection between them? Or was it just because that shadow found it amusing, thus targeting them one by one as his prey? Mu Shui looked up in the direction Jiao Yan had left. No problem, once Jiao Yan catches him, the result will be known. Mu Shui turned and found Kang Yi. "Can you ask Mr. Zhang to come over?" Kang Yi nodded and immediately went to do so. As soon as Kang Yi left, Yuan Xing spoke up, "Let me go instead." "Why let that bird go?" Yuan Xing glanced at Kang Ye's back. Kang Yi suddenly felt a chill creep up from behind, causing him to sneeze uncontrollably. Mu Shui almost blurted out, "Because you look scarier," but he swallowed the words at the last moment. Mu Shui carefully rephrased it, smiling faintly, "Because it's such a trivial matter." Tan Jing gruffly said, "Hey, even for small things, Yuan Gu is willing to help." Yuan Xing turned and gave him a sidelong glance. Tan Jing immediately fell silent. Qi Xinghan was still wearing his costume. He dragged the wide fabric of his sleeves and walked back to Mu Shui, whispering softly, "There's something off." Mu Shui's attention was immediately drawn. He blinked curiously at Qi Xinghan. "I'll take a look," said Qi Xinghan. Meaning he wanted to catch up with Jiao Yan to see what was happening. Mu Shui shook his head and pulled up Qi Xinghan's long and wide sleeve. "You can't go, you're too noticeable." Tan Jing couldn't resist chiming in, "Send Yuan Gu." Mu Shui turned around and stared intently at Yuan Xing. Now Yuan Xing wasn't feeling so thrilled. If he left, Qi Xinghan would indeed remain beside Mu Shui. "Yuan Gu." Mu Shui called out again. "Yuan Xing, I'll go." After speaking, Yuan Xing no longer paused but immediately chased after Jiao Yan's direction. Mu Shui pressed his lips lightly. It seems like Jiao Yan should be stronger than him. What could possibly go wrong? Qi Xinghan replied calmly, "One is fully aware, the other has lost his senses." "That's the difference." Mu Shui nodded, "That makes sense. Jiao Yan appears too simple-minded. And that shadow, it feels evil. His gaze made me feel quite uncomfortable." "Qi Xinghan, he looked at you." "Aha," Mu Shui responded but quickly realized, "But that's not the main point." Just as these words were spoken, Kang Yi arrived with Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang seemed distracted, yet he managed to smile. "What does Mr. Mu and Brother Qi need?" Mu Shui asked straightforwardly, "Did you see the black shadow when Xiaoyan mentioned?" Brother Zhang swallowed hard. No, I didn't." "Really not?" Mu Shui paused and then continued, "Then have you seen a nearly 6.5 foot tall man, large and towering, who told you something very peculiar?" He said, "The second." Brother Zhang's complexion changed drastically. "Yes. Yes." His tone rose sharply. "Yes. There really was such a person. That person was wearing a black shirt and black pants. It only occurred to me how strange he was when you mentioned it. I thought he was part of the production crew. He also didn't behave in the same ghostly manner when Xiaoyan described." "What is this person, a ghost? Is he a ghost?" Mu Shui shook his head, "Not a ghost." Brother Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, but soon became tense again. then is he a psycho murderer? Was Wen Xiaoyan being set on fire related to him? Mu Shui shook his head and nodded, not a killer, but Wen Xiaoyan's burning definitely has some connection to this. So we should report. Brother Zhang started to say, then negated himself, no, we cannot report. If we report, the production team would have to stop working forcibly. The daily loss would be in the millions. The production team can't afford such losses. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui felt flustered. Whenever he shows up, something monstrous always follows. If this were to cause the production team to lose hundreds of millions or even billions, selling him wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. Mu Shui bit his lips and pointed in the direction of Tan Jing, saying, actually, my friend here is very capable. When it comes to these strange events, he's able to deal with them. Only now did Brother Zhang notice Tan Jing standing nearby, completely covered up and looking more like a deranged killer than that black shadow ever was. Brother Zhang gave an uneasy smile, unsure if he should believe, really? Tan Jing noticed his disbelief, gritting his teeth and responding with a chilling tone, yes. Brother Zhang still couldn't fully believe it, but because of Mu Shui's relationship with Qi Xinghan, he didn't want to embarrass Mu Shui. Mu Shui didn't elaborate further, instead pulling Kang Yi over, quietly covering her nose and asking, do you know what that black shadow is? Kang Yi helplessly shook his head. He also wanted to assist Mu Shui. At that moment, Mu Shui caught sight of a figure dressed in blue ancient costume, wearing a wig that was slightly askew, as if something had pushed it out of place. The figure kept loitering around, occasionally glancing at Mu Shui. Mu Shui called out the name, Shen Maojiao. The figure froze instantly, trying to leave but couldn't move his legs, as if immobilized by some spell. His upper body leaned forward, making the gesture of walking away, while his lower body remained firmly planted there. Mu Shui had to call again, Shen Maoji. Instantly, Shen Maoji turned toward Mu Shui, striding quickly until he was face to face with Mu Shui. Shen Maoji's face flushed red, whether from anger or embarrassment. He glared intensely at Mu Shui, muttering two indistinct syllables, Wang. After completing the second syllable, Shen Maojia quickly clamped his hand over his mouth. His gaze grew angrier, and he touched his lips as if wishing to tear his own mouth apart. Mu Shui lifted his finger and pointed at his hairpin on the wig, your wig is tilted, it's about to fall off. Shen Maojia tried to adjust it with his hand but first instinctively bent down to Mu Shui, lowering his head and practically handing his head over to Mu Shui. Mu Shui paused. Is this asking me to touch it? Thinking they would talk afterward, Mu Shui decided to touch it as a reward. Thus, he extended his finger and pressed against the wig. Through it, he could faintly feel the pointed ears standing upright. This must have been what tilted the wig. Mu Shui gently poked one of the pointed ears, and immediately the ear trembled excitedly. This made Shen Maojia turn red from head to toe. Don't touch, Shen Maojia gritted his teeth. Mu Shui withdrew his hand, oh. Shen Maojia ground his teeth even harder, touch, once more. Mu Shui, ? Shen Maojia sat down right in front of Mu Shui. His wig was completely tilted, revealing two pairs of ears underneath. Stunned, Brother Zhang could only gasp in shock and horror with the sounds, huh. They were in a corner of the set where everyone was currently preoccupied with Wen Xiaoyan's injuries, so not many people noticed their side yet. Even if noticed, due to distance, they couldn't clearly see the pair of ears on Shen Maojia's head. Brother Zhang felt his worldview crumble and reshape itself. He almost wished he could simply shut his eyes, kick his legs, and avoid knowing all this. Mu Shui stopped touching Shen Maojia's head, leaving Shen Maojia hanging, showing clear signs of sadness. Unaware of why he seemed unhappy, Mu Shui thought to ask before pursuing further questioning. Therefore, Mu Shui directly asked Shen Maojia if he had seen that black shadow. As a creature himself, Shen Maojia was certainly much sharper than ordinary humans. Indeed, Shen Maojia replied. He suddenly looked up with half of his expression aloof and cold, the other half shy and fervent. He's scouting for candidates. Candidates for what? Mu Shui was puzzled. Research. Shen Maojia only managed to mutter two words before stopping again. The expressions on his face changed once more. Suddenly, Kang Yi struck the table loudly, that's what Pan is researching. But why is he selecting these people for research? Upon hearing this, Mu Shui remembered how similar that shadow was to Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan underwent the trephination technique, a procedure that was exclusively performed by Jinshui City Special Pathological Research Institute. Mu Shui also recalled that his teacher knew the director of the institute. So, does the research institute belong to Pan? Is it just a branch of Pan? Then what kind of existence is the internship research institute he went to? Mu Shui wrinkled his nose. He glanced unhappily in the direction Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan had left, but no one returned. This wait stretched on for over 2 hours. Brother Zhang wandered off absent-mindedly, and when Xiaoyan was taken to the hospital for a simple treatment. Qi Xinghan and Kang Yi had to continue filming. Now in front of Mu Shui were only Tan Jing and Shen Maojia. As soon as Brother Zhang left, Shen Maojia took the chair Brother Zhang had been sitting in. But rather than sitting, Shen Maojia was practically squatting on it, with his head tilting down close to Mu Shui's hand, exuding an irresistible urge to be petted. However, Mu Shui had no interest in stroking a dog's head. Because Yuan Sheng and Jiao Yan still hadn't come back. It didn't make sense. Both Yuan and Jiao Yan are capable, together they surely should have been enough to contain that black shadow, right? Tan Jing leaned close to Mu Shui's ear and whispered softly, Shui, don't worry. I'll go take a look. With Yuan Sheng not around, Tan Jing felt much more at ease calling Mu Shui. All that remained in the production team were Qi Xinghan, Kong Yi, and the Snow Lady Bird. Sending Tan Jing wouldn't cause too many problems. After deliberating, Mu Shui nodded. Tan Jing quietly slipped away from the set. Time passed swiftly again, another 2 hours flew by. And still, Tan Jing didn't return. Chapter 85, A Thorny Monster. At this point, the filming of the production had come to an end, and the director enthusiastically invited Qi Xinghan to join them for dinner. However, after his makeup was removed, Qi Xinghan walked straight over to Mu Shui's side. The director and a few others could only follow and extend the invitation to Mu Shui as well. Mu Shui turned around and scanned through them, asking, "Where's Brother Zhang?" "He was still here just now," Director Wang said. Although there was a minor accident involving Wen Xiaoyan today, Qi Xinghan's shooting efficiency was really high, and Kong Yi and others performed quite well too. The director had no issues with the filming and thus was in good spirits, not treating the unexpected incident as something major. Now, when they started talking, their tone was nonchalant. Kong Yi quickly came over as well. He immediately noticed something was off and asked Mu Shui, "Where are Mr. Yuan and Mr. Tan? What about that tall guy? Haven't they returned yet?" Mu Shui shook his head. It was the first time Kong Yi saw Mu Shui with a cold expression. His soft facial features were tense, not evoking fear but rather a sense of pity, making one want to place everything he desires right before him. Only then did Qi Xinghan speak. "Did they disappear after following someone?" Mu Shui nodded. He pursed his lips, saying, "But that person didn't seem very skilled." Director Wang and others didn't understand what they were talking about but felt it inappropriate to interject. They stood aside, waiting for them to finish. At this moment, Qi Xinghan spoke again, "Then I'll go." Mu Shui immediately grabbed his wrist, saying, "Don't go." He lifted his face, looking at Qi Xinghan, his brows slightly furrowed as he softly said, "Brother Qi shouldn't go. We don't know exactly what's going on. If you go now, the only result will be another loss, without any benefit." Qi Xinghan lowered his gaze, lightly gripped Mu Shui's fingers, and then released his hand, replying, "All right." Mu Shui got up from the chair, his stomach letting out a gurgling sound. He asked Director Wang, "Is there any night shooting tonight?" Director Wang was more than happy to answer him, immediately smiling and saying, "No." Mu Shui, "That's good. Can I stay here?" Director Wang was surprised, "Stay here?" Mu Shui nodded, "Yes, I'll eat here as well shortly. You can just leave the table and chairs for me. I'll help check the location and props." Director Wang quickly turned to look at Qi Xinghan. He thought it was an odd request, but since Mu Shui was brought by Qi Xinghan, he should get Qi Xinghan's opinion. However, Qi Xinghan wasn't paying attention to Director Wang's gaze. He looked at Mu Shui and asked, "Are you waiting for Mr. Yuan?" Mu Shui strongly nodded. Not just Mr. Yuan, but also Jiao Yan and Tan Jing, he had to wait for them all to return. If they don't return, then immediate measures must be taken. It was impossible to feel at ease and return to the hotel for meals and sleep. To simply forget about his patients like that, he wouldn't be fit to be a doctor anymore. Qi Xinghan didn't try to persuade or stop him, instead, he immediately told Director Wang, "Agree to it." Director Wang, all right, then Mr. Mu can stay here. Would you need a few assistants assigned to you?" Mu Shui shook his head, "Not necessary." Kong Yi quickly chimed in, "There's me, nothing else needed." Shen Maojia, standing a little further away, let out a cold snort. Qi Xinghan immediately called Guiyong, who knew exactly what to do. He turned to call out to Director Wang and others, "Brother Qi is worried, so he'll stay here with Mr. Mu. The rest of you, please come with me. Brother Qi's treat today." Director Wang and others naturally couldn't insist, so they agreed, happily leaving with Guiyong. By this time, the sun was almost setting, with the sunset covering half the sky. Mu Shui stared at the slanting rays of light on the horizon and whispered, "In the book, this is called the hour of encounter with demons." It was at moments like these when Mu Shui first realized something was wrong with Qi Xinghan. "Let's find Brother Zhang first now," Mu Shui stood up and said to Kong Yi. Kong Yi nodded, "All right, leave this to me." However, Qi Xinghan looked at him and said, "You go buy food." Kong Yi immediately shook his head vigorously, "That won't work, absolutely not, can't disperse the fighting strength." Though his fighting strength was minimal. But Kong Yi didn't blush at all while saying this. He instantly looked towards somewhere nearby. Sure enough, Shen Maojia was still standing there, rooted to the spot as if glued to the ground. Kong Yi narrowed his eyes, "Let him go." Shen Maojia gritted his teeth, his hair standing on end as if all his follicles exploded, yelling, "Go screw yourself. You go if you dare, I'm not going." Kong Yi was also very unhappy and blamed Shen Maojia, "Then what are you standing here for? Don't you want to see Mu Shui?" Shen Maojia gritted his teeth even harder. I like it, I want to stand here. No one can make me leave. Kang Yi, psychotic. Neither of them would budge. In the end, Kang Yi called his assistant, asking him to buy food and send it over. Mu Shui was starving. He raised his hand and rubbed his belly, but still struggled to get up and wandered around this exceptionally large venue. Are there other groups shooting today at different locations? What venues are they? What does Brother Zhang do? Would he go to other venues? Mu Shui asked Qi Xinghan all at once. Qi Xinghan answered each question. Oh. Then in that case, he probably wouldn't go to other venues, he should be here. Mu Shui paused and continued. He saw Shen Maojia's ears today, which might have scared him. When scared, where would he hide to calm down? Qi Xinghan opened his mouth. But before he could speak, Mu Shui had already continued on his own, places with lots of people. Because what he encountered today was too strange, the more unknown, the more terrifying it becomes. His coming and leaving without a sound makes it impossible for him to choose a closed, quiet, poorly lit place. Therefore, he will likely head towards crowded areas. The busier the better. Qi Xinghan pointed a direction. Over there, the staff and assistants always gather there. Several camera positions were set up there. Once filming started, a lot of people gathered behind. Mu Shui nodded. Let's go take a look. Compared to Yuan Sheng and others, Brother Zhang, who had no force in hand, should be the more dangerous one. And Wen Xiaoyan. If it failed once, no one knew if there would be a second attempt. This monster was too tricky. Mu Shui and Qi Xinghan walked over, looking around the camera positions. There were still many large props near the camera positions, focusing on finding behind or inside these props. Qi Xinghan specially informed Guiyong to watch out for the crew members and notify them immediately if Brother Zhang was spotted. However, Guiyong's call never came. At this time, 2 assistants of Kang Yi returned with plenty of food. One of the assistants was short in stature but carried quite a bit of stuff, drinks, soup, and food boxes. While walking forward, he tried his best to avoid the wires on the ground. But since everyone had left, almost all the lights in the venue were off, and the glow from the fading sky wasn't sufficient. Despite being very careful, he tripped and fell, entangling a bunch of wires and knocking down a light reflector board that was leaning on a big box. As the reflector board fell, it revealed something inside the big box. The small assistant quickly got up, picking up the scattered items and wiping them with paper. The other assistant hastily grabbed the reflector board, trying to put it back. When the reflector board reflected a bit of light, the assistant suddenly saw a shadow right next to the big box, standing there staring at him. Scared, the assistant threw away the food in his hand and fell onto his buttocks, causing the reflector board to fall again. Mu Shui heard the commotion. What happened? He asked while quickly walking over. Black shadow. The assistant swallowed hard, his eyes slightly dazed. The other assistant nearly burst into tears. Is it what Sister Wen mentioned? They immediately thought of Wen Xiaoyan's experience earlier in the day and instantly felt their scalps tighten, fearing something might fall on their heads at any moment. Mu Shui glanced at the mess on the ground. The meatballs were rolling all over the floor. Mu Shui sighed painfully and pressed his chest lightly. So much food wasted, why couldn't that shadow pick a proper time to show up? Mu Shui then rubbed his hungry belly again, following what the assistant said, and looked towards the box. There was no trace of a shadow. Mu Shui stepped closer, walking right next to it. Inside the box, piled up were swords, daggers, iron-toothed hoes, and more, glinting with cold light under the waning sunset. In addition, Mu Shui noticed that it seemed to have bloodstains and flesh attached. Unable to resist, Mu Shui leaned in closer and used his hand to move these props aside. Underneath were dismembered arms and legs, grotesque and horrifying to the eye. Instinctively, Mu Shui took a step back. Shen Maojia had caught up at some point and intercepted Mu Shui from behind, saying, "These are props." "Are these really props?" Mu Shui blinked and turned his head back to look at the assistant again. The 2 assistants trembled violently, they had seen what was inside the box as well. The sight of it had an even greater impact on them than that of the black shadow. Mu Shui asked them to describe the black shadow. The 2 assistants began their shaky account. It was tall and crouching there, like a large clump of black gas condensed together. Very terrifying, it seemed to be looking at us. Mu Shui asked, did it say anything? The 2 assistants shook their heads. Mu Shui thought for a moment and decided to ask another question. Who among you paid attention to Brother Zhang today? Where was he this afternoon? He seemed to be over there, watching the shooting progress, one of the assistants pointed out. It was exactly the place Mu Shui had reasoned out earlier. Later, did anyone notice where he went? The assistant didn't understand why Mu Shui was asking these questions but still answered, afterward, I didn't pay attention. I just remember him standing there and talking to the associate director. Mu Shui frowned. This was troubling. If, as he had guessed, Brother Zhang had stayed in the area with the most people, he wouldn't easily go somewhere less crowded. But with so many people around, surrounded by voices and others prying gazes, how could he disappear so silently? Wasn't that more frightening than vanishing in a dark, narrow, and deserted place? Mu Shui thought about it for a while, then turned to call Kang Yi. Can you give Wen Xiaoyan's agent a call? Ask her about something. Kang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out his phone. Mu Shui felt as if he had discovered something, but couldn't be sure. He thought, the Black Shadow is similar to Jiao Yan, but also entirely different. This very difference gave the Black Shadow a power unlike that of any other person, a power that made it impossible for people to avoid it. Chapter 86, An Unfortunate Accident. Just moments ago, Wen Xiaoyan had only suffered some minor injuries, but now she was in the emergency room. Wen Xiaoyan's agent was sobbing uncontrollably on the phone. Xiaoyan is really unlucky. After arriving at the hospital, we were supposed to go to the second floor, but someone mistakenly pressed the button for the fourth floor. As we pushed the wheelchair out onto the fourth floor, there was a deafening explosion. Xiaoyan was right in the thick of it. We who were behind fared better and didn't suffer serious injuries. Medical personnel and firefighters arrived quickly. It turns out that some idiot child was playing with fire inside the hyperbaric oxygen chamber. What the hell kind of thing is this? Why did it happen just now? This year Xiaoyan could have won an award, but suddenly something like this happened. What will we do from now on? Can we even continue shooting films? If I had known this would happen, I would have cancelled this drama. Yesterday, I should have gone to a temple and prayed for a protective charm for her. Celebrities are their agents' cash cows. With Wen Xiaoyan falling victim to such misfortune, her agent, of course, also faced heavy losses. After supporting each other for so many years, there was certainly some emotion involved too. The more the agent spoke, the more heartbroken they became, and the cries echoed into Mu Shui's ears. It was an accident. Was it really an accident? Mu Shui tightly pressed his lips, wanting to say that he'd come to visit the hospital, but the words stuck in his throat. He remembered the missing Yuan Xing trio. What if they returned soon? Or what if they sent back some distress signal? Mu Shui knew it was futile to rely on Qi Xinghan and his crew to think of solutions. Over time, Mu Shui had figured out their habits and personalities. These creatures had weak moral consciousness, deep-rooted pride, and extreme possessiveness. They weren't willing to easily share things with others. Similarly, they wouldn't waste thoughts on others. Life or death meant nothing to them. In summary, their world revolved around themselves alone. To expect them to brainstorm ideas was absolutely impossible. They were merely good as hired muscle. Mu Shui turned to Kang Yi. Do you know if there are security cameras installed in the production team? If there are recordings, check them, especially from the footage after the incident where the lantern fell. Kang Yi immediately responded, I'll go right away. Matters like these couldn't be entrusted to assistants, sending one would likely not yield results. Mu Shui nodded appreciatively and gave Kang Yi another smile. Kang Yi was charmed by the smile, lost in dizziness as he kept walking out with the terrified assistant. While walking, he said, I'll have them bring food again shortly. Mu Shui acknowledged him with a nod, then turning, he noticed Qi Xinghan watching him. Qi Gu, do you have anything to tell me? Mu Shui asked curiously. Regarding surveillance footage, you can ask me, Qi Xinghan said rather unusually. Mu Shui suddenly understood. Qi Xinghan was wondering why he had questioned Kang Yi instead of him. He promptly clarified, it's different. People around Qi Gu wouldn't focus on trivial matters like these, but people around Kang Yi might. Satisfied, Qi Xinghan ceased his questioning. Let's go, Mu Shui said while looking at the gradually darkening filming location. Qi Xinghan, of course, wouldn't ask about waiting for Yuan Sheng. Without a word, he followed Mu Shui. After leaving, they also instructed the guard to lock the door. Not long after, Guiyong personally drove the car over. At this hour, Mr. Mu is still going out with Qi Gu. Guiyong asked in confusion as he got out of the car. Qi Xinghan opened the passenger side door and let Mu Shui get in first before answering Guiyong, we're going to the hospital. Mu Shui also leaned out of the window to talk to Guiyong outside, when Xiaoyan encountered an explosion on her way to the hospital. There's been an incident, and she's in the emergency room. Qi Gu and I are going to take a look. Guiyong widened his eyes, how did another incident occur? Alright, then go ahead. Qi Gu checking up on things isn't bad either since Xiaoyan used to be from the same company as him. Neither of them cared about getting embroiled in scandalous rumors. Their relationship with the media had always been positive. At most, those unscrupulous marketing accounts might scribble nonsense, but with Mu Shui around, it would be difficult to frame it into a scandal. When the news eventually broke out, praise would outweigh criticism. Visiting a former fellow disciple, how could anyone find fault with that? Qi Xinghan neither brought assistants nor bodyguards along, which Guiyong was already accustomed to. He didn't push for more, thinking silently that as long as Mr. Mu was nearby, Mr. Qi shouldn't act rashly. After getting in the car, Mu Shui called Kang Yi again, telling him there was no need to send over any food. Kang Yi also said on the other end, I've obtained the video footage. That's great. You've worked hard. See you later. Alright, see you later. Kang Ye's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. With the video footage, things would be a bit easier, they could at least find out where Yuan Sheng and the others had disappeared from and where their traces had vanished, avoiding waiting idly in the crew alone. Mu Shui patted his head as if he'd nearly forgotten this crucial detail but was glad to have remembered it later. Mu Shui fastened his seatbelt while looking into the rearview mirror. Is there a car following us? Shen Maojiao. Mu Shui turned back and saw a black Audi trailing at an appropriate distance. Through the car window, he could clearly make out the person sitting in the driver's seat. It was indeed Shen Maojiao. Mu Shui was puzzled. If he's afraid of me, why is he still following me? Qi Xinghan moved his lips slightly, uttering a few words. He's crazy. It was a little odd for one insane person to call another insane. Mu Shui didn't care about the subtle nuances. He retracted his gaze and focused ahead. Qi Xinghan drove steadily, taking roughly half an hour to arrive at the hospital. Qi Xinghan wore a mask and hat, then got out of the car with Mu Shui. The hospital was filled with anxious patients and visitors. No one paid attention to them. Qi Xinghan made a phone call to Wen Xiaoyan's agent to confirm their location. Then he led Mu Shui upstairs directly to the emergency room. The agent had bloodshot eyes, swollen red eyes from crying, and her makeup was smeared. She hadn't expected Qi Xinghan to really show up. Quickly she instructed her assistant to fetch water for these two, then sat down carefully alongside them. Her heart ached again, tears streaming anew. I never thought the first person to come visit Xiaoyan would be Brother Qi. Qi Xinghan responded faintly, he has questions for you. Mu Shui promptly peeked out from behind Qi Xinghan. The agent looked startled but answered all questions without hesitation. So, the entire process was really just an accident? Mu Shui asked. The agent nodded, her teary gaze fixed on Mu Shui as she hesitated and asked, unless, you're implying that someone deliberately wanted to harm Xiaoyan? That's impossible. There's always a possibility someone tampered with the palace lanterns before, but this time, well, it truly happened so suddenly. No one expected us to accidentally go to the 4th floor instead of the 2nd, and right then, the 4th floor exploded. There was a child who insisted on playing with fire inside the hyperbaric oxygen chamber. This incident didn't just affect Xiaoyan. Others on the 4th floor were injured too. Medical personnel are being rescued now. They were more severely wounded than Xiaoyan. There wouldn't be anyone willing to endanger so many people just to hurt one. The shadow figure. The agent abruptly stood up. You actually believe what Xiaoyan said? No, this must be nonsense. There's nothing supernatural in this world. That doesn't exist, not at all. Xiaoyan has just been too frightened lately, but she hasn't lost her mind. The agent feared that when Xiaoyan would be labeled as mentally unstable. This would completely destroy her career in the entertainment industry. Given the agent's resistance, Mu Shui decided not to ask further. At this moment, Qi Xinghan spoke appropriately. Have the rescue fees been covered? The agent hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes. Are they enough? Qi Xinghan questioned again. The agent was extremely grateful. They're enough. Truly thank you, Brother Qi, for caring about our Xiaoyan. Thank you, Brother Qi. Mu Shui touched Qi Xinghan's hand lightly, mouthing a word, 4th floor. Qi Xinghan stood up. Mu Shui and I haven't eaten dinner yet. We'll go downstairs to grab something to eat. Call me if anything happens. The agent kept nodding, escorting them into the elevator. Were we supposed to go to the 2nd floor, but ended up on the 4th? Mu Shui stared at the security camera numbers closely and asked Qi Xinghan, did you notice anything abnormal? Qi Xinghan's tone remained calm and steady. No, nothing unusual. The elevator door, ding, opened. As Mu Shui stepped out, he was speechless at the scene in front of him. All the glassware hanging in the corridor was shattered. The walls throughout the hallway were entirely charred. The long chairs and wheelchairs had been overturned. Doors hung askew, even partly collapsed, and due to the intense force of the explosion, some metal and glass objects had pierced into the walls. A glance around revealed chaos everywhere, and remnants of bloodstains were still visible on the ground. At this moment, a group of people dressed in firefighting uniforms and white lab coats came out. What are you here for? This area is no longer accessible. Clearly, after the explosion, they still needed to cordon off the place, handle the scene, and investigate the cause of the accident. Mu Shui didn't know how to react for a moment, but Qi Xinghan quickly spoke up. I just received a call, saying there was an explosion at the hospital. My sister is in the hospital, so I just came over to take a look. Qi Xinghan's voice trembled slightly, filled with fear, urgency, and deep concern. The man in the white coat relaxed his expression and said, then go downstairs. They are all gathered on the 3rd floor for treatment. Qi Xinghan pulled Mu Shui back into the elevator, and as the doors closed, they descended directly to the 1st floor. Mu Shui widened his eyes. Impressive. No wonder he's the king of movies. But after the performance, Qi Xinghan returned to his usual calm, emotionless demeanor. Mu Shui asked, did you notice anything unusual when we walked past the 4th floor earlier? Qi Xinghan still replied, no. Wasn't there even a trace left behind by some sort of monster? No. Mu Shui made an, sound. Have you ever seen a movie? I once heard my roommate tell me about it. There's a plot point where, if you're destined to die, then there's no way you can escape your fate. Even if you manage to avoid one situation, there will always be another until you meet your predetermined end. But I don't remember the name of that movie. As Mu Shui spoke, he furrowed his eyebrows and nose, looking pitifully sad. Chapter 87, Truman's World. Qi Xinghan, who frequently engaged with various films and TV series, immediately understood, Final Destination. Mu Shui nodded repeatedly, yes, it's called that. I need to think further. Mu Shui felt that making a judgment based on the current information would be rash. However, he could try reasoning from this perspective. At that time, the shadow looked at me. His lips formed the word third. Initially, I thought he was referring to the third person targeted for an upcoming attack. Later, after Shen Maojia's words, I believed it might refer to the third research subject selected. Now, when Xiaoyan is in the hospital again, I suspect it might mean I am the third person destined to die as recorded in the death note. Mu Shui carefully deduced further. Qi Xinghan's demeanor began to change gradually. At this point, Mu Shui suddenly raised his head and saw a coldness gleaming in Qi Xinghan's eyes. The words Mu Shui had planned to say changed course. Of course, all of this is merely baseless conjecture on my part. We should wait and see, wait until when Xiaoyan comes out of the emergency room. Qi Xinghan replied with a simple, Mu Shui let out a slow breath, let's go eat first. I'm really hungry. Qi Xinghan responded again with a, and accompanied Mu Shui outside, revealing nothing about his thoughts. Mu Shui was truly famished. He chose a noodle shop across from the hospital and ordered 2 bowls of noodles with Qi Xinghan. After finishing his own bowl, Qi Xinghan silently pushed his untouched one toward Mu Shui. Knowing how difficult it was for Qi Xinghan to change his eating habits quickly, Mu Shui didn't waste time arguing and took the second bowl, quickly finishing it. The warm soup settled in his stomach, leaving Mu Shui feeling much more comfortable. He even walked lighter as they left the shop. Once they emerged from the noodle shop, they returned directly to the 3rd floor. Mu Shui couldn't help but feel slightly guilty along the way. He wondered how Yuan Go and the others were while he enjoyed such a hearty meal. How's it going? Qi Xinghan inquired aloud to Wen Xiaoyan's agent. Sitting on a bench, the agent appeared significantly calmer than before. She shook her head, not yet. Mu Shui approached and sat down, we can only wait here then. Without a word, Qi Xinghan also sat beside Mu Shui. Even without their words, the presence of these two offered some solace to the agent. Another half-hour passed in waiting. Finally, a nurse came out of the emergency room. Exhausted but relieved, she reported, she's fine for now, but still needs ICU care. The agent murmured softly, this production is over then. As soon as she finished speaking, her legs gave way, and she instinctively clutched Mu Shui's arm to steady herself. As long as she survives, it's all worth it. With this, tears streamed down her face. Mu Shui felt a bit uncomfortable with the scene and wrinkled his nose, awkwardly allowing her to clutch his arm. Just then, Qi Xinghan glanced over with a somewhat indifferent expression. The agent involuntarily sneezed and released her grip. Mu Shui flagged down the nurse, when will she regain consciousness? If not tonight, then tomorrow, the nurse considered and replied. Mu Shui nodded and turned to Qi Xinghan, Big Brother Qi, you have to film tomorrow. You should return to the set. I'll stay here until tomorrow morning, ask questions then return. Oh, maybe Kong Yi can come and keep me company. He doesn't seem to have scenes tomorrow. Qi Xinghan decisively stated, he does. His tone was different from usual, drawing extra attention from Wen Xiaoyan's agent. Really? Mu Shui paused, what do we do then? Still seated, Qi Xinghan responded, I don't have any scenes tomorrow. Really? Mu Shui blinked, wondering if he'd remembered wrong. Oh, maybe he did remember wrong. Mu Shui nodded, thank you, Big Brother Qi. But Qi Xinghan just stared at him intently, silent. Feeling uneasy under the gaze, Mu Shui asked, is something wrong, Big Brother Qi? Once he asked, Mu Shui suddenly became nervous, Big Brother Qi, did you see that shadow near me? Qi Xinghan shook his head. Why? Why didn't Qi Xinghan give him a small smile like when he said, thank you, to Kong Yi? Mu Shui hadn't smiled at him. This sudden realization sent a momentary wave of confusion through Qi Xinghan's mind. After all, this emotion was extremely unfamiliar to him. Once the agent knew when Xiaoyan was out of immediate danger, she finally let out a sigh of relief and ordered some takeout with the assistants, eating right there in the hospital. Mu Shui frequently looked down at his phone, waiting for Kong Ye's reply. He wondered if Kong Yi could find anything from the surveillance footage. Qi Xinghan suddenly spoke up, I sent you a message earlier. When was that? When you went missing. Oh, right around that time my phone got broken by fire. Mu Shui said as he took out his phone, look, it's a new one now. Qi Xinghan also took out his phone, then I'll resend it to you. Sure. Mu Shui quickly agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone chimed with a ding. It was a text message with an attached photo. It was the snowbird lying on the bed. Mu Shui leaned closer to look, so cute. Qi Xinghan suddenly felt a sense of comfort in his heart. He couldn't quite describe or articulate the feeling, but all at once he felt comfortable, entirely unlike the numbness and indifference he had previously felt toward the world. It was as if he had regained some meaning in life. We should also go wait outside the ICU, Mu Shui pressed his lips lightly, I don't want her to die. He didn't know what kind of power this monster held, nor did he fully grasp its rules. But since Wen Xiaoyan currently appeared not to be a bad person, she shouldn't have to endure all of this. Qi Xinghan nodded without complaint, following Mu Shui accordingly. Qi Xinghan then called Wang Dao to request leave, asking casually while helping Mu Shui, "Is Brother Zhang still on set?" Wang Dao made an astonished sound, "That's strange. Up until this hour, I haven't seen him. I don't know where he's gone. We were having dinner with Guiyong earlier, but didn't see him either. He usually doesn't miss work." Qi Xinghan turned on the speakerphone, allowing Wang Dao's voice to reach Mu Shui's ears. After obtaining the information he needed, Qi Xinghan no longer exchanged pleasantries with Wang Dao, hanging up soon after. Mu Shui frowned, "We need to find Brother Zhang quickly, he's in great danger. Now Wen Xiaoyan is already in the ICU, at constant risk of losing her life. So her crisis won't repeat in the short term. But Brother Zhang may not be so lucky." But Qi Xinghan wasn't concerned about Brother Zhang at all. He mechanically continued doing what was expected in this circle, remaining fundamentally indifferent and cold. Mu Shui sensed a touch of Qi Xinghan's detachment. Mu Shui didn't find it strange and didn't insist on forcing Qi Xinghan to act otherwise. Mu Shui directly dialed Kang Yi, "Is Shen Maojia around?" Qi Xinghan, sitting nearby, twitched his ears slightly at the mention. Kang Yi responded, "Yes, what's up? Is there something for him to do?" "Actually, you don't need to involve him. I can handle it." Mu Shui paused momentarily before whispering, "Isn't it true dogs have keen senses of smell? They're good at finding things, people." Kang Yi hesitated briefly, "Seems like it." "Alright, I'm not as good as him," Kang Yi sighed in resignation, continuing quickly, "I'll pass it on to Shen Maojia, letting him find Mr. Yuan." "No, have him find Brother Zhang." Although Mu Shui was worried about Yuan Sheng and the others, he had to admit their combat abilities were high. Therefore, they weren't in immediate critical condition. More importantly, to ensure they returned safely, they needed to understand the nature of this creature, the powers it possessed. And that would be discovered through Wen Xiaoyan and Brother Zhang. Confused by Mu Shui's intention, Kang Yi paused but did not question Mu Shui's decision. Instead, he quickly put down the phone and went looking for Shen Maojia. "I'm not going." Shen Maojia smirked derisively, "What's he even worth? You want me to search high and low for him?" Kang Yi displayed a troubled expression, but I already promised Mu Shui. "That was your promise, not mine." Shen Maojia's face grew colder, his discontent evident. Kang Yi sighed, "I told Mu Shui how great you are. Mu Shui also said you're amazing. In terms of finding people, no one surpasses you." Shen Maojia. Kang Yi sighed again, "Should I call him back and tell him I'll go instead?" Shen Maojia. "Don't move." Kang Yi turned around, looking at him with confusion. "Are you feeling unwell again?" Shen Maojia gave a cold snort. "It's you who's unwell. You're not as capable as me. I'll go. We're looking for Brother Zhang, right? Do we have something Brother Zhang used? Bring it to me." Kang Yi muttered under his breath, truly believing Shen Maojia was insane. Still, he turned and took the assistant to fetch something Brother Zhang had used. After getting his hands on the item, Shen Maojia secretly returned to the filming site without the knowledge of the agent or the assistant and began searching for Brother Zhang. Meanwhile, Mu Shui sat on a long bench in the hospital, feeling a chill where his buttocks touched the bench. He couldn't help but shiver, beginning to murmur quietly, "Does the Grim Reaper have a quota? For instance, once a standard is met, they can proceed to the next target. Like if Wen Xiaoyan doesn't die, does that delay causing someone else's death?" Qi Xinghan didn't catch a word of what Mu Shui said. He sat upright next to Mu Shui, indifferently watching people come and go through the hospital corridor. Next to them was the ICU, where occasionally one could see a figure crying loudly. But Qi Xinghan felt unusually peaceful and stable, never had he felt such calmness. Even Mu Shui's muttering became a pleasant accompaniment to his ears. Qi Xinghan's expression softened slightly. In some ways, he started resembling human expressions more closely. Soon, it was deep into the night. Mu Shui was extremely tired, yet too afraid to sleep, fearing that upon opening his eyes, the first thing he would hear was about Wen Xiaoyan's death. Finally, Qi Xinghan pushed him onto the bench, and Mu Shui reluctantly closed his eyes. Despite the poor environment, it wasn't impossible to fall asleep. In Mu Shui's distant memory, he had lived in places far worse than this. Mu Shui slowly closed his weary eyes, images flashed through his mind, the bridge tunnel, the mountain forest, icy walls. The images abruptly stopped. Mu Shui fell asleep. Mu Shui was woken up by the noise. People shouted and ran barefoot down the hallway, frantically pressing the elevator buttons. Mu Shui opened his eyes. The flames lit up his face, so bright that it nearly blinded him, and the heavy smoke made it difficult to breathe. Supporting himself on the bench, he quickly sat up. On the bench, he was all alone, with no sign of Qi Xinghan nearby. He reached out to touch the spot beside him but felt no warmth, indicating Qi Xinghan had been gone for a while. Mu Shui pulled out his phone and called, but Qi Xinghan didn't answer. As he moved along with the panicked crowd towards the exit, he kept glancing back at the fire. The flames surged high, almost engulfing everything. Though mesmerizing, they were terrifying. Mu Shui quickly looked away. Hurry up and answer. He didn't have the number of Wen Xiaoyan's agent, and with the third floor on fire, everyone was rushing out. Would anyone remember to move the patients? Mu Shui's steps slowed, he became the odd one out among the crowd. Gripping his phone tightly, listening to the continuous beep sound from the other end, Mu Shui sensed an inexplicable strangeness. It seemed as though he had been completely isolated from the world by an invisible membrane. Giving up on the call, Mu Shui walked straight to the entrance of the ICU. There was a password lock installed outside the door, requiring a password to enter. As Mu Shui prepared to give up, he suddenly remembered a trick he'd read in detective novels before, checking the worn keypads. Mu Shui leaned in and examined the keys. He tried different combinations of numbers with his hand. By the third attempt, the door opened. At this point, the flames were already getting closer. Now Mu Shui could only hope that the various items inside the hospital rooms would sustain the fire longer and prevent it from spreading too quickly. There was still hope that there would be no wind on the third floor. Just as Mu Shui thought this, a strong gust of wind blew through the hallway. The sound of shattered windows rang in Mu Shui's ears. Mu Shui's breathing hitched as he watched the flames suddenly leap toward him, nearly consuming him whole. With great effort, Mu Shui pushed with both hands and quickly entered through the main door. The door held the flames at bay for the time being, preventing them from rushing in. Following the bed number provided earlier by the nurse, Mu Shui slowly advanced forward. The hospital was remote, so its medical facilities were mediocre. The ICU wasn't a separate ward but rather a large room filled with several beds. However, those beds were now empty. Perhaps the fire had already started when he was asleep, and at that time, the nurses quickly evacuated the ICU patients. Mu Shui pursed his lips. Should he turn back and go the other way? Creak, the sound of the hospital bed swaying rang out. The quality of these beds here wasn't too good, whenever a patient sat up or lay down, the bed would creak. Mu Shui looked over in the direction of the noise and saw a slightly raised figure on one of the beds. That shadow struggled upward but couldn't break free. Mu Shui frowned. As his gaze swept the entire space, he swiftly confirmed that this bed should indeed belong to Wen Xiaoyan. If all the other patients had been moved out, then why had Wen Xiaoyan been left behind? And just when a fire had broken out. Was it truly the Grim Reaper coming? Mu Shui bit his lip hard, dispelling any remaining drowsiness, and with renewed determination, he strode toward the bedside. It wasn't until he got closer that he realized what exactly was lying on the bed. Yes, a thing. The person on the bed was completely wrapped in white bandages, looking like a mummy. Since both the head and face were completely wrapped, it seemed as though they had even lost their face. This wasn't the surprising part. What was more astonishing was that her whole body was tightly bound with clear tape, which in turn was securely tied to the bed. When Mu Shui approached, he could see the mummy-like thing squirming repeatedly, much like a caterpillar on the verge of shedding its skin. It was somewhat nauseating but also evoked a sense of pity and suffocation. If her face was covered, could she still breathe? No, she couldn't breathe anymore, could she? This thought rose in Mu Shui's mind. And she was bound so tightly that no matter how she struggled, she couldn't get free. The fire would soon reach here, and the large difference in air pressure could cause an explosion. Even if the door might not be consumed by the flames, it would easily burst open. She would either be burned alive while tied there, die from lack of oxygen, or perish from blood loss due to injuries from the explosion. No matter which outcome, it caused a strong sense of discomfort. No wonder when his roommate mentioned that movie before, fear flickered in his eyes, saying that he wouldn't dare ride elevators after watching such films. Apparently, the feeling of having your fate predetermined and being forced to follow it was extremely terrible. Mu Shui didn't ponder for long, he only knew he had to break the deadlock. Thus, he pulled open the drawer beside the bed and began searching through it, but found nothing useful. At this moment, his eyes lingered momentarily. Mu Shui swiftly yanked out the 4-drip needle and began slicing through the tape with the sharp tip, meticulously and calmly proceeding step by step. He didn't know why, but at such a critical moment, he remained unusually calm. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Previously during overlapping dimensions, it was the same. It was as if he'd experienced a similar situation before, handling it skillfully as if he had done so countless times. Mu Shui shook his head. One strip of tape after another was cut. The movements of the person on the bed became increasingly intense as she struggled harder. Suddenly, all the tape bindings were severed. The figure immediately shot up, lunging directly at Mu Shui. Startled, Mu Shui instinctively extended his arms and caught her in his embrace. Huh! Wouldn't Wen Xiaoyan, who was covered in burn wounds and explosive injuries, feel pain jumping into his arms like this? Or was this person no longer Wen Xiaoyan? Behind a transparent pane of glass, a man observed this scene. Like a scientist observing bacteria in a petri dish or a lab mouse in a cage, he let out a soft chuckle. I told you, this trick won't work on him. He can't read any hints from others. The deserted ICU, the crowd abandoning him in panic, the mummy tied to the bed unable to escape. To him, none of it held any significance. Mu Shui nudged Wen Xiaoyan gently, slightly annoyed. The tape isn't fully cleaned off yet, it's very sticky. Chapter 88, Text Message. Wen Xiaoyan paused in his arms for a moment, then moved more violently. Mu Shui felt as if he were holding a giant caterpillar and instinctively let go. Wen Xiaoyan lost control and fell to the ground with a thud, twitching like a fish out of water, unable to crawl back up. The scene had an indescribable eerie quality to it. Mu Shui pulled the bedsheet off the hospital bed, wrapped Wen Xiaoyan in it, and began walking away, dragging her along. He wasn't actually sure if this mummy was still Wen Xiaoyan, but with the fire coming, he couldn't leave her there. Better take her out first. Wrapping her in the sheet would also restrict her movement somewhat, preventing severe bleeding from her wounds. But Wen Xiaoyan was rather heavy. Mu Shui clenched his jaw and, using all his strength, managed to drag her to the door. Carefully, Mu Shui opened the door just enough to reveal a narrow gap. Flames shot in, licking at Mu Shui's hair. Mu Shui quickly stepped back, raising his hand to feel his hair. It had burned and curled. Furrowing his brow, Mu Shui turned around, found medical gauze, soaked it with water, and pressed it over his mouth and nose. He also tied wet gauze onto Wen Xiaoyan. Only then did he peek through the crack again, looking outside. A sea of red met his eyes, it was obviously an inferno out there. Being human, he lacked the robust body of Yuan Sheng or Qi Xinghan. If he ventured into that fiery blaze, he'd either suffocate from too much smoke inhalation or be burned alive. Without expression, Mu Shui closed the door again and locked it. Then, he sat down next to Wen Xiaoyan. Wen Xiaoyan continued struggling, never ceasing. But Mu Shui didn't even glance at her. Instead, he took out his phone with one hand. His hands were sticky with adhesive tape, making it particularly difficult to press on the screen. The more difficult the situation, however, the calmer Mu Shui's mind grew. Mu Shui called Qi Xinghan. The line produced a beep, beep sound, waiting for someone to pick up, but no one answered. It seemed as if the waiting tone would continue indefinitely. Having no choice, Mu Shui chose to send a text message. Bro Qi, there's a fire on the 3rd floor. I'm in the ICU with Wen Xiaoyan, blocked inside the ICU door. The fire outside is huge, we can't leave like this. A notification sound signified that the text had been sent. But the instant the message was sent, it vanished rapidly from the record in the texting interface. Mu Shui's texting interface was now blank, as if some invisible hand had wiped it clean. Mu Shui furrowed his brow. It was normal for messages not to send due to bad signals, but for messages to disappear before they're even sent. Mu Shui tried calling each person he knew, but no one picked up. Finally, he dialed 110 directly. Even if acquaintances might not have their phones nearby, or encountered something unexpected temporarily unable to answer, the 110 operator was available 24 hours a day. Beep, beep. Still, it was a long and endless wait. Mu Shui hung up the call. Now he could confirm it, he had probably fallen into some strange space again. As soon as that thought crossed Mu Shui's mind, he felt the scene before his eyes twist by an invisible force. His vision blurred, and he passed out. Mu Shui felt a pair of hands lifting him. The hands were cool, not feeling like those of a living person. Struggling, Mu Shui pried open his eyelids. His gaze drifted about for several seconds before stabilizing. Finally, Mu Shui saw the scene before him clearly. Qi Xinghan helped him sit upright. Leaning against Qi Xinghan's shoulder, in front of him crouched Wen Xiaoyan's agent, whose face showed great anxiety as he tightly focused on Mu Shui, almost as if fearing something might happen to Mu Shui. Mu Shui swiftly looked around. The ICU wasn't far from where he sat, and its lights were still on. Now and then, medical staff and family members of patients walked past in the corridor. Everything appeared tranquil and peaceful, no shouting, no panicked footsteps, and certainly no massive fire that engulfed almost the entire 3rd floor. Did I dream? Mu Shui murmured. Qi Xinghan said, you caught a cold sleeping here. Your forehead is burning hot. With a faint, Mu Shui freed himself from Qi Xinghan's embrace and sat up straight. Even such a simple action made him realize how sore and weak his body felt, as though his limbs had been used excessively and he had exhausted his strength. Mu Shui suddenly remembered Wen Xiaoyan, whom he had tied up with the bedsheet and dragged to the door with great effort. Could that really have been a dream? Why did his muscles still remember the sensation? And, after all that dragging, he found out it was fake. How infuriating. Wasn't this just a waste of his strength? Mu Shui raised his hand to rub his forehead. If it was a dream, then this dream was too vivid. It felt much more realistic than when he last encountered Garcia in the hospital in the illusion. Of course, perhaps because the fire broke out suddenly, such an emergency instinctively made people lose some ability to think clearly, focusing only on how to get through the crisis rather than truly contemplating the truth or falsehood of events. Did I dream? Qi Xinghan's voice sounded beside him. Mu Shui nodded slightly, not hiding anything from Qi Xinghan or Wen Xiaoyan's agent, and recounted the events in the dream. Qi Xinghan said indifferently, in some horror movies. Mu Shui tilted his head to show he was listening and waited for Qi Xinghan to continue. The main character always has dreams or hallucinations where certain things often carry symbolic meaning, sometimes reflecting their inner state or being a sign of what's to come. Qi Xinghan had watched countless movies, so when he brought this up, he sounded quite professional. Mu Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded, yes. That's why dream interpretation exists. Things appearing in dreams or hallucinations indeed hold symbolic meanings. Then, what does the bound Wen Xiaoyan represent? And what about the fire? Wen Xiaoyan's agent was already confused, with an expression saying his brain wasn't working fast enough to keep up. Qi Xinghan didn't speak further, clearly having no idea about the exact symbolism. At this moment, Qi Xinghan's phone suddenly dinged. Qi Xinghan opened his phone and saw a text message pop up on the screen. Bro Qi, there's a fire on the 3rd floor. I'm in the ICU with Wen Xiaoyan, blocked inside the ICU door. The fire outside is huge, we can't leave like this. Qi Xinghan handed the phone to Mu Shui, who, upon seeing the message, fell into deep silence. If it was a dream, then what was this? But if it wasn't a dream, and yet he had clearly been lying here the whole time without moving. Qi Xinghan also fell silent. When Xiaoyan's agent noticed their changed expressions and timidly asked, What happened? Qi Xinghan handed the phone to the agent. The agent's face changed drastically as she read, Isn't this exactly what Mr. Mu just mentioned he did in his dream? Is this like a ghost movie come to life? Or are we all dreaming? The agent quickly looked around her, showing obvious panic. Mu Shui thought for a while and didn't stop Qi Xinghan. Because he wanted to transfer Wen Xiaoyan to another hospital. Without something extraordinary happening to make Wen Xiaoyan's agent feel afraid, she might not agree to transferring the patient at this moment. Fire may be symbolic, or it may be a premonition. If such a massive fire were to occur in the future, both Mu Shui and Wen Xiaoyan could really die in the ICU. Mu Shui didn't want to gamble on whether it would happen in the future. Bro Qi, go back to the set, Mu Shui stood up and said. It's best for Miss Wen to check out now and switch hospitals. Moving to another place with me would be safer. The agent's face turned white with fright. She muttered, Where can we possibly transfer to? Is this some kind of supernatural event? If there's a ghost intentionally trying to harm Xiaoyan, changing hospitals won't help at all, will it? Or is Mr. Mu actually a Taoist priest? Mu Shui opened his email and found the earliest internship notice he received, which included materials and pictures from Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute. He showed the pictures to the agent and said, This place is safe. If Pan had ties with the institute and the shadow had come from Pan, then currently, the safest place was undoubtedly the institute. No matter how overbearing the shadow's power was, it wouldn't dare to affect its own organization. The agent dazedly asked, This isn't a mental hospital, is it? Mu Shui shook his head, No, I'm a doctor here. Trust me. Miss Wen's condition is too unusual right now, she must go there. If they went to any other hospital, then if another explosion or fire happened, how many innocent people would be hurt? The agent didn't trust Mu Shui, but she trusted Qi Xinghan. After all, Qi Xinghan surely wouldn't bother harming them for no reason. The agent glanced at Qi Xinghan and then nodded, All right, I'll go arrange it immediately. Mu Shui let out a sigh of relief and turned to urge Qi Xinghan again, Bro Qi, go back. I'm very safe inside the institute. Qi Xinghan didn't insist on staying, he simply said, All right, I'll see you off. Mu Shui nodded. As for Yuan Sheng and the others, they could only count on Kang Yi to keep an eye on the surveillance for now. The agent was truly frightened. She quickly processed the paperwork, and then they flew back to Jinshui City, hiring medical staff to accompany them along the way. It took them just over 5 hours to arrive at the entrance of the Jinshui Research Institute. It was right at this moment that Mu Shui received a news notification on his phone. The second hospital in Hengshui City encounters a massive fire after the explosion. Mu Shui's eyelid twitched. Only 5 hours had passed, it came so fast. Mu Shui took a deep breath and called the dean, Hey, it's Mu Shui. I'm at the gate with a patient who needs to check in immediately. The dean was startled for a moment, then suddenly sounded delighted as he said, Great, Dr. Mu, I have a patient here for you too. Another new patient? Chapter 89, The Fourth Patient. The tightly closed hospital gates soon opened. When Xiaoyan's agent looked up, staring at this place in a daze. The location here was relatively secluded, within the gate stood 5 high-rise buildings, arranged densely together, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. She had never seen such a strange hospital, it was broad daylight and yet the gates were closed. Didn't any patient or family member need to go in or out? At this moment, several people walked out from within the gate. The leading man was tall and robust, dressed in a suit, with a face that looked somewhat fierce. Dr. Mu, it's perfectly timed, please come in quickly. The man began to speak. Was there another new patient? Would they be handed over to him again? Mu Shui paused for a moment. But he quickly composed himself, nodding slightly, flashing a gentle and inexperienced smile at the dean, just like when he was a newly graduated intern arriving at the research institute. First, settle my friend, Mu Shui pointed at Wen Xiaoyan lying on the bed. The man, also known as the Dean Su Yongmao, nodded briefly, calling the nurses behind him to push Wen Xiaoyan into the hospital. Wen Xiaoyan's agent and assistant closely followed behind. Su Yongmao's gaze swept over them indifferently, asking quietly, "Are they family members?" Mu Shui nodded, turning to stare at Su Yongmao, counter-asking, "Can family accompany her?" Su Yongmao hesitated for a moment, "Yes." Accompanying Wen Xiaoyan and her group, Mu Shui entered building number 1. The main doors of building number 1 were wide open. The hallway was very quiet, without the hustle and bustle usually seen in other hospitals. Wen Xiaoyan's agent became even more nervous. The further they went inside, the more she felt as if they were walking into the gaping mouth of some monstrous creature. The agent couldn't help but turn her head. Mu Shui was walking beside her. As she turned her head, she could catch a glimpse of his side profile. The white light and green hue of the hospital mingled and fell upon Mu Shui's face, softening his features and immediately giving one a feeling of calmness and relief. The agent relaxed considerably. She asked Mu Shui in a low voice, "Will this really work?" Mu Shui nodded, "It will." He turned to look at Su Yongmao, "Isn't that right, Dean?" Su Yongmao furrowed his brows tightly, only relaxing somewhat when he heard Mu Shui's voice. He responded affirmatively, "Yes, Dr. Mu is correct." Mu Shui's gaze lingered for a moment, sweeping over the dean and the medical staff behind him once more. He then noticed the disheveled appearance of their clothes, as though they had been swept by a fierce storm, hair and attire both disordered. "Here, we'll arrange her here." "Is this fine?" the nurse asked. Mu Shui looked up at the room number plate, it was marked as 33. The nurse pushed open the door to reveal a neatly laid out bed, television, computer, refrigerator, and a sofa within, looking much like a compact one-bedroom apartment. The agent, originally not holding much hope, was now pleasantly surprised to find that the environment here was actually quite nice, clean, neat, comparable to a VIP ward in a large hospital. As long as it was safe and the service was good, that was all that mattered. The agent sighed in relief and promptly nodded, "Let's have it here." Mu Shui said softly, "She needs to stay in a sterile room." The agent was startled for a moment before reacting quickly, "Oh, right, she suffered burns." Mu Shui tilted his head, "Dean, don't we have an ICU here?" "Yes," Su Yongmao waved his hand, "take them there." The nurse responded, closing the door in front of her and continuing forward. At the end of the first floor, the ICU was already set up. The nurses swiftly moved the patient inside while the agent continuously kept her eyes on Wen Xiaoyan, confirming that her chest was still rising and falling, meaning she was alive and well. Finally, her heart, which had been hanging in high tension, dropped back down in relief. "Relieved?" Su Yongmao asked. Mu Shui nodded, offering him a generous smile, "Relieved." Su Yongmao then asked, "Is Dr. Mu available to accompany me somewhere now?" Apparently wanting to take him to meet the new patient. Mu Shui turned to instruct the agent, "You and Miss Wen's assistant rest here. If you need anything, inform us. Here, apart from being expensive, has no other drawbacks. Right, Dean?" Su Yongmao, "Correct." "Then can we get a discount, Dean?" Mu Shui blinked playfully. Su Yongmao, "Of course." Su Yongmao smiled lightly, "By the way, I haven't given you your salary for this month yet, I'll transfer it shortly." Mu Shui hurriedly spoke up, "Thank you, Dean." Simultaneously, the smile on his face became even gentler. Upon hearing this conversation, the agent couldn't help but think that this hospital was quite strange. Doctors' salaries were personally paid by the dean. Shouldn't the finance department handle it? Mu Shui followed Su Yongmao to his office directly. Just like when he first started working and received Qi Xinghan's information. Su Yongmao took him in, asking him to sit down. This time Su Yongmao seemed less urgent. He had someone prepare tea for Mu Shui, brought little snacks, and even a sliced fruit plate. But all these foods carried a faint smell of disinfectant. Lately, Mu Shui had been picky about food outside, so now he didn't feel much like eating, silently flipping through the files in his hands instead. "Am I supposed to take charge of this patient?" Mu Shui asked curiously. "Yes." He was already cured before, and he went back with his family to lead a normal life again. Recently, his fiancée sent him here again, saying he has relapsed, and worse than ever. Su Yongmao looked stern and fierce, yet his tone conveyed deep concerns and gentleness. "He is in building number 2 right now. Our medical staff just attempted contacting him, but they couldn't soothe him at all. Eventually, after a great deal of effort, we managed to put a restrncoat on him, barely managing to contain him temporarily." Puzzled, Mu Shui asked back, "Isn't this already following normal procedures? Such patients are common in the hospital. There shouldn't be anything I need to do." "Not the same, his identity is different." Su Yongmao glanced at the calendar on the wall. "At most, we can keep him for 3 days. After 3 days, he must return to society." "Identity? What kind of identity?" Mu Shui quickly lowered his head to read the file. "Name, Bai Sherwen. Age, 31. Profession. Condition. Condition description. Contact number. Residence address, number 129, Beijing City." This file left Mu Shui feeling somewhat confused. Most parts were blacked out, even the residential address wasn't clear. Profession, condition, and condition description, all were unclear. Alright, showing you the file is merely part of the process. I'll explain the rest. Su Yongmao pressed his lips together, Bai, a surname from a political family. Mu Shuai looked blankly at him. Su Yongmao sighed in helplessness, pulling out a few photos from the file Mu Shuai held, raising them to display. Look. Mu Shuai raised his eyes and saw the pictures, all without exception featuring the same man. The man was slim, tall, always dressed in a suit, with distinct, handsome features that were also soft and gentle. He wore gold-rimmed glasses which were totally unlike what teachers usually wore. This man possessed no trace of aggression, he appeared as a standard intellectual figure. Beiqing City falls under his jurisdiction. Su Yongmao sighed, therefore, if he is away for too long, serious problems will arise. He must promptly return to his post and quickly revert to the past by Sherwin. Mu Shuai became more perplexed, than me, I absolutely cannot achieve that. He possessed no extraordinary ability to swiftly transform Mr. Bai back to his previous state before the relapse. You can. Su Yongmao pressed those few photos, getting up from his chair slightly hunched over, leaning over the table towards Mu Shuai. He said, we don't need to cure him. All we need is someone nearby monitoring him, able to control him immediately whenever he relapses. Living in his original environment while outside the hospital makes it hard to eliminate stimuli, preventing deeper treatment. Timely blockades every time only serve as a temporary fix, worsening things progressively till an even more terrifying eruption occurs eventually. You should know that, Dean. But these aren't things we should manage, nor things we can manage. Su Yongmao cast his gaze down, fixing it on the photo as he quietly said, this is the request of his family. We just have to follow through. A complete cure isn't possible. Just like with your patients number 1 and number 2, they similarly cannot be cured. We can only place you by their side for constant monitoring. Mu Shuai bit his lip and did not agree. In his mind, the Jinshui City Research Institute had evolved from a place for internship into a big mystery. What exactly was here? To what dangerous extent had each patient who walked out of here reached? Why did the institute insist he monitor them? Dr. Mu. Su Yongmao sat back, operating something on his phone, then said, I've transferred your salary. Mu Shuai opened his phone and took a look. There was an income notification for his bank card. Mu Shuai's eyes widened in shock. Could you take me to see Mr. Bai first? Mu Shuai asked. Su Yongmao stood up, of course, let's go. They soon arrived at building number 2, where there were specialized confinement rooms for those extremely difficult to manage and high-risk mental patients. Outside the confinement room, several people were sitting around. Mu Shuai turned his head and caught sight of a young woman glaring coldly at him. Su Yongmao said, she is Mr. Bai's fiancée, Miss Wu. Wu. It seemed somewhat familiar, probably a surname he had heard in some news before. Mu Shuai smiled at her. However, she completely ignored him, showing full indifference with a cold expression, and signs of irritability etched on her brows. Su Yongmao gave a few instructions to the nurse at the door, and the nurse quickly went inside, then came out shortly after. Only then did she say to Mu Shuai, Dr. Mu, please come in. Chapter 90, Eyes. Mu Shuai stepped through the door, and it was immediately closed behind him. Mu Shuai. So he was the only one coming in. Not even a nurse or family member would accompany him. Mu Shuai did not immediately turn around to knock on the door and ask them to open it. Instead, he first calmed himself and looked carefully around the room. The room was quite empty, with only one leather chair placed in it. A soft blanket covered the leather chair. A person sat on the blanket. This man was neatly dressed in a suit, wearing glasses, and his posture in the leather chair was relaxed. His restraining jacket seemed to have already been removed, so now he appeared as nothing more than a calm, normal-looking professional. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that there were wrinkles on his suit, and bruises and bloodstains on his wrists. This confirmed that he was indeed the psychiatric patient who had been restrained. As Mu Shuai was observing him, the man was also examining Mu Shuai. The man's gaze was not aggressive but rather gentle and slow. It was hard for you to feel any displeasure when he was looking at you. The man's features were handsome, but with softened edges. At a glance, he exuded a gentle and elegant demeanor. When he sat there calmly, no trace of madness could be detected. Hello, I am Mu Shuai, a doctor here. Mu Shuai repeated an introduction he had delivered countless times before to the man. Hello, Bai Sherwin, said the man. His voice was hoarse, sounding like a broken gong, with an overwhelming sense of fatigue in his tone. The principal hopes that I can act as your guardian. That means after you leave the hospital and return home, I will be by your side constantly, monitoring your every move. If you cannot accept that. I accept, Bai Sherwin said calmly. So easily. Agreeing so quickly. Mu Shuai widened his eyes. Didn't the principal say this case was very tricky? But, where exactly was the difficulty? Mu Shuai asked again, are you sure? If you wish to change the guardian, please tell me, and I will pass the message to the principal. Not necessary, Bai Sherwin replied. Mu Shuai swallowed the, alright, on the tip of his tongue and replaced it with a more positive statement, alright. Mu Shuai paused for a moment and suddenly remembered some things. I must inform you beforehand that I already have 3 patients under my care. If you join, you will be the fourth. There will be times when I might find it difficult to reach you due to multiple responsibilities. And occasionally, to make it more convenient, I may request my patients to stay in the same room for unified supervision. Would you be able to accept that? Mu Shui asked. I accept, Bai Sherwin still showed no intention of opposing. His face betrayed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. I have a friend getting treatment here, and I'll need you to wait for me for a few days. All right. In that case, please rest well. Mu Shui turned around and knocked on the door. The door opened from the outside, and Mu Shui stepped out. Dr. Mu, how was it? The principal immediately approached and asked. Mu Shui shifted his gaze and noticed all the medical staff crowded in the hallway, along with Bai Sherwin's relatives, staring at him with various expressions, some nervous, others worried. Was it really that terrifying? It seemed like everyone had pinned their hopes on him. However, when he entered, Bai Mr. had shown no abnormal behavior, being completely cooperative. Mr. Bai has agreed, Mu Shui said. The principal sighed in relief. Is that so? That's good. That's good. Still, Mu Shui felt strange but chose not to express it right away. Because he already knew that the research institute was also not trustworthy. Dr. Mu, go take a rest. The principal managed to force a benevolent smile. Okay, Mu Shui didn't refuse. Though he hadn't exerted much effort, he just walked into the room, said a few sentences, and came out. Subsequently, the principal took Bai Sherwin's relatives to his office to presumably discuss some treatment plans. They didn't invite Mu Shui, and Mu Shui didn't proactively inquire. Instead of relying on eavesdropping to uncover anything useful, he decided it would be better to discover more directly from Bai Sherwin. After leaving building number 2, Mu Shui first called Wen Xiaoyan's agent to confirm that nothing unusual had occurred. Then, Mu Shui followed the medical staff back to the employee dormitory where he had previously stayed. The building of the research institute didn't look impressive from the outside, but the facilities inside were quite good. Interns like Mu Shui had always been assigned single rooms before. He pushed the door open and found the room clean and tidy as if it had been thoroughly cleaned by someone just before his arrival. Mu Shui suddenly relaxed. Leaning against the chair in front of the desk, he called Kong Yi. I was just about to call you again. The last few times I tried calling you, it kept going unanswered, Kong Yi said quickly on the other end. Mu Shui asked, when? Kong Yi gave a time. Mu Shui recalled that at that time, he had been trapped in the fire within the dream. He knew illusions could affect reality, but he never expected what happened in dreams could also impact the real world. What kind of power was this? Or perhaps, what kind of rule? When Mu Shui thought about this, it felt as though his brain was being pricked with needles, making him slightly uncomfortable. He shook his head and dismissed that discomfort, then continued speaking with Kong Yi. Did you check the surveillance footage? How's it going? A black shadow was captured on the surveillance. Isn't that amazing? Many people wouldn't notice him with their naked eyes, but the cameras managed to capture him. After a moment's thought, Mu Shui said, it's probably not because he was invisible but rather due to some special ability that can weaken his presence, making it hard for those around him to notice him. Humans would be affected, but machines would not, which is why he was caught on camera. Kong Yi immediately jumped on the opportunity to play along, exclaiming, Shui is really smart. You're truly amazing. Twisting uncomfortably in his seat after being showered with compliments, Mu Shui hurriedly interrupted Kong Yi. Then what about Mr. Yuan? Was he caught on the surveillance? He was. Mr. Jiao followed that shadow into another crew's filming studio, and then he disappeared. Mr. Yuan and Mr. Tan, after leaving the scene, walked into different sets. They went missing in 3 separate film crews. And apart from Mr. Jiao having a shadow leading him, neither Mr. Yuan nor Mr. Tan were accompanied by any shadow when they appeared in the surveillance footage. With a sigh, Kong Ye's tone dropped significantly. That's what's truly frightening. Was Brother Zhang captured on the surveillance? Mu Shui asked. Kong Yi hesitated. Hold on, let me check again. They waited for over 10 minutes. After those 10 minutes, Kong Yi, breathing heavily, came back on the phone line, saying, yes. Before Mr. Tan disappeared, Brother Zhang appeared on the surveillance. He went to the set of Chronicles of Splendor. Oh, it's the one Mr. Tan entered and disappeared from. I see, Mu Shui acknowledged. There isn't much else discovered. Kong Yi paused, then asked, when will you return? Is Xiaoyan doing okay? Uncle Qi said Xiaoyan was bombed. Yes, right now, I'm in Jinshui City with Xiaoyan together. With an acidic undertone, Kong Yi replied, I should have allowed that lantern to hit me instead. Mu Shui. It might leave scars on your face, Mu Shui added. Kong Yi. That might be better left undone then. While speaking, Kong Yi raised his hand to touch his face in the distance. After all, he relied on this face for Mu Shui's favor. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mu Shui promptly said into the phone, all right, I need to cut this short. There are still things to do here. Thanks for helping out. If anything unusual happens on the set, please keep me updated. Kong Yi was more than willing to promise instantly, okay, don't worry, I'll definitely watch out for you. Mu Shui hadn't even sought help from Uncle Qi but chose him instead. This meant he held a special place in Mu Shui's heart. Pleased, Kang Yi hung up the phone, straightened the head cover, and quickly went back to filming. Mu Shui stood up, walked over, and opened the door. There stood Bai Sherwin, a nurse behind him, and Miss Wu. Miss Wu's attitude toward Mu Shui improved noticeably this time. She broke through her icy expression, offering a slight smile to Mu Shui. Dr. Mu, since you become Sherwin's guardian, I'll entrust him to you. Mu Shui nodded dumbfoundedly. Yes, yes. Can he stay with you? Or would you mind accompanying him to the ward? Miss Wu asked. So she was giving him to him directly. This seemed a bit too quick. For Mr. Bai's health considerations, we'd better go back to the ward. I'll accompany him there as well. Alright, Miss Wu nodded, then let's go together. Mu Shui shouldered his own backpack, locked the door, and followed them to the ward. Miss Wu soon left. Her task seemed only to bring Bai Sherwin to him. Bai Sherwin lay on the hospital bed, a desk board rose before him, and then he picked up the book from the bedside and began to slowly flip through it, very seriously. The whole time, there was not a single thing that troubled Mu Shui. Sitting in the hospital room with Mu Shui, he even felt a bit bored. This won't do, no, it absolutely won't do. He'd stayed out for too long with Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, and the others, experienced too many things, so he got cocky, got restless. That's not good. My main job is as a doctor, why would I feel bored just sitting here? Mu Shui stared intently at Bai Sherwin on the bed, attempting to analyze this person's behavior pattern from his subtle expressions and movements. After staring for a while, Mu Shui suddenly noticed something strange. Huh. This person, he was wearing colored contact lenses. Mu Shui originally didn't know about colored contact lenses until he had been around the film crew for some time and learned about them from other actresses. Colored contact lenses are generally used to beautify eyes or replace glasses. But this person, he wore a colored contact lens in only one eye and also sported a pair of glasses. Why? To conceal an anomaly in one of his eyes. Bai Sherwin seemed to sense his gaze and suddenly looked up, removing his glasses as he asked, "Do you want to see?" Mu Shui instinctively nodded. Bai Sherwin stood up and walked into the bathroom, washed his hands, and then, while walking out, lowered his head and inserted his finger into his right eye socket. When his finger emerged with something attached, Mu Shui saw clearly the eyeball of the other eye. Pure white. A completely white eye with only faint blood vessels visible, devoid of a black pupil. Standing there, Bai Sherwin's usually gentle demeanor abruptly changed, replaced by an indescribably evil and mysterious aura. One couldn't help but avoid looking directly into his one eye. Once their gaze met it, it became unbearably eerie. Chapter 91, The Characteristics of a Monster. Mu Shui thought for half a day and still couldn't figure out what caused it, cataracts. Bai Sherwin. Mu Shui got up, walked to his front, and looked down at the thing he was holding. It was thin, just like the contact lenses that the crew's young lady used to talk about. Bai Sherwin's complexion quickly returned to normal. He said indifferently, "I wonder what this is as well." Mu Shui raised his finger and stopped in front of Bai Sherwin's eye. "Can you see it?" "Yes, it does not affect my vision at all." "It's not a disease then." Mu Shui shook his head and said. Bai Sherwin paused, "It's a monster." Surprised, Mu Shui looked at him. Is Mr. Bai so self-aware? Has he already determined himself to be a monster? However, Bai Sherwin looked at Mu Shui and slowly said, "Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, they are patients under your care. They are also monsters." Upon hearing this, Mu Shui wasn't surprised. Based on the introduction from the dean, Mr. Bai is quite distinguished. Knowing these pieces of information shouldn't be surprising. "Do you not fear?" Bai Sherwin asked again. Mu Shui carefully recalled, "It does feel somewhat strange, but afraid." "Not really. A doctor can't afford to be afraid." Comparatively, Mu Shui believed that doctors who deal with operating tables have much harder work. If it were him doing this job, he would certainly be scared. Bai Sherwin fell silent, just standing there silently scrutinizing Mu Shui from head to toe. Mu Shui let him scrutinize him frankly. But since one of Bai Sherwin's eyeballs was white, when he stared at him, people could not see the emotions behind his eyes, which only conveyed an atmosphere of coldness. "Do you have a friend here?" Bai Sherwin returned to sit by the bedside without wearing contact lenses or glasses anymore. Mu Shui noticed his actions. Mr. Bai should not be nearsighted. He wore glasses simply so others wouldn't easily discover his use of contact lenses. Mu Shui nodded. "Yeah, she's in building 1. Bai Sherwin asked, "What illness does she have?" Bai Sherwin lowered the table again, picked up the book and began flipping through it slowly while asking questions. If it isn't too severe a problem, she should visit a psychologist rather than coming here for treatment from psychiatrists. Mu Shui sensitively noticed the second half of Bai Sherwin's words. The implication was that if she didn't originally have a serious illness, being treated here could make it worse. Mu Shui tightened his lips slightly, refraining from asking directly, instead continuing with Bai Sherwin's question, "She has burn injuries." "Here for burn injuries?" Bai Sherwin lifted his head in surprise but quickly figured it out, to escape from her enemies. Mu Shui nodded but also shook his head. He also moved back to sit by the bedside closer to Mr. Bai, asking, "May I ask, what unique qualities does Mr. Bai's eyes possess?" Unique qualities. Bai Sherwin closed the book in his hand and said calmly, perhaps its uniqueness is that it causes people to feel fear and disgust. Apart from making me look like a freak, it doesn't possess any special qualities. That's impossible. If Mr. Bai and Brother Yuan were the same kind of beings, then surely there must be power in Mr. Bai's eyes. Like in comics, each weapon belonging to the protagonist comes with its background and usage. Mr. Bai's eyes must have the same, Mu Shui seriously said. Bai Sherwin touched the rim of his eye socket, saying softly, is that so? Then it seems I haven't discovered it yet. Mu Shui nodded and stopped asking further. Although he was curious and even more eager to gather more information about these creatures, he knew he couldn't intrude or disturb his patients further with his questions. Mu Shui immediately became quiet and stopped looking at Bai Sherwin's eye, which was different from normal people. Mu Shui was busy fiddling with his phone, sending messages to Yuan Sheng and several others. The messages were sent, but just like stones sinking into the sea, there was no response. Mu Shui called Kong Yi, asking, have you found Brother Zhang? Kong Yi helplessly shook his head on the other side, not yet. The film crew doesn't want to report to the police, so the search is slow and difficult. Mu Shui felt equally helpless. He understood why the production team acted this way. Just like the previous film crew, once the police get involved, the losses incurred by the production are irretrievable. Even a half-day halt in filming wastes astronomical amounts of money. It's no longer just about individual gains or losses, the waste of funds can determine the fate of the entire crew and the investors backing them. Did Brother Qi say anything? On this end, Kong Yi opened his mouth to speak but then saw Qi Xinghan approaching. Without a word, Qi Xinghan took his phone. Kong Yi, hey. Brother Qi, my phone. Qi Xinghan held the phone in his palm, lifting it to his ear without speaking immediately. Mu Shui faintly sensed a change in the atmosphere on the other end, likely meaning the person answering had changed as well. Mu Shui quietly asked, Brother Qi. It was only then that the silent one on the other side responded, I'm still at the hospital and might need a few more days before I can return. Okay. Anne. Mu Shui thought, deciding to inform Qi Xinghan beforehand since Bai Sherwin had already mentioned several patients. He continued, Brother Qi, during this visit back to the hospital, I took on a new patient. Qi Xinghan. Kong Yi anxiously watched Qi Xinghan. He felt that Qi Xinghan might crush the phone into pieces with his grip. Alright, Qi Xinghan said calmly. Mu Shui rarely heard Qi Xinghan breathe, even over the phone line he could not hear him now, leaving him uncertain if Qi Xinghan was upset. So, see you. Mu Shui hesitated and then spoke. Qi Xinghan lowered his gaze, see you. Mu Shui put away his phone and looked up to see Bai Sherwin looking at him. Bai Sherwin seemed very curious and now stared at the phone in Mu Shui's hand, saying, your interaction with your other patients is quite interesting. Huh? Will you tell them that you're going to take care of me? And will they agree? No, it's just one of them. Mu Shui shook his head, the others have temporarily lost contact. Bai Sherwin responded, oh. Noticing Mu Shui's slightly furrowed brows, he added, you don't have to worry. People like them, us, losing contact is quite common. They'll naturally rejoin human society after some time and continue what they left unfinished. How much does Mr. Bai really know about the world of monsters? Mu Shui shook his head, they didn't lose contact voluntarily, but passively. Missing? That probably means they're dead. Bai Sherwin said casually. Mu Shui frowned, and his usually soft expression instantly tightened, appearing visibly unhappy. Bai Sherwin quickly revised, perhaps they've just gotten trapped in some kind of alternate dimension. Mu Shui paused for a moment. Could they have entered the overlapping space again? However, based on Kong Ye's description of the surveillance footage, when they disappeared, there should not have been any sign of force around them. Without any traces of power, how could they have fallen into an overlapping space? Mu Shui quickly asked, is there another possibility? Another? There are too many possibilities. For people like us, seeing a doctor or taking medication is only a temporary measure to suppress our inner brutality. The violent tendencies inside cannot be fully restrained. They will constantly seek combat, strive to become stronger, and may desire to kill their own kind, a drive seemingly inherent that makes resisting impossible. So, at this point, they may either be killing others or being killed themselves. Bai Sherwin said these words with a casual tone. What about you? Though Bai Sherwin's words align with the information given by the dean earlier, the monsters around him were no longer the cold entities described in the documents. Brutality? Killing their own kind? No, not quite. Mu Shui chose to ignore Lao Lin, Zhao Yun, and those flame birds. Bai Sherwin pointed to his eyes, they are utterly useless. I don't possess any powers. Without power, I won't generate violence, and certainly won't develop a desire to kill anyone. Mu Shui tilted his head, but that doesn't mean others won't come to kill you. Bai Sherwin fell silent for a moment, true. Why are you still alive until today then? Bai Sherwin set down the book in his hands and smiled slightly, even the strongest monster can't withstand an airplane or artillery. Moreover. Bai Sherwin paused, his expression gentle. He picked up the glasses from the bedside table and put them on, making him look even more like the gentleman in the photos, elegant, warm, yet distant. He said, "Some people keep monsters, just like paying mercenaries or hiring bodyguards. Monsters can be tamed and hired as well." Mu Shui was surprised. Bai Sherwen seemed to have revealed something incredible. This meant the establishment of a monster ecosystem was much older than Mu Shui had imagined. Han, Katopa, these organizations were just the tip of the iceberg. Then, beneath the seemingly peaceful human society, what kind of world actually existed? Mu Shui was about to say something when his phone suddenly rang. Kang Yi exclaimed on the other end, "Mu Shui. We found him. Brother Zhang has been found." Mu Shui immediately stood up. He didn't avoid eye contact with Bai Sherwen nor did he care about the hospital surveillance cameras. Directly, he asked, "Where did you find him?" "It was at the film set where Brother Zhang disappeared." "How did you find him?" "Brother Qi. Brother Qi unearthed him." Kang Yi gasped for breath while speaking. "Unearthed him? Unearthed him? Is he dead?" Chapter 92, The Next Person to Die. Wen Xiaoyan seemed to have really dodged a disaster and didn't encounter any more accidents after that. After spending 3 days in the hospital, Bai Sherwen left the hospital and returned to Beijing City, while Mu Shui also boarded a plane with Wen Xiaoyan's agent, arriving at Beijing City. Coincidentally, the film base was located nearby. "I'm not in a rush, I'll drop you off first," said Bai Sherwen as he sat next to Mu Shui, speaking up. Wen Xiaoyan's agent had already recognized this person as being quite familiar, and naturally hoped to have such an influential person escort them back to the set, so he nodded repeatedly. Once they arrived at the set, Wen Xiaoyan immediately went to negotiate with the production team about her issues. Meanwhile, Mu Shui took out his phone and was about to call Kang Yi but thought twice and ended up dialing Qi Xinghan instead. Last time, he called Kang Yi instead of Qi Xinghan, which seemed to make Qi Xinghan unhappy. Not long after, Qi Xinghan came out, followed by Guiyong, his assistant, along with Kang Yi and Shen Maojia. Who would have thought, Mu Shui would return so quickly, and even bring someone else along? Qi Xinghan's cold gaze swept over Bai Sherwen, followed shortly after by Kang Ye's wary stare, and Shen Maojia's cold, hateful eyes. Shen Maojia, in particular, stared at Bai Sherwen as if gnashing his teeth in hatred, wanting to tear him apart. But Bai Sherwen remained calm and composed, completely ignoring the stares from those around him. "Mr. Mu, we'll see each other another day," Bai Sherwen said, nodding slightly. Mu Shui turned around, nodded briefly at him, and even raised his hand to bid him farewell. Bai Sherwen turned and got into his car but did not hurry to leave. Mu Shui's attention, however, was already drawn by the presence of Mr. Zhang. "Brother Qi, where is Brother Zhang now?" Mu Shui asked quickly. Kang Yi replied helplessly, "The police have already taken the body away, but we have photos from the scene. If you want to visit the set where it happened, we can still go there." "Then give me the photos first." Mu Shui extended his hand towards Kang Yi. Kang Yi responded, "The photos are with Brother Qi." Mu Shui then turned to Qi Xinghan, "Brother Qi, where are the photos?" Only then did Qi Xinghan instruct Guiyong to bring the photos over. Apparently, to better reconstruct the scene, all the photos had been printed out. Mu Shui found a resting tent with them, spreading the photos all over the table. One of the photos featured a large bronze tripod. For unknown reasons, the legs of the tripod were cut off, leaving only its round, drum-like body. Just looking at the photo made one feel its heaviness. Where the tripod had been moved, a vague shape of a human figure could be seen. Yes, calling it a corpse was inaccurate because the person wasn't complete anymore. Mr. Zhang looked like he had been thrown into a meat grinder, crushed and flattened. Due to the force, his broken and mangled body was embedded into the muddy ground. Mud mixed with the corpse, the scene bloody and cruel. Just a glance caused the stomach to churn. Mu Shui pursed his lips, his face turning pale for a moment. He shifted the stool beneath him, moving further back. When he looked at the others, they weren't much better either. Kang Yi gazed at the roof, while his agent and assistant were already clutching the tent door vomiting. Even Qi Xinghan's assistants were no different, though Guiyong fared a bit better, just a little weak-kneed. In contrast, Qi Xinghan and Shen Maojia appeared like heartless monsters, their eyes unblinking, without fear or disgust. "How did he die?" Mu Shui pointed at the photo and asked. "The police." Kang Yi paused midway through his sentence, remembering something, causing his expression to sour again. Mu Shui was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Kang Yi someone who usually ate rotting flesh? Why did he seem scared and repulsed? Qi Xinghan chimed in on the side, "The police say he was crushed by that tripod." Having spent a significant amount of time on the set, Mu Shui knew some things. He questioned aloud, "But aren't such tripods supposed to be props, lightweight?" It should originally have been a prop made out of foam, but the director of that group thought it looked too fake, so they exerted effort and specially prepared this large bronze tripod. It was cast in iron. Guiyong explained, his complexion pale. "So how did this tripod end up crushing him?" Mu Shui asked curiously. Guiyong shook his head, "Who knows? The police are still investigating, that area has been cordoned off. Let's go take a look." Standing up, Mu Shui bent down to carefully gather the photos one by one before pinching them in his hands. Since Mu Shui looked young and his recovery was so quick, the others felt they should not be afraid anymore. Everyone followed Mu Shui as they all headed to the film set where the incident occurred. The filming crew continued their shooting, but the entire production team exuded a dreary atmosphere. A person had died gruesomely in this crew, under extremely strange circumstances. They couldn't even switch the location. During the shooting period, the studio venues were tight, they had rented it in advance and paid all at once. Even if they wanted to change now, they wouldn't get their money back, nor would they find another suitable place. So they just had to continue shooting despite the gloomy start. The shadow of someone dying right at the beginning weighed heavily on them. After communicating with the crew, though highly unwilling, they still allowed the group to see the scene of the incident. The area where the body was unearthed still had police tape around it, and a yellow plastic sheet covered the spot. The police did not rush to clean the dirt there, perhaps because Zhang's death was so peculiar that ordinary criminal investigation techniques might miss something crucial, so they left everything untouched. This gave Mu Shui an opportunity to check it out. Mu Shui put on foot covers, gloves, a hat, and also a special outerwear before entering the cordoned-off area. He lifted the plastic sheet and instantly, a pungent smell of rot and blood hit him. Choking slightly, Mu Shui quickly turned away and breathed in fresh air first before feeling better. He needed to thank Kong Yi. Thank Kong Yi for helping him get used to such smells beforehand. Although caught off guard this time and choked, he could endure it afterward. Mu Shui had a very serious expression. Yet, with his soft features, he looked even more likable. He turned and asked Qi Xinghan, "Brother Qi, did you notice anything odd?" Qi Xinghan, "No." Mu Shui wasn't a forensic doctor, so he didn't detect anything unusual either. Despite the nausea, he rummaged through the ground with his gloved hand, searching again but finding nothing. It seemed like everything pointed toward a mere accident. But would an accident escalate to such an extent? Every time Mu Shui looked down, he could still see the crushed bits of flesh pressed into the mud. He hurriedly stepped out of the cordoned-off area. Now the problem lay before him. Qi Xinghan didn't know, Shen Maojia wasn't clear, and even Kong Yi, Mr. Encyclopedia, couldn't help here. But he had one more person. He could ask Bai Sherwen. Mu Shui quickly pulled off his gloves, took out his phone, and called Bai Sherwen. Bai Sherwen had already given him his number. The call was answered quickly. "Mr. Bai, are you available now? Could you return to the film base? I have some questions I'd like to ask you," Mu Shui said into the phone. Bai Sherwen's car hadn't moved. He was sitting inside, gripping the phone and responding, "All right, where is Mr. Mu now? I'll come immediately." Relieved, Mu Shui thought these difficult patients spoken of by the director sure were cooperative. They were all really good patients. Qi Xinghan heard how polite Mu Shui sounded when speaking to the person on the phone and was reminded of when they first met. At that time, Mu Shui had been respectful, calling the other "you," being very formal. Then at some point, things changed, losing formality and gaining closeness. Qi Xinghan spoke up then and sent his assistant to meet the visitor. Before long, the assistant guided Bai Sherwen over. Behind Bai Sherwen followed two unremarkable-looking bodyguards. Bai Sherwen smiled faintly, glancing first at Qi Xinghan, then scanning over Kong Yi and Shen Maojia, saying, "Mr. Mu invited me here. Is there something wrong?" His tone implied that he had been called by them. Mu Shui told Bai Sherwen about Mr. Zhang and did not hide Wen Xiaoyan's case either. However, he omitted Yuan Sheng and others. After hearing this, Bai Sherwen chuckled softly. "In our ancient Chinese folklore, there's a story that the Lord Yama has a book, the Yama Register, which records who was born at what time and will die at what time. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong enters the Hall of Yama to save a life, altering the record in the register with a pen, allowing life. Thus, can we say that a single stroke from the pen could also cause a person not destined to die to pass away prematurely?" Mu Shui nodded, "Absolutely. So, the shadow was not checking names destined to die. Instead, it possessed something akin to the Yama Register or the Yama Pen, or this ability. This ability allowed him to decide who was destined to die, by what method, and at what time. This ability equated to the old saying, if King Yama decides you will die at 3 in the morning, no one can save you till 5. If someone managed to escape by luck, they would still continuously encounter misfortunes, like being haunted by death itself, ultimately unable to meet a good end. Then would this come in order? Mu Shui voiced his doubt. That shadow first targeted Wen Xiaoyan, and now Wen Xiaoyan has survived. The second one was Brother Zhang, since no one protected him, he died. The third, is me. Bai Sherwen's eyes showed a slight change as he stared at Mu Shui. The third one is you? Mu Shui nodded slightly. Kong Yi could no longer hold back. If he only had guts to stop hiding among the crowd, I'll kill him and devour every piece of his flesh. Why did he target the filming crew? Bai Sherwen asked, has Mr. Mu thought about it? Mu Shui shook his head, I don't know. Initially, I thought he just had a wicked heart and wanted to do bad things. Later, I assumed he wanted to kidnap people for research, but until now, I haven't figured out the real reason. Mu Shui suddenly paused. Could it be waiting for Jiao Yan here? Bai Sherwen responded, it makes sense then. They must belong to the same group. Bai Sherwen said, they should be from the same gang. Chapter 93, Mu Shui's Death, 1. Kang Ye's first reaction was, Jiao Yan was following Mu Shui as an undercover agent. Mu Shui immediately shook his head and rejected his statement. Mr. Bai's meaning is probably that Jiao Yan and the Black Shadow originated from the same place. Kang Ye chuckled, then we have to find Jiao Yan in order to figure out what exactly the Black Shadow is and whether it aligns with our guesses. He had thought Jiao Yan wasn't a good person, and he was just rejoicing that one less person would be competing for Mu Shui. But now not only hadn't anyone reduced, but there was also Mr. Bai. Mu Shui muttered aloud, then how will it kill me? Am I going to die in fire, or water, or be crushed like Brother Zhang? Didn't I tell you before? Bai Sherwen smiled faintly, monsters can also be hired. As long as you're willing, you can leave with me right now. Even if the Grim Reaper comes, there'd be nothing he could do about it. Mu Shui hesitated, the Black Shadow first appeared on set, maybe it'll come back here. If I leave, will it target someone else? Instead of merely ensuring safety, I want to lure this Black Shadow out, catch it, and find the whereabouts of others. Bai Sherwen nodded, that indeed would be better. A bodyguard by Bai Sherwen's side spoke up, Master, you must return today. Just delaying a day or two. Bai Sherwen signaled one of the bodyguards, go back and prepare the people that Mr. Mu needs, then bring them here. The bodyguard didn't dare to object and left immediately. Then let's wait, Bai Sherwen said, for the Black Shadow to appear. As soon as his words fell, Qi Xinghan gave him a cold, measuring look. Bai Sherwen turned around, giving Qi Xinghan a lukewarm smile, polite. Qi Xinghan and Kang Yi et al. Were still continuing to shoot the movie, so naturally Mu Shui had to follow Bai Sherwen. Qi Xinghan seemed slightly dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. He just looked deeply at Bai Sherwen, then walked away. It was right at this moment that Mu Shui remembered, with a slow realization, that earlier when he had just moved into Qi Xinghan's apartment and mentioned he was going to look for Yuan Sheng, Qi Xinghan, not knowing who he was looking for, asked, are you looking for Bai Sherwen or Jiao Yan? Back then, Qi Xinghan already knew Mr. Bai. And apparently, they didn't get along well. Mu Shui rubbed his hair. He would have to clear things up later, otherwise, the disharmony among the patients would make things hard for him too. Let's go, Bai Sherwen said. Mu Shui nodded and followed, leaving the crew. The bodyguard sent back by Bai Sherwen quickly arrived at the set with some people. The bodyguard brought a total of 3 vehicles, one of which was a recreational vehicle, RV. Bai Sherwen led Mu Shui inside the RV to rest. Not long after, the bodyguard brought in 3 men. These men were tall and imposing, their faces exuding an air of hostility, reminiscent of soldiers but not quite. They were likely mercenaries, just as Bai Sherwen described. Bai Sherwen pointed at Mu Shui, this is the person you need to protect next. The men in front did not underestimate him, they immediately sat down inside the RV, occupying 3 different positions as though together with Bai Sherwen, surrounding Mu Shui in the middle. Sitting inside the RV, Mu Shui found himself quite bored. He took out his phone and played a game for a while. But many of the games Tang Jing had downloaded for him were ones he didn't know how to play, so he would have to wait for Tang Jing to return and teach him. While flipping through his apps, Mu Shui happened upon the Plants vs. Zombies icon. He clicked on it. Familiar music flowed into his ears, and Mu Shui immediately thought of Kato no, Garcia. In an instant, Mu Shui lost all interest in playing the game. He shut off his phone and looked up, asking Bai Sherwen, Mr. Bai, is there anything fun to do? Bai Sherwen was originally reading a book attentively, but hearing Mu Shui's voice, he seriously pondered for a moment. Playing cards? Mahjong? Bai Sherwen glanced at the phone in his hand and casually remarked, don't you young people like playing on your phones? Isn't there anything interesting online? Mu Shui shook his head. Gossip news was somewhat entertaining when read occasionally, but constantly consuming it became boring. Reading books was much more enjoyable. And yet, during the time when he followed his teacher, he had already read countless books. Now, he simply wanted to slack off a little and even avoided reading books. Bring over the deck of cards, Bai Sherwen turned and instructed the bodyguard. The bodyguard had never seen Bai Sherwen play anything like this before, and he immediately stared with wide eyes in shock. However, professionalism kicked in despite his astonishment, and he obediently fetched a deck of cards. Mu Shui wasn't very good at playing these games, he didn't know how to play landlord or ascending levels at all. So Bai Sherwen simply played the easiest game with him, shuffle the cards, divide them equally, then compare the size of the cards. The one with the larger card went first, and the goal was to be the first to play all their cards. This game was simple yet filled with unpredictability. Mu Shui enjoyed it immensely. He played happily with Bai Sherwen until the crew wrapped up for the night. When Qi Xinghan arrived, he saw that Mu Shui's head was plastered with small pieces of paper. In order not to let the papers block his vision, Mu Shui puffed his cheeks and blew forcefully as he played cards, lifting the papers. It looked slightly ridiculous but undeniably adorable. Get out of the car, Qi Xinghan grumbled. But since his tone was always like that, no one really paid attention. Mu Shui reluctantly returned the cards to Bai Sherwen and turned to get out of the vehicle. The RV's steps were rather high, so Mu Shui walked down carefully. Just as he was stepping down, a hand came from behind him. Bai Sherwen hooked his suspenders. Today, Mu Shui was wearing a sweater with suspenders, looking like a little prince straight out of a fairy tale. With Bai Sherwen pulling the suspenders, Mu Shui was lifted effortlessly. Just go ahead, you won't fall, Bai Sherwen said. Mu Shui suddenly understood. He nodded and turned to thank Bai Sherwen. After getting out of the car, the crew staff began leaving. The crowd quickly thickened. Mu Shui didn't want to jostle with them, so he slowed his steps. A man carrying a suitcase passed by them and greeted Qi Xinghan and others, Brother Qi, Brother Kong. And in an instant, a flash of light streaked through Mu Shui's mind, prompting him to instinctively step back twice. Bai Sherwen noticed something was off, grabbed his suspender pants, and ran away. With his long legs, Bai Sherwen moved swiftly. Just as they'd gone a few steps further, the man's suitcase exploded with a boom. In the blink of an eye, Bai Sherwen's bodyguards reacted and kicked the man away. The explosion startled everyone. Chaos erupted among the crew, disrupting the previously orderly exodus as the crowd became instantly disordered. Mu Shui caught his breath in Bai Sherwen's arms. No, that was just the appetizer. If I am destined to die by bombs, then there must be other bombs here. But right after wrapping up the filming, too many people were present on set. Mu Shui bit his lips. His gaze scanned the area, but he couldn't determine who else might have explosives. They fled chaotically. Each person seemed like a walking hazard. We should leave right now, Bai Sherwen said, making an eye signal to the bodyguards and grabbing Mu Shui to make a quick move towards the exit. However, it was quite a distance from here to the gate of the film city. Forget about the film city, even to leave the set required a long walk. With so many people around, how could they evade? Don't run anymore, Mu Shui quickly calmed down. We don't need to check who carries bombs either. Just look carefully if that black shadow appears in the crowd. He will definitely come. He would admire his own masterpiece. He is more afraid that I won't die, just like when Xiaoyan. He must be hiding somewhere in the crowd. Bai Sherwen stopped, all right. Qi Xinghan and others also heard Mu Shui's voice, so they began searching the crowd. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Mu Shui became, his focus razor-sharp. Though his fingers tingled and his palms sweated, his gaze methodically swept through the surroundings. Black shadow. Black shadow. The figure almost identical to Jiao Yen. Mu Shui's gaze froze. I see it. It's there. Bai Sherwen looked along with him. The black shadow seemingly realized and quickly turned around. But Qi Xinghan moved faster. He rushed over, along with Kong Yi and Shen Maojiao. As the dispersing crowd distantly echoed a bark. It was probably just an illusion, likely caused by the earlier explosion numbing their ears. We must go over there too, Mu Shui tugged on Bai Sherwen's sleeve and urged, hurry. Mr. Bai, hurry. Otherwise, he was afraid that Qi Xinghan and the others would disappear as well. On the other side. A deafening bang sounded, but it wasn't an explosion. Instead, it was the man punching and shattering a nearby culture dish in front of him. The contents spilled out entirely. The man didn't even glance at it before moving on to the second culture dish. Everywhere he passed, things were broken apart like after a violent storm. His hands bled slightly, yet he paid no attention, advancing with mechanical precision like a killing machine. He moved forward calmly. Stop him. Quickly, grab him. For heaven's sake, has he gone mad? Is he really destroying his own base? Stop. Now. The man arrived at a mirror. In its reflection, his features were revealed. He had regular features, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an imposing aura. Only his eyes appeared lifeless and indifferent. He was Jiao Yen. Achoo. Katofas covered his nose, glaring darkly at his subordinates below. What exactly did you see just now? The subordinate trembled. And nothing. What could he say? How could he admit he saw Katofas playing Plants vs. Zombies on his mobile phone and getting his brains eaten by zombies every time? Chapter 94, Mu Shui's Death, 2. Mu Shui grabbed Bai Sherwen's sleeve. Mr. Bai, can you keep up? Bai Sherwen responded quickly, of course. Whether or not one could keep up becomes a more sensitive issue when it involves a monster. Even if they couldn't, they must pretend to be able. Bai Sherwen took a step with his long legs, and Mu Shui accidentally looked up and noticed a subtle change in his eyeball. On his right eye's sclera, something was gently moving. Mu Shui discovered that it was a black thread crossing the entire eye. The black thread twisted and expanded on his sclera, until finally the black thread resembled the seam of an eyelid closing. In an instant, it opened wide. A much larger pupil than normal instantly filled his right eye. Mu Shui was startled. But Bai Sherwen seemed completely unfazed. Soon after, Mu Shui realized that the people around them appeared to be moving at 0.5 speed. Their actions were slowed down by some invisible force, leaving only Mu Shui and Bai Sherwen able to move at their normal pace. The surrounding people didn't seem to notice any change, as if they had been separated into another world the moment it happened. Was this Bai Sherwen's power? Did his peculiar eyeball possess the ability to control time? With Bai Sherwen leading the way and effortlessly leaping over countless people, they arrived beside the shadow figure, which Bai Sherwen swiftly seized after its 2 quick flutters. Mu Shui blinked, and the image of the shadow before him gradually became clearer. Indeed, he looked almost exactly like Jiao Yan, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the shadow's face was even whiter, perhaps due to being in a place without sunlight for a long time. His hair wasn't fully developed, no beard, and his hairline had receded. Of course, the biggest difference lay in the fact that the man in front occasionally revealed a bit of evil expression, making people feel uneasy. Mu Shui tightly grasped the shadow's wrist. But unexpectedly, the shadow's wrist was quite thick, making it difficult for Mu Shui to hold on properly. Bai Sherwen noticed his movement and said, "Just grab onto me." Mu Shui thought about it and agreed. If Bai Sherwen held the shadow and Mu Shui held Bai Sherwen, then they would all be linked together. That way, if the shadow suddenly disappeared, it would have no choice but to take them along. So Mu Shui clutched Bai Sherwen's sleeve very, very tightly. Once all precautionary measures were taken, Mu Shui asked the shadow, "What's your name?" The shadow grinned, revealing clear ridicule and malice in his smile. He spoke with a hoarse voice like a broken gong, "Jiao, meow." He probably hadn't spoken in a long time. Jiao Yan. Jiao Miao. And they were opposites. Were they twins? Or was the shadow split from Jiao Yan's body? Where did Jiao Yan go? Mu Shui asked again. The shadow looked at Mu Shui from head to toe with malicious eyes and countered, "Do you want to go there?" Mu Shui tilted his head slightly. From the tone of the shadow, it seemed he wouldn't mind taking Mu Shui along too. The shadow was extremely confident in his abilities. Mu Shui smiled, "Yes, I want to go too." As Mu Shui spoke, he patted Bai Sherwen's hand to indicate that he should let go. If he was going to enter the tiger's den, he certainly couldn't bring along this new patient he had just acquired. However, Bai Sherwen still firmly gripped the straps of Mu Shui's overalls and replied calmly, "Then let's go together." Surprised, Mu Shui glanced at him, "Don't you want to get home as soon as possible? We've already delayed for 2 days, a couple more won't make a difference." The shadow didn't care that he was currently restrained. He stared at them, and the malice in his eyes became even more apparent as he grinned, "All right, follow me." "Close your eyes," the shadow said. Mu Shui couldn't help but wonder inside what strange principle this was based on. Jiao Yan also acted this way. When someone looked at him and shifted their gaze away, and back again, his position would shift. According to Wen Xiaoyan's description, the shadow worked similarly. But how could he carry them along during the shifting process? Mu Shui obediently closed his eyes. Bai Sherwen blinked, and his right eye, completely occupied by the pupil, looked somewhat terrifying. His fingers tightened their grip on Mu Shui's overalls. In the blink of an eye. They were already outside the film city, the clamorous sounds from within now far behind them. Mu Shui nudged the ground lightly with his toes. Is this the shrinking distance technique from novels? After speaking, he looked up and saw a black minivan parked by the side of the road. The shadow was still firmly held by Bai Sherwen, saying in a rough tone, "Get in the car." Even though his words sounded fierce, given that he was currently being held by Bai Sherwen, it only made him look more ridiculous. Mu Shui spoke with some disappointment, "I thought we'd close our eyes and open them to be there already. So, we need transportation too." The shadow's face flushed with embarrassment at this, feeling discredited. This teenager was far too calmly evaluating everything around him. It gave the shadow a great sense of failure and humiliation. The shadow emitted a strange chuckle from his throat, "You'll have no regrets later. There, a place exactly suited for you such as." The shadow eyed Mu Shui from head to toe before uttering the final 2 words, "Specimen." The shadow was highly confident about where he came from. He believed once Mu Shui and Bai Sherwen got there, they would have no chance to resist anymore. It should be a formidable place. Otherwise, how could it confine people like Yuan Sheng? Without hesitation, Mu Shui climbed into the car. Bai Sherwen had been clutching onto Mu Shui's suspenders so hard that Mu Shui nearly fell out of the car again. "Ah, sorry," said Bai Sherwen, withdrawing his hand and sitting inside. The door was quickly closed. Only then did Mu Shui realize the interior of the van was coated with a layer of film that perfectly blocked all outside light. Once the door shut, it became pitch black inside the vehicle. Mu Shui closed his eyes and began counting silently. Bai Sherwen beside him also lapsed into silence. The explosion at the filming site caused chaos, and everyone was evacuated quickly, fortunately without any stampede incidents. Soon after, the police arrived at the scene and began checking for dangerous individuals, reviewing surveillance footage. An explosion was worse than individual murders since it indiscriminately targeted masses. Kang Yi and Shen Maojia returned to the trailer rented by the production team. An assistant handed them warm water to calm their nerves. Kang Yi let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered. "Where's Mu Shui?" The assistant looked confused, "Don't know." At the doorway of the trailer stood someone. It was Qi Xinghan. Kang Yi was even more baffled, wasn't Brother Qi chasing after someone? "I didn't catch him." Qi Xinghan looked around, "Where's Mu Shui?" "We were just talking about it, we haven't seen Mu Shui. As for Mr. Bai, who cared where he went? Anyway, it wasn't their business." Shen Maojia accidentally crumpled the disposable cup in his hand, spilling water all over Kang Ye's face. "Kang Yi, hey, what are you doing?" Without looking back, Shen Maojiao left the trailer. To find someone, said Qi Xinghan, turning around and starting the search again. But after more than 2 hours of searching, they still couldn't find Mu Shui. Not even Bai Sherwin's figure was seen. Kang Yi stammered. Another sudden disappearance. Kang Yi frowned, how can both just vanish without a trace? The assistant appeared completely lost, wondering internally who she should ask. When Mu Shui counted to 13,084, the car stopped. The door opened, and Bai Sherwin got out first. Mu Shui opened his eyes, but for a moment he couldn't quite adjust to the environment. The surroundings were bright, illuminated by countless incandescent lights. Mu Shui had just come out of the dark environment, so for a second, his vision went blank. He raised a hand to cover his eyes and after a while adjusted to the brightness. This was a large space. Like a large warehouse, or a venue. All facilities around them were coated with silver paint, reflecting blindingly under the illumination of the incandescent lights. Mu Shui squinted, feeling rather uncomfortable. Turning his head toward Bai Sherwin, he noticed Bai Sherwin seemed unaffected. His eyes must be unique. Mu Shui withdrew his gaze and looked toward the shadow. Where the shadow stood, there was a silver door behind him. The shadow turned to face Mu Shui, revealing a broad grin full of malice. He said, "Look." Before his words were finished, there was a tremendous bang. That silver door was blasted off its hinges, hitting the shadow square on, sending him flying. A powerful shockwave followed, with countless fragments scattering everywhere. Simultaneously, someone shouted furiously, "Catch him! Hurry!" Mu Shui narrowed his eyes, seeing unclearly. Bai Sherwin then grabbed his suspenders again and moved him slightly backward. They had already hidden behind the van. Countless flying parts hit the van with a series of pings and bangs. Mu Shui tilted his head and saw the shadow being struck by the silver door and landed not far from him. The shadow struggled to get up, with a sinister look, full of hatred in his eyes. Mu Shui was somewhat curious, would he spit blood? Would the blood be green, red, or black? In the end, Mu Shui was disappointed. Because the shadow didn't spit blood, instead, he got up and focused intently on the person who came out of the door. Mu Shui reached out and pulled his suspenders, saying, "Now it should be safe, let's go out from behind the car. Otherwise, we won't see what's going on outside." Only then did Bai Sherwin let go of his suspenders. Mu Shui walked around the van and saw a group of people in white coats, both young and old, chasing after a tall man. They were extremely furious but still cautious, not daring to get too close. That was Jiao Yan. His clothes were already torn in several places, his hands tightly clenched into fists, with blood dripping down from his knuckles. Mu Shui exhaled deeply. Finally, he met one. The shadow suddenly rushed forward, swift as lightning, in an instant he was right before Jiao Yan. Jiao Yan was equally fast, capturing the shadow with both hands, expression cold and numb, trying to rip the shadow apart. The group of people in white coats almost popped their eyeballs out, screaming desperately, "No! You can't do that! Damn it! Have you forgotten where this place is? This is where you were born. He's your twin brother. Mu Shui." It was a bit absurd. But also not unexpected. A bitter laugh squeezed out from the shadow's throat, "If I am torn apart, he will die, immediately." The shadow pointed in a direction. Mu Shui followed that direction and looked. Oh, it was himself. Chapter 95, Mu Shui's Death, 3. About 10 minutes later, Mu Shui, Bai Sherwin, Jiao Yan, and Jiao Miao, along with those disheveled white coats, were all standing in a single space. This space was large, with walls on all four sides that were entirely snow-white. In addition, there were many strange vessels and pipes, even some beakers and tweezers lying around. These items had been overturned on the ground, and the walls had a large hole torn into them. One pane of glass had long cracks spreading from the center outward, as if someone had struck it directly in the middle with a punch. It was cramped and messy here, and there wasn't a single place to sit. Mu Shui was getting a little tired. "I think communicating while sitting down would work better," Mu Shui said softly. No one could ignore his quiet words. The white coats glared at Mu Shui, and also at Jiao Yan and Bai Sherwin who stood next to Mu Shui. Jiao Miao sneered, "Do you think this is some kind of tea party?" Jiao Yan squeezed his neck and lifted him up a bit. Jiao Miao wasn't as tall as Jiao Yan, so his feet naturally dangled off the ground. The circle around Jiao Miao's neck turned purple, and his face flushed red. Mu Shui glanced at him. It seemed that despite Jiao Miao having some extraordinary ability, his body didn't possess as strong a defense as Jiao Yan's. Jiao Miao's physical body was still human flesh and blood. If Jiao Yan strangled him, he would truly die. Jiao Miao coughed with difficulty, his voice changing pitch, all right, Will, get a chair." Only then did Jiao Yan let go. Mu Shui turned his head toward one of the white coats, "You, go get one." Caught by surprise, the man panicked, stumbling backward repeatedly as his words became jumbled, "No, I won't." With a grim expression, Jiao Miao snapped, "Go. Or do you want me to die?" That particular white coat then ran out, his messy hair flapping as he dragged back an ergonomic chair not long after, placing it in front of Mu Shui. As soon as the chair was set down, he immediately retreated back into the group of white coats, terrified of staying even a second longer, for fear of falling into the same situation as Jiao Miao. Mu Shui sat down, finally feeling his limbs loosen up. He slightly squinted his eyes, his expression relaxing somewhat. When Jiao Miao caught sight of his relaxed demeanor, he couldn't help but sneer coldly, "Any questions? It's best to ask quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die before your time." Mu Shui paid no heed to Jiao Miao's sarcasm. He was curious about why the relationship between Jiao Yan and Jiao Miao had deteriorated to its current state. But compared to these things, Mu Shui asked aloud, "Have you seen a man whose half body is all bones? And a man wearing a clown mask?" The white coat who had earlier fetched the chair suddenly stumbled 3 steps back, his head, bang, hitting the pipe behind him. The pipe, which had already been unstable, fell, striking him and knocking his glasses off. Clutching his eyes, the white coat broke out in a cold sweat and said, "I haven't seen. I haven't seen. How could we possibly have seen them? We can't see them." Unhappy, Mu Shui furrowed his brow. "What about the rest of you?" Others either looked bewildered or angry. "That's enough." An old man with a mustache stepped forward, saying, "Wasn't it you who instructed them?" "I knew it. I knew it." Chapter 96, Mu Shui's Death, 4. He looked at Mu Shui with an expression of deep terror, but quickly, the terror was replaced by anger. The old man's body trembled as he cursed, "He is an escaped test subject who suddenly returned to the base. I should have known it was a conspiracy from the start. As expected, he wreaked havoc on the base, and even brought you here." Mu Shui didn't interrupt him. Standing nearby, Bai Sherwin's face gradually grew colder, seemingly disliking the old man's way of speaking. Mu Shui quietly raised his hand and gently pushed Bai Sherwin backward. Bai Sherwin collected himself, restoring his composed, inscrutable demeanor. It wasn't until the old man had finished cursing angrily that Mu Shui softly asked, "Judging by your tone, you seem to know me." "I don't know you," the old man replied furiously as he pulled out a transparent box from his pocket. "But damn it, this thing knows you. It knows who you are. Your smell can't be hidden. You're a dog of Katopa." After blurting out Katopa's name, the old man realized his mistake and hastily became silent, looking extremely tense with the veins in his neck bulging. Mu Shui hesitated. He immediately bent down to look closely at the box held by the old man. Was the box made of glass? Or plastic? Perhaps transparent crystal? The exact material couldn't be determined, but one could clearly see what was inside. It was a palm-sized strange creature, entirely flesh-pink, as if its outer skin had been torn off. It had 4 short legs and 2 stubby horns. Mu Shui could only tell which were the legs and which were the horns based on their uneven lengths. To others, they might all look like snail feet, flesh-pink, wriggling, somehow indescribably nauseating, making it hard for anyone to observe further. Even worse. The creature wasn't just wriggling, it was trembling. And trembling violently. So much so that the entire box began to shake. As Mu Shui shifted his gaze around, he noticed the other white coat's pockets seemed to be trembling as well. Mu Shui asked curiously, "Do you all have one of these things?" The old man replied coldly, "Of course. To guard against your kind, we each carry one. You thought you could fool us, but not this." Mu Shui started to piece things together. They mistook him for someone from Katopa based on the ugly flesh-colored little monster. It recognized his scent. What kind of scent did he have? Suddenly realizing, Mu Shui took something out of his pocket. It was about the size of a fingernail, hard, and slightly irregular in shape. It was the gift Garcia gave him in the illusion, the same thing he once suspected might be Garcia's kidney stone. When Mu Shui revealed this item, the little creature in the box began to quiver even more violently. It even began to ram against the box walls, producing a series of crackling sounds. To the ears of the people in the white coats, those crackling sounds were akin to a death warrant. Their faces all changed. The old man lost all strength in his limbs, slumping onto the ground. He said, he won't stop until he achieves his goal. "Tell me, what do you want? To take Jiao Miao away? Or do you want more? More is impossible. Even killing us is impossible. We cannot explain it to higher-ups." Before Mu Shui could say anything, the old man had already defeated himself. The group of white coats shook uncontrollably, as if the person standing before them was Katopa himself. Mu Shui fiddled with the object in his hand. The smell of Katopa made the little monster inside the box tremble with such fear. Alright, it was probably a real kidney stone taken from inside someone. Otherwise, how would it acquire the smell? Right, I want to take Jiao Miao away. Mu Shui followed the old man's line of thinking. I also need to know how to control Jiao Miao's abilities. Anyway, it's Katopa who will take the blame for this. If you're gonna screw up, you might as well go all in. The old man turned pale. "You're ruthless." Jiao Miao's complexion drastically changed. "He's lying. How could he possibly be associated with Katopa? Jiao Yan wouldn't ally with Katopa." But the old man mumbled, Fine, I'll tell you. But after this, you must never come back here." Mu Shui responded. Unbelievable how easy it was. Jiao Miao struggled fiercely, his features distorted. There is no way to control me, none. I am invincible. You can't hand me over. My role in the organization is significant. I can manipulate life and death. He cannot manipulate life and death, he was merely altered through experiments. Afterward, he became a radiating body of harmful substances. Just like how nuclear bombs release radiation, the radiation he emits leads to death, the old man said. Mu Shui nodded, this was close to what he had guessed. Mu Shui continued, so, at first, he would frequently appear beside someone. When that person receives enough radiation, they will slowly start seeing his figure. The more they see him, the more influenced they become. Misfortune strikes, and an inevitable death awaits them. With every death, he recovers the radiation. If someone doesn't die as planned, he cannot recover the radiation, which weakens his power, making it harder for him to kill another person, like me, who hasn't died yet. The old man's complexion turned even paler, yes. Then why does he kill? On one side, it satisfies his desire to control others' lives, while on the other, he's selecting new subjects for your organization. Those unaffected by the radiation are the ones you need. The old man's posture slumped further, he must know everything already. Did he target 921 from the very beginning? Mu Shui didn't ask aloud. He thought, that number must have been Jiao Miao's ID. Just like Tan Jing was 566. Just like when Kadoora mistook him for Qi, insisting that he was 79. All numbers. He had once thought those were the ID numbers for patients in a mental hospital. Oh, right, doctors and nurses had the same numbering system. But now experimental subjects also had numbers. Does that mean Tan Jing and Qi were also once experimental subjects? Could it be indicating that both the hospital and this underground base belong to the organization, Pan? That's why they used the same IDs. The way to control him is to keep him around powerful individuals, or multiple powerful people. He can't kill them, and his powers will quickly dissipate. Like a used-up energy rod that has no more effect. Is that correct? Mu Shui asked in return. The old man choked slightly. It is, since you already know, why ask me? At this, Jiao Miao's face twisted, screaming desperately, no. It's not like that. But no one paid him any attention. Mu Shui curiously questioned, then why is he so similar to Jiao Yan? Whenever someone blinks, his position changes without being noticed. They originally underwent the same type of alteration, but later received different enhancements, the old man explained. Mu Shui frowned, sounds like an unpleasant experience, huh? How many times could a human body withstand such alterations? The previously feeble old man suddenly stood up, coldly staring at Mu Shui, with a warped fervor in his eyes. You don't understand. This stimulates the greatest potential within human bodies. This optimizes genes and improves species. In the future, all humans will thank us for our sacrifices today. This narrow-minded Kadopa can't comprehend it. If Jiao Yan hadn't fled the organization, he would already have had a better future. Anyone who betrays Pan or opposes Pan will regret their actions. As the old man spoke, blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. His tongue dropped out as he opened it wide. In a distant place. Kadopa glared gloomily at the curtain in front of him. Who dares to utter my name with such hatred? They deserve death. As he finished speaking, Kadopa pressed his neck, which itched uncontrollably. Stupid Garcia. Why did you pluck my scales and give them away? The youth beside him opened his mouth to remind him, you're cursing yourself. Chapter 97, Mu Shui's Death, 5. Gu Fei stepped into the great door, only to witness an utter mess. Equipment was scattered around, protective suits were torn apart, and there were large holes punched in one wall after another. The handsome features of the young man slowly contorted into a sarcastic smile. They will eventually be annihilated by the very monster they have created with their own hands. A man approached him and bent over slightly. Lord, I request to conduct an S-class search here. Go ahead. Gu Fei nodded briefly, paused for a second, and suddenly added, wait a moment. Lord? Did you bring it? Yes, Lord. The man spoke while slightly shifting his body, revealing a small pinkish flesh creature resting on his shoulder. You should know that if it starts trembling, then it means that a scale belonging to Lord Kato Pass is nearby. Understood. If you discover its carrier, please immediately take them away. We still have some time before Yuanxing discovers anything. Yes, Lord. Don't underestimate this carrier either. He once, almost killed me. Gu Fei lifted his hand and lightly squeezed the nape of his neck. In the dream he wove last time, he had assumed that the young boy would really kill him. The man responded in astonishment, Is he truly so powerful? Isn't he just an ordinary person? Gu Fei shook his head. Who knows? Being able to take Garcia's scale out from his dream, who knows what kind of a monster the boy truly is? Mu Shui sneezed. He adjusted the straps on his body and muttered softly. Winter has already passed, but... A deafening bang interrupted Mu Shui's muttering. Mu Shui turned his head, only to see Jiao Miao glaring furiously, his face twisted, forehead smashing against the car window glass. Mu Shui couldn't help but remind him, stop moving around so recklessly, if the window breaks, you'll need to compensate for the damage. And anyway, this car, doesn't seem too reliable quality-wise. After hearing this, Jiao Miao became even more infuriated. His eyes bulged wider, the eyeballs practically popping out as though they might fall, and he crashed himself forcefully against the car window again twice. Jiao Yan stood expressionless, grabbed Jiao Miao and pulled him back, then stomped all over Jiao Miao's entire body until he could no longer move or bash his head against the glass again. Jiao Miao gritted his teeth hard and forced out a strained sentence, "You really don't show any brotherly feelings. You're such a strange person," said Mu Shui as he slowly flipped open the thick file lying on his knees. The document contained numerous pages. After the old man suddenly spit out part of his tongue, everyone else nearly panicked, scrambling to get this item and passing it directly into his hands. It was purported to be the records of Jiao Yan and Jiao Miao from years ago. When Mu Shui flipped to the first page, his eyes landed on two characters, Jiao Yan. Mu Shui said indifferently, "When you felt completely secure, you never regarded him as your brother. You deliberately lured him back to the base, so a group of doctors could capture him. Now when you've become a prisoner, you're beginning to talk about brotherhood." Jiao Miao hit a nerve, turning pale with fury. It was him who betrayed the base first. He willingly chose to become trash. Mu Shui paused in his movement, focusing on a section of the records. September 4, 1531. Jiao Yan underwent his first physical test. The results met the experimental project requirements. On September 12, at 21:01, following negotiations, the laboratory delivered materials to Jiao Qingsheng and Han Xiaofeng. On September 15, at 8:30, Jiao Yan entered experimental base No. 3. If September 4 marked the start of the base's screening of test subjects, it took less than half a month, from September 4 to September 15, for Jiao Yan to enter the base. That American money must have played quite a significant role. Mu Shui tried searching for key information on his phone, quickly finding the answer. During the season, Jiao Yan suddenly announced an emergency due to a suspected relapse of an old injury. Lineup changes for the next game, Jiao Yan withdraws suddenly. Jiao Yan's replacement causes fan dissatisfaction. Jiao Yan's retirement came unexpectedly, not even completing the current season. From that point onward, he must have already entered the base. Mu Shui could only speculate whether he went in willingly or not. But from that moment forward, he transformed entirely from being a popular and charismatic basketball player on the court into merely a lab experiment subject within the base. Mu Shui flipped through some more pages. First escape attempt on January 3, recaptured. Indeed, 921 was Jiao Yan's designated number. From the moment he entered the base, no one called him by name anymore. Mu Shui's gaze paused on the words, "captured back," causing a subtle discomfort in his heart. The two lightly written words in the documents made it seem as if they were retrieving a stray cat or dog. Mu Shui continued reading, discovering that this was not the only escape attempt by Jiao Yan. After his first failed attempt, he didn't give up but kept trying. The second escape attempt was on January 19. The third escape attempt was on February 22. April 8th. June 29th. His escape intervals grew longer, indicating increasingly severe punishments after each failure. He needed more time to recover and wait for the next opportunity. Time passed quickly, it was already a year later. His escape attempt stopped at the 13th attempt. The base seemed irritated by him, and the text below soon changed. September 1, 921 entered experimental group 4 to undergo temporal lobe extraction surgery. Mu Shui kept reading. September 2, changes detected in 921, dull eyes, numb expressions. Surgery failed. September 5, significant increase in 921's physical strength. Suspected ability to manipulate air, causing air bursts. September 21, 921 disappeared. Investigations via surveillance reveal multiple instances of teleportation. January 3, Jiao Qingsheng and Han Xiaofeng established contact with 921. 921 was sent to Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute, taken over by Unit 023. February 1, 921 lost complete control. February 3, trepanation performed on 921. February 14, 921 escaped from the hospital and vanished. There were no further records afterward. Attached behind were some more detailed experimental reports, although the white lab coats had carefully withheld parts of them. There were obvious corrosion marks on the experiment report pages, leaving parts of the text incomplete. Mu Shui then turned to read Jiao Miao's file. Jiao Miao loudly condemned Jiao Yan for betraying the base, but according to his own file, he had never once attempted to escape. He had been brought in a month after Jiao Yan disappeared. From then on, Jiao Miao remained in the base undergoing 5 separate enhancement experiments until he was transformed into his current form. After that, he gained the right to walk freely outside and officially began serving the base. Mu Shui closed the files in his hand. The frog at the bottom of the well is ridiculing the carp leaping out of the water. His tone was flat, lacking any trace of mockery. However, because his attitude was too calm, it directly hit Jiao Miao's sore spot. His face contorted with anger but, pinned under Jiao Yan's foot, could only struggle like a flailing fish. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Bai Sherwen, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. Dr. Mu, have you decided how to deal with him? Or perhaps, kill him? Mu Shui furrowed his brows. Jiao Miao had killed people and should be imprisoned. Then Mu Shui suddenly remembered Bai Sherwen's identity. He was a politician. Mu Shui looked at him again. The man was immaculately dressed, showing no sign of being mentally ill. Mu Shui, do you know of any official organizations that manage monsters? Bai Sherwen nodded. Such an organization does exist. It was formally established at the beginning of last year. You can extract enough information from him, and I'll act as the intermediary to hand him over to the organization. Mu Shui felt relieved. He couldn't possibly take justice into his own hands and execute Jiao Miao, he lacked the strength to do so. Handing him over to the proper authorities would be much better. If there was an opportunity, he also hoped to establish a connection with the authorities. Would calling 110 work if he encountered another monster? Listening to Mu Shui and Bai Sherwen decide his fate with just a few words, Jiao Miao finally dropped his detestable facade. A pleading expression appeared in his eyes as he painfully twisted his head toward Jiao Yan. You're my brother. You're my brother. Are you really going to let me die? Back when you caused such chaos, abandoning everything to flee from the base and hide at home, who took you in? Have you forgotten all the trouble you brought to our family? Jiao Yan, you can't be like this. Mu Shui cut him off. Your parents secretly reached an agreement with the base, sending Jiao Yan there in exchange for a large sum of money. You enjoyed a superior life thanks to that money, so you should bear the resulting troubles. When he fled home privately, weren't you the ones who quickly sent him to the psychiatric hospital? It was also for his own good. Back then, when he left the base, he was like a lunatic, sitting in the living room day and night without rest or food, looking like he might kill at any moment. We had no choice but to send him to the hospital. Jiao Miao gritted his teeth with hatred. Later, because of his private escape, I had to go to the base in his place. I suffered for him. No, Mu Shui replied coolly. Analyzing your personality and combining it with the records about you in the documents, it's clear that you were quite proactive when dealing with the base. You adapted well to the rules here and even took pride in possessing powers beyond those of ordinary people. When Jiao Yan fled home back then, didn't you accidentally witness his abilities? So you thought sending him to the base was for his benefit, but he didn't value it. You're twins, and you're not inferior to him. Why could he be an outstanding basketball player on the court and someone with fantastical abilities off the court, while you couldn't have such strength too? It was you who went to the base willingly. Jiao Miao twisted his neck stiffly, making a clicking sound. He forcefully adjusted his bones. Staring hard at Mu Shui, his eyes turning slightly red, Jiao Miao asked, who are you really? Mu Shui answered, a doctor. Jiao Miao emitted a sound from his throat, psychologist. Then you should understand, Jiao Yan can go out of control sometimes, he will kill you if that happens. He is mentally ill, mentally ill. He can't compare to me. I don't envy him. Mu Shui paid no heed to him and continued, like now, if you're handed over to the official organization, what you fear isn't death, but losing the chance to use your ability ever again, which proves that your power is not as strong as you imagine. You're afraid of becoming weak. Jiao Miao's motion of twisting his neck suddenly froze, and he muttered words repeatedly, shut up, I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. Suddenly, a black Cherokee roared out and crashed directly into the van. Bang, a string of sparks exploded in the air. The dazzling light made Mu Shui close his eyes, then open them again. Huh. He saw a body identical to himself lying by the car, missing arms and legs due to the explosion. Jiao Miao looked the same. The blast also injured himself. Lying there charred black, he resembled a lump of coal. Since Jiao Miao hadn't spent much time with others, the death, radiation, on him hadn't affected others yet, but its effect on Mu Shui still remained active. This was the second explosion. Mu Shui seriously pondered for a moment. Did I hit his sore spot? Was that why he blew himself up too? Instinctively, Mu Shui raised his hand to touch if he turned into a soul entity. However, the woman in a red dress held his wrist and smiled seductively. Let me introduce myself, I'm 023, 921's former lead doctor. Ah, he was still alive. I've waited for you for a long time, 79. Mu Shui, Engel. Hey, why do they all take me for 79? Doctors have codes, patients have codes too. So, is 79 a doctor or a patient? Chapter 98, Mu Shui's Death, 6. The woman leaned in a little closer, and Mu Shui saw a name tag pinned to her collar. However, she had hidden it close to her chest, so it was impossible to see what was written on it. The woman smiled at Mu Shui, and with her fingers, she brought something close to his face. The thing emitted an odd smell that made him feel as though he were trapped in a big cloud of cotton. Mu Shui felt his legs go weak, his body float upward, and then he closed his eyes. The woman didn't stop there, she leaned in even closer, nearly whispering into Mu Shui's ear. Her voice was low, not very clear, yet every word seemed to softly seep into Mu Shui's ears. In an instant, a feeling of absurdity arose in Mu Shui's heart. She was trying to hypnotize him. A doctor was attempting to hypnotize another doctor. If this was hypnosis, it meant he was still alive because hypnosis doesn't work on the dead. Mu Shui closed his eyes. Let her hypnotize then. It took no more than 2 minutes. The woman extended her hand. Her nails were long and dyed a bright red. She pinched Mu Shui's cheek, leaving deep marks from her long nails on his face. As she roughly turned his face around, she said. Is this number 79? Huh. It's not what the records describe. If the 79 they went mad over years ago, the 79 that Kagra revered as an unmatched deity, well, this 79 is quite disappointing. Or was it all a scam? There simply cannot be such a powerful woman. Slowly, she released her grip. The body may be fine, but you look terribly frail, the woman sighed and gave the order to the person ahead, drive. Though there was nothing or no one in the driver's seat, a man's voice replied low, yes. The car quickly started and left the scene. Not far away, a security camera emitted a cracking sound, and at the same moment, a second explosion occurred involving the van. Just as Jiao Miao managed to open his eyes with great effort, he showed a hint of a smile. You could be blown up, but how could you blow me up? I am the most perfect test subject from the base. No one is stronger than me. After these words from Jiao Miao, his hand barely touched the ground. Bang! Following a loud noise. The van was almost shattered into pieces. An unknown period passed before the smoke slowly dissipated. There lay Jiao Yan, cracks resembling those of splitting stones appearing all over his body. Jiao Miao, however, had been completely disintegrated into pieces, blood-soaked flesh everywhere, completely falling apart. Apart from that, there were no other traces at the scene. After an unknowable length of time, gradually, people noticed this traffic accident. They shouted loudly, ran around everywhere, some pulled out their phones to record the scene and post it on various platforms while others hurried to dial 110 and call for emergency medical services. They stood at a distance, too scared to get closer, fearing another explosion might happen. The smell of gasoline filled the air, creating a ghastly scene. The police and ambulance arrived shortly one after the other, and journalists swarmed in as well. This is Apple News, reporting live from the scene. A severe car accident happened here. Preliminary assessments suggest 1 violent collision and 2 explosions at this location have occurred. The number of fatalities is currently unclear. In the meantime, we urge everyone to prioritize safety when traveling. In addition to live news broadcasts, many images were posted online. Such a tragic car accident hadn't been seen for a long time. Onlookers at the scene, driven by curiosity, kept taking pictures and uploading them to online platforms. Journalists fanned the flames. Thus, the hashtag #CarCrashExplosion quickly trended on social media, just below the trending topic #QiXinghan filming site. QiXinghan had his own team. Regardless of whether he was working or resting, his team remained active. Their task was to gather real-time information from the internet related to him. And sometimes, they would also monitor unrelated current events so as to seize the appropriate opportunities. The trending topic #CarCrashExplosion, since it appeared right under QiXinghan's trending hashtag, prompted his team to casually take a look. They didn't know it at first glance, but once they looked, it became apparent. Isn't that Mr. Jiao Yan? Is it really him? It must be him. That height, it fits. Didn't Mr. Jiao Yan leave with Mr. Mu earlier? Well, I think so. The team staff looked at each other blankly, and the next moment, they were all shocked to jump. They didn't dare to hide it and quickly reported this matter to QiXinghan. QiXinghan had been unable to contact Mu Shui for several days. At this time, there was no shooting schedule for him. He stood aside, slightly lost in thought. But others didn't know he was lost in thought. He stood there silently, his gaze cold and numb. The actor being filmed under the lens broke out in cold sweat from his stare, not knowing where to put his hands and feet, thus severely restricting the progress of filming on the set. But QiXinghan remained completely unaware. He rarely thought about things around him, especially since his supposed death. But now, his mind was thinking of Mu Shui, missing Yuan Sheng and that skeleton, and also thinking about Bai Sherwin who had just arrived. Brother Qi. Brother Qi. QiXinghan turned his head and looked at the person approaching. This person was panting after running, tightly clutching her phone, and carefully handed it to QiXinghan. Just now, during our monitoring process, we found a new piece of news. QiXinghan bent down to glance. Car accident, explosion. Nothing particularly noteworthy. QiXinghan was about to turn away when he suddenly paused. He saw the figure of Jiao Yan. His recognition speed far exceeded that of the staff, because his way of distinguishing people was different from theirs. There's always an easier connection between monsters. QiXinghan stared intently at the figure in the photo as if he wanted to pierce through the phone screen and drag the person out. That was Jiao Yan. QiXinghan was utterly certain. What about Mu Shui? QiXinghan began to carefully read the Weibo post. A Cherokee collided with a van, then came the first explosion, followed by the second. At the scene, besides scattered car parts, there was Jiao Yan, robust even though he had been through an explosion, along with some shredded meat and limbs. Qi Xinghan's gaze grew colder, the numbness in his eyes gradually disappeared, so he brought the phone closer to examine it more closely, even though distance made little difference to him. Qi Xinghan began to look more closely at the picture. The assistant standing nearby didn't even dare to breathe heavily. She cautiously glanced at Qi Xinghan's expression while sending messages to others in case, if necessary, they would need to call an ambulance. Qi Xinghan's face showed no obvious changes except for his eyes, his numbness disappeared entirely, leaving only a deep chilling emptiness. The pieces of flesh and limbs weren't Mu Shui's. One clearly muscular thigh leg couldn't belong to Mu Shui's body. As Qi Xinghan moved to zoom into the photo with his fingers, he accidentally scrolled off screen. He clicked back into the post quickly, but this time, the network refreshed showing that the photo had been deleted. In the comment section, it was said that the photo was removed because it was too gory. Qi Xinghan tightened his grip on the phone. He tried flipping through the Weibo feed, looking for more undeleted pictures. He even searched other websites, but everything had been erased. Then Qi Xinghan stopped staring and handed the phone over to the assistant. The assistant tentatively asked, "Is Mr. Mu? Is he alright?" "He isn't." Qi Xinghan pursed his lips and responded coldly. The assistant sighed in relief. "Today and tomorrow. I will need to take leave," Qi Xinghan said as he took large strides toward the exit. The assistant was confused. If Mr. Mu wasn't around, why did he still need to take leave? She didn't dare contradict him, instead rushing after calling out, but shouldn't Brother Guan know about this? Qi Xinghan had long legs and quick steps. Everyone had only ever seen him being polite or distant and silent, standing there motionless like a flower atop a tall mountain ridge. No one had seen him move so briskly before, revealing such an agitated pace. For a brief moment, everyone involuntarily glanced over here. The actor under the lens warily thought, was it because they were performing too poorly? Was Qi so good-tempered angry enough to lose control? Qi Xinghan's figure quickly disappeared from the filming site. He drove away himself, neither the driver, the assistant, nor the agent managed to catch up. Only then did the rest regain their senses. No, actually they have seen him like this before. The last time Brother Qi was this anxious seemed to be during the filming of that movie, when Mr. Mu developed a high fever, and then he and another very tall man took Mr. Mu to the hospital together. Not only did he stride around with great vigor, but he almost turned the car into a racing machine. That even made the news. What about this time? Could it still be for? Qi Xinghan, always full of attention-grabbing drama, drove away from the film city right after leaving in his car, with reporters hot on his trail immediately afterward. If Guiyong had been by his side at this point, he would have taken care of these reporters actively. But now, Qi Xinghan didn't bring Guiyong along and didn't care how many reporters were following him. It wasn't just reporters, right now, Qi Xinghan didn't give any regard to other matters. He was solely rushing toward the airport in his car. The reporters rarely had such unhindered access, so they filmed to their heart's content. They followed him all the way to another city. But the journalists were undeterred. The person who could make Qi Xinghan leave work behind, breaking his diligent image and rushing far away, all the way to another city, must not be an ordinary individual. If exposed, it was bound to hit the headlines. Qi Xinghan didn't need sleep. After disembarking from the plane, he quickly contacted someone to send a car over. Then he drove himself again, rushing to the next location. The reporters followed his every twist and turn, stifling yawns as they went. Who the heck is this? To have Qi Xinghan so sleepless and determined, we're exhausted while he isn't even tired. Others peeked out the window. There was a police cordon ahead, with officers guarding the area, while within the cordon lay traces of charred blackness and blood. The surrounding grass looked like it had suffered some sort of catastrophic blow, the flowers and grass had all withered, and roadside trees were even broken off at the waist. This place, why does it seem more and more familiar? Damn, isn't this the spot? Look, isn't this it? One journalist immediately pulled out his phone and flipped to a saved picture. This was before the photo was fully harmonized across the web, due to journalistic instinct, he'd saved it. It seems, it really is. Qi Xinghan came directly to the scene of the car accident. Shit. Look at this one. Do you remember, when Qi Xinghan left for the set, there was that airport shot where this person walked alongside him. There was also that boy in the airport photo, the same one who was rushed to the hospital by Qi Xinghan because of a high fever. Is he here at this crash site? Quick, check. A group of reporters quickly pieced things together. They hastily snapped covert photos of Qi Xinghan from behind, too worried about being beaten by other sources to edit carefully. Just as Qi Xinghan obtained the scene photographs from the policeman, new content began to appear on the trending list. Hashtag Qi Xinghan appears at the car accident site hashtag. Hashtag an important person to Qi Xinghan died in the car explosion hashtag. Hashtag mysterious youth connected to Qi Xinghan hashtag. These hashtags quickly dominated the top 3 trends. Mr. Mu's photo soon appeared on the trending Weibo posts, causing widespread lamentation. Damn, not really. That teenager from the last airport photo died. He was quite good looking. His smile was simply angelic. The last time he got a fever, Qi Xinghan was so frantic. This time, he's lost. Hope nothing else happens. Heartbroken for our idol QAQ. Praying for him. Qi Xinghan stood outside the police cordon, holding multiple angles of the pictures provided by the police, inspecting them thoroughly. Eventually, behind the massive shell of the bread van that had been blown apart, he spotted a delicate wrist, scorched black. Qi Xinghan pointed to the wrist. Was this also one of the deceased? The young officer leaned forward to look. Yes, there were two bodies at the scene. One was lightly charred, and the other heavily so. In addition, there were fragmented parts of a body, which after being pieced together, revealed another corpse. After forensics inspection, it was confirmed that 3 men died at the scene. 2 were of similar age and related by blood. The severely charred corpse was young, probably around 20 years old. There was a light sound of snap. The young officer involuntarily paused, looking at the hand that gripped Qi Xinghan's phone. A few cracks appeared on the screen of the phone. The young officer swallowed hard. Yet, Qi Xinghan's expression remained perfectly calm, so calm it made people feel vaguely unnerved without knowing exactly why. In perfect calm, Qi Xinghan said, "Continue." The young police officer nodded, "Sure." The driver of the other Cherokee has vanished, and it's suspected that he fled to avoid responsibility. Now the police station is urgently verifying the identities of the bodies. The young officer was interrupted midway by a phone call. "What? You mean you found out?" "Alright, okay." The tone of the young officer suddenly turned rough and strained as he quietly said, "The body with mild charring has been confirmed as Jiao Yan, the once renowned basketball player who mysteriously retired and disappeared. The other one is his twin brother, Jiao Miao. As for the young body, its identity remains unknown and investigations are ongoing." "No need to investigate further," Qi Xinghan interjected, his voice heavy with an overwhelming sense of desolation. "Take me to see him, I know who he is." Not long after the officer received this information, the media also caught wind of it. This news caused an even bigger uproar. Jiao Yan, the star basketball player who suddenly retired years ago and completely vanished, had died in this very car accident. Memories were rekindled in countless people's minds. Back in the day, there were so many fans across the country who adored him. His prolonged absence gradually faded from public consciousness. Yet no one expected his name to resurface in such circumstances. One of the victims Jiao Yan of the crash quickly topped the trending charts. Why would this happen? My favorite player, Jiao Yan, appears again only to die in a car accident. Is this some kind of joke? Candle, so many people's memories. I really liked him back then, always dreaming about watching his games live. I don't accept this, it must be fake. My greatest basketball player QAQ, why hasn't he come back yet? A woman scrolled through her phone, reading both the trending topic and the comments section before letting out a soft laugh, a shallow and ignorant bunch. Do they think being a celebrity or athlete, earning everyone's love and support, makes them exceptional? Jiao Yan obtained far more than their admiration during his years away. Power trumps all else, why do they feel sorry for him? Mu Shui opened his eyes just as the woman finished speaking. She had already changed from her red dress into a white coat, her hair neatly pinned up, and she wore black-framed glasses that obscured her excessively beautiful features, making her appear like a legitimate doctor. Mu Shui glanced down at himself. He was wearing a hospital gown, covered by a white blanket. Around him stretched a sea of snow-white walls, and the scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. He was in a hospital. More accurately, he was in a hospital bed. Mu Shui tried to move slightly. Click, the sound of metal rings colliding echoed. Mu Shui frowned unhappily. He was locked in place, both his wrists and ankles restrained. "You're awake," the woman turned to look at him. Mu Shui suppressed his displeasure and calmly asked her, "Where am I? And what do you plan to do with me here?" The woman smiled but did not answer. Instead, she picked up her phone, brought up the trending news article, and waved it in front of him. "Look. Here's your obituary." Mu Shui gave it a glance. So what? The woman looked at him in surprise. "Don't you feel scared? Knowing your death has been announced means you no longer exist in this world. Your accounts will be closed, and you've lost access to normal human privileges." Mu Shui maintained his composure. Truthfully, he wished he could feel more fear, but the woman's threat seemed less effective than if she had suddenly appeared behind him, patted his shoulder, and screamed directly into his ear. Mu Shui licked his lips and murmured softly, "I'm thirsty." His eyelashes fluttered slightly, creating an illusion of innocence. The woman was taken aback. You want water?" Mu Shui nodded, "Yeah." Quite calm-hearted. The woman remarked as she stood up and actually went to fetch water for him. "I need your help sitting up." "I can't drink while lying down," Mu Shui stated matter-of-factly. The woman hesitated for a moment. "I'll find a straw for you." "Okay," Mu Shui nodded politely and added, "Thank you." The woman retrieved the straw, opened the packaging, and placed it in the cup. Since Mu Shui's hands and feet were bound, she had to bend over, holding the cup for him, guiding the straw to his lips. Mu Shui drank slowly, forcing the woman to hold the cup up for an extended period. As time went on, the woman's arms grew tired, yet Mu Shui remained calm and leisurely. The woman snorted with a laugh, "Are you not finished drinking yet?" Mu Shui released the straw. His lips, now glistening from the water, appeared even more beautiful, almost inviting a kiss. But the woman was unmoved. Instead, she bitterly thought to herself, could this also be one of 79's traits? Using his handsome features to attract others. Was that why he had gained so much affection? Mu Shui innocently replied, drinking while lying down requires me to be slow. Otherwise, I might choke. At first, the woman had been in a decent mood, but now it darkened. It seems you don't realize your situation fully if you can drink so calmly. I am very aware. Mu Shui lifted his gaze. You must find me useful, otherwise you wouldn't treat me like this. The woman paused, then scoffed, fine. At first, I thought you didn't look at all like 79. You seemed like a poor imitation. But now, your ability to silence people is uncannily similar. Mu Shui slowly blinked. It seemed the woman wasn't entirely sure whether he was truly 79. Mu Shui's eyes shifted and suddenly froze. He noticed a nameplate hanging on the woman's white coat. The nameplate was clear this time, Chief Physician, Wu Mali. Wu Mali. Mali. Since the woman was a little distance away and Mu Shui, being on the bed, had to strain his neck to see, he squinted and struggled to read the smaller text on the nameplate. Center. Hospital. Psychiatry Department. Mu Shui had an excellent memory, and he immediately recalled the person Kagra mentioned, someone who once shared a relationship with him and took away his diary, his psychologist, named Molly. The two identities overlapped instantly. Coincidence couldn't stretch this far. This Wu Mali was undoubtedly the Molly Kagra referred to. She had once been Jiao Yan's doctor as well as Kagra's doctor. Jiao Yan's doctor belonged to Jinshui City's Special Pathology Research Institute, which meant Wu Mali's role here was merely a cover. But he had never seen Molly at the Special Research Institute. Perhaps Molly deliberately avoided him. Mu Shui remembered why the dean had assigned him several important and dangerous patients simultaneously. Had the dean also thought he was 79? Therefore, trusted his abilities? With that in mind, everything made sense. There was just one remaining question, and it was also the most crucial one. Why did they think he was 79? He was just an ordinary man, leading an unremarkable life before handling these cases. He couldn't see any connection between himself and 79. If 79 was still referring to Qi as described by Kagra, then it was even less plausible. According to Kagra's depiction, Qi possessed the power over rules. Wu Mali's voice interrupted Mu Shui's train of thought. She glanced at her phone and said, "We should go." Then she walked around behind Mu Shui, pushing the hospital bed out of the room. Just as they were leaving the room, Wu Mali pulled up the blanket, covering Mu Shui's face. Mu Shui quietly said, "I'll suffocate like this." Wu Mali briefly looked down at him, "If you speak again, you'll have even more trouble breathing." Mu Shui had no choice but to bite his lip and stay silent. Wu Mali pushed him through the bustling corridors. Mu Shui could hear family members crying, nurses rushing about anxiously, parents shouting angrily at their children. There were so many people around. But not a single one noticed the abnormality. Mu Shui couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Hey! How come no one noticed? A psychiatrist in charge pushing a patient covered head to toe, as if escorting him straight to embalming. Wu Mali continued forward with him, entered an elevator, and descended a floor. They then moved into a quieter hallway where a colder chill began to creep into Mu Shui's body. "Open the door," Wu Mali ordered. Someone rose to action, pushing open a creaky door that sent shivers down anyone's spine. An even colder sensation slipped through the blanket and onto Mu Shui's body. Wu Mali pushed him inside and uncovered his face. Mu Shui's vision cleared, and he finally understood the scene before him. Dim lighting revealed steel cabinets all around. These towering cabinets were divided into countless blocks, each with a handle. In the middle of the room stood several long stainless steel tables, coldly reflecting the light. Two of these tables bore lumps covered by white sheets, slightly raised as if concealing something beneath them. Clearly, this was the hospital's morgue. Mu Shui inhaled sharply. Wu Mali grinned upon noticing his reaction. Finally scared? Mu Shui, no. Just a little cold. Can you give me an extra blanket? As he spoke, he looked genuinely sincere, his expression pure and innocent. Wu Mali, freeze to death for all I care. He can't freeze to death. A raspy voice cut in from the side. Mu Shui turned to see an old man dressed in a grey Zhongshan suit standing there, scrutinizing him as if he were some rare treasure. One of the old man's eyes was blind, but the other burned with intense light. The old man gazed at him, smacking his lips enviously. What a young body. If only I could be him again. Wu Mali, without turning her head, said, "Daydream all you want, old ghost." The old ghost chuckled, not offended by her contemptuous tone. "Keep an eye on him. I'll be gone for 2 days." Wu Mali frowned. "Fan cannot find out, nor can that person. Or we will all be dead beyond revival." Her words seemed to stir up some unpleasant memory in the old ghost, who then nodded nervously. "Yes, you're right. Go ahead, I'll watch over here. Give him another blanket, or I'll shut down the freezer system here." The old ghost hesitated. "If we turn off the system, what happens to the other bodies here?" They'll rot. So let them rot. What's it got to do with us? Wu Mali said, striding away quickly in her high heels. The old ghost sighed repeatedly, shaking his head. As you wish. The silence soon returned to the morgue. True to her word, the old ghost fetched a blanket for Mu Shui. Mu Shui furrowed his brow. It presses against my chest, making it hard to breathe. The blanket is too heavy. Reluctantly, the old ghost unlocked his handcuffs, helped him sit up, and allowed him to wrap himself with the blanket. I'm hungry. Mu Shui opened his mouth again. I'll go find something for you. I want bubble tea to warm my hands and stomach. And fried chicken too. Old ghost. Not going to feed me? Mu Shui's brows slumped downward. This person appeared extremely frail, they couldn't afford to let him die. The old ghost nodded, obediently replying, all right. After being out for a while, the old ghost returned quickly, carrying bubble tea and chicken patties. Downstairs, he had encountered the nurses from the third floor. Seeing what was in his hand, they smiled in surprise and teased, Uncle Gui, drinking bubble tea and eating fried chicken. Uncle Gui doesn't look like an old man at all. Uncle Gui is quite trendy. Uncle Gui, take care. Don't eat too much or it won't digest. At that moment, the old ghost broke out in cold sweat, afraid that others would discover that these were meant for 79. The old ghost handed the food to Mu Shui, watching as Mu Shui inserted the straw carefully and started sucking the tapioca pearls slowly. He even took time between sips to bite into the chicken patty. His demeanor appeared unusually obedient, yet inexplicably, the old ghost felt a tinge of unease, as though they weren't protecting a treasure, but a big troublemaker. Shaking his head rapidly, the old ghost dismissed such thoughts. He wasn't a troublemaker. Perhaps to them, Mu Shui might seem troublesome, but certainly not to their master. Mu Shui didn't neglect either his mouth or his stomach. After he ate and drank his fill, he even belched, releasing a mix of bubble tea aroma and the spicy scent of fried chicken. For a moment, the faint disinfectant smell, the freezing odor, and the stench of cadavers in the morgue dissipated. And thus, Mu Shui settled into waiting in the morgue. He wasn't in a rush. He knew that Wu Mali would eventually relocate him elsewhere to meet someone else. He'd be safe. On the other side, something major occurred at the police station. One of the bodies in the forensics lab went missing. After reviewing the surveillance footage, they discovered that the cloth covering Jiao Yen lying on the autopsy table suddenly flew open as though pushed by an invisible force. Then Jiao Yen sat up and stiffly stood next to the table. Subsequently, he glanced upward toward the camera and vanished. Vanished. Qi Xinghan entered the forensic room. He glanced at the place where Jiao Yen had lain. Jiao Yen was gone, but he was still alive. This was normal. Monsters like them were hard to kill with explosives. Qi Xinghan turned and asked, what about the other body? It's still here. The young police officer said as he lifted the cloth to reveal the thin body underneath. Mu Shui was still there, unmoving. He didn't survive. A fleeting look of confusion passed through Qi Xinghan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Mr. Qi, is there anything else we can assist you with? The young officer asked, rubbing his hands together. Qi Xinghan, no. Shall we escort you out? Not necessary. All right then. Soon, the police station resumed its hustle and bustle while Qi Xinghan walked out slowly, looking just as calm as ever. Yet every step he took measured an unervingly precise distance. If one suddenly looked back, it would feel like he wasn't a living person at all. Qi Xinghan soon left the station, and no one noticed when or how he went. Hashtag Jiaoyan missing from police station hashtag quickly became a trending topic again. The comment section erupted with cries of grief. Maybe some fans stole him away. QAQ back in the day, so many people loved Jiaoyan. A lot of people. He was a legendary figure of an entire era. Who did it? They should return him fast. Even after death, Jiao Yan deserves peace. I'm really worried about my other idol. Will Xinghan be overwhelmed by sadness? Following Jiao Yan's disappearance, everyone soon found out that Qi Xinghan also went missing. His work team could not contact him anymore. Not just him. Kang Yi and Shen Maojia also quietly left the film set. Because they weren't big stars, Kang Yi only caused a small ripple, and Shen Maojia didn't cause even that much attention. Bang! A blood splatter bloomed. Yuan Xing tore apart a monster with his bare hands. The world before his eyes shifted. He and Tan Jing once again stood in the corner they'd left from earlier. Yuan Xing wiped the blood off his fingers methodically as he spoke in a frosty tone, if I find out who deliberately triggered the power fluctuations, I'll rip them into pieces. Tan Jing adjusted his tilted monocle glasses. Brother Yuan, look over there at the shooting site, something seems off. Yuan Xing stepped forward calmly and heard someone exclaim in fear, could Brother Qi have gone to commit double suicide? Double suicide? Suicide for what? Yuan Xing grabbed a little assistant at random and asked, what happened to Qi Xinghan? The assistant paused for a moment, Mr. Yuan. Brother Qi has disappeared. Good, Yuan Xing thought silently. Disappearance is better, dying is even better. The assistant looked concerned and said, Mr. Mu just died in a car accident, and then Brother Qi disappeared. Now, no one can find him. Yuan Sheng grabbed the assistant's collar fiercely, lifting him off the ground. The man coughed violently as their eyes met, cold, sinister ones belonging to Yuan Sheng. What did you say? Repeat it. Chapter 99, Monsters Like Us. What did you say? Tan Jing blurted out, and the glasses he had just fixed fell off his nose in shock. If it weren't for the chain around his neck, they would have fallen into his hoodie. Little assistant, cough, cough, cough. I can't say. Yuan Sheng released his hand. The little assistant shrunk back when he glanced at Yuan Sheng, a man who looked as if he could rival runway male models in figure and was as handsome as a popular star, yet somewhat terrifying. Tan Jing quickly chimed in, sorry, it's just that he can't handle hearing such news all of a sudden. Tan Jing continued, muttering, actually, I can't handle it either. The little assistant. After hearing Tan Jing's words, the little assistant became even more nervous instead of relaxing. This man, bundled from head to toe, airtight and looking like a mummy, wouldn't make anyone feel relaxed no matter how apologetic or comforting his words were. On the contrary, it only made him feel more bizarre. Please tell us in detail, Tan Jing said as he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to the little assistant. The little assistant's eyes widened as he trembled and took the money, counting it roughly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 23 bills. 2,300. Just for asking a question already spread online. Not enough. Tan Jing patted his shoulder, if you clarify, I'll give you more. The little assistant swallowed. What kind of existence was this Mr. Mu? He had a close relationship with Brother Qi, and the people he brought along all seemed very wealthy. Considering how strange this Mr. Mu was, it was probably just his personality. The little assistant stopped stuttering and recounted everything from beginning to end, pulling out his phone to show Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng scanned it with a glance. Jiao Yan isn't dead. Tan Jing nodded, I guessed he wouldn't die. The little assistant was utterly confused, thinking to himself, who could survive being blown up like that? But Mr. Mu Shui might be a different story. Tan Jing frowned, worry seeping into his tone. Without seeing with our own eyes, it doesn't count, Yuan Sheng said gravely. Tan Jing voiced his doubt, where would Qi Xinghan go? To find the owner of the Cherokee. What about us? We go to the police station first, I need to get hold of Mr. Mu Shui's body. By the time he finished the last half sentence, Yuan Sheng's voice had become significantly deeper. Tan Jing carelessly pulled another wad of cash from his pocket, shoved it into the little assistant's arms. All right, thank you. You can leave now. Then he turned around and followed Yuan Sheng as they left in big strides. The little assistant stood there dumbfounded, holding the pile of money for a while before sighing helplessly. So many people care about him, it would be so inconvenient if Mr. Mu died right now. There were journalists nearby who had been keeping an eye on them since the beginning. Once they heard the little assistant's lament, they immediately surrounded him and started interviewing him again. Yuan Sheng and Tan Jing arrived at the airport. Tan Jing made a call, and soon someone delivered their tickets. The plane still needs 2 hours to take off. Tan Jing said with a furrowed brow. Yuan Sheng looked down at the time, we should have prepared a private jet. As he spoke, he tightened the mask covering his face, emitting an undercurrent of impatience. The air routes are restricted today, and we're not going to an ordinary city, Tan Jing said, resisting the urge to suggest, if you revealed your true form, perhaps it'd be just a matter of sitting down and we'd arrive instantly. Yuan Sheng raised his head coldly. The clown mask on his face also stared coldly at Tan Jing. Tan Jing awkwardly shut his mouth. If they could reveal their abnormality like normal humans, walking freely among people, then they wouldn't have needed one living secluded in the mountains and the other dwelling in the dark basement without seeing daylight. They waited for 2 hours in the VIP waiting room, only to receive notice of a flight delay. Tan Jing shrank his tall frame a little, hesitant to look in Yuan Sheng's direction. Even though Yuan Sheng was wearing a mask, unable to see his facial expressions clearly, Tan Jing didn't dare to look in that direction. The imposing aura accumulating around Yuan Sheng grew stronger and stronger. Tan Jing could vaguely sense that an overpowering presence had formed around him. It was as if an extremely inflated balloon would burst spectacularly once anything pricked it. Tan Jing began breathing cautiously. Finally, they waited for the plane to take off. When they arrived, fine rain had already begun to drift down from the sky. Tan Jing lifted the brim of his hat slightly and looked up. With a sigh, he said, TV dramas love to portray this kind of scene. When it starts to drizzle, either the heroine has discovered her boyfriend's infidelity, or the hero and heroine have broken up, or the hero is about to succumb to an incurable disease. Anyway, nothing good happens. Yuan Sheng didn't respond. Tan Jing sensed a hint of dangerous vibes and quickly amended, of course, these few raindrops don't count for anything. In TV dramas, they usually feature torrential rains to set the atmosphere. The moment Tan Jing finished speaking, the drizzle outside transformed into a heavy downpour. Tan Jing. Shit, I really shouldn't talk. He slapped himself on the face with a paw. Tan Jing grinned awkwardly before opening his mouth again. That wasn't what I meant, Yuan Gu. But. In a sudden serious tone, Tan Jing reined in all his emotions. Yuan Gu, if really, someone's gone, you should be prepared. Anyway, monsters like us, our lives are doomed to be like this. We can never enjoy the family love and romance that normal people have. The more we want to hold on to, the harder it becomes to keep it. We never know when we'll die, and we never know when we'll fall into another overlapping space. Even if Mu Shui is alive now. You like him, and he likes you too. How many years can you live? And how many years can he live? If he knew exactly what kind of monster you are, would he still be able to accept it? Qi Xinghan is also a monster, Yuan Xing suddenly muttered darkly. Huh? What kind of monster is Qi Xinghan? A bone knife grows inside his body. Tan Jing paused for a moment. Actually, Yuan Gu, even though his body having a blade inside isn't as scary as your true form, right? Yuan Xing slammed the gas pedal hard. Tan Jing's forehead hit the glass window. Tan Jing shut up immediately. Why does this man dislike hearing the truth? Which one of us looks uglier? Yuan Xing asked. Tan Jing. When we're in human form, there's no big difference between the two of you, Tan Jing swallowed dryly. But when not in human form, he looks ugly, yes, definitely. He has seen Qi Xinghan's appearance, and he showed no fear at all. Yuan Xing's voice was low and certain, and he certainly won't be afraid of me either. The first time he met the boy, he had already been frightening enough. Masked and disheveled in appearance. Yet the young man paid no mind. As long as Mu Shui is alive, nothing else matters. Yuan Xing's pupils were gradually filled with darkness. He stared straight ahead without saying a word, looking somewhat terrifying. Tan Jing chose to keep quiet. The car finally pulled up at the entrance of the police station. Tan Jing then spoke up, what do we do now? Yuan Xing pushed open the door and walked out with great strides, we get his body. Tan Jing nodded and hastily took out his old mobile phone, recalling the number while dialing it. Hello, this is Tan Jing. The person on the other end greeted warmly. Not long after, someone came out from the police station to welcome them. Tan Jing pulled up his hooded jacket and turned around. However, Yuan Xing was nowhere to be seen. Yuan Xing easily entered the forensic pathology lab. There were quite a few people inside the room, including forensic doctors and officers responsible for guarding the corpse to ensure it wouldn't be stolen again. As Yuan Xing walked in, everyone froze. Who are you? Their words got stuck in their throats mid-sentence. A huge shadow appeared around the man, gradually solidifying. It overshadowed the entire forensic lab, even blocking the indoor lights. Everyone was enveloped by a massive shadow. Darkness quickly enveloped everything. They opened their eyes in terror, almost thinking it was a dream in that instant. Struck by immense fear, they lost their voices and the control over their own bodies. All they could do was watch helplessly as the man wearing a clown mask approached the autopsy table as if stepping straight out of a horror movie. Yuan Xing removed his mask and gazed at the autopsy table. The teenager lying on the table had become a large lump of charcoal, emanating an unpleasant smell. He looked a little grotesque, a little absurd. Yuan Xing tightened the mask at his waist, his breathing briefly paused. He didn't make a sound, merely picking up the charcoal-like body and tossing it onto his back. Something extended from his back, securely binding the youth who had turned into charcoal. Everyone watched as he simply walked off with the body. At the entrance of the police station, Tan Jing pulled up his hoodie and smiled as he said, I came here today. He hadn't finished speaking when he caught sight of a shadow flashing out from inside the police station towards the SUV parked by the side of the road. The rain poured down, blurring the vision. Tan Jing strained his eyes to focus on what he was seeing. Yuan Xing had so brazenly stolen the body out in broad daylight. Shit. If he'd known Yuan Xing was going to do it like this, why even bother calling? I just came over to say hi. Nothing else, Tan Jing said with a smile. The person responded humbly, we shouldn't impose on you, Master Tan. If there's nothing urgent, we can arrange a dinner later for Master Tan. No, I've got some stuff to do. We'll catch up another time. Tan Jing turned around, not even bothering to take the umbrella offered by the bureau chief, and ran quickly toward the SUV. Once inside, Tan Jing saw a charcoal-like humanoid figure in the car. He drew in a breath and asked, Mu Shui. Yuan Xing remained silent. Tan Jing murmured softly, damn it, Yuan Gu, the treasure you've gone through so much trouble to protect has ended up like this. If it were me, I'd be furious too. You drive, Yuan Xing said coldly. Alright, I'll drive. Hopefully, no pedestrians will faint from shock. Thinking there's a ghost sitting on the driver's seat, Tan Jing slid into the driver's seat and pressed the gas pedal as he asked, where are we heading now? Home. Home. I remember there's an official organization in Beijing. I get it. Chapter 100, Mr. Bai. Mu Shui had gained a bit of weight in the morgue. He didn't want to gain weight either. But every day, it was spicy hot pot, mixed milk tea, exploding chicken fillet, and for late-night snacks, fried skewers and roasted chicken. Except when he went to the bathroom, Mu Shui was locked in bed most of the time. With little movement, he developed a small belly, and his cheeks became slightly plump. Old Ghost serving him was exhausted. This young man had a good appearance, even though he was imprisoned here, he didn't get angry. Instead, he always gave a soft smile. When Old Ghost came back to his senses, he had already gone out to buy food for people. The longer Old Ghost stayed, the more uneasy he felt. Thinking about the fact that he was number 79, Old Ghost became even more afraid and could not refuse any of Mu Shui's requests. It seemed as if their roles were reversed. Old Ghost now appeared more like the one being confined. Finally, after waiting so long for Wu Mali to return, Old Ghost let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Mali, swaying her hips as she walked ahead leading the way, said gently, "He has been staying here for some time, perhaps he is not fully adapted. If you see him pale or notice he has lost weight, please don't blame me. After all, this place is the best hiding spot there is. As you know, Yuan Sheng and that person are quite troublesome." The person walking behind suddenly chuckled softly, his tone warm. "Isn't he number 79? Wu Mali laughed again. "So your meaning is, you aren't worried about him at all?" That person slowly shook his head, speaking softly, "There's no need for me to worry about him." Speaking between these words, they arrived at the door. Wu Mali raised her hand to knock, and Old Ghost quickly stood up straight and rushed to open the door. Hearing the sound, Mu Shui lazily lifted his head and glanced toward the door. Not thin. The person looked him over and commented, "He even gained a little weight." Wu Mali's smile immediately froze on her face. She had assumed that leaving Mu Shui here would be punishment for having embarrassed her earlier. In reality, however, the young man in front of them just looked physically frail. Wu Mali quickly adjusted her expression, "Then it's perfect. I assume you wouldn't hold it against me." The person lightly chuckled again, saying nothing more. Slowly walking up to Mu Shui, he pulled the blanket off of him. As the blanket fell away, what lay underneath revealed itself. His delicate ankles were chained by an iron ring to the end of the bed. His trouser legs were rolled up, showing a section of beautiful ankle. He extended his hand towards Wu Mali. "We could push him out like this without attracting attention." Turning his head, he looked at Wu Mali, his face still smiling. Though there wasn't an ounce of mockery or contempt in his grin, Wu Mali could feel heat rising to her cheeks, as if the man was kindly suggesting that she was foolish. Wu Mali took the key out from the pocket of her gown and handed it over to the man. The man bent down and personally unlocked the iron ring around Mu Shui's feet. Only then did Mu Shui have the freedom to curl his legs up, much more comfortable. "So let's go," the man said. Mu Shui finally gave him a glance. "Mr. Bai, I was planning to follow you home anyway. What's the point of all this elaborate effort?" The man known as Bai Sherwin smiled warmly, still maintaining the air of a refined scholar, "Because with this, no one will know you followed me." "All right then," Mu Shui blinked. "Do you want me to support you?" Bai Sherwin extended his hand. Mu Shui ignored his hand and got up himself. Though his limbs were still a little numb, it didn't affect his movements. Bai Sherwin had no choice but to pull back his hand. Wu Mali handed the bag she'd been holding to Mu Shui. "Change into this." Mu Shui did not resist. At this moment, resistance would clearly be futile, so he didn't waste the effort. Carrying the bag, Mu Shui hid behind a cabinet. They could only hear rustling sounds, and in less than a minute, Mu Shui was dressed. Once the rustling stopped, Mu Shui didn't come out right away. Wu Mali smirked and said, "Come out. There's only this set of clothes here, there isn't anything else." Mu Shui pressed his lips together. Clearly discontented. With an unhappy look on his face, Mu Shui slowly came out. It was a long-sleeved black knee-length dress. The neckline, cuffs, and hemline were adorned with white trim. The well-tailored dress snugly wrapped around Mu Shui's waist, making it appear very slender. The skirt flared out slightly at the bottom, revealing legs that were fair-skinned and slim under the white stockings. At the bottom were a pair of black Mary Jane shoes. A standard outfit for a youthful and charming young girl. What was even more shocking was that the outfit came with foam padding for breasts and a corset. As soon as they adjusted the positioning properly, Mu Shui had the appearance of a pair of full, firm bosoms. Mu Shui. "Ah, now I understand why you said this would make it impossible for anyone to recognize him," Wu Mali exclaimed in agreement. Boys at this age have delicate frames, and their legs don't even have as much fat as women. When they stand, their figures are slender and straight. They really look like young girls. Bai Sherwin remained silent as he handed over a paper bag to Wu Mali. Wu Mali pulled out a small box from inside. The box contained a diamond necklace. She placed the necklace around Mu Shui's neck and then, as if pulling tricks from a hat, she took out a pair of curly long blonde wigs and a black cap adorned with cat ears sticking upright. Wu Mali struggled quite a bit before finally managing to place both the wig and the cap on Mu Shui's head. "There is still a slight male outline," Wu Mali noted, "but if we keep your head down, no one will be able to tell. We don't have makeup with us today, so this will have to do for now." Bai Sherwin appeared well prepared, as he nudged the box by his feet. Wu Mali squatted down and opened it. It was a makeup case. Before arriving, she had assumed that it was some kind of weapon Bai Sherwin brought along, perhaps filled with medicine syringes or ammunition. No matter what, it shouldn't have been makeup. For a brief moment, Wu Mali was startled but quickly adapted, pressing Mu Shui back into bed. "Just a few minutes, and we're done," she reassured. Clearly an expert in makeup, Wu Mali knew exactly how to soften facial features. Mu Shui silently closed his eyes, and before long, he heard Wu Mali say, "All right, finished." "Let's go." Bai Sherwen extended his hand toward Mu Shui. Startled, Mu Shui asked, "What does this mean?" Bai Sherwen smiled faintly and replied, "Now your identity is my fiancé's younger sister." Mu Shui. Whatever. He could bow to authority, and endure humiliation for wealth. Obediently, Mu Shui extended his hand and rested it on Bai Sherwen's arm. They went straight through the underground garage, got into the car, and drove out of the hospital without a single person noticing their odd behavior. The car entered a high-end residential area and finally stopped in front of a villa. Before the door, there were already maids and butlers waiting. They bowed upon seeing Mu Shui approaching, greeting respectfully, "Mr. Bai, Miss Wu." Bai Sherwen quietly stated, "My fiancé's younger sister is called Wu Xianxian." Mu Shui gave a bland response, "Oh." By this point, Mu Shui roughly understood why Bai Sherwen, who looked so gentlemanly and polite, was actually a patient in the hospital everyone seemed unable to handle. He truly was a full-on lunatic. Being a doctor was so hard. Mu Shui couldn't help but lament once again, not for the first time. Bai Sherwen's voice interrupted his thoughts, uncomfortable. Mu Shui sighed once more. Before starting his internship, he had never imagined that one day he would need to dress up as a woman. Chapter 101, Monster Compendium. The bizarre aspect of Bai Sherwen doesn't lie in his strange eyes, nor in the occasional episodes of mental illness. His true abnormality was that he simply abducted Mu Shui. Normally, anyone who steals something would try to hide it well. But not Bai Sherwen. He calmly took Mu Shui to a meeting and didn't hesitate to show everyone what he had stolen. After the meeting ended, Bai Sherwen took him to a cocktail party. Mu Shui had never seen so many people at once, most of whom were celebrities only seen on TV. He walked stiffly beside Bai Sherwen, wearing Mary Jane shoes. Each person who greeted Bai Sherwen would turn their surprised gaze towards Mu Shui after conversing amicably with him and ask, "Who is this young lady?" Bai Sherwen smiled politely and answered calmly, "My fiancé's younger sister, the youngest daughter of the Wu family." "Ah, I see, Miss Wu," the other person would immediately exclaim, understanding everything, with warm yet restrained eyes as if wanting to shake hands with Mu Shui but reluctantly pulling back. This way, Bai Sherwen introduced Mu Shui to quite a few people. "It's truly an honor to meet Mr. Bai and at the same time get acquainted with Miss Wu. Is Miss Wu planning to work here? If there's anything we can help you with, please let us know. We are willing to serve you. I wonder if I could have the honor to invite Mr. Bai and Miss Wu to dine together." All these people firmly believed Mu Shui was Miss Wu Xianxian, as described by Bai Sherwen. No one doubted his identity or even his gender. This was precisely where Bai Sherwen was bold yet smart. Prejudging beforehand. The more openly he introduced Mu Shui's identity, the less likely it would be for people to associate the current Miss Wu with the dead Mu Shui. In comparison, Mu Shui thought Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, and even later Jiao Yan, were all naively simple. Bai Sherwen, however, was wicked to the bone. After countless introductions and handshakes, Bai Sherwen led Mu Shui to a corner. "Even though these shoes don't have heels, it should still be your first time wearing them, so they must feel uncomfortable. Sit down and rest a bit." Bai Sherwen said this, then extended his arm to support Mu Shui as he sat down on the edge of the sofa. He still appeared polite and gentlemanly, making it impossible to find fault with his behavior. Mu Shui didn't refuse either and obediently took his seat. Bai Sherwen asked again, "Would you like some fruit or pastries?" Bai Sherwen turned around and fetched them himself without delegating to others. "Doesn't he worry that I'll run?" Mu Shui blinked. Mu Shui looked around. "Well, there's no way I could escape from him anyway." There were policemen and bodyguards guarding everywhere around him, so any movement he made would instantly get him caught. Meanwhile, Bai Sherwen personally fetching snacks for Mu Shui caught the eyes of several onlookers. Mr. Bai really treats his sister-in-law differently. Pleasing Mr. Bai might be difficult, but pleasing Miss Wu should be much easier. They exchanged a few words privately, and the glances directed toward Mu Shui grew increasingly heated. Seeing there was no point in checking out the surroundings anymore, Mu Shui bent over and massaged his ankle. When Bai Sherwen returned with the tray, he happened to notice Mu Shui's action. His gaze paused momentarily, landing on the smooth calf revealed beneath Mu Shui's lifted skirt. His legs were very slim. So were his ankles. This youth didn't look like a doctor at all, even less like Qi. He resembled a valuable porcelain item, fragile, easily broken, something that ought to be kept under glass protection. Hearing footsteps, Mu Shui straightened up quickly. He took the tray from Bai Sherwen's hand without ceremony. "Thank you." Bai Sherwen smiled gently, "You're welcome." Mu Shui did not immediately eat the fruit or cupcake placed on the tray. Instead, he looked up at Bai Sherwen and said, "Mr. Bai doesn't seem like someone with mental health issues at all." Here, Bai Sherwen was handling things effortlessly. Everyone around him was flattering and trying to please him. His emotions showed no change whatsoever. It proved that his self-control was exceptionally strong, and in others' eyes, he was an almost perfect individual. Bai Sherwen smiled slightly, bent down a little, and lowered his voice, "Dr. Mu, in your place, shouldn't people like me be more terrifying? The deeper one hides, the more terrifying they become when they snap." Mu Shui sighed, this? I wouldn't know how to do it. I'm just an intern, lacking professional knowledge. I neither understand nor can handle Mr. Bai's hidden troubles. With that, Mu Shui bit into a cherry tomato, his cheeks soon puffing up as he chewed, then asked, shouldn't Mr. Bai consider changing doctors? Absolutely not. Well, that was a very straightforward rejection. Mu Shui puffed out his cheeks again, swallowing the chewed tomato down. Then what use do I have for Mr. Bai? Does Mr. Bai's condition require curing through cross-dressing? Mu Shui continued, calmly suggesting with an innocent face, in that case, I would recommend that Mr. Bai cross-dress himself. Bai Sherwin quickly replied, no. You'd definitely look better than any doctor. Mu Shui sighed. Bai Sherwin noticed his dispirited expression and couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. Dr. Mu, I naturally have compensation and rewards ready for you. Money? Mu Shui said offhandedly. He was now full of confidence and could declare quite loudly, I don't lack money. Bai Sherwin paused, then chuckled, who isn't in need of money? Having $10 makes one want 100. Having 100 makes one want 1,000. Having 1,000 makes one want 10,000, 100,000, even millions. No one is ever satisfied with money. I am satisfied, Mu Shui earnestly replied, I have plenty of money for rent and food. That's enough. I don't need more. Bai Sherwin looked at him intently, then what else? Perhaps, richer information on those monsters. Qi Xinghan's journal, would you like to see it? You've already stepped into this strange world. Don't you want to learn more, or even master the rules of this world? Mu Shui hesitated internally. He did. Not merely for satisfying curiosity, in fact, his curiosity was controllable. He could suppress it whenever he wanted. He wanted to know, he wanted to understand Yuan Xing's situation, Qi Xinghan's situation, Tan Jing's situation. He wanted to find out why they could create monsters. He wanted to understand the new rules of the monster world. He didn't wish to see Qi Xinghan live like a walking corpse day by day. He didn't want Yuan Xing to retreat to the basement or stay locked in a vast villa complex, wearing a mask as a clown. Neither did he wish for Tan Jing to remain alone in the mountains in a fragile bone frame. He also didn't want Jiao Yan to completely separate from his heroic self in the racing arena. Did you say you'd take me to the official organization that manages monsters? Mu Shui asked. Yes, Bai Sherwin showed no sign of hesitation, he nodded and said, as long as you wish to go, we can go anytime. Alright, then let's make that the trade-off. Mu Shui frowned slightly, saying, I will act as your doctor and guardian, staying by your side for 3 months. After 3 months, I must return and continue taking care of my other patients. Bai Sherwin looked deeply at him, smiling and agreeing, alright. If Wu Mojing were here, she would definitely sneer. She'd think Mu Shui was stuck deep in the mire yet failed to recognize his own position. Could he really leave after 3 months? The party ended soon. Bai Sherwin led Mu Shui out through a side door and into a car which drove them back to the villa. So can I go tomorrow? Mu Shui asked while fastening his seatbelt. Tomorrow I have a meeting, so let's make it the day after tomorrow. Alright. Bai Sherwin gave a comforting smile and had the driver stop so he could buy a cake for Mu Shui. His secretary couldn't help but steal a few glances at Mu Shui. How busy Mr. Bai was, only he knew best. The higher one's position, the busier life becomes. Even with many tasks delegated to subordinates, there were still many things that couldn't be handed over. Bai Sherwin's schedule was tightly packed, yet he was willing to set aside time specifically to accompany her. Bai Sherwin handed the cake to Mu Shui, sorry to keep you waiting for one more day. Mu Shui, Bai Sherwin was truly considerate in everything he did, never letting the other person feel neglected. Such a person, Mu Shui had never encountered before. Such a person was difficult to deal with. Mu Shui took the cake and started eating it slowly. No matter how tricky, the cake still needed to be eaten. Food couldn't be wasted. After returning to the villa, Mu Shui immediately washed up and went to sleep. Inside and outside Bai Sherwin's villa, many bodyguards were standing guard, even some security officers. Even if Mu Shui had 3 pairs of wings, there would be no way to escape. So Mu Shui stopped thinking about it. The next day, Mu Shui, like a little assistant, followed Bai Sherwin, and their image was captured by the news cameras. Bai Sherwin also received high attention online. No reason, young and talented, good-looking, and gentlemanly. Simply meeting the criteria of a dream lover for most women. Netizens often commented that he was the handsomest politician in history. Naturally, the photo of Mu Shui standing beside Bai Sherwin was captured on the internet, becoming a hot topic for discussion among many people. As for the news of Jiao Yan's and Mu Shui's deaths, they quickly disappeared, even forgotten. Except for many former fans of Jiao Yan who continued to mourn on Weibo, Mu Shui was really forgotten almost entirely. They turned to new topics. Is that Mr. Bai's fiancée? She is so cute. Wah, I can't grow such an adorable face, destined not to get Mr. Bai. This girl has such slim legs, there's hardly any fat. Her hips are too small, childbirth might be hard. The previous floor talks nonsense 2333, why start talking about having kids already? This Miss Wu is such a fairy-like person, if she were mine, I'd definitely love her too. Wah, Mr. Bai is really pampering her. Someone said during the party, Mr. Bai stayed with her all night long and personally got her food. This kind of loving couple image should be promoted indeed, let other men see how good a person of this status treats his fiancée, so loving and devoted. What excuse do others have to look down on or nitpick at their wives? I'll take the first bite of this CP. The comments section was quite lively. But the trending topic #BaiShuenFiancé only hung for less than an hour before being quickly removed. After all, unlike celebrities, Bai Sherwen isn't someone to be casually discussed. This trending topic naturally slipped past Qi Xinghan's work team without notice. A piece of news related to politicians that didn't stay up for long obviously wouldn't draw any attention. At most, it caused them to privately remark, netizens sure do judge by appearance, even politicians get their looks licked clean off. Guiyong rushed in, almost knocking over a table in his hurry. The staff all looked up, Brother Guo. Is there any news about Brother Qi? No. Guiyong spoke irritably, frowning deeply enough to kill flies. What to do now? Continue stabilizing the fans, I'll handle the production team. Guiyong exhaled, worried and dispirited. I thought it would be Brother Qi's redemption, but instead, it triggered his psychological troubles. What? What did you say, Brother Guo? Nothing. Guiyong slapped his forehead, then hurried out again. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered something, stopping with a bitter tone, who has time to buy me some flowers? What kind of flowers? Lilies. No, chrysanthemums. Okay, I'll go. A girl volunteered and quickly grabbed her wallet and left. Guiyong found a bean bag tucked away in a corner and sat down. He couldn't resist lighting a cigarette. Recalling from the first time he saw Mu Shuai in Qi Xinghan's apartment, to later when Mu Shuai joined the film set, to when Qi Xinghan moved in with someone else. Looking back, time seemed short, as if it were all a dream. Guiyong raised his hand to rub his forehead but forgot that he held a cigarette between his fingers. The burning end touched his forehead, scorching him into emitting a SSS sound. Is Brother Guo okay? I'm fine, fine. Could this possibly be fine? He feared that Qi Xinghan would have his mental illness fully erupt due to Mu Shuai's death. That would ruin everything. Not long after, the girl returned with a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Guiyong pushed the door and walked into the adjacent small room. He stared at the caged bird for a while, then placed the bouquet in front of the birdcage. How could such a good person die? How could such a good person die? Tan Jing fixed his gaze on the body that had been burned to charcoal, his teeth almost grinding to pieces. Brother Yuan, did you see clearly? Is it really him? After a long pause, Tan Jing finally spoke again. His voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had rubbed against rough bones. Yuan Xing's entire face was shrouded in dim light, making it hard to discern his features. He too stared intently at the body, his fingers gripping the edge of the bed with so much force that it seemed they were embedded into the wooden bed. Just as Tan Jing thought he wouldn't respond, Yuan Xing grunted from his throat. Tan Jing exhaled a breath, unable to utter any words. Earlier in the car, since they hadn't yet seen the real corpse, he had still managed to make light jokes to dispel the gloom in his heart. Now, even opening his mouth felt like it drained all his strength. What else could be said? Whatever was said, it would be useless. The door was suddenly knocked on. The person outside cautiously asked, "Are you both there?" Yuan Xing didn't even glance at the door. So naturally, the one who answered became Tan Jing, who opened his mouth and replied, "Yeah, we're here." It was his usual laid-back tone, but his voice was terribly hoarse. The person outside let out a sigh of relief and whispered, "They have all arrived." Tan Jing reached out to pat Yuan Xing's shoulder, but when his hand actually went over, he hesitated, thus only lightly brushed it, saying, "Brother Yuan, let's go out first." Yuan Xing silently stood up. When he and Tan Jing walked out of the room, Tan Jing turned around to find that Yuan Xing had already put his mask back on. Tan Jing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, remained silent. The person who came to knock on the door was dressed as a butler, keeping his head down and not daring to look up at Tan Jing and Yuan Xing. Tan Jing chuckled softly and consciously pulled up his clothes, blocking the half-skeleton frame completely. They soon went downstairs, where two couples sat on the couches below. They seemed to know each other well, exchanging glances quietly with palpable excitement, unease, and fear etched in their eyes. Upon hearing footsteps, their uneasy demeanor grew even more obvious. The husband held onto his wife's hand even tighter. The couple, who had been merely coexisting earlier, now finally appeared somewhat like a real married pair. As the footsteps drew nearer, they all lifted their heads to look at the arrivals. Asheng. The woman wearing a pearl choker called meekly. Another woman in a Chanel suit also spoke up, standing up and immediately letting go of her husband's hand, Mirror. Tan Jing walked ahead and quickly approached the woman, nodding and calling out, "Dad, Mom." Yuan Xing followed behind. When he came down, the surroundings remained eerily silent, and he had no intention of speaking at all. Mrs. Yuan, who had been meek before, found herself even less able to speak, only stammering another call, "Asheng." Mrs. Tan quickly regained her composure, reaching out to tug at Tan Jing's clothes. Why cover yourself so tightly? Have I gained weight or lost weight? Tan Jing dodged her hand, smiling faintly. Let it go. Don't scare people. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became awkward again. Mrs. Tan looked down and said, I'm not afraid. Back then, it was me who insisted you get the surgery done. The surgery was successful, and you're alive. This makes me content. How can I possibly be afraid? Tan Jing smiled. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. I invited all of you here today because I need your help with something. What is it? Speak up, Mother will definitely handle it for you, Mrs. Tan hastily said. Tan Jing shook his head. It's not my matter, it's Brother Yuan's. In fact, it may not even be considered Brother Yuan's matter. Well, hey, it's complicated. Roughly speaking, it's about someone we both know, a doctor. He's dead. He died in an unusual car accident. At the mention of the word, car accident, Mrs. Tan nearly jumped. Tan Jing's current state was closely related to a car accident. Bringing up these two words was like poking at someone's lungs. Mrs. Tan's complexion drastically changed, and without hesitation, she said, what do you want me and your dad to do? Just say it. It won't be difficult. Tan Jing opened his mouth, ready to continue, but Yuan Sheng, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. His name was Mu Shui. Mrs. Yuan was taken aback by the sudden attention, immediately focusing intently on what was to come. Tan Jing naturally stopped talking once Yuan Sheng had begun, patiently waiting for him to continue. But after Yuan Sheng finished speaking, an unexpected silence followed. Tan Jing. Wasn't Yuan Ge going to finish his thought? Tan Jing quickly turned his head, but all he could see was Yuan Sheng's clown mask, hiding any trace of expression. The others were remarkably patient, quietly waiting for Yuan Sheng to carry on. The relationship between parents and child had been estranged for years. They simultaneously longed for closeness yet feared getting too close. Despite this, deep down, they carried immense guilt and regretted not compensating him more frequently. Mrs. Yuan looked at the clown mask on Yuan Sheng's face, both afraid yet desperately wanting to look longer. Speaking slowly would be fine too. Speaking slowly meant lingering a bit longer. He was the doctor the hospital assigned to be responsible for my case, Yuan Sheng said indifferently. He never feared me. Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Yuan instinctively bit her lower lip, interpreting them as Yuan Sheng silently accusing his parents. She opened her mouth to defend herself. We're not afraid of you. Yuan Sheng shifted slightly, his eyes behind the mask seemingly glancing in Mrs. Yuan's direction. Mrs. Yuan immediately shut her mouth. Yuan Sheng continued. He was very good-looking, with sharp eyebrows and clear eyes like a landscape painting. He liked to smile, a gentle laugh that brought out dimples in his cheeks. Beautiful and intoxicating, his charm reached straight into one's heart. So much so that Yuan Sheng couldn't bear to dismiss him. Afterwards, he even wanted to keep the young man hidden in the palm of his hand. Listening to this, Mrs. Yuan gradually realized something was amiss. Mrs. Tan also widened her eyes. Living together. He accompanied me while living in the basement, Yuan Sheng said matter-of-factly. Mrs. Yuan listened with pain gripping her heart, her delicate and timid face contorted with distress. I went home with him, staying there for months. Mrs. Tan muttered under her breath. They had already cohabited. Until now, Yuan Sheng's tone suddenly changed from deathly calm to chilling coldness. He is dead. Tears instantly streamed down Mrs. Yuan's face as she cautiously asked, she is dead. When Yuan Sheng was younger, Mrs. Yuan had fantasized about what kind of person her son would grow up to become, what school he would attend, inheriting his father's career, finding a girlfriend to bring home. But all those dreams shattered during his childhood. Until now, hearing him mention someone he liked. It was already difficult for him to have someone he cherished. Just as he started mentioning her, the beloved one was already gone. Mrs. Yuan's heart felt shattered. Was she someone you liked? More tears escaped from Mrs. Yuan's eyes. Someone he liked. The expression beneath Yuan Sheng's mask faltered for a moment. He wanted to possess him. Did that mean he liked him? Yuan Sheng softly agreed. Seeing his condition seemed off, Mrs. Yuan carefully extended her hand. Sit down and talk, all right? Take off the mask too. I, and your father, we aren't really afraid. But Yuan Sheng did not move. He calmly stated, I need you to liaise with official organizations and retrieve all surveillance footage of the vehicle's route on the day of the incident. Someone needs to keep watch on the police station and provide feedback at the first sign of any updates. Mrs. Yuan nodded repeatedly. All right. Their silent father finally spoke up gravely, who dares to act so recklessly? A bunch of ignorant monsters. The father then turned to ask Mr. Tan, if I'm not mistaken, the young man from the Bai family has quite a bit of contact with such organizations, right? Mr. Tan nodded. Send over a name card to the Bai family and go through them directly. That will be faster. I and Yuan Ge will definitely increase our external activities soon. If people outside say nasty things, it'll be up to all of you to take care of it. Tan Jing grinned and chuckled. Mrs. Tan scolded, isn't that what should happen? You've grown distant over the years. Tan Jing still smiled and didn't add anything further. The father solemnly declared, new identities, including cars, money, bank cards, some necessities, I'll arrange for them to be prepared and sent here. Mrs. Tan clenched her teeth. If possible, why don't we share a meal? Just one time. Tan Jing turned to look at Yuan Sheng. I have no objections, it depends on Yuan Gu. A certain idea grew clearer in Yuan Sheng's mind. He pressed his lips, then spoke up, even though Mu Shui is dead. Mrs. Yuan quickly interjected, I understand. We will have no complaints. Just consider her as a daughter-in-law of the Yuan family. In the future, if you want to bury her and put up a tombstone, place it in the Yuan family cemetery. Mrs. Yuan racked her brain trying to please her long-lost son. Nowadays with such advanced technology, if you have her photo, you can use it to create a composite image, even making a wedding photo that could be hung in our home. Tan Jing held his forehead, the underlying sadness somehow easing slightly as he thought about how ridiculous everything was. Surprisingly, Yuan Sheng actually considered this seriously for a moment before replying, he wasn't a girl. Mrs. Yuan froze at this, man. She sharply inhaled, the breath stuck in her throat. But. So, is it not a daughter-in-law but a son-in-law then? Yuan Sheng paused briefly, his thoughts drifting back to Mu Shui's face once more, it's a daughter-in-law. Good, even if male, there's nothing wrong with that. Male or otherwise, as long as you like it, it's fine. Mrs. Yuan stammered in response. After answering, she yanked on Mr. Yuan's sleeve and said, someone killed our daughter-in-law, so this can't be tolerated. The Yuan family cannot bear this insult. The more Mrs. Yuan spoke, the more convinced she became of this. Even though this daughter-in-law was male, and they hadn't heard any news of this kind in all these years, the realization only made her feel even more grief-stricken and furious now. They desperately wanted to make up for their neglect of their son all these years right here and now. Mr. Yuan remained silent but his face was clouded with anger. What broke the heavy silence was the butler. He bowed slightly to ask, shall everyone eat here? Mrs. Tan quickly agreed, yes, let's eat here. As dishes were served, no one spoke again. Distance and coldness aren't things easily erased after such a long period. They were all aware deep down. So the silence continued, just being able to sit at the same table together was already rare. It was at this point that Yuan Sheng finally removed his mask. Mr. Yuan and Mrs. Yuan stared at his face which looked exactly as it had during his youth, extremely handsome. He was undoubtedly the finest creation of this married couple. His good looks paired with his great intelligence were undeniable, except. Mrs. Yuan abruptly caught herself staring into Yuan Sheng's indifferent eyes, snapping back to reality as she dared not look closer. Indeed, there were changes. When she saw him just a few years ago, his whole face had been overshadowed by darkness, mixed with indifference and gloom, causing an unsettling chill every time someone glanced at him, it was as if they were seeing a demon. But now, a different brightness sparkled in his eyes. This bright light was gradually replaced once more by indifference and ferocity. Must have been because that person named Mu Shui, no, it was a man who passed away. The cruelest thing in the world probably comes from giving light first, and then wiping it out entirely. Mrs. Yuan numbly thought. Mu Shui sneezed. Bai Sherwin paused mid-step, took off his suit jacket, and wrapped it around Mu Shui, don't catch a cold. Due to Bai Sherwin's action, nearby cameras momentarily stopped and then furiously started shooting. Mu Shui pushed Bai Sherwin's hand away. I'm not really a girl. Still, both are fragile and prone to catching colds if human. Bai Sherwin said calmly. People nearby only saw their lips moving but couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. Mu Shui escorted Bai Sherwin into the venue and temporarily left with the bodyguard. The bodyguard watched over him while he sat inside the restaurant. Through the transparent glass of the restaurant, media reporters were crazily capturing photos of him. In recent years, domestic media increasingly resembled international ones. They used everything for entertainment, especially celebrities' private lives, much like the paparazzi who chased Princess Diana back in the day. They didn't dare spread Bai Sherwin's photos widely, yet they weren't shy about publishing Mu Shui's. While Mu Shui idly ate in the restaurant, he made it onto the hot search lists again. Unaware of this, Mu Shui had unknowingly become Bai Sherwin's fiancée online and also privately labeled as the new daughter-in-law of the Yuan family. His tombstone was almost set to move into the Yuan family cemetery while he still sat there. He shrugged off the coat but ended up sneezing uncontrollably several times. He unconsciously sniffed. Were many people talking about him? Otherwise, why was he sneezing so much? Mu Shui sat there waiting, a full 2.5 hours. After Bai Sherwin came out, they had a meal together, then Bai Sherwin took Mu Shui on another trip out of town. When they returned, it was already dark. The entry hashtag Bai Sherwin fiancé made the hot search list once again. Onlookers online let out another round of sighs. However, few professional star management teams paid attention to it. Teams from Qi Xinghan, Kang Yi, Shen Maojia, and others all skipped over this entry entirely. When Mu Shui woke up again, Bai Sherwin was already dressed in a suit waiting downstairs for him. He watched Mu Shui finish breakfast before leading him to the car. Now I'm taking you to meet the official organization's leader. Bai Sherwin led him into an office building with a plain exterior. Inside, the building was clean and tidy, with guards stationed at the entrance, and cleaners still bent down scrubbing the floors. It looked no different from an ordinary administrative office building. It wasn't until they reached the elevator that Mu Shui noticed a plaque hanging next to it, engraved with 2 ancient Chinese characters which faintly read, Hong Tu. Bai Sherwin glanced at it casually as he followed, organization name. Mu Shui nodded slightly. Compared to names like Pan or Cathapras, this official organization's name carried more of a style befitting Huagua. Bai Sherwin swiped his card to bring him to the 6th floor. The 6th floor was eerily quiet, with very few people walking along the corridor. Everyone who passed by gave Bai Sherwin a slight nod in greeting. This is the director's office, Bai Sherwin said as he directly pushed the door open. There was no one inside. He moved the swivel chair beside Mu Shui. Take a seat, wait for me here for a bit. Mu Shui simply responded, He was very adaptable to various environments, so there wasn't even a hint of discomfort or awkwardness. Bai Sherwin turned to leave and didn't forget to close the door behind him. Alright, this way, he wouldn't be able to escape. As Bai Sherwin's footsteps gradually faded away, Mu Shui didn't remain seated idly. He stood up, his gaze slowly scanning a large bookshelf and the nearby file cabinets. The file cabinets were locked, making them impossible to open or browse. However, the bookshelf was open, displaying row after row of books titled Postnatal Care for Sows. Mammal Breeding Guide. 100 Mysterious Aquatic Beings. Complete Anatomy Collection. Monster Compendium. Mu Shui paused his eyes on the last one. A monster compendium? He had failed to get his hands on Cathapra's internal manual, and whatever knowledge he obtained from Kong Yi was almost depleted. If he wanted to gain more information. Mu Shui blinked and took the book off the shelf. The monster compendium was a thick book, and Mu Shui strained every muscle in his body just to embrace it tightly onto the table. Just how thick was it? Thick enough to possibly give someone a concussion if thrown. So, were there really this many kinds of monsters? Mu Shui opened the black cover. On the inside, there was a small character, Chi. HM. Mu Shui gently touched the character, realizing it was embossed. This meant that the original book had this character printed, and subsequent copies preserved it. So the original belonged to Chi. Did he compile and write it? Suppressing his curiosity, Mu Shui flipped further back into the book. Animals and monsters derived through fusion with animals, contain not only the monsters' names but also illustrations, descriptions of their appearances, and notes about their habits. Mu Shui turned page by page. Snowbird. Flame bird. Harpy-like bird. Rapid eagle. Black dragon. Red phoenix. Unicorn. Scylla. Cathapras. Giant fish. Sawfish. Mermaid. Jiao creature. Gigantic sea serpent. 7-headed serpent. Kraken, the great sea monster of the North Sea. There were too many. Mu Shui couldn't help but marvel at the sheer variety as his eyes became dazzled trying to take everything in. The artist responsible possessed great talent, capturing the monstrous beauty and eerie magnificence of these creatures in just a few brushstrokes. Just at that moment, the door suddenly creaked open. Mu Shui remained sitting calmly, showing absolutely no sign of guilt. He turned his head toward the door and found that it wasn't Bai Sherwin who entered, but rather a man with sharp features and a cold demeanor, his youthful attractiveness evident despite his age. The man appeared to be around 50 years old, impeccably dressed in a suit, holding his phone as though mid-conversation. As he spoke, "I'm waiting for you in your office," he caught sight of Mu Shui, and his voice abruptly cut off. "Who are you?" the man asked. Mu Shui hesitated. "Should I say that I am Mu Shui? Or should I follow Bai Sherwin's plan and claim to be Wu Xianxian?" Sigh. Before Mu Shui could make a decision, Bai Sherwin's voice rang out from outside the door in surprise, "Uncle Yuan." "Mr. Yuan has arrived," another voice chimed in. A 70-something elderly man adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and greeted the man cheerfully. The man nodded briefly. Bai Sherwin smiled lightly before speaking again, "This is my fiancée's younger sister, Wu Xianxian." The man acknowledged, "Ah, Miss Wu." Bai Sherwin quickly moved to Mu Shui's side, grasping Mu Shui's wrist gently as he pulled him up. With a soft smile, he introduced, "This is the head of Hong Tu, Mr. Zhao." Mu Shui nodded, politely greeting him. Mr. Zhao returned the smile hastily, glancing at the book in front of Mu Shui. He said, "You'd like to read this? Let Sherwin bring you a copy home." Mu Shui immediately replied with gratitude. He wasn't clear what kind of organization Hong Tu was, nor did he know much about Mr. Zhao or Bai Sherwin's true intentions. So naturally, he decided to just play along nicely. Shifting his gaze, Mu Shui looked at Mr. Yuan. Mr. Zhao also happened to be looking at Mr. Yuan, asking, "Is there something specific bringing you here today, Mr. Yuan?" "I want to inquire if there is such a monster that can kill someone merely through thought. If the victim is destined to die by fire, they will keep experiencing accidents related to fire until their death." Mr. Zhao widened his eyes, startled. "Let me check that for you. Why does Mr. Yuan suddenly ask about this? Did you encounter some trouble? Do you need our assistance? Mr. Yuan's lips curled downward slightly as he coldly said, this monster killed my daughter-in-law. Mr. Zhao frowned deeply, forming 3 creases between his eyebrows. My condolences. At this moment, Mu Shui felt an itch in his nose and couldn't hold back a sneeze. Achoo. In one breath, the sorrowful and tense atmosphere disappeared. Chapter 102, Cheese Notes. Mu Shui innocently blinked, a mist rising in his eyes that made him appear even more innocent. Cough, let's continue talking about this monster. Mr. Zhao said as he turned around and opened the file cabinet, let me look it up. Mr. Zhao paused for a moment, turned around to look at Mu Shui, then looked at Bai Sherwin and said, Mr. Bai can take him directly. Bai Sherwin nodded slightly, not disturbing them further, and led Mu Shui out of the office by the wrist. Where are we going? Mu Shui couldn't help but glance back at the file cabinet. It was tall, filled with numerous files. In Mu Shui's eyes, it was like a treasure trove. He wished he could go through all of it. To show you the monsters contained in Hongtu. Containment. Have you heard of the SCP Foundation? The containment facility of Hongtu shares similarities with it. Any monsters that pose a threat to public safety, cannot control their own powers, or have lost their sense of self, even those who can't be formally recruited into the organization, are taken in by Hongtu's containment facility. Compared to the monster manuals, where images only remain on paper, isn't it better to see them firsthand? Mu Shui nodded heavily, yes. In this regard, Bai Sherwin could be considered a very cooperative patient, as well as an extremely hospitable host. There was no attempt to hide anything from Mu Shui. While speaking, Bai Sherwin took a turn, leading them to ride the elevator at the corner, descending directly to the -7th floor. Is it underground? Mu Shui asked. Being down here too long, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? There's no sunlight underground, and there probably isn't a sufficient air circulation system. Bai Sherwin paused momentarily before smiling, turning his head toward Mu Shui and quietly saying, it seems Dr. Mu is the only one concerned about such an issue. Others wouldn't care. Even the monsters living underground don't mind. Having somewhere to stay means comfort doesn't matter anymore. Mu Shui said, it's my shallowness. When basic living conditions are met, one can start to care about other things. If survival needs aren't satisfied, how would they care whether there's sunlight or a good ventilation system underground, or if living is comfortable? Bai Sherwin smiled slightly, his voice deepening, on the contrary, you're thinking too deeply. Mu Shui did not continue discussing this topic with Bai Sherwin. They soon descended to the 7th level underground. The 4 walls of the elevator were transparent, and Mu Shui could clearly feel the change in light and depth. The lower they went, the more an intangible sense of oppression came along. With a ding, the elevator doors opened. A soldier standing guard outside abruptly turned around, coldly scrutinizing Mu Shui once. Bai Sherwin again grabbed Mu Shui's wrist, drawing him closer in his direction and meeting the gaze of the guard. The guard immediately recognized his identity and moved aside, allowing passage. The space ahead was vast, a view filled with countless cages made from iron bars. Each cage housed a person. Inside the cages, there were chairs and toilets. Apart from the toilet being completely hidden, all other parts of the cage were without cover. They lived like microbes under a petri dish, devoid of any privacy or dignity. Bai Sherwin keenly noticed Mu Shui's expression and softly said, does this scene seem incomprehensible to you? It does, it seems incompatible with modern civilized society. But there's no alternative. When monsters gather together, their destructive power is immense. They must always be monitored to ensure safety here. Isn't there a more thorough solution? Perhaps, Bai Sherwin's gaze shifted slightly, if there were someone who could resolve everything once and for all, only one person would fit. As Mu Shui continued forward, he took note of the people inside the cages, their faces marked with coldness and numbness. He asked following Bai Sherwin's words, who? Qi, also codenamed 79-foot. Perhaps having heard too much information about Qi from Kagura already, and knowing that Qi Xinghan's name had been given by him, and that the clown house was made by Qi, hearing something similar now didn't surprise Mu Shui at all. Mu Shui asked, why is he also called 79-foot? Was he once a doctor? Or, a patient? Bai Sherwin smirked slightly, perhaps others wouldn't know, but I do. Mu Shui tilted his head, staring intently at Bai Sherwin, waiting earnestly for him to continue. He was one of the earliest patients admitted to Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute. When he entered the hospital, he was very young. Those patients back then were all special, especially him. His life inside the hospital wasn't quite that of an ordinary patient. Perhaps the leader of Pan knows him best. Beyond this, I don't know much else. So, he really was a patient. Then could Qi have once been a monster as well? Did you have Qi's notes? Yes. Can I take a look? Mu Shui's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Of course. Why did Wu Malalai and Lao Gui think I am 79? Mu Shui suddenly changed the subject and asked aloud. However, Bai Sherwin didn't answer this question. Mu Shui also stopped probing further. His unwillingness to speak meant it was something he shouldn't be told, so there was no point in asking again. Mu Shui glanced over the cages. Each cage had a label on it. These labels clearly stated what kind of monsters were inside, their abilities, and their level of danger. He'd rather flip through the monster manuals instead. It was better than facing them directly, which brought immense pressure just from their gazes and expressions. Mu Shui halted his steps, turning around. Let's go, I want to read the notes. Bai Sherwen raised an eyebrow, not going to look anymore. Not anymore. Bai Sherwen nodded, said nothing more, and led Mu Shui back to the elevator. As the elevator ascended slowly, Mu Shui asked, did she write the monster manuals too? Whether it was among the common people or the government earlier on, understanding of these creatures was insufficient, and the information available was scarce. But after Qi entered the Jinshui hospital, he seemed especially interested in this topic. He spent a great deal of time and effort collecting such information and compiling it into a book. Now, every large and small organization's version of the monster manual originates from the photocopies of Qi's original. Ah, that's an incredible person, Mu Shui widened his eyes and quietly marveled. Yes, he is indeed an incredible person. By the time they finished speaking, the elevator had already arrived at the designated floor. Bai Sherwen led him to bid farewell to Mr. Zhao. In Mr. Zhao's office, the man's figure was already gone, leaving only Mr. Zhao sitting bent over the desk, leisurely flipping through archives. Upon hearing Bai Sherwen saying they would leave first, Mr. Zhao displayed a look of regret. Then when you come next time, I'll show you around. Bai Sherwen nodded in response and returned with Mu Shui to their residence. Bai Sherwen immediately took Mu Shui upstairs to his study. He took out a key, unlocked a hidden door in the wall, and then retrieved a thin notebook from inside. There was nothing particularly unique about the notebook. It was the type that used to cost just a few yuan when you were a kid. However, Bai Sherwen handled it with utmost seriousness. Mu Shui couldn't help but glance at him once more. Something this important, Bai Sherwen was willing to let him peruse it like this? Bai Sherwen was certainly very cooperative. But being overly cooperative, made it seem a little odd. Mu Shui blinked and quietly hid his doubts beneath his gaze. Carefully holding the notebook, he settled into the sofa. Take your time. Bai Sherwen said as he headed towards the door, I'll fetch some fruit for you. Okay, Mu Shui nodded and flipped open the notebook in his hands. The words inside were written in pencil, their marks having faded significantly with the friction of the paper and the passage of time. On those parts that were heavily faded, ballpoint pen traces were evident where retracing had been done. When Bai Sherwen walked in with the fruit, he softly said, many characters are unclear now, every time I take it out, I trace the blurry ones. Mu Shui nodded. This indicated Bai Sherwen had indeed reviewed this notebook many times. The contents within were quite disorganized, even less structured than the monster manuals. It haphazardly documented random things like what was eaten, how many hours slept, who was met, what was learned. Even encountering a dog warranted detailed writing, its font askew and casual, resembling kindergarten-level handwriting. Flipping to another page. I want to put everything I like into a box. I want to make such a box. Below it were some whimsical lines. The lines together vaguely formed what seemed to be a building. Mu Shui blinked, feeling a bit dizzy. The file was placed beside Yuan Xing's hand. Jiao Miao. Tan Jing sighed, this person has already died in a car accident. Yuan Xing's expression froze, did the lead break again? Not exactly. Tan Jing said with a peculiar look on his face, during the time when you and I were stuck in the overlapping space, Dr. Mu took on a new patient named Bai Sherwen. When Dr. Mu left the film set, Bai Sherwen was by his side. But after the car accident, he disappeared. Yuan Xing dug up a trace of memory related to Bai Sherwen, wasn't he the one with cataracts? Chapter 103, Reunion with Kato Spas. The crude lines crossed chaotically, without any discernible pattern or elegance, not nearly as impressive as the illustrations in a monster compendium. But as Mu Shui stared at the journal for an extended period, he felt as if his vision was entangled, unable to break free. Under his gaze, the lines slowly wove themselves into patterns akin to water ripples. A thumb-sized figure emerged from the lines, treading on the water patterns, seemingly walking toward Mu Shui. Mu Shui. Mu Shui. The voice of Bai Sherwen sounded repeatedly in his ears, gradually becoming somewhat agitated. Mu Shui abruptly opened his eyes, experiencing a sense of disorientation as though he had just awoken from a dream. Are you alright? Bai Sherwen fixed him with an intense stare, the white of his eye revealing a hint of tension. Mu Shui had never seen him like this before. Mu Shui glanced down briefly. Bai Sherwen's fingers were gripping his wrist tightly. I'm fine. Mu Shui spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Then, like an old machine suddenly starting again after years of dormancy, he continued slowly, I just can't quite understand it. Bai Sherwen gradually loosened his grip. He straightened up, sitting opposite Mu Shui, his gaze still firmly on him. In that case. He smiled faintly and said, that's quite normal. It's only a journal, perhaps just random notes jotted down by Qi Deng whenever he felt like it, disjointed and incoherent. He himself might not even remember what exactly he wrote. Mu Shui remained silent. For a moment, the room was unusually quiet. Finally, Bai Sherwen took the initiative to speak again, asking, do you want some fruit? As he spoke, he got up and picked up the fruit plate from the cabinet, something he had just brought over. Mu Shui licked his lips and declined. Bai Sherwen pressed his lips together, put the fruit plate back on the cabinet, then turned around and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know?" Mu Shui, "Nothing more." Bai Sherwen paused, taking out a card from his suit pocket and placing it in front of Mu Shui. "This is the pass to Home 2 underground containment facility. You can go whenever you want." Mu Shui blinked. Bai Sherwen added, "Of course, you'll need a bodyguard." He said calmly, "After all, as my attending doctor and guardian, Dr. Mu may become a weak point for my political rivals or enemies to attack." Mu Shui nodded slightly, showing no sign of dissatisfaction. Bai Sherwen hesitated again, softening his tone. "Does Dr. Mu need anything else? Even daily necessities can be mentioned to me. We have to live together for 3 months. I am responsible for ensuring Dr. Mu lives comfortably." Mu Shui, "Nothing." Bai Sherwen stared at him. "Dr. Mu doesn't seem very happy. Are you worried about your other patients?" Bai Sherwen immediately made an internal call, requesting someone to bring a laptop. He opened the laptop, typing in Qi Xinghan, quickly finding relevant news articles. Qi Xinghan leaving the team. The suspected death of one of Qi Xinghan's relatives. Mysterious accidents occurring in the production team. An overwhelming number of pieces of information crammed onto the webpage, causing confusion. Mr. Qi is a public figure, so getting updates on him is easy. However, Mr. Yuan has become increasingly difficult to track down. He might still be trapped in some overlapping space. Oh, and Mr. Jiao should currently be lying in the police station's autopsy room. Regrettably, on the day the vehicle exploded, Mr. Jiao lost his life. Bai Sherwen asked, "Does Dr. Mu feel better now?" Mu Shui. "It can also be left for Dr. Mu's use." Bai Sherwen said, as if preparing to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "Tomorrow, I will attend a conference, where officials from Neon, American, and Jillian will be present. As you know, in such situations, I cannot fall ill, nor can there be any mishaps. So I hope Dr. Mu will accompany me tomorrow." Mu Shui nodded without hesitation, "Okay." Bai Sherwen gave a faint smile, bowed slightly, and politely closed the door for him. The next morning, a servant came to knock on Mu Shui's door. Mu Shui rose, helped into a new Western-style outfit, then adorned with a wig, looking much like a porcelain doll. He stepped out of his bedroom door, slowly descending the stairs. In the dining room downstairs, Bai Sherwen heard the footsteps and involuntarily looked up, his eyes locking onto Mu Shui. He moved his throat, then finally revealed a smile. "Sit, after we finish eating, we'll head out." Mu Shui didn't eat much. Bai Sherwen's appetite also seemed to be off, he ate little as well. Thus, they quickly departed from the mansion. When the car arrived at the venue, Bai Sherwen got out first. Reporters were already waiting outside. However, today's setting was different. Swarms of bodyguards and military police surrounded the area, making the atmosphere exceptionally serious. As a result, the reporters stood only on the periphery. And further beyond them, there were policemen, forming layer upon layer of security around the venue. It was evident that this meeting was very unusual. Mu Shui scanned the surroundings with slight confusion. He had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, Bai Sherwen turned around and extended his hand toward Mu Shui, patiently waiting until Mu Shui placed his hand into it to get out of the car. Then the two walked together. Bai Sherwen kept his gaze steady and appeared calm. He softly said to Mu Shui, "There are monsters overseas too. Are there organizations abroad?" "There are." Bai Sherwen told Mu Shui about some known organizations abroad. Mu Shui hadn't heard of any of them. Kagula just had a foreign face and adopted a foreign name, trying to give his organization an international flair. But in reality, his organization was established domestically. Oh, actually, it wasn't even really an organization. He didn't have any proper members. By the time they reached the front of the hotel, people from various countries had all checked in here. Bai Sherwen suddenly remembered something. He said, that person's organization can also be considered a foreign one. He has recruited members globally. Him. Mu Shui immediately understood who Bai Sherwen was referring to. It was Kato Spas. Just as the name popped into Mu Shui's mind, a glance upward revealed a man not far away who stood out among a group of foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. The man was dressed in a high-end tailcoat, tall and slim, with pale lips, sharp cheekbones, and handsome features. His dark green, algae-like long hair cascaded down his shoulders. He also had emerald green gemstone-like eyes, which held deep melancholy and gloom. He was quite conspicuous. Mu Shui's eyes accidentally locked onto his. Their gazes met. The man coldly glanced at Mu Shui once, then suddenly shifted his focus elsewhere. Mu Shui slowly blinked. Garcia. No. Kato Spas. How could he be here? Right at that moment, the man abruptly turned back and stared intently at Mu Shui again. Mu Shui. Bai Sherwen's voice suddenly sounded by his ear. What are you looking at? As Bai Sherwen spoke, he followed Mu Shui's gaze towards the direction. Bai Sherwen examined the mixed-race man briefly. His demeanor was imposing, his aura unusually somber. He resembled a monster. Bai Sherwin's gaze flickered and he asked, "Who is he? Do you know him?" Mu Shui was a bit surprised. Had Bai Sherwin never seen Kato's spas? Mu Shui nodded and said, "Yes, I know him." He said, "His name is Garcia." Bai Sherwin, "Oh. A name unheard of." Soon after, someone came over to greet Bai Sherwin. They started walking forward as they conversed. Of course, Mu Shui followed along as well. Mu Shui glanced back at Kato's spas once more. Talk about coincidence. Mu Shui turned his head and no longer looked at Kato's spas but instead glanced sideways at Bai Sherwin. Bai Sherwin, as if sensing something, whispered to the other party, "All right, we'll talk about other matters later." The other person, understanding the cue, found an excuse to leave first. Their surroundings soon cleared out again. Bai Sherwin quietly asked, "Is anything wrong? Mu Shui, will there be monsters showing up today?" Bai Sherwin paused for a moment and smiled faintly. Dr. Mu truly is intelligent. Ah, Mu Shui lifted his hand and stretched out his fingers. They were delicate, white, tender, with skin so soft, the tips still a light pink. "I can't do anything." Mu Shui wiggled his fingers, reminding him. Bai Sherwin responded warmly, you don't need to." Mu Shui took another look at this conference and suddenly found it even more unique. "Are there many people outside? Is that alright? Hongtu has a mengpa. In other words, their memories can be erased." Bai Sherwin, as usual, first fetched juice and snacks for Mu Shui, then brought him to the lounge to rest temporarily, leaving a bodyguard with him while going off to handle other matters himself. They had been searching aimlessly for a long time already. Not only had they found not a single clue, they hadn't even managed to find Mu Shui's body. Kang Yi suddenly sat up from his seat and forcefully patted the front seat. "Brother Qi. Brother Qi. Look at the news, look at the news." Qi Xinghan remained expressionless, without any movement, just blankly steering the wheel. However, Kang Yi clutched his phone and stared intently at the photo on it. As if he wanted to pierce through the screen and enter into the photo. Kang Yi shouted loudly, "That Mr. Bai. The Mr. Bai who entered the film crew before. Mu Shui is by his side." Qi Xinghan slammed his foot on the accelerator. Kang Ye's head collided with the roof of the car. He was almost knocked featherless. "Cell phone." Qi Xinghan succinctly said. Kang Yi hastily handed it over. Qi Xinghan took it, glanced down briefly. Monsters have their own methods for identification. Especially ones like them, who've spent too much time together with Mu Shui. Despite Mu Shui being dressed completely differently in the photo, Qi Xinghan still recognized him at first sight. He immediately typed in the 3 words, "Bai Sherwin," in the search bar. The web search results came out very quickly. The latest entry was, "The conference will be held at the National Banquet Hotel in Jing City. Our country will send General XX." A string of names followed, with "Bai Sherwin" added at the end. In Jing City. Qi Xinghan turned around and looked at Kang Yi and Shen Maojia behind him. "Who can fly?" Everyone exchanged glances. No one. At this moment, both Shen Maojia and Qi Xinghan looked at Kang Yi. Kang Yi was scared to stammer, No, although I am a bird, I cannot carry people." "Let's buy plane tickets then." Kang Yi dryly said, fearing that they would grab his wings and ride him. What would he do if his feathers were all plucked? How could he use the colorful feathers to court Sister Mu? Qi Xinghan. On the other hand, Yuan Sheng and Tan Jing, who never watched the news or went online and were quite outdated, were still studying furiously what connection the cataract suffering by might have with this matter. Chapter 104, Attack. What exactly is the purpose of this meeting? Mu Shui voiced his question. They were now sitting in the lounge on the second floor. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the lounge, they could see the situation in the hall downstairs. At this moment, someone was carrying black rectangular boxes out of the baggage room. They placed the boxes onto a luggage cart and then pushed it into the elevator. There were many boxes, and one elevator trip couldn't fit them all. The staff members walking around didn't give these boxes more than a passing glance, as if they had already seen similar scenes. Bai Sherwin followed his gaze downward and said indifferently, "To exchange monsters." Mu Shui suddenly leaned over the adjacent armrest, staring at the people below intently. "Inside, are there monsters?" The discovery of monsters abroad occurred later than ours, but they established relevant institutions faster and implemented stricter measures for handling monsters. Stricter than locking them in cages? Yes. Bai Sherwin paused momentarily before continuing. In foreign countries, monsters belonging to our Huagu country are immediately captured as soon as they appear. Hearing this, Mu Shui furrowed his brows and commented, "That seems kind of cruel." Bai Sherwin agreed with his evaluation. "It is," and added with a smile, "quite cruel." "So do we also capture their people?" "Yeah." Mu Shui sighed softly while leaning on the railing. Bai Sherwin turned his head to look at him. The youth still seemed to retain some innocence from childhood. Upon hearing such words or witnessing such scenes, he would sigh. But when Bai Sherwin looked into Mu Shui's eyes, there wasn't a trace of emotion in them. Bai Sherwin hesitated for a moment. Something felt different. This thought swiftly passed through Bai Sherwin's mind. Mu Shui's voice quickly rang out again. How exactly will the exchange happen? Will they open the boxes, release the monsters, and walk towards each other? There's a large underground space in this building. It has a glass dome in the middle where the monsters will be exchanged. Mu Shui nodded and stopped asking questions. Soon, the number of people upstairs in the lounge on the second floor increased significantly. Some of them were in formal suits, while others wore elegant long skirts. Everyone appeared solemn, only showing polite yet artificial smiles when conversing with others. Downstairs. Cotard's expression turned extremely grim. The person walking beside him was passionately saying something, but after noticing his expression, the blonde-haired foreigners promptly shut their mouths and showed signs of panic. Cotard suddenly lifted his gaze and stared at an adjacent short and stout Englishman, asking, "Let me repeat myself. I need to know who that man is." The Englishman was drenched in cold sweat, his nostrils flaring slightly. "He is Bai Sherwin, currently the director of the Special Foreign Defense Department. Listen, we're standing on Huagu soil right now, so we can't act recklessly. This time, the main handler of this matter is him, and we absolutely cannot offend him. You're here to help us, not to ruin everything, right?" "I'm not here to listen to all this." Cotard's eyes became even more serious. The Englishman, as if under immense pressure, dropped his shoulders and lowered his head. "All right, they should be in the lounge on the second floor, many people are there." "Who's the person walking next to Bai Sherwin?" Cotard suddenly asked. "Her." The Englishman didn't expect him to ask that, so he hesitated before replying. "She seems to be his fiancée's sister." Cotard's expression immediately turned strange. He looked up at the second floor, then started walking upstairs. The silent young man followed behind him. By the time the Englishman realized it, Cotard's and his companion were already gone from the hall. Bai Sherwin left midway to attend a small meeting. Alone in the second-floor lounge, Mu Shui occasionally ate a bit of food and drank some beverages. He carried Chi's phone with him but did not open it. The rest of the people in the lounge knew that he came from the Wu family, so no one came to disturb him. Mu Shui suddenly turned his head. He saw Cotard standing at the entrance. Cotard noticed Mu Shui's gaze and moved slightly, approaching him with a peculiar expression. The monster capable of pulling people into hallucinations was also following close behind him. Though Cotard's appearance was quite striking, as he walked through the hallway, those around him seemed to completely ignore his presence. "Do you remember me?" Cotard spoke, his voice low and heavy. "How did the air conditioning suddenly get so cold?" A puzzled voice came from around them. Neither of them paid attention to the murmurs around them. Mu Shui blinked and then nodded. "Yeah, I remember." He paused for a moment, his lips parted as if preparing to call out Cotard's name. Cotard abruptly altered his expression and cut him off. "It's enough that you remember." Mu Shui pursed his lips, swallowing the name back down his throat. At this, Cotard's face relaxed slightly. But when he spoke again, his tone was still low and ominous. "Why are you here?" Without waiting for Mu Shui to answer, he asked once more, adding an undertone of sarcasm. "What about those monsters? Shouldn't they be with you? And who is Bai Sherwin? Your new patient?" Mu Shui opened his mouth, thinking about which question to answer first. "At what are you two speaking?" Bai Sherwin's voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. A few foreigners struggled to squeeze in behind him, whispering explanations regarding Cotard's identity and purpose. "Why are you here?" Mu Shui glanced over and asked aloud. Cotard's responded curtly and coldly. "A bunch of fools couldn't handle the situation, so they turned to me." As soon as he finished, the people he referred to as fools followed Bai Sherwin up to them. "The meeting is about to start, let's go." Bai Sherwin swept his gaze over Cotard's seemingly not truly concerned with what had transpired between him and Mu Shui but rather intent on cutting off their conversation. Mu Shui nodded, obediently standing up, and quietly walked out with Bai Sherwin. Seeing this, Cotard's expression grew even colder. The Englishman bowed respectfully from behind him, pleading, "Please don't cause trouble." Cotard strode forward and said icily, "My stuff is on him, I have to take it back." The Englishman immediately stopped speaking and hurriedly caught up. They quickly arrived at the underground venue Bai Sherwin had mentioned. In the center was a glass dome, surrounded by seats arranged like stadium stands. The entire space resembled an ancient Roman arena. When Mu Shui and the others entered, representatives from other countries had already taken their seats. Then, a conference host appeared, holding a microphone outside the glass dome, loudly announcing the rules of this exchange. The whole process was dull and monotonous. Tired of the monotony, Mu Shui propped his elbow on the armrest, leaned back in his chair, and dozed off. Some Japanese and Americans sitting in a circle around the venue looked over here curiously. "Is that girl also from the Foreign Affairs Office?" "No, she isn't. She's the sister of Bai Sherwin's fiancé, and he seems fond of her, always bringing her along." They exchanged glances, both understanding each other's implication. "A delicate girl from Huagu country," they muttered, defining Mu Shui. Afterward, they gradually grinned. What would the Huagu phrase for this be? "Mr. Green, in Huagu, we call this delivering a pillow when someone falls asleep." A middle-aged man, short in stature and dressed in a suit, bent slightly at the waist, one hand on his earpiece, relayed a few sentences to the other side. After finishing his conversation, he straightened his posture, chuckling at Green beside him. How can Hwagu keep all those precious materials for itself? That's right, Kawamura-san is correct. Meanwhile, the glass dome slowly opened, producing a loud rumbling sound that startled Mu Shui into opening his eyes again. Staff members wearing all-black uniforms, even covering their heads and faces, started carrying boxes inside one by one. Mu Shui squinted, leaning comfortably against his seat, muttering softly, they really wrap themselves up tightly. You've seen the monster catalogs. These creatures inside the boxes are mostly highly dangerous, and their abilities vary widely, often catching people off guard. Bai Sherwin explained. By the time he finished, the staff had already placed the boxes down and began opening the lids simultaneously. The lids had been specially reinforced, it took them over half an hour to open them all. At the same time, Mu Shui heard a sharp sound, as if it could pierce through one's brain. Everyone present wrinkled their brows slightly, but no one said a word. Bai Sherwin remarked, see? Some things are unforeseeable. Mu Shui rubbed his ears and asked, is that a mermaid? He dropped his gaze and looked downward. In one of the black boxes on the Hua side lay a creature over a meter tall, with a human head, 3-toed feet, 2 tail fins, and a body barely covered by white bandages. The monster had golden hair and blue eyes, with a strikingly beautiful face. She opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. There was a trace of red on her teeth, like bloodstains. Workers from various countries walked around the box, apparently conducting inspections. The entire process was quick, taking only about 10 minutes. They quickly exchanged the boxes and closed the lids again. Mu Shui managed to identify just a few creatures. There was the swift eagle. And Mu Shui was particularly familiar with the flame bird and snow bird. Aside from animal-like creatures, there were also monsters with head deformities, hand deformities, and eye deformities, similar to Qi Xinghan and Bai Sherwen. The exchange ended. Under the guidance of the conference host, the staff bent down to lift the boxes from each country and began walking out one by one. Exiting the glass dome, they stepped onto a long, winding staircase leading upward. The staircase was located beside the stadium seating. Thus, carrying the boxes, they slowly passed by the attendees, including Mu Shui. Mu Shui tilted his head and gave them a glance. Something on the black box cover flickered. With a loud bang, the box carried by a group of Japanese and Americans suddenly flew open, and the monster inside leapt out, rushing toward Mu Shui. Kataspa's eyelid twitched, and he abruptly stood up. Ah! That was the sharp cry of a mermaid, followed by fierce winds as surrounding structures cracked with a snapping sound. The mermaid opened her mouth, releasing a pungent breeze from between her sharp teeth. Her teeth weren't stained with blood, instead, they bore pieces of bloody flesh. The swift eagle shot into the air, spreading its wings while retracting its claws like it was hunting prey, diving down at Mu Shui. The flame bird turned into fiery orbs. Monsters with deformed hands and feet vaulted over the seats in just a few bounds, hurling themselves forward, emitting strange roars from their throats. Mu Shui felt a sudden warmth in the pocket near his leg. He narrowed his eyes, and behind him, 2 enormous silhouettes suddenly emerged. The shadows rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire underground space. Chapter 105, The Giant Beast Kraken. The alarm woo-woo sounded, and the scene became a mess. The underground space was covered by a huge shadow, and the light became dim. Everyone, in panic and fear, looked up at the 2 shadows. One of the shadows had antlers like a deer, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, with whiskers around its mouth and wings shaped like bird wings, spiraling and ascending. That was a dragon. The other shadow was even more massive, with mysterious and evil aura, bringing an overwhelming momentum that made it hard to breathe. Its size was so large that just looking at the shadow seemed to stretch out the entire underground space. Then came another boom, and the monsters that flew towards it were bounced back as if they had hit a transparent wall. What is that? Said a man named Green, who raised his head, stretched his neck long, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Not far from him, a man named Hsiyun also lifted his head high, his expression slightly distorted because of the fear. The second shadow moved, and suddenly extended tentacles as thick as pillars. Hsiyun shivered, that's a monster. Green was both afraid and angry, isn't everyone here a monster? After his words ended, there was another boom. The tentacle moved. The surrounding monsters were swept away by a powerful force. Their skin burst quickly, spraying blood and flesh. Then they slammed heavily onto the glass shield, which was triggered and emitted a layer of blue light. The monsters that fell onto it convulsed twice as if they were electrocuted, then fell down, a burnt and bloody smell spreading in the underground space. When he regained consciousness, Mushi Shui already had a blank circle around him. As for those monsters that had just crawled out of the box and hadn't reached him, they were now all crouched tremblingly. Kato Pathu had originally stood up abruptly but now emitted a soft snort from his throat and slowly sat back down. But when he looked up and saw the shadow behind Mu Shui, his expression turned even uglier. So it's not just me. Kato Pathu spoke, his voice filled with resentment. No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Garcia was his past self. On this side, Mushy Shui paused, taking out a hard thing resembling a small stone from his pocket. This thing was still hot. He looked around, taking in the chaotic scene around him, including the monsters, even the scared and trembling appearances of staff members from various countries. What was behind him? Mushy Shui looked at Bai Sherwin. Bai Sherwin was tightly staring at him, a flash of surprise passing over his face. Is there something behind me? Mushy Shui asked. A shadow of a coiled dragon. Bai Sherwin said, pausing, there's another shadow, it's... Before Bai Sherwin could finish, an old foreigner tumbled down the steps, screaming, Kraken. That's the Kraken. This name caused even greater panic. They scrambled and fled in haste. The mermaid's throat emitted a sound again, but this time her voice was hoarse and despairing, causing no vibration. Mu Shui suddenly remembered when he was in the overlapping space, Yuanxing held him close, and it seemed that a huge shadow also rose behind him. He fiddled with the small stone in his hand. So whose shadow is the dragon? Whose shadow is the Kraken? Recollections from the monster manual surged in Mu Shui's mind. The giant beast Kraken. Multi-tentacled, big-headed. Mu Shui was momentarily stunned. Ah, does Yuanxing have a big head? Not really. Before Mu Shui could think through the reasons, Bai Sherwin suddenly moved and took a step closer to Mu Shui. His gaze focused on the thing in Mu Shui's palm. That's a scale. As he got closer, he observed more carefully and opened his mouth again. That's a dragon's reverse scale. At this point, Bai Sherwin's eyes changed. Mu Shui blinked, pinched the thing in his palm, and then his gaze passed over Bai Sherwin and landed on Kato Pathu. So. Garcia is a dragon. Yuanxing is the Kraken. Mr. Bai. Chaos, complete chaos, those monsters. Someone shouted anxiously nearby, waiting for Bai Sherwin to take control of the situation. Bai Sherwin tightly gripped the walkie-talkie but did not issue any orders to the people on the other end. Instead, he quietly watched Mu Shui, as if waiting for something. The remaining black boxes, which had been closed up until then, suddenly began to break open one by one in a chain reaction. Monsters rushed out in succession. The trembling monsters let out sharp shrieks as they clawed at their bodies, looking like they were enduring tremendous agony, their expressions becoming distorted and bizarre. The terror brought on by the shadows suppressed their rationality and instead stirred up the monstrous side within them. The scene grew even more chaotic. Hatsuan finally found his voice after some delay, run. Quick. Their shadows can kill. Bai Sherwin sighed lightly, and his usual gentle demeanor changed immediately. His face hardened as he coldly commanded, shut the doors, clear the area. The staff members who had been standing aside like posts finally reacted. They rubbed their faces with their hands, transforming into various non-human forms with distinctive features gradually appearing on their faces. Some turned their hands into blades, others generated flames under their feet, while others reduced whatever they touched into powder. They also feared the two shadows but did not shrink back like the other monsters. Clenching their lips, eyes bloodshot, they rushed into the chaos among the beasts. Mu Shui toyed with the dragon scale in his palm, preparing to put it back into his pocket. Bai Sherwin noticed his action, don't put it away. Mu Shui tilted his head, puzzled as he looked toward Bai Sherwin. Kato Pathu suddenly walked over, coldly staring at Bai Sherwin, so you've kept him close because you have another plan. Bai Sherwin's expression softened, who might you be? Behind Kato Pathu, several foreigners stumbled along, shouting, Master. Master, save us. It eventually turned into direct calls, Kato Pathu. Kato Pathu. Bai Sherwin's expression shifted. So, it's you. Bai Sherwin took a step back, subtly positioning Mu Shui behind him, is there anything you need? But Kato Pathu didn't seem interested in speaking to him. Mu Shui was originally taken by Bai Sherwin. This thought crossed Kato Pathu's mind, causing his mood to become dark as he sneered internally. It was ridiculous, Mu Shui held the scale given by Garcia, yet was still under Bai Sherwin's control, right before his very eyes. Did this make him look powerless? Kato Pathu coldly said, put it away. After hesitating for a moment, he added between gritted teeth, just don't lose it. Mu Shui nodded, neither refuting nor asking why, and simply slipped it into his pocket. The coiled shadow slowly faded and disappeared. Meanwhile, the other shadow became more massive, even consuming part of the dragon's shadow, soon occupying the entire space. Gigantic tentacles swung in the air, seemingly ready to take physical form at any moment, tearing apart everyone and every monster present into shreds. As Kato Pathu glanced up, his expression worsened. Suddenly, he moved forward and lunged at Bai Sherwin. A deafening dragon roar rang out. Dragon horns emerged from Kato Pathu's head, his fingers turning into claws. Golden scales mixed with some dark green spread from his neck, covering half of his face. His handsome yet gloomy countenance now appeared all the stranger. Bai Sherwin abruptly lifted his head, keeping his glasses on. Mu Shui could clearly see that his right eye was covered with a layer of white. An odd energy surrounded Bai Sherwin. The giant crystal chandeliers hanging in the underground space suddenly fell down, crashing down towards Kato Pathu. Pang, crystal shattered, fragments imbued with power transformed into sharp blades, flying around with force. Cato Pathu leaped into the air, dodging. Do you possess cursed powers? As his words echoed, a crackling sound issued from Cato Pathu's body as his bones began to stretch and deform. His entire face was completely covered with dragon scales. He fully transformed into a dragon. The underground space was suddenly engulfed in a fierce wind. Everyone was forced to squint their eyes as surrounding roars, screams, and cries for mercy multiplied. Next to him, the mermaid was suddenly lifted by an invisible force. With her mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, she emitted bewitching sounds from her throat while lunging to bite Cato Pathu. Throughout, Bai Sherwin remained calm, making no extra movements. Mu Shui glanced at them and muttered softly, "Thanks. Then, I'll be off." No one knew whether he was speaking to Cato Pathu or Bai Sherwin. Mu Shui turned around leisurely, carrying the enormous shadow draped over him, heading towards the large gate of the underground space. As he passed, both monsters and humans instinctively bowed and squatted down, trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't until then that Cato Pathu and Bai Sherwin noticed Mu Shui's movements. Cato Pathu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had fought with Bai Sherwin for Mu Shui, yet Mu Shui just left as casually as saying goodbye. If Garcia were here, would it be any different? Bai Sherwin also moved. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and barked loudly, "Stop Miss Wu." The crimson-eyed staff immediately split up to intercept Mu Shui. Meanwhile, on another side, Yuan Xing suddenly sprang up from his seat. His parents, Yuan's father and mother across from him, including Tan Jing sitting beside him, all got a shock. "Brother Yuan, well, what's wrong?" Tan Jing asked, quickly trying to soothe him. Calm down, calm down. Though finding the file is slow, we can still lock onto the creature and find Mu Shui." Before Tan Jing could finish, Yuan Xing spoke with an icy tone, "It's Mu Shui." Huh? Tan Jing froze for a second. What? When we were in the overlapping space, I released my energy signature, and some of it clung to his body. Now, I feel my own energy. With that, Yuan Xing didn't even look at the others gathered around the table, he rushed out of the door in one go. A thunderous bang resounded. Tan Jing was stunned as he stared toward the direction of the villa's main door. There was nothing left but a doorframe. The door was shattered. This was truly an escape by force moment. Tan Jing shook his head to clear his confusion before reacting swiftly. He leaped to his feet. "Wait, Brother Yuan. I'll come with you." This time, there mustn't be another mysterious report of Mu Shui's death, followed by that boy vanishing from the world. As Tan Jing stepped outside and looked up. Whoa! What the hell? A huge dark shadow loomed in the sky, blocking out the sun. Now, you don't have to worry about air traffic control shooting this thing down, do you? Chapter 106, Cthulhu. Brother Qi. Brother Qi, quick look. Kong Yi shouted loudly. Qi Xinghan glanced up toward the window. Shen Maojia remained motionless, his face furrowed in deep thought, trying to suppress the bizarre appearance of two faces emerging on his own. Outside the window, a huge shadow floated about. It resembled the Kun from Lizi's Tangwan, as it stretched out, so vast that no one knew how many thousands of miles it covered. The sky quickly became overshadowed, and the surroundings darkened. People inside the hotel opened their windows one after another. Pedestrians on the road also stopped in their tracks, shouting in surprise, "Is it a celestial dog eating the sun?" "I don't know, haven't seen any news notifications." "Hurry, take pictures, take pictures." Only then did Qi Xinghan move. He stood up, walked to the window, and coldly observed for a few seconds. "Follow me," he said. Kong Yi was somewhat puzzled, "We're here to find Shui. Why follow this big monster? Shouldn't we be thinking about how to enter Guoyen Grand Hotel instead?" As Kong Yi spoke, he swallowed hard, the handsome face showing a clear sense of fear for the first time, and, this monster doesn't look easy to provoke. There are a lot of monsters in Guoyen Grand Hotel, and this monster is heading there too. Qi Xinghan paused, something's wrong there. Kong Yi, will this affect Shui? Qi Xinghan didn't know either. Shen Maojia suddenly lifted his head and interjected, "If something happens in the hotel, it will make it easier for us to infiltrate." Kong Yi, that's true. They exited the restaurant beside the hotel. Outside the hotel, chaos had already set in. Journalists held up their cameras and microphones, incessantly asking questions aloud, "What's going on? Is there a problem with the meeting? Which country changed their mind? Where are the people responsible? The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? This meeting's organizer must be hiding something from us, we have the right to know. Good heavens, the sky has gone dark." Hotel staff looked troubled, preparing carefully. They occasionally leaned over to listen to the radio transmissions, and then their faces turned even worse. Using stiff official jargon, they tried to handle these journalists. The journalists instantly discarded all previous restraints. They keenly sensed there was some major news to uncover, and if not for the security personnel holding them back at the periphery, they would have disregarded everything and rushed into the hotel already. Qi Xinghan and his group slowly approached. Shen Maojia frowned, speaking with irritation, the staff here aren't panicked, so we still can't get in. Kang Yi wasn't surprised by this, for meetings of this level, both security personnel and staff are highly qualified. No sooner had Kang Yi finished speaking when there was a boom. The enormous, sky-blocking shadow collided with everyone in front of the hotel entrance, the sound of shattering glass followed. The journalists screamed while crawling around desperately searching for their recorders and microphones. Inside the building, people instinctively squinted and dodged before rushing out to support the journalists. The enormous shadow disappeared in an instant. The sky returned to its normal state, and the surrounding light came back. They blinked their eyes, only to see the scene was now in complete disarray. This has become truly chaotic, Kang Yi whispered, heart still pounding. Finally, Qi Xinghan started moving, blending into the crowd and entering the hotel. Shen Maojia and Kang Yi closely followed behind. Search, Qi Xinghan muttered one word. Shen Maojia shot him a somewhat annoyed glance, seemingly unwilling to obey Qi Xinghan's command. All of them were monsters, how could they differentiate between ranks and classes? But his head began to feel like it was splitting apart on either side, so Shen Maojia harshly pressed his hands onto it and didn't say anything more. He turned and began searching from the doorway on the right, while Kang Yi went left. Qi Xinghan pulled on a mask expressionlessly, entered the elevator, and searched upward. There were no directional signs inside the hotel. They had no idea which floor or conference room the meeting was being held in, so they had no choice but to search each place individually, not missing any clues. In the underground space, a series of explosion sounds erupted. One creature from Japan burst apart instantly into a bloody mist. The staff reached Mao Shui's side as Mao Shui's finger touched the door handle. There was a numeric lock on it, and he couldn't open it. Mao Shui's expression remained unchanged, his gaze lowered. Open it. Open it. Open it. A phantom limb extended from the shadowy figure, coiling around the password lock. Another boom, and the password lock was blasted open, flying askew and hitting a monster on the head. The monster was terrified, instinctively wrapping its arms around itself tighter. The staff members were livid, stretching their hands out to grab him as if they were no longer afraid of the shadow behind him at all. But Mao Shui had already pushed the door open first. With a creak, the heavy iron door produced a sound that grated on the teeth. Mao Shui raised his gaze, meeting eyes with the person outside the door. A sharp brow slanted into his hairline, amber-colored irises, then a straight nose. The man's features were filled with the coldness and arrogance characteristic of a beast. He wore a shirt and trousers, the top 3 buttons of his shirt seemed to have gone missing, the collar unevenly open, revealing a well-defined chest with smooth muscle lines. The phantom-like shadow suddenly dissipated like a wisp of smoke, entering the man's body. It was Yuan Sheng. Mao Shui blinked. As though an eyelash had fallen into his eye, he felt a slight stinging. That overwhelming sense of familiarity engulfed Mao Shui completely, making him feel so comfortable that an urge arose in his mind to throw himself into this man's embrace. Yuan Sheng said nothing. He wasn't wearing a mask. His eyes were fixed tightly on Mao Shui, looking somewhat intimidating. He was dressed entirely differently from how he used to be. In a dress. The dress accentuated his unusually slender frame, making him look like a frail flower bud. His features seemed painted, appearing even more soft and feminine. He was dressed up as a girl. The moment Yuan Sheng's gaze touched Mao Shui's face, it was as if a bomb went off in his mind. It wasn't just an episode of Stendhal syndrome, another powerful emotion surged into his brain. An emotion that made him want to crush Mao Shui into his arms. Mao Shui whispered softly, I didn't die. Yuan Sheng spoke hoarsely, I know. Mao Shui continued, we need to go, Bai Shiwen is preventing me from leaving. They're chasing me. Mao Shui said, turning his head to glance at the staff behind him, only to find them tumbling down one after another from the highest step, as if 2 end poles of a magnet had met, being repelled by the magnetic field. Mao Shui fell silent. Bai Shiwen. Yuan Sheng repeated the name, then he grabbed Mao Shui's wrist, lightly rubbing it, pulling Mao Shui entirely toward his side. Why are we going anywhere? Yuan Sheng said softly. The icy demeanor on his face grew stronger, radiating an intimidating aura. He dares to detain you, he'd better be ready to pay the price. Yuan Sheng tugged Mao Shui along, taking another step inside the room. When those foreigners saw the door was open, they rushed over competitively. Just as they reached halfway, they saw a tall man walk in and close the door behind him with a turn. Mao Shui looked slightly bewildered, what are you going to do? Yuan Sheng suddenly reached the back of his waist and took off a mask, the clown mask he always wore on his face. Turning around, Yuan Sheng said, don't move. Mao Shui, ? Yuan Sheng lifted his hand to Mao Shui's chin. Soft and slippery to the touch. Yuan Sheng's breathing paused as his mind exploded again in a mess, feeling as if his entire self was about to split apart. He clutched the mask tightly in his hand, then raised it and fastened it over Mao Shui's face, sit here and wait for me. Mao Shui only felt darkness descend before his eyes, unable to see anything. He should have cut 2 holes in it. Mao Shui licked his lips, fumbling to sit down on the steps beneath him. Yuan Sheng acted in time, supporting his waist, smoothly lowering him down so he sat steadily. Then Yuan Xing quickly descended the stairs. Surrounding noises buzzed in his ears, yet Yuan Xing's footsteps were exceptionally clear. Tap, tap, tap. Why doesn't he let me see? Mao Shui tugged at the mask on his face. Yuan Xing seemed to sense it, glancing back momentarily and speaking in a low tone, "Don't move, don't look." His words reverberated clearly in Mao Shui's ears. Mao Shui immediately stopped his hands. "All right." Cathopa suddenly turned his head, looking at the direction of Yuan Xing and Mao Shui, his piercing gaze locking onto Yuan Xing with cold disdain. "Is that you? Took your sweet time getting here, huh?" Cathopa's tone was laced with condescension and mockery. Yuan Xing remained silent. Bai Sherwen glanced back and sighed quietly, trouble. Yet there was not a trace of fear on his face. He took Mao Shui away in a roundabout way to avoid Qi Xinghan and Yuan Xing. But now there was no avoiding them, so avoidance was unnecessary. He intended to keep the person. A monster that had been crouching on the ground trembling with fear was sucked over again, forced to expose its sharp claws and teeth, and lunged toward Yuan Xing. His face was filled with terror, streaming with tears. But his hands moved exceptionally ruthlessly. This contrast seemed somewhat bizarre. Yuan Xing cursed, "What manner of thing are you?" Then he raised his hand, grabbing the monster and tore it into two halves. In the distance, Green let out a mournful roar, "Ah! Damn it! That was one of ours." Blood splattered up, landing on Bai Sherwen, staining his white suit red. Yuan Xing stepped on the monster's corpse with one foot, like a ferocious beast leaping into the air and landing again with the help of momentum. An evil-smelling giant tentacle extended from behind him. Bai Sherwen's white eyeball slowly flowed with a line of bloody tears. As if he didn't feel the pain, he raised his hand to touch the damp trace on his face, still speaking indifferently, "You can suppress my curse powers." No wonder the North Sea monster is considered the being closest to the master of Relaya. Bai Sherwen stood far away. But his voice still reached clearly into Mao Shui's ears. Lost sight has sharpened Mao Shui's hearing. Master of Relaya? Using a more common and widely understood term, it refers to Cthulhu. Mr. Yuan. I would ask you to restrain yourself. If you reveal your true appearance here, none of us will be able to walk out alive, including Dr. Mu. Bai Sherwen's voice rang out again. And strange changes were already beginning around them. More monsters and humans became dazed, their faces grotesque and terrifying. Some were monsters disguised as human beings brought along by the foreigners to protect them. Their clothes split instantly, exposing their monstrous forms, but it didn't stop there. Thin cracks appeared all over their bodies, blood and flesh squeezing forcefully out through those crevices. They opened their eyes wide in horror, as if they had already glimpsed hell. Mao Shui couldn't hear clearly what came next. Hum. Boom. Crash. Endless loud noises resounded continuously, filling his ears. Mao Shui didn't know what happened, only vaguely aware that the circular glass dome seemed to have shattered. Following this, an earthquake-like tremor struck, prompting Mao Shui instinctively to grasp the nearby railing. Qi Xinghan felt the vibration beneath his feet. Underground. He quickly took the staff pass from one of the workers, took the elevator, swiped the card, and descended to the third basement floor. Shen Maojia and Kong Yi also realized they were underground, but they had no cards, spending time searching for one and falling slightly behind. The door of the underground space was opened again. Someone opened the door from outside, and the iron door once again made the teeth-gritting sound of creak. Qi Xinghan stopped where he was. The underground space was a scene of bloody carnage, except for the girl, wearing a strange clown mask, her hair hanging loose, dressed in a dress, who remained the cleanest figure present. Qi Xinghan immediately recognized him. Mao Shui. Chapter 107, Die Together. Is that Yuan Xing? Qi Xinghan's voice sounded in Mu Shui's ear. Mu Shui paused for a moment and responded, yeah. Qi Xinghan's muscles were tense all over his body, his spine slightly arching. Mu Shui noticed a slight change in his muscles and asked, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Are you going to have an episode? Qi Xinghan replied after a pause, no. Mu Shui heard a faint, crack sound. It was the sound of bone against bone grinding, followed by a clear pssh as fabric was pierced. Mu Shui immediately realized this had happened before, back when they met the man-eating monster at Qi Xinghan's apartment. Mu Shui asked aloud, did you pull out your bone knife? He hesitated, rephrasing, has the bone knife come out of your body? If Qi Xinghan had pulled it himself, he would have remembered to take off his clothes first. Qi Xinghan softly answered, yes. Under the mask, Mu Shui frowned but quickly relaxed again. Did you sense a threat? Qi Xinghan said, yeah. A lot. Infinite forces intertwined, creating a threat impossible to ignore. Mu Shui quickly ran through the data in his mind, standing up and gripping the back of a nearby chair as he carefully felt his way down. Qi Xinghan hadn't fully figured out the situation yet, and instinctively followed along. Mu Shui heard the steady footsteps behind him. You can just wait there, Mu Shui said. Qi Xinghan didn't speak, nor did he stop his steps. Mu Shui looked weak at the moment, as if any breeze could blow him away. Mu Shui turned around now and faced Qi Xinghan. Of course, with the mask blocking his view, he actually couldn't see anything. Mu Shui whispered softly, "I'm the doctor here." It seemed like a reminder for both Qi Xinghan and himself. Qi Xinghan froze on his tracks. He turned and coldly yet swiftly scanned the monsters in the midst of fierce battle. There was Bai Shiwen, Yuan Sheng, and then there was him. So 3 of Dr. Mu Shui's patients stood together now. 3 patients who've lost control, possibly causing the most headache for Mu Shui. "I understand," Qi Xinghan said quietly. Mu Shui nodded. The clown mask was tightly fixed to his face and didn't budge from his movement. Qi Xinghan instinctively took another glance. As though caught in a momentary daze, the mask and Mu Shui seemed merged into one, like the mask had originally grown out of his face. Then, upon coming back to his senses, Mu Shui was already in the middle of the field. The pillar supporting the entire underground space was barely holding up. Cracked wall panels and broken lamp pieces fell noisily, the ground trembling. Crazy. These people are crazy. The villager struggled to stand steadily, looking sick while leaning on the back of a chair. "It's those monsters who've gone mad." Green roared angrily, then grabbing the collar of River Village, "How did you control your monsters? What do we do now to resolve this?" River Village struggled hard to push him off. "This is not my fault. No monster can withstand the pressure of the North Sea giant creature. They're bound to lose control." He swallowed nervously, and no one would have thought that Miss Wu's body carried such a terrifying phantom of a monster. "Tell me. What should we do now, these cunning Chinese people?" Green's face twisted from extreme anger and fear. He shouted loudly, "Perhaps this was their trap all along. That Miss Wu was prepared by them from the start, a weapon intended to make us completely annihilated." River Village, choked, could only make noises like, "Ah, ah, ah." On the other side, Mu Shui moved his mask slightly on his face. He could feel a sharp wind brush past his face. Before Mu Shui could react, countless razor-sharp winds slashed past him in quick succession. Expressionless, Mu Shui gently stroked his neck. Thankfully, no cut appeared. He gripped the back of the chair. Compared to the madness around him, he seemed frail, pitiful, helpless, and completely out of place. He cleared his throat, his voice soft, "Stop fighting." River Village widened his eyes. Male, his voice, "He's a man. I knew it, this is their conspiracy. They deliberately let our guard down, just to lure us into action so they could conveniently detain all of us." Green was fuming with rage. Shards of broken glass pierced his face as he howled in pain. "Ah! Damn it! We've been tricked." Mu Shui completely ignored the 2 foreigners whose faces were contorted and who were struggling to climb up the stairs above. He shielded his neck while continuing. "If we keep fighting, we'll be buried here." The surrounding wind blades abruptly vanished. The shaking ground and the pillars supporting the underground space that were about to collapse stopped moving. It seemed like even the surrounding monsters had frozen still. Time appeared to have paused. Bang! Only the final sound remained in the entire space. Bai Shiwen was forcefully slammed onto the ground, shattering the chairs on the steps and even breaking the ground itself, sending long cracks spidering outward. Yuan Sheng squatted next to Bai Shiwen, his hand still gripping Bai's neck. Bai Shiwen's face was pale, but an abnormal purplish hue covered his neck. Blood flowed from his right eye, almost covering half his face, giving him a grotesque and tragic appearance. Yuan Sheng murmured softly. "All right, done." Bai Shiwen coughed lightly in his throat. Cough. Cough. As if he was trying to expel fragments of his internal organs. Mu Shui frowned upon hearing this, raising his hand to touch his mask. Only then did Yuan Sheng release Bai Shiwen's neck, standing up and taking a large step towards Mu Shui, placing his hand on Mu's back. Kartopas hovered and stopped at the ceiling, overlooking the scene below with blood-red eyes, not making another move. Actually, burying Mu Shui would be better. If he died, Kartopas could easily retrieve the scale. But this thought flickered in Kartopas' mind and was firmly suppressed again. Bai Shiwen coughed a few more times before slowly sitting up with one hand. "Mr. Yuan, if I were you, I'd take Dr. Mu away first. Revenge can come anytime, it doesn't have to be now." Yuan Sheng flickered his eyelids. His gaze fell onto Bai Shiwen. Bai Shiwen seemed to be under some invisible pressure, falling back down again, the sound of bones groaning under immense weight clearly heard. Wiping the blood off his face, Bai Shiwen regained his clear vision. He looked up to meet Yuan Sheng's gaze, his white eyeballs now stained red with blood. Then Yuan Sheng slipped beside Mu Shui, landing on his rear. Mu Shui. Kartopas, immature. Kartopas, useless. Bai Shiwen continued, Hongtu will not tolerate such provocation. Their research on monsters has been going on for a long time. Even the most powerful monster, once on Hongtu's territory, will leave behind a layer of its skin. Mr. Yuan himself cannot escape, how is he supposed to take Dr. Mu away? Bai Shiwen glanced again towards Qi Xinghan's direction, and Mr. Qi joined as well. The moment Bai Shiwen's eyes touched Qi Xinghan's body, Qi Xinghan uncontrollably rolled down the steps with a rhythmic thud. Qi Xinghan. Mu Shui. What exactly happened? So curious. Really want to see. Do you know why the meeting was held here? Bai Sherwen spoke. Bai Sherwen quickly asked and answered himself, this building is a natural overlapping area where the real world blends with the isolated zone. Once the connection to the reverse isolation source is severed, any monsters entering here cannot leave. It's like being permanently trapped in the overlapping space. You're also a monster. Yuan Sheng's voice sounded cold and ominous. Yeah, Bai Sherwen casually chuckled, and what difference does that make? Anyway, there are so many people dying together. Yuan Sheng's throat moved slightly. He had never feared death. But Mu Shui must not die. Yuan Sheng's gaze grew colder than ever. I'll kill you first. Killing me won't help, Bai Sherwen pointed to the central glass enclosure. This thing wasn't built to restrain the monsters inside the glass chamber. Its true power doesn't lie in the electrical grid coating the surface either. It's a testing device, similar to a seismograph. The amount of force applied to this space receives immediate feedback from the glass dome. Bai Sherwen lightly sighed, but this sigh lacked sincerity and showed no hint of regret. Mr. Yuan, look, you've made a hole up there. Yuan Sheng. Bai Sherwen, you've already reached the highest threshold of the glass dome. In short, the moment the threshold was reached, the reverse isolation source was cut off. The entire isolation zone had been successfully established. They were trapped. A deathly silence fell over the entire underground space. No testing was needed. They were all powerful monsters with sharp perceptions towards overlapping spaces. The instant their battle blood retreated from their veins, they felt it, exactly as Bai Sherwen had said. Bai Sherwen struggled to sit up again, muttering in mild admiration. Strong through technology, isn't it? Technology is truly a marvelous thing. Yuan Sheng. Qi Xinghan. Kartopas. No one spoke anymore, including Bai Sherwen. Bai Sherwen quietly waited, allowing the fresh blood on his face to keep flowing, his complexion becoming increasingly pale, almost translucent. Mu Shui nudged his leg. Tired of standing? Yeah, I'm hungry. Let's continue talking outside. Bai Sherwen smiled faintly, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Sheng, I won't kill you. Bai Sherwen nodded, as long as we can negotiate, that's good. Yuan Sheng frowned impatiently, open the space, quickly. Bai Sherwen smiled again, sure, I'll have them prepare a ham pizza for Dr. Mu. I remember Dr. Mu said he liked it last time. Fueled by jealousy, Yuan Sheng's rage burned hotter and hotter. Yuan Sheng, if you don't open it now, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Coughing a bit, Bai Sherwen then fished out a radio from his chest pocket and turned it on. Hello. Hello. Yuan Sheng glared fixedly at the radio. Will it work like this? Bai Sherwen, Mr. Yuan, stop staring. You don't want it to explode later, do you? Then we'd really be stuck here. Hello, hello. It's Bai Sherwen. The code is 7984*****12. The string of codes was abnormally long. A voice came from the other side, understood. Identity confirmed. Instructions executed. Holding the radio, Bai Sherwen sighed once more, technology is truly a marvelous thing. The reverse isolation source reconnected. In that instant, some kind of force reached its peak. But none of the surrounding people could perceive it, as if everyone wasn't on the same frequency. But it seemed Mu Shui stood right on that frequency. He sensed it. Mu Shui murmured, I buried one here too. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door burst open. A group of people dressed in isolation suits, fully armed head to toe, rushed in and began handling the other monsters as well as those foreign attendees who were either unconscious or howling in distress. These individuals violated the rules, directing monsters to attack our representatives first. According to the emergency manual, detain all foreign representatives and their monsters until the foreign ministry responds. They went around announcing this with loudspeakers. Those foreigners who hadn't passed out yet, upon hearing these words, immediately felt extremely provoked, only to pass out again from anger. All because of those reckless Japanese and Englishmen. It caused them trouble, now they couldn't talk themselves out of it, were detained completely, couldn't return home with their monsters, and instead of asking China for favors, they were forced to apologize and compensate China. Chapter 108, The Tentacle Monster. Do you need a doctor? The staff member carrying the stretcher inside hesitated, glancing at Bai Sherwen, then at Katothas who had half a normal human face and half with dragon scales, then at Yuan Sheng whose neck and hands were splattered with blood, and Qi Xinghan whose face still bore scratch marks, before finally asking aloud. He is the doctor. We don't need one. The men almost simultaneously looked towards Mu Shui and spoke in unison. Mu Shui. The staff member gave Mu Shui an astonished look but asked no more questions, sensibly carrying the stretcher to attend to others. Mu Shui pointed in Bai Sherwen's direction, but I can't stop your bleeding. Bai Sherwen lightly laughed, taking Mu Shui's words as concern. He pressed his hand against his eye socket, immediately getting more blood on his fingers. It doesn't matter, I won't die. Yuan Sheng interjected coolly, should we increase the subtlety? Bai Sherwen, he turned his head and was met directly with Yuan Sheng's ominous glare. Bai Sherwen's lips twitched slightly, there's no need for that, Mr. Yuan. All the injured had already been cleared away by the staff, those without injuries were also let out, and the space soon returned to quiet. It was only at this moment that Mu Shui remembered what he was wearing. Ah! A skirt. He actually saw Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan while wearing a skirt. The delayed sense of shame gradually crept into Mu Shui's brain. Mu Shui quickly yanked off the mask, his brows instantly drooping downward, feeling a surge of anger rising within. He glared at Bai Sherwen. Is your purpose now achieved? Bai Sherwen seemed somewhat afraid of such a gaze and slightly avoided it, helplessly laughing as he said, no. Isn't it? Mu Shui unhappily replied, in a fully equipped team, a human like me appears, someone easy to bully. Using me as bait to incite the monster's attacks, allowing us to justifiably imprison all of them. Isn't this already accomplished? It's only one of my purposes. Bai Sherwen smiled slightly, his blood-streaked face looked somewhat pitiful, but I want to reach another purpose. Bai Sherwen hadn't finished speaking when Yuan Sheng's anger skyrocketed. He kicked the chair under Bai Sherwen, making Bai Sherwen land awkwardly on his buttocks. Yuan Sheng spoke icily, you used him as bait. Bai Sherwen. After a pause, Bai Sherwen squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth, a violent maniac. Yuan Sheng coldly stated, I can be even more violent. Bai Sherwen looked up at Mu Shui, how do you endure treating them? These words caused Qi Xinghan's large knife to immediately rest on Bai Sherwen's neck. Bai Sherwen closed his mouth. What is the other purpose? Mu Shui couldn't help but step forward to divert the topic, pulling their conversation back onto track and avoiding discussing which patient was more annoying or would lead to trouble. The other. Bai Sherwen shifted his gaze back to Mu Shui, can't say. You don't need to tell me because I already know. Do you really know? A look of disappointment crossed Bai Sherwen's face, no, you don't. Bai Sherwen's expression gradually grew excited, this is another masterpiece of Qi. When saying this, Bai Sherwen's restrained emotions broke loose, and for a brief instant, a touch of fervor shone in his eyes. This is meant to imprison monsters, any monster entering here will immediately be confined. According to its characteristics, Hongtu created the reverse isolation source, equivalent to a metallic separator in a circuit. But that's all it can do. Hongtu does not know how Qi managed to fuse reality with overlapping space. They cannot even comprehend what this isolation zone relies on to be established, let alone gain control over it. You want control over it? Mu Shui said. Yes. The reverse isolation source has never been turned off. To turn it off, a plausible excuse is needed. The monster's rebellion triggers the closing of the reverse isolation source, thus releasing the isolation zone. After saying so much, it's all ultimately for yourself. Yuan Sheng didn't bother listening to him about what masterpieces or principles this thing might have, why he acted this way. It's not for myself. It's for Qi. All monster organizations, oh, including Mr. Katotha's, should also know. Qi left many masterpieces. Once we control them, Qi will return. Only when Qi comes back will this world get better. Bai Sherwen looked like a brainwashed fanatic. Why have countless monsters from abroad been captured in our territory? That's because they were sent here to look for Qi's works. They hope to gain control over all the monsters, and even the world, through what Qi created. Monsters can be created, the first one who proposed this idea was Qi. They all want to create more monsters to dominate the earth with their immense power. Hongtu's response has been too passive. I have no choice but to act decisively. Bai Sherwen appeared agitated, veins protruding on his neck, looking as if he was about to leap off the ground. Yuan Sheng remained extremely cold, oh, why does it matter to me? It doesn't concern Dr. Mu either, Yuan Sheng added. Qi Xinghan remained utterly indifferent. Bai Sherwen wasn't surprised by their reactions, nor did he need any reaction from them. He fixed his gaze on Mu Shui, does Dr. Mu think the same way? Before Mu Shui could respond, Yuan Sheng lost his patience, furrowed his brow, bent down, suddenly grabbed Bai Sherwen's back, and knocked him out. Let him babble nonsense, Yuan Sheng said coldly. Mu Shui had just opened his mouth but closed it again. Katothas cautiously stepped back, an atmosphere of tension filling the air. When Kong Yi and Shen Maojia puffed and wheezed as they arrived at the scene, they witnessed exactly this moment. Tan Jing also peeked his head around from behind, what the hell? Brother Yuan, did you tear up the place? Will Hongtu make us compensate for it? As soon as the words were spoken, Tan Jing crossed Kong Yi and Shen Maojia, leaping down the steps in 2 strides. Seeing Mu Shui, he was shocked, ah. What happened to Dr. Mu? Tan Jing dared not look longer for fear Yuan Sheng would lash out, so he quickly turned away, spotting Bai Sherwen in the process. His face immediately darkened as he asked gravely, what do we do with this guy? Without waiting for anyone to reply, Tan Jing gnashed his teeth and answered himself, should we skin him alive first? Skinning him wouldn't completely quell the hatred. Take him away first, Mu Shui said aloud. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to him. Since I am his doctor, Mu Shui murmured faintly, indiscernible whether it was joy or displeasure. Then take him away. Kong Yi, Mu Shui's staunch supporter, immediately spoke up. Take him back and torture him slowly, Tan Jing suggested with a smack of his lips. Qi Xinghan remained silent. Yuanqing finally broke the silence with a final word, leave. Suddenly, Cotard raised his head, return my belongings. Mu Shui paused, pulling out from his pocket the dragon scale that felt like stone, do you mean this? Yes. The last time we met at the hospital, why didn't you ask me for it then? Mu Shui expressed confusion. With your tentacle monster, do you still need Garcia's scale? There was a trace of bitterness in Cotard's voice. The tentacle monster Yuanqing felt insulted, his eyebrows tightening as his eyes became cold and icy, glaring at Cotard. Mu Shui lifted his gaze at Cotard, that is Garcia's scale, not yours. I am Garcia. Cotard forced out the words from his throat. Mu Shui tilted his head, but last time at the hospital, you said you weren't Garcia. Caught digging a hole for himself, how could Cotard admit his petty jealousy? He snorted, clamped his mouth shut, his face filled with thoughts of, I want to die. Mu Shui gave a slight smile, see you next time, Cotard. This stirred Cotard's chest, emotions belonging to Garcia yet equally his own surged and collided fiercely within him. Each mention of his name brought awareness to him. Only when Mu Shui mentioned it did this perception grow especially intense enough to keep him sleepless for 3 days. Yuanqing's chest tightened, feeling sour and full of anger welling up inside. He barely suppressed them, then abruptly stretched out his hand, grabbing Mu Shui's wrist. Mu Shui startled, her eyes widening. She stared at Yuanqing, his facial features stiff, betraying no emotion. After blinking once, Mu Shui simply let him hold her and walk away. Tan Jing, hey, brother Yuan, who will take responsibility for Bai's actions? Tan Jing, whoa, Mr. Qi, why are you leaving so fast? Tan Jing, alright, I'll take responsibility. If I had known I'd end up doing all the heavy lifting, I would have waited outside. Sigh. Cotard watched Mu Shui and Yuanqing leave, feeling even angrier. So angry. How many people need to be killed to release this kind of anger? Yuanqing and Mu Shui stepped out of the door. Yuanqing suddenly turned his head and looked at Mu Shui again. It seemed like something about the youth had changed. What had changed? Yuanqing's eyelid twitched. It might be because of the short skirt she wore. Just as he was thinking, Yuanqing felt a warm sensation in his nose. He lifted his hand to wipe it, only to find a handful of blood. Mu Shui. Mu Shui muttered in confusion, were you injured internally just now? That doesn't seem right. Yuanqing quickly grabbed the mask in Mu Shui's other hand, put it back on his face, and muffled, nothing. His tone was somewhat aggressive. Tan Jing followed behind, panting as he complained, my aging bones. Is there no one who cares about me? Do skeletons not deserve love? He stopped mid-sentence when he noticed Yuanqing's actions, and his attention immediately shifted. Brother Yuan is also affected? Brother Yuan is truly an animal. Then Tan Jing stared at Mu Shui's outfit seriously, it is a bit enticing. The group quickly left the hotel. The high-level executives of Hongtu finally arrived one after another. What happened? Wasn't Bai Sherwin responsible? The scene was completely out of control. If it weren't for Mr. Bai offering himself as a hostage to negotiate with the opposition, the hotel would have been blown up by now. What exactly happened? The people from Geely brought Cotard. Did Cotard turn into a dragon on the spot? Yes. Cotard has always maintained a friendly relationship with Hongtu, why would he suddenly revolt? After the exchange ceremony, the monster sealed in the box by Neon and Geely suddenly attacked a girl among those Mr. Bai brought. Then behind that girl, 2 huge shadows rose. One came from Cotard, and the other. The other. The person swallowed, can't say. Not only can't it be said, but it shouldn't even be thought about. There exists a type of monster in this world that cannot be observed. Its power is mysterious and potent, even its mere image could cause anyone who comes into contact with it various negative effects. This is recorded in the Monster Codex. And it is the only record. Because countless people have tried to research and document it before, yet none of their notes survived, and all those who recorded it either went insane or met tragic ends. The man knew its power and instantly understood when the staff mentioned, can't say. He cut off his thoughts, fearing any deeper consideration might bring some indescribable negative effects. No wonder the situation spiraled out of control. The man slowly exhaled, that anything here is still intact is already a miracle. If it were indeed that monster, the place should have been reduced to ruins, with no survivors. Where is Mr. Bai now? Still underground, negotiating with those masters. Which masters? They are, him, them. Their names can't be spoken. The staff member blushed red-faced. Mentioning one is taboo enough to risk instant death. And speaking the name too many times may directly lock onto them and kill them. After mentioning Cotard, they dared not say more. Oh, they didn't even dare think about it anymore. Forget about it, it was getting too complicated for them. The man instantly grasped the situation. The battlefield had quieted down for now, and Bai Sherwin was negotiating with the other side. But it was surprising to know such monsters could also inhabit human bodies. All of you, put on protective suits and follow me downstairs. The man took a deep breath and gave orders. Yes. A few minutes later, the man reached the underground space. The underground area was empty except for the green-haired, green-eyed foreign man. He was Katothas. Where is Mr. Bai? I don't know, Katothas responded coldly. Where are the people from Neon now? The man hesitated, startled. Was there a conflict between the Neon group and Katothas? After a brief moment of hesitation, the man ordered someone to lead Katothas to see the Neon group. How could they get away with wreaking havoc on their territory without paying any price? As they exited the underground space, Gu Fei rushed forward. His eyes scanned the area, but he couldn't find the shadow of that young man. Did he leave? Katothas replied with a heavy sigh, his face clouded with gloom. If I used my dream power again, I might have been able to hold him back. Whose dream are you going to use this time? Yours? Or mine? As Katothas spoke, he felt an increasing tightness in his chest. Gu Fei glanced at his expression and said, we shouldn't use yours anymore. Using yours will add another layer of memory in your mind. Using mine. Katothas suddenly lifted his head, coldly glaring at him, and let him add another layer to your memories too. Gu Fei opened his mouth, uncertain about Katothas' thoughts and why he was so enraged all of a sudden. But after pondering for a bit, it didn't really matter as he had never fully understood him. Oh well. Katothas snorted, your powers are trash. After hearing that, Gu Fei immediately felt full of shame. That's true, I should work harder to improve them. Katothas stopped talking to him and walked upstairs with the staff members without hesitation. Gu Fei quickly followed behind. When they arrived where the Neon people were being held, there were a few large iron cages visible, each one containing a monster from Neon. The monsters hadn't fully recovered from their injuries suffered in the underground space. Their skin was torn open, blood still dripping from their wounds, yet they continued to crash against the cages relentlessly, their faces twisted with ferocity as grotesque growls escaped their throats. At the sight of Katothas, they began trembling. On the other hand, those disheveled Neon people crouched in the corners looked up slowly, expressions of bewilderment giving way to growing excitement as they exclaimed in English, your Master Katothas. Do you know where Mr. Green has gone? We have an agreement with Mr. Green. Please bring him over quickly. These people are trying to detain us. This was just an accident today. It wasn't caused by us. Please believe us, and be sure to tell them. By this point, the dragon scales on Katothas had completely receded, making him appear less oppressive than before. Only then did these Neon people dare to speak up in self-defense. Just outside the door stood the staff members. Inside, Katothas slowly bent down and placed his hand on the chest of one of the speakers. Gradually, green scales started spreading along his neck again, even though he maintained his human form. He now possessed traits of his true dragon nature. The Neon person's chest sank under Katothas' touch, accompanied by the sound of broken ribs. A spout of blood erupted from his throat as he screamed in pain, his voice soon becoming muffled gurgles mixed with, ah, ha. How big is a dragon? It can coil around pillars. And how heavy? Look at the crushed ribs beneath Katothas' palm. The other Neon nationals finally realized what was happening, shouting as they scattered in panic, no. Don't come near. But Katothas showed no signs of stopping. You are so annoying. How can you not own up to your actions? Images of the Geely group appeared in Katothas' mind, a bunch of useless trash, unworthy to conspire with. These panicking Neon people stared in astonishment as the green-haired, green-eyed foreign man speaking fluent Chinese with traces of classical language dawned upon them. Their faces went pale as if they'd seen a ghost. Could Katothas possibly have some unspeakable dealings with the Chinese government? Before they could digest this shock, Katothas began placing his hands onto their chests one by one. Cries of agony rang out. Next were the monsters belonging to Neon inside the cages. The staff members finally made a move, peeking cautiously, we need these monsters. I'll kill them and you take them as specimens for study. Katothas spoke coldly, inadvertently losing control of his strength. With a loud plop, the monster in front of him exploded into a bloody flower. The staff member wiped his face without emotion, can you be gentler? Katothas, oh. Only after turning the whole room's occupants into corpses did Katothas let out a slow breath. I feel much better, Katothas remarked coldly. Ah. Gu Fei responded reflexively, ah. Not very obvious at all. Katothas turned and walked out the door, if Neon comes to inquire, tell them it was all me who killed them. The staff member smiled faintly, understood. Gu Fei raised his phone, there's video evidence. The staff member's smile widened a little more, sure. In this light, Katothas didn't seem sewing after all. Tan Jing drove up in a car, but there was no way it could fit so many people. Sorry, Emperor Qi, Tan Jing said, and before Qi Xinghan could react, he slammed the car door shut with a snap. Qi Xinghan's suit had already been torn apart by bone blades, the winter wind blew, and his tattered suit fluttered in the breeze. But his posture remained as straight as ever. Qi Xinghan reached out and grabbed the car door forcefully, pulling hard on it. Tan Jing, hey, stop. The door will break. Tan Jing had no choice but to reopen the car door, there really isn't enough room for you all. Qi Xinghan looked at Bai Shiwen, who was unconscious, he goes in the trunk. Tan Jing, you're brutal. After pausing briefly, Tan Jing added another line, but that suits me just fine, Shen Maojia bent down as instructed, hoisted by Sherwin onto his shoulder, and shoved him into the trunk. Tan Jing sobered up, but that still leaves one person extra. He clicked his tongue, even if we're monsters, we need to follow traffic laws, right? Shen Maojia's face stretched long, then turned around to glare at Kong Yi. Kong Yi felt uneasy under Shen Maojia's intense stare, his hair standing up on end. What? What is it? Adding an animal shouldn't count as overloading, Shen Maojia said. Kong Yi, why don't you turn into a dog? Shen Maojia despised being reminded of being a dog, his lips curled back, revealing sharp fangs. Kong Yi, alright, I'll do it. For Mu Shui, I'll bear the humiliation. As soon as these words were uttered, there came a shoo sound, and Kong Yi transformed into a colorful bird, swiftly flying into the car and landing on Mu Shui's shoulder. Shen Maojia twitched half his face, his mouth didn't move, yet a voice emerged, damn, I should have done it myself. There was clearly some desire in his tone to turn into a dog and cuddle up in Mu Shui's arms. Shen Maojia angrily pressed down on the side of his face hard, shut up. Then he quickly climbed into the car. Qi Xinghan blinked slowly once, and only then did he get in the car too. Tan Jing took in the scene, alright, as long as we aren't overloaded. Yuan Xing had already grown somewhat impatient, tearing off his mask, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The moment the car shot forward, Yuan Xing randomly caught the bird on Mu Shui's shoulder and tossed it out the window. Kong Yi was spun around until dazed. Was Yuan Xing's temper this bad? Chapter 109, Black Hole. Kong Yi struggled to flap her wings and catch up with the car, then she got back inside and squatted on the chair back in a manner. She dared not lean on Mu Shui's shoulder anymore. After the car had driven for a while, Qi Xinghan's voice finally rang out, where are we going? Tan Jing glanced at the avenue outside, we should be going to Brother Yuan's place. Mu Shui, who had been silent ever since getting into the car, only now snapped back to his senses and widened his eyes, does Brother Yuan have a home here? Not just Brother Yuan, my family is also here, Tan Jing said, then he rested a hand on Mu Shui's chair back. But upon looking down, all he saw was a skeleton which looked rather unappealing, so he quickly retracted it and continued, Dr. Mu can come over to my place as well. My mom is quite hospitable. TSK, come to think of it, it's probably been years since we've had guests at our house. Brother Yuan's place is probably the same. Mu Shui widened his eyes again, do Brother Yuan's parents live there? Of course. If they're not his parents, then who else could they be? Tan Jing hurriedly said, as for those childhood sweethearts, little cousins, business-arranged fiancés, none of them exist. How would Mu Shui have the time to care about childhood sweethearts, little cousins or fiancés? He was thinking, wearing this short skirt, would it be appropriate? We've arrived. Yuan Xing's voice sounded beside his ear. He had taken off his mask while driving, and now it was clear that his handsome features were relaxed, free from any aura of hostility, he seemed to be in a fairly good mood. Mu Shui pointed at himself, Are you cold? After asking Yuan Xing, he didn't wait for Mu Shui's reply, and he bent down to untie the seatbelt around Mu Shui. Mu Shui didn't avoid it and let him untie it while sitting there. Kong Yi watched from behind, her jealousy nearly making her eyeballs pop out. But Yuan Xing suddenly stopped bending forward after loosening the seatbelt. Confused, Mu Shui asked aloud, what's wrong? Yuan Xing, are you dizzy? As he called his name, he instinctively reached out to touch Yuan Xing's forehead. Was he running a fever? Or did he exert himself too much today, resulting in sudden fatigue? It shouldn't be. Mu Shui's soft, cool fingertips lightly touched Yuan Xing's forehead. Startled, Yuan Xing straightened up, yeah, I'm a bit dizzy. Dizzied by the sudden closeness. Yuan Xing lowered his gaze, no longer daring to look at Mu Shui, nor even dared to reminisce the feeling of almost embracing Mu Shui. Having untied the seatbelt, Yuan Xing removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around Mu Shui, now you won't feel cold. Mu Shui looked at him in surprise. Of course, he wasn't cold. However, it's better to wear his coat than entering with just the skirt. Mu Shui pulled the coat tighter around himself. Yuan Xing's gaze dropped, he couldn't bring himself to look at Mu Shui's face but focused on Mu Shui's hands instead. The delicate and tender fingers contrasted sharply with the dark suit jacket, turning slightly white due to their grip. Mu Shui tightly clenched the jacket. Yuan Xing's breath hitched, his throat moved. In a blink of an eye, Mu Shui had already pushed the door open and stepped out. Yuan Xing pressed his temples and picked up the mask, suppressing the emotions churning within his chest before stepping out of the car as well. Qi Xinghan calmly said, would it be convenient for me to enter Mr. Yuan's residence? Kong Yi chimed in from behind, nodding, yeah, will we be able to enter? Qi Xinghan said, actually, I own property in Jing City. Water, why don't you go to my place? Kong Yi. This left Kong Yi stuttering, I do not. His fame and status in the circle were far inferior to Qi Xinghan, where would he find money to buy a house in Jing City? The housing prices here could drive anyone mad. Thinking about this, Kong Yi felt somewhat sad and disheartened. Looking at it this way, apart from having a rainbow-colored fur coat, what else does he possess that would attract Mu Shui? Simply the worst example of courtship in the avian world. Damn it. Yuan Sheng's lips curled upwards in what appeared to be a smile but gave off a cold and stern impression. Just because of Mr. Qi's words, you two won't be kicked out. Let Mu Shui go to Qi Xinghan's place. Dream on. After finishing his statement, Yuan Sheng walked ahead confidently to lead the way. This was a well-known wealthy area in Jing City, and shortly after leaving the garage, they soon arrived at the villa entrance. Yuan Sheng raised his hand and knocked on the door, which opened quickly. Scared me to death, the sky just suddenly turned dark a moment ago. Was it a solar eclipse or something? There was no news on TV either. Come in quickly, where did you guys go? Mrs. Tan stopped her words abruptly when she opened the door. She saw not only Yuan Sheng and Tan Jing standing outside, but also several unfamiliar faces. Worse still, Tan Jing had someone on his back, motionless. My God! What have you been up to, committing murder? Mrs. Tan covered her chest. Tan Jing, no, we went to pick up some people. Mrs. Tan looked at Mu Shui amidst her panic. The tender and pretty-looking girl had long black hair, wore a pink small hat, and a knee-length skirt. Over it, there was an evidently oversized jacket that, seemed like Yuan Sheng's. Mrs. Tan was so surprised she immediately turned around and shouted loudly, Old Yuan, your daughter-in-law has arrived. Mu Shui. Qi Xinghan and Shen Maojia and Kang Yi. Yuan Sheng immediately put the clown mask back on his face, covering all expressions. He stood by the door, as straight as a spear. His whole body wrote in bold letters of righteous indignation, and I'm not nervous. Kang Yi was shocked. How shameless. Thinking hiding the face is enough. Kang Yi cursed out loud, but every single word out of his mouth sounded like bird chirping. At this point, Mr. Yuan and Mrs. Yuan had already hurried to the door with 3 large strides. Where is she? Wasn't it said that something happened? Did Yuan Sheng bring the person back? As soon as the words fell, 3 faces already crowded into the doorway. Besides Mrs. Tan, one was a man dressed in a suit, nearly 1.9 meters tall. Although slightly overweight, with noticeable fine lines at the corners of his eyes, he still had a handsome appearance and deep-set eyebrows. He was Mr. Yuan. The other wore a light yellow knitted long dress, with an elegant figure, striking features. A glimpse of her would be stunning, she was. I am Yuan Sheng's mother. The beauty said, excitedly grabbing hold of Mu Shui's wrist. The wrist was truly slim. But felt a little harder than that of general girls. It must be due to eating too little. This child, how can she be so thin? She must have endured a lot these days, right? Mrs. Yuan said, without waiting for others to react, first leading Mu Shui inside. My name is Mu Shui. He introduced himself dazedly. They probably mistook him for Yuan Sheng's girlfriend because he wore a skirt. What's Yuan Sheng's girlfriend's name then? Does Yuan Sheng even have a girlfriend? For a while, Mu Shui's brain got flooded with all sorts of thoughts. Since he never handled such questions before, those thoughts jammed up in his mind. Mu Shui frowned slightly, a bit unhappy. I know you're called Mu Shui. Mrs. Yuan smiled and pressed Mu Shui onto the sofa. Yuan Sheng has already told us. No. Mu Shui became more bewildered. On the side, Mr. Yuan politely smiled, inquired about Qi Xinghan's identity, then guided them inside. Qi Xinghan suddenly spoke, Mu Shui is not a girl. Mrs. Yuan was shocked and frozen in place. Mu Shui tightly pursed his lips. This issue seemed much bigger now. Sounds very much like a cross-dressing guy, doesn't it? _angle_. Mrs. Yuan was stunned for quite a while before closing her mouth. No girl. Is boy. Then. Mr. Yuan was much quicker to respond, looking complexly at Mu Shui, is it homosexuality? Mu Shui had never experienced such a big shock, his brain got even more clogged. Half a minute passed before Mu Shui found his voice again. No, I am not Yuan Sheng's girlfriend. The focus is here. Once Mr. Yuan heard this, his expression changed drastically. He and Mrs. Yuan exchanged a glance, highly coordinated in thinking, definitely due to our previous dumbstruck expressions causing his misunderstanding. Now he won't admit it anymore. Mrs. Yuan immediately calmed her startled expression, laughing and saying, okay, let's stop talking about this matter. Where are you from? Who bullied you? Tell Auntie. Your uncle and auntie may not have much talent, but we can stand up for you here. Since Mrs. Yuan has made such remarks. The Tan family parents glanced at each other and followed suit immediately, yes. Mu Shui was enveloped by the sudden warmth and kindness, unable to react for a moment. That feeling was too strange. Hey, look at me, I forgot. Let's pour tea for the guest first. And there are fruits. Little Wang, go wash some fruits, Mrs. Tan said quickly. The villa's maid responded promptly and left. The servants here seemed to have long been accustomed to all sorts of strange people and things, so they didn't show any confusion. Mu Shui felt a bit nervous in such an atmosphere, instinctively pulling on the coat on his body. This scene, which fell into the eyes of the adults, was undoubtedly more evidence of his close relationship with Yuan Sheng. Mu Shui. Or we should settle him down first. He blinked and looked at Bai Shiwen. Bai Shiwen was covered in blood and still unconscious, looking a bit scary. At this point, Mr. Tan and Mr. Yuan finally gave some attention to Bai Shiwen. Take him upstairs. Do we need a doctor? Mu Shui thought for a moment, well, maybe we need a family doctor. Mr. Yuan nodded, sure, no problem, definitely someone who keeps their mouth shut. A bodyguard came forward to help carry Bai Shiwen upstairs, and Tan Jing finally sighed in relief, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to sit down and rest. But as soon as he rolled up his sleeves, a piece of white bone appeared. Tan Jing immediately lowered his sleeves again. Mrs. Tan, no need. There's nobody here now, we're not afraid. Really, we're not afraid anymore. Tan Jing's expression froze for a moment before he rolled up his sleeve again, and instinctively sat next to Mu Shui. A doctor who treats all monsters equally would naturally make all the monsters feel relaxed. But Tan Jing had barely sat down for a few seconds when he felt a cold chill run through his entire body. Tan Jing. Tan Jing looked up at Yuan Sheng, who was still wearing the mask. Tan Jing wisely shifted his butt, increasing the distance between himself and Mu Shui. Now, not only did Yuan Sheng's aura soften significantly, but even Mr. and Mrs. Yuan's expressions looked much better. That's right. Why does that Tan boy sit so close? Fruits and snacks were served quickly, and both Mr. Yuan and Mr. Tan, including the parents from both families, became curious about Mu Shui and began asking questions. What does Xiao Mu do? Doctor. Oh, being a doctor is good, it's really good. How old is Xiao Mu? 20 years old. Not like. Looks like he hasn't graduated high school yet. Xiao Mu doesn't live here, right? What do Xiao Mu's parents do? Mu Shui suddenly paused. The adults asking the questions also stopped for a moment. Did they ask something they shouldn't have? Parents. Mu Shui raised his hand to press against his forehead, I don't have parents. An orphan. Mr. Yuan and Mrs. Yuan were stunned, then quickly reacted. Well, we will be your parents from now on, won't we, old Yuan? Right. Is that so? Mu Shui glanced at them, and for a moment, the expression on his face changed slightly. No one noticed. Mrs. Yuan nodded, trying hard to make her smile full of maternal love, yes. Then, which university did Xiao Mu graduate from? Jinshui University. Xiao Mu is really talented. Does Xiao Mu always live in Jinshui City? In the future, how about coming to Beijing City with Yuan Sheng? We just don't know if Xiao Mu would find it hard to adapt. Mu Shui fell silent instantly. Always lived in Jinshui City. Mu Shui tried recalling the past. The atmosphere around became awkward instantly. Was it, because his relationship with Yuan Sheng wasn't at that level yet? Mr. Yuan and Mrs. Yuan exchanged glances and regretted their abruptness. Mrs. Tan quickly intervened, oh, they must be tired after such a trip. Why don't you go upstairs to rest? Mrs. Yuan was also afraid of asking sensitive questions, so she nodded and let Yuan Sheng take them upstairs. It was at this time that Mrs. Yuan and Mrs. Tan finally noticed, isn't this Qi Xinghan? The two women over 50 each took out their little notebooks and asked Qi Xinghan for autographs. Qi Xinghan glanced at Mu Shui's back shadow and didn't refuse. Shen Maojia and Kong Yi were placed in the second-floor guest room. Although a bird also got its own room, it looked strange, but the maid said nothing. Then Yuan Sheng led Mu Shui straight to the third floor. Upstairs? Mu Shui questioned in confusion. You stay upstairs. Yuan Sheng paused briefly and said, I stay upstairs too. Oh. In response, Mu Shui showed no suspicion at all and didn't seem to have any intention of disagreement. Few people came to visit the Yuan family, so most of the rooms were vacant. Only Yuan Sheng's bedroom was always carefully maintained. Yuan Sheng directly took Mu Shui into his own bedroom. You sleep here. Mu Shui looked up and immediately saw an oil painting hanging on the wall. The painting depicted Yuan Sheng. Looking down, there was a photo of Yuan Sheng on the small table nearby. It was from when Yuan Sheng was a teenager. Mu Shui slowly blinked, as if something deep within him had been stirred. Yuan Sheng couldn't see Mu Shui's movements. He gently rubbed the mask on his face, hesitating to remove it. Shui. Mu Shui moved his gaze away from the photo and turned to look at Yuan Sheng. After you disappeared. Yuan Sheng barely got started, but all the words choked in his throat. After you disappeared. I thought you were truly dead. Saying that you're my fiancé was just a bluff, because Beijing City is old Yuan's territory, and I needed to get rid of whoever harmed you, be they humans or monsters. Why did you follow that old geezer? Damn it. I missed you. Countless thoughts raced through Yuan Sheng's mind, all coalescing into one final question, would Mu Shui be angry? Mu Shui looked like someone made out of dough, soft brows, soft expressions, as though every inch of him was tender and warm. But Yuan Sheng had seen Mu Shui's cold and ruthless side, wasn't he quite decisive with that teacher last time? Yuan Sheng imagined what would happen if that same situation were directed at himself. He'd rather die than live like that. He wouldn't endure even a minute. Yuanqing tried to speak again, but still nothing came out. He rarely dealt with people, so he didn't know what kind of words would fit such a moment. For a while, the room was deathly quiet. Mu Shui waited for half a day but heard no continuation of Yuanqing's words. Finally, Mu Shui broke the silence. Your parents are better than I imagined. Aha. Yuanqing responded absent-mindedly. He hadn't actually paid attention to what Mu Shui had said. Mu Shui blinked again. I want to sleep now. Only then did Yuanqing come back to his senses. Okay, go ahead and sleep. Mu Shui looked at him curiously. Will you watch me sleep? Can I? Yuanqing blurted out, his muscles slightly tensing. Mu Shui, no, you can't. Yuanqing's disappointment was evident. Oh. There are spare clothes, new towels, and toothbrushes in the wardrobe. Yuanqing added a few more instructions before leaving slowly, practically scrawling his reluctance across his entire body. Half a year ago, when Yuanqing was found by Mu Shui, who claimed to be his new guardian, he wanted to throw Mu Shui out of his basement. Who could have thought things would turn out this way? Just as Yuanqing was about to close the door behind him, Mu Shui suddenly asked, which floor is Bai Sherwin being kept on? The atmosphere around Yuanqing grew colder, and his grip on the doorknob tightened. Second floor. Which room? The air around Yuanqing grew even colder. The room at the end of the left corridor as you walk down the stairs. Mu Shui, you know without asking Tanjing. Yuanqing, yeah. Of course he could feel something after the beating he delivered. Mu Shui gave a dispassionate sigh. Truly remarkable. The freezing atmosphere surrounding Yuanqing vanished instantly, and his mouth quirked up uncontrollably. Underneath the mask, his Adam's apple moved. I can be even more remarkable. Mu Shui, noted. Mu Shui's reply seemed somewhat perfunctory. Yuanqing felt both unhappy and happy. He turned around and descended the stairs with complicated emotions. Every time he thought about Mu Shui being in the room behind him, alive with a heart beating warmly, looking at him adorably and gently smiling. Yuanqing felt a bit happy. But when he thought about Bai Sherwin, he became unhappy. Brother Yuan, why did it take you so long to come out? Tanjing stood at the foot of the stairs, looked up at him, and inspected him from head to toe. What did you not do to Dr. Mu earlier? Tanjing's words sparked primal fantasies in Yuanqing's mind. Mu Shui would lie on the bed he slept on, wear his clothes. Brother Yuan, you're bleeding. Tanjing exclaimed fearfully. Yuanqing removed his mask and carelessly wiped his nose with his hand. Then he frowned, staring at the blood stained on the mask. He had to clean it. Brother Yuan, where are you going? To kill Bai Sherwin. Are you serious? Tanjing hurriedly followed. To be honest, I've had it up to here with that bastard Bai Sherwin for a while. How about you take care of him and I'll dig the hole to bury him? In fact, we could get rid of that Mr. Qi too, right? Then Dr. Mu wouldn't have to deal with anyone but you. But Yuanqing walked straight toward the first floor. Tanjing, hey, Brother Yuan, you're heading the wrong way, Bai Sherwin's on the second floor. Yuanqing kept moving without looking back. Tanjing finally realized he was bored, licking his lips and saying, looks like you never planned to kill him anyway. Yuanqing truly wanted to just finish off Bai Sherwin. But Mu Shui wanted to keep him around. Fine then, so be it. It's as if Bai Sherwin is now just some little toy to make Mu Shui happy. Yuanqing thought coldly. When they reached the living room, Yuanqing suddenly stopped in his tracks. Noticing Yuanqing's change in expression, Tanjing immediately halted as well, instinctively scanning the surroundings. His gaze eventually landed on the TV screen. Yuanqing's parents and Tanjing's parents were sitting stiffly on the couch, their expressions tight as they stared at the breaking news on the television. At around 3 p.m. today, the sky turned dark, as if the dog of heaven ate the sun. Experts are researching this occurrence. Here is some footage taken by citizens. Just now, there were 3 incidents of violent attacks in the city center. At 4:11 p.m., a giant black hole appeared in the trading mall. Our reporters are already en route. Tanjing's eyes widened. On camera, it looked like just a strange black hole floating in midair. But in Tanjing's eyes, it was more like an enormous blood-red maw swallowing everything in sight. No wonder Yuan's expression changed. He didn't ask me. What? He never even asked what kind of monster I am. It's like he doesn't even care whether my true form looks ugly or not. Yuanqing's tone turned dark and somber, emitting an icy aura. Tanjing, maybe he simply didn't see it. Yuanqing reflected. He had pulled off his mask and covered Mu Shui's face with it, meaning Mu Shui hadn't witnessed any of his transformation process. Yuanqing, oh, no problem then. Tanjing, were you not even watching the TV earlier? Chapter 110, The Monster Goes Rampage. Mu Shui arrived at the room at the end of the second floor. Bai Sherwin was already awake, sitting in a chair, with the blood on his face cleaned off, restoring his usual refined appearance. Are you not going to run? Mu Shui asked. Bai Sherwin was very honest, can't escape. The source of his power is his albinic eye, which only possesses the force of a curse. Or more simply put, he has an upgraded version of a bad luck aura. This thing is barely sufficient when fighting. If used to flee, it might result in being pressed down and rubbed against the ground again by Yuan Sheng. Oh. Mu Shui pulled over a chair, sat down, and said, then let's talk about what you want. You don't already know everything. Bai Sherwen slowly blinked. What I want to know is, even if Qi returns to this world, so what? What do you want him to do? It's not about making him do anything, nor can I make him do anything. He should be the supreme king of this world, all of us will follow his will as our own. Mu Shui thought for a moment, smacked his lips, and said, I think you have middle school syndrome. Bai Sherwen showed a look of shame and annoyance from not being understood or acknowledged. Mu Shui asked again, do you have a complete plan? For example, like collecting the 7 dragon balls to summon Shenlong. Bai Sherwen revealed an even more embarrassed expression, that's different. What's different? Do you know what needs to be collected? At this moment, there was a loud boom from outside the window. Bai Sherwen erased the anger from his face and instantly recovered his composure. He even smiled slightly and said, he's here. It's begun. Mu Shui sighed silently in his heart. No information had been extracted. Maybe hypnotizing him. Mu Shui started looking at Bai Sherwen intently. Caught by Mu Shui's gaze, Bai Sherwen remained calm initially, but gradually, his body began to tremble. Surprise and fanaticism flashed across his face, and then he violently struggled, the legs of the chair tapping loudly on the floor. Qi. Bai Sherwen choked out this name from his throat. His gaze was cold and even carried a hint of natural cruelty. It was Qi. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came closer from downstairs. Tan Jing burst into the room, saying, Shui, no, Dr. Mu. A big problem has occurred. Mu Shui turned around. What problem occurred? The monsters, they've gone out of control. Tan Jing swallowed hard, all the monsters in the world have gone out of control. Dr. Mu, why aren't you surprised? Tan Jing looked at him in astonishment. This result was something we hadn't considered before, Mu Shui said indifferently and turned to walk out of the door. Tan Jing glanced back at Bai Sherwen, raised his hand, and knocked him unconscious again. In times of emergency, knocking him out seemed safer, preventing him from running away and avoiding any sneak attacks from behind. Bai Sherwen closed his eyes. No comment. Tan Jing turned around quickly to catch up with Mu Shui. Now my parents say they want to contact Hongtu, but we have Bai Sherwen, so Hongtu might not be friendly to us. Bai Sherwen is related to the unrest. As Mu Shui spoke, he quickly walked downstairs. The TV screen downstairs was still playing, and the host's face gradually changed. My goodness, what is that? A giant bird? It has perched on top of the Linyang Tower. All kinds of monsters began to appear in the footage. The sky would brighten and darken intermittently, and strange things occasionally flew across the sky. And the black hole that appeared in the trade center suddenly swallowed a person who approached it. Mu Shui, contact Hongtu. Hongtu is an official organization and likely does not know about Bai Sherwen's private actions. Also contact Kato Pa. Oh, probably don't need to contact him. He should feel it by now. Kato Pa. Will contacting him help? Yuan Sheng suddenly interrupted, clearly dissatisfied. What does Kato Pa have to do with this? To unite all forces that can be united. Mu Shui said. Tan Jing muttered, this phrase sounds familiar. I'll go call them now, Yuan's father said. Tan's mother anxiously asked, and then? What do we do after you finish the call? Go to Bai Sherwen's house now and retrieve that clown amusement park. Mu Shui said. You go. Yuan Sheng said. Tan Jing pointed at himself, Yuan go. Me. Why didn't you? Tan Jing hesitated with words at the tip of his tongue, and finally his gaze shifted around Mu Shui. He understood. Bearing his responsibilities silently, Tan Jing stepped out of the door. Tan's father and mother did not have too much worry. Over these years, after accepting the fact that Tan Jing was a monster, they naturally came to understand his strength. It didn't take long for Tan Jing to bring back the theme room of the clown amusement park. Mu Shui reached out and touched the amusement park, revealing a bird from it. The old, rough amusement park had faded colors and appeared rather small. The bird was a fluffy white ball that, upon spreading its wings, became larger, even half the size of the amusement park. Snow Lady Bird. Kong Yi, who had just descended from upstairs, exclaimed in surprise, weren't the Snow Lady Birds raised at Qi Ji's house? No one answered Kong Ye's question. Kong Yi glanced at the image on the TV screen and blurted out, holy crap. Is Kato Pa finally beginning to destroy the world? Mu Shui turned back to look at him. Kato Pa, 30 days out of each month, he says he wants the world to die. Mu Shui tilted his head slightly, oh, he's just all talk. Kong Yi, who had stayed in the Kato Pa organization for a long time and deeply believed this, stammered, just talk. Mu Shui nodded and placed the Snow Lady Bird on the table, alright, let's go. Qi Xinghan gave a deep glance at the snowbird. It was not the same Snow Lady Bird captured earlier by the crew and then raised. Mu Shui once again set foot on Hongtu's territory. The people of Hongtu had already reviewed the surveillance of the National Banquet Grand Hotel, and now as they encountered this group again, they were no less courteous than when Bai Sherwin brought them over. Mr. Zhao, the person in charge of Hongtu, invited them into a closed meeting room. Mr. Zhao put on his reading glasses, then placed a tablet computer in front of them. With clumsy movements, he opened videos sent from all over the world and showed them one by one. Getting old and outdated, almost couldn't open this thing. Mr. Zhao smiled. Yuan Xing closed his eyes. He didn't care how many died abroad, how many lived, or how many monsters went berserk. At this moment, Mr. Zhao said quietly, an emergency rescue has been initiated worldwide. Our country was among the first to discover the existence of monsters. Although our organization was established late, we have a vast land with plenty of resources and quite a number of monsters. Countries are applying to borrow manpower from us. You guys. Mr. Zhao looked at Yuan Sheng, then Tan Jing and Qi Xinghan, are you interested in joining? Yuan Sheng, nope. Qi Xinghan, no. Tan Jing awkwardly laughed, sorry, not interested. Certainly, we won't force anyone. So, those monsters locked underground, aren't they imprisoned because they refuse to comply with your wishes? Mu Shui suddenly spoke up. Mr. Zhao looked surprised, monsters locked underground? His face suddenly changed, and he immediately called an assistant, whispering a few sentences. After a while, the assistant returned. Mr. Zhao's expression turned extremely grim. He said. That's under Bai Sherwin's responsibility. I never imagined he would do this. It seems, he is conducting monster experiments. What? Yuan Sheng and Qi Xinghan quickly remembered the institution related to Jinshui City Special Pathology Research Institute, which used huge sums of money to entice Jiao Yan's parents to send their child inside for modifications. What connection exists between the two? How would you know? Mr. Zhao looked curiously at Mu Shui. He took me there. Conducting experiments, did he tell you? Mu Shui slowly shook his head, I figured it out myself. Mr. Zhao didn't ask further, how could you figure it out? He furrowed his brow and said, have you heard of a name called Qi? Of course. Kang Yi immediately responded, I've heard it countless times. His name sounds especially loud. Mr. Zhao nodded, yes, he is a genius. He was the first to classify monsters and compile them into books. He had a connection with Bai Sherwin. As he spoke, Mr. Zhao instructed his assistant to bring something in. That object was placed on the table. It was a sharp piece of glass shard. When Bai Sherwin was 16 or 17, he went missing for 7 days. By that time, he had already been in a psychiatric hospital for a long time. His parents considered him a disaster and believed he suffered from delusions and mania. Upon his return after disappearing, there was this piece of glass shard stuck in his right eye, and his face was covered in blood. Afterward, following treatment, Bai Sherwin's eye recovered, but the eyeball was completely wrapped in white. At that time, he said that it was his cursed power being sealed away. Qi did the sealing. Everyone has heard of Qi. Soon after, Bai Sherwin entered Hongtu to take up a position, frequently making contributions, and thus returned to the Bai family. The Bai family no longer saw him as mentally ill, gradually accepting the existence of monsters. Today, Bai Sherwin holds a very high status within the Bai family. He always said his life was saved by Qi. Qi is his deity. Everyone in Hongtu knows this. Yuan Xing suddenly furrowed his brow and interrupted, the Bai family no longer considered him mentally ill? Yes. Yuan Xing's expression darkened and his tone became menacing, then why did he still go to Jinshui Special Pathology Research Institute for treatment? And let Mu Shui be his guardian? Mr. Zhao hesitated and said, perhaps, it was for Qi. It's rumored that Qi once spent a long time at that hospital. Our people also secretly investigated the hospital, but couldn't uncover more information. There was nothing we could do. From its early stages, Hongtu was particularly weak and far less favored by monsters than some private forces. It's only been the last couple of years that we've gradually expanded. Yuan Xing had originally been leaning back against the chair with his long legs propped against the table leg, in an unbridled manner. But now, he suddenly sat upright. Have you never thought that one of your insiders might have colluded with that hospital? For instance. Bai Sherwin. Yuan Xing almost blurted out, with sarcasm. Mr. Zhao frowned, we never doubt our colleagues. Besides, the Bai family holds a special status. But your guess isn't without reason. Mr. Zhao then continued, there's a prevalent rumor abroad, claiming someone once conducted monster experiments, transforming ordinary humans into powerfully strong monsters. And the person who led those experiments was Qi. At the National Banquet Grand Hotel, Bai Sherwin mentioned a sentence. He said Qi will be returning soon. Yuan Xing replied faintly. Qi Xinghan's voice rang out, global monster uprising, foreign countries borrowing manpower from Huagua, China. They're depleting Huagua. Mr. Zhao murmured on, if Bai Sherwin truly has a way to bring back the missing Qi, then, they are here for Qi. Or rather, they want the method Qi used to transform monsters. Qi's value far exceeds monster transformation methods, the assistant interjected. So they are after Qi himself. Mr. Zhao angrily slammed his hand on the desk, would Bai Sherwin cooperate with such a group of people? Sitting silently without saying a word, Mu Shui softly smiled and said, if Qi is coming back, it would require collecting items belonging to Qi. They should have such things in their possession. Bai Sherwen also has them. What they want are items held by the other side. For some reason, the youth's smile seemed cold. Unconsciously, the assistant across from him thought so. Chapter 111, The Hour of Meeting Devils. Tan Jing. The person you locked upstairs has escaped. Tan's mother called. That's impossible. I knocked him out again. As Tan Jing spoke, he sighed with an air of age, should have found an iron cage. After hanging up the phone, Tan's mother quickly sent over a segment of surveillance video. In the video, the screen suddenly flickered with some static, then a hand grabbed onto the window ledge. That hand was extremely powerful, tearing the window open as easily as tearing a piece of thin paper. In the next second, a shadow immediately used the momentum to jump into the room. The figure was tall and slim, wearing a trench coat. He slowly walked forward, and as he got closer, his face became clearer under the lens. The handsome features behind the gold-rimmed glasses were unmistakable. It was Chen Ziyuan. He pulled Bai Sherwen up with one hand, then suddenly looked up at the direction of the camera, as if knowing there was a lens there. Then he jumped out of the window with Bai Sherwen. Mu Shui tilted his head and said, the Special Research Institute does indeed have some connection with Bai Sherwen. Is this person from Jinshui Research Institute? Mr. Zhao asked. Mu Shui responded, and he is my teacher. Ah, but that was in the past. Mr. Zhao's eyes flickered, and he gave Mu Shui another glance. Tan Jing turned off his phone and looked up at Mr. Zhao, asking, so what are your plans? Mr. Zhao gradually calmed down, took a sip of wolfberry tea from the thermos beside him, and let out a comfortable sigh. He said, now that we know what they intend to do, we'll just wait for them. No one responded. Mr. Zhao didn't feel the least bit awkward about the silence, he even nodded and said, all right, that's decided then. With that, he stood up holding his thermos, his expression turning serious as he ordered his assistant, gather everyone immediately. Soon, only they remained in the meeting room. Mu Shui extended his delicate, pale little finger and lightly hooked the shard of broken glass, pulling it to his palm. Kang Yi broke out in goosebumps and said, what are you doing with that, water? It's dirty. Hey, there's probably blood from that Bai guy on it. It might still be usable, Mu Shui murmured. What did you say, water? This conversation soon ended when staff came in and led them to another place. On the other side. Kathafas clutched his chest tightly. Bone Fei was startled by his action and quickly asked, what's wrong with you? Kathafas gritted his teeth coldly, Mu Shui. Thinking of him again. Bone Fei instantly revealed an expression of shame. It's all my fault. Kathopas went to the window and drew back the heavy curtain, letting the outside light shine in. Kathopas squinted his eyes, looking even colder. Bone Fei said quietly, things are getting chaotic outside. Pausing for a moment, Bone Fei continued, will you go see Mu Shui? Kathopas let out a dark laugh, of course I'll go. In the hotel, I beat up Bai Sherwen for him, and he hasn't thanked me yet. On this side, Hongtu arranged new accommodations for them. With your statuses now, it's inappropriate to stay at home. Monsters attract each other. During such chaotic times, it's best not to involve the family, Mr. Zhao said. Mu Shui nodded gently, you're right. Since Mu Shui had already agreed, the others naturally wouldn't object either. Hongtu had already dispatched people to deal with those anomalies. But despite this, incidents kept emerging. Citizens were uneasy, as if the end of the world had come. They sat on the sofa, while on the LCD TV in front of them, footage of the black hole in the shopping mall was still being broadcast. Some believe that it is very likely a black hole breaking through space, leading to a chaotic universe. TCH, don't make me laugh. Tan Jing lifted his eyelids, that's Cathapla's mouth, but, it more closely resembles a mutated version. Cathapla's, with weak limbs but possessing an enormous skull. His limbs couldn't support the weight of his massive head, so the head drooped heavily to the ground. Seeing his eyes at the moment would herald the arrival of death when one fell. Now people couldn't see his body, much less his eyes. Oh. Perhaps those swallowed into the black hole had seen them. Mu Shui turned and asked Yuan Sheng, would he be afraid of you? Yuan Sheng opened his mouth to speak, but Tan Jing cut in first, that depends on whether this monster is a moron or not. No, Dr. Mu, you know, only normal people or monsters can sense danger, that kind of intangible oppression. If it's an idiot, it's pointless. You tell him fire will burn, he won't understand. He feels nothing, and could just sit there until being crushed by Yuan's aura. Yuan Sheng. Tan Jing immediately sensed the coldness emanating from Yuan Sheng. Tan Jing asked cautiously, Big Brother Yuan. Is that correct? Did he say something wrong? He hadn't even called Shui, but referred to Dr. Mu. Kang Yi was already trembling slightly. It was an instinctual fear felt by a lower species towards a higher one. But that didn't stop him from criticizing loudly inside. Tan Jing didn't get it, that was because he had interrupted Yuan Sheng. Hence, look, how petty this guy surnamed Yuan is. Then just crush him, said Mu Shui. Ah. It's better than doing nothing. Mu Shui glanced at the TV screen and said, I like the people in this world very much. I also like this world very much. Tan Jing understood Mu Shui's meaning instantly. Because of liking. So not hoping for anyone to die again. Yuan Xing kicked Tan Jing's ass. Go. Tan Jing, big brother Yuan, my bones are going to be scattered. Why don't you go? Tan Jing was a little confused. Wouldn't he have deprived Yuan of the chance to shine if he went? I need to stay with Mu Shui. Tan Jing. Okay. Hey, who made him not be in love? Tan Jing soon left to find Home 2's supervisor. Mu Shui slowly blinked. It's 11 o'clock. Yuan Xing followed up, yeah, it's time to sleep. Mu Shui turned towards the bed. Yuan Xing immediately followed. The others moved blankets from other rooms, threw them onto the ground, and prepared to sleep on the floor. Qi Xinghan remained seated on the sofa, unmoving. It was just like when Mu Shui first joined the production crew and encountered a monster, so they all took turns staying up all night in Mu Shui's room. At this point, Mu Shui turned around, puzzled, asking Yuan Xing, why are you following me? Without blinking his eyelids, Yuan Xing responded without hesitation or nervousness, get on the bed, sleep. Mu Shui, oh. Mu Shui climbed into the bed and hesitated for a moment before patting the side of the bed, are you going to sleep here? Yuan Xing suddenly froze. He had just said it offhand. In his mind, he even imagined, if Mu Shui were unhappy and kicked him, he would hold Mu Shui's ankle, pull him closer, pin him down on the bed, wrap him in his arms. But Mu Shui raised his eyes and looked at him curiously. Aren't you going to sleep? Sleep. Yuan Xing emitted a stiff voice, then in a flash lay down. Seeing this, Kan Yu was angry in his heart and cursed under his breath. When Shen Maojia saw this, another face seemed to emerge on his own face, and he worked hard to suppress it. Yuan Xing didn't care about others' happiness or unhappiness. With one hand, he pulled the blanket over himself. The scent of Mu Shui was right beside him. Yuan Xing's heart began pounding uncontrollably. In the corner, Kan Yi cursed more fiercely, eventually turning into a bird person. Finally, Qi Xinghan spoke, Mr. Yuan, can you please contain your aura? With Qi Xinghan speaking, Kan Yi dared to respond, yes, I'm almost suffocated. Shen Maojia added with a cold snort, a lustful monster, what kind of containment can we expect from him? To threaten other males is his instinct. Although he said this, Shen Maojia also showed pain on his face, with slightly twisted features. Kan Yi mourned his lost love. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. This man was too powerful. How could he still have any chance to pursue Shui? Just then, Yuan Xing's expression darkened as he abruptly flipped the blanket and stood up. He gazed in Shen Maojia's direction. Shen Maojia's complexion instantly turned pale white. Shen Maojia gritted his teeth, refusing to concede defeat, was I wrong? After several seconds, Yuan Xing suddenly smirked lightly, you're absolutely right. I've become lustful over Shui. Said it with such calm nonchalance. Yuan Xing slowly lay back again, if you can't bear it, go somewhere else. As he said this, he turned his head and glanced at Mu Shui next to him. Mu Shui closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling slightly as he transitioned from light sleep into deep sleep. His expression was peaceful. This pulled out a bit of tenderness hidden deep in Yuan Xing's heart. Yuan Xing took a sharp breath, not daring to look anymore, barely suppressing the restlessness inside him. Shui is sleeping, shut up. The room quickly fell silent. The wall clock ticked away as the second hand moved steadily. Finally seeing Mu Shui, and after the chaos in the hotel's underground space, the sudden relaxation, combined with the tranquil atmosphere that Mu Shui exuded, made everyone slowly drift off to sleep. And they slept more deeply than usual. At some point, someone from Home to Base knocked on the door, but since no one responded, they didn't come back to disturb them. The hour hand soon pointed to 5 in the afternoon. Dusk was approaching. The hour of demonic emergence. This city seemed to have briefly returned to normal. There were no more strange lights flying across the sky neither turned black nor white, and it certainly did not become multicolored. The door was gently pushed open. The windows were also slightly opened by a gust of wind. One after another, black shadows suddenly appeared in the room. What the hell? Why are so many people sleeping here? Chapter 112, Pervert. Mu Shui slowly got up from the bed and turned on the bedside switch. The light suddenly came on, causing everyone, including the monster, to instinctively squint. It seemed no one expected themselves to be so starkly exposed under the glaring light. You're awake, a foreigner spoke up. Yeah, I'm awake, Mu Shui nodded in a calm response. The atmosphere became awkward all of a sudden. Foreigner, is he not scared or worried at all? At this moment, Yuan Xing also slowly sat up. Qi Xinghan turned on the floor lamp next to the sofa. Shen Maojia was still young, and his temper couldn't hold. When the light lit up, his shadow appeared on the wall, two grotesque heads right next to each other. The foreigner jumped in surprise. Huh. There were not only too many people sleeping in this room, but it seemed there was some ominous presence as well. Someone could stand it no longer, grab him over here. Bestiar, what are you waiting for? After the words faded, a foreign teenager stepped forward. The teenager was only 1.5 meters tall. As the light fell on him, it cast a long shadow behind him with sharp horns. He opened his mouth to reveal jagged, though sparse teeth, and a forked tongue emerged from his throat. What is that thing? Though Yuan Sheng was wearing a mask and didn't see its appearance, he perceived the creature's aura. The teenager, standing at 1.5 meters, sensing the slight contempt in Yuan Sheng's tone, felt humiliated instantly. He enlarged his mouth even more, with numerous drops of saliva dripping down onto the carpet, corroding it entirely. But the rest of the people and monsters suddenly stared at Yuan Sheng wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. A mysterious and evil aura pressed down on everyone's nerves, making them involuntarily want to collapse on the ground and beg for mercy. He's Kraken. How can Huagua have such a monster? Someone shouted in an uncontrollable manner. Didn't you say you had very detailed information about Huagua? How could you overlook a monster like this? The others didn't know either. How could they imagine that there might be a monster able to appear shabby, residing quietly in the basement for so many years? And Qi Xinghan silently took off his coat. The nearby people started to wonder. Had this Huagua person gone insane from fear? In the next moment, they watched as the man drew a large bone knife from behind his back. The onlookers. Kang Yi in the corner carefully considered the situation and decided staying put was wise. Any intervention would probably just make him extra snack material. Meanwhile, the clueless foreign teenager continued to approach Yuan Sheng. He was going to kill him. Then grabbed the youth beside him. Yuan Sheng couldn't believe his luck, having run into such ignorant fools while Tang Jing had apparently managed to avoid them completely. Frowning slightly in irritation, Yuan Sheng leapt off the bed, removed his mask simultaneously, then casually tossed it backward to Mu Shui's face. "Don't look," he said. Just as he did before in the underground space. Before anyone else reacted, Yuan Sheng already gripped the neck of the foreign teenager tightly and gave a quick yank. Boom dash. A spray of blood erupted. Head separated from body. For a time, all the humans and creatures in the room were silenced in terror. There was a gathering of individuals and monsters from various countries, yet because there were so many, very few were willing to move first, each fearing that by losing strength early, they'd sacrifice their chance to compete later. The situation thus grew awkward once again. Grandmaster Zhao, sitting behind the monitors, caught sight of the scene. He was deeply impressed not only by Yuan Sheng's ruthlessness but also by his extraordinary power. Meanwhile, he was shocked that these foreigners had remained so unchanged for so many years, refined selfishness incarnate. They'd assembled this team, yet managed to create such a ridiculous scenario. The stalemate was broken by a Japanese person. With broken English, he said, "We should let Bai Sherwin go first. He's the one who wants Qi back the most. So where's Bai Sherwin? There's no need to search for me. I'm right here." Bai Sherwin stumbled inside. He hadn't anticipated Yuan Sheng to arrive in Jing City so quickly, nor did he expect Catarapas to act, hence his wounds hadn't fully healed yet. Behind him followed several others, among them Chen Jidwan. Chen Jidwan immediately noticed Mu Shui sitting obediently on the bed. His breath hitched for a moment and soon became gritted through his teeth. The mask on Mu Shui's face, it belonged to that man. Bai Sherwin shouted harshly, "Who allowed you to appear at this time?" "Bai Sir, we thought this was the best opportunity." "A group of fools." Bai Sherwin glared at him and cursed. The man's expression changed, just about to make a move, but when the 1.5-meter tall teenager died, the blood splashed onto the ceiling, and somehow suddenly fell onto his head. The man only felt a pain atop his head, then he melted entirely. The surrounding people were frightened and quickly moved a zhang, approximately 10 feet, away. "Bai Sir, let's talk things over nicely." Others, sweating cold sweat, hastily spoke up. Bai Sherwin's power was too strange and eerie, not something they could easily deal with. If angered, Bai Sherwin might open his mouth and spew out a toxic milk, poisoning everyone here to death. What then? It is already like this now, even if we don't act now, it would be too late anyway. "Bai Sir, you should understand this principle. At most, after everything is settled, we will compensate you. Bai Sir can make any request." The man said while casually pulling something out from his chest. It was an ugly feather shuttlecock. It didn't know how many times someone had played with it, as the feathers had all crumpled together, looking as though they had been rubbed with mud. The base of the shuttlecock was almost completely covered in grime. "Now, the most important thing is to awaken Qi, right?" The man whispered softly. The others also began taking things out. Mu Shui asked, "Can I take off my mask now?" Yuan Sheng hesitated for a moment, his presence becoming much weaker. He turned around, walked to Mu Shui's side, and gently removed the mask from Mu Shui's face, saying quietly, "All right." Mu Shui looked at the things these people had taken out. There was a crinkled piece of clothing, a nearly unraveling traditional bound book, a glass marble, and even a vase, a bowl, all sorts of strange items. "Ew," Mu Shui made a sound of distaste. "Right now, all we need to do is grab the person." Someone glanced in Mu Shui's direction and said to Bai Sherwin. Qi Xinghan looked thoughtfully towards Mu Shui's direction, then his gaze returned to a calm and cold look, only his fingers gripping the knife tighter. Yuan Sheng flicked his eyelids, looking at the foreigner. Try it. The foreigner immediately closed his mouth. Bai Sherwen ignored that person and his eyes swept past Yuan Sheng, finally stopping straight on Mu Shui. He asked in a low voice, don't you want to take a close look at these things? Mu Shui remained silent but slid down from the bed. Then, he bent down carefully to put on his slippers before slowly walking toward them. Yuan Sheng tightly grabbed his wrist. Shui Shui. Yuan Shui's voice carried a tinge of annoyance. Mu Shui lightly patted his hand. Patting Yuan Sheng's heart pounding again. I'm curious, Mu Shui said, I'll go and take a look. Everyone around revealed expressions of pain, apparently being pressed by Yuan Sheng's aura once again. Yuan Sheng's expression relaxed abruptly. Go ahead. No one would be able to take Mu Shui away from under his watchful eyes. Bai Sherwen revealed a hint of smile on his face. You actually have some awareness, isn't that so? Those questions you asked me before, wasn't it approximately because you guessed today's events? Look at them. Are they familiar? Mu Shui, not familiar. Bai Sherwen choked slightly. You, look more closely. Mu Shui scanned around, at the various humans and monsters. You guys look like perverts. Mu Shui wrinkled his brows in distaste. Bai Sherwen. Others? Don't you recall anything? No. Impossible. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong? These things, did you secretly tamper with them? Bai Sherwen furiously turned back, glaring at those foreigners. No way, Bai Sir. Such an important matter, how dare we tamper with it? So where did we go wrong? The notebooks, I showed them to you. You've seen Catarapas. You also entered the underground space and should have perceived the things buried there. And Hongtu's underground base, you've been there too. How come you still can't remember? Bai Sherwen casually grabbed an item. These are all your things. You're not Mu Shui. You're Qi. You're Qi. Qi Xinghan's gaze suddenly changed. Yuan Sheng also glanced at Mu Shui but quickly put on an unhappy face once again. That cataract-eyed man was way too close to Mu Shui. Mu Shui tilted his head, his voice pleasant, like a gurgling clear spring. He spoke calmly and unhurriedly. But who told you that all these things are mine? He pointed at the ugly feather shuttlecock and then at the glass marbles, bowls, crinkled clothes. If I had known that there were people all over the world, acting like perverts, wanting to collect my original smelly patient gown, the bowls I've eaten from, and the notebooks I've written in, fine, collect them. But what if they gather a bunch of dirty, ugly things I've never seen before and insist they're mine? Then I would rather not have died. Wouldn't gathering such dirty, old, ugly things just ruin his reputation? Chapter 113, The Ending. Bai Sherwen was stunned. Your memory has fully recovered. Everyone was dumbfounded. The foreigner muttered, you don't need these things to recover. This is strange, the records from Jinshui Hospital shouldn't be wrong. The foreigner spoke in a mix of Chinese and English, his words fast and somewhat incoherent. Qi was a genius, sent by his parents to a mental hospital where he encountered his first monster. He spent 3 years categorizing and documenting monsters while proposing that they could be re-engineered. During those 3 years, he also discovered certain wondrous patterns about this world and created many special items with different functions. He underwent hypnotherapy under the care of a psychologist to treat his mental illness. However, it wasn't long before the hospital surprisingly found that he had learned how to hypnotize others himself. A year later, he hypnotized himself and fragmented his memory into countless pieces, using objects around him as triggers to seal away his memories. On the day he encounters those objects again, the lock on his memories will gradually loosen until all triggers are activated. This statement, every monster organization across the globe knows by heart. It can't be wrong. There's no mistake, Mu Shui said, raising his finger. I split my memories into important and unimportant parts. The significant ones I divided and placed in 5 places. My journal. Mu Shui pointed at Qi Xinghan, him. Then at Yuan Sheng, him. And then at Bai Sherwen, him. The most important part is inside it. Mu Shui pointed at the clown-themed house on the bedside table. Yuan Sheng was startled. As for the less important memories, well, I don't even remember where I put them anymore. But anyway, since they're not important, it doesn't matter, Mu Shui said. Bai Sherwen froze initially, then a surge of wild joy filled his face. I made a mistake. How could you have so easily left the key to unlock your own memories for someone else? You planned for today before you sealed your memories, didn't you? You've calculated everything. So first, you became Qi Xinghan's guardian, and then Yuan Sheng's. Only I willingly came forward. The moment you saw me handing over the notebook, all your critical memories returned instantly. But then, Bai Sherwen furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, but, something's off. If you remembered that early, why during our time in the underground space, when I said those things, why were you unaffected? I did move. Mu Shui nodded and continued, and I told you afterward. It's just your mid-teenage syndrome that needs treatment. Bai Sherwen choked, his face turning red and white. Since we've retrieved the memories. Someone showed a sinister expression. Now, tell us. Why are the monsters being modified now riddled with such glaring flaws? Mu Shui ignored him. Looking at Bai Sherwen, Mu Shui mumbled, actually, becoming a guardian wasn't pre-planned. You know, Mu Shui continued, Wu Mojili followed your orders and became the real head of the Jinshui Research Institute. This caused the subsequent directors to not know my true identity. Then, through the efforts of Chen Ziyuan, maybe I should call him teacher, one is always a teacher after all, Wu Mojili hinted to the director to select me to solve some tricky issues in the hospital. Chen Ziyuan. Bai Sherwen suddenly turned his head towards him. Chen Ziyuan avoided looking at Bai Sherwen and gazed in the direction of Mu Shui instead. He cried out bitterly, you already know. Mu Shui nodded, yes, after enriching my memories, I understand everything now. Why did he? He betrayed his trust, Mu Shui winked and said. Chen Ziyuan clenched his teeth, forcing out a hoarse voice, yes, I betrayed my trust. Following Bai Sherwen's instructions, I was responsible for watching over you. I arranged your new identity and your enrollment. I knew countless people were collecting the items you had scattered all over, just waiting for you to regain your memory. So what? I taught you how to integrate into human society, imparted much knowledge to you. We're the closest. I needed you to leave your previous fixed living environment with a reasonable excuse, escaping Bai Sherwen's surveillance and leaving the Jinshui Research Institute. And this was the opportunity. His very first call to Mu Shui was staged, shouting loudly inside for him not to take on the job was just an act to clear any future suspicions. However, the second time he approached Mu Shui, he genuinely didn't want Mu Shui to take charge of those monsters again. Because he realized that without him, Mu Shui, upon encountering other monsters, had changed, he was no longer the same as before. Mu Shui began to truly like this world. Chen Ziyuan glared disdainfully at Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng, I made one mistake, I shouldn't have sent you to them. I never expected that you already knew them. Bai Sherwen glanced angrily at Chen Ziyuan but still reasoned calmly, you haven't done wrong either. If not for your actions, Qi wouldn't have been able to recover his memory. Bai Sherwen turned his gaze back to Mu Shui, you must remember me, don't you? It was you who saved me and molded a brand new me. Bai Sherwen extended his hand toward him, I'm willing to build you a kingdom of monsters. But I don't want it, Mu Shui said resolutely without hesitation. Bai Sherwen asked with difficulty, why? Being a doctor is pretty good, and being a guardian to monsters isn't bad either. Qi Xinghan and Yuan Sheng's expressions relaxed in an instant. But Bai Sherwen couldn't comprehend it. How can a genius be content with being ordinary? I'm happy, Mu Shui replied, smacking his lips. Mr. Bai, stop talking nonsense, the foreigner could no longer contain himself, grab him. As soon as he finished speaking, all the surrounding monsters sprang into action. They entered Mu Shui's line of sight, their bodies undergoing massive transformations, some having fish heads, snake heads, dog heads, some with 3 eyes on their faces, tails on their butts, or faces torn open with sharp fangs. All of them were ugly. Yuan Sheng's colossal shadow surged behind him, thick tentacles stretching out in every direction, appearing terrifying, evoking a suffocating chill throughout one's body. The frontline monsters burst instantly into blood-soaked blossoms. This time, Mu Shui wasn't given a mask. He knew Mu Shui wouldn't fear him. Mu Shui turned his head slightly. Yuan Sheng's tentacles instinctively shrank back a little. Mu Shui paused briefly, saying to Yuan Sheng, compared to others, you're still much better looking. The breath lodged in Yuan Sheng's chest instantly cleared up. It even gave him a delightful tingling sensation from head to toe. His retracted tentacles immediately stretched out powerfully, tearing apart a few monsters and leaving a hole gouged in the wall. Master Zhao murmured, our house is going to collapse. Master Zhao murmured, our house is going to collapse. Not surprising if it does. The assistant covered her eyes. She was too weak to dare look at Yuan Sheng, even a glance might kill her. There are more than just one kraken in this world, someone chuckled eerily, simultaneously extending tentacles from behind. Each tentacle was bristling with razor-sharp spines, looking even more grotesque. Are these the monsters created using your notebook? Take a look, aren't they outstanding? That person laughed wildly while turning toward Mu Shui. Mu Shui passed a merciless verdict, not at all Cthulhu-like. There was absolutely no trace of mysterious aura. They're merely simplistic, brutal, and hideous killing machines. The man's laughter froze midway. But what if there were 100 such monsters? Mu Shui, let me see. The man hesitated as he looked at Mu Shui. He was naturally Qi, so one shouldn't underestimate him. Yet, his tone sounded laughably innocent and naive. Let him see. Well then, let him see. Boom. The entire building collapsed. Dust settled. The space was crammed full of monsters. Besides the countless copies of the Kraken, many other kinds of monsters stood lined up, looking as though they'd been copied and pasted. The scene was terrifying. The foreigner smirked inwardly. Now you see. Qi's legend spread across the whole world, with endless people worshipping him fervently. However, because he had disappeared for so long, some people only valued the worth he represented rather than considering how strong he actually was. If anyone could obtain him, any nation would possess countless monsters to dominate over others. How tempting that was. But when the dust finally completely dissipated, the foreigner focused his eyes. Yuan Sheng's tentacles gently coiled around Mu Shui, lifting him up onto his body. Mu Shui sat there, calm and unhurried as ever. And upon closer inspection, the surrounding scenery had also changed. Here lay a vast space. On the walls hung numerous deflated people. These individuals dressed as clowns swung listlessly. The floor was still scattered with boxes, which contained some toys. It was as if they had entered a dressing room of a circus, enlarged 100 times. They suddenly realized something. That dilapidated and faded clown-themed amusement park model Mu Shui had casually pointed at earlier. They were inside the model. This is my work, Mu Shui tilted his head and smiled softly, you should know that in my creations, I am the ruler. These people immediately panicked. But someone still shouted defiantly, so what? With so many monsters and so many people, no matter how strong your willpower might be, you can't control all of us at once, right? Mu Shui nodded, I thought about this problem over a decade ago. What? Mu Shui looked at Bai Sherwen, you've read my notebook countless times, so you should remember that I wrote one particular sentence there. I want to gather everything I like into a box. A box like this. Bai Sherwen muttered. Mu Shui's smile remained as soft as ever, his eyes clear and beautiful like two gems. Well, why don't you check the monster compendium and see how many types of monsters are recorded? The foreigner's complexion drastically changed, and he cried out, you put every monster you recorded in the monster compendium inside here? You're insane. Mu Shui nodded and softly said, yes, indeed. His light voice reverberated in their hearts as if it were a heavy hammer. The foreigner fell on his butt onto the ground. The monsters they owned were mostly created based on the monster compendium and Chi's notes, they inherently had great flaws. That's why they needed Chi to regain his memory. They needed Chi to resolve these problems. But now, how could those monsters they had possibly compete with the naturally powerful ones from the monster compendium? With a thunderous roar, a wall disappeared. The clown costumes hanging on the walls floated down. An overwhelming surge of powerful, ferocious auras suddenly appeared, crowding together, glancing around, they were everywhere. All of them were the monsters collected by Mu Shui. They stared with widened eyes, filled with bloodshot veins, either terrified or excitedly observing those monsters. Only Yuan Sheng gently lifted his tentacles, lightly encircling Mu Shui's naked ankle, caressing it. I want to gather everything I like. So he stuffed part of his most precious memories into it, he packed all the monsters in. Then, Mu Shui gave the clown amusement park that contained the things he cherished the most and loved the most to him. Yuan Sheng's eyes turned crimson, his emotions surging in his chest, yearning to press Mu Shui into his embrace immediately. Yuan Sheng's energy abruptly escalated to its peak, his tentacles extending farther around. His form was so magnificent it seemed capable of reaching the heavens. In the next moment, both the monsters and humans felt their bodies squeezed by an invisible force, turning them into mush on the ground. The entire space resounded with a thundering noise. Mu Shui tugged at Yuan Sheng's tentacle, don't obliterate this place. Instantly, Yuan Sheng's blood rushed back, and his voice grew hoarse, understood. By the time Cotard arrived, the scene was full of ruins, flesh, and blood. He wrinkled his nose, it's over. Yuan Sheng gently loosened his tentacles, and Mu Shui landed on the ground. Mu Shui stomped his feet, a little numb. Mu Shui looked up, yeah, but you can still go after the remaining stragglers for more satisfaction. So it seemed he was here to clean up the trash after the feast. Cotard gritted his teeth tightly. Then transformed into a dragon. He proceeded to clean up the rest of the trash. Those who barely survived thought they'd escape if they begged correctly. But the moment they turned around, they faced another brutal beating of their lives. The mighty dragon hovered and ascended, using its gigantic claws to crush each and every one as if seeking revenge. Mr. Zhao arrived at the scene. Huff. Mr. Yuan's aura is still somewhat terrifying, he sighed. Mr. Zhao's gaze then shifted to Mu Shui, becoming even more respectful. Mu Shui asked, how do we handle it now? Mr. Zhao chuckled, Mengpu will activate her ability and erase the memories of all citizens. Didn't she do this back in 1999? She was just too young back then, her abilities not fully developed. And at that time, our country only had her as a monster. Those who weren't cleaned up later signed confidentiality agreements. Don't worry, we have a complete set of procedures. You can continue to be a doctor. Mu Shui responded with a soft hum. He turned to Yuan Sheng and said, let's go back to Jinshui City. Kang Yi was still caught in immense shock, muttering, why? Mu Shui furrowed his brows, the dean still owes me a big salary. Yuan Sheng quickly agreed, okay. If he doesn't give it to you, I'll kill him. In the corner, there stood a man about 2 meters tall. His gaze was vacant, staring at Mu Shui's direction as he mumbled, finally found you. Mu Shui faintly noticed and looked back. Jiao Yen. The man's clothes were torn and tattered. In an instant, he arrived before Mu Shui, stammering, I went to many places, looking for you. Mr. Zhao's assistant ran over and said, there was supposed to be a national monster organization coming today, but their organization was dismantled by him. Jiao Yen muttered, not able to find. The assistant interjected, we discovered him and brought him here. Bai Sherwen lay on the ground, glaring enviously at Yuan Sheng and then again at Jiao Yan speaking with Mu Shui, as well as Qi Xinghan, Kong Yi. Bai Sherwen coughed and asked, why? Are they worth your attachment? Only now did Mu Shui approach Bai Sherwen. After enduring several shocks, Bai Sherwen's right eye bled even more, his entire neck drenched in blood. Mu Shui remained silent, merely prying open his fingers and stuffing the shard of glass into his palm. Bai Sherwen clutched the glass shard, a tear suddenly rolling down from the edge of his eyes. He understood what Mu Shui meant. They met and got acquainted in a mental hospital. When Bai Sherwen was younger, he told himself that he brought bad luck, anyone near him would suffer misfortune. He confided in his family about his strange eyes, but they didn't believe him. They thought he was insane. He wanted nothing more than to die. If only things could change, he'd willingly sacrifice anything. The next day, when he saw Mu Shui again, this delicate-faced little boy gently pried open his fingers and placed a piece of broken glass inside his hand. He said, isn't it simple? Just stab it into your eyeball. The boy looked beautiful like a small angel. But the words out of his mouth were cold and carried a certain innocence cruelty. However, for Bai Sherwen at the time, it wasn't cruelty. It was a glimmer of hope for someone who'd walked in darkness for too long. He grabbed the fragment and plunged it into his own eye. The pain was unbearable. He even thought he was going to die. Enduring a long period of agony, slowly, he no longer wanted to die. Nor did he think being a monster was such a bad thing. He allowed the doctors to remove the shard. He'd grow stronger, he'd control the Bai family, everyone would fear his eyes and follow his commands. He would reappear before Qi in a more powerful form. That way, wouldn't he become someone who could walk alongside Qi? But what he hadn't expected was, his deity wasn't what he imagined. Bai Sherwen abruptly tensed his muscles, veins bulging across his neck. He snatched up the shard and stabbed it into his other eye once more. Since this was how it was, he might as well pretend. In the year Qi erased his memories, he followed his god and died. Mu Shui sighed lightly, rising and returning to Yuan Xing's side. The monster experiments originated from me, but they exploited them tenfold. I thought the world was truly terrible, and I just wanted to die. But after pondering, dying hurt too much. So, I sealed away my memories. Now, I realize this world may not be so bad after all. There's Qi Xinghan, Yuan Sheng, Jiao Yan, Kong Yi, and countless others who are kind of cute, even the female actress from the film crew who gave him candy is also cute. After a moment's thought, he extended his hand toward them and said, let me reintroduce myself. My last name is Qi, and my full name is Qi Muzhui. I graduated from Huada University as a psychologist, and now, I will continue to serve as your guardian. Chapter 114, Interlude, The Clown. With a thud, Yuan Xing fell off the wall. His clothes were dirty, and there was even a big tear in them. Yuan Xing didn't care. He tugged at his clothes casually and looked up at the top of the high wall. A child was sitting there. The child's clothing was strange, blue and white stripes, which looked oppressive and inappropriate for someone his age. Does he have no parents? Yuan Xing wondered. Why did you kick me? Yuan Xing frowned, asking coldly. But being not much older himself, and exceptionally good-looking, his intimidating expression wasn't very scary. The child on the wall didn't fear him. Not only did he show no fear, but he slowly blinked at Yuan Xing, his eyelashes so thick they looked like two little fans. When the child lowered his head, Yuan Xing could see them clearly. The child started speaking. Big brother, I didn't kick you. The voice was pleasant, soft. This thought crossed Yuan Xing's mind. It had been a long time since he had seen any living person. Those who came to deliver his meals always left quickly after doing so. He only remembered that they wore blue clothes, red hats, never showed their faces, and dared not look at him. This child seemed to have popped up out of nowhere. Like a flower bud suddenly emerging from a pool of mud, or a lively face suddenly appearing among grayish-white character models. Yuan Xing stared at his face, wondering if pinching it would feel soft. His breathing suddenly quickened, his heart thumping loudly, as if his brain were an overloaded CPU. That face began distorting and transforming in his mind. Yuan Xing clutched his head in pain. At this moment, he heard the child on the wall say seriously, word by word, you fell on your own accord. Yuan Xing became furious. Reaching out to grab the vines by the wall, he climbed back up with a couple loud steps. The child continued to look at him earnestly, looking innocent. Yuan Xing's thoughts raced. In one swift move, he grabbed the child and pulled him down from the wall, both of them crashing inside the wall together. Yuan Xing bit him. The child froze. Are you a dog? Angrily, Yuan Xing replied, I'm not a dog, I'm the great demon. What does a great demon look like? Yuan Xing fell silent. Can you perform as one? The child hesitated and asked. Yuan Xing became even more enraged. How could this require a performance? He ground his teeth and said menacingly, when I'm unhappy, anyone near me dies easily. The child closed his eyes. Is this how it happens? After saying this, he went still. Yuan Xing reached out to touch him. The child remained motionless. He pinched the child's face again, it really was soft. Yuan Sheng's thoughts once more turned chaotic. His fingers lightly gripped the child's neck. Then Yuan Sheng was startled. Are you really dead? No. The child snapped his eyes open, his long lashes sweeping as if touching Yuan Sheng's heart. So annoying, thought Yuan Sheng. Stop looking at me like that. I'm not dead, the child blinked again and said, you're not the great demon. You're a little monster. What? Wasn't that an insult? Calling who a monster? Yuan Sheng squeezed his face hard. The child didn't get angry. His face bore innocent naivety but also carried a calm and indifferent maturity. The child said, if you don't want to be a monster, let me hypnotize you. I just learned it, it's very powerful. After being hypnotized, you'll forget that you are a monster. Yuan Sheng dismissed it with disdain. He got up and was about to leave. The child also rose slowly, his height reaching just up to his shoulder. Like a short pumpkin. The child said, you just bit my mouth earlier. Yuan Sheng hadn't attended school in a long time, his memories of his parents almost fading away. But he still remembered when he was in kindergarten, the teacher said not to kiss other people on the lips. Yuan Sheng was shocked. Opening his mouth several times but unable to defend himself. Am I really a monster? I just bit him. Will I start eating people next? Worried thoughts filled Yuan Sheng's heart. The child didn't seem to care much, pulling on the vines on the wall, huffing and puffing, kicking his short legs twice, even landing a foot on Yuan Sheng's face. And just like that, climbed onto the wall. Yuan Sheng touched his own face, becoming angry again. It wouldn't be right to drag someone down and bite them this time. Maybe I should punch him instead. But looking at him, he seemed so small. Like one punch would just make him fall apart. Yuan Sheng kept rejecting the ideas that popped into his head. By the time he realized it again, night had fallen and there was no longer a trace of the child on the wall. The scene from earlier felt like a dream. Yuan Sheng turned around and walked back with a dazed expression. Actually, if the kid wanted to kick him, he could probably bear it. He was the older brother, he was the elder. He should give in a little. Kicking him in the face was a bit excessive, and it hurt too. But he could endure it. Fine, he just wanted to see another living person. But that living person might not want to see him anymore, he must have acted like a lunatic earlier. Oh, even worse, like a monster. Yuan Sheng returned to the villa without eating dinner, buried himself in the covers, and dozed off until the next day. On the second day, he saw the child on the wall again. The child said, I'll make you a toy. Yuan Sheng snorted derisively. You don't have any friends or toys, just you alone. After hearing that, Yuan Sheng got furious again. Kicking him. That couldn't be tolerated. Kicking his face. Even less tolerable. Talking nonsense. Worst of all. But the child showed no awareness, continuing self-absorbedly, I'll mold some more friends for you. Having finished speaking, the child disappeared once more from the wall. Staring at the empty wall, Yuan Sheng thought ruefully, actually he could have tolerated it a bit longer. On the third day. The child was sitting on the wall again, holding a wicker basket that looked heavy. There's tools inside, the child said. And Yuan Sheng watched as the child hammered away, molded this, molded that, as though playing pretend house. A few days passed. This time, the child was still carrying the basket, but now it was covered with a red cloth. His brows furrowed slightly as if displeased, saying, there wasn't enough time. It only turned out this way. Still doesn't look good enough. Pointing at the red cloth, Yuan Sheng asked, what is this? This is ritual sense, the child replied. What? Giving gifts to others requires revealing them under a layer of fabric. This makes people happier. That's called ritual sense. Yuan Sheng didn't really get what was so happy or unhappy about it, but when he heard the word gift, his heart raced a little faster. He reached out and lifted the red cloth. Not only did it fail to meet the standard of being good-looking. It was downright ugly. Inwardly, Yuan Sheng's face remained expressionless as he evaluated its ugliness. This is called paradise, a place where people feel happiness. The child spoke like a real child then, his eyes shone brightly as if they held stars. Even if it was only something that would make a child happy. Yuan Sheng said nothing, simply replying with an oh. The child chatted endlessly about paradise with him before finally leaving. The next day, the child didn't come. Nor did the child come on the third day. The fourth day, the fifth day, many days after, the wall remained empty. He never saw the child again. Meanwhile, in a car, the child muttered, he bit my lips. Am I supposed to marry him in the future? Well, anyway, I already put everything in the box. If he doesn't want to marry me later, the child thought seriously for half a day, then I will kill him. What are you talking about? A young man wearing glasses bent down and fastened the child's seatbelt. The child shook his head, nothing. Chapter 115, Garcia. Kato Pa saw a photo of Mu Shui. Every single beautiful word could be used to describe him. In the eyes of those who had witnessed darkness and monstrous ugliness, he stood out too much. Is he chi? Catopa found it hard to believe, even feeling as if this were a joke. Shouldn't she look fiercer, balder, or older? Yes, we have already locked onto his location, Gu Fei said. Then capture him. Yes. 48 hours later, Catopa started regretting saying that. Gu Fei found his will exceptionally strong. Simply creating a dream and dragging him into it wouldn't last more than half a minute before it would be shattered. Thus, Gu Fei chose a more reliable method. He borrowed Catopa's memories. Catopa was a very fearsome monster. If one rated monsters, then without question, he would be SS class. His captured memories, forming their own space, became a terrifying cage. Afterward, everything went smoothly. At least from Gu Fei's perspective. Mu Shui entered the dream. But instead, he met Catopa in a past memory. Back then, Catopa was still called Garcia. Garcia stayed in this hospital for a long time, never seeing sunlight. Back then, every other day, a nurse would forcibly peel off the scales on his body with surgical tools, attempting to turn him back into a normal person. Because of this, Garcia developed severe depression. Ordinarily, the two would never have met. But Mu Shui's will was exceedingly strong. He broke through all of Gu Fei's obstructions and made his way into Garcia's ward. Damn Garcia, how easily moved he was. How tragic. Back then, Garcia was pitiful. Seeing a touch of kindness, he dove headfirst into it. He even gave away his precious scale. Damn. Damn. The memory time altered. The real world changed accordingly. When Catopa woke up and discovered that his precious scale was gone and that a new set of memories had been implanted in his brain, he realized everything was ruined. He couldn't catch that youth anymore. The kid had his precious scale. That damn Garcia. Catopa stared at the ceiling, wanting nothing more than to hang himself from it. He visited Mu Shui in the hospital once. Just once, then he left in haste. Damn, he couldn't bear to look at the boy any longer. Because when he did, fragments of Garcia's happy times came flooding back into his mind. Hastily returning to the organization. Yet those memories didn't fade but instead grew sharper, deeply engraved in his brain like diamonds in sand, shining so brightly that he couldn't ignore them. This damn world. Someday, may they all perish. Catopa sulked, banging his head. Time passed quickly, and gradually, those memories intertwined closely with him. Occasionally, when recalling those memories, Catopa even felt a bit of happiness. Each time it happened, he suddenly became alert. Damn. Those belonged to Garcia in the past. Not mine. Damn, why did contemplating this make him feel even worse? Today was another damn depressing day. Catopa. Mu Shui's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Catopa coldly looked at the boy. Yet the boy showed no fear, and not only wasn't afraid, but he even pointed to a monster wailing on the floor. That monster invaded their room and almost bit off the boy's head. The boy said, "It's your turn to clean today. Do you know who you're talking to?" The great Catopa. Clutching his teeth tightly, the great Catopa bent down, grabbed the creature from the floor. Has nobody ever taught you the basic laws of Chinese monsters? You violated the law, you dumb pig. Catopa crushed its bones and threw it out of the window. Done cleaning. He mumbled dispiritedly. Why didn't you come? Throwing garbage downstairs isn't cleaning, it's just manufacturing more garbage, Mu Shui seriously said. Catopa let out a cold laugh and then jumped out of the window. He picked the monster up again. The monster was already spitting blood. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Catopa said sinisterly, Should I put you in the paper shredder or the meat grinder? After he spoke, Catopa turned around to look at Mu Shui's figure. Had he cleaned thoroughly enough now? But there was already no one in the living room. Catopa looked toward the direction of another door. It was broad daylight, yet the door was locked. Damn coward. Catopa's face fell as he let go listlessly. The monster screamed miserably and fell down the stairs again. Today was such a dispirited day too. Chapter 116, bonus chapter, Your name is Qi Xinghan. He's a lunatic. No, he's a monster. My mom said it's because he didn't listen when he was little. He's a bad kid, so he became a monster. There's this huge piece of bone growing on his waist. My mom said he'll die soon. So their family will have another banquet. Slurp. Fan Hao knelt motionlessly on the ground. He paid no attention to the words of the children passing by. In December, the cement ground was cold. He wore a pair of blue wool pants with holes in them. On top, he had a gray quilted jacket where the cotton had shifted out of place. Kneeling there, he seemed like a human-shaped landscape. All the neighbors living in the Baroque-style building leaned out to look curiously and pityingly at his figure. Last Wednesday, his mom fell precisely there, tisk tisk. Is it because she was scared by him? The boy from the Lao Fan family looks proper, but he's kind of crazy. He always says his back hurts, so his mom took him to the hospital. They couldn't find anything wrong. He always says the skin on his back has been cut open and that it hurts, and he screams as if it were true, so every day he gets crazier and crazier. Who wouldn't be afraid of him? I heard that his mom was hanging clothes on the balcony and saw something really terrifying coming out of his back, which made her fall down. Why do they have to treat the kid like that? To be honest, I think they should send him to an orphanage. Anyway, the Fan family already has one son. Maybe some rich people would want to adopt him for money. Some kids are just born without any fate with their families. Their voices gradually faded away. Because it was quickly approaching evening. Children coming home from school and adults heading home from work all passed by him, not giving him a second glance. After all, this wasn't the first time. During this era, they didn't yet have the concept of domestic violence. They didn't know that parents shouldn't punish their children this violently. So naturally, they thought, if the Fan family's child was being punished, it must be because he did something wrong. Raising a child like this must not be easy for the Fans. Slowly, time moved from 8 in the evening to 2 in the morning. It seemed the Fan family had already forgotten about him. He slowly shifted position and sat down. Sitting wasn't much more comfortable than kneeling. So he simply lay down. When lying there until he nearly lost consciousness, Fan Hao slowly began walking around the apartment complex, though he had no idea where he was going. This continued until dawn. He walked until he reached the bridge. Looking down at the river below, it felt cold and indifferent. But perhaps it would be warmer than what he felt within himself. He moved his feet. Hiss. A soft intake of breath came from beside him. Fan Hao ignored it. However, that sound stopped next to him. Only then did Fan Hao shift his gaze to see who it was. Standing next to him was a younger child. The boy wore an ill-fitted thin shirt and trousers clearly too long for him, his face pale from the cold. He sniffed once, yet his eyes gleamed brightly. The little boy smiled at him. Sunlight shone down on him, making him look like a small angel surrounded by a halo of light. Are you lost? Instead, the little boy asked him, are you lost? Fan Hao didn't answer. The little boy asked again, do you have a home? This time Fan Hao moved his lips slightly and responded in a voice hoarse from disuse, no. The little boy seemed disappointed and said, me neither. He added, I'm so cold. If you don't have a home, where will you go to hide from the snow? There's no snow. Fan Hao said. It'll start soon. How do you know? Because the little birds tell me. Fan Hao thought this boy looked even crazier than he did. But the boy was very good looking. With his shoulders hunched and his face squeezed together, he appeared far easier to like compared to Fan Hao's cold indifference, more likely to make someone feel pity for him. Fan Hao got up stiffly, using his sluggish fingers to take off his quilted jacket and offer it, do you need it? But after saying that, Fan Hao regretted it immediately. His quilted jacket was a hand-me-down from his older brother, already used for 8 years. It was tattered, had gone flat, was grayish, and dirty. If his classmates saw him, they wouldn't come close to him. The little boy sniffed, accepted the jacket, put it on, and carefully fastened all the buttons. You're a pretty decent monster, the little boy said. For a moment, Fan Hao couldn't tell if it was an insult or a compliment. The boy fished around in his pocket and pulled out a card, asking, do you know how to use this? Fan Hao's eyelid twitched. Did you steal it? The boy shook his head. No, it's mine. They took my stuff and gave me this in exchange. Fan Hao skeptically accepted it. He had nothing. It didn't seem like there was anything valuable enough about him for someone to deceive him over. With Fan Hao leading the way, they went to the ATM. The boy fluently recited a string of numbers as a password. Fan Hao entered it in accordingly, and it worked. He scrutinized the balance displayed on the screen, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 3 million yuan. So much money. Fan Hao had never seen so much money in his life. His hands trembled as he withdrew some cash. The boy stood nearby, watching his every move intently. He looked as though he had just emerged from someplace completely cut off from the world, only having heard about ATMs but never actually seeing or using one. Clutching the cash and the card, countless thoughts flashed through Fan Hao's mind in that instant. Take the money, leave home. Is that a place we can stay? The boy suddenly asked. Following his pointed direction, Fan Hao saw. The Golden Rose Hotel. Yes. Fan Hao responded while simultaneously pushing away that horrifying thought. Fan Hao stayed with the boy for 2 days. The boy seemed to have almost no ability to take care of himself, he didn't know how to boil water, cook noodles, or do anything practical. I have to go now, the boy said. Unexpectedly, Fan Hao felt as if they'd been supporting each other in a strange way. He couldn't help but ask, why? Because I can't stay in one place for too long. They'll come looking for me. Who were they? No, he didn't even know who this boy was. The boy gripped a pen and casually grabbed the hotel's notepad, sketching simple stick figure drawings. Fan Hao noticed that the person in the drawing had bone spurs growing out of their back. Was that him? Then the boy continued drawing. The bone spurs grew larger slowly. The boy sketched furiously, filling page after page. Eventually, he stuffed all of them into his down jacket hood. The jacket was bought with the boy's card money. The more you remember these, the less your back will hurt, the boy said. Fan Hao nodded uncertainly. They spent their last night together. Fan Hao felt something inside him slipping away rapidly, impossible to hold on to. Unable to suppress himself, he began speaking. He told the boy how his mother died. When exactly the thing on his back started to grow. How terrified and panicked he was. And how his family shared the same fear, only directed at him. He said a lot, angrily, coldly, even filled with hatred. But gradually, he calmed down. Fan Hao turned to look at the boy. But he discovered that the boy had already closed his eyes, drifting off into a drowsy sleep. Fan Hao felt a bit disappointed, but also relieved. The boy shouldn't have heard those things. The room fell silent again for a long while. If you don't want to be a monster, then I'll hypnotize you. I just learned it, and it's very powerful. Once hypnotized, you'll forget that you're a monster, the boy said. Alright, Fan Hao replied. The boy perked up, sitting straighter and looking at Fan Hao. Then you should change your name, too. I'll leave the card with you so you can start a new life. Fan Hao moved his lips. What about you? Me? I've got plenty of cards. The room lapsed into silence once more for a long stretch. Finally, Fan Hao rasped, alright. You're actually the second prettiest monster I've ever seen, the boy gazed deeply into his eyes and said, you're as brilliant and beautiful as a galaxy. Fan Hao had never heard such a compliment before. He pursed his lips tightly. He felt like something weighed on his heart had slightly eased. My name is Qi. And yours will be Qi Xinghan. Thus, starting from that day, Fan Hao disappeared from the world. Many years later, on the podiums of award ceremonies, another name often appeared, superstar Qi Xinghan. However, after being hypnotized, Qi Xinghan gradually lost clear memories of his youth. He became desensitized to pain. He barely remembered the boy anymore. He only remembered that he was like a gust of wind, a beautiful and warm wind, suddenly blowing into the icy world and taking him away when he was kneeling on the ground. Chapter 117 Bonus Chapter, Monster Daily Life. Monster's Daily Life 1, what is it like to be frequently suspected of being a serial killer? A scream rang out. A shadow fell from a high rise, its upper body exploding into a cloud of blood in midair. The lower half landed with a thud on the ground. People around screamed and fled in all directions. The police quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the suspect. The suspect was soon taken back to the station, where officers frowned as they inspected the suspects. One wore a bizarre clown mask, as if he'd just come from the circus, with a bulging back, probably hiding something, definitely the murder weapon. He emitted an intimidating aura, he looked like a murderer, the particularly violent type of psychotic killer. Another had a head of green hair, chiseled features filled with melancholy and gloom, his neck covered in tightly packed scales that spread, even obscuring half his face. Like someone straight out of a Halloween event. Then there was one who stood nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a giant, his gaze vacant. Every time the officers turned their heads, they would find him moving closer, even though his hands were cuffed. Damn! And when he got closer, there was actually a hole in this giant's head, oh my god. And then there was a fully cloaked figure whose robe they tugged at several times but couldn't pull off. When they were about to draw their guns, the man suddenly extended a hand and placed it on the nearest officer's arm. Damn! His hand was made of bone. Did he think he was a necromancer? The only one who appeared somewhat normal. Looked familiar. He was extraordinarily handsome, and female officers stared at him with wide eyes. Even male officers, couldn't help but look a few more times. He looked exactly like a famous Chinese movie star. One female officer remarked as such. Is that right? He's really handsome. People around nodded in agreement. At that moment, there was a rip sound. A bone blade suddenly pierced through the man's suit. Bone growth mutation. Damn! What kind of weirdly shaped suspects were these? After deliberation within the police station, it was decided to notify their families to clarify things before proceeding with any interrogation. Do you think I killed her? Came an impatient voice. The man wearing the clown mask coldly scoffed, if I killed her, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The man with a hole in his head slowly nodded, yeah, I'd make her death look natural. The one with green hair sneered, the moment she saw me, she'd die immediately. Listen. Do you hear that? This was a group of extremely vicious killers. Hurry, notify their families. Chief, a female officer timidly raised her hand. All the Guardians' phone numbers in their phones are the same. Mu Shui was woken up from his deep slumber by continuous calls. He managed some broken French and hailed a taxi to the police station. Stepping into the station, he couldn't help but sigh. Phew, what a bother. Being a monster is tough, even for someone struggling with French. As Mu Shui walked in. Huh. You're their guardian. Their same guardian. Mu Shui barely understood the meaning, then nodded slightly. The chief finally confirmed that these deranged people shared the same guardian, and he. Slim physique, soft facial features, with sleep-induced red marks on his face. Standing among the monsters, he looked like a little swan mixed in with a flock of eagles. And these eagles behaved so obediently in front of the little swan, as if they were baby eaglets. The chief, engsub. Unable to resist, the chief recounted their previous awful statements to Mu Shui. I didn't say that. I didn't either. Same. These oddly shaped suspects began pretending innocence one after another. Blood rose in the chief's throat. After a difficult communication, the chief finally realized he had misjudged them. They weren't some kind of psycho murderers, and these people weren't simple. The chief respectfully escorted them out. As Mu Shui stood at the entrance of the police station, he couldn't help but turn and ask unhappily, why do people have to die while we're on vacation? I don't know. Mu Shui kept a straight face and seriously warned them, next time, don't be so intimidating. What if you're suspected again? This is already the third time since we went out. The officers pressed their faces against the glass and watched as those scary suspects solemnly nodded in front of that little swan. What kind of dark Chinese sorcery is this? Don't go out scaring people anymore. Mu Shui said earnestly. The monsters nodded one after another. It's not enough to just nod. You have to engrave it in your hearts. Mu Shui raised his voice. They all thumped their chests, we got it, we got it. And then, the very next day, Mu Shui received another complaint call. Mu Shui had no choice but to take a big trip to the supermarket, using a portion of the vast fortune he earned from the headmaster many years ago to buy lots of things back home. He tied a headband around Zhao Yan's head, perfectly covering the big hole. For Qi Xinghan, it was a sleeveless shirt. For Cataspathos, a long scarf. What about me? Tan Jing pointed at himself and asked. You can just say you're doing cosplay when you run into people. Cosplay what? I'm not entirely sure myself. Well, why don't we study it now? Alright. Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng grabbed Mu Shui by the arm, what about me? Mu Shui thought for a moment, take off your mask. Yuan Sheng obediently took it off. Mu Shui thought some more, your most terrifying part is the innate Cthulhu aura on you. Yuan Sheng responded, So what should I do? Mu Shui stood on tiptoe, wrapped his arms around Yuan Sheng's neck, and suddenly kissed him, then sucked hard, suck it away. Cataspathos and Zhao Yan simultaneously threw their scarves and headbands to the ground. Damn. End of story.